Blue Star, a world where a game descended upon reality, overrun by monsters and dungeons. 18-year-old transmigrator Su-chun stood before the awakening steel, his heart surging with emotion. In this era of universal class change, today would decide his fate. Before him, the school beauty Ling Qingxue, possessing 4-star potential, awakened as an ice mage, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. Finally, it was Su-chen's turn. He reached out and touched the cold stone steel. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Dark clouds blotted out the sun. Sanskrit chants echoed from the heavens as the illusory figure of a golden deity hundreds of meters tall slowly materialized, looking down indifferently upon the mortal world. My God, what kind of phenomenon is this? A hidden class. Definitely a top-tier hidden class. Donghai City is about to produce a true dragon. The crowd erupted. Reporters frantically snapped photos, everyone anticipating the birth of a legend. However, when the light dissipated, the panel that appeared on the steel struck everyone like lightning. Name, Su-chen. Class, none. Potential, 1 star. Strength, 1 intelligence, 1 constitution, 1 agility, 1. Skills, none. Dead silence, followed by an overwhelming wave of uproar and mockery. What was that? All thunder, no rain? 1 star potential, all stats at 1? That's worse than an ordinary person. Just a flashy phenomenon, but turns out he's trash? From the center of attention to the butt of the joke, all in an instant. But Su-chen's face remained impassive, because at the same moment, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected host's special soul essence, bypassing conventional class system. Binding successful. Congratulations, you have become this world's sole hidden class, Concept God. Your power originates from concepts. Attributes and star ratings are mere appearances. Perceive rules, familiarize yourself with rules, master rules, transcend rules, this is your path. Ignoring the external clamor, Su-chen focused his mind and checked his true panel. Professional, Su-chen. Level, 1. Class, Concept God. Potential, 1 star, system note, meaningless for Concept God. Strength, 1 intelligence, 1 constitution, 1 agility, 1 system note, meaningless for Concept God. Skills, Iato/0/30,000, block, 0/30,000. Description, as a Concept God, all rules serve as the foundation for your divinity. He clicked on the skill details. Iato/, draw the blade, and you can cut. Initial stage, cuts physical existence. Proficiency +1 per draw. Max proficiency, 30,000, evolves to Mastered Iato/. Mastered Iato/1/ can sever concepts, including but not limited to space, time, causality, fate, emotions. All things can be cut. Block, 100% block 1 frontal attack, 3-second cooldown. Proficiency +1 per successful block. Max proficiency, 30,000, evolves to Mastered Block. Mastered Block can block all tangible and intangible attacks, including physical, magical, curses, mental, and even conceptual damage. 1-second cooldown. Su-chen's mind reeled. This potential was simply heaven-defying. So what if his stats were low? Once his skills were mastered, he would be a walking conceptual catastrophe. The awakening ceremony ended. Su-chen's bizarre case instantly spread, becoming Donghai City's biggest news and laughingstock. Even his classmate, the 4-star school beauty Ling Qingxue, only cast a complicated glance from afar, ultimately not approaching him. Su-chen didn't care in the slightest. He now had only one goal: train his skills. He took out the only 2,000 yuan savings he had and headed straight for the trading house. Skipping all the flashy, impractical equipment, he bought the cheapest ordinary longsword with a sheath, a necessity for practicing Iato/ at the lowest price. He also bought a piece of leather armor that could barely defend against newbie monster attacks and a few bottles of low-quality potions to ensure he wouldn't die easily while leveling. Preparations complete, Su-chen headed straight out of the city towards the lowest level monster zone, the level 2 greasy dwarf chicken spawn point. Facing the weakest monster in the newbie village, Su-chen carefully pulled one. Dodging its slow peck, he drew his sword. -8. A pitiful damage number floated up. With his 5 attack power, 1 base +4 from the trash sword, after deducting the greasy dwarf chicken's defense, the damage was pathetic. But that didn't matter. What mattered was Iato/proficiency +1. Su-chen began the tedious practice. It took 13 slashes to kill 1 greasy dwarf chicken, nearly 2 minutes. Too slow. Su-chen frowned. 30,000 slashes, when will that ever be done? Su-chen quickly thought of a solution. He found a protruding rock, used his height advantage to secure a position where the greasy dwarf chickens below couldn't attack him. Then he pulled dozens of chickens at once and started drawing in bulk. 183, 184, 185. Ha! His slash missed, hitting no monster. But Su Chen was stunned to find that the proficiency on his panel had actually ticked up. I80/185/30,000. Could it be? A bold idea surfaced. He tried drawing the sword only halfway out of the sheath, not even forming a proper slashing motion. I80/186/30,000. The proficiency increased again. Incredible ecstasy erupted in Su Chen's eyes. I80/. The core is the conceptual action of drawing itself, not hitting something. He understood instantly. Forget positioning tricks, forget killing monsters, those were detours. He completely ignored the futilely hopping greasy dwarf chickens below, took a deep breath, gripped the hilt, and began practicing frantically. Swish, 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 swish. The blade flashed at the mouth of the sheath, not even needing to be fully drawn. Relying on the astonishing hand speed honed from 18 years of being single, Su Chen's drawing frequency was incredibly fast. The proficiency on his panel began to skyrocket at a visible rate. I80/586/30,000. I80/1586/30,000. I80/5586/30,000. Ha 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 ha. Su Chen laughed wildly in his heart. It was so simple. At this rate, even accounting for the fatigue from his aching arm, he could max out the 30,000 proficiency points in 2 days at most. Just as Su Chen was immersed in the thrill of rapid improvement, a commotion came from the distance. Another 4-star genius, the lightning mage Gu Changfeng, walked over, surrounded by a group of people. Seeing Su Chen squatting on the rock, frantically twitching at the air while the greasy dwarf chickens hopped around lively below, the crowd was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Isn't that Su Chen? He really has lost it. Practicing skills on thin air? That's hilarious. Gu Changfeng, wanting to display his magnanimity in front of everyone, stepped forward, casually cleared the chickens around Su Chen with a bolt of lightning, and smiled. Classmate Su Chen, leveling alone is too dangerous, why don't you? Interrupted from his practice, Su Chen looked up. Gazing at this self-important genius, his eyes were like looking at a noisy insect. From Gu Changfeng's perspective, the skill he had just displayed was proof enough of his efficient monster-clearing ability. As long as Su Chen wasn't an idiot, he couldn't possibly refuse his invitation. He was willing to carry him through leveling. Su Chen should be thanking him profusely like others would. Who would have thought Su Chen would look at him with such impatience? Who are you? Please don't bother me. This kid wants to act tough in front of me? With the experience of 2 lifetimes, Su Chen knew exactly what Gu Changfeng was thinking. It was nothing more than wanting to project a helpful and sunny image in front of the crowd, thereby gaining their favor. Su Chen had no time to play along with his performance. You! Rejected publicly, Gu Changfeng felt a little annoyed, but still managed to smile and introduced himself. Classmate Su Chen, I'm Gu Changfeng, one of the 2 4-star potential professionals awakened this time. Your stats are so low, leveling alone isn't safe. With me around, you can level up safely. How about you consider it? Brother, if you want to show off, find someone else. I don't have time to play games with you. Su Chen left him hanging and stood up, walking away to pull more monsters. At this moment, the crowd approached Gu Changfeng. Gu Xiao, don't lower yourself to this fool's level. Let's go level up. Exactly, this Su Chen doesn't know what's good for him. Let's ignore him. Besides, I heard this guy's a loner, never hangs out with people his age since childhood. Probably something wrong with his head. Hearing their persuasion, Gu Changfeng nodded. All right, perhaps classmate Su Chen feels a bit inferior. We can offer to help him level up some other time. Gu Changfeng glanced at Su Chen's retreating back, a trace of unnoticed malice in his eyes. Gu Xiao, you're just too kind-hearted, can't bear to see suffering. Yeah, let the fool play by himself. The group chattered, surrounding Gu Changfeng as they headed towards the higher-level monster areas of the newbie zone. Monsters in the newbie leveling zone respawned relatively quickly, so it didn't take Su Chen much time to pull another dozen or so back to his original spot. Seeing the group leave, Su Chen resumed his practice. A day passed. Occasionally, someone would come to the greasy dwarf chicken leveling spot to take a look. Upon seeing it was Su Chen, they just glanced from afar and left. Without interruptions, Su Chen's practice speed wasn't hindered. I80/11800/30,000. Looking at the I80/proficiency, Su Chen realized he had overestimated himself slightly. He initially thought 2 days at most would be enough, but now it seemed it would take at least another half day. The main issue was that by the afternoon, the constant drawing motion made his entire right hand and shoulder ache. This significantly slowed down his pace later on. Although bodies in this world were digitized, the 5 senses still existed. Getting injured not only depleted the health bar but also caused pain. If one couldn't endure the pain, subsequent combat would be affected. Damage to vital areas like the brain or heart wasn't just about losing HP, it was fatal. Therefore, in equipment selection, besides weapons, helmets and chest armor were the most popular muscular pieces. Good helmets and chest armor could save lives. Of course, after leveling up, a professional's physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Any part of their body would be harder than ordinary steel. It was practically impossible for an ordinary person to injure or kill a professional. This was the fundamental reason why professionals stood aloof and superior. Glancing at the sky, Suchin stored the sword in his system inventory and headed back to the city. The night outside the city was the hunting time for countless fierce beasts, and it was said that great terrors lurked outside the city walls at night. No one dared to spend the night outside. After returning home and making dinner, Suchin turned on the old TV his landlord had given him. Something had happened in Donghai City today. The assessment for new professionals had changed. To conserve manpower, the major guilds had decided that all cities under each major state's jurisdiction would gather in one location within that state for a unified examination. They would then send representatives to recruit. This way, they wouldn't have to go city by city. It would also allow for fairer recruitment. After all, the strength levels of cities varied. Recruiting based solely on rankings within a city was unfair to people from other cities. Donghai City's new professionals consistently ranked near the bottom of the state each year, which had long drawn dissatisfaction from other cities. If ranked by actual strength, Donghai City's number 1 might not even make the top 10 in another city, let alone those ranked lower. In short, Donghai City stood to lose the most from this assessment reform. Sitting in his office, looking at the reform notice document, Lu Wenshu, the principal of Donghai High School and concurrently the city lord of Donghai City, had a massive headache. Although this year's cohort had awakened 2 4-star potential combat classes, other cities had 5-star potentials appearing this year, and one major city even had a dual-class 5-star potential individual. Dual classes were already extremely rare, let alone a dual class combined with 5-star potential. Barring accidents, this person was destined to become a pillar of the dragon country once grown. The good news, however, was that this individual had already been snatched up by the top guilds in advance and likely wouldn't participate in this examination. City Lord. His secretary knocked and entered. The governor requests that you bring professionals who are third-class transfer level 10 or higher to the provincial capital to discuss the location and arrangements for this examination. I understand. Go notify the eligible personnel. We depart tomorrow morning. Understood. Suchen finished watching the news and turned off the TV. The first thing he saw when he opened his phone was news about himself, and it was number 2 on the trending list. He didn't know who had posted the video of him practicing Iato/nonstop today online. It had triggered heated discussions among the public. Various marketing accounts had swarmed in. Look closely, the man in the video, nicknamed Xiao Shuai, is someone with base stats of only 1, potential of only 1 star. A certain Donghai City professional, suspected to have suffered a severe blow from awakening failure, has become mentally impaired. We call upon society to show more care for such impaired youths. I was just passing by, saw he looked really weird, so I casually took a video, didn't expect it to go viral. WC, holy crap, I know this guy, he's my classmate. He's quite pitiful, an orphan since childhood, and has social anxiety, doesn't talk much. Although he looks a bit silly, he's really handsome. Reading these comments, Suchen was utterly speechless. He had no idea which bastard had done this. Now the entire internet was talking about him. Even if Suchen wanted to explain, he couldn't possibly counter the narrative. So, Suchen decided to just ignore it. Let them say what they want. So that's where he was. I must go talk to him tomorrow. Ling Qingxue turned off her phone. Seeing Suchen end up like this, she felt an indescribable mix of emotions. The next morning, Suchen walked out of the city just like he did yesterday. However, there were more people discussing him along the way. If Suchen was only famous in Donghai City before yesterday, today he was already known across the entire internet. But this way of becoming famous was better left alone. Look, he's going out to the low-level chicken grinding spot again. Isn't he just being foolish? I see other new players are almost level 30 and he looks like he hasn't even reached level 3. If he's that foolish, how can you expect him to level up? It's a miracle he hasn't been pecked to death by the low-level chickens. Suchen cast a cold glance at these people and then strode out of the city. Oh, he was just glaring at people. He's not that foolish. Forget about that, let's catch up to him. I heard a lot of people from other cities are coming to check in today. Let's grab a spot, maybe we can make some money or something. When Suchen arrived at the grinding spot from yesterday, he found someone had already shown up early. Suchen frowned and looked at the person. Are you here to watch me make a fool of myself? The person was none other than Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue quickly shook her head. Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to see if you were okay. I'm fine, thanks. You can leave now. Suchen ignored her and started pulling monsters. Suchen, if you really want to pursue the path of a professional player, I can help you level up. If you want to be an ordinary person, I can arrange a comfortable job for you with my family. You saved my life back then and you said you didn't want anything, but I've always remembered your kindness. Now, I can help you. In any case, whatever you need, you can ask for it and I will find a way. Ling Qingshue's eyes were sincere. Usually quiet, she seemed to have said everything she had kept inside for over a decade just to help Su Chen. Su Chen knew she genuinely wanted to help him, but he really didn't need her assistance. Only Su Chen knew what he was doing. He turned to look at her. You should go level up on your own. Don't let me affect your progress. I really am fine. You can't help me. Being here will only hinder me. Su Chen. Ling Qingshuo wanted to say something else, but Su Chen had already turned and walked away to pull monsters. Watching Su Chen repeat what he did yesterday, Ling Qingshuo silently observed for a while before getting up and heading towards the beginner leveling area. After Ling Qingshuo left, the crowd that had come to check in and watch the excitement began to discuss. I didn't expect this foolish guy to have such a beautiful girlfriend. It seems this fool isn't even willing to let her go. So that means he's not really foolish. His logic when he speaks is quite clear. He doesn't want such a beautiful girlfriend and isn't foolish? This girl is from the Ling family, and she's a 4-star potential ice mage. The way you put it, he does seem a bit foolish. No one came to disturb Su Chen that day, because the area was filled with people who had come from various places. Many of them were ordinary people. Normally, ordinary people wouldn't dare to leave the city. These people were really trying hard to ride the wave of popularity. However, this place was originally a beginner leveling area, and the monsters posed little threat to them. They kept their distance, and Su Chen paid them no mind, focusing on practicing his sword drawing technique over and over again. By evening, the crowd had mostly dispersed. Ling Qingshuo returned from the beginner leveling area and saw Su Chen still repeating his sword drawing motion. She silently watched from a distance. After a while, Ling Qingshuo sighed and walked back into the city. She didn't understand what Su Chen was doing. He seemed perfectly normal. She wasn't good at comforting people, so she didn't know how to communicate with Su Chen. The only thing she could do now was to silently glance at him. After Ling Qingshuo left, Gu Changfeng brought his group of admirers to take a look. What happened yesterday was orchestrated by him. Gu Changfeng pretended to ask someone to film Su Chen's incident and post it online to seek help from netizens. In reality, it was to let everyone see Su Chen's embarrassment, and he achieved his goal. Although there were some who cared about Su Chen, more were there to watch his misfortune. How could he let go of someone who dared to publicly humiliate him? Gu Changfeng? Let's go. I'm in a good mood today. Everyone, let's go to the best restaurant in the city to eat and drink. No one leaves until we're drunk. Gu Changfeng waved his hand with a smile, leading the crowd towards the city. Young Master Gu is generous. Following young Master Gu is definitely the right choice. There's no second young talent like young Master Gu in the entire Donghai city. Everyone is too polite. As the sun set, Su Chen sheathed his sword. He glanced at his proficiency for today. Sword draw /25500/30,000, just a few thousand more to go. I wonder how powerful this skill will be. I'm really looking forward to it. Sigh, it seems like there isn't much food at home. If I can't get some equipment or something tomorrow, I might go hungry. Thinking of this, Su Chen regretted not borrowing some money from Ling Qingshuo to use for now. Forget it, where there's a will, there's a way. With the system, how could I starve? Su Chen stood up to stretch his muscles, the setting sun casting a long shadow of him. Outside Donghai City, a resolute-looking young man slowly walked towards the city against the sunset. Young master, what are you going to Donghai City for? In a manner, a butler-like person was packing luggage for the young man in front of him. Uncle Li, don't you know that the higher-ups have decided to hold this exam in Donghai City? I know, but young master, you can enter the top guilds without taking the exam, right? All the major guilds are vying for you, you don't need to take the exam. The young man smiled. Uncle Li, this is the first reform. If it were just our city competing, I wouldn't be interested, but this time, people from all over Donghua Prefecture are participating. I must get first place this time. Do you understand the significance of that? The butler nodded, somewhat understanding. By the way, does Donghai City have our trading company? Yes, young master, our Daiyun Trading Company has branches in every city across the province. In the future, with your reputation for dual-class 5-star potential, the entire Long Kingdom will have our Daiyun Trading Company. Let's talk about the future later. We'll set off for Donghai City early tomorrow. Now, after learning that the exam would be held in Donghai City, candidates from various cities were preparing to head there early to familiarize themselves with the environment. In no time, the flying boats heading to Donghai City were fully booked. The reason the exam location was set in Donghai City was also due to its coastal location, with mountains and plains meeting various conditions. From all aspects, it was a suitable place. Another important reason was that Lu Wenshu wanted to leverage local advantages to ensure that the candidates from Donghai City achieved impressive results, so he wouldn't lose face in front of the city lords later. Today is already the third day that Su Chen has been practicing the blade draw. There are hardly any spectators left watching Su Chen today. Everyone has realized that aside from squatting on the stone and continuously drawing his sword, he does nothing else all day. Rather than saying Su Chen is a fool, it would be more accurate to say he is a hermit. For such a boring person, coupled with the Decline in interest. Naturally, these people have lost their enthusiasm. Only those who have just arrived in Donghai City would take a glance. 29,680. 29,681. Suchen looked at the last few hundred proficiency points and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. After persisting for 2.5 days, he was finally about to master it. On the beach of Donghai Coast, Guchangfeng and a group of people were grinding level 35 to 55 sand crabs. After throwing a thunder explosion skill, Gu Changfeng asked the people around him, "What level is everyone at?" "Gu Xiao, I'm level 45. I'm level 43. Most others were around level 40. Seeing the situation, Gu Changfeng expressed some dissatisfaction. "I'm already level 50. The monster experience here is too little for me. Let's switch to the mangrove forest to grind water crocodiles." "Ha! But Gu Xiao, the lowest level of those water crocodiles is 60. If we go to pull monsters at our level, we might run into trouble." "Yeah, Gu Xiao, let's grind here for another day." Gu Changfeng snorted coldly. "Humph, do you know that Ling Qingxue went to grind monsters at the water crocodiles this morning? With my thunder magic, I can just counter those water crocodiles. What are you afraid of? Besides, grinding monsters at a higher level will also get you more experience. I'm doing this for your own good." Although he said this, the others were clearly reluctant. The death roll of the water crocodiles is no joke. If they pull monsters carelessly, they could easily be dragged into the water. If dragged down at a low level, they would basically be doomed. Seeing that everyone was unwilling, Gu Changfeng's expression darkened. If it weren't for needing to drag so many people to level up together, he wouldn't have fallen nearly 10 levels behind Ling Qingxue. Now these people actually dared to disobey him, which made him start to get angry. "Are you all unhappy with the way things are? Fine, don't blame me for not taking you along. I've given you the opportunity and it's you who didn't cherish it." After saying this, Gu Changfeng walked towards the mangrove forest. The others exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and followed. "Gu Xiao, if we encounter danger, please come to our rescue. Our lives are in your hands." Seeing these people follow him, Gu Changfeng's expression improved a bit. "Don't worry, we are classmates and teammates. I will definitely not stand by and do nothing in case of danger. You just need to pull the monsters. You can sit back and collect experience." Gu Changfeng readily agreed. When they arrived in the mangrove area, everyone looked at each other and no one dared to take a step forward. Aren't you going to pull the monsters? Do you expect me to do it?" Gu Changfeng coldly scanned a few people. "This, Gu Xiao, should we pull a few at a time?" "Naturally, the more the better. I'll take care of them all." Hearing this, the few could only brace themselves and cautiously walked into the mangrove forest. Warning! Warning! A regional boss will randomly spawn near Donghai City in Donghua State. All professionals near Donghai City, please proceed to defeat it. If not defeated within 3 hours, the regional boss will evolve into a state-level boss. Hearing the warning from the system, Suchen was momentarily stunned. This warning is something all professionals can receive. Suchen had also learned about various boss types in his textbooks. In this world, various types of bosses will descend to different places around the world after a certain period. The specific time and location are unknown to anyone. If the boss is not killed within the time limit, it will continue to evolve. So far, the strongest boss that has descended upon the world is a national-level boss, which requires the strength of an entire nation to defeat. An even stronger world boss has yet to appear. Inside the East Sea City Defense Department. "Captain, what should we do? All our capable professionals have gone with the city lord to the provincial city. We can't possibly kill this boss in 3 hours." "What are you panicking about?" Wang Jigang shouted. "First, send someone to investigate its exact respawn location. Then notify all professionals in the city to prepare for battle. Also, ensure that there is no chaos in the city and maintain order." As Wang Jigang issued command after command, everyone in the defense department got busy. 10 minutes later, the person sent to investigate returned to report, "Captain, the investigation is complete. This area's boss respawn location is in the mangrove area by the east coast." "Mangrove? Gather everyone in the defense department now and get to the mangrove in 10 minutes. Other professionals in the city are limited to 30 minutes to arrive. Those who are late will be treated as deserters." After Wang Jigang finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. The defense department has its own flying pets and they can reach the mangrove in a few minutes. However, now that the high-ranking members of East Sea City are not present, the defense department alone is of no use. What Wang Jigang can do now is to first observe what kind of boss it is and then formulate a battle strategy once the professionals in the city arrive. At this moment, some ordinary people in East Sea City who had received the news were already in a panic. Various vehicles were recklessly driving on the streets, disregarding traffic order. They had only one direction, which was to get as far away from the mangrove as possible. This kind of boss would not stay in one place to be slaughtered. Its purpose of existence is to destroy human cities. Its direction of movement must be towards the location of human cities. While moving, it would also command all monsters in the area to attack human cities, commonly known as monster siege. At this moment, in the mangrove, the location of Gu Chongfeng's leveling team. After just luring out 4 water crocodiles, everyone was momentarily stunned by the warning. Then, one water crocodile suddenly attacked a boy who was in a daze. Caught off guard, the boy was dragged into the water by the crocodile. Gu Xiao, save me! The boy exclaimed in panic, struggling desperately while looking at Gu Chongfeng for help. Roar! Just as Gu Chongfeng was about to step in to save him, a roar startled him into a moment of shock. He saw a giant over 10 meters tall emerge from the void, howling at the sky. Damn! The area boss has appeared right in front of us. Gu Chongfeng turned and ran, completely forgetting about the boy who had been dragged into the water by the crocodile. With their bodies as new professionals, a single touch from this boss would mean certain death. The others, seeing this, also ran for their lives towards East Sea City. Only the boy, dragged deeper into the water by the crocodile, sank further and further. Gu Chang Feng, I hate you. The boy let out his last silent roar and then sank into the abyss along with the water crocodile. Ling Qingxue had just used the ice drop technique to kill a water crocodile and level up to 62 when she heard the warning sound from the system panel. Soon after, a giant holding a bone club appeared above her head. Cyclopes, regional boss, level 200 physical attack, 45,000 magical attack, 23,000 health, 3000000/300000000 physical defense / magical defense, 36500/33500 skills, smash, earthquake, roar, bone club throw, heal. Description: a giant from the void, physical damage reduction plus 50%, magical damage reduction plus 50%. Looking at this astonishing defense and the terrifying damage reduction description, Ling Qingxue abandoned the thought of attacking it. She now had over 10,000 attack power, but in the face of such defense, it seemed too insignificant. Without being at least level 100 after the first class advancement, there was no chance of breaking through its defense. Ling Qingxue decisively turned and ran. After roaring, the Cyclops glanced at the distant Donghai city and then stepped forward. The ground shook with a thud-thud, as if an earthquake had occurred. Wang Jigang led the Donghai City Defense Department to the outskirts of the mangrove forest and, after glancing at the Cyclops information, his expression changed. It's over, this Cyclops doesn't have high attack power. But its defense is just too abnormal. There are no more than 50 people in Donghai City who can break its defense. 3 hours will definitely not be enough. Then, Captain, what should we do? Stop it. No matter what, we can't let it enter the city. One reason why professionals are esteemed is that they need to fight against numerous monsters, always at risk of sacrifice. It's somewhat strange that those of high status must protect ordinary people of low status. But that's how this world is. Perhaps it echoes the saying, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Wang Jigang took the lead in attacking, launching a huge fireball at the Cyclops. Minus 5,580. A pitifully low damage appeared above the Cyclops' head. This amount of damage was negligible compared to the Cyclops' 30 million health. Wang Jigang glanced at his damage and then shouted to those around him, everyone, listen to my orders. Those who can break its defense, attack here. Those who can't and are not warriors or priests, return to the city to maintain order. After Wang Jigang's command was issued, the crowd did not panic. Everyone performed their duties, and the order both on site and in the city was temporarily stabilized. Countless daring battlefield reporters had already rushed outside the city to start live streaming everything. Every randomly spawned boss is headline news, drawing attention from people across the country and even the world. With such a large audience, these people naturally did not want to miss out. Looking at the Cyclops information, the comments began to discuss. Donghai City is in trouble. I heard their main force went to the provincial city to discuss the exam a month from now. When will reinforcements from other cities in Donghua State arrive? Time is tight. The fastest airship will take 3 hours. Then it's over. Donghai City is doomed. This Cyclops defense is too high. It can't be killed in 3 hours. If it evolves into a state-level boss, it will really be the end. This is unavoidable. It seems like this is the first time in history such a defensively abnormal boss has appeared. Yes, it caught us off guard. Other cities might increase their manpower in the future. The good news is that major guilds have sent experts. At least it won't evolve into a national-level boss. As for Donghai City, anyone who can escape should. The online situation is bleak, and no one has any hope for East Sea City. Even the big shots from the major guilds have issued retreat orders upon seeing this situation. Captain, the higher-ups have given orders for us to protect as many civilians as possible while evacuating East Sea City. What did you say? Wang Jigang asked incredulously again. Captain, this is true. The higher-ups said that with our strength it is impossible to kill this Cyclops. We need to evacuate quickly in these 3 hours. No unnecessary sacrifices. After taking a deep breath, Wang Jigang instructed his subordinates, the priest warriors stay behind first, the others escort the civilians out. The warriors need to hold back the giant's steps, while the priests must protect the warriors by healing them. So these two professions cannot leave for now. As soon as Wang Jigang finished speaking, a loud boom was heard. The Cyclops unleashed its skill earthquake tremor. All the warriors blocking its path fell into a state of dizziness. Wang Jigang was not too surprised. Dizziness is temporary and can be lifted quickly. It wouldn't endanger anyone's life. However, after stunning everyone, the Cyclops actually lifted its foot and ran towards East Sea City. All the warriors' taunts had no effect on it. This meant the Cyclops had disengaged from battle. This is bad, Wang Jigang shouted, and a ball of heavenly fire struck the Cyclops' back. But the creature completely ignored him, not even pausing its steps. This guy has intelligence. What the hell? This Cyclops is not just a simple area boss. No one had ever seen a monster that, after being attacked, did not develop hatred towards its attacker. The Cyclops now had only East Sea City in its eyes, ignoring anyone who attacked it along the way. Everyone, run! Someone shouted. Inside East Sea City, chaos erupted. Various cries and the honking of cars mixed together. The once peaceful city was left in turmoil. This was a disaster. 29,998, 29,999, 30,000. I finally mastered it. Suchen looked at his draw slash, which had now become a skilled draw slash. Skilled draw slash 1 slash, all things perish. Description: this skill affects all things within the master's line of sight. No matter how strong the opponent is, as long as the sword is drawn, death is certain. Perfect draw slash, not unlocked, requires proficiency 30,000/30000000. Currently cannot be unlocked, requires proficiency in blocking skills, proficiency in beast catching skills, proficiency in river god skills. Ding, the master's sword has undergone 30,000 refinements and, influenced by this system, has successfully evolved into the Demon Blade Thousand Edges. Demon Blade Thousand Edges, exclusive weapon, bound, part, weapon, grade, mythical, wearing requirement, level 1, physical. Attack power, 10,000, magical attack power, 15,000, special effect, ignores defense, ignores shields, characteristic, each time a creature is killed, increases physical and magical attack power by 1 point. Description: Demon Blade Thousand Edges, only attacks, does not defend. Looking at the newly transformed Demon Blade Thousand Edges in his hand, Suchen couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect to have an extra reward. Thud, thud, thud. With the running of the Cyclops, the ground trembled. All the monsters outside East Sea City surged towards it. In less than half a minute, the Cyclops had reached the vicinity of the leveling area. It's over, Suchen is still there. Just as Ling Qingxue managed to escape to this place, she suddenly remembered and rushed towards the leveling spot for the dwarf chicken at the fastest speed. However, by the time she arrived, the Cyclops had already stomped down. That foot, over 10 meters in size, landed dozens of meters in front of Suchen, and the next step would be right here. Suchen, run! Ling Qingxue shouted, but it was clearly too late. Even if Suchen wanted to run at this moment, he couldn't. Suchen had no intention of running. Instead, he stood up and slowly sheathed his sword. A battlefield reporter riding a griffin in the air, broadcasting live the Cyclops rampage, looked down at the tiny figure below. He couldn't help but sigh. The first person to die in this city because of the Cyclops is about to appear. No matter the final outcome, I will bring everyone the first-hand live report in a timely manner. Why isn't he running? He should run. Maybe he's scared stiff. Not scared stiff, but can't run. There's not enough time. Observant netizens noticed. Isn't this the one who trended a couple of days ago? I think his name is Suchen. It really seems to be him. He's still there, continuously drawing his sword. What a misfortune, a person already mentally unstable, and now this happens. But this could be a kind of relief. Being stomped to death by the Cyclops shouldn't hurt. Alas, what a pitiful person. May there be no Cyclops in heaven. The netizens directly sentenced Suchen to death. Ha ha, deserved. In the distance, Gu Changfeng laughed heartily at this scene. Back then, Suchen had dared to refuse his invitation, and now he could see with his own eyes the person he despised die at the hands of a monster. Gu Changfeng felt immensely satisfied. Originally fleeing for his life, he even stopped to see how Suchen would be turned into a meat patty. The gale brought by the Cyclops run lifted the corners of Suchen's clothes and tousled his hair. Standing on a rock, Suchen gripped the hilt of the magic sword Shenrun with his right hand, calmly looking at the approaching foot of the Cyclops. At that moment, Suchen couldn't help but think of a man named Yasuo. One sword, one thought. The only difference was that he was using a sword. Just before that massive foot completely stomped down, the sword in Suchen's hand moved. Draw sword slash. The light and agile words echoed beneath the giant's foot. Then, a flash of sword light appeared. The Cyclops felt a void beneath its foot and stumbled to the ground. When it looked in shock at its right foot, it found it was already empty. Along with its right foot, its waist and chest also disappeared. Finally, its head. Until the moment of its death, it never understood what had happened. 298564432. A terrifying damage number appeared at the scene. And it wasn't just the Cyclops that died, there were also the monsters it had commanded to attack the city. As the Cyclops' body vanished, dozens of items radiating various colors fell to the ground. Suchen waved his hand, and all the items were collected into his system backpack. You have killed the Cyclops, rewarded with 100,000 experience points. Level increased to level 90. You have killed 100 wasteland wolves, rewarded with 50,000 experience points. Level increased to level 98. You have killed 20 water crocodiles, rewarded with 30,000 experience points. Level increased to level 99. You have killed, your level has reached 100. You can no longer gain experience. Please proceed to the job transfer location to change jobs. World announcement: the boss in the East Sea City area has been killed. It was only when the world announcement rang out that the stunned crowd finally came to their senses. Su Chen, you. Ling Qingxue looked at Su Chen, who was sheathing his sword ahead, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. A one-eyed giant with nearly 30 million health points was killed in an instant? Not only was Ling Qingxue shocked, but even the members of the defense department who had rushed over on flying beasts were dumbfounded. My god, I can't be seeing this wrong, right? The one-eyed giant was actually killed in seconds? Captain, slap me awake. This defense department member slapped himself twice to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Yet, he still found it hard to believe the result before him. Wang Jigang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The one-eyed giant is really dead. A one-eyed giant with such insane defense and 30 million health points was actually killed by the boy in front of him. It was no wonder Wang Jigang lost his composure. This was simply outrageous, beyond outrageous. If it weren't for the countless witnesses present, who would dare to believe it? The problem was that not only the people on site saw it, countless others watched through the Battlefield reporter's livestream. Brothers, did you see that? Did you see it? The reporter was shaking so much he could barely hold the camera steady. Among the fear, there was even more excitement. This astonishing scene was recorded, and it was live. In the live stream room, there was a moment of silence followed by an overwhelming flood of comments. What the hell? Host, did you use special effects? That slash was so damn cool. Mom, I witnessed history. WTF. Was that done by Su Chen? I knew he wasn't an idiot, but you all didn't believe me. No wonder he practices his sword every day. He was waiting for this moment. I want to have his babies. How did he do it? That was a 30 million health boss. The live stream room has been banned. What the hell is going on? Just as the netizens were about to continue watching, the live stream room was directly banned. The heads of the Douhu platform were all gathered together discussing what had just happened. Director, the live stream room has been banned. All related videos have also been deleted. The middle-aged man sitting at the head nodded. The others were puzzled. Director, why is that? Shouldn't we take this opportunity to promote it more? Yeah, Director, this is explosive news. If we don't grab the traffic, someone else will. Everyone quiet down. Do I not know this? Zhou Qingzhong, the director of the Douhu platform, took a deep breath and said, the minister of the security department personally sent a message telling us to keep our mouths shut. No one can spread this matter. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, everyone dared not ask further. They understood that the higher-ups wanted to protect a boy named Su Chen. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely destroy it. This wind might not only come from within the country but could also blow in from abroad. Zhou Qingzhong glanced at everyone present and continued, from now on, all videos related to this matter must be deleted. The review department will work overtime these next few days. We cannot miss a single detail. Director, do you also think it was that boy who killed the Cyclops? But he has only awakened for 3 days. It seems impossible, doesn't it? Zhou Qingzhong frowned and said, to be honest, I don't believe it either, but the result is there. The Cyclops was indeed killed, and there were no others around at the time. And now, who in the world can deal 30 million damage in one strike? Even those legendary big shots probably couldn't do it. Someone asked, is it possible that the Cyclops could only exist for that brief moment and just happen to disappear right after reaching the boy's position? After all, the Cyclops was quite abnormal from the start. Alright, regardless of the truth, let's focus on our own tasks. Other countries will naturally send people to investigate. Zhou Qingzhong stood up and said, meeting adjourned. In Donghai City, the crowd that had been fleeing froze in place upon hearing that the crisis was over and the Cyclops had been killed. Didn't they just say that Donghai City was facing doom and everyone would die? How could it be that just a few minutes later everything was fine? Isn't this just a drill for a boss fight? Those with connections began to inquire about news from acquaintances. Ordinary people without connections were called back home by members of the Defense Department to wait for an announcement regarding the situation. Why is he still alive? This time, you really are lucky. Outside the city, Gu Changfeng glared at Su Chen, who had stolen the spotlight. With a snort, he walked back into the city. The few people who had been fleeing with him did not follow this time. The companion who had been dragged underwater and met a tragic end had warned them that Gu Changfeng wouldn't care about them in times of danger. He merely saw them as tools to be used. What should we do next? What else can we do? Find a place to level up. It may be slow, but it's safe. I figured it out. Relying on others is worse than relying on yourself. Gu Changfeng is not trustworthy. The others nodded in agreement. At the leveling spot, Su Chen sheathed his sword and looked at his status panel. Class Su Chen, level 100. Profession Concept God. Skills Proficient Draw and Slash Block 0/30,000. Potential 1 star. Strength 100. Intelligence 100. Constitution 100. Agility 100. Weapon Magic Blade Shanrun. Skill description. Each job change adds 2 new skills. Su Chen, Yu. Ling Qingxue walked over. She had been closest and had seen everything clearly. Just before the Cyclops stepped down, Su Chen had drawn his sword. Then the Cyclops fell to the ground. Without even a moment to struggle, Su Chen knew what she wanted to ask. Even he was somewhat surprised, let alone others. However, he wouldn't share much about his skills with others. Let them guess. I'll head back to the city to change my class. We can talk later if there's a chance. Su Chen walked past her toward the city. Change class? Has he already reached level 100? Ling Qingxue looked at Su Chen in surprise, then shook her head and self-deprecatingly said, if he can kill a regional boss in an instant, it seems level 100 isn't that impressive. Before he could enter the city, Su Chen was surrounded by a group of people. Hello, Su Chen, may I ask if you were the one who killed the Cyclops? Su Chen, is your training method just doing repetitive tasks every day? Can you share it? The outside world says you haven't awakened a profession and that you're an idiot. What do you think? Isn't it a sure win for you to be the first in Donghua Prefecture this year? Facing these people's questions, Su Chen didn't want to answer any of them. However, this group of people stuck to him like a stubborn adhesive. In a fit of anger, Su Chen unsheathed his magic knife, 1,000 blades, with a clang. Regardless of whether these people had phones or cameras, they were all cut in half. Within his line of sight, as long as Su Chen was willing, anything could be severed. If you dare to follow me again, it will be your legs that get broken. Su Chen coldly glared at these people. He then strode towards the awakening temple. The crowd was startled and no longer dared to follow. Most of them were just ordinary people. Even if Su Chen cut off their legs, they could only suffer the loss. After all, they had obstructed Su Chen's passage. In a world where professionals were revered, ordinary people dared to block professionals without reason. Professionals could act first and report later. The Awakening Temple. There is one in every city in the world. No one knows how the Awakening Temple came to be. Everyone only knows that the square outside the Awakening Temple is where one awakens their profession. Inside the Awakening Temple is where professionals change their jobs. There is no one to oversee it, nor is there a need for supervision. As long as one enters the temple, they will automatically receive their job change task. Completing the task allows for the job change. Each job change not only strengthens one's skills but also enhances one's potential star quality. For example, a 1-star would become a 2-star after the first change, and a 5-star would become a 6-star. Every 100 levels grants an opportunity for a job change. Each change increases 1 star, up to a maximum of 9 changes. Su Chen entered the Awakening Temple, and the surroundings appeared very spacious. The entire hall was enveloped in golden light, creating a feeling of joy for both body and mind. At that moment, a voice that was indistinguishable as male or female echoed in the hall. Welcome, Professional Su Chen. Your level has reached the requirements for a job change. Do you accept the job change task? Yes. Your job change task has been delivered. 1. Kill the 90-level hell difficulty deep-sea dungeon boss, Black Octopus King. Once. Can form a team, limit of 4 people. 2. Obtain 80 crocodile skins from the elite water crocodiles in the mangroves. 3. Obtain 3 fangs from the wilderness wolf king. Note: the materials for the job change task cannot be obtained through purchase or gifts from others. They must be personally acquired by the professional through monster kills. After reading the job change tasks, Su Chen turned and walked out of the Awakening Temple. To complete the first dungeon task, he still needed one thing. That was the Water Avoidance Pearl. The deep-sea dungeon primarily involved underwater combat, and without the Water Avoidance Pearl, one would drown. Each Water Avoidance Pearl lasts for 30 minutes. They can either be obtained by killing clam monsters at the seaside or purchased from the merchant. Su Chen had no time to kill those clams, so he headed straight for the merchant's location. However, before that, Su Chen opened his system backpack. He hadn't had the chance to check the pile of items dropped by the one-eyed giant. To buy the Water Avoidance Pearl, he also needed money. He was currently broke, without even money for a meal today. So Su Chen planned to sort through the dropped items and selectively sell some to earn a little money. With that in mind, Su Chen looked at the first piece of equipment in his backpack. Giant's Tooth Part, Necklace Grade, Gold Wearing Requirement, Level 2, First Transition Strength, 4500 Intelligence, 1200 Special Effect, increases physical attack damage by 20%. Set Effect: the Giant Jewelry 3-piece set provides an additional 15% physical attack damage. The Giant Jewelry 5-piece set provides an additional 30% physical attack damage. Description: the tooth of a cyclops, incredibly sharp. Giant's Belt Part, Belt Grade, Gold Wearing Requirement, Level 2, First Transition Physical Defense, 5200 Magical Defense, 4800 Health, 28500 Special Effect. Wearing it increases body size by 10%, maximum health increases by 10%. Set Effect: the Giant Armor 3-piece set provides an additional 15% dual defense and 15% health. The Giant Armor 5-piece set provides an additional 30% dual defense and 30% health. Description: the belt of a cyclops, it makes you bigger. Giant's shoes part, shoes grade, silver wearing requirement, level 2, first transition physical defense, 4800 magical defense, 4200 movement speed, 180 special effect, increases movement speed by an additional 20%. Set effect, the Giant Armor 3-piece set provides an additional 15% dual defense and 15% health. The Giant Armor 5-piece set provides an additional 30% dual defense and 30% health. Description: the shoes of a giant wearing straw sandals feels like flying. Giant's pants part, pants grade, silver wearing requirement, level 2, first transition physical defense, 3800 magical defense, 4200 dodge value, 2280 special effect, total dodge value increases by an additional 15%. Set effect: the Giant Armor 3-piece set provides an additional 15% dual defense and 15% health. The Giant Armor 5-piece set provides an additional 30% dual defense and 30% health. Description: the pants of a giant, a bit tattered, but otherwise quite good. After looking at these pieces of equipment, Su-Chen couldn't help but marvel at how good the equipment from the regional boss was. Each piece had percentage enhancement effects, and if these were put on the market, each would be worth a fortune. The most important thing was their set effect. Once a complete set was gathered, all attributes would be significantly boosted. Su-Chen decided to keep the 3 pieces of armor for himself and sell the necklace for money. After examining the equipment, Su-Chen opened his material bag. Cyclopes Eye category, equipment inlay material grade, epic inlay. Effect: physical immunity increases by 30%, magical immunity increases by 30%. Description: the eye of a cyclops possessing powerful defensive effects. Void pearl category, special material grade. Description: an item brought into this world along with the cyclops, specific uses unknown. After looking at these two materials, Su-Chen's heart raced with joy, his heartbeat quickening to twice its normal rate. This time he really struck it rich. Although he didn't know what the void pearl was for, the attributes of the cyclops eye, increasing physical and magical immunity by 30%, was equivalent to having a 30% damage reduction effect. Even the top tier of people in the world would go crazy for this. The most important thing was that this was an inlay material with no level restrictions, and it wouldn't occupy an equipment slot. If it were auctioned off, it would likely fetch an unimaginable price. Calling it a priceless treasure would not be an exaggeration. Its grade was only epic, but in Su-Chen's view, this cyclops eye could easily be considered a mythical material level. I just don't know how this equipment is determined to be epic. Su-Chen calmed his inner excitement. He didn't plan to sell this item but to keep it for himself. His basic attributes were too low, and now with the blade draw skill, he could be said to have unmatched attack power. However, his defense was too weak. If he were ambushed by an assassin-type character, he might not even have the chance to draw his sword. Therefore, defensive equipment and materials were what Su-Chen needed to prioritize collecting at the moment. The attributes of the Eye of the Giant could completely make up for his basic attribute deficiencies. Su-Chen glanced at the Demon Blade Shinran. Currently, the only equipment that could match the Eye of the Giant was it. Who said the Demon Blade Shinran only had offense and no defense? Su-Chen decided to find a forge to embed the Eye of the Giant into the Demon Blade Shinran after selling his equipment. Exiting the system and looking at the road, Su-Chen walked towards the nearest trading house. East Sea City Airship Transport Center. Lu Wenshu, along with the strong from East Sea City and support personnel from other cities, had just arrived. They hurriedly got off the airship and summoned their flying pets to fly outside East Sea City. "Young master, should we follow them to take a look?" butlerly asked the young man beside him, watching Lu Wenshu and the others leave. Li Wanqing, the young master of the Great Fortune Trading House, was the only dual-class 5-star potential practitioner in Donghua Prefecture. Li Wanqing shook his head. "It's been almost 2 hours since it ended. There's nothing to see. However, I'm quite interested in what the Cyclops dropped. In that case, Uncle Li, you notify the person in charge of the Great Fortune Trading House in East Sea City and have them find Su-Chen to buy everything he got from the Cyclops. The price can be negotiated." Butler Li nodded. "All right, young master, I'll notify them right away." Wait a moment. Li Wanqing thought for a moment and still felt something was off. In the past, regional boss drops were always the top-tier items in their category. Moreover, this time the Cyclops seemed to have intelligence. "Uncle Li, you should go personally, make sure to secure everything. I have a feeling this boss will drop something special. So should I go now, young master?" "Go ahead, I'll take a stroll around East Sea City." Outside East Sea City. "City Lord, you're back." Wang Jigang greeted Lu Wenshu, accompanied by members of the Defense Department. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Wang." Wang Jigang waved his hand. "It's nothing too strenuous, I was just a bit startled this time." Lu Wenshu looked around and asked, "Where did Su-Chen go?" In response to the City Lord, Su-Chen returned to the city after defeating the Cyclops. "I needed to clear the monsters causing a riot outside the city, so I didn't keep him. However, according to reports from my subordinates, there was surveillance showing he headed towards the Awakening Temple." Awakening Temple? What is he going there for? In fact, Lu Wenshu knew that aside from the first awakening, going to the Awakening Temple was for job changing. He just found it hard to believe. Had he really reached the level for a job change in just a few days since awakening? Wang Jigang knew what Lu Wenshu was thinking and could only smile. Riley, City Lord, he just killed the Cyclops. It seems quite normal for him to be able to change jobs now. That does seem to be the case. You go call someone to invite him to the City Lord's mansion. I have something to discuss with him. After giving his orders, Lu Wenshu flew towards his residence with the others. Just now, the major trading houses in Donghai City received notifications from their superiors. Closely monitor Su Chen's movements. As soon as he shows any intention to sell something, immediately go and buy it, assess the quality and set the price, and act freely. The heads of the trading houses saw this notification and hurriedly prepared funds to use their connections to find out Su Chen's whereabouts. Su Chen went to the Awakening Temple. Su Chen has already come out of the Awakening Temple. He stayed in the temple square for more than 10 minutes, probably clearing his equipment. Su Chen is heading towards the Datong trading house. Hurry and follow him. There's an 80% chance he's going to sell equipment. At this moment, all the heads of the trading houses rushed towards the Datong trading house, fearing they would be a step behind. Only the head of the Dayun trading house sat there, unsure of what to do. What should we do, boss? Wu Xiaotsui asked the man in front of her. Damn it, if you ask me, who should I ask? If you hadn't mocked him that day, would I have followed you to humiliate him? But he didn't know that a useless person suddenly became powerful. Wu Xiaotsui felt a bit wronged, especially since her man seemed to be even more unreasonable. Why was all the blame being pushed onto her? Wang Fugue glared at her inside. Well, now it's good. He's made it big, and now the higher-ups have given orders for us to use every means to buy his equipment. Do you think he will sell to us? Wang Fugue recalled the way Su Chen looked at them that day, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. If they couldn't buy anything from him, they could find excuses to brush it off. But what if Su Chen retaliated against them? Wang Fugue thought of the one-eyed giant that had been killed in an instant and felt even more afraid. Just as the two were at a loss, an old voice rang out from outside the trading house. Wang Fugue, why are you still sitting inside? Steward Li walked in, looking displeased at Wang Fugue and the others. I heard that the heads of other trading houses have already rushed to the Datong trading house. What are you doing here? Seeing the visitor, Wang Fugue suddenly stood up, trembling. Steward Li, why are you here? Steward Li shot him a cold glance. What? You don't welcome me? No, I wouldn't dare. Please, have a seat, Steward Li. Steward Li waved his hand. No need to sit. Hurry to the Datong trading house. The young master ordered me to come personally. We must get our hands on those items. But what? Nothing. At all. Wang Fugue didn't dare to mention the conflict between him and Su Chen, so he could only grit his teeth and accompany Steward Li towards the Datong trading house. Outside the Datong trading house, a crowd had already gathered, waiting for Su Chen's arrival. It was unclear who shouted, "He's coming! He's coming!" Everyone turned to look down the road. They saw Su Chen striding over. Upon seeing so many people gathered outside the Datong trading house, Su Chen frowned. If he had known there would be so many people, he would have chosen another trading house. He didn't know how long he would have to wait in line. Before Su Chen could walk over, the crowd surrounded him. Brother Su, are you here to sell something? Our Shangshur trading house has ample funds and abundant resources. Whether you buy or sell, we can offer you a suitable price. Brother Su, don't go to him. Our Guangfa trading house is spread all over Donghua Prefecture and is one of the top trading houses in the state. Little brother, stop. Su Chen interrupted them, puzzled. How do you know I want to sell something? Little brother, you're joking. You killed the one-eyed giant and it was seen all over the internet. The equipment you dropped. So that's how it is. Su Chen understood. Brother Su, are you selling your equipment? Can you show us the attributes? Yes, let's take a look at the attributes. Most of us are seeing equipment dropped by a regional boss for the first time. Su Chen originally came to sell equipment, and seeing so many business leaders wanting to buy, he was naturally pleased. With competition, the price would naturally be higher. So Su Chen took out the giant's tooth and shared the attributes with everyone. It's actually a golden piece of equipment and it's jewelry. The base attributes aren't particularly outstanding, but this effect that increases damage by 20%. This is definitely a top-tier golden equipment of this level. I feel like an ordinary epic equipment can't compare to this necklace. Everyone discussed their praises, never ceasing. Since everyone likes it, let's hear your offers. One word, the highest bidder wins. After Su Chen finished speaking, he put away the equipment and looked at the crowd. He knew a bit about the pricing of golden equipment at various levels. This type of golden equipment above level 2 generally priced between 20 million to 30 million. A very few might reach around 40 million. However, the effect of the giant's tooth could already rival that of epic equipment of the same level. So Su Chen's psychological price was around 50 million. Our great commerce firm can barely be considered the host, right? I'll make the first offer. 20 million, shouted the head of the great commerce firm. Boss Yang, your vision is too small. 20 million is too little. Our prosperity commerce firm offers 25 million. Boss Joe is a bit greedy. Our universal commerce firm offers 30 million. 30 million, that's already the Limit price for golden equipment of this level. The head of Universal Commerce firm said nonchalantly, if you're afraid of losing money, you can back out. Our Universal Commerce firm has money to spare. 40 million. A sudden voice rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone turned around and frowned simultaneously. Boss Ling, why are you, a businessman dealing with ordinary people, getting involved in the equipment of professionals? The newcomer smiled faintly. Good things are liked by everyone. Is it wrong for me to buy this necklace for my daughter? Of course not. In that case, our Prosperity Commerce firm offers 45 million. The head of Prosperity Commerce firm had a determined look. Hearing this price, the heads of various firms stopped raising their bids. If the price went any higher, there wouldn't be much profit left. 50 million. Boss Ling's calm voice rang out again. Wow. Hearing this bid, everyone looked at Boss Ling in surprise. Boss Ling is indeed wealthy. Our Prosperity Commerce firm withdraws from the competition. The head of Prosperity Commerce firm shook his head and stepped back. 50 million had already exceeded their expectations. If they really won the bid, they wouldn't make any money at all. So no one else raised their bids. Seeing that they had all stopped bidding, Suchen took out the necklace, ready to hand it over to the buyer. Wait. The voice of Steward Lee rang out from a distance. Our Great Fortune Commerce firm offers 60 million. Hearing this bid, everyone turned to look. Who is this person? That one behind him is Boss Wang from Dayun Trading, right? Is Dayun Trading out of their minds? 60 million can buy epic gear. Steward Lee brought Wang Fuguei to the front of the crowd and cupped his hands, saying, Greetings, esteemed bosses. My master is the current helmsman of Dayun Trading and I am his steward. So it's someone from the Dayun Trading headquarters. Although everyone present was the head of their respective trading companies in Donghai City, they were still far behind Steward Lee. The crowd returned the greeting. I wonder if anyone else will bid? If not, this necklace will belong to us at Dayun Trading. The others shook their heads in unison. They didn't want to bid any further at 50 million, let alone at 60 million. It could be said that buying it for 60 million would be a loss. Even Boss Ling shook his head. This price was too high, it was no longer worth it. Seeing no one speaking, Steward Lee smiled and said, Then, we shall take it. Wang Fuguei, pay up. Wang Fuguei had been keeping his head down all the way here, afraid of being discovered by Su Chen. Now, with Steward Lee's words, he was directly exposed. Wang Fuguei lowered his head and pulled out a card from his pocket, whispering, Here is 60 million. The money can be withdrawn by all major trading companies. Looking at the trading card Wang Fuguei handed over, Su Chen did not take it but merely looked at him coldly. I'm sorry, but even if I were to give it away, I wouldn't sell it to Dayun Trading. What does this mean, young friend? Steward Lee glanced at Su Chen and asked, Did you not say that the highest bidder wins? I did say that, but I won't sell it to you. Is that a problem? At this moment, Wang Fuguei buried his head even deeper. Everyone present felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off. It seemed that Su Chen had a grudge against Dayun Trading. Looking at Wang Fuguei's nervous expression, everyone speculated that it was definitely related to him. Steward Lee was not a fool. Being the steward of the Lee family, he was naturally a person of great tact. Wang Fuguei had been very resistant to coming with him from the start, and now he didn't even dare to look at Su Chen. Wang Fuguei, what exactly is going on? Steward Lee asked coldly. Steward Lee, Wang Fuguei didn't know how to respond. Let me speak for him, Su Chen said. 3 days ago, I went to Dayun Trading to buy a knife, but Dayun Trading looked down on my meager offerings and humiliated me by giving me a rusty broken knife. What do you think I should do to thank Boss Wan for his generous gift of the knife? After Su Chen finished speaking, everyone finally understood what had happened. Wang Fuguei must have bullied him when he was weak, but he didn't expect Su Chen to grow so quickly. The retaliation was already here. The crowd looked at Steward Lee with a mindset of watching a show, eager to see how he would handle it. Steward Lee coldly looked at Wang Fuguei and asked, Is what he said true? It is. Upon hearing Wang Fuguei's admission, Steward Lee snorted coldly. This is what the young master wants. You better explain it clearly to the young master, or you know the consequences. After giving Su Chen a glance, Steward Lee turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Wang Fuguei shot a hateful glance at Su Chen and hurriedly followed. Now that the mask had been torn off, he no longer pretended. Now that the people from Dayun Trading have left, does this thing belong to me? Of course. Su Chen took out the Yi Giant's tooth and handed it to Boss Ling. Boss Ling also took out a trading card and handed it to Su Chen. The transaction was completed. The others showed no intention of dispersing. Instead, they looked at Su Chen and said, Brother Su, what about the other items? That Cyclops must have dropped more than just this piece of equipment, right? Yes, bring them all out. Let's estimate a price and buy them together. Su Chen shook his head. Sorry, esteemed bosses, but I want to keep the other items for myself and won't sell them. Is that so? What a pity. They had originally wanted to see what other good things were available, but they didn't expect Su Chen to be unwilling to sell anything. Since there was nothing left, everyone had no reason to stay. Once everyone dispersed, Su Chen walked into the Great Fortune Trading Company. Oh, does young friend Su need anything? Our Great Fortune Trading Company can give you a 10% discount. The manager of the trading company greeted him with a beaming smile. Since Su Chen had said he wasn't selling anything, he must have come to buy something. Naturally, this made him even happier. I want to buy 2 water avoidance pearls and a set of level 100 or so silver-grade defensive equipment. Also, I need 50,000 in cash. In a small place like East Sea City, gold-grade equipment was already a treasure, and there wasn't much of it, so Su Chen could only settle for a set of silver-grade armor as a temporary measure. As for jewelry, most of it added attack attributes, which Su Chen didn't need, so he didn't mention it. Alright, Su brother, please take a seat, I'll arrange it for you right away. The manager, full of smiles, went into the back room. A set of silver-grade equipment was enough to cover his business turnover for several months. For him, this was already a considerable fortune. After more than 10 minutes, the manager came out. Water avoidance pearls, 100,000 each, a total of 200,000. A set of silver-grade equipment, 5 pieces, a total of 6 million. Here is 50,000 in cash. After the 10% discount, young friend Su only needs to pay 5.4 million, and the water avoidance pearls are a gift from me. Su Chen nodded, paid the money, took the items, and walked outside. Su Chen, the city lord requests your presence. As soon as Su Chen stepped out, he was stopped by someone from the defense department. What does the city lord want with me? We are not sure, but the car is ready. The leader pointed to a car parked by the roadside. Lu Wenshu was both the city lord of East Sea City and Su Chen's principal. Since the other party was looking for him at this time, it must be regarding the one-eyed giant. This matter was indeed a bit outrageous. Since Lu Wenshu had sent someone to invite him, Su Chen felt he should give his principal some face. I understand, let's go. Su Chen nodded and got into the car. The car roared to life and headed towards the city lord's mansion. Inside the Great Fortune Trading Company, Wang Fugue and Wu Xiaocui knelt on the ground with their heads bowed, not daring to make a sound. Li Wanqing played with a golden dagger in his hands, his voice calm. Do you know your mistakes? Wang Fugue and the others nodded their heads loudly. Young master, we know we were wrong, please spare us. Young master, we won't dare again. Li Wanqing drew the dagger with a clang inside. You made a mistake, but it caused the Great Fortune Trading Company to suffer losses, and more importantly, our reputation has been ruined. How do you think others will view our Great Fortune Trading Company from now on? Wang Fugue was so scared that he was sweating profusely, quickly begging for mercy. Young master, please spare my life. I have one more thing to report. Oh, let's hear it. That knife in Su Chen's hand. We have seen it, it's the one I gave him, and that knife is definitely not an ordinary item. I have a way to restore our Great Fortune Trading Company's reputation and make him infamous. Hearing this, Li Wanqing put away the dagger and smiled. Interesting, I look forward to your good news. The Lord's Mansion of Donghai City is located in the center of Donghai City. At this moment, the hall is already filled with people. In addition to the renowned masters from Donghai City, there are also many powerful individuals who have rushed in from the provincial capital for support. Lord Nangong, the 7th level mage of the Magic Association, has arrived. Upon hearing this voice, everyone was taken aback and hurried outside. Nangong Ming, a 7th level mage, is considered a top-tier powerhouse in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, he comes from the Magic Association. It is well known that after awakening, the young talents of the Dragon Kingdom enter major national guilds for further training based on their exam results. The elite among these guilds will take exams according to their professions to enter the 2 top-tier associations, the Magic Association and the Warrior Association. Only the most talented of the talented have the opportunity to enter these 2 associations. The difficulty of entering the Magic Association is evident. In the sky outside the Lord's Mansion, a flying magical beast with a wingspan of several dozen meters, enveloped in blazing flames, is quietly hovering there. It's a fire-earth beast, the flying magical beast that is said to only appear in the polar abyss. If it breathes fire down, there will be no survivors in the entire Lord's Mansion. Everyone looked nervously at the middle-aged man sitting atop the fire-earth beast. Nangong Ming stood up and addressed the crowd. I have been sent by the president to kill the one-eyed giant that is about to evolve into a state-level boss. Where has that one-eyed giant gone? The crowd exchanged glances. It seemed this lord had been too focused on his journey to watch the live broadcast. Lu Wenshu stepped forward and bowed in response to Lord Nangong. The one-eyed giant was killed 2 hours ago. Wasn't it said that Donghai City was unable to resist this? Lu Wenshu bowed again. The one-eyed giant has indeed been killed, and the person who killed it is on the way to the Lord's Mansion. From what you say, that boss was killed by an individual? Nangong Ming frowned. At the same time, he felt puzzled. The association only sent him and no one else. Could it be that a colleague happened to solve it on the way? It should be. Lu Wenshu didn't know how to respond. If he said it was killed by a newly awakened child, Nangong Ming would probably slap him to death. No one would believe such a thing. In that case, wait for him. Nangong Ming stepped forward, and with a flash of light, he instantly appeared on the ground. When dealing with someone of similar strength or possibly stronger, Nangong Ming did not dare to remain in the air. This is teleportation, a high-level skill of the mage profession. Upon seeing this skill, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. About 10 minutes later, Su Chen arrived at the Lord's mansion. After entering with the Defense Department personnel, he found a group of people standing silently in the courtyard. No one spoke or moved. What are these people doing? Playing statues? Lu Wenshu stood there awkwardly for a while, and upon hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw Su Chen, quickly waving him over. Su Chen, come here. After Su Chen approached, Lu Wenshu said to Nangong Ming, who was admiring the flowers in the courtyard, Lord Nangong, the person you were waiting for has arrived. Su Chen looked curiously at the middle-aged man who was dressed in snow-white clothing. Beneath his starry brows and sword-like eyes were a pair of wise eyes. Even Lu Wenshu had to address him as Lord, indicating that this person was not ordinary. No wonder these people were standing like statues. Upon hearing that the person had arrived, Nangong Ming's eyes turned to Su Chen and then his brows furrowed. Lord Lu, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Lord Nangong, please don't misunderstand, it was indeed Su Chen who killed the one-eyed giant, and there is video evidence. The others also chimed in, yes, there was a live broadcast, everyone on the internet can testify. Where's the video? Bring it to me. This left Lu Wenshu at a loss. At that time, the live broadcast room was shut down, and all videos were taken down, except for a few people who might have recorded the screen. He really couldn't produce any video evidence. Seeing Lu Wenshu stammering and unable to provide the video, Nangong Ming's voice turned cold. You dare to conspire against me? What ulterior motives do you have? He had heard that the East China State's major examination was set in Donghai City. Coupled with these people's unusual behavior, Nangong Ming had reason to suspect that they were plotting some conspiracy together. Thinking of this, a scorching flame began to emanate from Nangong Ming's body. The crowd had no choice but to step back several paces. They dared not get close to the flames released by a 7th-level mage. It's a misunderstanding, Lord Nangong, it's a misunderstanding. The live broadcast was banned halfway through, and other related videos were also taken down. We really can't produce the video, but many netizens saw it and they can all testify. The crowd hurriedly began to explain. Nangong Ming did not look at these people, but turned to Su Chen and said, I don't need the video you mentioned. Since you say that the Cyclops was killed by him, then I will give him a chance to prove himself. If he cannot pass my test, then you all should know the consequences of deceiving me. As soon as Nangong Ming said this, the faces of the crowd turned pale. They had indeed watched that live broadcast, but the truth of the matter had not yet been investigated clearly. What if a big shot passed by and secretly intervened, or if that monster suddenly died on its own? If Su Chen just happened to pick up a loose end, wouldn't they be in trouble? Seeing Nangong Ming's stance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. Even if they ultimately proved their innocence, the blame would still be unjustly suffered. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Su Chen. They could only hope that the Cyclops was indeed killed by Su Chen. At this moment, Lu Wenshu also looked at Su Chen, his voice trembling slightly. Su Chen, did you kill the Cyclops? You can't lie. Of course. Su Chen nodded. The fact was as such, and he wouldn't lie. All right, Principal, I believe you won't lie. Lu Wenshu wiped the sweat from his forehead, still looking somewhat uneasy about Su Chen. The square outside is nice, let's go out and test the truth. Nangong Ming stepped out of the courtyard and into the square outside the city lord's mansion. The crowd hurriedly led Su Chen out. Upon seeing everyone come out, Nangong Ming spoke. I have a beast, exactly level 200, just an elite level monster. If he can kill this beast, I will believe what you said. With a wave of his right hand, a giant beast resembling a bull, several meters tall, was summoned to the center of the square. Roar! The giant beast raised its front feet and then slammed them down onto the ground. After setting up a protective barrier around him, Nangong Ming looked at Su Chen and said, Little brother, please. Su Chen nodded to Lu Wenshu, then took out the magic knife, 1000 blades, and walked towards the center of the square. Sky Wild Blue Bull, Elite, Level 200 Physical Attack, 27500 Magical Attack, 8300 Health, 320000/320000 Physical Defense / Magical Defense, 21000/22500 Skills, Charge, Earth Tremor, Fury Description, a Bull type. Monster with a bad temper, do not wear red clothing when encountering it. Seeing the attributes of this monster, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious for Su Chen. This thing looked tough to fight. More importantly, they were worried for their own lives. Su Chen, you have to hold your ground, you must win. I'm here to support East Sea City, I didn't provoke anyone to be scared here. Nangong Ming glanced at these people. How dare you call a child to deceive me? Let's see what excuses you have later. Seeing Su Chen already in the arena, Nangong Ming shouted, let's begin. Roar! The previously quiet Sky Wild Blue Bull's eyes glowed red, and it suddenly kicked off with its hind legs, charging directly at Su Chen, who was standing in the arena. Don't be fooled by Su Chen's silver defensive gear. Being rammed by this bull would at least leave him bruised. It might even take him out in one hit, so Su Chen wouldn't give it the chance to hit him. Clang! A crisp sound of a blade echoed in the arena. Upon hearing this sound and seeing Su Chen's movement, everyone was reminded of the scene when the one-eyed giant died. Here it comes. Just like that, it was this very blade, I remember it clearly. Before they could finish, a flash of blade light zipped through the arena. The charging Sky Wild Blue Bull maintained its posture, but its body was already sliced into countless pieces from the head down. 320000. A high number appeared on the spot. Silence, a deathly silence. Another strike, seemingly ordinary. But the Sky Wild Blue Bull was dead, killed by this seemingly ordinary strike. Although it was the second time they witnessed this, everyone was still shocked beyond measure. The feeling of being there in person was completely different from watching it on a screen. Crack! Nangong Ming's barrier shattered. The sound of the barrier breaking awakened everyone, followed by countless cheers. Great! I knew he could do it. Woo woo! My life is saved. How did he do that? Lu Wenshu was still somewhat stunned by the earlier scene. He had personally watched this child awaken and thought Su Chen would lead a mediocre life, destined to achieve nothing. But reality told him this was a prodigy. An incredibly powerful prodigy. In just a few days, he could take down a level 200 boss and this level 200 elite monster. If he continued to grow, how terrifying would that be? At this moment, if anyone was the most shocked, it was Nangong Ming. Su Chen's ability to kill the Sky Wild Blue Bull was indeed unbelievable to him. However, his barrier had also been shattered. This was something he took pride in. Even if someone of the same level fought him, it would be impossible to break his barrier in just a few rounds. But that child, just by drawing his sword, caused his barrier to shatter along with the Sky Wild Blue Bull. What did this indicate? It indicated that this child already had the strength to compete with their generation. This was beyond common sense. After a while, Nangong Ming regained his composure and fixed his gaze on Su Chen, asking, "What is your name?" Su Chen had already earned his recognition, worthy of him personally inquiring about Su Chen's name. Su Chen sheathed his sword and smiled. Su Chen. Su Chen? I will remember you. A hint of regret flashed in Nangong Ming's eyes. If you were a mage, I could recommend you to enter the Magic Association early. Ah, those rough men from the Cheap Warriors Association. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback again. Directly entering the Magic Association had seemingly only happened 3 times in the hundreds of years of the Dragon Kingdom. Each of these 3 was a genius among geniuses, achieving heights that countless others could hardly reach. Who would have thought that Nangong Ming would value Su Chen so highly? This was enough to illustrate Su Chen's extraordinary nature. Nangong Ming stepped onto the body of the Fire Earth Beast and then said to everyone, "Since the Cyclops is dead, I will return to report. Little brother Su Chen, take this plaque. If you need my help, you can bring it to the Magic Association to find me. Hope to see you again in the future." Nangong Ming took out a metal plaque and tossed it to Su Chen, then rode off on the Fire Earth Beast. Su Chen caught the plaque and took a look. The front had the emblem of the Magic Association, while the back bore Nangong Ming's name. Everyone looked at the plaque in Su Chen's hand with envy. This was a token from a 7th-tier Grand Mage, and it could easily resolve ordinary matters. It was equivalent to having a protective charm. If Lu Wenshu had been terrified earlier, now he was so happy he could almost jump up. Good, good, good. Su Chen, well done. As Lu Wenshu thought of the upcoming major exam, he couldn't help but feel even happier. During this time in the provincial city, the Lord of Chioshui City had been bragging in front of him about how powerful the dual-class 5-star potential student from his school was. He had been mocking Lu Wenshu for Donghai City always coming in last. He even suggested to the governor to cut investments in Donghai City. Lu Wenshu had long been displeased with him. Once the major exam was over, he wanted to see where the old face of the Chioshui City Lord would go. Principal Lu, Lord Lu, did you call me here for anything else today? Su Chen was still thinking about embedding his weapon and had no time to chat with them. Lu Wenshu smiled and said, "Hey, why call me Principal or Lord? Just call me Old Lu. If you have things to do, you can go ahead." Lu Wenshu had invited Su Chen today mainly to inquire about the Cyclops. Now that everything was clear, there was naturally nothing more to ask Su Chen. "Then I'll take my leave." "Alright, if you need help, just come to the Lord's mansion. As long as I can help, I guarantee I will assist you. Xiaowang, please drive Su Chen." After Su Chen left, others also bid farewell to Lu Wenshu. "Lord Lu, congratulations. This time, the top scholar of the province must be Su Chen. Donghai City will surely become famous. Now that the Cyclops is dead, we should head back." Hearing this, Lu Wenshu was even happier, so he stopped these people and said, "Where are you all going? Since you're here and I'm happy today, let's not leave until we're drunk. Let's go to the Tian Shan Rinjian restaurant. It's on me." A group of people behind Lu Wenshu looked at him in disbelief. Is the Lord okay? He's usually so stingy, and now he wants to take us to the biggest restaurant for a meal? Can't you see? We're benefiting from Su Chen's glory. Anyway, as long as there's food, who cares about anything else? Ha, that's true. This time, we must make the Lord spend big. Su, young Master Su, where are you going? I'll take you there. Wang Jigang initially wanted to call Su Chen by his name directly, but then he thought, this is someone the city Lord treats as a distinguished guest, someone favored by a 7th-tier mage. So he couldn't help but be a bit more respectful in his address. "Captain Wan, which blacksmith?" shop in the city is the best? Blacksmith shop? If we're talking about skill, it must be Su Wu from the Su family blacksmith shop in the East City. I've heard there's also a high-level blacksmith hidden inside. Then let's go to the Su family blacksmith shop. Alright. Wang Jigang nodded, glanced at the road, and drove towards the East City. Inside the Su family blacksmith shop, a man in his 30s was hammering away at a glowing red iron block, his bare arms glistening with sweat. The sound of bang bang echoed throughout the street. Outside the blacksmith shop, a group of people gathered, chatting while waiting for their items to be forged. Boss Su's forging skills have improved quite a bit. In our Donghai city, Boss Su's forging skills can be considered the best, right? Absolutely. As soon as the crisis is over today, I'm coming to Boss Su to forge some equipment. Usually, my gear is just passable. I never thought about getting some good equipment. Today, I realized that without good gear, I can't escape as fast as others. Speaking of which, we owe it all to that young brother. Someone asked in confusion, do you think that young brother is some ancient monster disguised as a teenager? Otherwise, how could he kill a cyclops with one strike? Wasn't it said that the kid just awakened and is a high school student? You believe that? The internet is full of nonsense. It's definitely fabricated. Do you think he awakened from the womb? Practiced for 18 years? Even so, he couldn't kill a cyclops with one strike. I suspect either a big shot helped him secretly, or he's an ancient monster in disguise. Ding ding. Just as the crowd was discussing passionately, a car stopped on the street outside. It seems to be Captain Wang from the Defense Department. Is he here to forge equipment too? The crowd whispered a few words while looking at the car. However, when they saw the two people getting out of the car, specifically Su Chen getting out of the passenger seat, they immediately shut their mouths as they had just been discussing him. They dared to talk behind his back, but discussing him in front of him was something they wouldn't even consider, no matter how brave they were. Wang Jigang led Su Chen to the front of the blacksmith shop, and the crowd quickly parted to give them a passage. In this world, strength is paramount. Neither Wang Jigang nor Su Chen was someone they could provoke, so there was no question of waiting in line. Strength was privilege. Boss Su, young Master Su wants to forge something. Please help him first before working on others. Su Wu looked up and, upon seeing Su Chen, his expression clearly froze for a moment. Then he quickly said, no problem, I should thank him, otherwise my family would be in danger today. Su Wu quickly finished what he was working on and then looked at Su Chen. What do you want to forge? Everyone, including Wang Jigang, turned to Su Chen, eager to know what he wanted to create. Su Chen took out the eye of the Cyclops and the demon blade. Chen run. I want to embed this eyeball into the back of the hilt. Personal equipment cannot be seen by others without the owner's authorization, so everyone could only judge its value by its appearance. The eye of the giant was too recognizable, being a miniature version of the eyeball from the Cyclops' head. When Su Chen took it out, everyone immediately recognized what it was. I wonder what level of material this eyeball is, someone whispered. It feels like it's at least gold level. Su Wu picked up the giant's eye, and Su Chen shared the material information with him. Su Wu's face showed excitement. However, as a forge master, he still knew the basic rules of the industry. Without permission from the client, a forge master cannot disclose any information about the forging materials to others. Otherwise, he would lose his forge master's certification. Although Su Wu was excited, he did not reveal any information about the eye of the giant, and the others also knew the rules, so they did not ask. Su Wu held it in his hands for a while, then regretfully said, sorry, this item is too high in level. I might not be able to help you with the embedding. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at the eye of the giant. Again, what level of item was this? Even Su Wu couldn't embed it. I remember that Boss Su has embedded golden level materials before, so this eyeball. The person did not finish his sentence, but the others, watching, understood what he meant. This eyeball was at least of epic level material, otherwise Su Wu wouldn't be unable to embed it. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Su Chen with envy. They had never even touched golden level equipment in their lives. Others casually took out a material that exceeded golden level, and it was only for embedding. Su Chen felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't have it embedded. It seemed he would have to go to a big city later to find someone else to do it. Seeing Su Chen retract the item and prepare to leave, Su Wu hurriedly said, wait a moment, guest. I'll go call my master. He will definitely be able to help you. After Su Wu finished speaking, he quickly ran towards the inner courtyard. For something of this level, his master would surely be willing to take action. The greatest desire of a forge master in their lifetime is to forge a top-tier piece of equipment. Even if they can't forge it, being able to see those legendary materials is also very good. Is his master very powerful? Su Chen felt a bit worried. Su Wu only looked at the level of the eye of the giant and said he couldn't embed it. He hadn't even looked at the attributes of the magic blade of 1,000 edges yet. The magic blade of 1,000 edges was a divine weapon. Its level was higher than that of the eye of the giant. Wang Jigang, who was nearby, spoke up. Don't worry, young Master Su. It is said that Su Wu's master returned from the capital to retire in Donghai. Although we don't know his level, we can guarantee that he is definitely one of the top forge masters. Even the city lord has no chance to meet him. The other onlookers also chimed in, describing how powerful Suwoo's master was. There was nothing in this world that he couldn't embed. Of course, these were all rumors, as there was nothing in Donghai City worth his effort. So no one knew his true strength. After Suwoo went in for a while, an elderly man who looked quite frail came out with him. The old man was muttering as he walked, "What good things could there be in Donghai City? If I find out it's a piece of junk, I will tear your mouth apart." Due to industry rules, Suwoo only mentioned that he had encountered an extraordinary item that required his master to take action personally. He did not specify the level and attributes of the Eye of the Giant. The old man picked up the Eye of the Giant and said to Su Chen, "Let me see what it is." Su Chen nodded and shared the attributes with him. The old man took a careful look at the attributes, then glanced at Su Chen. "So it's you. Is this? Did it drop from that regional boss today?" Su Chen nodded. This item was obvious, so there was no need to hide. Indeed, it's a rare material. Do you know this is a growth material?" The old man's words caught Su Chen off guard. He had clearly seen the attributes and description of the giant's eye, which did not mention it was a growth material. Su Chen shook his head. The old man smiled and said, "It's normal for you not to see it as a forger. You can only tell once it's embedded. However, I must tell you one thing. Once this is embedded, it cannot be removed. So, I advise you to find a suitable piece of equipment before coming back." After saying this, the old man returned the giant's eye to Su Chen. As a forger, he would not allow good things to be wasted. Currently, in East Sea City, there was no equipment worthy of it. "Senior, how about you take a look at this weapon first?" Su Chen shared the information of the Demon Blade Thousand Edges with him. As a divine weapon, it was certainly worthy of the giant's eye. The old man felt a bit displeased that Su Chen was not listening to his advice. Moreover, embedding such a defensive item into an attacking weapon was a waste. "Sigh, why won't you young people listen?" The old man hadn't finished speaking when he glanced at the information of the Demon Blade Thousand Edges. His gaze became fixed. This is. The old man's breathing quickened and his face was filled with shock. The onlookers began to speculate upon seeing his expression. "I thought that eyeball was a treasure, but it seems that weapon is the real treasure. No need to speculate, it must be true. Look, the old man is stunned. This blade looks ordinary, and the blade body has so many cracks, it can't be a legendary weapon, right? Could it possibly be a mythical weapon?" The crowd fell silent at this point. Mythical weapons were things they dared not even dream of. Each mythical weapon could be called a national treasure. Ordinary people didn't even have the right to take a glance. "Senior, this weapon is worthy of it, right?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Worthy, completely worthy." The old man nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with intense excitement. "Suwoo, master, what is your command? Go to my bedside and bring me my treasured tools. Also, open the best furnace, I want to forge it myself." Suwoo nodded quickly. He hadn't seen his master this excited in a long time. It seemed that this time his master had truly encountered a treasure. The old man gently stroked the blade, repeatedly saying 3 good words. Anyone could see how much he cherished this blade. When Suwoo returned with the tools, the old man took both items to the innermost furnace. First, he brought a basin of water to wash his hands carefully, then took off his shirt. Although the old man was old, his muscular physique was still prominent. "Fierce fire." "Yes, master." The old man called out softly, and a divine spirit's phantom appeared behind him. "My goodness, this is the spirit of a craftsman that only a national-level forging master can possess, right? What level of forger is this old senior?" While the crowd was still discussing, the forging had already begun inside. The sound of forging continued for half an hour. During this time, none of the onlookers left. Everyone wanted to see the final product. Boom! A dark cloud gathered above the forging shop. Countless lightning bolts flickered within it. Suddenly, a vertical eye appeared in the sky accompanied by a shadow of gods and demons. Then, a beam of light shot out from the vertical eye towards the forge. A hum sound echoed from within the forge. The strange phenomenon in the sky vanished. An excited laugh came from inside the forge. It worked. The old man gasped for breath, looking at the magic knife, Thousand Blades, with eyes full of affection. "Master, are you alright?" Suwoo walked over to support him. "No problem. Being able to inlay and forge this weapon in this life is worth it. Ha ha ha." The old man came out holding the knife, reluctantly handing it to Su Chen. As expected, the inlay is complete. Su Chen took the knife and saw that behind the hilt, an eyeball moved as if it were alive, then closed its eyes. Su Chen looked at the attributes of the magic knife, Thousand Blades. Magic knife, Thousand Blades, exclusive weapon, bound. Part, weapon grade, mythical wearing requirement, level 1 inlaid, Eye of the Giant, physical attack power, 10226, magical attack power, 15226, special effects, ignores defense, ignores shields, physical immunity plus 30%, magical immunity plus 30% traits. Each kill of a creature increases physical and magical attack power by 1 point, and physical and magical immunity by 0.00001%. Description: Magic knife, Thousand Blades. Balanced in offense and defense. I didn't expect the Eye of the Giant to really become a growth material. Although that 0.00001% increase seems average, it doesn't specify what level of monster is required for It's growth. Even if Su Chen kills the lowest level of monsters, he can still enhance it. Killing 100,000 can increase the dual immunity by 1%, meaning that killing 7 million monsters of any level would grant him 100% physical and magical immunity. A long and arduous road ahead. Su Chen happily put away the knife and looked at the old man. Thank you, senior. May I ask how much you charge? Seeing the other party's condition, it was clear he had exhausted all his strength and he was a national-level forging master. Su Chen estimated that the money he had just earned would soon be spent. Let's skip the charge. The old man waved his hand. Being able to personally inlay such a peerless weapon is enough for me in this life. Moreover, you saved the entire population of East Sea City. If I charged you, wouldn't that invite scorn from others? Then I thank you, senior. May I ask your esteemed name? Su Chen bowed slightly. In front of the old senior, Su Chen understood this basic courtesy. My surname is Gu, and those in the capital call me Old Gu. Thank you, Old Gu, for your help today. The old man nodded. Achieving such accomplishments at a young age, the future of Long Country lies in your generation. If you ever need my assistance, feel free to come. Su Wu, help me inside. This old body of mine almost fell apart today. Yes, master. As he saw the old man leave, Su Chen said to Wang Jigang, Captain Wang, let's go too. Now that the equipment inlay was complete, Su Chen decided to take a good rest today and head to the deep sea dungeon tomorrow to start the first transfer quest. He was quite looking forward to what the new skills would be. At night, Su Chen ate while watching television. He saw that so-called expert from last time talking confidently again. Today we have invited Elder Chen to our Donghai TV station. Elder Chen, last time you said Su Chen could only be a doorman. What do you think now? Well, I still stand by my statement. What happened today absolutely cannot be attributed to Su Chen. There must have been a big shot passing by, allowing him to take advantage. As far as I know, this major exam has already been set in our Donghai city. When the time comes, he will definitely reveal his true self, and all truths will come to light. If everyone doesn't believe what I'm saying, they can check an online poll where 85% of people don't believe him. The host asked, but isn't there still 15% who believe in him? Only 5%, the other 10% think it's special effects. I have to say, do those 5% not read? How could a newly awakened high school student possibly defeat a Cyclops? So today, we need to discuss the issue of basic education in Manhwa. Su Chen turned off the TV and opened his phone. He had thought that today's incident might cause a sensation online. To his surprise, the internet was calm, and even the previous videos and articles about him had disappeared. Su Chen did find the poll mentioned by the expert regarding the truth of what he did today. This was the only thing he could find related to himself. However, all the comments under this poll were disbelieving, and the speaking styles of these people were even the same. Are they paid commenters? It seems someone is working hard behind the scenes to conceal the truth for me. The only ones with such power could only be the Longwei officials. Seeing this situation, Su Chen felt relieved. Today's events were indeed a bit shocking. He hadn't grown up yet, and being low-key without enough self-protection ability wasn't a bad thing. Longwa, Kyoto. In a secret base, high-ranking officials of Longwa, along with the leaders of the two major associations and various guild presidents, gathered here. A middle-aged man with a square face looked at everyone and said, according to news from the Magic Association, Nangong Ming has confirmed that the child named Su Chen indeed possesses the ability to defeat area bosses in an instant. This matter has been personally verified by him. What about the specific method? Here are 2 video recordings. You can watch them yourselves. One was a live recording of defeating the Cyclops, and the other was a recording of Nangong Ming in the square outside the Lord's mansion. After everyone finished watching, the scene fell into silence for a moment. After a while, someone spoke up. It's all one strike, and the monsters died just as he drew his sword. Incredible. What profession has he changed to? His 2 strikes were made just as the monsters were about to approach him. Does he possess a skill that guarantees an instant kill on monsters within a certain distance? Someone nodded and said, it does seem so, but I wonder what the cooldown time for this skill is? If he really has such a skill, the cooldown time should be quite long, conservatively estimated to be over an hour. According to the data, he has been practicing the sword drawing motion for the past few days. It seems he currently only has this one skill. His skill clearly requires long-term practice. If he exhibits any other unusual behavior next time, especially if it continues, it indicates he is practicing a new skill. After a round of analysis, they almost deduced the color of Su Chen's underwear. Of course, these people, as top figures in Longwa, may all appear middle-aged. But each one of them is a cunning individual who has lived for hundreds of years. Just a little clue is enough for them to see the hints. Their analysis results would not differ much from the actual situation. After everyone finished analyzing, the middle-aged man at the forefront spoke. Since everyone has basically confirmed all his conditions, let's discuss how to treat him next. A member of the Magic Association stood up and said, I think we can make an exception and let him join our Magic Association early. Such a genius should not waste his potential. A muscular man slammed his palm on the table and retorted, Nonsense, this kid clearly looks like a warrior. He should join our warrior association. What part of him looks like a warrior? Just look at how leisurely he walks. He doesn't need to brawl like you rough men. Our magic association is obviously more suitable for him. The two argued back and forth, unable to come to an agreement. At this moment, the president of the largest guild in the capital stood up and said, "Ahem, both of you stop arguing. I see he is still young. Shouldn't we let him train with our Dragon Martial Guild for a few years first? You two old geezers from the two major associations, wouldn't it be a suffering for a young man to go there? If he has any psychological issues, that would be a loss for our dragon country. Recently, countries like the island nation and beautiful country have been provoking us repeatedly. We can't take action, but we can let that kid take action. If they find out this kid has joined your two major associations, they definitely won't allow him to take action, right?" Hearing this, the members of the two major associations nodded in agreement. The battles and competitions between the guilds of various countries are fought by the young people within the guilds. Letting Su Chen train in the guild indeed has many benefits. This way, it can also bring more benefits to Dragon Country internationally. Seeing the two nod, the president of the Dragon Martial Guild almost burst into laughter. Such a genius should be cultivated by our Dragon Martial Guild. I oppose. Another president of a major guild in the capital stood up and said, "How can such a genius be given to you just because you are from the Dragon Martial Guild? I think the fairest way is to let him choose after this major exam." The president of the Dragon Martial Guild wanted to argue further, but the middle-aged man at the head stopped him, saying, "It's still too early to fight over him. Let's wait until he finishes the major exam and see his results. Also, send someone to pay more attention to his movements, but don't disturb his training. If he does something astonishing again, try to suppress it. Don't let certain ill-intentioned people know about his potential and take action against him. Alright, let's disperse the meeting." Inside the Great Fortune Merchant Guild, Wang Fugue knelt on the ground with tears on his face, crying to the camera in front of him. After finishing, he played it back and, finding no flaws, chose to upload it online. "Boss, is this useful?" Wu Xiaocui, having watched the video, couldn't help but worry. It's definitely useful. This time, I want to ruin that kid's reputation." Wang Fugue had a fierce look on his face. He had to turn around the negative comments about the Great Fortune Merchant Guild, otherwise, the young master would never let them off. Su Chen, of course, was unaware that he had already caught the attention of the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country and was caught in a conspiracy. At this moment, he was lying in bed, planning how to complete tomorrow's dungeon without getting hurt. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Su Chen walked towards the outskirts of the city. The location of the Deep Sea Dungeon was on the southeastern coast of East Sea City. The journey was still quite far. As Su Chen left the city, he noticed many unfamiliar young faces appearing in East Sea City recently. They seemed to be candidates from other cities in Donghua State who had come early to familiarize themselves with the environment. Passing by a leveling spot for the low-oil chicken, Su Chen even saw a group of people gathered around the stone where he had been sitting 2 days ago, meditating with their eyes closed. Su Chen shook his head and left, not letting them notice him. People from other places might not recognize who Su Chen was, but in East Sea City, he was a well-known figure. After walking in the wild for more than 3 hours, Su Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the Deep Sea Dungeon. A passage that looked like a mirror stood on the beach. The surroundings were quite desolate. Apart from a few crabs scuttling across the sand, there were hardly any other creatures to be seen. Su Chen drew his sword, dealt with the crabs, and walked towards the dungeon's teleportation portal. Glancing at the portal, Su Chen reached out and pressed on it. Then a prompt appeared. "Welcome to challenge the Deep Sea Black Octopus King Dungeon. Recommended level 901 ST transfer. 50. Please choose the difficulty. Normal difficulty, adventure difficulty, warrior difficulty, hell difficulty." 4 difficulty levels appeared before Su Chen. Su Chen's job transfer task was to kill the Black Octopus King on hell difficulty, so he didn't hesitate and directly selected hell difficulty. Please insert the materials to open the dungeon. Mutated Starfish ×5, Mutated Big Crab Claw ×10, Hell Difficulty Dungeon Challenge Book ×1. Seeing these materials, Su Chen couldn't help but frown. He had purchased the Hell Difficulty Challenge book after researching it last night, but he hadn't heard that this dungeon also required the first 2 materials. Just as Su Chen took out his phone to check, a flying beast swooped down from the sky. Then 2 men and a woman jumped down from above. "Oh, someone got here first." The 3 looked at Su Chen and then breathed a sigh of relief. Just a kid, probably here for fun. Su Chen noticed these people but didn't pay them any mind, continuing to search for information. After a while, Su Chen realized that these were the materials required for a mutated dungeon. Compared to regular dungeons, mutated dungeons had higher monster strength and difficulty. Of course, the rewards would also increase. At this moment, the leading man among the 3 asked, "Little brother, are you here to run this mutated dungeon?" Su Chen nodded. "Why don't you join our team and run it together?" the leader suggested. The 3 siblings had discovered yesterday that this dungeon had mutated, and after gathering materials today, they had come back to clear it. They didn't expect Su Chen to get there first. If Su Chen entered the dungeon, the mutated dungeon would disappear. The next time it refreshed, it would turn into a regular dungeon. The same dungeon did not allow two teams to exist at the same time. With no other choice, they decided to invite Su Chen to join them. Do you have the materials to enter the dungeon? Su Chen was quite willing to accept the invitation, otherwise, he would have to return to East Sea City to buy materials, which would waste another 6 hours. Of course, the three of us are from Changming City. How about you, little brother? I'm from East Sea City. Hearing this, the man smiled, then we are neighbors. Little brother, join our team, I'm inviting you. Yang Wei invites you to join the Get Rich Overnight team. Do you accept? Glancing at the team name, Su Chen chose to accept. Su Chen joined the team, level 100, profession? Yang Wei looked at Su Chen's level and couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. The fact that he hadn't transferred meant he would greatly hold back the others. The three of them were all above level 30 in their first transfer. Moreover, they couldn't see what profession Su Chen had. Big brother, are we really going to tackle the warrior difficulty? Won't bringing him along affect our run? One of the other boys said, somewhat displeased. Each dungeon adjusts the monster's health and defense based on the number of players entering. Having an extra burden would definitely slow the team down. At this moment, Su Chen was also checking their information. Yang Wei, first transfer, level 35, Blood Shield Warrior. Yang Kai, first transfer, level 33, Elf Archer. Yang Xiaomei, first transfer, level 33, Blessing Priest. Can we enter the dungeon now? I need to complete my job transfer task, so I want to run it on hell difficulty. Su Chen stated his request. What? Are you kidding? You, a level 100 who hasn't even transferred yet, want to run hell difficulty? Yang Kai was so amused by Su Chen's words that he laughed. The three of them only dared to run warrior difficulty, and this person wanted to jump straight to hell difficulty. Did he think he could ride on their coattails after seeing their information? You don't need to help, I can handle it alone. I didn't know I would encounter a mutated dungeon, so I didn't bring any materials. Whatever drops we get, I can forego. Consider it payment for you opening the dungeon. Su Chen thought he had already made a big concession, so these three should agree. If they didn't, he definitely wouldn't be able to run this dungeon today. Little brother, do you know what you're saying? You don't need us to help? May I ask what your profession is? How dare you talk so big? The three had already categorized Su Chen as someone who liked to boast. No one likes that kind of person when teaming up for a dungeon. Such a person might end up putting you in a dire situation at any moment. Su Chen showed his weapon. Yang Xiaomei took a glance and then quietly told her two brothers, big brother, second brother, his weapon is not simple. I've seen the city lord's sword and it doesn't seem as good as his. Since he dares to tackle hell difficulty alone, he might really have some strength. And look at his age, around 18. If he just awakened this year, he might be a genius. The two looked at Su Chen again. At this age to be level 100, he really could be a genius. If he was a 5-star potential, his base attributes might even be higher than the three of them. Yang Wei, wanting to be cautious, asked, little brother, are you a new student who just awakened this year? That's right. Su Chen nodded. Alright, little brother, since you have confidence, we can take you to run hell difficulty. But let me make it clear beforehand, once we enter the dungeon, you must follow our commands and can't run around recklessly. Okay. Su Chen was too lazy to argue with them anymore. As long as he could enter the dungeon today, that was enough. Have you prepared the water avoidance pearls? For hell difficulty, we might need 4. Su Chen nodded again, even though he had only prepared 2. Good, then let's enter the dungeon. Yang Wei took out the prepared materials and walked towards the dungeon entrance. The overnight rich team chooses to enter the hell difficulty Deep Sea Black Octopus King dungeon. Do you wish to enter? Yes. After a flash of light, the 4 were sucked into the instance. You have entered the Deep Sea Black Octopus King instance, hell. This instance has mutated, please respond with caution. Fire attribute attack damage, plus 20%, electric attribute attack damage plus 20% water. Avoidance pearl has been activated, remaining time 29 minutes 57 seconds. After hearing a series of prompts, Su Chen looked around. At this moment, all 4 of them were underwater, but the good thing was that there was light, allowing them to see their surroundings. This place looked like the cabin of a sunken ship. Besides the seawater, the structure of the cabin could still be seen. Yang Wei, I'll go ahead, you all be careful and follow behind. Since they were surrounded by seawater, the 4 couldn't speak and could only communicate through the team chat. After Yang Wei finished speaking, he took out a shield and a short sword, stepping onto the wooden planks at the bottom of the cabin and moving forward. Su Chen and the other 3 each took out their weapons and followed. Little Octopus level 120. Physical attack power 16800, magical attack power 14580, health 550000, physical defense / magical defense 13500 / 11500, skills tentacle attack, spinning attack. Description: ordinary minions in the deep sea instance. Although the introduction labeled them as minions, 5 or 6 attacking together could deal significant damage. Naturally, the first to be attacked was Yang Wei, who had high defense. However, after being focused on by these little octopuses a couple of times, he lost 1/5 of his health. Seeing this, Yang Xiaomei first healed him, then cast a group blessing. You have received a blessing: attack power plus 5%, defense power plus 5%, attack speed plus 5%, movement speed plus 5% for 10 minutes. Yang Xiaomei, it's up to you two now. After saying this, Yang Xiaomei glanced at her second brother, then turned her gaze to Su Chen. She wanted to see what gave Su Chen the confidence to tackle this hell difficulty instance alone. Yang Kai took out his bow and arrows, then shot 5 arrows simultaneously. All 5 arrows hit the nearest little octopus. 22508-23560. The 5 arrows dealt a total of 125,806 damage, indicating that it was impossible to kill a little octopus in one shot. Yang Kai would need to shoot at least 20 more arrows. Seeing this, he complained. Yang Kai, the health at hell difficulty is too high. It will take us a long time to clear these little monsters. After saying this, he glanced at Su Chen, curious about who gave him the courage to tackle hell difficulty. Su Chen said nothing more and took a step forward. He drew his sword and sheathed it. Even underwater, Su Chen's movements were extremely swift. The 3 siblings of the Yang family saw a flash of sword light in the cabin. Then all 6 little octopuses were sliced apart and vanished on the spot. Yang Kai opened his mouth, and from his lip movements it was clear he uttered a phrase of national essence. Then he accidentally swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater. Yang Xiaomei looked at the disappearing little octopuses, then at Su Chen, completely stunned. So this was his confidence? No wonder he dared to challenge hell difficulty alone. Today she had witnessed what a genius truly was. Yang Wei, what's going on? Over 500,000 health little octopuses were all killed in an instant? Yang Wei turned to look at Su Chen, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. Was he mistaken? Wasn't he a warrior who used a sword? Where did this long-range area damage skill come from? And was this damage even reasonable? If he hadn't seen Su Chen's level, he would have doubted whether he had grouped with a big shot. The 3 siblings, who had just been skeptical of Su Chen, were now filled with shock. Seeing the 3 standing still, Su Chen typed in the team chat, "Let's go, don't waste time." Only then did Yang Wei come back to his senses, giving Su Chen another deep look before stepping deeper into the cabin. The journey ahead became much simpler. Yang Wei was responsible for being the first to enter the new area and attract the monster's aggro. Yang Xiaomei was always there to restore his status and ensure his health. Su Chen quickly drew his blade and killed the monsters in an instant. As for Yang Kai, he had no chance to attack and could only pick up the dropped materials and equipment. However, he was quite happy to do this. It was no different from picking up money. Along the way, no one could complain about such a task. If he had looked down on Su Chen before entering the dungeon, he had completely submitted now. Whether it was small monsters or elites, none could withstand a single blow from Su Chen. Faced with such a peerless genius, he didn't even feel the urge to compare himself. He also realized that he and Su Chen were simply not from the same world. The 4 of them advanced, and with someone like Su Chen acting as a human cheat, they quickly reached the territory of the final boss, the Black Octopus King. At the bottom of the ship's cabin, the light was dim, barely allowing them to see the environment below. A black tentacle stretched out from within and then slapped against Yang Wei's shield with a bang. Yang Wei was knocked back. Minus 38,060. A high damage number appeared above Yang Wei's head, causing him to lose half of his health. The 4 looked at the owner of the tentacle. Black Octopus King, boss, level 150 physical attack, 29800 magical attack, 25650 health, 2400000 physical defense/magical defense, 23500/21500 skills, ink spray, tentacle whip, bind, frenzied absorption. Description: a king-level creature from the deep sea. It has long resided at the bottom of the ghost ship's cabin. Adventurers who dare to offend it will become souls in its mouth. After reading the information about the Black Octopus King, Su Chen felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't this a mutated dungeon? Was this it? He didn't feel anything strange at all. Yang Kai, I get to hit the boss too, right? I can finally take action. After saying this, Yang Kai drew his bow and shot at the Black Octopus King. It was still a 5-shot burst. All 5 arrows hit, but the damage was a total of less than 20,000 points. Yang Kai, such high defense. I can barely break through it. I can only rely on Su Chen now. Su Chen smiled slightly and drew his sword before the Black Octopus King could attack them a second time. Once again, the familiar blade light appeared, and the 3 Yang siblings hurriedly looked over. 2381580. The Black Octopus King barely had time to struggle before being slain in a single blow. Yang Kai, damn, that's insane. You can one-shot the boss too? Yang Wei, just a single 6. Yang Xiaomei, you can't be that dual-class 5-star potential genius, can you? Su Chen, I don't know him. Go pick up the loot and prepare to leave the dungeon. Yang Kai, I'm coming. Let me see what good stuff we got. Yang Kai put away his bow and happily ran to the bottom of the ship's cabin to collect the dropped items. The other 2 didn't compete with him. After all attributes of the collected items would be shared in the team channel. It didn't matter who picked them up. Just as Yang Wei and Yang Xiaomei were still marveling at Su Chen strengthened the team, a white figure suddenly charged towards the unsuspecting Yang Kai, who was busy picking up equipment in the corner of the ship's cabin. Su Chen had always found this dungeon a bit strange, so he hadn't let his guard down earlier. The moment he saw the white shadow appear, he unleashed his blade draw. The blade light pierced through the white shadow, creating a large hole in the cabin. The white shadow paused and turned to look at Su Chen. At that moment, the three members of the Yang family also noticed the white shadow. Yang Kai jumped back in fright. Su Chen, hurry, retreat from the dungeon. Su Chen realized that his blade draw had actually done no damage to it. It had only startled it a little. Ghostly spirit of the ship's bottom, special boss, level 800. Mental attack 3000, health 95,000,000, physical defense / magic defense 0 out of 0, skills howl, will destruction, ghost hand, assault, grievance, erosion, corruption, poison, fog. Description: a collective of spirits that died innocently in the cabin, formless, cannot be killed by any damage other than purification by holy light. After quickly glancing at the information about this creature, Su Chen forcibly exited the dungeon. The three siblings of the Yang family didn't even see the boss's information before following Su Chen out. Fortunately, the true boss of this dungeon, the Black Octopus King, was already dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to exit the dungeon without disengaging from battle. The moment the three exited the dungeon, a world announcement rang out. A new dungeon, Ghost Ship, has appeared in the southeastern coastal area of Donghai City, Donghua State. Longhua. Recommended entry level 5th transfer, level 50 to 7th transfer, level 50. Recommended group entry, with a limit of 120 people. This dungeon is a special dungeon. Recommended classes: Holy Light Knight, Holy Light Priest. Recommended equipment: equipment with Holy Light attributes. The first team to clear this dungeon will receive special rewards, with the lowest quality of boss equipment drops being legendary. Hearing this announcement, everyone was shocked. Another one in Donghai City? Didn't a regional boss just appear yesterday? I wonder what that special reward is. Not to mention that special reward, even the minimum legendary equipment drop is quite tempting. The minimum recommended level is above 5th transfer, level 50. We might as well forget it. Outside the Ghost Ship dungeon, the four stood outside, still shaken. Who would have thought that tackling a dungeon of over level 100 could trigger a team dungeon? Yang Kai plopped down on the ground. If it weren't for Su Chen's blade giving him a chance to escape, he would already be a corpse. No one would doubt the attack power of an 800 level boss. Su Chen glanced at his blade draw. It seemed that even a skilled blade draw wasn't infallible. A skilled blade draw couldn't hit an incorporeal monster. To kill that vengeful spirit in one strike, he would have to evolve the blade draw into a perfect blade draw. By then, with just a thought, whether corporeal or incorporeal, everything would be cut down in one stroke. Looking at the class change task, the kill of the Black Octopus King was already marked as complete. Since the task was complete, Su Chen wouldn't linger any longer. Three of you, may we meet again? After leaving the team, Su Chen turned to leave. Second brother, are you okay? Yang Xiaomei helped Yang Kai up and, glancing at Su Chen's back, said to the two, eldest brother, second brother, do you feel like you've seen him somewhere before? Have we seen him? Yang Wei scratched his head. With a sword, looking about 18 from Donghai City. After thinking for a moment, Yang Xiaomei suddenly exclaimed, I remember now, he was the boy who one-shot the Cyclops yesterday. After Yang Xiaomei said this, Yang Wei also realized, so it's him, I remember now. No wonder. He clears hell difficulty dungeons like it's a stroll in the park. Yang Wei then sighed bitterly, sigh, these geniuses really aren't something we can compare to. We siblings owe him a life, but with his abilities, this favor might never be repaid. In the coming days, countless teams headed to Donghua State to witness the ghost ship mentioned in the world announcement. They flew to Donghai City to challenge the ghost ship. As a result, none of the teams that entered came out alive. In the following days, some fearless individuals ventured in, and only one emerged, terrified and dazed. He kept muttering, mental defense, mental defense. No one knew what he meant. Because in this world, there are only physical defense and magical defense. The concept of mental defense does not exist. There are no skills related to it either. The survival rate in the ghost ship dungeon is almost zero. Coupled with the fact that everyone was unaware of the attributes and skills of the boss inside, no one dared to challenge it again, and the matter gradually subsided. However, Su Chen, who had seen the information about the vengeful spirits at the bottom of the ship, was now caught in another public relations crisis. Please help us, the Great Transport Merchant Guild. In the video, Wang Fugui, the head of the Great Transport Merchant Guild in Donghai City, knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, continuously accusing Su Chen of his atrocities. That day, Su Chen came to my shop saying he wanted to buy a good knife. Seeing he was young, I thought of giving him one, but he looked down on my gift and insisted on taking the precious knife that had just arrived at our store. I told him that knife was very expensive, and he replied that he would pay me back when he had money, then forcibly snatched the knife away. Before leaving, he even injured my wife and me, and arrogantly claimed that the precious knife now belonged to the Su family. Later, he even bit back, saying we had humiliated him. We were no match for him, so we could only watch him leave, feeling angry but unable to speak out. We hope the vast number of netizens will help us. After Wang Fugue finished speaking, he knelt down again. Below, some netizens commented with doubts. Isn't Suchen said to be dazed? Besides, how could he possibly be your match right after awakening? I suspect you are slandering him. This was the most liked comment. Wang Fugue looked at this doubt and smiled faintly. Others did not believe in Suchen's strength, so they would definitely use this point to question the truth of his claims. But the people of Donghai City knew that Suchen absolutely had that strength. After all, many had witnessed the one-eyed giant fall to Suchen's blade. This included numerous members of the defense department. Wang Fugue was using this point to turn the tables. If even the most abnormal and suspicious point in his video was true, then who would they believe? The outcome was already very clear. Sure enough, not long after, someone replied, I am from Donghai City, and I saw with my own eyes as Suchen killed the one-eyed giant with one strike. The video from that day cannot be uploaded domestically. You can check the foreign internet. I have uploaded my recording. Seeing this reply, netizens who were curious about the truth of the one-eyed giant incident rushed to the foreign internet to watch the video. Li Wanqing glanced at this reply and smiled, saying, Did you arrange this person? He has helped you a lot. Wang Fugue looked at it and shook his head, saying, I didn't arrange it. I don't know who it is. Inside a house in Donghai City, Gu Changfeng had a sinister expression, muttering to himself, Suchen, you want to be famous, right? I'll help you a bit, no need to thank me. When the netizens returned to watch the video, they were not only shocked by Suchen's strength but also filled with anger. A person who should have been a hero was using his power to oppress the good. Such a person naturally faced unanimous condemnation from the netizens. Expose him. Just because he's strong, does he think he can bully others? If everyone were like him, this world would have fallen into chaos long ago. I hope the authorities can severely punish such a villain and bring justice to the great transport company. How can there be such a man? It's really infuriating. At that moment, someone uploaded a video of Suchen cutting off the equipment from numerous reporters and threatening to break their legs. Suchen's evil deeds once again trended on social media. At the headquarters of the Fighting Tiger platform, the director was in a state of turmoil. Director, this matter has escalated. What should we do? Should we delete the video? The director was extremely conflicted. Deleting the video would undoubtedly cause a bigger uproar, while not deleting it would be detrimental to Suchen. The higher-ups were clearly optimistic about Suchen's future. He truly didn't know what to do and could only call to consult the higher-ups. The response was simply, the pure will clear themselves, the impure will sink. The director looked at this message and instructed his subordinates, let it be, no need to worry about it. In the Su family's blacksmith shop, the old master was leisurely watering the flowers when Su Wu suddenly rushed in and said, Master, that Suchen has been accused of bullying the weak and using force to seize the great transport company's treasured sword. Do you think it could be the one you helped him forge that day? The old master took a glance at his phone and then scoffed, how could a branch of the great transport company in Donghai City possess such a treasure? What a joke. They couldn't even afford that sword if they sold their entire company. Su Wu realized, so the people from the great transport company are lying? What else could it be? I have faith in that kid. I'll go help him. I can't let him be harmed by these bad people. After saying this, the old master walked into his bedroom. Master, how are you going to help him? As the situation developed and became known across the internet, a comment caught everyone's attention. That sword belongs to him. I personally forged it, and it has nothing to do with the great transport company. They aren't worthy of owning that sword. Once this comment was posted, countless people left messages beneath it. Who are you? You personally forged it? Is that Suchen's hired water army? How much for a comment? Count me in for the money. The two above, look at the person's profile before you speak. Curious, everyone clicked on this person's profile and a red sun emblem appeared next to the name. The profile showed national level forging master. Although it was only a few words, anyone with a bit of common sense understood its significance. This was the top existence in the forging industry of Long Country, and the sun emblem proved his identity. With such a figure personally involved, his authority needed no further explanation. In an instant, the tide turned again, and the great transport company was questioned for fabricating lies. The incident of Suchen threatening the reporters was also fully exposed. It was because those reporters had relentlessly pursued Suchen, not allowing him to leave. In a fit of anger, Suchen destroyed their equipment. At this time, the Donghai City authorities stepped in to clarify the truth of the incident, with numerous business leaders corroborating that it was the great transport company's representative who had deliberately humiliated and insulted Suchen. The representative of the great transport company reversed the truth, and their operating rights in Donghai City were revoked. Once this news broke, public opinion completely shifted in favor of Suchen. The headquarters of the great transport company urgently issued an apology statement claiming that everything was the doing of a temporary worker and that the company had already dismissed that worker. Unexpectedly, the Donghai City authorities directly countered this apology statement. The head of Dayun Trading Company in Donghai City, Wang Fugue, has been in charge for 20 years, and there is no such thing as temporary workers. Once this news broke, Dayun Trading Company faced another wave of online boycotts. From now on, there will be no place for Dayun Trading Company in the entire Long Kingdom. Inside the Lord's mansion of Donghai City. Lord, are we going too far? The young master of Dayun Trading Company is the only dual-class 5-star potential genius in this state. If we offend him, we might have a hard time in the future. Superficial. Lu Wenshu said disdainfully. Dual-class 5-star potential? In front of Su Chen, that means nothing. You must remember, we in Donghai City must tie ourselves to Su Chen. We need to let Su Chen know that we will always stand behind him in support. With Su Chen's potential, in a couple of years, I might even be able to become a governor, hehe. This farce ended with the complete collapse of Dayun Trading Company. After this incident, the most thought-provoking aspect was the speculation about Su Chen's true strength. A couple of days ago, everyone thought it was fake, but now they had seen the video with their own eyes on the external network. People couldn't help but speculate. However, more people still thought it was special effects, as this video was originally released to frame Su Chen. How could the content of that video possibly be real? The external network was in an uproar because of this video. It's obviously fake, special effects. The people of Long Kingdom really have no shame daring to release such a video. A netizen from the island nation. Is there no one in the younger generation of Long Kingdom using such ridiculous videos to make me laugh? A netizen from beautiful country. Aish, how can they be even more shameless than us? A netizen from pickled vegetable country. Regardless of the good or bad, Su Chen's name had completely become famous in the world. The person involved, Su Chen, was completely bewildered. He originally wanted to see the two clowns from Dayun Trading Company continue their act. As a result, someone stood up to speak for him, and then inexplicably, Dayun Trading Company became the target of attacks. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Even if he changed to another world, the power of the onlookers was still so strong. Forget about that. Starting tomorrow, I'll farm the elite water crocodile skins. The sooner I advance to first transition, the stronger I'll become to deal with these open and hidden attacks. Inside Dayun Trading Company, Wang Fugue and another person knelt on the ground, trembling all over. They had messed up. Dayun Trading Company was finished, and so were they. Li Wanqing was no longer the calm person he used to be. His family had worked hard for decades. He never expected it to end up in the hands of these two. He now wished he could kill them immediately, but what good would that do? Rather than killing them, it would be better to use them to do one more thing. Do you two want to live? Upon hearing this, Wang Fugue quickly nodded. Young master, just give the order, and I will do everything I can to help you. Help? I hope so. I have a task for you. Tomorrow, find an opportunity to kill that Su Chen. Can you do it? Wang Fugue hesitated. But young master, how can we possibly be his match? Li Wanqing said confidently. From my observation, he only has one skill, drawing his sword. You can just kill him before he draws it, right? As assassins, do I need to teach you how to do it? Wang Fugue and Wu Xiaocui exchanged glances, then nodded vigorously. We will listen to the young master. Is there anyone leveling up together? I'm a level 48 little archer. We need one more for a 4-person level 40 team. Come on, mage. As Su Chen passed by the city gate, there were already hundreds of people gathered here. It seemed that they were all candidates from other cities here for the exam. With 3 weeks left until the big exam, everyone was working hard to level up. If awakening is a life-changing event, then the big exam after awakening is the key to determining one's career path. Su Chen walked through the crowd and headed straight for the mangrove area. The water crocodiles in the mangrove area were of a higher level, and now there were not many people who could grind monsters here. With no one to disturb him, Su Chen could perform at ease. Su Chen, what are you doing here? Just as Su Chen was about to enter the inner area of the mangrove, a pleasant voice rang out behind him. Su Chen turned around and found it was Ling Qingxue. She looked like she had been leveling up here recently. I'm doing a job change quest. I need to kill elite water crocodiles. Are you leveling up here? Join my team. I don't have any experience from killing monsters anyway. Su Chen sent her a party invitation. Okay. Ling Qingxue agreed to join the team somewhat shyly. It felt a bit unreal for her that after so many years, Su Chen was the one to take the initiative to talk to her. Just help me lure the water crocodiles to my side. Su Chen didn't say much and stepped into the depths of the mangrove. The outskirts of the mangrove were the territory of ordinary water crocodiles. Only inside were the elite water crocodiles. With Su Chen around, every water crocodile that came was doomed, and the respawn rate of the water crocodiles couldn't keep up with their death rate. Ling Qingxue stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen, what kind of profession did you awaken? All she saw was Su Chen standing there drawing his sword, with no other actions. Then one water crocodile after another fell before him, each one killed in an instant. She didn't see Su Chen using blue potions to restore mana, nor did she see any pauses in his actions. No cooldowns, no mana cost, and he could kill instantly. This was beyond Ling Qingxue's imagination. Is there really such a terrifying profession in this world? It's no different from cheating, right? Su Chen didn't answer her question, just focused on collecting the elite water crocodile skins. Seeing this, Ling Qingxue felt a bit disappointed. Although she could level up quickly with Su Chen, she couldn't feel happy about it. What the heck, inviting someone to join the team to level up but not talking to me, just standing there like a block of wood grinding monsters. In his eyes, am I not as pretty as those water crocodiles? 3 hours later, Su Chen glanced at the elite water crocodile skins in his backpack and softly said to Ling Qingxue, I still need 2 more elite water crocodile skins. This afternoon, I'm going to grind the Wasteland Wolf King. I should be able to take you straight to level 100. Do you want to come? Ling Qingxue looked at Su Chen, then lowered her head and kicked a stick away. No, I can level up by myself. Oh, then forget it. Since Ling Qingxue was unwilling, Su Chen wouldn't force her. You. What a blockhead. Ling Qingxue stomped her foot, angrily throwing an ice spear into the woods. While Su Chen was still puzzled about why she was angry when he was trying to help her level up, a fierce voice came from the woods where the ice spear landed. Exposed, attack. Then 2 shadows rushed out from both sides, targeting Su Chen directly. Assassins! Su Chen was startled. He had just drawn his sword and hadn't sheathed it yet, and the opponents were too fast, not giving him a chance to draw again. At that moment, Su Chen thought of his second skill, block. It could block 1 instance of frontal damage, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. But it could only block frontal damage. The 2 assassins came at him one after the other, their attacks aimed to kill, showing a remarkable level of coordination. Su Chen, be careful! Ling Qingxue leaped forward with all her might, without a second thought, using her body to shield Su Chen behind her. Since the opponent was confident they could kill her, Ling Qingxue knew that helping to block for herself would surely mean death. In this critical moment, Su Chen shouted loudly, Demon Blade Thousand Edges. With a crack, the blade of the Demon Blade Thousand Edges shattered into countless fragments, which then flew at high speed to form a shield in front of Ling Qingxue. At that moment, the assassin in front had already arrived, and Su Chen used a blocking skill to deflect his attack. Meanwhile, Ling Qingxue, protected by the fragments of the Demon Blade Thousand Edges, was only slightly startled. Not good, he has more than one skill, the young master tricked us. In the instant he blocked the attacks of 2 assassins, Su Chen quickly recalled the fragments of the Demon Blade Thousand Edges, returning the blade to its sheath. The 2 assassins, seeing this, exclaimed in terror, Run! Run! Leave me behind! Su Chen roared, drawing his sword again. A matchless blade light swept out, shattering everything around, with entire clusters of red trees falling and splashing countless droplets of water. This strike was fueled by Su Chen's true anger. It wasn't because he had nearly died at the hands of these 2, but because someone had almost been implicated in his death. The assassin in front of Su Chen pointed at him unwillingly before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The assassin behind him naturally could not escape either. Are you okay? Su Chen glanced at the startled Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue gently shook her head. I'm fine. Who are they? Why do they want to kill you? Su Chen walked up to one of the assassins and pulled off his mask. It was none other than Wang Fugue, the head of the Donghai City Great Transport Company. Isn't this the one who wronged you yesterday? The incident from yesterday had caused quite a stir, and Ling Qingxue recognized him at first glance. Yesterday, their great transport company was boycotted online. It seems they are desperate now. I'll help you call the Defense Department and have them handle it. Although this world respected the strong, one could not kill indiscriminately. In the case of an assassination, the best response after counterattacking was to notify the authorities to handle it. Otherwise, it would be easy to be framed by those with ulterior motives. Inside the city lord's mansion, Wang Jigang rushed in and said, City Lord, bad news, Su Chen was attacked in the Red Forest. What did you say? Lu Wenshu stood up abruptly and quickly ran outside. Hurry up and follow, anyone can have an accident, but he absolutely cannot. Lu Wenshu summoned his flying beast and flew out of the city. The residents in the city looked up at the sky, puzzled. Isn't that the city Lord and the Defense Department people? What are they doing in such a grand procession? Something big must have happened outside the city. Again, our Donghai city has really been unstable lately. With the big exam approaching, more and more people are coming to our city. I heard all the major hotels are fully booked, and with so many people, chaos is inevitable. Who do you think will take first place in this big exam? Hey, do we even need to say? It must be our city. Who else but Su Chen? That's true, Su Chen alone could kill a Cyclops. All the candidates in our state combined probably wouldn't be enough to fill the Cyclops' tooth gap. Finally, our Donghai city can stand out this time. About 10 minutes after Ling Qingxue made the call, Lu Wenshu arrived at the mangrove with many members of the Defense Department. After glancing at the 2 people below, Lu Wenshu jumped down in one step. Su Chen, are you okay? Su Chen shook his head and pointed to the 2 lying on the ground. Lu Wenshu looked over, and after seeing the faces of the 2, he said coldly, It's them, the couple. The Daeyeon Merchant Group has some nerve. Lu Wenshu glanced again at the 2 corpses on the ground, then said to Su Chen, Don't worry, I will make the Daeyeon Merchant Group give you an explanation. Su Chen cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Lord City Master. I haven't had the chance to thank you for speaking up for me yesterday. It's a small matter, just a small matter. Your matter is our Donghai city's matter. Lu Wenshu waved his hand with a smile. That little Wang, take these two bodies back to the city and issue a citywide announcement. Just say that the Dayan Merchant Group's subordinates openly assassinated our Donghai city's genius and demand an explanation from them. Since the mask had been torn off, Lu Wenshu didn't care to be more thorough. He was already prepared to seek justice. After giving his orders, Lu Wenshu looked at Su Chen and asked, "Do you need me to send someone to protect you?" "No need, they shouldn't dare to act again for now." Lu Wenshu nodded. "Alright, be careful yourself." Just as Lu Wenshu was about to leave, he noticed Ling Qingxue was also nearby. "What are you two doing?" "Oh, I understand, no wonder you didn't want me to send someone to protect you. Definitely don't want to be disturbed." Lu Wenshu arrived quickly and left just as fast. Soon, only Su Chen and Ling Qingxue were left in the mangrove. "Why are you blushing? Did you get hurt just now?" Su Chen looked at her with concern, and before she could answer, he continued, "By the way, did you know you almost died just now?" "I know." Ling Qingxue lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I didn't think too much at the time. I just thought about how you saved my life when we were young, so I wanted to repay you. I didn't expect that in the end, I still couldn't help you." He didn't expect that she was trying to repay the life-saving grace from years ago. Looking at Ling Qingxue's shy appearance, Su Chen sighed inwardly. How could he not see that Ling Qingxue had feelings for him? However, in this world, before truly becoming strong, what right did he have to seek any romantic entanglements? Before becoming stronger, women would only affect the speed at which he could draw his sword. That was so many years ago, and you still remember. Live. Well, I don't want anyone to die because of me. I'm not someone who likes to owe favors. Su Chen glanced at the demon blade Shanrun in his hand and turned to continue hunting the water crocodiles. Through this incident, Su Chen finally unlocked the true use of the demon blade Shanrun. The blade of the demon blade Shanrun was composed of hundreds of fragments. Each fragment could be seen as a knife. If used properly, it could serve as both a weapon and armor. Given that Su Chen currently lacked more skill support, this characteristic of the demon blade Shanrun could help him better navigate the early stages. Less than 10 minutes later, after collecting the last piece of elite water crocodile skin, he sheathed the blade and said to Ling Qingxue, "I'm going to the wasteland to kill the Wolf King. I'll take you to level up when there's a chance in the future." Without waiting for her response, Su Chen quickly left the mangrove. Although he had spent the whole morning hunting water crocodiles with Ling Qingxue, the experience mechanism determined that she wouldn't gain much experience. When monsters were killed in a team, the world rules would reasonably distribute experience based on the control and support effects provided by team members. Another experience mechanism was that the level difference among team members couldn't be too great. If the level difference was too large, lower level members couldn't gain experience. This is also one of the reasons why young awakeners wouldn't let higher level individuals carry them to level up. In a team of similar levels, the weight of attack damage was higher than others. Su Chen's monster farming was basically a one-hit kill, and he would occasionally let Ling Qingxue use a skill before finishing off the monster. This way, the experience she could gain was not much, but with Su Chen's farming speed, he could level her up much faster than she could on her own. The most important thing was that it was very easy. She hardly had to lift a finger, and there was no danger. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Ling Qingxue felt a bit lonely. It wasn't because no one was helping her level up. With her strength, she could level up quickly on her own. She just felt an emptiness in her heart, a strange emotion swirling inside. She couldn't quite put her finger on what this feeling was. Standing in silence for a while, Ling Qingxue lifted her head again. She didn't know what she thought of, but she perked up once more. I'll let you know what leveling up is in a day. When my score in this big exam surpasses yours, I want to see what your expression will be then." Thinking of this, Ling Qingxue smiled brightly, happily taking out her staff to continue farming crocodiles. In her view, Su Chen was working so hard to level up surely to achieve a good score in the big exam. As long as she surpassed Su Chen, he would definitely look at her differently. Sometimes, a girl's thoughts are that simple. Little did she know that Su Chen didn't care at all about that so-called big exam. After the news of Wang Fugue and his wife's assassination attempt on Su Chen was published online by Lu Wenshu, a wave of anti-Dayan Merchant Group sentiments surged across the internet once again. In order to salvage their dwindling reputation, the headquarters of Dayan Merchant Group chose to compensate Su Chen with 50 million in mental damages, hoping that netizens would forgive the group's work error. However, the netizens naturally did not accept this. The righteous netizens completely rejected Dayan Merchant Group's explanation. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Dayan Merchant Group simply stopped responding. That money was naturally impossible to compensate to Su Chen. After farming for an entire afternoon without seeing a single Wolf King, Su Chen returned home and felt his heart bleed upon hearing about this. 50 million. That was 50 million. The last time he sold a piece of top-tier golden equipment, he only got 50 million. The netizens were really too much. They never even asked if he agreed or not. If it weren't for the fact that His blade slash hadn't reached perfection. Su Chen would have wanted to reach through the internet and stab each of those opposing netizens with a knife. Inside Di Yun Merchant Group. Young master, these two useless fools have failed again. Do you need me to take action? Forget it, we can't cause any more trouble before the big exam. Today while I was leveling up outside, I noticed someone was following me. It's probably someone from the East Sea City Defense Department. Then what about our grudge with Di Yun Merchant Group? Humph. Li Wanqing snorted coldly, a hint of anger appearing on his face. I will definitely not let this matter go, but not now. I must successfully change jobs before the big exam. At that time, I will definitely trample Su Chen underfoot. Butler Li expressed his concerns. Young master, even assassins like Wang Fugue and his wife have fallen into his hands. How will you compete with him? Hearing this, Li Wanqing regained his confident and composed demeanor. As long as I successfully change jobs, my other profession will perfectly counter his one-hit kill skills. At that time, I can handle him however I want. You just need to know, in a one-on-one match at the same level, no one is my opponent. Butler Li nodded. Since the young master is confident, this old servant can rest assured. The area connecting Donghai City and the eastern Changning City is called the Wasteland. This is the dwelling place of the Wasteland Wolves. The lowest level of the Wasteland Wolves is level 80, and the highest is level 100. This is also the only leveling point for professionals from the two major cities before their first job change. When Su Chen arrived at the Wasteland, a small team had already appeared there. Yesterday afternoon, when Su Chen came, he hadn't seen anyone else. It seemed these few had just leveled up to this rank and come here to grind levels. There were a total of 4 people in front of him, all unfamiliar faces, around the same age as Su Chen. At this time, being able to come to the Wasteland to grind levels should mean they were geniuses from other cities. The 4 naturally noticed Su Chen, but judging by their curious expressions, they probably didn't recognize him. It was likely that they had been too busy leveling up these past few days to pay attention to things online. The few nodded slightly at Su Chen and then chose a direction to walk away. The Wasteland is vast. Even if a few thousand more people came, there wouldn't be any monster competition. Therefore, there would be no conflict between the two sides. With no one to disturb him, Su Chen was naturally happy to have some peace. Since the assassination incident yesterday, Su Chen decided to hide the fact that his blade draw could be used infinitely. He must create the illusion that after using his blade draw once, he would need to wait a long time before using it again. So far, only 6 people knew that his blade draw could be used infinitely. Among them, Wang Fugue and Wu Xiaotsui were already dead. The 3 Yang siblings had brushed dungeons with Su Chen and knew about his skills. Su Chen had saved Yang Kai's life. As long as the other party wasn't a petty person, he shouldn't expose Su Chen's trump card. Lastly, there was Ling Qingxue. Compared to the Yang siblings, the chance of her exposing Su Chen's trump card was much smaller. He stopped thinking about these things. Su Chen glanced at the departing group and chose a different direction to walk. His goal was to kill the Wolf King to obtain the Wolf King's teeth, which was also the requirement for his final job change task. However, after grinding Wasteland Wolves all afternoon yesterday, Su Chen hadn't encountered a single Wolf King. Logically speaking, after killing a certain number of these wild monsters, a boss-level creature of the same kind should appear. There were no answers online regarding the respawn rules for the Wasteland Wolf King. Could it be that my method is wrong? Or is the quantity insufficient? Anyway, killing monsters could also help the magic blade Thousand Edges grow continuously, so Su Chen didn't think too much about it. He would grind Wasteland Wolves again for the whole morning today. If he still couldn't find one, he would return to the city to ask Lu Wenshu for information. On the other side of the wasteland, the 4-person team was working together seamlessly to grind Wasteland Wolves. Boss, do you know that person from earlier? A slightly smaller boy among the 4 spoke up. I don't know him, but he seems somewhat familiar. He should be a genius from another city, right? We've been working hard every day these past few days, which is why we could enter the wasteland to level up today. How did he manage to do it alone? Second brother, is it possible that this person is the dual-class 5-star genius from Chioshui City? The fat guy among the 4 slashed a wasteland wolf to death and speculated. The second brother nodded. It's possible, only he could level up so quickly on his own. So what if he's a dual-class 5-star? Each of us brothers has 5-star potential. The third brother among them scoffed. Even if the fourth brother only has a life profession, he's not someone ordinary people can compare to. The fat guy immediately became displeased upon hearing this. Third brother, what do you mean by even if? Our chef also wields a knife. I'm no worse than a combat profession. Moreover, the food I make can both increase attack and restore health. Isn't that better than those vase-like priests? Fourth brother, don't misunderstand. What I mean is that our 4 kings of Changming can join forces, regardless of whether they're geniuses or fools. None of them are worthy opponents for us. That's true. The few of them smiled confidently. With 4 5-star potential players joining forces, whether grinding levels or dungeons, no one else could compare. This is also the reason why their rank can far surpass others. Just as the few of them were slowly leveling up, a regional alert sounded. Attention all professionals in the wasteland Wolf King has respawned in a certain location in the northwest of the wasteland. You may go and defeat it. Upon hearing this alert, the four exchanged glances as they were located in the northwest part of the wasteland. Big brother, should we go take a look? The leader of the four thought for a moment and said, we can go check it out. If we can defeat it, we will. If not, we will retreat decisively. The wasteland Wolf King is at least level 100. We must be careful. The other three nodded. Understood. In the southeast corner of the wasteland, Su Shen heard this alert and decisively ran towards the northwest. After grinding small monsters for almost the entire morning, the Wolf King finally respawned. When the four found the Wolf King, it was lying in a valley, pretending to nap. Surrounding it were more than 20 ordinary wasteland wolves and 4 elite wasteland wolves. Unlike the gray fur of other wasteland wolves, the Wolf King was completely snow white. Its size was also far greater than that of other wasteland wolves, measuring a full 4 to 5 meters long. Even lying there, the aura it emitted made the four feel a sense of dread. Wasteland Wolf King, boss, level 100, physical attack 15,800, magical attack 10086, health 120,000, physical defense / magical defense 19400 / 18700, skills, Wolf King's command, roar, flash strike, bite, note, do not approach its territory, beware of its speed. After reading the information about the Wolf King, the third member, Ma Yuan, excitedly said, big brother, we can break its defense. With our attack power, each hit can take away at least 20,000 health. It has 120,000 health if we take turns attacking it. We can take away 1/10 of its life. The leader, Chen Kai, frowned and glanced at the surrounding terrain, then asked the second member, Xia Wen, what do you think? Xia Wen was the strategist among the four, and he had always been in charge of the team's command. After observing for a while, Xia Wen quietly said, we can fight, but we must first kill the more than 20 ordinary wasteland wolves and those 4 elite wasteland wolves around the Wolf King. With them around, we won't know the Wolf King's specific skills, and it will definitely be dangerous. After finishing, Xia Wen looked at the fourth member, Zhu Guanxiao, and said, fourth, throw the food you made towards the mouth of the valley, make sure to control the distance. Try to lure those ordinary wolves over. We will deal with them first before trying to kill those 4 elite wasteland wolves. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. Just thinking about the experience provided by a level 100 boss, Ma Yuan was already a bit impatient. Killing this Wolf King would at least be equivalent to 2 or 3 days of their efforts. Alright, just watch. Zhu Guanxiao crept towards the mouth of the valley. His food had a deadly attraction for these low-intelligence monsters. The other 3 quickly followed. Outside the valley, the 4 of them quietly crouched in wait. Zhu Guanxiao took out the food he had prepared and, after calculating the position, threw it out. The moment the food hit the ground, more than 20 wild wolves guarding the Wolf King in the valley turned their heads towards the valley entrance. Then, an irresistible scent wafted through the air. The 20-plus wild wolves immediately dashed towards the valley entrance. They're coming, make your move. The third, Ma Yuan, pulled out a fiery red staff, and several flames appeared in midair. With a wave of his staff, the flames crashed down onto the wolf pack below. Seeing this, the leader, Chen Kai, charged forward with his giant sword. Be careful, third and fourth. The second, Xia Wen, took out a dagger and vanished from sight. Although Zhu Guanxiao was a chef, his attack power was not low. He swung the 2 kitchen knives in his hands and rolled into the fray like a meatball. The 4 of them were all geniuses, ranking at least in the top 10 among the awakened professionals of this generation. Under the combined assault of the 4, the 20-plus wild wolves fell within just a few minutes, their experience flying into the 4 of them. Xia Wen looked at the Wolf King in the valley and said to Zhu Guanxiao, next are those 4 elite wild wolves. But they're too close to the Wolf King. Fourth, you must control the distance well. Zhu Guanxiao nodded. After taking out his specially made food, he stepped towards the valley. After carefully assessing the distance, Zhu Guanxia stepped back. No, I can only lure 1 out at most. The other 3 will definitely alert the Wolf King. Hearing this, Xia Wen looked troubled and said, if we can't deal with the elite wild wolves, rushing in to provoke the Wolf King will definitely be difficult. We don't have a priest, and the boss can't hold the Wolf King for long. Just as the few of them were pondering, the leader, Chen Kai, stepped forward and said, let's take down one first. I can hold the Wolf King for 3 minutes. Can the 3 of you deal with the other 3 within 5 minutes? Xia Wen thought for a moment and said to the 3, eat all the buff food and potions, 3 minutes should be enough. These items were all very expensive. Originally, they had planned to save them for their job change tasks, but now they had to use them to kill the Wolf King. Alright, fourth, make your move. Zhu Guanxiao nodded and walked back into the valley. Before long, an elite wild wolf separated from the Wolf King and came out. The 4 naturally did not give it a chance to escape. After killing this elite wild wolf, the 4 exchanged glances and took out all the buff food to eat. I'm going in. Chen Kai raised his giant sword and stepped inside. As soon as Chen Kai crossed the Wolf King's warning line, the Wolf King suddenly opened its eyes. Roar! The Wolf King let out a howl that echoed through the sky and then transformed into a white Flash pouncing towards Chen Kai. Chen Kai held his sword horizontally in front of him without counterattacking. His task was to hold the Wolf King and buy time for his brothers. Seeing this, Xia Wen and the other three immediately rushed forward to intercept the three elite wild wolves behind. Inside the valley, the four fought against the four wolves. The leader, Chen Kai, held off the Wolf King alone. The second, Xia Wen, looked for opportunities to attack the weak points of the elite wild wolves. The third, Ma Yuan, stood a bit farther away, chanting spells to bombard the three wolves. The fourth, Zhu Guanxiao, became the only one attracting the hate of the enemies in close combat. However, he was not very panicked. As a living profession, he had not come this far without skill. The four worked together, and with their tacit cooperation, they took down the three elite wild wolves in less than 2 minutes. Faster than expected. Let's go support the boss. The three were delighted, and quickly ran towards the Wolf King's location. Without external interference, the Wolf King was pushed back under the combined efforts of the four. In just a few minutes, the Wolf King's health had dropped to 3/4. Ma Yuan, seeing this, shouted happily, "It's working." The other three were also somewhat excited. The experience from a level 100 boss, along with the loot, was enough for them to quickly level up to 100. By then, they would surely make a name for themselves in the big exam, leaving the entire Donghua prefecture remembering their names. After another 10 minutes, the Wolf King's health was less than half. Killing the Wolf King was just a matter of time. Just as the four of them increased their output speed, the Wolf King let out a long howl to the sky. A wuh tip the Wasteland Wolf King has used. The Wolf King's command skill, all wasteland wolves nearby that hear the howl will come to assist. Seeing this prompt, the four were taken aback. They hadn't expected the Wolf King to be able to call for reinforcements. This valley only had one entrance. If a pack of wolves blocked the exit, they would be doomed. "We can't fight anymore, let's go," Xia Wen shouted. In other places, they could run if they couldn't win, but here, once they were blocked, there would be no chance to escape. But it only has 2/5 of its health left. Ma Yuan was somewhat unwilling. They had worked hard to get this far. He was reluctant to give up. At this time, what's more important, the boss or our lives? Chen Kai was also decisive, pushing the Wolf King back with a sword and pulling Ma Yuan to leave. The other two naturally wouldn't stay behind. However, they still underestimated the speed at which the wolves outside the valley could reinforce. 2 elite wasteland wolves arrived first, followed by over 100 ordinary wasteland wolves flooding into the valley. It's over. Xia Wen felt a wave of despair wash over him at this sight. He was an assassin and could stealthily escape, but what about the other three? Chen Kai was also stunned. He hadn't expected that today their brothers would meet there, and in the jaws of wolves. "Second brother, what should we do?" Zhu Guanxiu was so anxious he was about to cry. He was still young, with an infinite future ahead. He didn't want to die here. "Damn it, let's fight the Wolf King. If we kill it, maybe we can still survive." Ma Yuan gritted his teeth and raised his staff, charging towards the Wolf King in the valley. Chen Kai glanced at Xia Wen. "Second brother, you can definitely escape. If the three of us die here, find a chance to bring our belongings back." After saying this, Chen Kai turned and rushed towards the Wolf King. In this life and death moment, the four had no choice but to try to kill the Wolf King to break free. However, with so many wasteland wolves guarding, it was already difficult for the four to protect themselves, let alone kill the Wolf King. The Wolf King hid behind the pack, quietly looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to these humans. In the end, the four could only retreat to a corner. But as their health and mana dwindled, death was just a matter of time for them. Just as the four let their guard down, the Wolf King seized the opportunity and activated the skill Flash Strike. The Wolf King leaped up, charging out like lightning, and bit down on Ma Yuan, who was still swinging his staff. It had already determined that among these people, this human had the strongest killing ability. Therefore, its target had always been Ma Yuan. "Ah, boss, save me." Ma Yuan struggled in terror for a moment, but it was clear that it had no effect. The Wolf King bit down on Ma Yuan, not giving the other three a chance to save him, and leaped back into the pack of wolves. A few cries of agony came from the wolf pack. Ma Yuan's name in the team dimmed until it turned gray. Third brother. Third brother. The three were heartbroken at the sight. Everything happened too quickly for them to react. They could only watch helplessly as Ma Yuan was taken away by the Wolf King. That brother who had grown up playing together was gone just like that. Without time to grieve, Chen Kai looked at Xia Wen and said, "Let's go, second brother. I definitely can't go with fourth brother. When you grow up, you must avenge us. The three of us brothers can no longer accompany you. Eldest brother, fourth brother." Xia Wen nodded with tears in his eyes, knowing that they had no chance of survival. Just as the three were bidding farewell, a faint voice echoed in the valley. "What a lively scene. It seems you need my help." The three looked up towards the voice coming from above the valley. They saw a young man with bright eyes and white teeth standing on a protruding rock with a purple long knife in hand. A gentle breeze blew, causing the young man's hair and clothing to flutter slightly, giving him an air of an extraordinary master. "It's him." The young men recognized him. He was the one they had encountered that morning. "Eldest brother, second brother, we are saved." Shu Guangxiao cried tears of joy. Alas, fourth brother, he is alone, he can't save us. Chen Kai thought he was some kind of senior expert, only to find it was someone of their own age. How could he possibly break through the wolf pack to save them? I must say, the Wolf King's fangs belong to me. Su Chen didn't care whether they agreed or not. The magic knife with 1,000 blades was instantly drawn. The blade's light flashed, and all the wild wolves in the valley were killed in an instant. Even the Wolf King nearly whimpered before collapsing to the ground. After doing all this, Su Chen sheathed his knife and walked towards the valley's entrance. All the wild wolves are dead. We are really saved. Shu Guangxiu looked at the scene before him and an uncontrollable emotion erupted. He knelt on the ground and cried loudly. The seemingly certain death situation had actually allowed him to survive. No one could understand the feeling of surviving a calamity. Only those who had experienced it could comprehend. Xiaowen stared at the valley, momentarily stunned. He killed all the wild wolves, including the Wolf King, with one strike? Who is this person, really? Is he really the same age as us? At this moment, Chen Kai, coming back to his senses from the shock, ran a couple of steps towards Ma Yuan's body. Third brother. Unfortunately, the only response he received was the sound of the wind. In the valley, Ma Yuan's body was left with only a few intact parts. He was dead beyond revival. Chen Kai held his corpse and cried out in anguish. Ah, it's all my fault for not protecting you well. Death cannot be reversed. Please accept my condolences. Su Chen walked into the valley and then noticed that one person had died. Please accept my condolences, ha ha ha. Chen Kai suddenly pointed at Su Chen and shouted angrily, why couldn't you come earlier? If you had come a step sooner, third brother wouldn't have died. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression turned cold. You overestimate yourselves and dare to blame me? Are you saying that I saved you, three, and still did it wrong? Xiaowen, sensing the situation was off, hurried over to explain. I'm sorry, brother, my eldest brother just spoke out of pain from third brother's death. Please don't hold it against him. Xiaowen was now afraid that Su Chen would get angry and kill all three brothers. After all, this person could kill all the wild wolves in the valley with a single strike. Killing them would be as easy as pie. At this moment, Chen Kai seemed to realize he had said the wrong thing and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Su Chen. A flash of regret crossed his mind. In a moment of desperation, he had spoken out of turn. Humph. Su Chen snorted coldly, walking past them towards the place where the Wolf King's body had disappeared. If it weren't for Xiaowen's ability to speak and understand people, even if Su Chen didn't kill Chen Kai, he would have given him a lesson. You have obtained Wolf King's bone chain ×1. You have obtained wolf skin ×1. You have obtained Wolf King's fall ×4. Your first job transfer quest has been completed. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple for your job change. Looking at the system prompt, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Finally completed the first job transfer quest. After sweeping away the dropped equipment materials on the ground, Su Chen stepped out of the valley. Xiaowen, watching Su Chen about to leave the valley, shouted loudly, brother, thank you for saving my life. May I know your name? Su Chen. The two words floated lightly into the valley, and Su Chen's figure disappeared outside. Su Chen, that name. So it's him, the one who single-handedly killed the Cyclops. No wonder he's so strong. Xiaowen looked in shock at the figure at the valley's entrance, then shook his head. Big brother, fourth brother. Let's take the third brother back to the city. The three of them looked desolate. After this battle, only 3 of the 4 kings of Changming City remained. After returning to Donghai City, Su Chen quickly headed towards the Awakening Temple. At this time, the area around the Awakening Temple was still very quiet, with only Su Chen on the road. Su Chen arrived outside the temple, a smile appearing on his face. New skills, here I come, they better be good. After praying, Su Chen stepped through the temple door. Welcome, job seeker Su Chen. You have completed the first job transfer quest. Would you like to proceed with the job change immediately? Yes. Job change begins. As the voice echoed in the temple, a golden light surged into Su Chen's body. Above the Awakening Temple, a golden divine spirit apparition appeared once again. After opening its eyes, it quietly gazed down at Su Chen, who was undergoing the job change. This phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the city. What is that thing? It seems to be from the direction of the Awakening Temple. Whose job change is that? Why do I feel like I've seen this before? What kind of job change phenomenon is this? Countless people in Donghai City pointed at the divine spirit apparition in the sky and discussed among themselves. City Lord, there's a phenomenon above the Awakening Temple. According to reliable sources, it should be Su Chen. Lu Wenshu stepped out of the office and looked up at the sky. This phenomenon appeared the last time this kid awakened, but it seems stronger this time. It looks like he has completed the first job transfer. Ha, good kid, you didn't disappoint me. By the way, immediately seal off the area around the temple. No one is allowed to go there. What we want is a surprise. Let those people see the strength of Donghai City during the big exam. In the office of the Dragon Martial Guild. What? He completed the first job transfer so quickly? How many days has it been since his awakening? No one in the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom has had such a fast job transfer speed. No, we must secure this little guy for the Dragon Martial Guild. I will personally go to Donghai City on the day of the big exam. Others from various guilds shared the same thought as the president of the Dragon Martial Guild. These people had been sending scouts to gather the latest news about Su Chen since the last meeting. For such a genius, the guilds had long been prepared to spend a huge price to recruit him. Inside the Job Change Temple, once the golden light completely descended, Su Chen felt a warmth in his body. Just by feeling, he knew that his body had been significantly enhanced. Congratulations, job seeker Su Chen, your first job transfer has been completed. You have gained 2 new skills. Finally completed the job change. Su Chen walked out of the Awakening Temple and opened the panel to take a look. Job holder, Su Chen, level 1st. Transfer, level 0, job, concept god, skills, proficient blade draw, block, 0/30,000, beast capture, 0/30,000, river god, 0/30,000, potential, 1+1 star. Strength, 200, intelligence, 200, constitution, 200, agility, 200, weapon, magic blade, 1000 edges, skill description, each job change adds 2 new skills. Potential increased by 1 star, which is added with each job change. Su Chen clicked to view the detailed information of the attribute panel. Health, 11,256, physical attack, 14350, magical attack, 19350, physical defense/magical defense, 8200/8150, dodge, 1500, movement speed, 5 meters per second, running. Speed times 5, most of the attack comes from the magic blade 1000 edges. Overall health is still too low, others with 5-star potential have at least 30,000 health at the first transfer. This is just the base attributes without considering equipment bonuses. Su Chen is currently wearing a full set of silver armor and his only advantage in defense is the more than 30% dual defense immunity. Not looking at the panel anymore, Su Chen turned his attention to the 2 newly added skills. Beast capture, you can capture any level and any type of monster. If the capture is successful, the target will become your pet. Current capture success rate 0.1%, cooldown time 60 seconds. After 30,000 captures, the skill will evolve into Proficient Beast Capture. Proficient Beast Capture, I see you as a beast, then you are a beast, capable of capturing everything around you, including lifeless objects like stones. Success rate 10%, cooldown time 60 seconds. After reading this skill, Su Chen smiled. Beast Capture isn't particularly special, but once it evolves into Proficient Beast Capture, it becomes interesting. At that time, as long as Su Chen wishes, he can regard anything as a beast. I say you are a beast, then you are a beast. Pets cannot disobey their master's commands. When the time comes, capturing a few beastmen. Swallowing his saliva, Su Chen looked at the second newly added skill, River God. River God, in places with rivers, you can briefly control everything in the river. Control time 10 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. After 30,000 minutes of soaking, the skill will evolve into Proficient River God. Proficient River God, you can briefly control all water in the surrounding area and everything related to water elements. Control time 10 minutes, cooldown time 60 seconds. The River God skill seems to be just an ordinary skill, with too many limitations and a short control time. Proficient River God is different. Water, as the source of life, is present in almost all living beings. 10 minutes of control time is enough to accomplish many things. After reviewing all the skills, Su Chen decided to find a place where he could simultaneously train block, beast capture, and river God. First, there must be a river, as the River God skill requires soaking in river water. Secondly, there must be monsters nearby, and their levels cannot be too high or too many. Because the block skill Su Chen wants to train has a 3-second cooldown. If the monster levels are too high or the numbers too many, he would be killed. Su Chen pondered for a long time in his mind but couldn't find a place that met such conditions. Since there are no conditions, then I will create conditions. Su Chen thought of a good idea. After walking out of the Awakening Temple Square, Su Chen glanced around and it was eerily quiet. Although there usually aren't many people nearby, it shouldn't be this quiet. What's going on? Su Chen curiously looked around and then he saw a pet beast descending from the sky. Did you succeed in your job change? Lu and Shu jumped down with a happy face. What are you doing? Lu won. Shu pretended to cough and said, Ahem. I'm just keeping it confidential for you. Don't tell anyone about your job change, let them find out on the day of the big exam. This is also for your safety. Alright, what do you plan to do? Keeping some cards hidden is not a bad thing, so Su Chen did not oppose his approach. Lu and Shu pointed to the 10 black cars parked by the roadside and said, We have prepared 10 cars, just choose one to get in. By the way, Su Chen, you must get first place in the big exam. Bring glory to our Donghai city. Su Chen glanced at him, realizing it was for this reason. No wonder Lu and Shu had been so concerned about him these past few days, always the first to help whenever something came up. Su Chen was not the kind of person who would forget kindness, so he nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Good. With your word, I can rest easy. Accompanied by the people arranged by Lu and Shu, Su Chen successfully returned to his residence. Since he had spent 2/3 of the day in the wilderness, it was already getting dark. Su Chen chose not to leave the city but returned home to rest for the night and planned to go out tomorrow to verify his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Who is it? Su Chen wondered. There shouldn't be anyone else coming to his place. Su Chen, it's your Aunt Lu. Hearing this voice, Su Chen knew it was his landlord. He opened the door and looked at her in confusion. Aunt Lu, my rent isn't due for another half month, right? What is this about? Lu Huifan hurriedly waved her hand and said, what rent? You can stay here as long as you want in the future, no charge. I saw you come back just now, so I specially brought you a pot of chicken soup that I just made. Lu Huifan showed him the jar she was holding in her left hand. Su Chen glanced at it and said lightly, Aunt Lu, if you have something to say, just say it. No need for all this. Lu Huifan usually wasn't like this. She was fierce when reminding Su Chen about the rent. Her voice could shake the building down. Now she was bringing chicken soup and speaking softly, so she must have something to ask him. It's a small matter, let's talk inside. Su Chen stopped her. Sorry, Aunt Lu, it's not very convenient inside. If you have something, just say it at the door. Well, okay then, it's actually not a big deal, but you know our building is a bit old. The city lord's mansion has issued a notice saying they want to demolish it. Su Chen wondered, isn't that a good thing? Lu Huifan immediately complained, oh, what's good about it? They won't compensate me, they only compensate me for one building, but that building is far away from the city gate and no one rents there. Hearing this, Su Chen sneered inwardly. So your house is going to be demolished and you still say I can stay here as long as I want. What a pie-in-the-sky promise. Auntie, I heard you have a good relationship with the city lord, so I want to ask you to help me talk to them and get me a building closer to the city gate. What do you think? That might disappoint you. I've only met the city lord a few times, we're not very familiar. Ah? Lu Huifan asked in confusion, but I heard people say you're quite famous, how could that be? They must be talking nonsense. What fame can a poor student like me have? If I were famous, I wouldn't still be living here, right? Aunt Lu, can you pass me the chicken soup? I see it's about to cool down and it won't taste good later. Su Chen pretended to look at the chicken soup she was holding, showing a very eager expression. Oh, the chicken soup? I haven't even dared to drink it myself. You can't help at all, so why drink chicken soup? Remember to pay the rent on time next month. Lu Huifan shot Su Chen a disdainful glance and left with the chicken soup. Watching her figure disappear, Su Chen smiled and closed the door. When Lu Huifan returned home, she immediately started complaining as soon as she stepped inside. I say, Mrs. Chang, you're not lying to me, are you? Lu Huifan placed the chicken soup on the coffee table, frowning as she looked at the woman on the sofa. What's wrong? Didn't Su Chen want to help? Hearing this, Lu Huifan got angry. She had to beg a child, only to find out that he had no connection to the city lord at all. Ever since her daughter got into a major guild a few years ago, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? What help? He's just a poor student. You didn't see how he was staring at the chicken soup in my hand, looking like he wanted to eat it. It's obvious he's not wealthy or powerful. That's impossible. Mrs. Cheng said in confusion, I have a cousin who works in the defense department. He said that Su Chen has a good relationship with the city lord, and the city lord is very polite to him. How could that be? My daughter doesn't have that kind of influence. You must have mistaken him for someone else. The two discussed for a long time and finally concluded that they must have mistaken him for someone else. The next morning, Su Chen left the city and headed towards the area where the little chickens were for leveling up. As the online hype faded, the place returned to calm. Su Chen looked at the many little chickens, then rushed over and grabbed one. He carried it by its feet and walked towards the river. This was the solution Su Chen came up with. Since there was no suitable place, he would create one himself. Su Chen arrived at the riverbank, found a spot where the water flowed gently, and then walked towards the river with two chickens. Of course, they pecked at him along the way, but their attacks didn't break his defense at all. When he reached the riverbank, Su Chen let go of one chicken, and the moment it broke free, it ran back as if flying. This scene left Su Chen dumbfounded. When did this thing learn to run so fast? Could it be that it triggered something by straying too far from its area? Su Chen thought this was the only explanation. Looking at the remaining chicken, Su Chen grabbed it and squatted down by the river. River god skill training in progress. Glancing at the prompt, Su Chen activated his trapping skill on the little chicken. Capture failed, proficiency +1, trapping skill on cooldown. Su Chen didn't care whether he succeeded or not. When the little chicken attacked him, he used his blocking skill. Block successful. Proficiency +1. Blocking skill on cooldown. Sure enough, true delicacies only require the simplest cooking methods. The same goes for training. After all the fighting, he found that the lowest level little chicken was the most useful. Truly clever of me. In the following days, Su Chen didn't go leveling up anymore. Instead, he ran to the river with a little chicken every day. The river god skill trained the fastest because there was no cooldown limit, but 500 hours wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. As for the trapping skill, it was the slowest, with a 60-second cooldown, allowing only a few hundred captures a day. The blocking skill was the fastest. The attack Speed of the dwarf chicken is once every 5 seconds, allowing for 12 blocks in a minute. In an hour, that's 720 times, and in just one day, the proficiency can be raised to around 8,000 times. So, after 4 days, Su-Chen successfully trained the blocking skill to proficient blocking. Proficient blocking can block all directional tangible damage, cooldown time 1 second. Perfect blocking currently cannot be unlocked. Please raise all current skills to proficient. After glancing at the evolved blocking skill, Su-Chen no longer worried about being instantly killed by monsters or suddenly ambushed by others, as long as he wasn't hit by continuous damage skills during that 1 second cooldown. At this moment, Su-Chen could be considered invincible. Wait, that's not right. Su-Chen suddenly remembered the vengeful spirit at the bottom of the ship. That thing was a mental attack. However, the system stated that it was a special dungeon, so there shouldn't be too many mental attack type monsters. Ignoring these thoughts, Su-Chen decided to train proficiency for another 2 days before heading to another city to level up. Although skill proficiency was important, level was also crucial as it provided high base attributes. Most importantly, several defensive items dropped by giants required a second class change to equip. Lu Wenshu valued himself so much that he had completely fallen out with the big merchant guild for his sake. He was clearly the type of person who cared about face, and during the big exam, Su-Chen couldn't let him lose face either. After all, he had to secure the top scholar of the province. Su-Chen checked the dungeon and wild monster information for Donghua province and found that only the southernmost city, Lihua City, had dungeons for levels 100 to 200. Because of this, practitioners in Donghua province could only go to other provinces to level up after their second class change. Thus, Donghua province became one of the provinces with the lowest strength. This was unavoidable. Without suitable wild monsters and dungeons, it was impossible to retain talent. Su-Chen carefully looked at the introduction of Lihua City and found something strange. There was actually a wild monster area with a level of 400 at the southernmost part of Lihua City. Su-Chen opened the information for this area and began to read. Land of extreme flames. This area has been in a state of extreme high temperature for a long time. Practitioners below level 0 of the 4th class will automatically lose 1000 health per second upon entry. This health deduction is mandatory. The fire avoidance pearl will not take effect. Please proceed with caution. After reading the information, Su-Chen's eyes lit up. TSK, if I go here and take a stab at the monsters, wouldn't I immediately level up to 100 in the 1st class? However, it was also very dangerous. With Su-Chen's current health, he would die in just over 10 seconds without doing anything. Proficient blocking should not be able to withstand this kind of mandatory health deduction as it already belonged to intangible damage. Most importantly, the monsters inside were all above level 400. Even the small monsters at this level could kill Su-Chen in an instant. In summary, risks and rewards coexisted. As for dungeons, Su-Chen did not plan to grind them. They were too slow, and the cooldown time was very long. Moreover, only Lihua City in all of Donghua province had dungeons for levels 100 to 200, and everyone was eyeing them. To grind a dungeon, one would probably have to queue for a whole day. So this plan was directly ruled out by Su-Chen. After thinking for a long time, he decided to venture into the land of extreme flames. At worst, he would first check the situation on the outskirts and wait until it was safe before going in. Then he would seize the opportunity to take a stab. Level up and run, never lingering too long. On the flying boat heading to Lihua City, Su-Chen arrived at the deck and looked down. The mountain scenery beneath his feet was rapidly retreating. Although the flying boat had boat in its name, it was extremely fast. In appearance, it resembled an aircraft carrier equipped with all sorts of facilities. Whether for travel or a short journey, the flying boat was the best choice. For long-distance transport, one would need to use the teleportation arrays available in various provincial cities. After about 5 hours of flight, the flying boat finally arrived at Lihua City. Stepping off the boat, Su-Chen's first impression of Lihua City was the heat. Coupled with the city's fiery red characteristics, it felt even hotter. Having not eaten anything all morning, Su-Chen decided to find a restaurant for lunch. As a city in Donghua Prefecture, the culinary differences were not significant, so Su-Chen casually ordered a few dishes and sat down to wait. Hey, have you guys heard about the Extreme Flame Land? A table of 4 or 5 nearby was chatting while eating. Hearing them discuss the destination of his trip, Su-Chen couldn't help but eavesdrop. What happened in the Extreme Flame Land? I heard that the Tiger and Cheetah mercenary groups from Nanming City have entered the Extreme Flame Land on a mission. They say they're going to capture someone. Su-Chen knew that Nanming City was a large city on the other side of the Extreme Flame Land. Nanming City did not belong to Donghua Prefecture but was the northernmost city of Huozhou. The strength of Huozhou far exceeded that of Donghua Prefecture, housing countless mercenary groups and several major guilds. The mercenary groups were made up of fearless individuals who often ventured into extremely harsh conditions to help their employers gather materials and equipment. As long as you could pay, they could solve any problem for you. The Tiger and Cheetah mercenary groups? Aren't they the 2 strongest in Nanming City? I heard their leaders are all above level 6. Who are they trying to capture? Why such a big operation? Not sure, I just heard about it. Anyway, if you have nothing to do, don't wander near the extreme flameland. Those mercenaries are not good people, they kill without blinking. We definitely won't go. With our level, we wouldn't last a minute in there. After listening to their conversation, Suchen wondered if he should wait a couple more days before going. However, with the big exam approaching and only about 10 days left, he couldn't afford to waste a single day if he wanted to reach level 2. After some thought, Suchen decided to take a look. He had a blocking skill, so unless he encountered a special situation, he wouldn't be in much danger. Finishing his meal quickly, Suchen took a taxi towards the outskirts of the city. At the city gate of Lihua City, there weren't many people coming in and out. It seemed everyone was aware of the two mercenary groups capturing people. Little brother, don't leave the city recently. Someone kindly reminded Su Chen as he was about to exit. It's fine, thanks for the warning. Su Chen set his direction towards the extreme flameland. The person saw that Su Chen wasn't heeding the advice and said no more, just shaking his head. After all, every year many people lost their lives outside the city due to arrogance. He had seen it all too often. In a plain area of the extreme flameland, the surroundings were filled with fiery red rocks, and the ground looked as if it were about to ignite. If an ordinary person stayed here for even a second, they would immediately be turned to ashes. However, dozens of people were searching for something. Captain, the 7th squad reports that they have found the target. They are afraid to act on their own and request our support. Is the information reliable? A burly man stood up from the ground and asked the reporting mercenary. The information is reliable. It has been confirmed that this is the person we are here to capture. Location: to the north of the extreme flameland. The target is about to escape. The man grinned. Very well, all members of the team set off immediately. Don't let that group of idiots from the Cheetah Corps get there first. Yes, Captain. With the command issued by the man, all members of the Tiger Mercenary Corps collectively rushed northward towards the extreme flameland. In another part of the extreme flameland, a lean middle-aged man finished reading the information he received and chuckled. That idiot Zhao who thinks he can fool me? Little does he know I've already planted spies in his troop. The man looked at those around him and shouted, the target has appeared, move forward at full speed to the north. On the outskirts of the extreme flameland, Suchen finally arrived after more than an hour of travel. Just the outskirts were devoid of any living creatures, with hardly any plants in sight. The scorching heat hit Suchen like stepping into a furnace. Warning, temperature too high, you are taking damage. -5. -5. Looking at the warning, Suchen frowned, not expecting to lose health just by being outside. But after thinking about it, it made sense. It was like falling into water without a water avoidance pearl. One wouldn't drown immediately but would continuously lose health. Once the health bar hit 0, one would die. This place was as hot as a furnace, so continuous health loss didn't seem strange. Suchen had prepared enough health potions before setting out, so this little health loss wasn't a big deal. Just as Suchen was observing the situation from a distance, a dirty little girl with wounds all over her body ran out from inside. Upon seeing Suchen, the little girl's eyes lit up and she ran over. Stop! Suchen shouted to her, then drew his magic blade, 1,000 edges, just in case. The fact that this little girl could run out of the extreme flameland unscathed indicated that her level was at least above the 4th transition. Who knew if she was some old monster disguised as a child to deceive him? Suchen would never let her get close. At Suchen's shout, the little girl immediately froze in place, tears welling in her eyes as she anxiously glanced back, then said to Suchen, Big brother, please save me, someone is chasing me. Suchen remained unmoved. Stop pretending. You managed to run out of the extreme flameland. I might as well call you grandma. If you don't leave, I might take action. The little girl grew more anxious. Big brother, please, save Kair. They want to capture me to refine medicine and level up. Refine medicine to level up? Are you trying to fool me? Suchen sneered inwardly. He had never heard of anyone being captured to refine medicine for leveling up. It was well known that leveling up could only be done by grinding monsters or completing dungeons. There was no such thing as experience potions. Suchen stopped wasting time with her, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to act. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't leave now, I'll make my move. If I act, you won't have a chance to survive. Just as the little girl was at a loss, more than 10 people rushed out from the extreme flameland. They glanced at the little girl, then at Suchen. The leader spoke, Kid, you'd better not meddle, or I won't mind letting you die here. Get as far away as you can. Before Suchen could respond, one of the men beside the leader looked at Suchen with disdain and said, Captain, it's just a little brat. Kill him and then capture this little girl. There are no other people around here anyway who would know it was us if we killed him. The captain nodded at this. They had killed many people before, and without evidence, no one could do anything to them. That's true, let's make it quick. The captain is coming soon, and our 7th squad must achieve results this time. Suchen glanced at the little girl in front of him. It seemed she was the one captured by the mercenaries, as mentioned by a few people in the restaurant. The people before him were indeed the mercenaries. Originally, Suchen didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, but these people were simply too dismissive of him. Are you sure there's no one else around? Su Chen asked. Upon hearing this, several mercenaries laughed. This kid seems scared silly. Of course, we're sure there's no one else nearby. You can rest easy and die. Su Chen nodded. That's good, then I can relax. Ha ha ha. Another round of mocking laughter erupted. However, the next moment, they could no longer laugh. A flash of blade light passed and a blood mark appeared on the necks of more than 10 mercenaries. Those who were still laughing could only cough out blood. Bang bang bang. The sound of 12 bodies hitting the ground echoed. I hate it when others threaten me, Su Chen said calmly as he sheathed his knife. The little girl watched the scene, her pupils suddenly constricting, filled with horror. Su Chen looked at her and asked, "Are you sure you still want me to save you?" The little girl quickly shook her head. But soon she regained her composure and put on a playful expression, saying, "But big brother, you've already killed them all and saved me after." Saying this, the little girl changed her face again, looking at Su Chen with a pitiful expression. "Big brother, I'm hungry. Can you give me something to eat?" Watching her change expressions multiple times, Su Chen was sure this was an old witch in disguise. Continuing to entangle with her would probably lead him into trouble. "No, goodbye. Also, don't follow me. If you dare to follow, I'll kill you." Su Chen turned and left, no longer wasting words with her. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Su Chen confirmed that the little girl was not following him and finally felt at ease. Su Chen was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not kill indiscriminately. At this moment, several sharp whistles sounded in the air. A team of people riding flying beasts quickly swept through the sky, and upon seeing Su Chen, they turned back and landed in front of him. One of them took out a photo and asked Su Chen, "Kid, have you seen this little girl?" Su Chen glanced at it. It was the same girl who had just asked him for help. It seemed these people were also mercenaries. Su Chen shook his head to indicate he had not seen her. The man stared at Su Chen with a cold expression and said, "Is that so? If I find out you're lying, the consequences will be severe, understand?" Su Chen remained unfazed. The man looked at Su Chen again, then signaled to the others to mount their flying beasts and fly into the sky. Just then, a voice came from behind Su Chen, "Big brother, watch out from above." Su Chen was startled by the warning and looked up, only to see the mercenary who was about to leave throwing a fire-type magic explosive at him. Boom! An explosion sounded where Su Chen stood. The little girl rushed 2 steps forward to try to shield him, but she was still a moment too late. This kid thinks he's clever and wants to trick us? The 7th squad that had just died was recording the whole time. Su Chen didn't know he had already been exposed. "Catch that girl." As soon as the man finished speaking, a bright light flashed through the smoke of the explosion. All the mercenaries in the sky and their flying beasts fell to the ground. Su Chen emerged unscathed from the smoke. The little girl looked at Su Chen in shock. "Big brother, you're completely unharmed? What, do you wish for me to be hurt?" "No, not at all." The girl hurriedly shook her head. "Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Su Chen glanced at her. I have nowhere to go." "If you have nowhere to go, then go back and find your parents." Hearing this, the little girl's expression darkened and she lowered her head, softly saying, "I don't have parents and I don't know what they look like." "Are you an orphan too?" For some reason, at that moment, Su Chen truly felt that she was just a child that no one wanted. He unexpectedly felt a sense of sympathy for her. Perhaps it was because he had reminded himself of her when she was in danger earlier. Su Chen took out a portion of rations and gave it to her. "Eat, didn't you say you were hungry?" The little girl glanced at the food in Su Chen's hand, snatched it away, and began to eat ravenously. Is she really just a child? Su Chen looked at her, feeling somewhat confused. How could a 7 or 8-year-old child possibly run out from the extreme flameland? Yet, her mental state from the beginning until now indeed resembled that of a child. "Drink some water, don't choke." Su Chen handed her a bottle of water, but the little girl didn't take it. Instead, she pushed the mineral water away. After finishing the rations in 2 bites, she explained, "I can't drink water." "Can't drink water? Why not?" "Because it will hurt." Su Chen was even more puzzled. How could drinking water cause harm? What a strange person. "I'll take you to Lihua City, and then you can choose where to go." This was the last place Su Chen could help her. "Oh, thank you, big brother." Su Chen walked ahead, and the little girl obediently followed behind him, the 2 of them making their way to Lihua City. "Captain, the Flying Eagle Squad has been wiped out." The Flying Eagle Squad was the elite team of their Tiger Mercenary Corps, known for their high mobility and explosive power. Zhao Hu angrily said, "What did you say? What level is that boy?" The 7th Squad and the Flying Eagle Squad had all fallen at Su Chen's hands, and Zhao Hu's heart was bleeding. "Captain, could it be that boy is the brother of the girl we're trying to capture?" To him, the girl seemed abnormal, so having an abnormal brother also seemed reasonable. I don't care who he is, anyone who dares to kill my people will pay the price." From their route, they should be heading to Lihua City, so advance at full speed and intercept him. "That boy is very strong. Whoever encounters him first should kill him immediately, but don't accidentally harm the little girl." The events happening in the Tiger Mercenary Corps soon reached the ears of the Cheetah Mercenary Corps. Speed is our advantage. Let's get ahead of Zhao Hu and capture them." On the way, Su Chen learned the little girl's name was Kair. She said that when she woke up, she was deep in a mountain in the extreme Flame Land, and it was only yesterday that those people said they wanted to capture her to refine medicine. That was when she ran out. As for the rest, she couldn't remember anything and didn't know why she was there. Su Chen speculated that she must have lost her memory after being defeated in a fight. Although this world had been digitized, it seemed that a person's mental system could become foolish or forgetful after being injured. Kair must have been hurt mentally, otherwise, a child her age could never survive in the extreme Flame Land. By the way, I can invite her to form a team, then I can see her job information and level, right? Thinking of this, Su Chen sent her a team invitation. Kair agrees to join the team. Su Chen looked at her information. Name, Kair, job, level 680. Looking at the job and level information, Su Chen was utterly perplexed. It seemed that she was indeed a high-level amnesiac. But, can't see the job? And who can tell me what the hell this level 680 is? Why aren't you leaving, big brother? Kair looked up at Su Chen. It's nothing, let's hurry up, it's getting dark. Su Chen had never spent a night outside the city and didn't know what dangers lurked in the night beyond the walls. He couldn't figure out Kair's identity and decided not to guess anymore. Anyway, he just needed to get her to Lihua City and give her some money to choose for herself. Level 680, although he didn't know how it worked, ordinary people definitely couldn't harm her. It was just that his own leveling plan was probably going to be ruined. The mercenary group probably wanted to kill him. The two continued towards Lihua City, but after just a few steps, Kair suddenly grabbed Su Chen's hand and said, "Big brother, there are a lot of people ahead." Hearing this, Su Chen became alert. Although he couldn't see, Kair wouldn't say it without reason. "Can you tell what kind of people they are?" Kair's eyes ignited with a spark as she stared ahead for a moment before saying, "They're the big bad guys who want to catch me. Let's take a detour." It seemed those mercenaries had already figured out his intention to return to Lihua City and were blocking the road in advance. Su Chen's block had a 1-second cooldown, and if there were many opponents plus assassins, he wasn't absolutely sure he could kill them all without getting hurt. These people were all above level 4, and in a fight, it was all about who struck first. He didn't want to take that risk. Just as the two were preparing to take a detour, 2 flying pets carrying 2 people flew in from the horizon, apparently on patrol nearby. Seeing these 2 flying pets, Su Chen didn't think twice and drew his sword to kill them. He had already killed more than 20, so he didn't care about 1 or 2 more. The cheetah mercenary group, which had been blocking the road ahead, immediately received the news of the deaths of the 2 patrol members as soon as Su Chen killed them. "Captain, our patrol members were killed 2 kilometers ahead." After hearing this, Shirbao immediately stood up and ordered, "It must be those 2, everyone chase after them. Also, be careful of that kid's sword drawing skill." Damn, I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be that kid who's been making headlines lately. It seems the rumors about him killing the Cyclops alone are true. Shirbao recognized Su Chen through the footage sent by spies from the Tiger mercenary group. "Big brother, they're coming after us," Kair said anxiously to Su Chen. "How many people?" "A total of 548, divided into 3 directions to surround us." "So many?" Su Chen glanced at their current position. A head-on confrontation was definitely not an option. They had to find a way to escape. "Got it. Now that people in Lihua City have received the news, they don't dare to leave the city, so there must be no one in the wild dungeons." Su Chen grabbed Kair and ran towards the nearest dungeon location. The cheetah mercenary group was known for their speed, and the 2 of them running barefoot couldn't possibly outrun them. Before Su Chen even reached the dungeon entrance, dozens of flying pets appeared in the sky. The moment these people saw Su Chen, they launched an attack. A quantum missile appeared directly above Su Chen and then fell down. Gunner. Ordinary firearms in this world were useless against professionals, but gunners who had transitioned from archers could use firearms to kill professionals. Moreover, their large weapon skills had great damage and wide range. Just like this quantum missile. Boom! A huge explosion and shockwave erupted, shaking the entire ground. "Hee, the captain is actually afraid of this kid. After he takes my quantum missile, he will definitely die." "Captain, won't this blow up our target?" "Don't worry, that little girl is not simple. My damage can't kill her." Before this small team even descended to the ground, a blade of light swept out. Everyone was taken aback. "Little." Before the words were finished, the entire squad had already perished under Su Chen's blade. After doing all this, Su Chen pulled up Kair and continued running towards the dungeon. Less than 10 seconds later, Shirbao arrived at the scene. "All vanguard troops, listen up. Do not underestimate them upon sight. We must continue attacking until the main force arrives. This kid has an invincible skill." Ignoring the level difference, Shirbao realized he had underestimated this young man. Shirbao had already made up his mind to eliminate Su Chen. Otherwise, he would be restless. A minute later, looking at the dungeon portal before him, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. Finally here. Glancing at the black dot appearing in the sky, Su Chen entered the dungeon with Kair. "Where are they?" Shirbao, riding in his specialized war vehicle, arrived and asked the vanguard troops. Reporting to the commander, they have entered the dungeon. Bao looked at the dungeon portal and smiled. Heh, is this a case of desperate measures? Although they couldn't enter the dungeon to pursue, the maximum stay in a dungeon was 3 hours. After 3 hours, regardless of whether they cleared the dungeon or not, they would be forcibly ejected. In Bao's view, this was no different from walking into a trap. Keep guard around the dungeon, not a single fly is to escape. Half an hour later, the Tiger Mercenary Corps also arrived. Bao, where are they? Zhao Hu stepped forward, towering like a small mountain in front of Bao. They had chased for half a day without seeing a single shadow. Hearing from his subordinates that Bao had station people here, Zhao Hu was not foolish and immediately brought his men to pursue. No comment. Although Bao was slender, he did not back down in presence against Zhao Hu. The two stared each other down. Haha, sure monkey, do you think I wouldn't know if you don't say? Did they enter the dungeon? Zhao Hu waved his hand, instructing his subordinates, everyone stay here, we will wait. 2 hours later, the members of the two mercenary corps began to grow restless. Each face bore a hint of anxiety. Finally, someone in the Tiger Corps couldn't hold back and said to Zhao Hu, Commander, it's about to get dark, we can't wait any longer. It's at least over an hour to Lihua City. If we wait any longer, we definitely won't make it before dark. Zhao Hu glanced at the time and then at the sky. Reluctantly looking at the still dungeon, he said helplessly, Tiger Corps, listen up, let's head to Lihua City. Ha, Zhao Hu, you're leaving. Just like that? Why not wait a bit longer? Bao looked at Zhao Hu with a mocking expression. Their cheetah mercenary corps was fast and could afford to wait another half hour, so they weren't too anxious. If you have the guts, wait here until dark, Zhao Hu said, turning to leave, not daring to linger for even a minute. In the wild at night, no one dared to stay, those who did were already dead. Few knew what might appear at night, only that those who did not return to the city before dark never appeared again. The city was said to be safe because of the protection of the Awakening Temple. Each city was built around the Awakening Temple as its center. Half an hour later, Bao could no longer stay put. Damn, does he want to die? Why isn't he coming out? Forget it, let's head back to the city and block him. Bao called his subordinates to hurry towards Lihua City. The once bustling area outside the dungeon suddenly fell silent. In the dungeon, Su Chen had finished brushing a map but did not continue. Kai's level was too high, this dungeon simply did not give Su Chen any experience. Big brother, when can we go out? The two sat side by side on the ground, staring blankly into the distance. Just wait, we can go out when it gets dark outside. Although this was an adventurous attempt, Su Chen still went ahead with it. There were too many opponents, and he had no guarantee of victory. If even one continuous damage skill hit him, he would surely die at their hands. Kai, have you ever stayed outside at night? At night? I've always been outside. Hearing this answer, Su Chen looked at her in surprise and asked, then have you encountered any danger? Kai shook her head. Not really, I was sleeping. Su Chen twitched his mouth. Sleeping outside at night? Wasn't it said that the area outside the city at night was very dangerous? Su Chen truly doubted how she had survived until now. 30 minutes left until the dungeon ends. Listening to this prompt, Su Chen took out the magic knife, 1,000 blades. Half an hour passed quickly. The dungeon time ended and Su Chen and Kai were forcibly exited from the dungeon. At this time, it was dark outside. The mercenary group had completely withdrawn, and apart from the sound of the wind, there was no other noise outside the dungeon. Is there really nothing? It was said to be so terrifying. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, a piercing scream suddenly appeared behind him. Without thinking, Su Chen activated his block skill. Block successful. Perfect block not unlocked. Cannot gain proficiency. Su Chen turned around and saw a creature resembling a bat, but it had a pair of huge black claws. Nightmare special level belongs to Su Chen physique intangible body. Physical attack 9999999, magical attack 0, health 9999999, physical defense / magical defense 0 to 0, skills claw strike. Shadow follow description. Everyone has a nightmare in their heart. When you meet it, you are already a corpse. After reading the information about this thing, Su Chen felt his scalp tingle. This attack power and health were simply outrageous. Taking a hit would undoubtedly mean death, and this intangible body was the same as the ship's bottom vengeful spirit. Su Chen couldn't attack it at all. Just as Su Chen finished looking at the data, the nightmare struck again. Su Chen blocked once more. Then the nightmare paused for 3 seconds before attacking Su Chen again, using the same repeated moves. It seemed to have only this one skill. The nightmare did not attack Kai but focused on grabbing Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at the belonging section of its data panel and speculated that everyone would have a nightmare. It would only come out to attack at night in the wild. However, its attack speed was very slow. By the time it attacked Su Chen, his block had already cooled down. Thus, one was defending and the other was attacking, leading to a stalemate. Su Chen tried to run a distance, but no matter where he ran, the nightmare would follow, making it impossible to shake it off. Only Su Chen had the infinite block skill to withstand it. Anyone else would definitely not last 10 seconds before dying under its claws. No wonder everyone says the wild is dangerous at night. This isn't just dangerous, it's like looking for death. After a while of stalemate with it, Suchen simply sat down on the ground. There was no way to sleep tonight. This thing showed no intention of stopping. Wait, why hasn't a nightmare appeared next to you, Kyer? Suchen curiously examined Kyer beside him. Logically, this nightmare should belong to everyone. I don't know, Kyer shrugged. By the way, this thing should also be a monster, right? I wonder if I can use the beast capture skill. After completing the block, Suchen activated the beast capture skill. Capture failed, proficiency +1. You really can. Suchen became a bit excited, thinking if he triggered that 0.1% chance, catching a nightmare as a pet beast would be invincible. With this thought, Suchen tirelessly began to catch again. At the city gate of Lihua City, the Tiger Mercenary Corps and the Cheetah Mercenary Corps occupied the positions on either side of the city gate. The professionals of Lihua City didn't even dare to look at them, only able to discuss from a distance. Why did these two mercenary corps come to our Lihua City? I heard they were capturing people in the extreme flame land, probably didn't catch anyone and came here to spend the night before dark. It's already dark, who can still come back from the wild? This was also the confusion of Bao and Zhao Hu. What if that kid doesn't come back before dark? Did he die? If he's dead, he's dead. If that little girl dies, I'll be the one losing out. Zhao Hu had lost over 20 brothers and still hadn't caught anyone. Thinking of this made him angry. He was losing big on this deal. I've lost over 10 brothers too. I wish I could skin that kid alive. Letting him die out there is too easy for him. Just as the two were feeling gloomy, their employer sent a message. She can't possibly die out there. Go capture her and bring her to me as soon as it's light. The reward is doubled. Seeing this message, both felt a surge of joy. As long as the person they were supposed to capture was fine, with the reward increased, the deaths of those brothers didn't seem like such a loss. Zhao Hu's eyes turned, and he suddenly said to Bao, Stone Monkey, now that the reward has doubled, how about we join forces? We can split the reward later. This way, everyone profits, and it won't hurt our relationship. What do you say? The Cheetah Mercenary Corps had the advantage of speed, and Zhao Hu was afraid of being outpaced, so he decided to pretend to cooperate. Later, he would rely on his own corps' strength to forcibly take the person. Sure. Bao, being Zhao Hu's old rival, knew exactly what Zhao Hu was thinking. He decided to pretend to agree, then rely on his own corps' speed. Advantage to shake off Zhao Hu later. Alright, let's catch that little girl first and then discuss the reward. Hee, sounds good. The night is still long, want to have a drink? That's exactly what I meant. The two exchanged smiles and began to call each other brothers. Under the night sky, not far from Lihua City, a bonfire had already been lit. Suchen and Kyer sat by the bonfire, along with a nightmare that attacked Suchen every 3 seconds. Capture failed, proficiency +1. After dozens of attempts, Suchen had already gotten used to it and didn't mind. Kyer, have you ever considered that you might not actually be human? Chen analyzed her information and all the anomalies together. He found that no matter how he looked at Kyer, she didn't seem like a powerful person with amnesia. First, the level of 680 could only appear on monsters. A normal person should be at level 80 after 6 promotions. Secondly, there was the description of the nightmare, that everyone has a nightmare in their heart. Could it be that every person here isn't really a person? Nightmares only attack humans when they appear in the wild at night. Monsters do not produce nightmares. With this thought, all the strange aspects seemed to make sense. Then why do I look like a human? Kyer asked, puzzled. This stumped Suchen. Indeed, no monster could transform into human form. The monsters in this world were all fixed types. He had never heard of any saying about demon beasts transforming. But with this, it didn't make sense whether Kyer was human or not. Suchen didn't know which part had gone wrong. Seeing that the beast capture skill had cooled down, Suchen used it again. Capture successful, congratulations, you have obtained a divine beast. Looking at this prompt, Suchen was momentarily stunned. Then came the ecstatic joy. What the hell, a divine beast? Suchen excitedly opened the system panel and sure enough, there was an additional pet section. Inside, a 5-colored divine bird was quietly waiting there. Suchen clicked on her information to take a look. 5-colored phoenix, weak grade, divine beast owner, Suchen level 680. Physical attack 360,000, magical attack 585,000, health 1,205,800/68,000,000, mana 856, 975/26,800,000, physical defense magical defense for 78,000/660,000, skills world destroying flame 5-colored divine light, rebirth and fire, eye of insight, phoenix cry. Transformation description, an ancient divine beast sealed by an unknown power until now, just awakened her intelligence. After reading the information, Suchen was dumbfounded. Wasn't I capturing a nightmare? Where did this 5-colored phoenix come from? Suddenly, Suchen seemed to remember something and turned to look beside him. Kyer's figure had long since disappeared. Block successful, perfect. Block not unlocked. Proficiency cannot be increased. Glancing at the nightmare still attacking him, Suchen looked back at the five-colored phoenix. It turned out that the one he had been capturing all along was Kair. The one who truly triggered the beast capture skill was Kair, who had always been by his side. Suchen hurriedly summoned the five-colored phoenix. With a cry of the phoenix, a phoenix, bathed in five-colored divine light, appeared in the air. The dazzling feathers matched with her unparalleled figure, truly deserving of the name Divine Beast. Big brother, what happened to me? The phoenix spoke human words, curiously examining her own body. Kair, you are the ancient divine beast phoenix. You are not human. Suchen looked at her transformation skill. Perhaps this was why she could take on human form. This was also the first time Suchen had heard of a monster being able to transform into a human. Everything could now be explained. The Extreme Flame Land was actually the place that sealed Kair, influenced by her. The Extreme Flame Land had such high temperatures all year round because of her. After Kair left, the Extreme Flame Land should cool down. For some unknown reason, Kair broke free from the seal and walked out in the form of a little girl. Since she had just transformed and awakened her intelligence, she behaved like a little girl. By a twist of fate, Suchen had used the beast capture skill to turn her into his pet. Kair, you can transform back. Try it yourself. Oh, Kair nodded, and 3 seconds later, the five-colored phoenix transformed back into the form of a little girl. It's real. Kair jumped happily, then looked a bit puzzled and said, Huh? Why do I feel like I can't leave Big Brother now? Hearing this, Suchen felt a bit awkward. Pets definitely couldn't leave their owners. Maybe it's because we're family. From now on, you will be my little sister. Ah, really? Then I have family now. Kair jumped into Suchen's arms, looking very happy. Suchen patted her head and took out a blood bottle, handing it to her. Drink this and see if you can recover health. Okay. After Kair finished the blood bottle, her health recovered by a few thousand. However, with her tens of millions of health points, this little recovery was just a drop in the bucket. Seeing it was effective, Suchen decided to buy more blood bottles when he returned to the city to help her recover her health to over 10 million. As for mana, around 5 million should be enough. He would restore it all when he had money later. Blood bottles and mana bottles were quite expensive. Suchen's tens of millions might not be enough to fully restore her. That night, Kair was familiarizing herself with her skills, while Suchen was tormented by the nightmare all night. Brother, I can protect you from now on too. Kair confidently clenched her small fist. After a night, she had already become proficient in all her skills. As dawn broke, the nightmare vanished without a trace. Suchen let out a sigh of relief. A sleepless night combined with the tension had left him somewhat fatigued. But he had survived. Perhaps he was the first person to survive a night outside the city. Kyoto. In the offices of the presidents of various guilds, they all received the same message. After Suchen left the Fire City, he did not return that night. What did you say? Longwu Guild President Wu Zhengyang exploded with rage upon hearing the news. The young man he had high hopes for was gone. It was common knowledge that no one could survive a night outside the city. What on earth happened? How could he not return before nightfall? The messenger in front of Wu Zhengyang said nervously, Well, it is said that two mercenary groups were guarding the city gate last night, claiming to be capturing a boy and a little girl. It could be them. Before he could finish, Wu Zhengyang coldly interrupted. How dare they be so bold as to touch someone my Longwu Guild has set its sights on? Send a message for the guild elders stationed in Yenzhou to head to Fire City. Don't let a single one of those mercenaries escape. But President, we aren't sure if it was them. Wu Zhengyang's gaze turned icy. Does that matter? I only want results. Yes. In Donghai City. Upon hearing this news, Lu Wenshu's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. Someone, go to Fire City. Suchen was the hope of Donghai City. If something happened to him, Donghai City would surely lose face this year. Losing face was one thing, but the Li family, the major trading company, would definitely be the first to settle accounts with him. Suchen was not only the hope of Donghai City but also his hope. At the gate of Fire City, just as dawn broke, the two mercenary groups surged out of the city. They had barely taken a few steps when a five-colored phoenix appeared in the distance, carrying a boy. He's not dead. How is that possible? Everyone stared in shock at the approaching boy and beast. Inside Fire City, many early risers who had come to watch the spectacle were equally astonished. I've lived for decades, and it's the first time I've seen someone return from outside the city at dawn. Who is that boy? Could he be some big shot passing by? What big shot? You don't even know him. He's that genius from Donghua State, the one who single-handedly killed the one-eyed giant. I think his name is Suchen. How did he manage to spend the night outside safely? Suchen looked down at the two mercenary groups, keeping a certain distance from Kair. He dared to return because he relied on Kair's ability to fly. Those people wouldn't be able to reach him without flying beasts, and he could take advantage of his blade drawing technique that ignored distance. The reason Suchen hadn't taken action yet was entirely because they were at the city gate. Killing someone in public would lead to official arrest. Good morning, everyone. Suchen greeted them. Seeing Su Chen so arrogant, Zhao Wu's temper flared instantly. Damn it, you dared to come back? Brothers, kill him. His subordinates advised, Captain, calm down, this is the city gate. And so many people are watching. What are you afraid of? Kill him, and we can just find someone to take the blame later. Kill him. Since Zhao Wu had given the order, the members of the fierce tiger mercenary group no longer held back. A mage directly cast a lightning bolt at Su Chen. Kai'er easily dodged it while carrying Su Chen. Su Chen wasn't angry, instead, he smiled and said to the onlookers, everyone saw it, they attacked first. Next, I will be defending myself. Not good. Bao was startled upon hearing this, as he knew Su Chen's strength. Bao reacted quickly, rolling to conceal himself and running into the city. As for the others, even if they understood Su Chen, they could only watch helplessly. Goodbye. Su Chen drew his sword, and a blade of light flashed, blindingly bright. Boom! An explosion sounded outside Lihua City. Then, countless clods of earth flew into the air. Pa pa pa. The onlookers who were a bit closer were directly hit with mud. What's going on? Did that Su Chen make a move? Why aren't those two mercenary groups fighting back? That strike looks quite powerful. I wonder how many people died. These people are so bold, daring to act. Right at the city gate, completely disregarding the authorities. As the dust settled, everyone focused their eyes. A massive chasm appeared. On the ground, the bodies of hundreds from the two mercenary groups were scattered everywhere. The entire scene resembled hell. Zhao Hu, the leader of the tiger mercenary group, was cut in half along with the large knife in his hand. Not a single person from the two mercenary groups survived. Watching this scene, everyone felt their legs trembling. Someone swallowed hard and stammered, all dead. These were all above level 4 professionals, just like that. No one even dared to look up at the figure in the sky. Hey, I said I was defending myself. This shouldn't be illegal, right? Kai'er brought Su Chen into Lihua City. After landing, Su Chen put her back into the pet space, transforming in public would likely cause trouble. The crowd hurriedly made way, fearing Su Chen might come at them with a blade too. Hearing Su Chen's words, everyone couldn't help but think he killed hundreds from two mercenary groups and he calls that self-defense? But no one dared to voice it. Who would dare provoke this killing god now? Those hundreds of corpses were a clear warning. Bao, who had narrowly escaped, glanced at Su Chen and quickly left. It was terrifying. He had actually dared to chase after him yesterday. He vowed never to encounter Su Chen again in this lifetime. As for any so-called rewards, what use was money when people were dead? He just wanted to live well, even if it meant just surviving. Inside a breakfast shop in Lihua City, after releasing Kai'er in a corner, Su Chen brought her here. Boss, bring us all your breakfast. Su Chen discovered that Kai'er could not only recover health by eating human food but also regain mana. This was much more cost-effective than health and mana potions. Ha! You two can't eat that much, can you? Su Chen smiled. It's fine, my sister has a big appetite. Half an hour later, Kai'er and Su Chen, still wanting more, walked out of the breakfast shop together. Only the dumbfounded owner remained, staring at the more than 10 baskets of leftovers. Mr. Su, hello, I am Lin Taisheng, the city lord of Lihua City. A man in a suit, accompanied by more than 20 people, stood before Su Chen. The crowd that had been following Su Chen from a distance speculated upon seeing this scene. The city lord came personally, he must be here to capture him. Well, obviously, with so many dead, the city lord has to catch him to report to the higher-ups. Just asking, is the city lord his opponent? The crowd. Hello, City Lord Lin, what can I do for you? Su Chen asked. Lin Taisheng glanced at Su Chen and the little girl beside him, roughly guessing that this girl was the one the mercenary group wanted to capture. It's like this, according to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Professionals cannot kill each other without reason. If there is a necessity to fight, a death contract must be signed. So, after Lin Taisheng finished speaking, he felt a bit anxious. He was scared too. What if this person in front of him didn't buy into his reasoning and gave him a blade? But after this incident, if he, as the manager of the Fire City, doesn't take action, he will be finished as well. So he had no choice but to seek out Su Chen. About this matter, Lord Lin, there were so many witnesses at the time, I was just acting in self-defense. Su Chen put on an innocent expression. You can't wrongfully accuse a good citizen, can you? Upon hearing this, Lin Taisheng's heart was racing. Have some dignity. Who in their right mind would call it self-defense when they killed everyone without sparing a single one? You look more like someone who silences witnesses. A good citizen, you really dare to say that? Mr. Su, the definition of this matter has to be determined by the higher-ups, so may I ask you both to come with me? I've already prepared a room. It's a small villa of 300 square meters right next to my lord's residence. And if you two want anything to eat, just let me know, I will make sure it gets delivered. Since Lord Lin has said so, I will go take a look. With things being this way, Su Chen couldn't let him lose face. Lin Taisheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. This trip had scared him quite a bit, and now that the people were temporarily settled, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, don't you think the Lord doesn't seem like he's here to arrest anyone, but more like he's inviting guests? Not just seems like it, that's exactly what it is. I even saw the Lord nodding and bowing. Cough cough, be careful with your words, the Lord is notoriously petty. If he hears you, he will definitely make things difficult for you. Before these people could finish speaking, Lin Tiesheng's eyes swept over. He quickly followed after Su Chen and the others who were walking in front. It's over, the Lord heard us. Brothers who were just discussing the Lord, hurry up and pack your things and run. It's still not too late to escape now. As Lu Wenshu just got off the flying boat, he heard the news that Su Chen had returned alive from outside the city. This surprised him and filled him with excitement. As long as Su Chen was fine, he didn't care how he managed to survive. However, the next thing immediately changed his expression. That bastard old Lin, doesn't he know Su Chen is one of my people from Donghai City? I'm going to find him to settle the score. At this moment, Su Chen was inside the villa chatting casually with Lin Taisheng. Kyer was sitting at the table, continuously eating. Lin Taisheng couldn't help but steal a glance. He suspected this girl was a reincarnation of a glutton. She had been eating for almost 2 hours and was still going. Lord Lin, don't mind it, my sister just has this one hobby. Hee, this hobby is quite good. At that moment, someone walked in to report, the Lord of Donghai City, Lu Wenshu, has arrived. Lin Taisheng curiously glanced at Su Chen, then instructed his subordinate bring him in. When Su Chen heard that Lu Wenshu had come in person, he felt a bit touched. No matter what happened, he would always rush over at the first opportunity. Whether it was for face or for some other reason, at least he genuinely cared about him. After a while, Lu Wenshu walked in. Upon seeing Lin Taisheng, he immediately launched into a tirade. Old Lin, do you still consider me a brother? You even captured my people? Hurry up and release Su Chen. If you dare to interfere with his leveling up, I won't let this go. After Lu Wenshu finished scolding, he looked at Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, are you okay? Who bullied you? Tell me, I'll stand up for you. Su Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, Lord City Master, no one is bullying me. I'm the one bullying others. What? Who did you bully? Are they qualified? After Lu Wenshu finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Taisheng beside him. Lin Taisheng looked at the two with a speechless expression. Are you two trying to annoy me? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and release them. Lu Wenshu urged. Lin Taisheng shook his head and said helplessly, Old Lu, you know that if I don't handle this kind of situation, how can I continue being the city master? You're also a city master, you have to be reasonable, right? What reason? Those mercenaries have committed murder and arson, but I don't see you managing that. Lin Taisheng smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Their headquarters isn't in my Lihua city, and besides, they operate without leaving any traces, so there's nothing I can do even if I wanted to. Just tell me if they've done those dirty things. Lu Wenshu questioned. Lin Taisheng nodded. Then that's settled, Su Chen killing them is upholding justice. Moreover, Su Chen was acting in self-defense. Hurry up and release them. Lin Taisheng shook his head. No, I've already sent the details to the governor. I need the governor's response before making a decision. So Su Chen can't leave Lihua City right now. Damn, I've been talking for so long and you're really not budging. Lu Wenshu was at a loss. With hundreds dead, this matter was indeed quite serious, beyond their ability to handle. Half an hour later, a cry echoed above the villa. Then, a person jumped down from the Li Yuan crane and appeared in the courtyard. I am He Xiao, an elder of the Langu Guild stationed in Yin Prefecture. Upon seeing this person, Lin Taisheng and Lu Wenshu quickly stood up and said, We greet Elder He. May I ask what brings Elder He here? Lin Taisheng inquired. Oh, the president sent me to check if Su Chen is safe, but I heard he returned alive from outside the city? After hearing the reason for the visit, Lin Taisheng couldn't help but be shocked again. What kind of background does Su Chen have that requires the president of the Langu Guild to personally send someone to inquire? If the other party asked him for someone, he really wouldn't know what to do. Lin Taisheng had no choice but to recount the entire situation in detail, leaving out not a single word. He Xiao was first surprised, not expecting Su Chen to survive a night outside. Then he frowned and said, Since there has been a loss of life, it is naturally up to the authorities to decide. Our Langu Guild naturally respects the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Taisheng secretly thought to himself that it was fortunate the other party was a reasonable person and didn't force him to hand anyone over. He Xiao looked around the courtyard and asked, Is Su Chen here? Lin Taisheng pointed to a room and said he didn't sleep at all last night and is currently catching up on sleep. He Xiao nodded. In that case, I will take my leave. After saying this, He Xiao jumped onto the Li Yuan crane and left. On the way back, He Xiao sent the details of the situation to Wu Zhang Yang. Upon learning that Su Chen was not dead, Wu Zhangyang was also slightly shocked. This kid, how did he manage to escape the nightmare's pursuit? The surprises he brings me are getting more and more. No, I need to visit the Ministry of Justice. This matter is neither too big nor too small. If it delays his participation in the major exam, that would be bad. After muttering this, Wu Zhangyang left the Langu Guild and flew towards the Ministry of Justice. In Donghua Prefecture, at the governor's mansion, Yan Hai looked at the report submitted by Lin Taisheng in front of him, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Finally, I've caught my opportunity. No one knew that he was the cousin of Li Wanqing, the young master of the great fortune merchant group. If it weren't for his support behind the scenes, Li Wanqing's father would never have been able to expand the Daiyun Trading Company to all the cities in the state. 70% of the profits from the Daiyun Trading Company went to Yanhai. Now that the Daiyun Trading Company has collapsed, his income has suddenly dropped by more than half. This was undoubtedly like cutting flesh from his heart. He constantly thought about killing the mastermind behind this, Su Chen and that Lu Wenshu. This time, he finally found an opportunity to openly suppress Su Chen. Yanhai replied to Lin Taisheng, Su Chen has killed hundreds of innocents under the guise of self-defense, which has enraged both gods and men. Such a scoundrel deserves to be punished. I command you to escort Su Chen to the provincial city immediately, without fail. After finishing all this, Yanhai smiled with satisfaction. Compete with me? Seeking death. After reading the message, Lin Taisheng showed it to Lu Wenshu. Lu Wenshu couldn't believe it and said, how is this possible? Even if Su Chen's actions were excessive self-defense, it shouldn't reach the point of deserving death. Are you sure this was sent by the governor? Lin Taisheng nodded. Look for yourself, there's the governor's signature at the back, it can't be faked. How could this happen? Lu Wenshu still found it hard to believe. The governor can't possibly be unaware of Su Chen's strength. After this major exam, Su Chen will surely become famous. How could he make such a decision? Sorry, old Lu, I can't defy the governor's orders. I need to take Su Chen to the provincial city now. Please tell him to cooperate as much as possible. If he resists, there will be no room for maneuver. During Su Chen's detention, you can seek help from others. I'll try to buy him some time. Lu Wenshu had no choice but to nod. After waking Su Chen, they informed him that they would take him to the provincial city for temporary detention. Su Chen simply replied with a good. Lin Taisheng escorted Su Chen and Kair onto the airship heading to the provincial city. Lu Wenshu contacted friends from the guild for assistance. The distance from Huahua City to the provincial city was very close, taking less than 2 hours. Just after disembarking from the airship, dozens of people in uniform surrounded them. One of them took out an ID and showed it to Lin Taisheng, saying, City Lord Lin, you can go back, we will take care of the person. Lin Taisheng frowned and said, but the governor ordered me to bring him personally. I haven't even seen the governor yet. This isn't following the rules, is it? City Lord Lin, this is also the governor's order. Please comply. Take him away. These people directly came to see Su Chen. Let go of my brother. Kair glared at them angrily, showing signs of transformation. Su Chen feared that her transformation in front of so many people would lead to disaster, so he comforted her, saying, Kair, I'm fine. City Lord Lin, please take care of her for the time being. Lin Taisheng nodded. Don't worry, I will protect her. In the deep dungeon, the air was filled with a damp, foul odor. After being locked in a cell, no one came to see Su Chen again. He believed someone would give him justice, which was why he did not resist being captured. If not, he would have to carve out his own justice. Little brother, what did you do to get locked up? A prisoner in a nearby cell looked at Su Chen curiously. This place hadn't seen anyone for a long time. Justifiable defense, I killed about 800 or 900 people. What? The man looked at Su Chen in horror, unable to believe that someone so young could be so ruthless. He had been captured merely for accidentally killing a professional. This kid, on the other hand, had directly killed hundreds and even dared to say it was justifiable defense. He couldn't help but give Su Chen a thumbs up, admiringly saying, Little brother, you are really impressive. When Su Chen was imprisoned, a video titled The First Person to Survive a Night in the Wild and Come Back quickly surged to the top of the trending list. In the video, as dawn broke, a calm and composed young man was seen riding on a colorful divine bird, returning from the wilderness. With a wave of his hand, he annihilated hundreds of mercenaries. It's him again. How did he survive a night outside the city? Could it be that there are no dangers outside the city at night anymore? I'll livestream for everyone tonight. Brothers up there, be cautious. I don't understand, is this person famous? He is Su Chen, the unparalleled genius from Donghai City. I wonder what conflict he has with these mercenaries. I recognize these mercenaries, they are from our Nanming city, and their captain is a master above level 6. I didn't expect them to be unable to withstand a single move. Su Chen really does have a skill that can kill in an instant, but I wonder how long the cooldown for that skill is. At this moment, someone questioned, isn't Su Chen being too arrogant? Killing so many people in public, what's the difference from a demon? Isn't he acting in self-defense? Who can kill hundreds of people in self-defense? This is clearly one-sided revenge. I heard he has already been detained by the people of Donghua Prefecture, accused of indiscriminately killing the innocent. A crime that cannot be forgiven, ordered by the governor himself. Everyone, hold your criticism for a moment, let the dust settle. I feel like there will definitely be a twist in this matter. Inside the governor's mansion of Donghua Prefecture. Governor, the person has been imprisoned in the dungeon. Keep a close watch on him, don't let him escape. Yanhai looked at the online criticism of Su Chen, feeling immensely pleased. Ah, truly a blessing from heaven. Now it's not me wanting you dead, but public opinion demanding your death. If I kill you, I can still leave a good impression in the eyes of netizens. Yan Hai looked at the person before him and said, after tonight, execute Su Chen tomorrow morning. However, what Yan Hai didn't know was that the internet was a double-edged sword. If he wasn't careful, he would end up hurting himself. A few hours later, as the video went viral, more and more people condemned Su Chen's actions, demanding his execution. The video's creator had to come out and explain these two mercenary groups were trying to capture a little girl, and Su Chen was forced not to return to the city. It seems that little girl is Su Chen's sister. He had to explain because he was afraid that his video would lead to someone's death. His original intention was to showcase Su Chen's ability to survive the night outside the city, but it backfired. The focus of netizens shifted entirely to Su Chen's massacre of the mercenary group. After explaining, he also reposted a video of Su Chen being taken away with Kai Er. With his explanation, the public opinion online shifted once again. People began to expose the dirty deeds of mercenary organizations. Sure enough, there's a twist, the haters are speaking. That poor little girl, these mercenaries really deserve to die. So that's how it is, anyone who bullies my family won't be spared. I support Su Chen, a real man. Brothers, let Manhwa Prefecture release him. Su Chen acted in self-defense. Do these idiots have no firm stance? They're all just fair-weather friends. Yan Hai looked at the many netizens who had just demanded Su Chen's execution but were now calling for his release. In anger, he slammed his palm down, shattering the desk in front of him. Governor, there's a little girl outside with a group of people holding banners, demanding that we release her brother immediately. They say we are handling this unfairly. Yan Hai sneered, release him? Dream on. Manhwa Prefecture is under my control, no one can threaten me. Let them shout outside. Less than half an hour later, Governor, guilds from other states and dozens of city lords from other states have jointly requested that you clarify the truth of the matter before making a decision. Don't wrong a good person, they said. What did you say? Yan Hai stood up and walked to the window, glancing at the crowd of protesters surrounding the governor's mansion. Anger surged within him as he said, this Su Chen has quite the backing, uniting netizens and people from all walks of life to pressure me. But does he think that will make me let him go? People from other states and these netizens have no right to interfere in the matters of Donghua State. I'm stating this clearly today, it won't matter who comes. To avoid any long nights filled with dreams, go and kill Su Chen immediately. Before Yan Hai could finish his words, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. When the door opened, 5 people in black uniforms walked in. The leader took out an ID photo and showed it to Yan Hai, saying, Governor Yan, we are from the Ministry of Justice, sent by the minister to demand that you release Su Chen immediately. At the same time, from this moment on, due to your unjust law enforcement and reports of abuse of power, you are temporarily stripped of your position as governor and will be subjected to our investigation. Please come with us. What? This is impossible. You must be actors hired by Su Chen. This is all fake. Yan Hai couldn't believe that an 18-year-old kid could have such power to mobilize so many people to help him. Governor Yan, we ask for your cooperation in the investigation. Cooperate? You are all fakes. Let me see your true faces. Yan Hai roared, his fists glowing red as a red gauntlet appeared on his hand. He clenched his fist and swung it at the group. The leader showed no fear at all. The 4 behind him had already positioned themselves around Yan Hai the moment he threw his punch. Each of the 4 took out a black glass ball the size of a fist. 4 beams of light shot into Yan Hai's limbs. In the next moment, Yan Hai felt all his attributes freeze and all his skills turned gray. His body could only move his head, the rest was completely immobilized. 4 directions sealing technique. You really are from the Ministry of Justice. Yan Hai finally despaired. This was a unique item of the Ministry of Justice, made from 4 epic material sealing orbs combined with runes. The dungeons that produced the sealing orbs were controlled by the Ministry of Justice, so no one could replicate them. This was also a common tool used by the Ministry of Justice to capture people. No one below level 8 could escape its control. Take him away. In the dungeon. In the adjacent cell, a prisoner was chatting with Su Chen. Little brother, from what I've observed, people as guilty as you rarely live past 3 days. At this rate, you'll probably be executed tomorrow. Just then, a few people walked in and opened Su Chen's cell door, saying, Su Chen, you can go. What? The prisoner next to Su Chen looked at him in disbelief. You must be mistaken, he killed hundreds and has only been locked up for a few hours? I accidentally killed 1 person and you've kept me locked up for many years. I refuse to accept this. As Su Chen walked out of the dungeon, a group of people was already waiting outside. Brother, you finally came out. Kaya ran over happily. Su Chen looked at the protest banners in the distance and asked, are these from Bishop Lin? Yes. Kaya nodded. Su Chen did. You feel scared about this incident? A reporter asked. Su Chen accepted the interview from these people as they had also contributed to his rescue. I have never been afraid because I believe in everyone and I trust that the authorities will give me justice. Then if you had to choose again, would you still kill all those mercenaries? Of course, I would. Their crimes are unforgivable. Even if I had To choose 1,000 times, my answer would be the same. I will not coexist with evil. Applause erupted around him, praising Su Chen's bravery and fearlessness. Afterward, Su Chen continued the interview for more than half an hour. In a dark corner of Yin Prefecture, a figure shrouded in darkness watched the interview on television. After letting out a strange laugh, the voice rasped, "So, she is here." After the crowd dispersed, Lin Taisheng emerged from the corner. Su Chen was already aware of what had happened outside after he went in. Seeing Lin Taisheng approach, Su Chen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Lin, for your help. That video online was uploaded by you, right?" The title of that video was initially designed to attract viewers, but its true purpose was to show Su Chen slaughtering the mercenaries. Then, when the situation escalated and the online criticism peaked, an explanation would come out regarding Su Chen's actions. Out of guilt, the netizens who had criticized him would spontaneously speak up for Su Chen. If everything had been posted online from the beginning, it would not have caused such a huge reaction. One must say, Lin Taisheng was definitely not simple. Just helping old Lu a bit. He begged everyone in our guild to help save you. Su Chen nodded. Lu Wenshu was indeed sincerely trying to help him. Su Chen would not forget his kindness. "Are you going back to Donghai City or somewhere else?" "I'll go to your Lihua City first. I still have things to do." After all that had happened, Su Chen had not yet leveled up. "Alright, let's go. There's one last flying boat at this hour." Early the next morning, Su Chen took Kair out of the city towards the extreme flameland. Once they were alone, Kair transformed into a multicolored phoenix and carried Su Chen flying towards the extreme flameland. "Brother, why can't I transform in crowded places?" "Because human hearts are complex and changeable. I guess those mercenaries captured you to study your transformation ability. Their employer must know some things about you." Kair nodded, somewhat understanding. In the extreme flameland, Su Chen still dared not enter and could only let Kair use her insight eye to check where there were enough monsters at the edge. Her insight eye could probe the situation from thousands of miles away, making it very useful for scouting and finding monsters in the wild. "Brother, I found it. There are more than 10 stone-like monsters over there." After flying around the extreme flameland for a while, Kair landed outside. Su Chen looked out and saw more than 10 lava giants squatting by the mountain, staring blankly. Just by looking at them, he could tell they weren't very smart. Lava giant level 400 physical attack 21600 magical attack 59500 health 3000000 physical defense / magical defense 68,000 / 49,000 skills petrified skin rock assault earthquake charge description. It is said that all lava giants share one brain dot. After reading the information, Su Chen executed a blade slash from a distance, taking them down. "You have killed 12 lava beasts and gained 3,600,000 experience. Due to your over-level monster kill, you receive an additional reward of 360,000 experience. Your level has been upgraded to First Transcendence, level 100. You can no longer gain experience. Please go to the Awakening Temple to change your class. Your pet's level is higher than yours, and you cannot gain experience." Looking at the last prompt, Su Chen was stunned for a moment. Normally, no one's pet level should exceed that of its owner, but Su Chen's beast-catching skill was quite special. It allowed him to have a pet far beyond his level. The question was, how could he level up Kair? Did he have to wait until he reached 6th Transcendence, level 80? Unable to figure this out, Su Chen decided to go back and check the 2nd Transcendence quest. With less than a week until the big exam, he wanted to see if he could complete the 2nd Transcendence quest. "Let's fly directly east, back home." Kair was faster than the flying boat, and on the way, Su Chen messaged Lin Taisheng to inform him that he had returned to East Sea City. That morning, the official website of Donghua Prefecture released an announcement. During his tenure as governor, Yan Hai abused his power for personal gain and has now been sentenced to 2.5 years of labor in the outer battlefield. The position of governor of Donghua Prefecture is temporarily vacant and will be selected from the city lords in 10 days. As soon as this news broke, the city lords of Donghua Prefecture became somewhat restless. They actually had the opportunity to run for governor. Who wouldn't want to take a step further? However, the timing of the election also made people ponder, as it coincided with the end of the big exam in 10 days. Did this mean that the results of the big exam would affect their candidacy? Thinking of this, the city lords became even more proactive in building good relationships with the talents of their cities, even going so far as to fulfill any requests. They would help with any difficulties that arose. Lu Wenshu smiled slightly upon seeing this news. "You all just thought of this? It's too late. Luckily, I'm clever and established a good relationship with Su Chen early on. This incident can be said to be a blessing in disguise." By the time Su Chen returned to East Sea City, it was already afternoon. He put Kair back into the pet space outside the city. Otherwise, having a little girl running around outside the city would easily raise suspicions. Inside the Awakening Temple. "Welcome, Practitioner Su Chen. Your level has reached the requirements for 2nd Transcendence. Do you accept the 2nd Transcendence quest?" "Yes. Your 2nd Transcendence quest has been delivered. 1. Submit any 5 pieces of silver equipment above level 150. 2. Submit 30 flame stones, 30 extreme cold stones, and 30 thick earth stones. 3. Clear the hell difficulty nightmare. Forest dungeon and kill the boss forest queen to obtain her crown. The crown does not drop 100% of the time. Note, other than equipment, all other materials must be obtained by the practitioner personally and cannot be acquired through purchase or gifting. Looking at these tasks, Suchin felt targeted by the Awakening Temple. His class change tasks seemed to be very difficult every time. He had checked, and he had never heard of anyone else's class change tasks requiring them to clear a hell difficulty dungeon. At most, they just needed to collect some materials or clear some normal or adventure dungeons. Did the Awakening Temple think he was leveling up too easily and wanted to give him some difficulty? Suchin shook his head, not wanting to think about it. Currently, aside from the first task that could be completed immediately, the other two required him to go to other states. So Suchin decided to practice his beast catching and river god skills a few days before the big exam. Other than that, he would quietly wait for the big exam to arrive. The next morning, Suchin left the house and headed straight to the place where he used to practice. With the big exam approaching, the outskirts of Donghai City were filled with the figures of young boys and girls. There were a total of 30 cities in Donghua Prefecture, with about 400 candidates for each profession in every city, adding up to more than 10,000 people across the 30 cities. To stand out among these 10,000, besides talent and potential, hard work was even more important. As long as one persisted in leveling up every day, there would always be gains. While practicing by the river, Suchin let Kai air out. She was afraid of water, so she stayed far from the shore, playing with a soft-boned rabbit of about level 10. Perhaps it was due to level suppression or bloodline suppression. The soft-boned rabbit neither resisted nor dared to run away, allowing her to squeeze it. After quietly passing 4 or 5 days like this, one morning, as Suchin just stepped out, he received a message from Ling Qingxue. He didn't know where she got his contact information. Suchin, are you free today? Can you help me with a job change task? Thank you. Where are you? At the city gate. Okay, I'll be there soon. After replying to the message, Suchin walked towards the city gate. After that day, the landlord Lu Huifan found out through various inquiries that she had been deceived by Su Chen. He had no intention of helping her. Originally wanting to ask Su Chen for help again, she lost that thought after hearing that Su Chen had killed hundreds of mercenaries with a single strike. Now, whenever she saw Su Chen going out, she would hide far away, afraid that he would look at her. Before reaching the city gate, Su Chen spotted Ling Qingxue standing gracefully by the gate from a distance. Today, she wore a simple and capable outfit that showcased her figure completely. Her angelic face paired with a perfect curve attracted the attention of passing young boys and girls, who turned their heads frequently. Seeing her attire, Suchin guessed that today's task should not be simple. However, the dungeons in Donghai City posed no difficulty for him anymore. Suchen, over here. Upon seeing Suchen approaching, Ling Qingxue smiled and jumped up, waving her hand. The other passers-by, who had been secretly observing Ling Qingxue, turned to look at Suchen upon hearing her call. Is he Suchen? He doesn't look much different from us. I thought he would have 3 heads and 6 arms. With him around, I guess I can only get second place in this big exam. What a pity. Can't you stop bragging with your broken 3-star potential? Have you even completed your first job change? I see those geniuses are all doing their first job change tasks. In the last 2 days, whoever can successfully complete their first job change before the big exam will get a higher ranking. Let's go level up. I'm not watching anymore. I'm sad. I thought the beauty was waiting for me. Su Chen walked through the crowd and stood in front of Ling Qingxue. What's your job change task? I've completed the first 2 tasks. Just this last one might be a bit difficult. I need the teeth of the wilderness wolf king. Hearing this task, Su Chen nodded. She indeed couldn't complete it alone. How many do you need? 2. Su Chen recalled that he needed 3 for that task and didn't dwell on it too much, saying to her, let's go. I had the same task when I changed jobs. I know where the wolf king spawns. Wait a moment, I still have friends who haven't arrived. They are candidates from Tianxue City. Okay. Seeing that Su Chen had nothing more to say, the two fell silent again. A few minutes later, a pretty girl was pulling a boy towards them. Xiaowan, come over here. Ling Qingxue greeted her and then introduced the two to Su Chen. This is my new friend Mu Xiaowan, and this is her boyfriend Chen Hao. One is a 4-star priest, and the other is a 5-star warrior. Su Chen nodded slightly to the two, acknowledging them. Qingxue, is this the powerful external aid you mentioned? The girl glanced at Su Chen, then rubbed her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, my God, he is Su Chen? Qingxue, are you sure he is our teammate this time? Ling Qingxue nodded with a smile. So, did I not let you down? Ha, Qingxue, this time we will definitely complete the mission easily. The girl appeared very excited. The boy beside her, seeing his girlfriend like this, expressed some dissatisfaction. What's the use of being famous? Maybe the name doesn't match the reality? I don't believe what I see online. Chen Hao, what are you saying? The girl pushed him. Su Chen, don't mind him, he just has this bad temper. It's fine. Su Chen had seen many self-important people and didn't have time to argue with him. To ease the awkwardness, Ling Qingxue spoke. Su Chen, I invite you to join the team. Su-chan joins the monster hunting team, profession, level 1 transfer 100 level. Looking at this information, Ling Qingxue exclaimed, Su-chan, when did you level up to 1 transfer? 100 level? Will I affect your 2 transfer quest? No, the 2 transfer quest can't be done in Donghua Prefecture, let's set off. Hee, today I have a strong ally, great, I won't have to worry anymore. From now on, I'll call you Su Strong Leg. Mu Xiaowan's personality seemed to be optimistic, cheerful, and talkative. Su-chan's first impression of her was okay. As for Chen Hao, after seeing Su-chan's level, he completely stopped talking, but it was clear he was very resistant to Su-chan's joining. Perhaps it was because Su-chen had taken the position that originally belonged to him. At least until today, he had been the core of the team. Su-chen naturally wouldn't pay attention to such a brat. After all, he was only here to help Ling Qingxue. After this, who would remember who he was? The 4 of them walked out of the city gate, and with Mu Xiaowan around, the atmosphere in the team was quite good. Most of the time, the 2 girls chatted, and Su-chen would occasionally say a word when asked. Chen Hao hadn't spoken since they left the city. Su Strong Leg, do you really know where the Wolf King spawns? Yesterday, it seemed like 2 teams went to hunt the Wolf King, but after searching for a long time, they didn't see it, and there were no guides online either. Is your mission to get the Wolf King's teeth? Su-chen asked. Yes, now including us, there are at least 4 teams trying to compete for the Wolf King. The ones who can do this mission are definitely the top few. We are just afraid we can't compete with them, which is why we are looking for help. But with you here, we will definitely be able to change jobs today. The group chatted along the way, and before long, they arrived at the wasteland. Follow me, the Wolf King will spawn in a valley to the northwest. We will first hunt ordinary wasteland wolves nearby, and after we hunt a certain number, the Wolf King will appear. Really? That's great, let's hurry over and take our position. Mu Xiaowan took the lead and ran towards the northwest. Su-chen and Ling Qingxue followed, while Chen Hao lagged behind. Seeing the 3 of them walk far away, he took out his phone and sent a message. I told you to pretend, let's see how you embarrass yourself later. After doing all this, Chen Hao put away his phone and caught up with the 3. At this moment, in a group that only those with 5-star potential could enter, an anonymous message appeared. The Wild Wolf King has respawned in a certain valley in the northwest of the wasteland. The condition for respawning requires killing enough wild wolves. Several teams searching for wild wolves in the wasteland saw this news and hurried towards the northwest direction. Given the specificity of the message, everyone felt the need to check it out, regardless of its truth. Arriving near the valley in the northwest of the wasteland, Su-chen and his 3 companions found a place with plenty of wild wolves and began to grind monsters. Let's start grinding. You 3, give it your all, I'll buff you. Mu Xiaowan smiled sweetly and cheered for the 3. I'm not grinding small monsters. After saying this, Su-chen found a stone on a slope and lay down. It seemed quite nice to rest for a moment on the grass while feeling the gentle breeze. Chen Hao, hurry up and apologize. Mu Xiaowan thought Su-chen was angry about the incident at the city gate and scolded Chen Hao. Chen Hao, who had been silent, immediately retorted angrily, are you kidding? Why should I apologize to him when he's not doing anything? Seeing that Mu Xiaowan was about to speak again, Su-chen stopped her, saying, it's not his business. My skill has a long cooldown, and when the Wolf King appears, I will naturally take action. After explaining, Su-chen rested his hands behind his head and closed his eyes to sleep. He was here to help kill the Wolf King, not to do menial labor. Ling Qingxue looked at Su-chen in confusion. Wasn't his skill supposed to be unlimited? However, she wasn't foolish and quickly realized that Su-chen was hiding his true abilities, giving others the impression that his skill had a long cooldown. Thinking of this, Ling Qingxue felt a surge of joy. The fact that Su-chen didn't avoid her meant that she was someone he trusted. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but smile and then explained to Mu Xiaowan, by the way, Xiaowan, I forgot to tell you, Su-chen only has 1 skill. Although the damage is high, the cooldown is very long. Let's call him after we spawn the Wolf King. Is that so? Alright then. Mu Xiaowan nodded. Su-chen was indeed there to help them with their job change quest, and she knew that grinding small monsters was not something to trouble him with. So he only has 1 skill. I thought he was really impressive. Also, I think he's just lazy. Can't he use normal attacks since he has no skills? Chen Hao scoffed quietly, then went to pull wild wolves to kill. He didn't want to be seen as a slacker in front of the 2 girls. While the team was joking and grinding monsters, 4 teams made their way over. Upon seeing Su-chen and the others, these people were not surprised but each found a spot to grind. Monsters. Strange, why are so many people coming this way? Mu Xiaowan murmured in confusion. Could it be that they also got the news and know the Wolf King is spawning here? Ling Qingxue was also curious and puzzled. Impossible, there were no guides online before. Su-chen only brought us here. Su-chen heard their conversation, opened his eyes, and happened to see Chen Hao, who was lowering his head and looking somewhat uncomfortable. Recalling the incident where Chen Hao fell behind, Su-chen had a rough idea of what had happened. However, he couldn't be bothered to expose him. With him around, no matter how many people came, the Wolf King would not belong to anyone else. More than an hour later, due to the large number of people, the Wolf King respawned relatively quickly this time. A regional announcement echoed in the ears of everyone in the wasteland. The Wild Wolf King has respawned in a certain location in the northwest. All adventurers in the wasteland, please proceed to kill it. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone stopped their actions. It's spawning, it's really spawning here. Mu Xiaowan jumped up excitedly. Ling Qingxue looked at Su Chen. Got it, let's go. Su Chen stood up and walked towards the upper part of the valley. The remaining teams had also arrived, and now there were a total of 5 teams above the valley. Everyone looked at the all-white Wolf King in the valley. It really is the Wolf King. That news was true. At this moment, someone suggested everyone must have come for the last piece of the job transfer material. However, the number of wolf fangs is definitely limited, so let's see how to distribute them. Another person spoke up. Isn't it obvious? Naturally, it's to the capable go the spoils. The team with the highest output gets priority. I oppose this. Just because your output is high doesn't mean your team can solo it. If you take the wolf fangs first, are we supposed to work for you for free? Right, I also oppose. Seeing the deadlock, someone stepped forward and said, how about this? We have a total of 5 teams here. If 5 wolf fangs drop, then each team gets 1. If there are fewer than 5, then we distribute them in turns based on team output, and when the second Wolf King appears, we can make up for it. In the end, we ensure that all teams get enough wolf fangs. How does that sound? After discussing this suggestion for a while, all the teams felt it was indeed the best solution. Alright, let's do it. Our team agrees. Ours agrees too. Just as all the teams were in agreement, Su Chen, I oppose. Hearing Su Chen's opposition, Chen Hao sneered coldly in his heart. In front of so many people, today I want to see how you can keep this up. Everyone turned to look at Su Chen. They were curious to see who had the audacity to oppose when so many teams had already agreed. Brother, everyone is in favor. You. The speaker got halfway through when he saw Su Chen's face and was startled, stuttering as he spoke. You are Su Chen. Su Chen? He is Su Chen. How could he be here? Didn't they say he had already completed his first job transfer? Su Chen had long become the most famous among the candidates from Donghua Prefecture. Even Li Wanqing, with his dual class 5-star potential, couldn't compare to Su Chen. Moreover, with one major event after another online, it was no surprise they recognized Su Chen. So what if he is Su Chen? We are competing fairly. Does he dare to kill us all? We are all geniuses from various cities, not those mercenaries. Exactly, I'll go reason with him. One person volunteered to step forward. Su Chen, we know you're strong, but this wilderness Wolf King was also spawned after everyone farmed the small monsters together for over an hour. If you monopolize it alone, isn't that too domineering? That's right, everyone has a share in the Wolf King's spawn. Someone gathered their courage, and others also stood up to question, why should you monopolize the Wolf King? Why? Su Chen took out the magic knife, Qianrun, and lazily said, just because of the knife in my hand, is that enough? Su Chen's tone was flat, but everyone could feel the chilling intent in the air. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Although they thought Su Chen wouldn't dare to kill them, who would be the first to stand up against him? The scene of those mercenaries dying tragically in the video from a few days ago was still fresh in their minds. Mu Xiaowan looked at Su Chen with starry eyes, unable to help but exclaim in her heart, a big shot is a big shot. Just one word can make these geniuses gasp for breath. From now on, the big shot will be my idol. After Su Chen finished speaking, he no longer looked at the others but said to Ling Qingxue, you all go into the valley and collect wolf fangs. Suddenly, Su Chen drew his knife and slashed, and the sound of the blade echoed throughout the valley. Everyone turned to look into the valley. They saw all the wild wolves and the Wolf King howl and then fall to the ground. Instant kill. This was the first time they had seen Su Chen make a move, and it was completely different from what they had seen in the video. Ironically, they had just been debating who would get priority on the wolf fangs based on damage dealt. Su Chen had killed them all in an instant. How could they compare damage now? No wonder no one wanted to play with them. Everyone was a genius, but the gap was just too big. What should we do? Someone asked. The wolf fangs were essential for class advancement. They couldn't give up. What else can we do? With him here, how can we possibly get the wolf fangs? Let's wait. Su Chen must have been invited by those 3. Once they get enough wolf fangs, they'll definitely leave. We'll farm after they leave. We can't let them take advantage. Let the small monsters respawn for them. Right, we won't be the ones to take the blame. After a while, Ling Qingxue and the others happily ran back. Su Chen, there are a total of 4 wolf fangs. We each need 2. We just need to kill the Wolf King one more time. Su Chen already knew this result because he had also obtained 4 wolf fangs last time. No need to kill anymore. You and Mu Xiaowan each take 2 and go back to class. Change. Su Chen, what do you mean? Chen Hao immediately expressed his dissatisfaction upon hearing this distribution plan. Why don't I get any? I've been farming monsters for so long. Su Chen pointed at the several teams and coldly said, you ask me what I mean? You know very well what you've done. These people were all notified by you, right? You're slandering me. Seeing the argument escalate, others crossed their arms and watched the drama unfold. This is interesting. Infighting. Isn't this much more entertaining than killing the Wolf King? Mu Xiaowan looked at Chen Hao and questioned, Chen Hao, did you really tell others about the Wolf King's spawn here? Mu Xiaowan looked at her boyfriend with some disbelief. Although Chen Hao usually had a strange temper, he wouldn't disregard the bigger picture. Like this, getting a good score on the class change exam was crucial for their future. How could Chen Hao tell others? We can testify, over an hour ago we all received that message. That's right, we have records in our group. Although it's anonymous, it's not hard to trace. Others, eager for the drama, revealed the situation. Chen Hao, give me your phone, you can prove your innocence. Mu Xiaowan's eyes turned slightly red as she reached out to him. You don't trust me? I'm your boyfriend. You'd rather believe a man you just met than me? Chen Hao shouted hysterically, what do I mean to you? I said, give me your phone and prove it wasn't you. Chen Hao slapped her hand away, acting as if he had gone mad. Ah, that's right, it was me, so what? I just wanted to make him look bad, to make him lose face in front of everyone. Once he arrives, you probably won't even remember what I look like, right? Ah, go on, tell me. Su Chen was speechless upon hearing this. How did it seem like he was the scumbag trying to seduce someone else's girlfriend? Ling Qingxue wasn't much prettier than Mu Xiaowan, and he hadn't even tried to flirt. This guy's inner drama was a bit too rich. Chen Hao, I'm so disappointed in you. I originally thought you were someone responsible, someone I could trust for a lifetime. I never expected you to be this kind of person, just consider that I never knew you. After Mu Xiaowan finished speaking, she ran away in tears. Ling Qingxue looked around and sighed. Su Chen, I'll go check on her, in case something happens. Yeah, go ahead. Su Chen glanced at Chen Hao, who had collapsed on the ground, shook his head, and left. Ling Qingxue's task was complete, and he had no reason to waste time here. Once the three left, the others finally dispersed. Ha, today was worth it. Indeed. This drama was more exciting than what's on TV. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Hao stood up, lost and dejected. He had lost all face in front of everyone today. And the girlfriend he had just pursued had also run away. Chen Hao felt as if the sky had fallen. He blamed all of this on Su Chen. A few minutes later, a fierce look flashed in Chen Hao's eyes. Su Chen, after the big exam, Chen Hao, will make you regret what you did today. I can't beat you, but can I not beat Ling Qingxue? In a dilapidated house on the outskirts of Donghai City, black and red stripes intertwined, forming a bizarre pattern filled with an evil aura. A young boy sat cross-legged on the pattern, chanting Zayahalajuo Kuxido, come forth, evil king from the abyss. Buzz. As the boy finished his incantation, the pattern began to emit a sinister glow. Then, a black demon king slowly rose from the pattern. Human, you dare to summon me? Upon seeing this evil king, the boy immediately knelt and said, Great. Evil king, your loyal follower requests your help. Help? You, a worthless one without even a first transition, why should I help you? Great evil king, in 2 days, the humans here will hold a major exam. These are the future of the human race. Aren't you tempted? Oh, that is somewhat interesting. What do you want me to help you with? Great. Evil king, I want to ask you to help me kill someone on the day of the exam. I will help you eliminate those so-called young human geniuses. Who is it? His name is Su Chen. Your request is granted. After the evil king finished speaking, he drilled into the boy's body and all presence vanished. The boy stood up weakly, his eyes flickering with madness. Su Chen, the start of the exam will be the beginning of your death. I will let the world know that I, Gu Changfeng, am the true son of destiny in Donghai City. In the year 999 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar, the examination site in East Sea City was bustling. Today, East Sea City was livelier than during the new year. The city was not only filled with its original inhabitants but also with tourists from other cities who had come to watch. Early in the morning, hundreds of thousands of people had already gathered outside the newly built examination venue in East Sea City. The entire examination venue was circular, with tiered seating, filled with chairs. In the center were 4 projection screens, each measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height, allowing the audience to see every move of the candidates more clearly. This also enabled everyone to supervise together, ensuring the examination was fair, just, and open. Around 7 in the morning, all candidates and spectators had gathered outside the square, waiting to enter. Lu Wenshu, the city lord of East Sea City, was standing on his flying beast, Pet, looking down at the dense crowd below. Welcome everyone to East Sea City to watch this examination. I am Lu Wenshu, the city lord of this city. First, let me explain the entrance rules. All candidates should enter through the left passage, and spectators should use the right passage. No loud talking or disturbances during the entrance process, or you will be expelled from the examination venue. Without further ado, you may now enter in an orderly manner. As Lu Wenshu's voice fell, the crowd began to split and enter the square. In the left passage, Ling Qingxue caught up with Su Chen, tapping him on the shoulder, excitedly saying, Su Chen, I successfully changed my profession. Congratulations. Su Chen nodded. Aren't you curious about what my new profession is? Not curious. I am an extreme ice envoy. Although your level is high, I might not lose to you. Ling Qingxue clenched her fist. Oh, so boring, I'm not talking to you anymore. At this moment, over 10,000 candidates had already entered the central platform of the examination venue. A huge teleportation portal stood there. When the exam began, everyone would enter the virtual examination venue to take the test. Even if one were to die inside, they would not truly die. On the eastern steps of the examination venue, Lu Wenshu looked at the three imposing men sitting at the top and bowed, saying, "Three presidents, who do you think should announce the examination rules?" Lu Wenshu did not expect that the top three presidents of the Dragon Kingdom would personally come to observe, which put a lot of pressure on him. In previous examinations, there had never been such a situation. Usually, only one hall master would come to recruit. Even elders would not come to a small place like East Sea City. Lu Wenshu glanced at Su Chen in the crowd below, guessing that these three were probably here to see Su Chen. The three exchanged glances, and the president of the Dragon Rising Guild spoke. "President Wu, you go ahead." "All right." Wu Zhengyang did not decline, stepping forward into the air above the examination venue. "Wow." As everyone looked at Wu Zhengyang standing in mid-air, they began to speculate and discuss, "Who is this person? He can fly without a flying beast. This is the president of the Dragon Martial Guild. I didn't expect him to come here." "The Dragon Martial Guild? Isn't that the #1 guild in our Dragon Kingdom?" "Not just him, the presidents of Dragon Rising and Dragon Flying Guilds are all here." "My goodness, who are they here for? Could it be Su Chen and that Li Wanqing?" Although a dual-class 5-star potential is rare, it shouldn't warrant the top 3 guild presidents coming personally. It's most likely to compete for Su Chen. True, Su Chen's talent is indeed rare, and it's not an exaggeration to say he's a once-in-a-thousand-years find. I just wonder how he will perform in this exam. Wu Zhengyang looked at the many candidates below, focusing on Su Chen for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Silence. Instantly, the entire examination venue fell silent, and no one dared to speak under such pressure. Now, I will announce the rules for this examination. All candidates will orderly enter the virtual examination venue according to their professions, which are divided into combat professions, non-combat professions, and life professions. These 3 types of professional exams will have different content, and the final scores will be ranked separately. So don't choose randomly, or you'll bear the consequences. After passing the basic exam, based on the professional classification, you will enter the same instance to compete for the final points. In the end, the one with the highest total points will be the first, but there are some changes in this major exam, and the specific changes will be informed later. You only need to know now to solve the problems that appear in front of you as quickly as possible. Now, everyone, enter in an orderly manner. After Wu Zhengyang finished speaking, he turned and flew back to his seat. Su Chen followed the crowd into the teleportation portal. Please select your exam profession category. Combat profession. You have been teleported to the combat profession exam venue. Su Chen looked at the scenery in front of him and couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this just outside Donghai City? Not to say it was identical, but it was indistinguishable. At this moment, Su Chen was standing outside the city gate. In 60 seconds, the first virtual monster will refresh in front of you. Please kill it as quickly as possible. Full score 100. This round of the exam is limited to 10 minutes. If killed by a monster, the score for this round will be 0. Listening to the prompt, Su Chen understood it was just a competition of monster killing speed. However, every move he made was being watched by hundreds of thousands of eyes outside. He couldn't easily use his blade strike, he had to save it for last. Thinking of this, Su Chen summoned Kyer. Pets were allowed to be used, but no one could have imagined that Su Chen's pet would exceed his level, reaching a staggering 680. In front of others, when Kyer was in her 5-colored phoenix form, Su Chen didn't let her speak, nor would he call her name. Later, you will kill the appearing monsters as quickly as possible, understand? Kaya nodded to indicate she understood. Outside, watching Su Chen summon his pet, Lin Taisheng, sitting next to Lu Wenshu, curiously asked, "Did you help him catch this little guy's pet?" Lu Wenshu shook his head. "No. I feel this pet of his is not simple. It seems familiar yet strange. As if I've seen it somewhere before. Wasn't he sitting with this pet outside Lihua City last time?" "No, it's not that kind of familiarity. It just feels very strange, like I should know it." "Stop thinking about it, just watch closely. Hee, this time Donghai City is going to be famous. Hey, I hope that kid from Lihua City can give me some face." While the two were discussing, the exam began. The virtual monster will refresh in 10 seconds. Level 80, please prepare. The prompt sound fell into a countdown. At the end of the countdown, a monster about 2 meters tall, resembling a bear, appeared in front of Su Chen. Assessment monster, attack, level 80, physical attack 3000, magical attack 0. Health 3 million, physical defense/magical defense 1000, skill, slap. Description: a monster that tests the candidate's offensive ability. Just as Su Chen finished reading its information, Kyer spat out a fireball. -3 million. Although the health of this assessment monster reached 3 million, its defense was almost negligible. You have killed the assessment monster. Attack, time taken 1 second, score 100 points. Well done. Su Chen praised. Kyer responded with a phoenix cry. Outside the examination hall, everyone was momentarily silent at this scene, followed by various exclamations. Damn, it was instant. 3 million health, what kind of pet is this? This is just too outrageous. Isn't it said that a pet's level can't exceed its owner's level? How does Su Chen's pet have such terrifying attack power? I thought he would use a weapon, but he directly let the pet take action, hiding it so well. Lin Taisheng looked at Lu Wenshu with a face that said, "Are you kidding me? Ha, I also don't know what's up with his pet. If he can take down a cyclops in an instant, it's not hard to understand that his pet can take down a monster with 3 million health, right?" Lu Wenshu felt incredibly pleased at this moment. Lin Taisheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Truly a freak, both the person and the pet are freaks. In the upper seats, the 3 guild leaders all showed surprise. This pet is not normal. Indeed, its attack power is a bit too high. This kid won't use this pet for the entire exam, right? I came to see his personal strength. Ha, isn't his pet also part of his strength? That may be true, but it's still an external factor. Let's keep watching. He should be waiting for the best moment to act himself. 10 minutes later. All the scores were out. First place, Su Chen, level 1 Transcendence 100 points 100 dot. Second place, Li Wanqing, level 1 Transcendence 15 points 90 dot. Third place, Xia 1, level 1 Transcendence 5 points 85 dot. Fourth place, Lin Shi, level 1 Transcendence 10 points 80 dot. Fifth place, Li Wanqing looked at Su Chen's level, disbelief written all over his face. Why is he already level 1 Transcendence 100? How could he level up so fast? Ling Qingxue glanced at her ranking 12th, then looked at Su Chen's ranking. Her little face immediately fell. She had originally wanted to impress Su Chen, but now she couldn't even make it into the top 10. No, I have to work harder in the next assessment. Ling Qingxue encouraged herself. Gu Changfeng looked at the first-ranked Su Chen, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. He didn't care about his own ranking at all. Su Chen, keep it up. The higher you stand, the harder you will fall. Huh? Outside the examination hall, the audience seeing the rankings were not surprised. After all, Su Chen's pet had taken down the assessment monster with a single fire attack. It was just Su Chen's level that shocked him greatly. Has there ever been anyone in the history of our dragon country who reached level 1 Transcendence 100 in their first exam? No, so far, the highest record is level 1 Transcendence 65. Then isn't Su Chen's level already making history? Indeed, we are witnessing a historical miracle together. With Su Chen's level, he has surpassed all ages. No wonder his pet's attack is so high. It turns out his level is almost at level 2 Transcendence. Everyone suddenly found it reasonable. Only a few knew that this was still unreasonable. A level 200 pet shouldn't be able to casually take down a monster with 3 million health. President Wu, I wonder what conditions your Dragon Martial Guild has prepared to recruit Su Chen. Qi Guozhong, the president of the Longteng Guild, asked with a smile. Ah, President Qi, why are you asking so much? You'll know once the exam is over. The president of the Longfei Guild, Zhang Yuanyang, interjected. It seems both of you are determined to have Su Chen. So Li Wanqing is mine. Zhang Yuanyang knew that his financial resources were not as strong as those of the other two, so he directly settled for second best. Little did he know, the two men chuckled. We'll see about that. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanyang shook his head. Two old foxes. The exam was still ongoing. They had only just completed the first round. However, for many candidates, this first round was already a formidable barrier. At least 20% of the candidates failed to kill the first assessment monster within 10 minutes. Another 10% were directly killed by the assessment monster, scoring not a single point. Although death in the virtual examination hall did not result in real death, the psychological impact of that death still had a significant effect on them. All candidates have 5 minutes of rest time. The second round of assessment will begin in 5 minutes. Su Chen looked around and simply sat down on a rock, closing his eyes to rest. After all, he could just let Kaier take action next. He could sleep until the individual assessment ended. Is he for real? Everyone else is working hard to adjust their state, and he's actually sleeping? He has a powerful pet beast. He doesn't need to take action himself, so of course he can do whatever he wants. But this is the most important exam of the year. He really doesn't take it seriously. Don't say that. If I had his strength, I'd be even more arrogant than him. Hundreds of thousands of eyes were watching Su Chen sleep, and if it were live-streamed, the number of viewers would be even greater. The lord of Qiushui City, Wu Zhen, looked on disdainfully, arrogant and proud, disregarding the exam rules. What use is it for such a person to be strong? Lu Wenbuk immediately retorted, Ha, Lord Wu, you should focus on your Li Wanqing. What Su Chen does is none of your business. Lu Wenbuk and Wu Zhen had a grudge, and he naturally wouldn't miss the chance to slap him in the face. Wu Zhen snorted coldly, then let's wait and see. 5 minutes passed. The second round of assessment begins. Monsters will refresh in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourselves. This round of assessment is limited to 10 minutes, with the same basic rules as the last round. As the prompt sounded, 10 seconds later, a monster as thin as a monkey appeared before them. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to check its information. It would just be killed by Kaier anyway. Sure enough, as soon as the monster refreshed, Kaier spat out a fireball again. Minus 150,000. Another instant kill. This time, the monster had even lower health, and Su Chen didn't even know what it was being assessed for. You have killed the assessment monster. Agility. Time taken 0.5 seconds. Score 100 points. This time, Kyer was even more skilled than before, killing the monster in less than a second. Su Chen glanced at the prompt. This monster was likely assessing the candidate's agility. However, in the face of absolute power, all of this was just a fleeting cloud. Another instant kill, and this time, in less than a second. Is the official really not considering banning Su Chen's pet beast? This is just too unfair. Yeah, he's not even a summoner, he doesn't do anything. Is this his exam or his pet beast's exam? Although everyone said so, everyone knew that it was impossible to ban Su Chen's pet beast. As long as it belonged to the examinee, it was allowed to be used. In fact, this rule favored the children of wealthy families even more, because they could spend money to buy better equipment for themselves, enhancing their attributes. However, the attribute differences among equipment of around level 100 were not very significant, so this point was not as big of a gap as imagined. Otherwise, this rule would have been changed long ago. At the top of the viewing platform, the three presidents frowned simultaneously. At this rate, this kid won't even need to make a move to crush these people. Should we make him do something? Not appropriate. With so many people watching, just because he isn't moving, we should increase the difficulty for him? If others find out, won't they say we are unfair? At least we need to make him move, otherwise, with just this one pet beast, I feel it could take out all the examinees at once. Why not? Change the rules for the final dungeon assessment so that no one's pet beasts can participate in battle. Good, let's do that, otherwise, this kid will win too easily. The three reached an agreement and informed the various city lords of the newly formulated rules. Good, let's see what he does this time. Wu Zhen laughed as he looked at Lu Wenshu. Lu Wenshu nonchalantly replied, Lord Wu, you might be laughing too early. Su Chen is not famous just because of one pet beast. I hope you can still laugh later. Lu Wenshu calmly sat in his seat, looking at the other candidates from Donghai City still fighting on the screen. Gu Changfeng used lightning-based movement to dodge a swift strike from the monster in front of him, feeling somewhat strained. After being defeated by Su Chen, he had been focused on finding ancient runes to summon the evil king, and he hadn't had time to level up. Now he was still under level 70, struggling against the monster before him. I ask for the evil king's assistance to kill this monster, Gu Changfeng called out in his heart. Waste, you need this king to take action against such trash. A wisp of power from the evil king within Gu Changfeng was injected into him. The next moment, Gu Changfeng unleashed a black lightning strike and the assessment monster fell in response. You have killed the assessment monster. Agility, time taken 1 minute 20 seconds, score 80 points. Looking at the prompt, Gu Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the ranking for this round of the exam. When he saw that Su Chen had only taken 0.5 seconds, the jealousy in Gu Changfeng's eyes intensified. Clearly, he was the most dazzling star of Donghai City, but everything changed after Su Chen's rise. The people who used to follow him had left, and almost no one remembered him anymore. The most talked about topic in Donghai City was Su Chen. Everyone compared themselves to Su Chen, and no one remembered Gu Changfeng. He was unwilling to accept it. He believed that everything should have belonged to him, that it was his honor. Unfortunately, Gu Changfeng did not realize that it was Su Chen's actions that made everyone know his name. It was Su Chen's name that made everyone aware of this small city of Donghai. Gu Changfeng had long been blinded by jealousy. 10 minutes later, the second round of assessments ended, and everyone looked at the overall score rankings. First place, Su Chen, level 1 to 100, score 200. Second place, Li Wanqing, level 1 to 15, score 190. Third place, Lin Shi, level 1 to 10, score 180. Fourth place, Xiaowen, level 1 to 5, score 175. Fifth place, Lu Wenshu looked at the third place Lin Shi and asked Lin Taisheng beside him, your nephew? Lin Taisheng nodded with a smile. Not bad, third place. It's okay, but compared to Su Chen, there's still too much of a gap. If you compare with Su Chen, that's just self-humiliation. Let him step it up and take down Li Wanqing. It's hard. If he can make it to the top 3, I'll be satisfied. This child has had a tough life, but he's resilient. Lu Wenshu nodded after hearing this. He had heard about Lin Taisheng, the older brother of this child. His parents had both died in a wild dungeon, and his childhood was indeed very tragic. However, when Lu Wenshu looked at Su Chen, he sighed inwardly. Lin Shi had at least lived with his parents for a few years, while Su Chen had grown up in an orphanage, never even seeing what his parents looked like. Ling Qingxue looked at Su Chen's results and was utterly despaired. She had worked hard just to make it into the top 10. Forget it, I'll just work hard to get into the guild he wants to join. Everyone looked at the ranking of the results and had a rough judgment of the final standings. It seems Su Chen is firmly in first place. Yeah, they are completely not on the same level as Su Chen. I just wonder if Li Wanqing has any hidden cards. I see he has only shown his swordsman profession. By the way, what is Li Wanqing's second profession? Does anyone know? No idea, nothing has ever come out about it, and I've never seen him use it. So, does that mean he might still have a chance to surpass Su Chen? Surpass? Don't dream. Su Chen kills instantly every time, full marks every time. What can he use to surpass that? I just heard a few big shots chatting, saying, that the last dungeon prohibits the use of pets. It seems the big shots added some difficulty because Su Chen was too relaxed. Oh, if that's the case, then it gets interesting. Upon hearing this rule, everyone finally felt a bit of anticipation. Otherwise, if it continued like this, the outcome would be completely predictable. For the candidates, being stable is definitely a good thing. But for the audience, Su Chen's overwhelming performance left them with no ups and downs to watch, making it somewhat boring. The third round of assessment will begin in 10 seconds. Please be prepared. As the countdown ended, a monster appeared in front of Su Chen. Kyer had already spat fire at the spot where it would spawn. This time, Su Chen not only didn't see the monster's information, but he didn't even get a clear look at what it looked like. Minus 65,000. You have killed the assessment monster defender. Time taken 0.1 seconds. Score 100 points. Looking at this result, the audience had become numb. I really want to see what grade and attributes his pet is. Who doesn't want to see? If that pet were mine, I could also easily get into the best guild. I'm so envious I'm drooling. This round is tough for the others. This monster's attack power is a bit high. Just one hit takes away more than half their health. In fact, this was true. Within just 5 minutes, a third of the candidates had died at the hands of the monster. Most people nowadays focus only on attack and not on defense. When faced with such fast and high damage monsters, they found it hard to cope. Those who were eliminated complained that this round was too difficult. Wu Zhangyang glanced at these people and shook his head. They aren't even as smart as Su Chen's pet. Knowing that the assessment monster will spawn at a fixed time and place, yet they don't know to time their skills at the monster's spawn point. They can't even do the simplest thing of waiting for a rabbit by the tree. How could they possibly survive in the abyss or the outer battlefield in the future? After 3 rounds of assessments, the gap between the top-ranking candidates and those behind them grew wider. Su Chen continued to lead the field with a perfect score of 300 points. When this score was reported to other examination sites in different states, everyone began discussing the name Su Chen. I can't believe such a terrifying genius has emerged from Donghua State. 3 rounds of perfect scores. If it weren't for the testimony of hundreds of thousands on site, I would suspect someone helped him cheat. Su Chen is truly too strong. At this rate, the top scholar from Donghua State will undoubtedly be him. What does Donghua State even mean? This score is explosive, both in Longhua and globally. I've never seen anyone achieve perfect scores in every round of assessment. I used to doubt his claim of killing the one-eyed giant, but now it seems absolutely true. At that time, he didn't even have a pet beast, right? As countless people spread the news, Su Chen's deeds were once again reported abroad. In the capital of Sakura country, one of the few masters, Koizumi Jiro, looked at Su Chen's achievements and said coldly, "Baka, Su Chen must be eliminated. At such a young age, he has such accomplishments. If we let him grow, he might become another sword god. He might even be more terrifying than the sword god." Remembering the sword god from Longhua, he felt a wave of panic. That person had single-handedly invaded their country with a sword, and countless masters from Sakura country had perished under his blade. That was the darkest day in Sakura country's history. It took 30 years until the sword god disappeared on the battlefield beyond the heavens for them to finally emerge from his shadow. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Koizumi Jiro turned to his attendant. "Yamamoto-kun, you must lead our warriors across the sea to kill this person. If you fail, don't bother coming back." Hi! In the United States, inside the Pentagon, a 5-star general, after reading Su Chen's information, squinted and instructed the person beside him. "Damn it, how can Longhua have such a terrifying genius? Send 10 strong individuals above the 6th transition to Longhua. They must conceal their identities and secretly eliminate him. This kind of genius must not be allowed to grow. Sending him to meet God sooner is the best choice. Also, just in case, offer a bounty of $5 billion for his head." "General, isn't the bounty too high? He's just a child." "Too high? What do you know? To me, his potential is worth far more than this. If no one can succeed, I will raise the bounty again." Once the bounty was announced in the United States, assassins around the world instantly fell into a frenzy. Such a high bounty, combined with the fact that the target was just a teenager, led many to doubt the authenticity of the reward. However, upon hearing that the bounty was absolutely guaranteed, numerous assassins began preparing to infiltrate Longhua to assassinate Su Chen. If they could complete this job, they would be able to leave the assassin life behind and live carefree for the rest of their lives. Or they could use the money to buy powerful equipment and become even stronger. Within the ranks of one of the world's 3 major assassin organizations, the Higanbana organization, the leader, dressed in red and with a stunning figure, looked at Su Chen's information and smiled alluringly. As she walked, her 2 deadly weapons swayed slightly. Upon seeing this, several sounds of swallowing could be heard in the room. The Higanbana leader looked at the dozens of core assassins in the room and smiled again. "With such a generous bounty, we must have it. However, I don't want you to kill him. I want you to capture him for me." Someone asked in confusion, "Leader, why is that?" A dead person's bounty is worth $5 billion. What about a living one?" "The person who issued the bounty is willing to pay this price, which means he can offer even More. If we capture Su Chen and use him to negotiate a higher price, I believe that person will agree. Leader is wise. Alright, everyone. Go ahead, I will wait here for your triumphant return. In an instant, due to Su Chen's matter, the originally calm situation in various countries began to tense up. Inside the Dragon Country, the people who received the news were studying solutions. From today onwards, strictly. Screen incoming personnel. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Chen will come to Kyoto after the big exam, and Kyoto must strengthen its defenses after Su Chen arrives. Since the disappearance of the Sword God Senior, we haven't seen anyone capable of breaking the deadlock for a long time. In any case, we must ensure Su Chen's safety. This is the face of our Dragon Country, and it is our responsibility. Su Chen, who was participating in the big exam, was completely unaware that he had already attracted so many people's attention. At this moment, the assessment had just entered the 4th round. The next assessment is somewhat different from the previous 3 rounds. Candidates need to find the weaknesses of the assessment monsters in order to kill them in the shortest time possible. If the weaknesses are not found, only 10% attack damage can be inflicted on the monster. Looking at this prompt, everyone unconsciously turned their gaze to Su Chen, only able to inflict 10% damage. Now, your pet can no longer instantly kill the assessment monster. Assessment monster insight will refresh in 10 seconds. Please prepare. Listening to the prompt, Su Chen glanced at Kai Air and then instructed, use a skill this time. Kai Air nodded. As the monster refreshed, Kai Air soared into the sky, then unleashed a fireball hundreds of meters wide. Flame of Annihilation. One of the 5 colored phoenix's skills. The raging flames swept out, and the screen showing Su Chen's exam location was directly engulfed by the fire. Everyone stared in shock at that screen as the heat wave seemed to rush through the screen and hit him. His score is out. Everyone hurriedly looked at the score ranking panel. Time taken, 1 second, still full marks. Perhaps because a skill was used, it was a bit slower than the previous 2 rounds of assessment. Is this pet definitely not below level 200? This is too terrifying. I feel like it could burn down East Sea City in one bite. He clearly doesn't care about the rules at all. He still got a kill with only 10% damage. Maybe this is the way to break through all methods with sheer force. Lin Tiexing's mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Wenshu and said, are you sure you don't know the origin of this pet? Lu Wenshu opened his mouth, coming back to his senses from the shock. How would I know? Do you think East Sea City would have such a terrifying pet for you to catch? I also want to know where this pet came from. This is just too abnormal. Lu Wenshu couldn't help but curse. I even doubt whether my 6th transition strength can withstand its fire. Lin Taisheng shook his head. This kid Su Chen might still have some heaven-defying abilities he hasn't used yet. If a pet is this terrifying, what kind of strength does he himself possess? Wu Zhengyang looked at the other two, puzzled, and asked, what do you think about this pet beast? Qi Guozhong, the president of the Longting Guild, took a careful look and said uncertainly, at least it has the strength of a pet beast above level 500. Zhang Yuanyan, the president of the Longfei Guild, chimed in, but Su Chen is only at level 100 in his first transition. How is that possible? The 3 of them were quite confused. The 3 top guild leaders were now unable to discern the strength of a junior's pet beast. They felt a bit awkward. Wu Zhengyang cleared his throat. Ahem. Since Su Chen was able to spend a night outside the city at night, it seems normal for his pet beast to be a bit strange. Perhaps this pet beast is the key to Su Chen being able to withstand the nightmare. The other 2 nodded upon hearing this. According to the information, Su Chen returned at dawn riding this pet beast. Perhaps this pet beast really has some special ability to resist nightmares. Underground of the East Sea City Examination Hall. This is the place responsible for maintaining and ensuring the stable operation of the virtual examination hall above. Just after Kai Air unleashed the world-destroying flame, the equipment here began to malfunction. The maintenance personnel looked at the flickering instance portal in front of them, their faces filled with shock. It should be known that this system had been running for hundreds of years without any errors. The entire virtual examination hall could withstand the full-force attack of at least a level 7 expert. But now, there were signs of collapse. How is this possible? Not good. The examination hall is really going to collapse. Quick, 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 bring all the energy stones over. If the examination hall collapses, the candidates inside will be doomed. If such a situation really occurred, they would all be thrown into the outer battlefield as cannon fodder. This was an entire state's younger generation. If they all died on their watch, the consequences were unimaginable. You all hold steady, I'll go notify the team leader. A maintenance worker quickly ran to the team leader's office. Li De had been working for 3 days and nights straight, and today he finally managed to close his eyes and prepare for a good sleep. Just as he lay down, he heard urgent knocking at the door. Team leader, something big has happened. Li De opened his eyes, got up, and angrily opened the door, saying, what are you panicking about? What's going on? The maintenance worker, out of breath, pointed towards the control center and said, Team leader, the virtual examination hall is about to collapse. You need to take a look. Li Da frowned and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? The virtual examination hall can withstand attacks from at least level 7 experts. The 3 guild leaders are up there observing the exam. Who would dare attack the virtual examination hall? Lee suspected that this guy was joking with him. He just wanted to sleep and had no interest in jokes. No. Team leader, it was that Su Chen's pet beast that did it. I wouldn't dare to joke about something like this. Hearing Su Chen's name and seeing the other person's expression and tone, Lee began to believe him. After all, Su Chen was not a normal person in his impression. I'll go take a look. After Lee finished speaking, he rushed to the control center like the wind. If something really happened, he wouldn't escape unscathed either. In the control center, the maintenance personnel quickly explained the situation to Lee upon his arrival. Team leader, we temporarily stabilized the virtual examination hall with energy stones, but it's still very dangerous. If Su Chen's pet beast breathes fire again, the examination hall will likely be destroyed immediately. Lee quickly checked all the system equipment. He slapped his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache, and said, "What kind of monster has this kid raised? You all maintain the system well. I'll go notify the 3 guild leaders to discuss. What about the next round of assessments? Do you think we can continue now? Pause the assessments and stay here to monitor all the equipment." After Lee finished speaking, he quickly walked out of the control center. After passing through the heavily guarded passage, Lee arrived at the location of the 3 presidents. Team leader, Lee, what are you doing up here? Did something happen down below? Wu Zhangyang asked, noticing his anxious expression. Presidents, the next round of assessments may need to be suspended. The control center nearly collapsed. What did you say? Shi Guozhong instantly stood up. This was a matter concerning the lives of all the candidates. The other 2 also looked at Li De with serious expressions. Under the gaze of the 3, Li De felt his whole body trembling. It was caused by Su Chen's pet beast. Its attack was too strong, and one strike nearly destroyed the entire examination hall. We temporarily stabilized it, using a large amount of energy stones. Upon hearing that it was Su Chen's pet beast that caused the trouble, Wu Zhangyang couldn't help but curse. Damn it! This kid can cause trouble anywhere. He can't even take an exam peacefully. So, what do we need to do to resolve this? Li De nodded and said, I don't have enough strength. At least one of the 3 presidents needs to go stabilize the normal operation of the equipment. After this last basic round of exams, let the candidates take a break. We can quickly fix the problematic areas. Otherwise, if that pet beast comes again. Li Da's words were left unfinished. But everyone understood what would happen. This matter is of great importance. I'll go, Wu Zhangyang volunteered. If the 3 of them could cause problems just by watching, they might as well not be presidents. Alright, President Wu, please follow me. Li De led Wu Zhangyang quickly down the steps. What's going on? Why hasn't the last round of basic assessments started yet? At this moment, some spectators noticed that more than 10 minutes had passed without the assessment beginning. This was clearly abnormal. I heard a rumor that the virtual examination hall was almost destroyed. What? How is that possible? It's true, I overheard it just now. Hee, Su Chen's pet beast almost wrecked the examination hall with a skill. The maintenance team leader just came up to ask the presidents for help. Didn't you see the president of the Longwu Guild leave? Everyone thought for a moment. Someone indeed saw Wu Zhangyang leave with a person in a white uniform. Coupled with the heat wave caused by that pet beast's skill, they all felt it deeply. People began to believe this news a little more. This is too scary. Why do I feel like taking an exam is like playing with my life? Playing with life during an exam isn't the main issue. The main thing is that we are in danger just watching others take the exam. I've realized being close to Su Chen is never a good thing. Look at that Cyclops, those mercenaries, and our governor. Just because he ordered to capture Su Chen, he ended up getting himself into the outer battlefield. As the situation escalated, more and more people learned the reason for the suspension of the assessment. Within a few minutes, an article appeared on the trending topics online. Su Chen's pet beast almost burned down the examination hall with one breath. Is it really that exaggerated? Didn't they say the virtual exam hall can withstand the attacks of a 7 transformation master? No wonder he's my idol. Even his pet beast is so fierce. I was there, I can testify, it's true. It's been half an hour since the last round of the basic assessment started, and it hasn't even begun. Latest news, after the last round of the basic assessment at the East Sea City Exam Hall, there will be a 3-hour break, as they say there are equipment issues that need repair. Damn, it really seems to be true. When has there ever been a break during the assessment? This is truly unprecedented. That Su Chen's pet beast is too abnormal. Why do I feel that bird looks like the legendary phoenix? It does look a bit like it, but isn't the phoenix supposed to be fire red? This one is colorful. Forget about the phoenix. Haven't you all noticed that the real abnormal one is its owner? This is a man who can come back alive from the night outside the city. Last time, I saw a guy live streaming outside the city at night, saying it was safe. And what happened? Someone asked curiously. What happened? The result is there was no result. The next day, they only found his live streaming equipment. The night outside the city is truly a forbidden zone for humans. There's a chance of coming back alive from the abyss or the battlefield beyond the sky, but no one has ever heard of anyone coming back alive from the wild. Except for Su Chen. Inside the East Sea City exam hall, after more than half an hour of waiting, the final round of the basic assessment finally began. The final round of the assessment tests the candidates' sustained combat ability. Candidates who can withstand 10 waves of monsters will receive 100 points. The assessment starts in 10 seconds. Please be prepared. After the countdown ended, 10 monsters appeared before Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at the monsters' levels. Each one was level 80. Of course, they still couldn't escape the fate of being killed instantly. The next 10 monsters' levels increased to 85. Kai Air unleashed a breath of fire, turning them to ashes. Once again, with each wave, the monsters' levels increased by 5. By the last wave, the monsters' levels had reached 125. 10 level 125 monsters combined with the previous constant consumption. Among all the candidates, only Su Chen managed to kill them all. The others could barely last through 8 waves. The 5 rounds of the basic assessment have ended. Please return to the exam hall before 2 p.m. to continue the exam. Everyone looked at the final rankings. First place, Su Chen, level 1. Transformation 100 points 500. Second place, Li Wanqing, level 1 transformation 15 points 450. Third place, Lin Shi, level 1 transformation 10 points 430. Seventh place, Ling Qingxue, level 1 transformation 0 points 390. Ling Qingxue, a 4-star potential candidate, managed to secure 7th place largely because she changed jobs before the major exam. As for the other rankings, there was basically no change. Su Chen achieved a perfect score of 500 points, claiming first place in the basic assessment. This score also broke the record. In the 1,000-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, the highest record for the major exam was 490 points, held by someone codenamed Sword God. Su Chen broke his record, successfully creating history. Su Chen! Su Chen! The natives of East Sea City cheered loudly for this name. This is their pride. Who says East Sea City has no geniuses? If they don't emerge, when they do, they create record-breaking geniuses. We really witnessed history. With Su Chen's score, there has been no one like him before, and there will be no one like him after. A perfect score of 500 points. Even if someone comes later, they won't be able to break his record. Inside the exam hall, hundreds of thousands of eyes were fixed on Su Chen as he exited the virtual exam hall. Lu Wenchu's eyes were red, with tears brimming in his eyes. He finally saw a genius belonging to East Sea City walk out of here. This will be a genius known to the Dragon Kingdom and the world. Old Lu, congratulations. Lin Taishang patted his old friend's shoulder. He knew how much his old friend had endured over the years just because Donghai City had been at the bottom year after year. Every year he would suffer ridicule and humiliation, with some even directly cursing him, saying Lu Wenshu was the disaster of Donghai City. With him in Donghai City for a year, no genius could possibly emerge. Now, Su Chen had appeared out of nowhere, sweeping away all the candidates. It was a hard slap in the face for those who had mocked him, and it also vented his frustrations. Congratulations, City Lord Lu. Congratulations. The various city lords congratulated Lu Wenshu. It seemed that, barring any surprises, Su Chen's first place in this major exam was assured. Even those who had looked down on Lu Wenshu before now dared not offend him. In the future, when they saw Lu Wenshu, they might even need to take the initiative to greet him. This was the change in status brought about by Su Chen's achievements. Wu Jin, the city lord of Qiushui City, looked at the scores on the screen and snorted coldly. Lu Wenshu, don't get too happy too soon. The afternoon's dungeon battle is the key. Wu Jin waved his hand and left the examination hall. He and Lu Wenshu had a grudge, having targeted him in the past. Even in this situation, Wu Jin wouldn't go out of his way to congratulate his enemy. At this moment, Wu Zhengyang returned from the underground control center, glanced at the scores, and smiled with satisfaction. He actually broke the record of the Sword God, truly a blessing for our dragon country. Wu Zhengyang was already thinking about whether the things he had prepared would catch Su Chen's eye. After all, he had just received news that Su Chen had been offered a bounty of $5 billion. To be honest, he could come up with that amount, but it would hurt for a long time. However, if Su Chen went to the other two guilds, he would be furious today. After some thought, Wu Zhengyang decided to raise the stakes. He had to secure Su Chen. The other two guild leaders saw him thinking rapidly, and they were all shrewd enough to know what Wu Zhengyang was contemplating. Su Chen was now comparable to the young sword god, and he had even surpassed the young sword god. If they could recruit Su Chen into their guild, with just a little training, they could say that Su Chen had come from their guild. This would be like bringing in a golden signboard for their guild. They would have face when bragging to others in the future. The three of them simultaneously looked at each other, exchanged awkward smiles, and then left the examination hall together. After Su Chen's pet nearly burned down the examination hall, his record-breaking perfect score was also posted online. This time, the buzz far exceeded the last, dominating the headlines of major platforms. Among the top 10 trending topics, 3 were about Su Chen, and 2 were about the Donghai City major exam. Information. The information about Su Chen occupied the top 3 spots on the trending list. Su Chen breaks the sword god's record in the basic assessment of the major exam, likely to become the first in history. Su Chen's pet almost burned down the examination hall with a single breath of fire. Who is Su Chen? There are netizens who don't know Su Chen asking everywhere who Su Chen is. Those who know Su Chen are looking online for the video of the Donghai City major exam. They want to see how Su Chen got first place. As a result, after watching the video, both those who know Su Chen and those who don't fell silent. I don't know much about Su Chen. Is he an awakened summoner? That's his pet beast. He's not a summoner. I remember he uses a knife. Wait, does this mean Su Chen's pet beast broke the record? It seems that's not wrong. The record was indeed broken, but netizens still felt a bit unsatisfied. Many people thought that Su Chen himself had achieved a perfect score to break the record, but it turned out to be a pet beast. However, some people explained for Su Chen. What are you thinking? If Su Chen wasn't strong, could he have such a powerful pet beast? Pets are allowed in the exam hall. That's also part of Su Chen's strength. After so many sensational events online, Su Chen gained countless fans. Some fans even gave him the title Su God. How bold. Can you all just call him by his name? From now on, we should call him Su God. After the sword god, we will welcome Su God. Ha, I will awaken next year too. I hope Su God blesses me with a powerful profession. Pay attention, the man in front is called Su God. He just let his pet beast do the work and broke the record of the Dragon Kingdom's major exam. Su God's clothing, pants, and shoes are now available. Clicking in to take a look, each item costs several hundred. If Su Chen knew that the clothes he used to buy at a roadside stall were now being sold for hundreds or even thousands, I wonder what his expression would be. In the exam hall, the 3 kings of Changming City approached Su Chen together. The leader, Jin Kai, bowed and said, "Brother Su, I apologize for what I said in haste last time, please forgive me." Su Chen nodded slightly. I can understand how you felt at that time, but you must remember that disaster comes from the mouth. Yes, Brother Su, you are magnanimous, I admire you. The other 2 also thanked Su Chen again. After the 3 left, Ling Qingxue ran over, pulling Mu Xiaowan with her. Su Chen, do you still know the 4 kings of Changming City? I met them by chance, I'm not very familiar. Cut, you're lying to me. I saw their leader bowing to apologize to you. I just don't know how their third one died. Su Chen smiled and didn't explain further. Let's go eat something nearby. Ling Qingxue invited Su Chen with some anticipation. This was her first time actively inviting a boy to dinner. If it weren't for Mu Xiaowan being with her, she wouldn't have dared to say it. Su Chen glanced at the time. It was just past 11 in the morning, and there were still 3 hours until 2 in the afternoon. Okay. Seeing Su Chen agree, Ling Qingxue happily led the 2 out of the exam hall. Li Wanqing glanced at the overall scores. Although he was somewhat shocked by Su Chen's performance, he was still very confident. That's fine, I will personally defeat you then, and all your honors will be mine. Perhaps this is what they call a stepping stone. Li Wanqing smiled arrogantly and stepped towards the exit of the exam hall. In a corner of the exam hall, Gu Changfeng looked at Su Chen's departing figure and asked the evil king inside him, "Evil king, when can you completely control the virtual exam hall? Why are you in such a hurry? After you enter the instance this afternoon, it will take another 2 hours for my power to fully permeate." Evil king, why is it so slow? Gu Changfeng was a bit anxious. He didn't want to see Su Chen's face any longer. Now that Su Chen was in the spotlight, he wished he could kill Su Chen immediately. This is my clone. Of course, it's slow. Also, do you dare to be dissatisfied with me? You should consider what you are. Next time you dare to speak to this king like that, I'll be the first to kill you. Gu Changfeng felt a chill run through him upon hearing this threatening remark and respectfully said, "I was wrong. Please don't be angry, Lord Evil King. I just want to kill Su Chen as soon as possible." Don't worry, I would kill such a person even if you didn't say anything. If this human grows stronger, it would be a huge threat to my abyss. Seeing that the evil king also wanted to kill Su Chen, Gu Changfeng finally relaxed completely. Su Chen, I'll let you live for a few more hours. Chen Hao didn't manage to obtain the wolf fang that day, so he didn't change his profession before the big exam. Coupled with his low spirits these past few days, he ended up ranking outside the top 50 in today's exam. With his 5-star warrior potential, this ranking was a significant underperformance. Other 5-star potential professionals were at least in the top 20. Chen Hao walked out of the exam room with a dejected expression, only to see his ex-girlfriend laughing and chatting with Su Chen as they walked towards a restaurant. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Hao's anger flared up. If looks could kill, Su Chen would have been dead thousands of times by now. You shameless woman, still saying you don't like him. You just agreed to be my girlfriend, and now you're falling for someone else. I knew it was all a lie. Just you wait. If I can't deal with Su Chen, can I not handle you 2 stinky women? If Su Chen knew he was being hated like this, he would feel like he couldn't wash it off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The 2 girls were chattering around Su Chen the whole time, and he only occasionally replied. Inside a restaurant near the exam venue, the 3 of them had ordered their dishes and were chatting at the table. "Xiaowan, what was your score?" Ling Qingxue asked curiously. She and Su Chen were both combat professions and didn't know Mu Xiaowan's ranking. Third among non-combat professions. Ah, you all are so impressive. I'm only 7th. Mu Xiaowan smiled and said. 7th is not bad. Who told Su Chen to be so amazing? You know, if you got rid of Su Chen, wouldn't you be 6th? Hearing you say that, it does seem like it. Ling Qingxue instantly felt much happier. Su Chen listened to their conversation, a black line appearing on his forehead. He had to speak up. What do you mean by getting rid of me? Am I not a person? Of course. The two girls laughed simultaneously. This scene attracted the attention of everyone around them. Isn't that Su Chen? And those two beauties I recognize, the 7th-ranked Ling Qingxue and the 3rd among non-combat professions Mu Xiaowan. Ling Qingxue was pure and beautiful while Mu Xiaowan was lively and spirited. With these two sitting together plus Su Chen, they drew the gaze of everyone in the restaurant. So infuriating, such good cabbage is being pushed by pigs. Get lost, if Su Chen is a pig, aren't you pig dung? I was just making a metaphor. Do you want me to say I'm envious of him? Lin Shi, the genius of Fire City this year, awakened a profession just like the sword god from back then. It is called the drunken swordsman. This profession emphasizes the state of drunkenness. With every sip of alcohol, one can increase all their attributes. Moreover, the increase is exponential, and when the practitioner is in a state of half drunk and half awake, the bonuses reach their maximum. Unfortunately, Lin Shi does not drink. His second uncle, Lin Taisheng, has advised him several times, saying that this is the path even the sword god is taking, but he still refused. Lin Shi believes that he can wield the sword well without alcohol. He does not need to follow the path of the sword god. Looking at the restaurant in front of him, Lin Shi walked in. However, due to the large number of examinees today, all the tables in the restaurant were occupied. Only one seat was empty at Su Chen's table, as no one dared to sit there. Lin Shi glanced at the menu on the wall, ordered 2 dishes, and walked directly to Su Chen's side. Is this seat taken? Lin Shi asked. No, Su Chen replied. Lin Shi nodded and sat down. Su Chen glanced at Lin Shi, whose starry eyes and sword-like brows gave him a resolute appearance. He looked very cold. If Su Chen was the kind of cold that simply disliked talking, then Lin Shi was the kind of cold that was indifferent and unfeeling. Even with Ling Qingxue and Mu Xiaowan sitting across from him, he did not lift his gaze. Qingxue, don't you think it's really cold? Mu Xiaowan looked at Su Chen, then at Lin Shi. To her, Su Chen was already quite aloof, and now there was an even colder one. Even in the middle of summer, she could feel a chill. Ling Qingxue covered her mouth and laughed. Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit cold. She was also someone who didn't like to talk, but every time she was with Su Chen, she found herself talking more than usual. Sometimes she could even make a little joke. She didn't know if it was influenced by Mu Xiaowan or some other reason. Thus, the 4 of them sat in 3 groups, each eating their own meal. When it was time to settle the bill, the owner came over. Forget it, your meal is on the house. Su Chen is now the pride of our Donghai City. If I charge you, wouldn't that be a disgrace? Besides, you coming to my restaurant to eat might even bring me some luck. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaowan happily said, Hee, from now on, we must bring Su Chen whenever we go out. We can use his face to get in. Thank you, boss. Although Su Chen didn't care about the money, he couldn't refuse such goodwill. Thank you. Lin Shi, sitting at the same table as Su Chen and the others, also had his meal bill waived. After thanking Su Chen, he left the restaurant alone. Brother, I'm hungry too, said Kair, patting her belly in the pet space. Su Chen naturally wouldn't let her go hungry. This morning, it was all thanks to Kair's efforts. After exiting the restaurant, Su Chen said to the 2 girls, you go ahead, I have something to do. Without waiting for their response, Su Chen walked towards the end of the street. What is he doing, being all mysterious? Ling Qingxue murmured as she watched Su Chen's back. TSK. Qingxue, I've noticed that your eyes are all on Su Chen. You wouldn't have fallen for him, would you? Mu Xiaowan looked at her with a knowing expression. Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? We are just ordinary friends, Ling Qingxue said, her face turning red. Seeing her flustered, Mu Xiaowan teased, ordinary friends? Then why are you blushing? Still not admitting it. Ling Qingxue, caught off guard, stammered, I'm blushing because the dishes were too spicy just now. Right, sweet and sour pork, steamed pork ribs, braised pork, and a bowl of sweet soup, so spicy. Xiaowan, I'm not talking to you anymore. The 2 girls playfully bickered as they walked towards the examination hall. Su Chen walked to a secluded corner and released Kair. He then took her to a restaurant in the distance. 2 hours later, inside a private room of the restaurant, the waiter looked at the mountain of empty plates in front of him and the 2 empty rice cookers, unable to help but swallow hard, and said, Young Master Su, your total consumption is 84,030 yuan. The boss said to give you a discount, so we will charge you 50,000. Su Chen nodded and thanked him. I apologize, my little sister's only hobby is eating, sorry for the trouble. Since Su Chen entered the room, the waiters had not had a moment's rest, continuously serving dishes. It had been a full 2 hours of hustle. If it weren't for Su Chen having an exam soon, Kair could have eaten for a few more hours. We dare not, this is what we should do. The waiter glanced curiously at Kair again and took the money back. Are you full? Su Chen asked Kair. It's okay, I'm about 3/10 full. Kyer seemed a bit unsatisfied. A waiter who had just walked out of the private room nearly stumbled and fell upon hearing this. 3/10 full? Is that even human? Is that something a normal person would say? By the time Su-Chen and the others left, many waiters came in and were once again shocked by the scene. Is that Su-Chen's sister? No. Wonder Su-Chen is so impressive, with such a sister who can eat. If they weren't impressive, both siblings would starve to death. I'm curious how such a small child could eat so much. You wouldn't understand, right? Su-Chen is so impressive, how bad could his sister's genes be? So it's normal for her to eat a lot, she's not an ordinary person. That's true, luckily my sister doesn't eat that much, or I'd definitely be begging on the street. When Su-Chen brought Kyer back to the exam hall, almost all the candidates had finished their meals and returned. A few former classmates greeted Su-Chen actively upon seeing him. On the stand, several of Su-Chen's teachers couldn't help but sigh as they looked at him. I didn't expect our Donghai city to gain fame because of Su-Chen this time. Actually, I've taught this child since he was little. I noticed he had a maturity that only adults possess. From a young age. Teacher Meng, didn't you always say Su-Chen had a social disorder? How did he become mature now? Another teacher teased. Ahem. I actually just realized that he's not socially awkward, he's just mature. This teacher shook his head. They had to admit they had misjudged him. No one expected Su-Chen to achieve what he had today, and as teachers, they now had another point to boast about, which was an honor for them. While everyone was chatting, Wu Zhangyang once again stood in midair above the exam hall and announced, "Next, I will read the assessment rules for this afternoon. The upcoming assessment is a points capture battle. Of course, it's not about stealing others' points. Instead, you will earn points by killing monsters. This instance is a wasteland, with the target being the wasteland wolf. You will earn 10 points for each ordinary wasteland wolf killed, 50 points for each elite wasteland wolf, and 500 points for each wolf king. This mode cannot be team-based, it is a solo mode, and you cannot attack others. If you die midway, you will be directly eliminated. One more thing, a temporary new rule, carrying pets is prohibited." After Wu Zhangyang finished the sentence, he glanced at Su-Chen before continuing. "This is your only chance to turn the tables, seize it yourself. Now, the assessment begins." After listening to the rules, everyone looked at Su-Chen, eager to see his reaction. After all, it was clear to anyone that this rule had been added specifically for him. To their disappointment, Su-Chen remained calm, showing no reaction at all. As expected of Su-God, so confident, completely unfazed. Ha, exactly, true strong ones aren't afraid of these so-called rules. Even if I can't use my pet, I can still crush everyone. Su-Chen was only briefly surprised by this rule. It was indeed a bit troublesome without Kyer's help, but not too much. The Wolf King alone could earn him 500 points, killing one was equivalent to taking down 50 ordinary wild wolves. No one else could possibly defeat the Wolf King alone, which essentially meant free points for Su-Chen. Only he could take down the Wolf King by himself. In this virtual examination room, the Wolf King would automatically respawn every hour. This assessment was said to last 3 hours. So Su-Chen could at least kill 3 Wolf Kings, which would be 1,500 points. This was under the condition that he kept the cooldown of his blade draw to about an hour. If he didn't hold back, he could kill small monsters every 10 minutes. However, getting first place with 1,500 points should be no problem. So Su-Chen decided to let others think that his blade draw cooldown was around an hour. Once everyone entered the virtual examination room, the system prompt sounded. "Welcome to the virtual examination room, Wilderness. This assessment is limited to 3 hours, and all candidates will be ranked by points. All monsters will respawn in 10 minutes, please prepare. Su-Chen entered the instance, glanced at his position, and then ran straight towards the valley where the Wolf King would spawn in the northwest. Lu and Shu looked at Su-Chen's direction and smiled. It seems Su-Chen is planning to kill the Wolf King first, a good choice. As the Lord of East Sea City, he naturally knew all about the various information in East Sea. Just one glance was enough for Lu and Shu to understand Su-Chen's plan. Lin Taishang, seeing his relaxed expression, couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This kid Su-Chen is starting off by killing the Wolf King, only you can look at him like it's no big deal. What other candidates would dare to touch the Wolf King? At this moment, almost everyone was staring at Su-Chen. After all, the outside world had praised Su-Chen to an unprecedented height. Many people had already begun to call him Su-God, saying that given a little time, he could surpass the Sword God and become the second man in Long Country to be called a god. But this was also the first time they had seen Su-Chen take action personally. Finally, with his pet band, they could see his true strength. How could they not be excited and curious? As everyone's gaze focused on Su-Chen, Gu Changfeng had already arrived at the edge of the wilderness. This was the boundary of the entire virtual examination room. An invisible wall stood here. Gu Changfeng's eyes revealed a hint of black light, and then he stretched out his hands to press against the boundary wall. Streams of invisible black gas began to seep into the boundary wall. It then spread downwards along the wall until it reached the control center below. The people in the control center were unaware of any anomalies, but the control of the virtual examination room was being gradually consumed. Ha! The evil king within Gu Changfeng let out a soft sound. What's wrong, Lord Evil King? Gu Changfeng asked. This virtual examination room seems much weaker than before. I thought it would take 2 hours to fully control it, but now it seems an hour and a half will be enough. Really? That's great. Finishing earlier meant Gu Changfeng could kill Su Chen sooner. Naturally, he was pleased. After Su Chen arrived at the Northwest Wolf King Valley, there were still 2 minutes until the monsters would respawn. Su Chen took out the magic knife Qianren and sat cross-legged on the rocks above the valley. This was his third time coming to this place, although this time it was in a virtual battlefield. If the Wolf King had an IQ, he would probably curse when he saw Su Chen. What is Su Chen doing here? Is he farming monsters nearby? I don't know, but he must have his reasons for sitting there. 2 minutes passed quickly. All monsters have respawned. The assessment officially begins. As the system's prompt ended, waves of monsters appeared in the entire wasteland. The number of monsters was clearly greater than in the real wasteland. Su Chen stood up and looked into the valley. The onlookers followed his gaze. They saw a huge white wolf king appear in the valley, surrounded by 4 elite wasteland wolves and 20 ordinary wasteland wolves. The white wolf king howled at the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence. So Su Chen is planning to kill the wolf king directly. Su Chen is finally going to make a move. As expected of Su God, if he's going to kill, he goes for the strongest one. He doesn't even look at little Kalami. Exciting, exciting, I want to see a river of blood in the slaughter. Everyone was eager. However, the scene they envisioned of Su Chen charging into the wolf pack to fight the wolf king did not happen. Su Chen merely drew his knife lightly, and all the wasteland wolves in the valley were instantly killed. Candidate Su Chen has killed the wolf king. The announcement echoed in the virtual examination hall. The air in the audience seemed to freeze at that moment. The audience, who didn't know much about Su Chen, looked at the screen in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Those who had some knowledge of Su Chen's skills were equally astonished as they stared at the screen. This was the first time they had seen Su Chen make a move up close. Seconds later, the battlefield erupted in cheers. In fact, they hadn't really seen what had happened, they just cheered anyway. Su Chen, YYDS. So cool. By the way, do you know what just happened? I wasn't paying attention, but all the wasteland wolves are dead. Killing so fast, is he afraid we might steal his skills? That's too high an opinion of us, we can't learn it at all. The 3 guild leaders watched this scene, their eyes wide open. What happened? Is that his instant kill skill? I was so close this time, yet I couldn't see how he made his move. He only drew his knife 1/3 out. Why did the wasteland wolves die? This was beyond the understanding of the 3 who could kill before even fully drawing their knife. Do you think his knife draw is just a cover for another skill? Zheng Yuanyang analyzed. Are you saying his profession isn't knife-based? Qi Guozhong frowned and speculated. He can't be a mage, right? Using a knife just to hide his identity as a mage. Actually, he must have already completed the spell. The reason I speculate this is that in the first 2 times Su Chen made a move, he fully drew his knife, but this time he probably forgot to hide. Su Chen is still too young. With one oversight, he can fool others, but can he fool us? The other 2 nodded in agreement. Old Qi, your analysis makes a lot of sense. The lord of Qiushui City, Wu Zhen, looked at this scene, his worry deepening in his eyes. He was uncertain whether Li Wanqing could still defeat Su Chen. The strength Su Chen was displaying was truly terrifying. Given the current situation, even if Li Wanqing summoned his second profession, he could easily lose to Su Chen if he wasn't careful. Wu Zhen glanced at Lu Wenshu, who was looking excited, and thought that if Li Wanqing lost this time, he would also lose. It was clear to everyone that this gubernatorial election was based on the results of the major exams from each city. From the current rankings, the position of governor would either be him or Lu Wenshu. Regardless of who became governor, the other would no longer be able to stay in Donghua Prefecture. Wu Zhen looked at Li Wanqing, who was leisurely hunting monsters, and silently thought, Wanqing, you must win. As for Lu Wenshu, he was feeling much more relaxed. He had even thought about his campaign speech for when he became governor. Just thinking about finally getting promoted after decades of hard work made Lu Wenshu feel a surge of excitement. This was the dream he had fought for over the years, and finally, it was about to come true. All of this depended on the young man standing against the wind on the screen before him. In the virtual examination room, the candidates were all shocked upon hearing the prompt. What the hell? The Wolf King just died? Are you sure he didn't hit a bug? Aren't we not allowed to bring pets? Ling Qingxue, upon hearing the prompt, was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. If anyone knew Su Chen best, it was her. She would claim second place if anyone dared to claim first. She had witnessed Su Chen kill the Cyclops with her own eyes, and she had also seen that Su Chen's sword could be used infinitely. Moreover, she had been deskmates with Su Chen for over a decade. Thinking of this, Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly and continued to hunt the prairie wolves before her. She knew she had to work twice as hard to keep up with Su Chen's pace. Lin Shi looked up at the sky and murmured, Su Chen? He seems like a worthy opponent to chase. After slaying the last prairie wolf in his area with a single sword strike, he stepped into another area. He didn't have time to wait for the next wave of prairie wolves to spawn. Li Wanqing heard the prompt, and the smile on his face grew more pronounced. The better Su Chen performed and the more points he scored, the happier he became. Come on, Su Chen, score some more points, because soon they will all be mine. Li Wanqing glanced at his second profession and then looked confidently towards the northwest. In the corner of the prairie, Gu Changfeng coldly gazed towards the northwest. What does it matter how many points you have? You will soon be dead. All your honors will belong to me. The evil king within Gu Changfeng couldn't help but sneer at his host's expression. What a foolish human. Do you really think this king will help you? I am merely using you to eliminate these talents. You, a waste, really think of yourself as someone important. How laughable and unaware you are. At this moment, as Su Chen killed the Wolf King, the points fluctuated again. Su Chen had killed 1 Wolf King for elite prairie wolves and 20 ordinary prairie wolves this time, earning a total of 900 points. Adding to the 500 points he had previously, his total score was now 1,400. He remained firmly in first place. However, Su Chen looked at this result and was still not very satisfied. Although 900 points seemed like a lot, it was only once an hour. Other people, especially those with area damage abilities like mages, could potentially score over 1,000 points in an hour. This made his first position somewhat precarious. This was the last assessment instance, their only chance to turn things around. They would definitely not hold back. Su Chen stood up and looked towards a group of wolves in the distance. There were about 7 or 8 prairie wolves there, and they had just spawned. Just now, Su Chen witnessed a candidate preparing to farm monsters, but after hitting a wild wolf once, he noticed Su Chen. Not knowing whether to be scared or what to think, he directly gave up on the monster and ran off into the distance. However, a miraculous scene occurred. The group of wild wolves he attacked actually followed him and disappeared, never to return, until the wolf pack here respawned again. Could it be that the monsters here don't have a disengagement mechanic? With this thought, Su Chen drew his magic blade, 1,000 blades, and ran towards the location of the wild wolves. Upon arrival, Su Chen slashed at one of the wild wolves. Minus 21,858. The 1,000 blades ignored defense and shields, so whatever Su Chen's attack power was, that was the damage he could deal. Wow, why is his normal attack damage so high? Other skills barely hit 30,000. Su Chen's skills are instant, so having a slightly higher normal attack damage is reasonable. After landing the blow, Su Chen ran off towards another pack of wolves without looking back. A few wild wolves howled and chased after him. Ignoring them, when he reached another pack of wolves, he slashed at them again. The number of wolves chasing Su Chen increased from 8 to 16. Wow, it really works. Looking at the group of wild wolves relentlessly pursuing him, Su Chen had already devised a perfect monster drawing plan in his mind. As long as he gathered enough wild wolves, he could lead them all to the Wolf King when it respawned and take them out in one go. This way, he wouldn't expose the cooldown of his blade draw and could earn a lot of points. Watching Su Chen drawing monsters on the screen, the audience was curious. What is he doing? Why does he hit once and run? Su Chen isn't trying to gather all the wild wolves together to kill them, is he? I guess it's because his instant kill skill has a long cooldown, so he has to do it this way. Wait, what's up with the rules in this exam? Isn't there a disengagement mechanic set? Below the exam venue, in the control center, many staff members were overwhelmed by what they saw. Due to the morning's issues, they had barely managed to fix the equipment problems in 3 hours. But there were still some oversights. For example, the issue of monsters not being able to disengage. Team leader, what should we do? Li De was also speechless, thinking for a moment before waving his hand. Can't do anything about it, let it be. It's probably a hidden rule of this assessment. In the virtual exam venue, Wang Tao was diligently farming the wild wolves in front of him. Suddenly, he heard a series of wolf howls coming from a distance. Wang Tao looked up to see dozens, even hundreds, of wild wolves chasing a person towards him. Holy crap! Wang Tao was so scared that he turned and ran. If he got hit by so many wild wolves, he would be immediately eliminated. Wang Tao ran far away, watching the wolf pack swarm like locusts, his heart still racing. After seeing the boy being chased by the wolves, Wang Tao couldn't help but complain. I knew it had to be his doing. Is there anyone who can manage him? On the wasteland, as the number of wolves Su Chen was leading continued to increase, the entire pack swept across the land like a tornado. Wherever they passed, there was chaos. Accompanying this were the countless wails and curses of the candidates. What the hell? Su Chen, you bastard, was that intentional or an accident? Ah, my monster, give it back to me. Though they cursed, they didn't dare go too far, only waiting for Su Chen to leave before they could stand still and wait for the monsters to respawn. The ordinary wasteland wolves respawned quickly, and Su Chen's actions only affected them for a few minutes. Su Chen had no time to respond to them, as he could not stop now. Once he stopped, these hundreds of wasteland wolves could take his life. People watched this scene, some laughed, finding it amusing. Others blamed Su Chen, saying he was harming others. In response to Su Chen's actions, opinions varied, but most believed that the theme of this round of assessment was to seize points. Since it was about seizing, one couldn't leave opportunities for others. Although it was an exam, it was also a competition. The 3 guild leaders watched Su Chen, who was still drawing monsters on the screen, and couldn't help but laugh. Good observation. He actually found this loophole. They had just received news from Li De. With things having developed to this point, they could not let this assessment restart. Moreover, he has the ability to kill so many wasteland wolves in one go, others wouldn't be able to do it. Saying he is both brave and resourceful doesn't seem excessive. With his abilities and observation skills, whether in the abyss or the outer battlefield, he will surely thrive. Indeed, a rare talent, Wu Zhengyang exclaimed, and as a competitor, he didn't lead the wolf pack to attack other candidates, otherwise those candidates would have been eliminated. This shows he is not the kind of person who would do anything to achieve his goals. The future of Long Country needs such a leader. The three nodded in agreement, appearing increasingly satisfied with Su Chen. After running with the wolf pack for nearly an hour, Su Chen finally returned to the valley just before the Wolf King respawned. At this point, a dense mass of wasteland wolves was following Su Chen. He didn't even know how many there were, he could only see a dark mass. The Wolf King has respawned, all candidates may proceed to kill. Hearing this prompt, Su Chen smiled slightly. An hour's effort had indeed borne fruit. Clang! The sound of a blade rang out. The wolf pack that had been chasing Su Chen suddenly fell silent, then transformed into patches of white light and disappeared on the spot. Candidate Su Chen has killed the Wolf King. Damn, what a freak! To still one-shot so many wasteland wolves. Just how large is his damage range? It feels like the area around him is a death zone. The candidates who had been tormented by Su Chen earlier shook their heads upon hearing this news and continued to grind the monsters in front of them, praying that Su Chen wouldn't come back again. Outside the examination hall, everyone looked at the points leaderboard. First place, Su Chen, level 100, first transcendence, total points 10, 500. Second place, Lin Shi, level 10, first transcendence, total points 1, 880. Third place, Li Wanqing, level 15, first transcendence, total points 1, 720. Fourth place, looking at Su Chen's points exceeding 10,000, everyone was stunned. Damn, he just racked up 9,000 points in one go, meaning he at least drew 800 wasteland wolves. So impressive. This is a way of grinding points I never thought of. Thinking about it is useless. Who besides Su Chen would dare to do this? That would be seeking death. We can already pop the champagne early, no one can surpass this score. Now, the total points of the top 10 don't even match his, others have no chance at all. Lin Taisheng glanced at the points and congratulated Lu Wenshu in advance. Old Lu, congratulations, Su Chen's top position is secure now. Lu Wenshu waved his hand and said, not necessarily, isn't there still a challenge round after this? It's not certain yet. Although Lu Wenshu said this on the surface, he was already overjoyed inside. Who would dare to challenge Su Chen? Wu Jin glanced at the two but said nothing. He was no longer sure if Li Wanqing could defeat Su Chen in the final challenge round. Looking at Li Wanqing's ranking, it was clear he had become somewhat restless. His points were even behind Lin Shi's. If Wanqing is too focused on the final challenge round, he might suffer a setback. Wu Jin sighed, he could only leave it to fate. In the virtual examination room, Li Wanqing glanced at Su Chen's points, casually killing the wild wolves. He didn't care about his own points at all. Anyway, Su Chen's would eventually be his. The more points Su Chen had, the better it was for him. This was also the last new segment added to this major exam, where the top 10 candidates could challenge each other. The points of the lower-ranked winner would be exchanged with the higher-ranked loser. This was the only time candidates would battle against each other in this assessment. Su Chen looked at his points and then at the points of others over the past hour. After realizing he had secured first place, he chose to lie down and do nothing. He had just run for an hour, continuously pulling monsters, and was still a bit tired. He could finish this assessment by killing the Wolf King again in the next hour. The other candidates in the wilderness were focused on killing the monsters in front of them. Without Su Chen's interference, everything seemed harmonious. At this moment, an audience member finally noticed Gu Changfeng, who had been standing at the edge of the wilderness. Look at that candidate, what's he doing? I noticed him standing there an hour ago, and he still hasn't moved. When others heard him, they looked towards Gu Changfeng in the many split screens. It looks like his hand is pressed against the air wall, and he isn't attacking monsters. Does anyone know him? Not really, I don't have any impression. What a strange person. In the examination control center, the equipment that had been functioning normally suddenly flickered. Then the entire control center's large screen went black. What happened? Quick, check where the problem is. Lida glanced at it and kept tapping on various control devices. No good, team leader, it seems we've lost control of the virtual examination room. What? How is that possible? At that moment, a monster wrapped in black mist appeared on the originally black screen. In the viewing area, all the audience also lost sight of the candidates. Everyone stared at this sinister monster, speculating. What is that? Is a hidden boss appearing? No, this thing looks more and more like a monster from the abyss. The three guild leaders and various city lords stood up in shock upon seeing the monster. The evil king, how could it be in there? Shut down the assessment and let everyone out. Wu Zhengyang ordered Li De below with a fixed-point communicator. However, all that came back was Li Da's anxious voice. No way, this thing has already taken control. We can't get in and the candidates can't get out. Moreover, it can change the rules of the virtual examination room. If a candidate dies inside, they really die. Hearing this news, the presidents of the 3 major guilds also became tense. Can we force our way in? No, if the virtual examination room collapses, the candidates will die too. Then what do we do? There's nothing we can do, we can only pray. Damn. Wu Zhangyang crushed the communicator in his hand. Damn it, are we just going to watch the candidates die in there? The other 2 felt equally frustrated. The 3 of them were watching as the evil king took advantage of the situation. If even one candidate died, they would all be held accountable. Hello there, humans. At that moment, the evil king on the screen began to cackle. It seemed to be able to see the people outside the examination room through the screen. Wu Zhangyang, you're still so irritable, but unfortunately, you're just impotent. Rage. Evil king, if you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. One-on-one? Don't be silly, am I going to go out and get surrounded by you? It's much more fun inside. Let me see, who should I kill first? Wu Zhangyang roared, you dare. If you touch them, you won't be able to leave. Let me tell you the truth, this is just a clone of mine. What can you do if you kill me? Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It's over, even the last hope of saving the candidates was gone. If the evil king's true body descended, they could still threaten it. But a clone was of no concern to anyone. Scared, are you? Next, you will watch as I hunt down your human geniuses one by one. Don't blink, pay attention. Audience member who didn't understand the abyss asked, what is this thing? Is it saying it wants to hunt the candidates? This is the evil king from the abyss, the candidates are doomed. What? How could this thing get in? The virtual examination room has strict scanning procedures, non-human races cannot enter, unless someone voluntarily sacrificed their body and soul to bring it in. Are you saying there is a traitor among the candidates? Gu Changfeng looked at the shadow in the sky and shouted, evil king, kill Su Chen first, kill Su Chen. Gu Changfeng had never been so excited. Today he could finally fulfill his wish. Su Chen had become his inner demon. He was constantly looking forward to this moment. Does this king need you to teach me how to do things? I dare not. Gu Changfeng quickly lowered his head. Good that you know. The evil king glanced over the entire wasteland, then broke through space and drilled in. When it emerged, it was already hovering above Su Chen's location. At this moment, all the candidates in the wasteland noticed this demon. Its voice had just echoed across the entire wasteland. Are you Su Chen? The evil king looked down at the boy below. Su Chen shook his head. I am not Su Chen. Do you think that? By denying it, this king won't recognize you? I said I am not Su Chen because I am your father. Su Chen was not deaf just now. This thing had deliberately amplified its conversation with Wu Zhangyang to create panic, and he naturally heard it clearly. This thing had no intention of letting anyone inside escape, so Su Chen would not be polite with it. Human, I have to admire your courage. In light of your bravery, this king will definitely leave you with a whole corpse. Oh, Su Chen still showed no signs of fear. During this time, he had already seen through the information about this entity. Evil King, Avatar, level 750, physical attack 520,000, magical attack 680,000, health 10,000,000/10,000,000, physical defense/magical defense 680,000/650,000, skills, corruption control, nether claw, evil light / description, an avatar of one of the 7 demon kings of the abyss with incomplete skills. At first, when Su Chen saw its appearance, he thought it was an incorporeal being, which nearly startled him. After realizing it had a physical form, Su Chen felt relieved. No matter what kind of king it was, as long as it had a physical body, it wouldn't be effective against him. If it weren't for the need to conceal the cooldown of his blade draw, Su Chen would have already taken it down with a single strike. How dare it act tough in front of him? Su Chen's fearless demeanor was noticed by everyone around. Su God, woo, even in the face of a strong enemy, still remains unflinching. What a man! Su God, well said. The audience cheered for Su Chen, but they knew that gaining a little verbal advantage would only allow them to die with a bit more dignity. Doesn't Su Chen have a one-hit kill skill? Can't he just take it out? He just used his skill half an hour ago. It's probably still on cooldown. If he can hold on for half an hour, then everything will be fine. At this moment, someone sighed. It's useless. That's the evil king, one of the strongest monsters in the abyss. Even its avatar is not something Su Chen can handle. Didn't Su Chen once one-shot a Cyclops? The person shook his head. The Cyclops was just a level 200 area boss. The evil king's main body is said to have already surpassed level 800. The two are not even in the same league. Everyone was now completely despaired. An 800 level boss avatar was not something these novice awakeners could deal with. In the virtual examination hall, all the candidates stopped their monster hunting actions and stared blankly at the massive black mist in the sky. They still hadn't realized that they were not participating in a major exam. How did an evil king suddenly appear? Moreover, from its tone, it seemed ready to kill everyone, and now it had set its sights on Su Chen. Li Wanqing had been calmly hunting monsters, but the sudden appearance of the evil king threw him into chaos. I can't die here, I still have a bright future ahead. What about the people outside? Are they all dead? Come save me. I'm a dual-class 5-star potential, you can't let me die here. Unfortunately, no one could hear his cries. The only response was the sound of the wind. In another part of the wasteland, Lin Shi looked at the evil king in the sky, and a hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes. Since he was young, his faith had told him that as long as he had a sword in hand, he should not fear anyone. Fear is the greatest enemy. Lin Shi gripped his sword and rushed towards Su Chen's location. Even if he had to die, he would die standing. The evil king looked at Su Chen's contemptuous attitude and immediately became angry. Human brat, your ignorance will bring you to your doom. I have suddenly decided not to kill you directly. Now, I want to reward you with another fun way to die. Oh, what fun way to die? Tell me, I'm quite interested. Since it wanted to waste time with him, Su Chen was more than happy to chat a bit longer. The audience watching the live broadcast was dumbfounded. Why do I feel like Su Chen is a masochist? Do you think he's just bold? Or does he know he's going to die anyway and is going all out? They had to admire it. Even at such a moment, Su Chen remained so calm. Wait, why do I feel like this kid is fearless? Wu Zhengyang looked at the scene with confusion. Does he have a way to kill the evil king's avatar? The other two guild leaders shook their heads. They also had no idea what Su Chen was up to. Su Chen seemed a bit too calm. Facing such an existence, he could still joke around. They couldn't even imagine having such mental fortitude. Lord Lu, come here for a moment. Wu Zhengyang called out to Lu Wenshu. Lu Wenshu was anxious and rushed over upon hearing Wu Zhengyang's call. President Wu, do you have a way to save Su Chen? Please, you must save him. Lu Wenshu said, about to kneel down. Get up, we can't do anything either. Wu Zhengyang supported him and asked, I called you over to ask if Su Chen has any special skills or anything? Lu Wenshu looked dejected and shook his head. I don't know either. If he could summon a pet, maybe he could buy some time. Hearing this, Wu Zhengyang felt a bit guilty. This was a rule they added temporarily, and it ended up restricting Su Chen. Pets couldn't be summoned inside, and without help, Su Chen could only rely on himself. Inside the virtual examination room, the evil king stared at the human before him and said word by word, that fun way to die is for me to cut your flesh piece by piece, letting you slowly die in pain. What do you think of this way to die? Su Chen tilted his head, thought for a moment, and nodded. That sounds quite interesting. When do we start? Wow! The audience outside was at a loss for words. At such a moment, Su Chen was still provoking the opponent. This was truly fearless. Very well, human. Your composure has angered me. I hope you can remain as calm as you are now. The evil king reached out with one hand, and a long sword from an unknown candidate was drawn to it. Then it thrust the sword towards Su Chen's shoulder. It said it would let Su Chen die slowly, and it would definitely do so. Block successful. Perfect block not unlocked. Cannot gain proficiency. Su Chen still stood there unscathed. Are you just scratching me? What's going on? The evil king was stunned. It had clearly controlled the long sword to attack Su Chen, so why was there no effect? Not only was it confused, but all the spectators were too. Is this guy just a showpiece? There's no damage at all. Could it be that Su God has very high defense? Are you kidding me? This is a level 750 boss. No matter how high the defense, it shouldn't be able to avoid damage. And even without breaking defense, there should be at least 1 point of force damage. Wu Zhengyang looked at Lu Wenshu. Lord Lu, what's going on? I don't know either. Forget it, how are you? The Lord and Principal, if you don't even know your own students' skills? You really don't know anything. Wu Zhengyang stopped asking him and turned to look inside the virtual examination room. The evil king, not believing it, thrust the sword out again, this time changing position to stab Su Chen's thigh directly. The result is still the same, with no harm done. Can you use a bit of strength? Did you not eat lunch? You can't even hit properly and you say you're from the abyss? Listening to Su Chen's constant taunts, the evil king finally couldn't take it anymore. Human, you have successfully angered this king. The evil king no longer thought of slowly torturing Su Chen to death, but instead took matters into his own hands. A massive black claw condensed in the air, rolling under countless black mists. It became even more ferocious and terrifying. Even the onlookers outside felt this overwhelming pressure through the screen. With this strike, the evil king was truly enraged. It's over. Is Su God really going to die? I didn't expect him to still be so chatty before dying. The hope of our dragon kingdom is gone. Some were lost in despair, while others covered their eyes, afraid to look. They had witnessed the rise of a generation's young prodigy, but they never expected his downfall to come so quickly. Boom! A huge explosion shook the entire examination hall. In the northwest of the wasteland, a gigantic mushroom cloud rose, and all the candidates could see this horrifying scene. That genius Su Chen was dead, and now it was their turn. Countless candidates cried, Out in anguish, they were still young and none wanted to die here. But they couldn't escape, only passively waiting for death to arrive. This sense of helplessness crushed most of them. Only those with stronger willpower managed to stay calm. Su Qin! Ling Qingxue cried out as she fell to the ground. At that moment, she understood what it meant to feel heart-wrenching pain. After the sadness, Ling Qingxue stood up, wiped her tears, and picked up her staff, walking towards the site of the explosion. Su Chen, I will avenge you. Even if I die, I will bite off a piece of flesh for you. Ling Qingxue's eyes were filled with hatred. Even knowing she was no match, she still resolutely moved forward. Watching the mushroom cloud produced by the explosion, Gu Chanfeng laughed happily. He had never been this happy at this moment. Ha ha ha, you died. Well, you finally died. I have waited for this day. Chen Hao was equally happy. He had thought it would be impossible to kill Su Qin in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, an evil king suddenly appeared to do this for him. But thinking about his own impending death, a hint of unwillingness appeared in Chen Hao's eyes. He didn't want to be buried with Su Chen, he still wanted to live. Chen Hao dug a deep hole and hid himself. He hoped to evade the evil king's reckoning this way. The evil king looked down and finally smiled in satisfaction. This detestable human was finally dead. With this strike, let's see how you can survive. Daring to mock this king, dying like this is already a mercy for you. The evil king laughed loudly, preparing to find his next target. However, at that moment, as the smoke cleared, a handsome young man was seen standing with a sword at the center of the explosion. He appeared unscathed. I didn't want to reveal myself, but you forced me to. Su Chen shook his head, then slashed out with his sword. What are you pretending to be with me? Wow! I can't be seeing this wrong. Su Chen is still alive. Not only is he alive, but he also seems uninjured. Could it be that he has mastered the legendary indestructible child skill? Everyone was stunned. This was too absurd. Withstanding a full-force strike from a level 750 boss, is that something a newly awakened practitioner can do? Lu Wenshu glanced at Su Chen, and a surge of emotions flooded his heart. He didn't even know whether to cry or laugh now. This kid is a bit scary. Wu Zhengyang and the others all thought Su Chen was doomed. They never expected him to withstand the evil king's attack. The evil king looked at Su Chen, who was unharmed, and was briefly puzzled. How could you? Then it realized its body was rapidly disintegrating. What is this? How? Boom! An explosion sounded in the air, and the evil king shattered into pieces. Before its body even hit the ground, it scattered with the wind. At that moment, someone murmured, "The evil king is dead." Everyone was shocked, staring at the scene. No one expected that the evil king couldn't kill Su Chen, and instead, Su Chen had taken it down in an instant. Some rubbed their eyes, doubting whether they were seeing correctly. Others were pinching their thighs hard. Ha! It doesn't hurt, turns out it's a dream. The person next to him grimaced in pain, glaring at him angrily. You're pinching my thigh. Everyone thought this was fake until Li Da's voice came through, allowing them to believe it was real. 3 esteemed guild leaders, the virtual examination hall has regained control. Li Da rushed up the steps, panting. Just now, Wu Zhengyang had crushed the directional communicator in anger, so he had to come up personally to relay the message. As soon as Li Da finished speaking, the faces of all the candidates appeared before everyone. The candidates displayed a range of expressions, some were crying, others trembling in fear. Li Wanqing curled up on the ground, shaking uncontrollably, muttering to himself, "No, I can't die, I'm a dual-class 5-star genius. How can I die here? I haven't made a name for myself yet." The 3 guild leaders frowned at this scene. Such talent, yet such a weak will. If he were on the battlefield, it would only lead to death. The Lord of Qiushui City quickly bowed and said, "Esteemed guild leaders, Wancheng is just a child. It's normal for him to be scared in such a situation. Please forgive him." If the 3 guilds decided not to take Li Wanqing because of this, he would be finished. Wu Zhengyang shook his head and remained silent. He wouldn't recruit Li Wanqing because he didn't like such weak-willed individuals. The other 2 guild leaders hesitated for a moment. It would indeed be a pity to let go of a dual-class 5-star potential. They decided to take in Li Wanqing but also prepared to focus on cultivating his willpower. Look at that candidate, he actually dug a hole and hid in it. I know that person, a 5-star potential from Tianshui City, seems to be named Shen Hao. Everyone was drawn to the conversation and looked over. The Lord of Tianshui City wished he could find a hole to hide in as well. This was too embarrassing. In front of so many people, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. Useless! Wu Zhengyang scolded angrily. The other 2 guild leaders and the recruitment personnel from other guilds shook their heads in unison. Even if this candidate had 5-star potential, the 3 guilds would definitely not want him, nor would they. Such a person would probably be the first to surrender to the enemy on the battlefield. Whose lord is this? The Lord of Tianshui City awkwardly raised his hand. Tianshui City still needs to strengthen the psychological training of its students, otherwise, how can they serve the country? Yes. The Lord of Tianshui City nodded quickly. Under the gaze of so many people listening to the whispers around him, his old face turned bright red, feeling more embarrassed than ever. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Chen Hao. He had hoped that Chen Hao would bring him glory in this major exam, but instead he had made such a huge joke in front of everyone. When I get back, I will definitely propose to add a character assessment to next year's major exam. All those who are scared and trembling should fail. Hee, President Wu, you can't rush this matter, and besides, not all candidates lack character. The president of the Longting Guild chuckled. Look at that Lin Shi, he not only wasn't afraid but instead surged with fighting spirit. He's definitely someone worth cultivating. Everyone turned to look at the resolute young man, nodding in agreement. This girl is also quite good. What's her name? Which city is she from? Wu Zhenyang asked, pointing at the girl holding a staff on the screen. Lu Wenshu turned to look, and upon seeing the girl's face, he immediately smiled. President Wu, this is a student from Donghai City named Ling Qingxue, a 4-star potential ice mage. Oh, right, she's friends with Su Chen. Wu Zhenyang nodded. Oh, no wonder. Indeed, one becomes red by being close to vermilion and black by being close to ink. To be able to be friends with Su Chen, she certainly has her own merits. We want this Ling Qingxue for our Longwu Guild. Thank you, President Wu. Lu Wenshu was naturally delighted. Now Donghai City not only had a Su Chen but also a Ling Qingxue who was highly favored by Wu Zhenyang. He had undoubtedly become the biggest winner among the city lords of Donghua Prefecture this time. No need to thank me. I've said before, potential determines the upper limit, but character determines the lower limit. No matter how high the potential, it's useless in the hands of a coward. You city lords must remember this. The city lords nodded in agreement, expressing their understanding. Lida glanced at the virtual examination room and hesitated. 3 presidents, should the assessment continue? No need, let them come out. Just rank them according to their current scores. The candidates were all in a state of confusion, and continuing the exam would be meaningless. This round of assessment has ended. All candidates, please exit the examination room. We survived? Hearing the system's prompt, everyone burst into tears of joy. Those who knew each other hugged tightly and cried out loud, celebrating that they were still alive. Ah, I didn't die. Li Wanqing excitedly got up from the ground. Chen Hao, hearing the prompt, quickly crawled out of the cave. Gu Changfeng couldn't believe it. The evil king he had painstakingly summoned had actually died, and it was at the hands of Su Chen. I don't believe it. How is this possible? How could Su Chen be so strong? This is all fake, it can't fool me. Gu Changfeng was the first to be forcibly pulled out of the instance. After the evil king was killed by Su Chen, Li Det and the other staff had already locked onto him. As soon as Gu Changfeng exited the examination room, 4 people in black uniforms appeared beside him and took him away. Li De bowed and said, My lords, after tracing back the source, we have confirmed that this candidate named Gu Changfeng is the insider who brought the evil king into the examination hall. We will interrogate him later. Let's first complete today's major exam. In their eyes, Gu Changfeng was already a dead man. It was just a matter of time. In the virtual examination hall, Ling Qingxue looked at the unscathed boy before her, tears sliding down her cheeks once more. She thought she would never see Su Chen again and had come with a resolve to die. Seeing her concern for him warmed Su Chen's heart. Apart from the head of the orphanage who had taken him in, Ling Qingxue was the first person to care for him like this. However, Su Chen did not show his inner feelings. Instead, he teased, You're such a big person, why are you still crying? Speaking of which, this is the second time I've seen you cry. The first time was when he saved Ling Qingxue from the water. At that time, she was only 7 or 8 years old and was understandably terrified, sitting on the ground and crying loudly. Su Chen had to comfort her for a long time before she stopped. Since then, it seemed that Ling Qingxue had been intentionally or unintentionally sticking to him. You're still laughing. Ling Qingxue wiped her tears and turned to walk towards the nearest teleportation portal. I'm leaving, I can't be bothered with you. Su Chen shook his head with a smile and hurried after her. Once all the candidates exited the virtual examination hall, the major exam officially came to an end. Finally, it's over. I thought I was going to die in there. Someone slumped to the ground in fear. I even thought of my last words. I didn't expect that evil king to suddenly die. I wonder who killed it. It must have been those big shots who took action. Well, as long as we're alive, who cares about that? Looking at the group of dispirited candidates, Wu Zhenyang snorted coldly. A little setback has left you all looking like this. If you were to go to the battlefield in the future, wouldn't you all run away in fear? At this moment, someone muttered softly, but this is different. That evil king was so powerful, how could we possibly defeat it? Wu Zhenyang shot a glance at the speaker and said loudly, If the enemy is stronger than you, will you shrink back and not dare to advance? When your family is threatened in the future, will you run away? If you encounter a strong enemy and the country needs you to protect it, will you also retreat just because they are stronger? Our dragon country, a vast nation, has never feared any foreign enemy. No matter how powerful others are, we will not be afraid to the point of retreating. Instead, we will take up our weapons to defend our country and our families. Even if we die, we will go forth. Wu Xinyan's words struck the hearts of everyone present. The citizens of Dragon Country have never feared anyone since ancient times. The candidates who had just felt hesitant lowered their heads, not daring to look at Wu Zhenyang. If you still have a sense of shame, it means there is still hope. The fear of death is something everyone But if you face such a situation again in the future, I hope you can face it bravely rather than waiting to die in place. After finishing, Wu Zhangyang looked at Su Chen in the crowd and nodded slightly, saying, "The one who saved you this time is Su Chen. I hope you remember his life-saving grace today." The candidates looked at Su Chen in surprise. So it was Su Chen who killed the evil king and saved them. They all thought that Su Chen would be the first to die. Li Di raised the arena. Yes, Li Di nodded. A square arena 30 meters long and 30 meters wide slowly rose in the center of the examination hall. What's this for? Both candidates and spectators looked curiously at the rising arena. I heard a new challenge segment has been added, but the specific rules are unclear. When the arena is fully raised, Wu Zhangyang stands on the stage and looks at the candidates, saying, "This is the last segment of this major examination, and it is also a newly added segment. The top 10 candidates can challenge each other, and the winning side can choose to exchange points with the other or forego the exchange. Each person has only one opportunity to initiate a challenge and one to respond to a challenge. If someone chooses the same person at the same time, a draw will determine who gets to challenge. There are no restrictions on methods in the arena. You can compete boldly and confidently, as there will be no real deaths in the arena." After explaining the rules, Wu Zhangyang looks at the candidates and says, "Candidates in the top 10 for combat professions, come to the arena to start selecting opponents. I choose her. I choose her too." At the same time, two people set their sights on Ling Qingxue. Among the top 10 candidates, only Ling Qingxue has 4-star potential. Moreover, her ranking is as high as 6. One of the two who chose her is ranked 9th, and the other is ranked 10th. Since both chose her at the same time, a draw is required according to the rules. After they go to draw lots, Wu Zhangyang continues to ask, "What about the others? Do you have someone you want to challenge?" Lin Shi steps forward and points at Li Wanqing, saying, "I choose to challenge him." The crowd frowns in confusion at Lin Shi's choice. Isn't Lin Shi second? Why is he challenging the third-ranked Li Wanqing? Who knows? Maybe he just wants to spar a bit. He wouldn't dare challenge Su Chen, would he? That's true. Who would dare challenge Su Chen? He could take their lives just by releasing his pet. Wu Zhangyang glances over and asks again, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" "I do." Li Wanqing steps forward and points at Su Chen, saying, "I want to challenge Su Chen." As soon as these words are spoken, it stirs up a wave of astonishment. Everyone looks at Li Wanqing in shock. Wow, how dare he? I think he must be crazy for fame. What gives him the right to challenge Su Chen? He's just asking for humiliation. Su God could take him out in one move. Wu Zhangyang is also somewhat surprised, but he doesn't say anything. Fair challenges allow anyone to choose their opponent, that's the rule. Is there anyone else? Who wants to challenge? Seeing no one else speaking, Wu Zhangyang announces, "Challenges will start from the lowest rank." The draw results for the 9th and 10th candidates show that the archer candidate ranked 9th has been selected. Now, Han Dongjun will face Ling Qingxue. The other candidates, please exit the arena. Han Dongjun takes out his bow and arrows, looking at the girl in front of him with a light smile. I thought I would only be ranked 9th at most, but I didn't expect to have a chance at 6th. In fact, the top 10 can choose any guild, but points are the key. Otherwise, the rules wouldn't allow for the opportunity to exchange points with the opponent. The points earned can later be exchanged for equivalent contributions in the guild. Gaining contributions in the guild is not an easy task. Seeing both sides ready, Wu Zhangyang exits the arena, saying, "Now the match begins." As Wu Zhangyang's voice fell, a semicircular light curtain descended and inverted over the arena. Watching the two on stage, many candidates began to discuss. Who do you think has a better chance of winning? Of course, it's our city's Han Dongjun. He just advanced to the first transition and has 5-star potential. You probably don't know who Ling Qingshue's friend is, do you? Let me tell you, Ling Qingxue is friends with Su Chen. Do you think an ordinary 4-star professional could be friends with Su Chen? That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? What does Su Chen's strength have to do with her? Just wait and see. The two on stage exchanged polite greetings, each taking out their weapons and saying please. Ling Qingxue glanced at her opponent and had already taken out 2 rune scrolls, placing them behind her. You underestimate me, thinking I'm an easy target, huh? Since there's no restriction on using items, I'll just use a bit of cash power. Han Dongjun, as an archer, had agility as his greatest asset. He was confident he could kite the ice mage in front of him. The ice mage's advantage lay in her strong control abilities and decent defense. However, against fast professions and monsters, she could easily lose her skills. So as soon as the match began, Han Dongjun started running around the arena. I'm already fast, and now with wind step activated, I'm even faster. I don't believe she can control me like this. As long as she can't control me, I can easily defeat her. So the advantage is mine. What the hell? Before Han Dongjun could finish his thoughts, 2 scrolls flew in from the left and right. Right in the center were Ling Qingshue's blizzard skill and ice arrow. All paths were instantly sealed off. Unless he could fly, there was nowhere to escape. You're cheating! Han Dongjun wailed, and the arena instantly exploded. Boom! Boom! After 2 explosions, Han Dongjun appeared beneath the arena, his face still showing disbelief. The battle ended so quickly that both the audience and the candidates were left stunned. What just happened? How did Han Dongjun get taken out so fast? Those who recognized what the two rune scrolls were couldn't help but twitch their lips. I suggest you check what a detonating scroll is to understand why. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked it up and gasped. What the hell? One costs 3 million. Everyone finally understood what had happened, and no wonder Han Dongjun felt so frustrated losing. It was entirely a loss to cash power. Is this fair? President Wu said there are no restrictions on any means. If you have it, you can use it too. But the premise is that you can afford it. Those two explosions cost 6 million. Everyone felt helpless. They really couldn't afford it. This was completely a money-burning strategy. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of wealthy family this girl came from to afford such expensive disposable items. First match, Ling Qingxue wins. After the referee announced, Ling Qingxue put away the two detonating scrolls she had taken out again and jumped down from the arena. Seeing the scrolls she had stored away, everyone was once again stunned. This was the rhythm of having two that didn't explode and preparing to throw two more. Ling Qingxue walked over to Su Chen, seeking praise. How was that? Am I impressive? Su Chen nodded. Impressive. If this were on Earth, she would definitely be considered a wealthy player among the top tier. Ling Qingxue's father sat in the stands, nodding in satisfaction. This is my daughter Ling Xiao. She should use money to crush them hard. These detonating scrolls look pretty good. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and instructed the butler beside him. Buy 30 more of these scrolls for my daughter's protection, and get a few of other types as well. Buy less of the others, just get 30 of each type. The first match ended quickly. Lin Shi and Li Wanqing walked up. One was second, the other third, both wielding swords. The crowd was eager to see what kind of sparks these two would create. Old Lin, is your nephew up to it? Lu Wenshu looked at Lin Taisheng. Li Wanqing was from Qiushui City, and he had offended the Daiyun Merchant Guild. Naturally, Lu Wenshu did not want to see Li Wanqing win. Lin Taisheng shook his head. I don't know, my nephew's personality is just like my brother's, very stubborn. His profession is clearly so strong, yet he just won't use it. Why? There must be a reason he doesn't want to drink, right? Lu Wenshu also knew about Lin Shi's profession. A drunken swordsman who doesn't drink is a waste of talent. Hey, do you know how my brother and sister-in-law died? Didn't they die in the wild at the hands of monsters? They did die at the hands of monsters, but with their strength they shouldn't have had any problems. But my brother drank a lot before going out, do you understand? Lu Wenshu nodded. I see, no wonder Lin Shi refuses to touch alcohol. Lin Taisheng sighed. Well, we can only wait for him to come to terms with it. At this moment, the light shield on the arena descended and the duel officially began. This time, there was no dramatic scene like before. Both held their swords and lunged at each other. Under the flying swordlight, the arena echoed with the sounds of clashing swords. At first, the two were evenly matched, but as the exchanges increased, Lin Shi gradually took the initiative. Your mind is not calm. Lin Shi noticed that Li Wanqing seemed a bit distracted. Defeat me first. Before you talk. Li Wanqing slashed out with his sword, and as they exchanged skills, both their health bars dropped to about 1/3. If you don't use your second profession, you're going to lose. Lin Shi sheathed his sword and stood with his hands behind his back. Stop talking nonsense. Li Wanqing had no intention of using his second profession, as it was his trump card. He didn't care about Lin Shi's points at all. Seeing this, Lin Shi did not stop, driving his sword straight towards Li Wanqing's heart. Li Wanqing's figure appeared below the arena. Lin Shi sheathed his sword and shook his head, then jumped down from the arena. This battle felt meaningless to him. The opponent hadn't taken the match seriously at all. He had thought that since both were swordsmen, they could fight fiercely, but it turned out like this. In the second match, Lin Shi wins. Looking at the result, the crowd was puzzled. What is Li Wanqing doing? Where's his other profession? He showed no desire to fight the whole time. Could he be hiding a big move to defeat Su Chen and seize first place? After he said this, the crowd seemed to understand, yet still didn't. Su Chen could kill in an instant. What gave him the confidence that he could definitely defeat Su Chen? Li Wanqing, do you need to wait for your skills to cool down? The referee looked at Li Wanqing. No need, let's start right away. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Li Wanqing and Su Chen took out their weapons and stepped onto the arena. Su Chen, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and I can't wait to feel the thrill of defeating you. Oh. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to say another word. You can be as arrogant as you want, but soon you'll realize that your pride means nothing in front of me. Listening to Li Wanqing's overflowing confidence, the audience below was already in an uproar. Li Wanqing is really confident, daring to say such things knowing that Su Chen is unbeatable. It seems his second profession is about to be revealed. That should be the source of his confidence. If Li Wanqing really defeats Su Chen, the younger generation of Donghua Prefecture will be unimaginable. He couldn't even beat Lin Shi, and you really believe he can defeat Su Chen? I think he's just going up there to show off. In the stands, the Lord of Qiushui City glanced at Lu Wenshu and snorted. Lu Wenshu, keep your eyes wide open and watch how Wanqing defeats Su Chen. Wuzhen, what are you pretending for? Your Li Wanqing is so powerful that he was scared into that state by the evil king? He doesn't know how to be grateful for Su Chen saving his life. Now that he's alive, he's thinking of backstabbing his savior. Is this the way you educate in Xiushui City? It's really disgusting. After Lu Wenshu's taunts, Wu Zhen had no retort. They were indeed in the wrong, and Wu Zhen had to turn away from Lu Wenshu. He could only mutter softly, "A matter is a matter. This isn't the time to talk about that." Wu Zhenyang looked at the two beside him and asked, "Do you think Li Wanqing can defeat Su Chen?" He seems quite confident. Perhaps he fears the evil king because his attack power isn't enough to kill the opponent. Maybe his second profession can counter Su Chen's instant kill skills. Wu Zhenyang squinted and thought for a moment. The only way to deal with Su Chen's instant kill skills is strong control. If you don't let him strike or cast spells, then Su Chen won't have a chance to fight back. But I wonder what his second profession is. Everyone looked expectantly at the arena. As the protective barrier descended, the match officially began. Both sides still exchanged polite greetings of please. However, just as Su Chen was about to retract his hand, he found he couldn't move. Not only could his hand not move, but even his body was frozen. It was as if he and the space around him had been completely immobilized. A shadow of a clock appeared behind Li Wanqing. What is this? The power of time. Wu Zhenyang looked at the arena in shock. Time and space are the two most elusive hidden professions. Li Wanqing not only awakened a combat profession but also one related to time. No wonder he's so confident, and no wonder he's been hiding this profession. Both time and space professions require long charging times to release. He left this for Su Chen from the very beginning. Seeing this scene, Lu Wenshu lost his earlier composure and stood up from his seat. The power of time combined with a combat profession is absolutely unbeatable in a one-on-one match of the same level. Under the power of time, anyone is just a punching bag. The Lord of Xiushui City's triumphant voice rang out beside Lu Wenshu. "Ha, Lu Wenshu, do you still think Su Chen can win? How many seconds do you think Su Chen's health can hold?" Out. Lu Wenshu fell silent. He hadn't expected such a result. All his previous efforts had turned to dust. This little man, he attacked before the formalities were even finished. "It's over, Su Chen can't move. I didn't expect this kid to play dirty." He deliberately held back to snatch Su Chen's points. When the evil king came out, he didn't even make a move. How shameless. "I spit, even if he wins, he won't get my Wang." Long's approval. Among the audience, some were cursing, while others admired Li Wanqing's ability to hide. There were also those who felt regret for Su Chen. Originally charging forward, it seemed that Su Chen was really going to stumble at this final stage. You really can't underestimate the heroes of the world. Who knows, he might just pull out a special skill and catch you off guard. On the stage, Li Wanqing casually walked up to Su Chen and said lightly, "My skill can only immobilize one person, but it lasts a full minute. So don't even think about breaking free and counterattacking me. Of course, all the time around you is frozen, so don't expect to summon your pet for help. A minute is enough for me to kill you dozens of times." Li Wanqing grinned and suddenly thrust his sword towards Su Chen's heart. Block successful, perfect block. Not unlocked, cannot gain proficiency. Ha, what's going on? Li Wanqing frowned at his sword. Why is there no damage? Although Su Chen's body was frozen by his time power, his consciousness remained. The blocking skill could still be used. Li Wanqing, not believing in evil, thrust his sword again. Still no damage. Li Wanqing began to panic. He didn't know what was happening, and time was slowly passing. "Wanqing, keep attacking, don't stop," Wu Zhen shouted. He had watched the entire battle between Su Chen and the evil king and guessed that Su Chen must have a skill to block damage. And this skill definitely had a cooldown. If it didn't, Su Chen could declare himself invincible. "Lord Wu, you've crossed the line. Is it your place to interfere in a junior's duel?" Wu Zhengyang shot a cold glance at Wu Zhen. "I was wrong." Wu Zhen quickly lowered his head in apology. Wu Zhengyang no longer looked at him but focused on Su Chen. He wanted to see if Su Chen had any trump cards left in such a dire situation. -0, -3,500, -0. Seeing that damage finally occurred, Li Wanqing was overjoyed. Although he didn't understand why his damage was so low, over 3,000 was enough. Just as Li Wanqing was about to strike again, the Demon Blade Shenron unsheathed itself. Although it couldn't perform the drawing slash, the Demon Blade Shenron could break through Li Wanqing's time power, which was enough. It was only at the moment the Demon Blade Shenron moved that Su Chen realized that this time power could also be considered a form of conceptual defense. And the Demon Blade Shenron, as a weapon rewarded to Su Chen by the system, was also a conceptual weapon. It could ignore defenses and also ignore time power. At this moment, the blade of the Demon Blade Shenron transformed into thousands of fragments, protecting Su Chen. The sword that Li Wanqing thrust came crashing back. Then, hundreds of fragments simultaneously attacked Li Wanqing. My god, this is insane. Su Chen's sword moved on its own. It's the first time I've seen a weapon move by itself, and it can even break itself apart for defense and attack. What grade of weapon is this? It can actually protect its master on its own. Everyone curiously stared at the weapon that had shattered into thousands of pieces. An old man in the stands looked at the weapon and smiled slightly. Perhaps only Su Chen and he knew the detailed information about this weapon. After Oh, it was he who helped Su Chen inlay the giant's eye last time. Truly a divine artifact, it seems it is close to having a spirit. The old man marveled. Inwardly, if it successfully produces a spirit, the power of this weapon will likely become even more formidable. He had known from the first time he saw the weapon's attributes that it was no ordinary divine artifact. He never expected to witness the weapon's power today. At this moment, Li Wanqing on the arena was already struggling against the hundreds of shards. He couldn't understand why time could freeze, yet this weapon was unaffected. But he had no time to think too much, as he could no longer defend himself. Puff! A blade shard cut through his skin. Minus 22,758. Seeing this damage number, Li Wanqing was so frightened that he quickly retreated a few steps. He only had over 50,000 health, and this one blade shard took half of his life. And there were still over 1,000 shards in front of him. Li Wanqing is going to be killed by a single blade. Who would believe this? The renowned genius who ranked in the top 3 of the Donghua state examination was actually pushed to the brink by a single blade. Even in front of this blade, Li Wanqing found it difficult to defend himself. This kid Su Chen is hiding deep. He actually has such a powerful trump card. Wu Zhengyang couldn't help but regard Su Chen with even more respect. Yeah, he always brings hope when everyone is at their most desperate. We still don't even know his skills and specific profession. At his age of 17 or 18, how does he have such depth? The 3 guild leaders shook their heads with bitter smiles. This was the first time they had encountered a young person they couldn't see through after living for so long. Puff! Another sound of skin being cut echoed. Li Wanqing had retreated to the very edge of the arena. Suddenly, all the blade shards hovered in front of Li Wanqing and could no longer move. It seemed that the distance of these shards from the hilt had reached its limit. At this moment, Li Wanqing finally took a breath. He was just a hair's breadth from death. Although it wasn't true death, the fear of imminent death was still terrifying. Clang! The sound of blades rang out on the arena, and all the blade shards flew back to reassemble into a complete blade. The eye on the hilt opened, turned left and right, and then slowly closed. Su Chen also moved at this moment. Li Wanqing's time power disappeared, and Su Chen regained his freedom. Seeing this, Li Wanqing felt utterly hopeless. He knew he had no chance of winning anymore. I concede, don't kill me on the arena. Li Wanqing did not want to feel the sensation of death again, and after speaking, he attempted to leave the arena. However, Su Chen had just escaped his predicament, so how could he let him off easily? He directly drew his blade and sent him away with one strike. Thus, the Donghua state examination came to an end. In the stands, some were joyful while others were sorrowful. The lord of Shoshui City looked ashen. This battle was not just a defeat for Li Wanqing, it was also a defeat for Wu Zhen. From now on, he would have no place to stand in Donghua state. Ha ha ha! Awesome! Lu Wenshu shouted happily, releasing the pent-up frustration in his heart. Su Chen won. Su Chen is the top scholar of our Donghua state. Su Chen! Su Chen! Su God, you are my God! Everyone in the stands stood up, clapping and shouting Su Chen's name. At this moment, Su Chen represented not just Donghai City, but the entire Donghua state. The name Su Chen would spread throughout the Dragon Country after today. This was the pride of Donghua state. Congratulations, Brother Su! The 3 kings of Changning City came over to clasp their fists in congratulations. Congratulations! Lin Shi had a blank expression. Su Dai Tue, congratulations, you're amazing. Mu Xiaowan looked at Su Chen with starry eyes, her face full of admiration. Ling Qingxue smiled slightly at Su Chen. Congratulations! I knew you could do it. At this moment, whether they knew Su Chen or not, everyone came over to congratulate him on becoming the top scorer in this major exam. Some even came specifically to thank Su Chen for saving their lives. If Su Chen hadn't killed the evil king, they wouldn't have had the chance to stand here and speak. Seeing this scene, Lu Wenshu was overwhelmed with joy and tears. All his efforts had, at this moment, successfully realized their value. From today on, the world would forever remember the city of Donghai, because in this city, there was a person named Su Chen. In the tomato orphanage in Donghai City, an old man was watching a live broadcast on television with 6 or 7 children. Congratulations to our city's young man Su Chen for winning the top score in this Donghua state exam, and he also broke the record set by the sword god. This is reporter Yu Wenba reporting for you. Watching the spirited young man on the screen, the old man's eyes welled up with tears. His face was full of satisfaction. The little girl in the old man's arms pointed at Su Chen on the television and asked sweetly, "Grandpa, why do you keep watching this big brother? Do you know him?" The old man smiled and patted the little girl's head, saying, He is also a member of our family, your brother." When Su Chen left the orphanage, these children were only 2 or 3 years old, so they didn't remember him. "Oh, then why are you crying, Grandpa? Did the big brother make you angry?" The old man shook his head and smiled. "He didn't make Grandpa angry. Grandpa is happy. He is Grandpa's pride, the pride of our Donghai City. Grandpa is proud of him." Remembering the baby abandoned at the orphanage door 18 years ago, a look of nostalgia flashed in the old man's eyes. That child never cried or made a fuss, and by The time he was a few months old, he could walk and talk. He had never caused him trouble growing up, so understanding that it made his heart ache. Now he had finally succeeded, becoming the top scholar of the state, truly making a name for himself. The old man felt genuinely happy for him. Grandpa, I want to make you happy like the big brother in the future. Good, Grandpa will wait for you to be like him. At the exam site, Wu Zhengyang and the others led many recruitment personnel from various guilds and the city lords of the 30 cities in Donghua State to the podium. Although there were some setbacks in this major exam, overall it went smoothly. I hope all the candidates will continue to practice hard in the future and not forget their original intentions. Wu Zhengyang looked at everyone and smiled. I declare that this Donghua State major exam has perfectly concluded. Now, let's begin awarding the top 10 candidates. Applause erupted at the scene, and everyone's gaze focused on the 10 people slowly walking onto the stage. At this moment, glory belonged to them. They also represented the efforts of all the cities in Donghua State over the past year. Lord Lu. Wu Zhengyang looked at Lu Wenshu. Now, you come to present the awards to the candidates from Donghua Prefecture. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenshu was overjoyed. For him, a lord of Donghai City, to present awards to the candidates from Donghua Prefecture, what did that mean? It meant that his position as governor was already secured. The other city lords looked at Lu Wenshu with endless envy in their eyes. They never expected that this position would be snatched by Lu Wenshu, who had always been at the bottom in Donghua Prefecture. It would be a lie to say that no one felt unwilling. But who could blame it on the fact that Donghai City had produced a Su Chen? One person ascends and the rest follow. Only Wu Zhen kept his head down, not looking at Lu Wenshu. The victors and the vanquished have always been this way. He had nothing more to say. Lu Wenshu took the medals and certificates and began handing them out, starting from the 10th place. When he finally reached Su Chen, Lu Wenshu smiled and said, "Congratulations, Su Chen." Su Chen nodded. "And congratulations to you in advance, Lord Lu." The two smiled at each other. After the award ceremony, they arrived at the most crucial part, the recruitment of members by various guilds. Strictly speaking, it was the candidates selecting the guilds. Only those ranked higher could be fought over by the major guilds. Each guild had already announced its minimum point requirements for recruitment. Of course, this year, due to the impact of the final round, the point requirements of each guild had been halved. The presidents of the 3 major guilds appeared beside Su Chen simultaneously, staring at him as if he were an unparalleled beauty. "Su Chen, our Longfei guild can offer you 10,000 guild contributions and 500 million in cash. Come to our Longfei guild." Old Zhang, you're really generous. The president of the Longting guild looked at Su Chen and said, "Our Longting guild is willing to offer you double that, plus various suitable equipment for you to choose from." Su Chen, this condition is already the top treatment among all the guilds in the Dragon Kingdom. Think about it? Wu Zhengyang pushed the two aside. "Old Zhang, old Qi, step aside. Look at how stingy you are, your vision is too narrow." Wu Zhengyang, how much can your Langwu guild offer this year? Wu Zhengyang smiled and said, "The quota is indeed limited, but I can personally offer a reward." Su Chen, our Langwu guild is willing to meet the same conditions as the Longting guild, plus this item. Wu Zhengyang took out a mask, reluctantly saying, "This treasure has been with me for decades, a good thing for robbing the rich to help the poor. It has followed me for many years, and as long as you agree to join my Langwu guild, it will be yours." "What is this?" Su Chen asked, puzzled. Seeing Wu Zhengyang's pained expression, Su Chen could tell it was definitely a treasure. TSK, Wu Zhengyang, you even brought out the 1,000 change mask. You really are going all out." The 2 guild presidents beside him looked enviously at the mask in Wu Zhengyang's hand. Wu Zhengyang explained to Su Chen, "This mask is called the 1,000 change mask. When you wear it, you can choose any face you have seen and perfectly become that person. Recently, you have been targeted by international assassins. Having this will save you a lot of trouble. Now you understand the value of this item, right?" After Wu Zhengyang's explanation, Su Chen understood. The value of this item was indeed immeasurable. No wonder Wu Zhengyang looked so pained. "Alright, I choose to join the Langwu guild." Seeing Su Chen make his decision, the other 2 guild presidents no longer said anything. They couldn't offer a better condition. "Ah, great." Wu Zhengyang handed the mask to Su Chen, smiling as he patted his shoulder. "Come to our guild to report in a month, and the guild contributions and cash will be given to you then. There's one more thing. I hope you can participate in the collective trial of the major guilds in 3 months. It relates to the international conference at the end of the year. At that time, I hope you can represent the country and face the geniuses of other nations." The president of the Longting guild frowned and said, "Wu Zhengyang, that trial is attended by some veteran members. Are you really going to let Su Chen join them?" "Yes, you're being a bit too hasty, aren't you? At least all the participants are geniuses above the 4th transition. Su Chen's level is clearly not enough right now." Wu Zhengyang shook his head. "I believe in Su Chen. With his strength, participating in that trial will be no problem. Our Long nation has missed a championship for 3 consecutive years. We cannot afford to lose again this year. If we lose again this year, everyone's confidence will be severely impacted, which would be detrimental to our Long nation." Su Chen, do you understand what I'm saying? Wu Zhengyang looked at Su Chen with hope. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, President Wu. I will prove to the world that our long nation is the strongest country in the world. Good. Wu Zhengyang was overjoyed. I like your courage and confidence. We'll meet in Kyoto in a month. During this time, you must be extremely careful. Someone has put a bounty of $5 billion on your head. Remember to use that ever-changing mask wisely. I believe with your intelligence, those assassins will only become your sharpening stone. How much? $5 billion? Upon hearing the bounty amount, Su Chen even had the thought of handing himself over to the other party for a moment. $5 billion, nearly 400 billion long coins. Who thinks so highly of him to issue such a high bounty? Su Chen even suspected that he might have accidentally killed the child of the world's richest person at some point. Cough cough. Have you fallen into a money pit? The point isn't the money, it's that there are many assassins wanting to kill you. I know, I was just lamenting that I'm quite valuable. As long as you know. Alright, you can go now. After Su Chen left, the three gathered again. Wu Zhengyang, you really are generous. That's a legendary level accessory. There probably isn't a second one in the world. Right? Wu Zhengyang shook his head. Even if Su Chen didn't choose our Longwu guild, I would still give him this mask. He is the hope of our long nation. How could I let him die at the hands of those petty criminals? Then why don't you send someone to protect him? Isn't that a better solution? Flowers grown in a greenhouse are too fragile. How can they bear great responsibilities? Didn't the sword god need protection back in the day? Assassins? Let them come, we'll kill as many as they send. Wu Zhengyang said lightly. I actually hope they come in greater numbers to give Su Chen some practice. Impressive, in terms of vision, we can't compare to you. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would my Longwu guild always rank first among the many guilds? Hey, give you a bit of sunshine and you shine even brighter. The three guild leaders exchanged glances and laughed heartily at the same time. In the corner, Li Wanjing watched Su Chen surrounded by a crowd with eyes full of resentment. Wu Zhen walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, Wanjing, let it go. Don't compete with Su Chen, you can't win against him. Starting today, I will also step down as the Lord of Qiushui City and find a place to enjoy my old age, Wu Zhen said, shaking his head. He didn't care whether Li Wanjing was listening, as his teacher. There was only so much he could do. Wu Zhen left the examination hall with a look of desolation, and watching his back, it seemed as if he had aged significantly. This scene was witnessed by Li Wanjing, adding a few more layers to the hatred in his heart. Teacher, my Dayun trading company was destroyed by Su Chen. My cousin was sent to the outer battlefield with no news of life or death, and now even you have been forced to leave the place where you lived for decades. How can I not take revenge for this? I am not Su Chen's match right now. I will endure. I will definitely find an opportunity to kill him. Li Wanjing glanced once more at Su Chen in the crowd and silently left. He didn't even bother to choose a guild. Su Chen, remember to go to the Tianshan Renjian restaurant in the city later. I'll treat all the candidates from Donghai City. Today, let's celebrate properly. Lu Wenshu was beaming, as if he were drunk, greeting everyone with a smile. Whether they were good or bad relations with him in the past, Lu Wenshu invited them all. A notice had already been issued for him to take over as the governor of Donghua Prefecture in 3 days. As someone about to manage a whole prefecture, he still had this much magnanimity. All right. Su Chen nodded. He had to give him this face. Seeing Su Chen agree, Lu Wenshu was even happier. As long as others knew he had a close relationship with Su Chen, his position as governor would be secure. No one would dare to speak against him. If you need any help in the future, just contact me directly on your phone, and I will definitely help you solve it. There are 36 prefectures in Longhua, and as a governor, Lu Wenshu was confident he could assist Su Chen. Governor Lu, can I bring my friends along? Ling Qingshuai approached with Mu Shaowan. Of course, you are always welcome. Thank you, Governor Lu. No need to be polite, you are Su Chen's friend, so your matters are naturally my matters. If your father needs my help, you can contact me directly. Okay, I will thank you on behalf of my father. It's my duty. You young people chat, I'll go take care of my business. After Lu Wenshu finished speaking, he left. Su Chen, after we finish the meal, shall we go shopping? It's a good chance to show Shaowan the night view of Donghai City. Ling Qingshuai looked at Su Chen nervously, inviting him. Su Chen initially wanted to refuse. He disliked accompanying girls on shopping trips the most. But, thinking of the girl in the dungeon who was willing to risk her life for him, he nodded in agreement. Sigh, it seems I'm getting worse at refusing her. With so many people watching me now, being too close to her could put her in danger. After visiting the orphanage to see the director tomorrow, I'll leave Donghai City to do my job transfer task. It can be considered a form of protection for her. Once the grand examination of the 36 prefectures in Longhua concluded, the list of top scorers from all prefectures was published online. This year, each prefecture produced about 1, 2, 3 extraordinary talents. Especially in Donghua Prefecture, there was a dual-class 5-star potential candidate with the second profession related to time. In the end, the score could only rank third. Once this result was announced, it naturally attracted the attention of candidates and netizens from all prefectures. They were curious about who could defeat such a genius who would have easily secured the top spot in other prefectures. They were eager to know what kind of extraordinary talent Donghua Prefecture had produced this year. Upon investigation, they discovered that two people had actually defeated this dual-class practitioner. One was named Lin Shi and the other was the well-known Su Chen. Just how strong is this Su Chen? I thought this year would see talents blooming in every state, but it turns out Donghua State stands out alone. With Su Chen around, the other so-called geniuses probably wouldn't dare to call themselves geniuses. With Su Chen alone, he makes all the talents in the world gasp for breath. Some curious individuals rank the top scholars from each state. Who do you think can be called second? That must be our Northern State's top scholar. Forget about Northern State, our Yen State's top scholar is the true second. Ha, none of you can compare. Our Ling State's top scholar is a rare hidden class. Blood Demon Slayer. Who among you dares to challenge him one-on-one? Blood Demon Slayer? The legendary class that grows stronger the more it fights, able to continuously absorb the opponent's blood for its own use? Exactly. Do you still think your state's top scholars can compare to him? Wait a minute. Someone asked in confusion. Why are you all fighting for second? Shouldn't it be for first? My friend, did your internet just get connected? Who dares to fight for first? Ha, I think he lives in the last century to ask such a question. What do you mean? Why can't we fight for first? It's not like we're taking a cultural exam. This person was even more puzzled. Brother, I suggest you check Su Chen's battle record before discussing this with us. With Su Chen around, who dares to claim first? Seeing this, the person curiously searched online for information about Su Chen. Instantly killed a level 200 regional boss, the Cyclops, returned alive from the city at night, instantly killed hundreds of level 4 mercenaries, scored a perfect 500 in the basic assessment, instantly killed the dungeon assessment boss, instantly killed the evil King's avatar, defeated a dual-class 5-star time practitioner. This is too abnormal, right? Is it real? After reading all of Su Chen's information, the person finally understood. No wonder. These people were fighting for second. In the face of such astonishing achievements, who would dare to compete with Su Chen for first? They didn't even have the qualifications to compare. Roar! In the endless abyss, a chilling roar echoed. The entire abyss trembled. Countless human practitioners battling in the abyss changed their expressions upon hearing this sound. What's going on? That sounds like the evil king's roar. Is it trying to break free from the chasm? It has been quiet for over 30 years. Why would it suddenly go berserk today? Just as everyone was speculating, another roar came. The evil king issued a command to the many abyss monsters in a language only they could understand. Go to the Dragon Kingdom's Donghua State and kill that human named Su Chen. This person must not be spared. As long as this person remains, the abyss will have endless troubles. After delivering the command, the evil king's voice fell silent once more. Only the many human practitioners, unaware of what had happened, remained. During the evening banquet, everyone naturally raised their cups and exchanged toasts, creating a lively atmosphere. Apart from the congratulations to Lu Wenshu, the most frequent words were the praises directed at Su Chen. There were classmates of Su Chen, some he didn't know, as well as a few teachers and city lords from other towns. Su Chen didn't drink, so he merely made an appearance to return Lu Wenshu's favor. Lord Lu, you all enjoy your drinks, I'll take my leave first. Alright, you go take care of your matters. Lu Wenshu's face, already flushed with excitement, turned even redder after drinking. Su Chen nodded and left the tavern with the two women. As they exited, 7 or 8 heads of trading firms were already waiting there. Upon seeing Su Chen, they immediately surrounded him. Mr. Su, this is a small token of our appreciation from the Datong trading firm. Congratulations on becoming the top scholar of this province. The head of the Datong trading firm presented a business card, looking at Su Chen with anticipation. Seeing this, the others quickly took out their own items to offer to Su Chen. However, Su Chen just glanced at them and declined. Thank you all for your kindness, but I appreciate it. Su Chen still had the 10 billion promised by Wu Zhanyang that he hadn't claimed yet, so he wasn't short on money at the moment. Accepting these people's gifts would inevitably bring him a heap of trouble. Su Chen disliked trouble, so he wouldn't accept their money. Seeing Su Chen refuse, everyone hurriedly said, Mr. Su, the higher-up said this is just a small congratulatory gift, with no other intentions. Su Chen still shook his head. He didn't want to give anyone a handle against him. As for wealth, as long as Su Chen wanted, he could easily find a high-level place to grind monsters for a day and earn an unimaginable amount. Alright, everyone please head back. Su Chen left with the two women. They could only exchange glances, naturally not daring to stop Su Chen. Everyone, how do we explain this to the higher-ups? Sai, just tell the truth, I didn't expect this. Su Chen to be so cautious and mature at such a young age. The higher-ups said that even if we can't befriend him, we shouldn't offend him. We can't just force money into his pocket, can we? That's true. Well then, see you all when you have time. The heads of the trading firms dispersed one by one. In Donghai City, on Jinsho Street. This is the largest pedestrian street in Donghai City. Due to the major exam, the street was bustling with people, most of whom were from outside the city. Su Daitue, you actually didn't take their money. They said it was just a congratulatory gesture, with no other meaning. I took a sneak peek, and the business cards they offered were worth at least several million. Mu Xiaowan blinked her big eyes, feeling a bit regretful. It was her first time seeing so much money in front of her. She might have accepted it if it were her. But Su Chen seemed completely unmoved. Beside her, Ling Qingxue laughed and said, Xiaowan, you little money grubber, that money isn't so easy to take. Those merchants are very cunning. It's not as simple as you think. But wait, Qingxue, didn't you say your dad is also a merchant? Ling Qingxue nodded. Yeah, because my dad is very cunning in business. I know what they are thinking. Everything they do has a purpose. Qingxue, you're so sincere. Aren't you afraid your dad will hear you say that and give you a beating? How could that be? My dad never hits me and doesn't scold me either. The three chatted as they walked, buying a bunch of snacks along the way. Midway, Su Chen was recognized and surrounded by people asking for photos. After navigating through the crowd, they quickly arrived at the banks of the Jinxiu River. Looking at the rushing river, Ling Qingxue glanced at Su Chen and softly said, Su Chen, do you remember this river? I was playing by the river and accidentally fell in, and it was you who saved me from it. When I was struggling in the water, just when I thought I was going to die, you appeared. You know? That is the most unforgettable memory for me. Every time I wake up from a nightmare, I think of the scene when you saved me. That memory, I may never forget in this lifetime. Su Chen shook his head. It's just a small matter, why remember it so clearly? Maybe for you it was just a casual act, but for me, at that moment, you were the light in my heart. Mu Xiaowan looked at the two with a gossiping expression and said, TSK, I didn't see it coming. You guys have this melodramatic hero saving the beauty plot too? What happened next? Did Asian fall in love with Achan on a starry night? With Mu Xiaowan's teasing, Ling Qingxue's face immediately turned a bit red. See, I guessed it right. Mu Xiaowan turned to Su Chen. Su Daitue, even I can see it. My Qingxue's feelings for you are almost impossible to hide. You might as well just be together. Faced with Mu Xiaowan's assist, Ling Qingxue didn't speak this time, just quietly glanced at Su Chen before lowering her head. Sigh. Su Chen sighed, looking at the flowing river. Then he extended one hand, activating the river god skill, and a water droplet the size of a fist rose from the river. 10 seconds later, the droplet burst and fell back into the river, disappearing into the night. Su Chen slowly spoke, when my strength is not enough, being together won't lead to any results. Just like this water droplet, I can only control it for this short time. Once the time passes, it will burst like water without roots and dissipate. In the end, nothing will be left. You can't get too close to me right now, and you'll know the reason tomorrow. So, I can't agree to you for now. After Su Chen finished speaking, he turned and left alone. He didn't look at Ling Qingxue. He was afraid he would be unable to resist agreeing. By tomorrow, the news of Su Chen being wanted would surely be known across the internet. Ling Qingxue should understand his intentions. Su Chen. Ling Qingxue raised her head, looking at the retreating Su Chen, and shouted loudly, I'll wait for you. Su Chen paused for a moment, and after 3 seconds, he disappeared at the end of the road. Ling Qingxue looked at the beautiful river, reached out her hand, and with a grip, a droplet of water instantly froze into an ice bead. She then held it tightly in her palm. Ling Qingxue looked at the bead and murmured, who said it dissipated? Now I can at least keep a part of it. Ling Qingxue put the ice bead into her system backpack, then looked at Mu Xiaowan and said, Let's go, Xiaowan, you're staying at my house tonight. Mu Xiaowan was a bit surprised and said, Qingxue, aren't you sad? Ling Qingxue shook her head. Shouldn't we be happy today? At least he is willing to accept me. It's just that we still need time, right? Mu Xiaowan stared blankly at Ling Qingxue, and after a long while she nodded and said, Qingxue, I admire you a bit. After Ling Qingxue and the others strolled for a while longer, they walked home hand in hand. What they didn't know was that Chen Hao had been secretly watching them for a long time. At that moment, Chen Hao's hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot, filled with madness. The afternoon's assessment had humiliated him, making him the most disgraceful candidate of this session. After leaving the virtual examination room, he quickly fled. He couldn't bear the strange looks from others. The incident of him digging a hole to survive had also been posted online. Now, he felt like a rat crossing the street. Everyone wanted to hit him. Meanwhile, there were voices all around discussing Su Chen, and he felt jealousy and hatred. But he was also afraid of death. He didn't dare to target Su Chen and could only set his sights on Ling Qingxue. Now, he had finally waited for Su Chen to leave, leaving only Ling Qingxue and her companion. Finally, it's my turn. Su Chen, you forced me to do this. At a dark, deserted intersection, Chen Hao stepped out with a sword in hand. If he had seen Ling Qingxue's arena match, he wouldn't have come to find her. Unfortunately, he had run off early. Seeing the shadow that suddenly appeared, Ling Qingxue and her companion stopped in their tracks. Not knowing the other party's intentions, Ling Qingxue had already taken out 4 explosive scrolls and 2 teleportation scrolls. If the situation turned unfavorable, she would leave with Mu Xiaowan. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Mu Xiaowan asked, mustering her courage. Bitch, it's only been a few days and you don't recognize me? Chen Hao looked up, disgust written all over his face as he stared at Mu Xiaowan. Sure enough, you forget your old love when you have a new one. Chen Hao. Mu Xiaowan was taken aback. She didn't expect the person in front of her to be Chen Hao. What do you want? Seeing the weapon in his hand, Mu Xiaowan looked at him anxiously. What do I want? Of course, to do what I want to do. Su Chen ruined me, so I will ruin the person he loves. Chen Hao roared, raising his sword and charging at the two girls. Upon realizing it was Chen Hao, Ling Qingxue felt relieved. She thought it was some force trying to capture her to threaten Su Chen. Ling Qingxue put away 3 explosive scrolls and threw out just one. Then, a freezing spell temporarily immobilized the charging Chen Hao. The freezing spell is useless against me. Chen Hao roared again, breaking free from the freezing spell's control. However, the explosive scroll was now right in front of him. What is this? Chen Hao hadn't reacted yet. Boom! The explosion sounded, and flames shot up into the sky. This explosion naturally attracted the attention of passers-by in the distance, and soon, the Eastsea City Defense Department personnel arrived on flying beasts. During this special period, Lu Wenshu had issued orders to remain vigilant at all times. So, their support was quick. When Wang Jigang and his team arrived at the scene, it was already crowded with people. In the center, a man was left unrecognizable from the explosion, barely clinging to life. Wang Jigang frowned at a glance. There was no saving him. Even if he drank a blood potion, it wouldn't bring him back. Although this world was digitized, one could die from fatal injuries even if their health bar wasn't empty. How dare he commit a crime on his own turf? Wang Jigang squinted and scanned the area before asking, can anyone tell me? I'll be damned. Miss Ling? Wang Jigang naturally recognized Ling Qingxue. After all, in the information about Su Chen, she was the only one who could be considered a friend. As long as it was related to Su Chen, it was their business. So, he didn't dare to put on airs as the head of the Defense Department in front of Ling Qingxue. What happened? Are you both unharmed? The two shook their heads. Ling Qingxue recounted the events. What? This kid actually wanted to capture you to threaten Su Chen? Damn. Letting him die like this is too easy for him. Brothers, take his body back. We still have to find trouble with the Lord of Tianxue City. What kind of nonsense is this? Bah. Now that Lu Wenshu was about to take office as governor, he naturally spoke with more confidence. Miss Ling, are you all going home? Let me take you back first. Okay, thank you, Captain Wang. Wang Jigang quickly waved his hand, saying, hey, no need to be polite. As long as it's about Su Chen, it's our business. You're being too formal. Mu Xiaowan glanced at Chen Hao on the ground, feeling a bit complicated. She didn't understand why Chen Hao had become like this. Xiaowan, let's go. This kind of man isn't worth your pity. Mu Xiaowan nodded. The two returned home under the escort of the Defense Department. The Lord of Tianxue City, drinking at the Tianshan Renjian restaurant, heard the news and was immediately startled awake. If this matter got out and someone with ulterior motives claimed he was behind it, he would be finished. After all, Chen was a friend of Su Chen, and not just any friend. Now, who didn't know that Lu Wenshu and Su Chen were on the same side? Offending his superior meant he wouldn't be able to stay in Donghua Prefecture. Damn it, this fool is dragging me down even in death. If Chen Hao were still alive, he would have wanted to stab him twice. The Lord of Tianxue City approached Lu Wenshu to explain, Governor Lu, I truly didn't know about this. How could I dare to offend Su Chen, right? Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. I ask for your understanding, Governor. Seeing the Lord of Tianxue City in this state, Lu Wenshu smiled and said, don't panic, come, let's continue drinking. Until the matter was investigated clearly, Lu Wenshu wouldn't do anything to him. After all, it would be a bit alarming to start punishing subordinates before even taking office. However, if Lu Wenshu discovered any hint of wrongdoing, he would definitely not let the Lord of Tianxue City off the hook. Going against Su Chen was equivalent to going against him. When Su Chen returned to the bottom of his building, he looked up and stopped in the courtyard. It was too quiet. Although the tenants had moved out after learning the building was to be demolished, the landlady was still living here. Usually, her television could be heard throughout the building, but today it was so quiet. Moreover, it was not even 10 o'clock yet, so the landlady definitely hadn't gone to bed. Kair, use your inside eye to check the surroundings. Su Chen released Kair. Kair's eyes ignited with flames. After looking around, she said to Su Chen, brother, there are dead people, a woman. The body is in your room, and there are 2 masked men hiding at the corner of your room's hallway. They came so quickly? Su Chen didn't expect these assassins to arrive so fast. It seemed it was time for him to leave Donghai City, otherwise these assassins would keep coming after him, making it impossible to defend against. Now that he knew the enemy's location, Su Chen walked upstairs without any hesitation. Someone's coming, it's Su Chen and his sister. Get ready to act. The two had already struck out as soon as Su Chen showed his face. They had studied Su Chen and knew he had a lethal skill, so they had to catch him off guard and strike. First, One in front and one behind. Even if Su Chen managed to block the first attack, he would still be injured by the second. To them, this move was a guaranteed kill. The money is ours, brother. What the two didn't know was that Su Chen had already noticed them and was fully aware of their positions. What awaited them was merely a flash of blade light. Su Chen didn't look at the bodies of the two as they fell. He quickly walked back to his home. Kyer had said a woman had died in his room, and Su Chen had a rough idea of who it was, but he wasn't certain. Upon entering the house, Su Chen's first glance fell on the woman lying on the floor. Lu Huifan, his landlord. Su Chen looked around and saw signs that the house had been ransacked. It seemed Lu Huifan had entered his room for some unknown reason, and had just happened to run into the two assassins. These assassins were cold-blooded. They didn't care who Lu Huifan was and killed her without hesitation. Thinking of this, Su Chen was even more determined to stay away from Ling Qingshui. These assassins would do anything for money. Su Chen informed Wang Jigang to come and handle the situation. Wang Jigang had just dropped off Ling Qingshui and her companion and rushed over without delay. Tell Lord Lu that I'm leaving tomorrow, and you all should be careful of these assassins. Understood. After Wang Jigang left, Su Chen took out the Thousand Faces mask. Thousand Faces mask grade. Legendary category, accessory description, 1,000 faces for 1,000 people. Wearing it allows you to transform into anyone you have seen, ineffective when health is below 1/3. Su Chen thought about the appearance of one of the assassins he had just taken down and then put on the mask. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked at his reflection. His face had already changed to a different appearance. Aside from the body not matching that of the assassin, his face was almost identical. Wow, bro, you can change your face. But this face is so ugly, not as good looking as yours. Su Chen smiled and patted her head. You've learned to flatter now. Hee, not at all, I'm just speaking the truth. Alright, time to go to sleep. Tomorrow we start our journey to another place. Okay. Su Chen put her back into the pet space. Keeping her locked up for too long wasn't good, so he decided to find some time to catch a few more pets to keep her company. The next day, before dawn, Su Chen stepped out of his room, taking one last look at the place he had stayed for 3 years. He then put on his hat and headed towards the tomato orphanage. He didn't know how long it would be before he returned to Donghai City. Before leaving, Su Chen decided to visit the old director. Around 7 in the morning, at the entrance of the tomato orphanage, the security guard, Grandpa Wang, had just opened a crack in the door when he saw someone standing outside. I'll be damned. You scared me. Who are you? What do you want? Grandpa Wang looked at Su Chen warily. Grandpa Wang, it's me. Su Chen took off the mask, revealing his true face. Su Chen, what brings you back, kid? Come in quickly. Su Chen entered, and Grandpa Wang looked him over, exclaiming, Good lad, you haven't embarrassed us. We all heard about what happened yesterday. You've brought honor to Donghai City. 18 years ago, he was the first to discover Su Chen abandoned at the door. In the blink of an eye, he had grown so much, and now he had become a well-known figure in Donghai City. Grandpa Wang, how is the director? I'm about to leave Donghai City and wanted to come see him. He's doing very well. He even had a couple of drinks yesterday out of joy. Last night, he insisted on talking about you to us old folks, praising you non-stop. He made it sound like he was the one who watched you grow up. Haven't we all held you at some point, right? But we know he's happy, so we didn't argue with him. Su Chen smiled. These old men were still so lovable. You go in and find him. He's probably calling your younger siblings to get up now. I'll open the door first. Okay. Su Chen walked towards the room he had lived in for 15 years with ease. Little ones, time to get up. What time is it? When your brother Su Chen was 1 or 2, he would get up, dress himself, and wash up. Look at you all, 5 or 6 years old, and still need me to wake you up. You're all such a handful. Su Chen stepped outside and couldn't help but smile at the familiar voice. Brother, who are you looking for? A crisp girl's voice rang out behind Su Chen. He turned to see a little girl coming out of the washroom with a towel and toothbrush in hand, curiously looking up at him. Oh, you're that big brother from the TV yesterday. I know you. The little girl jumped with joy. Grandpa Dean said you are his pride. I want to be a big hero like you and be Grandpa Dean's pride too. Su Chen squatted down, looked at her, and smiled. What's your name? I'm Shin Yunwei. Good, I believe Yunwei will also become a big hero in the future. The girl nodded happily. Su Chen? The old dean, hearing the voices outside, came out and realized it was Su Chen who had returned. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? The old dean looked at Su Chen with a pleased expression. Dean, I'm here to say goodbye. I might not be able to come back to see you for a long time. Oh, that's fine. You focus on your own matters. Don't worry about us. You're at the best time for growth. Make sure to seize the opportunity and don't waste it. We old folks are just ordinary people. We can't help you much. After saying this, the old dean looked inside. Little ones, come out and see who's here. 7 or 8 children rushed out, chattering and curiously staring at Su Chen. Brother Su Chen. It really is Brother Su Chen. Grandpa Dean didn't lie to us. Su Chen looked at the children and reminded them, from now on, listen to Grandpa Dean. Don't be naughty, understand? Got it. Suchen nodded, then took out a business card and handed it to the old dean, saying, "You're getting older, please hire someone to take care of them. Here's 5 million, you keep it. They're at a growing stage, they can't be hungry. I can't stay here for long. I'll be leaving now." Without waiting for him to refuse, Suchen left after placing the card down. The old dean wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat. It's good to be successful, being busy is good. After leaving the orphanage, Suchen put on his mask again and took the airship to the capital. Finally, he used the teleportation array, which only exists in the capital, to head to the capital of Yen province. One of the materials Suchen needed for his job change, the flamestone, could only be found in the wilderness outside the city of Sin City, located at the southernmost part of Yen province. Moreover, it was impossible to find out which monster dropped it online. Suchen could only ask the locals first. After searching for information about Sin City, Suchen discovered that this city was not only the southernmost city of Yen province but also the southernmost city of the Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, it was a lawless zone as it bordered the Moon Kingdom and the Tai Kingdom. True to its name, the city was a gathering place for mercenaries and gangs, a paradise for various criminals, and ordinary people would not dare to set foot here easily. Did you guys see the news? A few people in the lounge of the airship started chatting. What news? Someone asked. About the big exam. In East Sea City yesterday, you know there was an evil king's avatar that appeared in the final instance assessment, right? Yeah, what about it? Wasn't that evil king's avatar killed by Suchen? Is he not dead? Of course he's dead. I mean the traitor who summoned the evil king, Gu Changfeng, is going to be publicly executed by slow slicing today. Slow slicing? I haven't heard of that punishment in a long time. It's when they cut off pieces of his flesh one by one without letting him bleed too much, making him die slowly in pain, right? Exactly. That bastard actually dared to collude with foreign races to attempt to exterminate the geniuses of our Donghua province. If it weren't for Suchen, not a single candidate from our Donghua province would have survived this exam. Slow slicing is too lenient for him. I heard he's also from East Sea City, and he has 4-star potential. Why would he collude with foreign races? With such a bright future? Because of jealousy, this person is twisted inside. Seeing Suchen shine in the same city, he couldn't compete with Suchen, so he resorted to such a despised method. Our country has always had a zero-tolerance policy for colluding with foreign races. This live broadcast is to warn the citizens. Otherwise, the next one will be just like him. When does the live broadcast start? I have to go to the live room and support him with 10 airships. I'll go support him with gifts too. It starts at noon. Suchen, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't even know that this was Gu Changfeng's doing. His memory of Gu Changfeng was still stuck on the day after he had just awakened. At that time, he knew this person cared about his image and liked to put on a friendly facade to attract attention. He never expected that he would choose to ally with foreign races out of jealousy towards himself. In any case, Suchen felt confused. He didn't even know when he had offended the other party. After this incident, another piece of news appeared on the headlines of various platforms. Suchen has been offered a bounty of $5 billion. As soon as this news broke, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. In the past few days, Suchen's matters had become widely known, and it was unexpected that right after the big exam, someone was so eager to eliminate this once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Reliable sources say that one of the 3 major assassin organizations, the other Shoreflower, has declared they will capture Suchen. Who do you think released this bounty? Do we even need to think? Besides the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country, who else could it be? I think Suchen's rise has made them restless. The last time they were thrown into chaos was when the sword god made a move. This time, they absolutely won't let Suchen grow. I wonder how many assassins have flooded into our country. I'm afraid many people here will be tempted too. With this price, not many can resist. Inside the Ling family's villa, Ling Qingxue saw this message and murmured to herself, "So Suchen kept me away for my safety, but how is he going to avoid so many assassination attempts?" Thinking of this, Ling Qingxue worriedly called Suchen. The call was disconnected, and she only received a reply. "Don't worry, I have means to protect my life. For now, don't contact me." After reading the message, Ling Qingxue deleted it, noted down the phone number, and erased all of Suchen's contact information. I can't drag him down. I'm going to Kyoto now. After doing all this, Ling Qingxue got up to tell her father that she was going to the Longwu Guild in Kyoto ahead of schedule. This way, even if others found out about her relationship with Suchen, they wouldn't be able to take her as a hostage to threaten him under the protection of the Longwu Guild. After nearly 10 hours of travel, Suchen finally arrived in Huoyun City before nightfall. This was the closest city to the Sin City. To get to Sin City, one had to cross the wilderness, where there were no flying boats. The lowest monster level in that wilderness was above level 300. This meant that without a third transition strength, one couldn't even pass through the wilderness, let alone enter Sin City. Before night fell, Suchen casually found an inn to stay in and went to the nearest shop to buy a regular knife. The demon blade Shenrun couldn't be used for now, and Kyer couldn't be exposed to others. Once his identity was revealed, he would face endless assassins. While it was easy to dodge a direct attack, it was hard to guard against hidden arrows. No matter how strong Su Chen was, he couldn't always be aware of his surroundings. There would always be times when he let his guard down. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Su Chen wouldn't reveal his identity. After resting for a night, the next morning, Su Chen arrived at the city gate to wait for it to open. "Hey, brother, are you going to Sin City?" A lean man with a scar on his face was sizing up Su Chen. Su Chen frowned and did not respond. "Brother, the road to Sin City is very dangerous. There are not only monsters along the way but also people who block the road. They are all ruthless characters who kill without blinking. Get on my war chariot. I can safely take you to Sin City for just 500,000. What do you think?" Seeing that Su Chen still didn't speak, the lean man continued, "Don't worry, I, Wu Laolu, have some reputation around here. If you don't believe me, you can ask others. If you get on my chariot, I'll give you a piece of information for free. How about that? If you can answer me one question, I can get on your chariot." "What question?" "You say, do you know where the flame stone is produced?" "Flame stone?" Wu Laolu frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "I don't know. But I once heard a friend in the city mention this thing." "Your friend? Where is he?" "He's in Sin City. Once we enter the city, I can take you to see him." "Okay, when do we leave?" "Wait a bit longer. I need to gather at least 3 people for this trip or I'll be at a loss." This was the first time Su Chen rode in such a war vehicle. This thing was similar to an armored vehicle on Earth, crafted by high-level blacksmiths all around. He just didn't know how many levels of monsters' attacks it could withstand. The vehicle had a total of 8 seats, and Su Chen chose to sit in the last row. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, a small team of 4 finally arrived. When Wu Laolu saw that he could gather 5 people today, he immediately got on the vehicle happily. "Everyone, buckle up. We should arrive at Sin City in about 3 hours. If you haven't slept well, you can take a nap on the vehicle." However, the others naturally wouldn't listen to him. Seeing this, Wu Laolu didn't say much more. Among the 4 who got on, 1 sat in the passenger seat while the other 3 sat in the middle row. Only Su Chen sat in the last row. Su Chen glanced at these people. Each had a cold gaze, clearly not simple characters. Of course, not many normal people dared to go to Sin City. The war vehicle sped through the wilderness much faster than Su Chen had imagined. According to Wu Laolu, it was powered by energy stones. Energy stones were expensive, costing him about $1 million for a round trip, so charging 500,000 per person wasn't too unreasonable. "If you come back, you can also find me. Here's my business card." Wu Laolu handed each of them a card and said, "There are often groups robbing people in this wilderness. They can't break my war vehicle, so I can take you through without any obstacles. If you travel on your own, you might end up losing both your money and your life, so don't think my price is too high." Along the way, only Wu Laolu's voice filled the vehicle, the others remained silent. About 2 hours into the journey, a sudden bang exploded in front of the war vehicle. Wu Laolu stopped the vehicle and looked at the 3 or 4 people rushing out in front. "I thought I was facing a team of dozens. I didn't expect these few to dare to come. Looks like they haven't seen the power of my war vehicle." Wu Laolu sneered, lightly pressing a button on the steering wheel, and several cannon barrels extended around the vehicle. "Heh, let you see my hellfire." Just as Wu Laolu was about to launch, unexpectedly, a dagger and 2 knives were already pressed against his neck. "Don't move, we only want money, we won't take your life." "Wu Laolu, you've made quite a bit of money these past few years, right? We've been watching you for a long time, so hand it over obediently." "You guys, are you in cahoots with those outside?" Wu Laolu looked at the others with some panic. What else could it be? "Old 3, keep an eye on that kid in the back row. If he can hand over enough money, we might let him go." Su Chen glanced at these people, just about to draw his knife, when suddenly the war vehicle opened up. Then the 4 were ejected from their seats. After that, the vehicle closed up again, and Wu Laolu disdainfully pressed a button on the steering wheel. The sound of cannon fire erupted outside. Then came the screams of the few people. Su Chen witnessed them being blown apart, then looked at Wu Laolu, who had a calm expression. At that moment, he no longer resembled the panicked figure from before. One had to admit that none of the people mingling in Sin City were simple. Even before entering Sin City, Su Chen had already seen its brutality. After dealing with those people, Wu Laolu restarted the war vehicle and headed towards Sin City. "Brother, don't be afraid. You'll get used to seeing these things more often. These people really took me for a soft persimmon. They didn't even bother to find out why I, Wu Laolu, have been able to survive in Sin City for so many years." On the rest of the journey, they encountered no more roadblocks or robberies. Up ahead is Sin City. Cars aren't allowed inside, so we have to get off at the city gate. Su Chen looked through the front glass. A massive steel city, entirely black and made of an unknown metal several dozen meters high, appeared before his eyes. The entire city stands tall and majestic, making humanity seem so small in its presence. Compared to it, East Sea City cannot even be considered a city, it resembles more of a small village. This is the Sin City. The entire city is protected by a great formation, and ordinary people cannot break through it. The city walls are filled with energy crystal cannons, which can easily kill any practitioner below the 5th transition. Even those above the 7th transition must immediately enter through the city gates. After Wu Laolu finished his introduction, the war chariot stopped at the city gate. "Get off, I'll take you to meet my friend." The two got off the chariot, and Wu Laolu stored it in his system backpack. Su Chen looked up and, standing at the foot of Sin City, could feel its overwhelming aura even more. Just as they were about to pass through the city gate, a team of people stopped Su Chen and said, "Halt. To enter the city, you must pay 3 million dragon coins, valid for 10 days. If you do not continue to pay after 10 days, you will be directly expelled from Sin City." Su Chen looked at Wu Laolu. Wu Laolu explained, "I forgot to tell you, everyone entering Sin City has to pay. It's the same for everyone." Su Chen nodded. "What's your name?" "Ren Pingsheng. Here is your temporary residence card. If you lose it, you'll have to pay another 3 million. After it expires, don't think you can hide in the city and not leave. We have ways to find you." Su Chen took the card, glanced at it, and then put it into his backpack. "Let's go." Wu Laolu led Su Chen into the city. "Why is it so expensive just to enter the city?" Su Chen asked. Wu Laolu chuckled and said, "Sin City is jointly controlled by 3 forces: the Qinglong Society, Jiaotian Pavilion, and the Liehua Gang. Each of these 3 forces collects a protection fee, so naturally, it's expensive. The people from these 3 forces all have their symbols on their clothes. It's best not to offend them when you see them. This place is not governed by the Dragon Kingdom. The laws of the Dragon Kingdom do not apply here. They might even dare to kill you in the street. Also, don't dress too lavishly. The people here are all desperate outlaws. While they may not dare to kill you openly like the big forces, they will strike hard in the shadows, so be careful." Su Chen nodded, planning to leave after collecting 30 flame stones, and he had no intention of staying long. After more than an hour of walking, Wu Laolu stopped at a place resembling a tavern. Su Chen looked up and saw several scantily clad women laughing on the 2nd-floor balcony. The sign at the entrance read 3 golden characters, Gulan Fong. Su Chen glanced around. If it weren't for the modern buildings surrounding him, he would have doubted whether he had traveled back in time. Wasn't this just a place of romance and revelry from ancient times? Wu Laolu looked at Su Chen and smiled. "This is a true den of iniquity. Don't be fooled by its small exterior. There's a world of wonders inside. My friend often lingers here. We're sure to find him. Come in with me. Please come in, esteemed guests. What would you like to play?" A beautiful woman swayed her waist as she approached, asking loudly. Su Chen glanced at the dragon head embroidered on the woman's clothing. He realized that this brothel was owned by the Qinglong Society. "We're looking for someone," by Xiaoshang. After Wu Laolu finished speaking, he took out a blue coin and stuffed it into the woman's hand. The woman glanced at it, pocketed the coin, and said, "By Xiaoshang? He probably hasn't gotten up yet. He's in room 3202. If he doesn't open the door for you, you can't force your way in. Do you understand the rules?" Wu Laolu nodded. The beautiful woman turned and left. "Let's go, follow me, and you still owe me 100,000. Because of the coin you just gave?" "That's right, the blue coin I gave earlier is currency here, worth 100,000. You can also exchange money. Remember, in the Sin City, money can buy anything." Wu Laolu seemed very familiar with the place, leading Su Chen through twists and turns for more than 10 minutes before finally stopping in front of a room. "Knock, knock. Old Bai, I'm here to see you." Wu Laolu knocked loudly on the door. After a while, a middle-aged man with sleepy eyes opened the door. "I say, Wu Laolu, what are you banging on about so early in the morning?" Wu Laolu was not polite and directly walked into the room with Su Chen. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Who is this person?" Bai Xiaoshang glanced at Su Chen. "This brother wants to ask you something. Do you know where the flame stone is produced?" Bai Xiaoshang closed the door, swayed to the sofa, and said, "Of course, there's nothing in Sin City that I don't know. Otherwise, how would I have the name Bai Xiaoshang? But you should understand the rules, right?" Su Chen looked at him and asked, "So, how much?" Bai Xiaoshang held up 3 fingers and said casually, "Not much, 3 million. Su Chen didn't waste words and took out a business card to transfer 3 million to him. He, straightforward. "You can only ask me about the flame stone, no one else knows." Bai Xiaoshang put away the card and handed Su Chen a contact number, saying, "You go. Find this person tomorrow morning. Their team will take you to where you want to go. But I must remind you, the place where the monsters that produce the flame stone are located is not simple. They only handle the monsters on the way and won't help you kill the monsters near the flame stone. No need." Su Chen preferred not to have anyone watching him. It would actually speed things up. Alright, I want to sleep a little longer, please." Bai Xiaoshang directly issued the guest order. After Wu Laolu took Su Chen out of the brothel, he also bid farewell to Su Chen. "Brother, see you again." Su Chen nodded. It was just noon, and he decided to find a place to eat something before looking for a place to stay for the night. After Su Chen left, Bai Xiaoshang looked at the business card in his hand and smiled slightly. "Looks like a wealthy guy. 3 million. Without even blinking. With so much money, not sharing it with everyone is your fault." Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Bai Xiaoshang got up to open the door, and then a person rushed in. "How's it going? My judgment this time isn't bad, right?" The person who came in was Wu Laolu, who had returned. Not bad. This guy came to Sin City for the first time and dared to show off that 10 million level business card casually. Let's make him understand how treacherous human hearts can be. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged glances and laughed together. After Wu Laolu stopped laughing, he asked, by the way, do you really know the location of that damn flame stone? Bai Xiaoshang nodded. I didn't lie to him about this news. Since he spent so much money, let's just consider it a genuine message for him. I'm the kind of person who doesn't like to deceive others. I need to change this bad habit in the future. True. The next morning, Su Chen arrived at the city gate and called the contact number given by Bai Xiaoshang. After a while, a deep-voiced man answered. Hey, who is it? I'm the one. Introduced by Bai Xiaoshang. Got it, wait. The call ended abruptly. Su Chen put away his phone and stood at the city gate, bored, watching the crowd coming and going. Most people were lone wolves, appearing hurried and rarely seen in groups. After wandering around all afternoon yesterday, Su Chen noticed that the people in this city mostly came and went alone. Everyone kept a deliberate distance from each other, except for those from the three major factions. Others rarely gathered together. Bro, want to team up? A seemingly friendly and amiable person approached, sizing up Su Chen. No need. Bro, waiting for someone? In the Sin City, besides me, no one else can be trusted. Be careful, they might stab you in the back. Su Chen glanced at him and shook his head. You just said that people in Sin City can't be trusted. Do you think I would trust you? The man chuckled lightly, just offering friendly advice. Take care of yourself. After saying that, he went to inquire with others standing at the city gate. Half an hour later, a burly man led three others over. Upon seeing Su Chen, the leader asked, Are you the one introduced by Xiaoshang? That's right. Su Chen nodded. The flamestone, right? Let's go, it's a bit far. The five of them set off towards the outskirts of the city. The person who had just warned Su Chen shook his head upon seeing this. So it's the gang of the death beasts. It seems this guy won't make it back alive today. He couldn't warn Su Chen again. If he dared to, he would be the one to die. On the way, the four from the death beasts led the way, dealing with any wild monsters they encountered. Su Chen was spared a lot of trouble. The flamestone only drops from a monster called the fire spirit. We only found it in a certain mountain cave. However, the monsters outside can be tricky. Whether you can get in depends on your own abilities. Su Chen walked at the back, merely nodding without speaking. After more than 2 hours of walking, they finally arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. At the base, a group of monsters resembling wild buffalo were leisurely wandering about. Unlike wild buffalo, these monsters had flames burning on all four hooves. Wherever they passed, they briefly left behind 4 burning footprints. Flame Bowl level 550. Physical attack 83,000, magical attack 65,000, health 450,000, physical defense / magical defense 75800 / 68,000, skills, group charge, flame tread. Description: beware of their group charge, it's a collective skill. Su Chen glanced at the number of these flame bowls. There were at least 100. If they charged as a group, not many could withstand it. Brother, you also saw it, these fire bowls are not easy to deal with. The fire spirit you are looking for is in a cave at the foot of that mountain. But if you want to get there, you must fight your way through the herd of fireballs. If you want our help, you need to pay a certain fee. Su Chen glanced at Sang Biao and asked, how much? Sang Biao smiled and said, not much, 20 million will do. Upon hearing this, Su Chen replied indifferently, are you robbing me? Sang Biao took out a large sword, and the other 3 also drew their weapons. Sang Biao looked coldly at Su Chen and slowly said, that's right, we are robbing you. Kid, hand over the money, or no one here will come to save you. It seems you really have bad intentions. Su Chen had observed for an entire afternoon and had already concluded that one should not easily team up with others in the Sin City. Bai Xiaoshang, however, wanted to call a group of people to lead him. So Su Chen deduced that Bai Xiaoshang and these people wanted to conspire to rob and kill him. He just didn't know if Wu Laolu was involved. I have a question to ask, is the news about the flamestone true or false? Sang Biao grinned. Of course it's true, we value integrity in business and never deceive people with false information. However, the payment for the information has already been collected, now it's time to collect your life money. You can hand over your business card and password now, right? If you obediently hand it over, we might spare your life. Su Chen nodded. Since it's true, then I can rest assured. Sang Biao and the others thought Su Chen was about to take out his business card. But instead, he pulled out a knife. Kid, you don't want to drink the toast but prefer the penalty drink? Sang Biao's expression turned cold and he said sternly, get him, break his limbs, and after forcing out the password, kill him. Inside the brothel, Bai Xiaoshang glanced at the time, then took out his phone and made a call. Beep beep beep. After 3 beeps, the call was answered. Hello, Sang Biao, is everything taken care of? It's done, not a single one of the 4 was left, I've killed them all. Hearing this voice, Bai Xiaoshang was startled and said in a panic, you're not Sang Biao, you are the person from yesterday? Correct, wait for me in the city, I'll come find you after I finish what I need to do. The call ended. Bai Xiaoshang slumped onto the sofa, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He could kill Sang Biao. At least he has the strength of a sixth transition. Damn it, Wu Laolu is causing serious trouble. I must go find the young master for help. With this thought, Bai Xiaosheng quickly tidied himself up and rushed to the location of the Qinglong Society. Inside the Qinglong Society's base, a handsome young man sat in a high position, one arm around a beautiful woman, enjoying the dance of the women below. At that moment, someone rushed in to report. Young master, Bai Xiaosheng requests an audience, saying he needs your help. Bai Xiaosheng? Let him in. Soon, Bai Xiaosheng stumbled in, crying as he ran, young master, you must help me. The young man frowned and said, speak quickly, spit it out. Young master, someone killed Sang Biao and threatened me, saying they would take my life. I mentioned your name, and he said, what did he say? He said he didn't take you seriously at all, relying on his sixth transition strength, he has become lawless. The young man looked at the weeping Bai Xiaosheng and smiled. Bai Xiaosheng, you have quite the guts, daring to deceive me? Do you really think I'm a fool? Bai Xiaosheng looked at the smiling young man in terror. He realized the young man before him had become unfamiliar. Are you curious when I became smart? Everything I did for you before was just for show, using your hands to impress others. Looks like you really believed it? Please spare me, young master. I will never dare to deceive you again. Bai Xiaosheng begged for mercy, banging his head on the ground. Someone drag him away and lock him in the dungeon. After Bai Xiaosheng was taken away, the young man murmured to himself, a level 6 expert, just the right time to recruit him, worth making connections for my Qinglong Society. Bai Xiaosheng's life is a gift from me to him. At the foot of the mountain, after Su Chen killed 4 people with one strike, he then slashed down many fireballs. He then walked towards the cave, pointed out by Sang Biao. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Su Chen summoned Kair and said, Kair, help me check the situation. After Kair emerged and used her inside eye, she replied, brother, there's an underground river going down in that cave, and not far from the riverbank, there are a few red monsters floating around. Su Chen nodded. It seems Sang Biao's words were indeed true, they were very trustworthy. Are there any other monsters? Kair shook her head, no more. Su Chen entered the cave, and at first, the entrance was quite narrow, but after walking down for a while, it opened up. The sound of flowing water echoed from the bottom of the cave. Following Kair's guidance, Su Chen finally arrived in front of those fire spirits. Fire spirit. Level 200 physical attack, 15,000 magical attack, 38,000 health, 1000000 physical defense / magical defense, 21,000 / 18,000 skills, flame fist. Fireball description, a very timid spirit found only in a few places. After reading the information of the 5 fire spirits before him, Su Chen raised his hand and dispatched them with one strike. Nothing dropped on the ground. Is the drop rate too low, or did that Bai Xiaosheng deceive me? 3 minutes later, the 5 fire spirits respawned. Su Chen struck again. Still, nothing was seen. It wasn't until the 3rd respawn that finally, with a ding, a fiery red stone fell to the ground. Su Chen quickly picked it up. Flame stone grade, common category, material description, a material that may be needed for some class 2 transfer tasks. So this is what drops. But the number of fire spirits is too low. At this drop rate, how long will it take me to farm? Su Chen glanced at the underground river not far away and then said to Kair, you stay here and help me farm these fire spirits. I'll practice my skills in the river. Su Chen didn't plan to return to the city, it was just right that there was a river here to practice his river god skills. When the nightmare came out at night, he would use it to practice trapping skills. Moreover, no one would come here, so he wouldn't be disturbed. In the future, he would sleep in the river during the day and practice trapping with the nightmare at night. It could be said to be a threefold gain. After nightfall, Qinglong Society's base. Young master, the person you asked us to wait for at the city gate hasn't returned. He probably died outside the city. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The young man frowned. No, we checked the surveillance at the brothel and confirmed his appearance. That person didn't return to the city before dark. That's strange, someone with a 6th transition strength shouldn't encounter an accident. Young master, what should we do about Bai Xiaosheng? Let him stay in prison. Block successful, perfect block not unlocked, proficiency cannot be increased. Capture failed, beast capture skill proficiency +1. River god skill is being cultivated. For the next 10 days, Su Chen kept repeating these 3 tasks. Fortunately, he had brought enough food to ensure he wouldn't starve. As for Kair, she could only go hungry, but with her high health, she wouldn't die from not eating for years. During the half-month that Su Chen disappeared, rumors spread that he had been assassinated. Some said he was captured by an assassin organization since the bounty was still up. Online discussions were rampant, and no one knew where Su Chen had gone. Not only did they not know, but the many assassins who rushed to Donghua Prefecture were also confused. They traveled thousands of miles to the Dragon Kingdom only to find no trace of their target. However, they had enough patience. After all, it was a bounty of 5 billion. Even if they had to stay in the Dragon Kingdom for years, they would wait. One afternoon, half a month later, Su Chen woke from his sleep. Your river god skill has evolved into proficient river god. Proficient river god, you can briefly Control all areas with water around you and all things related to water elements. Control time for 10 minutes, cooldown time 60 seconds. Perfect River God currently cannot be unlocked, requires proficiency in barehanded white. Blade skill requires proficiency in drilling skill. Beast capture 12235/30,000. The River God has finally become proficient. It's a pity I couldn't catch the nightmare. The success rate for ordinary beast capture is too low. If Su Chen weren't a professional, soaking in water for half a month, 24 hours a day, he would have long since turned into a prune. At this point, he had already collected enough fiery stones, and just as he was about to stand up and leave, after recalling Kair, he heard a loud bang from outside, followed by the sound of fighting. Then a person rolled down from the hole above. This person stood up in a disheveled state and suddenly noticed Su Chen sitting in the river. Su Chen looked at him too. As their eyes met, the man spoke to Su Chen as if he had found hope. Brother, help me. I am the young master of Chaotian Pavilion. If you save my life, I can give you money, a lot of money. Young master Chao Xiaoqing of Chaotian Pavilion thought that with so many fiery bulls guarding outside, and this person could enter here, he must be extraordinary. So he immediately clarified his identity and purpose. In the Sin City, there should be no one who wouldn't be tempted by money. Seeing Su Chen silent, Chao Xiaoqing assured him again, what I said is all true, as long as you can save me. At this moment, the sounds of fighting outside had ended, and several voices came from the hole. I saw him run in, go down and search. Hearing this, the fear on Chao Xiaoqing's face intensified. This meant that all the guards he brought were dead. Brother! Chao Xiaoqing looked at Su Chen more anxiously. How much can you offer? Su Chen finally spoke. He was running low on money and it was time to earn some. Plus, now that his river god skill had reached proficiency, if Chao Xiaoqing dared to deceive him, Su Chen had 100 ways to slowly torture him to death. And no one would find out it was him who did it. Seeing Su Chen agree, Chao Xiaoqing quickly said, 1 billion. No, 3 billion. As long as you save my life, I can give you 3 billion. Su Chen shook his head and said, 10 billion, not a cent less. The income of the three major forces in the Sin City had definitely reached a terrifying level. Su Chen did not believe that a young master of the Chaotian Pavilion could not come up with this amount of money. What? You? Chao Xiaoqing thought for a moment and gritted his teeth, agreeing, 10 billion it is. If you safely take me back to the city, I guarantee I will give you the money. After the two completed the transaction, the pursuers had already jumped down from the cave entrance. There were a total of 6 people, each looking like a fierce and terrifying presence. Just by looking at them, it was clear they were not simple. Young Master Chao, so you have helpers. But your 4 bodyguards are dead. Can he protect you? Chao Xiaoqing glanced at Su Chen and, seeing him still calm and composed, felt a bit steadier inside. Brother, be careful, these people are all experts above level 50, 5th transition. After reminding him, Chao Xiaoqing ran behind Su Chen to hide. Kill him and bring young Master Chao back. The leader among the 6 was about to make a move when he suddenly felt the blood in his body gushing out in streams. The other 5 experienced the same. What is this? Dark magic. They could only watch helplessly as their blood was slowly drained, and within a few seconds, they turned into 6 dried corpses. The sound of the 6 falling to the ground startled Chao Xiaoqing, who was hiding behind Su Chen, causing him to scream. You, are you human or ghost? Chao Xiaoqing stumbled back a few steps, looking at Su Chen in terror. This was too eerie, he couldn't even understand what had happened. The people chasing him had been drained of blood. Alive. You don't need to care about what I am, you just need to hand over what you owe me. Otherwise, they will be your fate. After saying this, Su Chen walked towards the top of the cave. At the cave entrance, 4 corpses lay haphazardly. Each of them had a character Tian embroidered on their clothes. How much longer do you want to stay in the cave? Su Chen turned around and said. After a while, Chao Xiaoqing trembled and climbed up. It seemed that Su Chen's strange actions had truly frightened him. Why did they want to capture you? Aren't you the young master of the Chaotian Pavilion? Su Chen glanced at him and asked. I don't know either. I went out today just to do a 3rd transition task. These people must have been watching me in the city. Is there something big happening in Sin City recently? Chao Xiaoqing thought for a moment and said, recently, it's time for a new round of City Lord selection. Whoever becomes the City Lord can obtain 40% of Sin City's income. The other 2 families each get 30%. Don't underestimate that 10%, it adds up to a lot of money in a year. Su Chen nodded. Let's go back to the city. Sin City is likely to change. Chao Xiaoqing was not foolish. Apart from the other 2 families, no one dared to offend him in Sin City. Perhaps these 2 families had already united. They probably captured him to threaten his father. Senior, let me send a message to my father to come pick us up outside the city. I was being chased all the way here. I didn't have time to send a message. Chao Xiaoqing directly changed how he addressed Su Chen, then took out his phone and sent a message. Senior, let's go. Just as Chao Xiaoqing took a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped. It's over, the fireball heard his respawn. Chao Xiaoqing looked at Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward, clenched his hand, and the fireball herd instantly exploded, a bloody mess. Chao Xiaoqing watched this scene, swallowing hard. He couldn't quite understand what profession this person had. One moment he could turn someone into a dried corpse, and the next he could make a herd of bulls explode. Moreover, he hadn't seen Su Chen chant any spells. It seemed he was just like a creator, able to decide how anyone would die. The thought sent a chill down Chao Shaoqing's spine. Su Chen looked at him and said, "Where's your flying pet? Take it out, we're in a hurry." It was killed by them. Su Chen frowned. It seemed they would have to walk. Anyway, he wouldn't let Kyra out for others to see. Seeing Su Chen lift his foot to leave, Chao Shaoqing hurriedly followed. After walking for half an hour, a group of flying pets under the control of professionals landed in front of Su Chen and Chao Shaoqing. The entire team had about 100 people. Each person had a Tian character embroidered on their chest. It seemed they were sent by the Chao Tian Pavilion to pick up Chao Shaoqing. "Young master!" A burly man at the front jumped down from his flying pet and knelt on one knee facing Chao Shaoqing. "Get up, take us back to the city first." Chao Shaoqing looked at Su Chen. "Senior, please go ahead." Su Chen nodded and sat on a flying pet. The people who came to pick up Chao Shaoqing couldn't help but look at Su Chen. This was the first time they had seen the young master treat someone so politely. "Young master, who is this?" the burly man asked curiously. "Don't ask too much, let's hurry back to the city. It's not necessarily safe outside." The burly man quickly nodded. Back to the city. The return journey was relatively calm, and no one came to assassinate Chao Shaoqing again. The Chaotian Pavilion's team flew straight into the Sin City, and those responsible for city defense naturally didn't dare to stop them upon seeing it was the Chaotian Pavilion's team. Others were not allowed to rampage in the city, but the people from the three major forces were not included in that restriction. What is the Chaotian Pavilion doing? The pedestrians in the city looked up at the team flying overhead. "I heard the young master of the Chaotian Pavilion was being chased, so they went to pick him up." "What? Who dares to chase him? Are they looking for death?" "I don't know, but the head of the Chaotian Pavilion is furious about it. The city lord election is tomorrow. Do you think it could be the other two families?" "Shu, are you looking for death? How dare you say that?" The crowd quickly fell silent. There were spies from the three major forces everywhere in the city. A single word could get them into serious trouble. Inside the Chaotian Pavilion's residence, the head of the Chaotian Pavilion, Chao Tianxiao, looked at his son who had returned safely, and his anger began to stabilize. "Shaoqing, are you hurt?" Although he had married 7 wives, Chao Shaoqing was his only son. Chao Shaoqing's biological mother died early, so he was particularly concerned about this son. He hadn't expected that even after sending 4 experts above level 5 to protect him, his son almost got captured. "Dad, I'm fine. Let me introduce you. This is my savior, Senior Ren." Chao Tianxiao looked at Su Chen, assessed him, and clasped his fists. "Thank you, sir, for saving my son's life." Su Chen shook his head. "No need for thanks. I'm just doing my job, and you can pay me." "How much?" In Chao Tianxiao's view, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. Su Chen smiled. 1 billion. "What?" Chao Tianxiao frowned slightly. He could take out so much money, but it was still not a small amount. "Dad, I promised him, just give it to him." As soon as Chao Shaoqing thought of Su Chen's mysterious and unpredictable methods, he felt a chill in his heart. If he angered Su Chen, he feared that his father would be killed by him. "All right, my son's life is indeed worth this price. Sir, give me the business card, and I'll have someone transfer the money to you." Su Chen handed him the card but also kept a watchful eye on him. In such a large city, one of its rulers could not possibly be unable to take out 1 billion immediately. If he dared to play any tricks, Su Chen wouldn't mind letting him know how blood could burst from the body. After Chao Tianxiao handed the card to a servant, he pulled Chao Shaoqing aside to chat for a while, occasionally glancing at Su Chen, his face showing surprise and delight. After their conversation, Chao Tianxiao smiled and walked up to Su Chen, saying, "Mr. Ren, actually, I have one more thing. I would like to ask for your help." "Not interested." Su Chen interrupted him, choosing to refuse outright. Su Chen had already obtained the materials for his job transfer, and after killing that by Shaoshang, he would leave the Sin City, so he wouldn't get involved in matters within the Sin City. He, please don't refuse just yet. I can pay you 3 times the reward for saving my son. Moreover, I heard that you seem to have been deceived by someone." Upon hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. "You investigated me?" Chao Tianxiao nodded, not denying it. "The moment they received news of Shaoqing and you outside the city, I had already sent someone to investigate you. In Sin City, there is no one I cannot find out about." Chao Tianxiao paused and continued, "If you are willing, I can help you find Bai Shaoshang, and you can deal with him as you wish, and I can also tell you another piece of information. That person called Wu Lao Lu is in cahoots with Bai Shaoshang. After you both left the brothel, he went back to find Bai Shaoshang. What do you think, Mr. Ren? I have already shown my sincerity. Without my help, you might never find Bai Shaoshang in Sin City." Chao Tianxiao looked at Su Chen with full sincerity. "What do you need my help with? Tell me." Su Chen was indeed tempted by his proposal, but if he really believed his words, he wouldn't know how he would die later. These people who could achieve their current status in a place like Sin City definitely wouldn't appear as amiable as they seemed. Who knows how many people they had killed to get to where they are today. Seeing that Su Chen was inclined to accept, Zhao Tianxiao smiled and said, with Mr. Ren's strength, helping me with this matter would be a piece of cake. Mr. Ren has just arrived in Sin City and may not be aware of the distribution of interests here. Every year on the 15th of August, Sin City holds a mayoral election. Each time, it will determine who will take over as the mayor for that year. The election method is decided by the martial arts competition among the experts under the three major forces. This year, the Qinglong Society and the Liehua Gang have invited powerful external aid, but my Chaotian Pavilion has yet to find the best candidate. Coincidentally, you saved my son and have exceptional strength. Therefore, I would like to invite you to be the external aid for my Chaotian Pavilion in this competition. As he said this, Zhao Tianxiao looked at Su Chen. I wonder what you think, sir. Before Su Chen could respond, a member of the Chaotian Pavilion rushed in and reported, Master, the person you asked us to capture has been brought here. He's tied up in the courtyard outside. Good. Zhao Tianxiao turned to Su Chen and invited, Please, sir, this person was specially captured for you, just a small token of my appreciation. In the courtyard, Wu Laolu looked around in fear. He had always been careful and cautious, never daring to offend anyone from the three major forces in the Sin City. He couldn't understand why the Chaotian Pavilion people had captured him. Moreover, judging by the expressions of those who caught him, it seemed he had really caused trouble. He wanted to escape, but in Sin City he had no chance to flee. After resisting a couple of times, he was quickly subdued. Seeing Zhao Tianxiao walk out, Wu Laolu, having been in this place for so many years, naturally recognized him. He hurriedly pleaded for mercy, Master. I know I was wrong, please spare my life. After saying this, Wu Laolu bowed his head to the ground, no longer daring to look directly at Zhao Tianxiao. Where did you go wrong? Hearing Zhao Tianxiao's question, Wu Laolu thought for a moment but couldn't figure out where he had erred. The only bad thing he had done in the past few days was to trick an outsider. However, that person had already died outside the city half a month ago, and because of this, Bai Shaoshang had also been imprisoned by the Qinglong Society. Could it be that man's identity was not simple? Could it have alarmed both the Qinglong Society and the Chaotian Pavilion? But this matter had already passed for half a month. If there was to be a reckoning, it would have happened long ago, not now. Lift your head and see who he is. Upon hearing this, Wu Laolu slowly raised his head and then saw Su Chen's transformed face. Wu Laolu stepped back in shock, but because his hands were tied behind his back, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. How are you not dead outside the city? He knew that the people Bai Shaoshang sent out had failed, but he had also heard that Su Chen had not returned before dark. No one had seen Su Chen come back to Huayun City. No one could spend the night outside the city, it was common knowledge. So he concluded that Su Chen was already dead. But now, the other party was standing alive right in front of him. Moreover, it seemed that Zhao Tianxiao valued him greatly. It's over. This was the only thought in Wu Laolu's mind at that moment. I'm not dead, it seems I've disappointed you, Wu Laolu. Spare. Wu Laolu wanted to plead for mercy again, but he found he could no longer speak. He could only struggle to open his mouth. The moisture in his body was quickly drained away. In less than a moment, only a dry corpse remained in the courtyard. The surrounding members of the Chaotian Pavilion couldn't help but take a step back at this bizarre scene. A living being had just turned into a dry corpse right before their eyes. The whole process took less than a few seconds. Although the scene had no bloody feeling, it was enough to instill fear in them. Zhao Tianxiao took a deep breath and glanced at Su Chen with some trepidation. He was also someone who had fought his way out of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. To have come this far, his will was incredibly strong. But this invisible method of killing made him feel a bit cold. It seemed there was no way to guard against it. The unknown was the most terrifying. No wonder his son had shown such fear when mentioning this person earlier. Mr. Ren, are you satisfied? Su Chen nodded. When do we start tomorrow? Seeing Su Chen agree, Zhao Tianxiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. It's getting late today, I'll arrange for Mr. Ren to stay. Zhao Tianxiao took the business card sent by his subordinate and handed it to Su Chen, saying, Mr. Ren, the money has been transferred, please check it. Tomorrow, I will send someone to pick Mr. Ren up. Su Chen nodded and left with the person from Chaotian Pavilion. After Su Chen left, Zhao Tianxiao returned to the room with Zhao Shaoqing, and after ensuring the door was guarded, he asked, Shaoqing, do you know who captured you? Zhao Shaoqing shook his head. I haven't seen them, they shouldn't be experts from the Sin City, judging by their accents. They sound somewhat like they are from Taiguat and Yuegua. Taiguat and Yuegua? Zhao Tianxiao pondered for a moment, murmuring, could it be that the Qinglong Society and the Liehua Gang are colluding with outsiders to deal with us at Chaotian Pavilion? We need to be careful tomorrow. I feel this matter is not that simple. Dad, can you defeat that Rinping Sheng? Zhao Shaoqing was a bit curious if his father's strength, which had reached the 7th level, could handle that person's mysterious techniques. Zhao Tianxiao shook his head. I'm not sure, I was so close to him just now, yet I couldn't figure out how he unleashed his skills. The whole process left no trace. We can't fully trust this person, we must guard against him. Can you guess what profession he is? Chao Tianxiao thought for a moment and slowly said, perhaps he is a water mage. Or something similar. He can control the moisture in the human body. Tomorrow, besides guarding against the Qinglong Society and the Liehua gang, we need to prepare more water-resistant equipment and potions. I have a feeling that this person's threat is greater than the other two. Moreover, we don't know if he encountered you by chance or was deliberately waiting there. Dad, one more thing, didn't he leave the city half a month ago? Chao Shaoqing spoke up. How could he survive outside the city for half a month? Anyone who goes out at night dies. This, Chao Tianxiao frowned and said, this indeed doesn't make sense unless, Dad, unless what? Unless he is Su Chen, the person who stirred up a lot of talk during the Dragon Kingdom's major examination half a month ago. According to the records, only he could return safely from the dangers of the night outside the city. But I've seen Su Chen's face online, he doesn't look like that. There are many ways to disguise oneself in this world. If he really is Su Chen, then that's worth 5 billion. The two exchanged glances and the greed in their eyes flickered briefly. 400 billion dragon coins after deducting the shares of the other two. Families and expenses for city defense would take them 5 years to accumulate. No one would complain about having too much money, and they were no exception. This matter requires careful planning. We need to uncover his true identity. If he really is Su Chen, we need to be even more cautious. We absolutely cannot let him strike first. As the sky darkened, the voices in the room gradually quieted down. In a room in Sin City, a man roared and smashed the wall in front of him with a punch. What a bunch of useless fools. With so many people, not even one person below the third transition can be captured. How can I trust them? The person standing behind him glanced at the shattered wall and asked, bending slightly, Master, should we continue with tomorrow's plan? The plan goes on as scheduled. I've been planning for this day for 3 years. How could I just give up? You go prepare. Yes, Master. On August 15, 999 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar. Today is the annual election day for the City Lord of Sin City. During these 3 days, everyone is exempt from paying temporary residence fees. Without the pressure of money, many people have reduced their monster hunting trips outside the city over the past 2 days. Most have gone to watch the battles at the Sin City Martial Arts Arena. The major casinos in Sin City have also opened their betting, with the odds for the 3 major factions all at 1 to 2. It all depends on whether the gamblers in the city dare to bet. Does anyone know who the 3 major factions have invited to participate? Without a clear understanding of the situation, some people were still observing. Trust me, bet it. All on the Fireblaze Gang. Why? Tell me. The Fireblaze Gang has invited an outsider named Iron Mad. Iron Mad? The Fireblaze Gang actually got him? Someone exclaimed, clearly aware of Iron Mad's reputation. That's right, you must know Iron Mad's name. 3 years ago, he clashed with the City Lord of Taihu City and directly slaughtered 32 members of the City Lord's family. He was subsequently wanted by the Dragon Kingdom and killed dozens of pursuers while fleeing. Then he vanished without a trace until now. After hearing this, the crowd nodded. I didn't expect the leader of the Fireblaze Gang to save him. It seems the Fireblaze Gang has a greater chance of controlling Sin City this time. Then we bet it all on the Fireblaze Gang. Wait. Someone shook their head and said, what is Iron Mad? He just killed a relatively powerful small city lord. Do you know who the Azure Dragon Society has invited? Oh, did the Azure Dragon Society invite someone even more powerful than Iron Mad? Not just more powerful. Have you heard of Blood Robe Zhu Huang? Blood Robe Zhu Huang? Is he the infamous killer who always leaves blood on his hands? I heard he slaughtered thousands in one night and the blood stained his white robe red. That's right, while others try to avoid getting blood on themselves, Zhu Huang is different. He enjoys having others' blood splattered on his clothes. It is said that he really relishes that feeling. The Dragon Kingdom has been wanting him for over a decade, yet they still haven't captured him. What do you think? How does he compare to Iron Mad? Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated. I still choose Iron Mad. I heard the Fireblaze Gang made him a set of armor from mysterious gold materials. It would be very difficult for Zhu Huang to break through his mysterious gold armor. Mysterious gold? Is that true? Each small piece of mysterious gold is worth millions. How much would a full set of armor cost? The metals used to forge equipment are classified by grade: divine gold, mysterious gold, black gold, and ordinary metals. The walls of Sin City were made of black gold. Equipment made from mysterious gold can rival legendary gear, and even the average ones are equivalent to epic gear. A set of equipment made from mysterious gold must be stronger than ordinary legendary gear. Iron Mad's strength combined with the equipment bonus led many to choose to bet on the Fireblaze Gang. I believe in Iron Mad. I bet on the Fireblaze Gang. Of course, some also believed in Zhu Huang's hard power. I believe in Zhu Huang. I bet on the Azure Dragon Society. The two groups each placed their bets, with only a few people expressing doubt. Have you all forgotten about the Morning Sky Pavilion? Let's forget about the Chaotian Pavilion. Until yesterday, they still hadn't found a suitable person. Didn't someone save their young master and become the external aid for the Chaotian Pavilion this time? It's just a last-minute effort. Do you think anyone they randomly find can match Tai Kwang and Zhu Huang? I think the Chaotian Pavilion has completely given up on this round of the City Lord competition. That makes sense. I also bet on the Fire Gang to win. The Sin City Martial Arts Arena looks quite similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. The entire arena is circular, open air, and can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators at once. In the center of the arena is a fighting platform made of black gold where faint traces of blood can still be seen. The entrance ticket for the arena costs 1 million each. Although the price is steep, the thousands of seats are still filled with people. The president of the Qinglong Society, Dongfang Qinglong, who was the city lord of Sin City last year, is currently standing on the platform explaining the rules of the competition to everyone present. In this competition, each of the 3 factions will send 10 people to challenge the participants of the other factions in turn. The rules are simple: whichever side has a person standing until the end will be the ultimate victor. The ultimate victor will be the ruler of Sin City for the next year. As soon as Dongfang Qinglong finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. This year it's actually a life and death arena. This ticket is worth it. I want to see rivers of blood. These people are all desperate individuals eager to see the 3 major forces fight to the death. They don't care who is who. The more brutal the competition, the more excited they become. What is a life and death arena? Someone who just entered Sin City asked. A life and death arena, as the name suggests, means that those who go up must either survive and face the challenges from the other 2 factions in turn, or they die on the platform. This is a form of combat where there is no retreat. Isn't the first person to go up at a disadvantage? Who cares if you're at a disadvantage? You have to risk your life for the 3 major factions to gain better living conditions. You must be prepared to die at any moment. Of course, there are also cannon fodder who are forced to go up. They have leverage or loved ones in the hands of the 3 major factions, so they have no choice. I didn't expect this year to be a life and death arena. I bet some of the people invited by the 3 major factions are already starting to regret it. I heard that the Qinglong Society and the Fire Gang have both invited a ruthless person to close the show. This year's competition will definitely be more exciting than in previous years. As the crowd gradually quieted down, Dongfang Qinglong checked the time and shouted, "The competition begins now." Dongfang Qinglong glanced at one person in his team before leaving the platform and returning to his seat. Last year, when the Qinglong Society was in charge of Sin City, the first person to go up was also from the Qinglong Society. Everyone turned to look at the Qinglong Society's team, eager to see which unfortunate soul would be the first to take the stage. A charming middle-aged man with an alluring appearance stepped onto the platform holding a sword. Dressed in white, he cupped his fists to the surroundings and then smiled wickedly, saying, "I am Zhu Huang, the first to challenge you all today. I hope my clothes will turn into my favorite color." Someone in the stands gasped, looking at the man in white on the arena with some shock. Is he Zhu Huang? Seeing is believing. This Zhu Huang looks harmless, but when he gets serious, he's much more ruthless than us. Why did the Qinglong Society let him take the stage first? Aren't they afraid he'll be worn down by a wheel battle? Hey, look at him, he clearly volunteered. He doesn't even regard the others. Overconfidence will lead to a downfall sooner or later. Su Chen glanced at this person, then looked at Chao Tianxiao and his son. You didn't mention this as a life and death arena. Mr. Ren, sorry, we didn't know either. The format of the competition is decided by the city lord each year, so we only found out just now, like you. What will it take for you to make a move? Chao Tianxiao asked tentatively. If you want me to act, it will cost you 5 billion, not a cent less. Chao Tianxiao squinted. 5 billion was more than he had earned in over a year as city lord. Taking out 3 billion was already his limit. However, he maintained a calm facade and nodded to stabilize Su Chen. Alright, then let's transfer the money first. Su Chen directly tossed him the business card. This. Chao Tianxiao hesitated. Mr. Ren, I don't have that much cash on hand. I need to gather it slowly. I can pay half as a deposit first. That would be fair for everyone. What do you think? Su Chen glanced at him again and smiled. That works. I'm easy to negotiate with. Watching Chao Tianxiao swiftly complete the transfer, Su Chen put the card away. Transferring 10 billion yesterday required servants to handle it, yet today, 25 billion was done so quickly. Su Chen didn't believe he didn't have that much cash. Chao Tianxiao must have some scheme in mind, but Su Chen wasn't afraid of him. If he dared to make a move against him, Su Chen wouldn't mind showing him how he would meet his end. On the arena, Zhu Huang scanned the surroundings and, seeing no one stepping up, couldn't help but express his displeasure. What's this? Are you 2 families going to forfeit? I haven't even started playing, and you're forfeiting? That makes me very unhappy. At this moment, Chao Tianxiao glanced at one of his team members and pointed at him. You go. He knew that sending someone up first would only be cannon fodder, so it was better to let his own people go first to see Su Chen's strength sooner. The person pointed out took out his dagger and, trembling slightly, walked toward the arena. Seeing someone finally take the stage, the crowd in the stands began to cheer. It was finally about to begin. They could hardly wait to see how Zhu Huan would slaughter his opponents. The 2 sides on the arena exchanged no pleasantries. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the battle had begun. The person Chao Tianxiao called up immediately concealed his figure upon entering the arena. Only Zhu Huang remained on the stage. A slight smile appeared on Zhu Huang's lips. Great, I love the feeling of a cat catching a mouse, just hide well. Little mouse, I'm here to find you. As soon as Zhu Huang finished speaking, a figure attacked from behind. There was a thud sound. It was the sound of a sword piercing a chest. Zhu Huang drew his sword and, with incredible speed, slashed back. The assassin didn't die from the first strike, but the second sword directly cut his throat. A large amount of blood sprayed out, and Zhu Huang didn't dodge. He stood there quietly, letting the blood splatter onto him. After those 2 strikes, the assassin had only a little blood left, but with the loss of blood, his death was merely a matter of time. Zhu Huang watched as the opponent slowly fell and shook his head. You're too weak, I'm very disappointed. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted in cheers. Good, well done. Ha, now that's entertaining. Truly worthy of the blood-clothed Zhu Huang to contribute such a perfect performance right from the start. Watching him kill feels more like an art form. Why do I feel like that person is actively throwing himself onto his sword? His sword seems to have a problem. Zhu Huang listened to the discussions around him, smiling as he clasped his fists, and said, Thank you all for your support, I am honored to have pleased you. Next, it should be the people from the Fireblaze gang, right? Zhu Huang looked towards the area where the Fireblaze gang members were, his eyes filled with anticipation. Su Chen watched Zhu Huang, wondering how this person had seen through the assassin's attack. Is it intuition? Or just a simple reaction speed that's fast enough? Su Chen felt that Zhu Huang seemed to have known that the assassin would appear in that position, which is why he had thrust his sword out in advance. This created an illusion, making it seem like the assassin had actively collided with him. Mr. Rin, are you confident you can kill him? Chao Tianxiao, who was sitting behind Su Chen, asked. If I want to kill him, it's as easy as pie. Upon hearing Su Chen's affirmative reply, Chao Tianxiao felt relieved but also somewhat wary of Su Chen's ease. Given the strength Zhu Huang had displayed so far, even he might not gain much advantage if he personally intervened. Yet Su Chen's response was so relaxed, he didn't look like he was pretending. This made him even more apprehensive. On the arena, just as Zhu Huang finished speaking, a mountain-like strong man jumped onto the stage from the area of the fire. Blaze gang, I come to battle you. I want to see if the so-called blood-clothed Zhu Huang is truly as great as they say. Looking at the strong man before him, Zhu Huang smiled. Good, a mouse just died, and now a cow has come. You should be able to let me play a bit longer, right? Hearing Zhu Huang's mocking tone, the strong man roared in anger, brandishing 2 heavy axes and charging at Zhu Huang. Bang! Bang! Too loud. Crashes echoed on the arena, shaking the entire platform with the force of the strong man's axes. Zhu Huang had already stepped aside before the 2 axes came crashing down. Just a single step. Zhu Huang looked at him, smiling as he commented, Not bad, your strength is sufficient, but your speed is quite slow. Can you be a bit faster? The strong man, upon hearing this, swung his axes in a sweeping motion. Zhu Huang moved aside once more, dodging the edge of the axe. The blade brushed against Zhu Huang's clothing but missed by just a hair. Each time, it was just that little bit too slow. Zhu Huang shook his head. I'll give you another chance. If you can't hit me this time, I might just hit you. The strong man had never been subjected to such humiliation. He roared again, swinging his axes, and then began to spin around on the arena. Looking at the burly man who had begun to slowly spin, the crowd in the stands couldn't help but discuss. Looks like Zhu Huang is in trouble now? Being overly confident is just arrogance. If he gets hit by that whirlwind, I feel like at least half his life will be gone. If it were in a wider area, it would be fine, but the ring is limited, and there's hardly any space to hide. Let's see how he deals with it. However, Zhu Huang was not panicking. He simply took a few leisurely steps back. Hey, this is interesting. But not too much. Zhu Huang smiled calmly and then seized the moment to thrust his sword. The burly man's axe had already swung down towards Zhu Huang's neck, but it was just a hair's breadth away. Zhu Huang was a step ahead, stabbing his sword into the man's neck. Blood gushed out again as Zhu Huang withdrew his sword and stepped back 2 paces. The burly man covered his neck with one hand and wielded the axe with the other, attacking Zhu Huang once more. Although Zhu Huang's sword had pierced his neck, the man had a considerable amount of health. That one strike only took a third of his health. He had to kill Zhu Huang quickly to stop the bleeding, otherwise his health would continue to dwindle. With the loss of blood, thick blood, but unfortunately it's all in vain. Zhu Huang easily dodged the burly man's axe and then countered with another thrust that struck the man's thigh. The burly man hadn't even reacted when the other thigh was hit by the sword again. The intense pain and the continuous loss of blood caused the burly man to kneel on the ground. He couldn't even touch Zhu Huang once. The other party was completely toying with him. The burly man's consciousness grew increasingly blurred and he soon collapsed. With a thud. What exactly is Zhu Huang's profession? His speed is just too fast. He was toying with his opponent the whole time. It seems these people pose no threat to him. I just wonder if Tai Kuang has a chance. Tai Kuang is better at defense and explosive attacks. Facing Zhu Huang, he probably won't even touch his clothes. No wonder Qinglong dared to let Zhu Huang take the stage first. These people can't even make him use his full strength. In the area of the Fireblaze gang members, Tai Kwang merely glanced and then closed his eyes. The gang leader, Xiongba, asked, "Are you confident?" Tai Kwang nodded. He relies solely on speed. I am covered in Xianjin battle armor, plus my indestructible passive skill. As long as he can't stab my body, he won't break my defense. If it were outside the ring, I wouldn't be able to do anything about him. But in the ring, I have a way to hit him. Good, then I can rest easy. Chaotian Pavilion is not a concern. If I defeat Zhu Huang, this year's city lord position will be mine. Dongfang Qinglong looked at Zhu Huang on the stage, but his mind was elsewhere. He was the first to let Zhu Huang take the stage, merely to bring the competition to its climax sooner. Only when everyone was focused on the events on the stage could he quietly accomplish his own tasks. Dongfang Qinglong called over someone beside him and whispered a few words. The person nodded while bending down and quickly left the martial arts arena. Chao Tianxiao, who had been watching Dongfang Qinglong and Xiongba, saw this scene and also instructed two subordinates to go out. Dongfang Qinglong seemed to have noticed Chao Tianxiao's actions, but he didn't care. He just smiled slightly at him. Then he turned his gaze back to the stage. Chao Tianxiao coldly glanced at Dongfang Qinglong, muttering, "That old man Dongfang Qinglong must have some tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he is colluding with outsiders to capture my son. I just wonder what his true intentions are. Does he want to take control of the Sin City?" At this moment, Chao Tian Pavilion had sent another challenger to face Zhu Huang. This person was a necromancer who had already summoned dozens of skeletal undead before even stepping onto the stage. These skeletal undead were armed with knives, bows, and some even wielded staffs. It was like a small army. So many undead skeletons surged onto the arena, instantly making the entire stage feel cramped. Zhu Huang frowned upon seeing these undead skeletons. He wasn't afraid of this person, rather, he disliked these skeletons. "I originally wanted to play with you, but I hate these bloodless things. So, sorry." As soon as Zhu Huang's words fell, his figure had already appeared in front of the undead mage. The undead mage was startled, and a white shield appeared around his body. He then raised a magical shield to protect his neck. Zhu Huang liked to stab at people's necks. That was a pattern he had discovered. However, Zhu Huang sneered. "You guessed wrong. This time I won't stab the neck." Puff! The undead mage looked at his heart, where a sword was embedded. A fatal wound. His white shield only managed to block for a moment before shattering, unable to save him. As the undead mage fell, his undead army also turned to ashes. Ah, much better. These disgusting undead make me angry just by looking at them. Living beings with blood and flesh are much more fun, Zhu Huang said to himself, then turned his gaze back to the area where the fire gang was located. Xiongba still wanted to send someone up, but Tai Kwang stood up and said, "No need to waste time, they can't exhaust his stamina at all. This match is mine." Tai Kwang stood over 2 meters tall, and as he slowly walked toward the arena, pieces of armor appeared around his body. Su Chen glanced at Tai Kwang's mysterious golden armor with interest. It felt a bit like Iron Man. Tai Kwang was completely covered in a metallic exterior, looking like a steel giant. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly, enough to show the weight of his armor. The audience erupted in cheers upon seeing Tai Kwang appear. It's Tai Kwang. Tai Kwang finally can't hold back and is going to take action himself. I didn't expect the final battle to come so quickly today. One Zhu Huang, one Tai Kwang, the strongest spear against the strongest shield. I wonder who will be the ultimate winner. Boom! Tai Kwang leaped onto the arena and looked at Zhu Huang. Excitement flashed in Zhu Huang's eyes as he looked at Tai Kwang and exclaimed, "Good, good, good, finally something interesting has come. I was wondering how to turn your armor into scrap. I personally prefer the feeling of being riddled with holes, of course. I like being cut into pieces even more. I wonder which one you prefer. I can fulfill your wish." Tai Kwang sneered. "I prefer to smash you into a meat pie." Hearing this, Zhu Huang excitedly clapped his hands. "Ha, good, then shall we begin?" The battle between the two sides was on the verge of erupting. However, it was Zhu Huang who attacked, while Tai Kwang stood still without moving. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. Zhu Huang's sword struck a spark on Tai Kwang's mysterious golden armor. The spot where it was struck still shimmered with the unique color of the mysterious gold under the sunlight. Moreover, not a single scratch could be seen. Taking advantage of this moment, Tai Kwang threw a punch at Zhu Huang, but Zhu Huang jumped back 2 steps to evade it. Zhu Huang frowned as he looked at the mysterious golden armor and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the mysterious gold, "It seems I really have no way to deal with you?" Xiongba stood up, looking at the unscathed Tai Kwang, and laughed heartily. "Ha, I didn't waste all that money. This year, the position of city lord is definitely mine. Ha ha ha." After laughing again, Xiongba sat back down in his chair. If Zhu Huang can't break Tai Kwang's defense, how can he fight? Isn't Tai Kwang also unable to touch Zhu Huang? No, Zhu Huang will eventually tire out, and Tai Kwang only needs to passively defend. Anyway, Zhu Huang can't do anything to him. The spectators on the stands each held their own opinions, and no one could convince anyone else. Chao Tianxiao glanced at Tai Kwang's armor and asked Su Chen, "Mr. Rin, if you face Tai Kwang, could you break his defense?" Chao Tianxiao also believed that Zhu Huang was bound to lose, so he was all ready. considering how Su Chen would deal with Tai Kwang. Why break his defense? This so-called mysterious golden armor is nothing but scrap metal in front of me. I could kill him easily. The confidence and arrogance in Su Chen's words made Chao Tianxiao begin to doubt whether this person before him could really be Su Chen. In his records, Su Chen was not an arrogant person. Could it be that this Ren Pingxing and Su Chen are not the same person? I must observe a bit longer. With this thought, Chao Tianxiao fell silent. On the Qinglong Club stand, the young master, Dongfang Yu, looked curiously at Su Chen on the opposite stand. Isn't that the person who was tricked by Xiaosheng? How did he end up in the Chao Tian Pavilion's team? And it seems Chao Tianxiao values him quite a bit? Dongfang Yu called over his subordinate to inquire and finally learned that Su Chen was the key person Chao Tianxiao had invited this time. So it was he who rescued Chao Xiaoqing. I thought he could be of use to me, but it seems he can only be an enemy. I wonder how he survived in the wild for half a month. He must have some secrets. Dongfang Yu looked at Dongfang Qinglong and said, Father, let this person live for now. I have a puzzling question I want to ask him. Dongfang Yu pointed at Su Chen. Dongfang Qinglong nodded. It was just a life, nothing major. At this moment, Zhu Huang had launched another attack in the arena. This time, he no longer slashed with his sword but continuously thrust the tip of his sword at Tai Kwang's mysterious golden armor. Tai Kwang was so annoyed by his harassment that he let out a roar and leaped high into the air. He then slammed down heavily onto the arena. Boom! A loud sound accompanied by the trembling earth erupted. The entire black gold arena seemed to have been dented by Tai Kwang's strike. Zhu Huang almost took a punch from Tai Kwang, due to a momentary loss of balance. However, he narrowly avoided it. Damn, who said Tai Kwang only knows how to defend? If he attacks like this a couple more times, Zhu Huang will definitely get hit. It seems the outcome is already decided. Zhu Huang has used all his strength and still can't break Tai Kwang's defense. With Tai Kwang's armor paired with his skills, even a level 100 battle wouldn't be a problem. Zhu Huang is strong enough, but the equipment gap is right there. Damn, I can only say it's good to be rich. If I had this mysterious golden armor, where couldn't I walk sideways? Su Chen stared at Zhu Huang for a long time, finally realizing that he was not simply fast or quick to react. Instead, he possessed a professional skill akin to manipulating time. Su Chen had encountered practitioners who could control time, and one had nearly defeated him. Thus, he had some understanding of time manipulators. Zhu Huang could at least foresee events 3 seconds into the future. This was a skill of precognition. Just now, he had already anticipated the move when Iron Mad descended from the sky, so he jumped up in advance to evade the tremors of the arena. Naturally, Iron Mad's punch was also within his foresight. This was where Su Chen understood his skill. However, there was one thing Su Chen did not comprehend. Zhu Huang was constantly looking for an opportunity to attack the heart area of Iron Mad's Xianjin battle armor. Each time he attacked, Zhu Huang only used a single sword, stabbing and then retreating. Su Chen focused on the area over Iron Mad's heart. The Xianjin battle armor there still gleamed, but Su Chen noticed a very small spot, which under the sunlight was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. The so-called invulnerable Xianjin had actually sustained a scar. Su Chen seemed to understand what Zhu Huang was trying to do. The battle in the arena continued. Iron Mad had now leaped high for the third time and smashed down. The black gold arena had become concave in the middle, with the edges raised. Iron Mad stood in the central depression of the arena, looking at the somewhat unsteady Zhu Huang and smiled. Do you think you can still find a place to stand firm? As long as you can't fly, your defeat is already sealed. Oh, is that so? Zhu Huang, though looking somewhat disheveled, remained confident. Don't cry when you lose later, seeking death. Iron Mad punched down towards the spot where Zhu Huang stood. Bang! The arena sank in another corner. Zhu Huang dodged this blow while swiftly countering with a sword strike. The two fell back into a state of entanglement. 800 miles away from Sin City, amidst the swirling dust, tens of thousands of troops advanced towards Sin City like plowing the land. Every one of them was a practitioner of at least the third transition, and such an army was capable of destroying countless cities. Upon hearing this news, the governor of Yin Prefecture urgently notified the elders stationed in various major guilds across the state to head to Huoyun City. He did not know the ultimate purpose of these troops, but they had to be on guard. If these people broke into Huoyun City, it would be a disaster. Governor, the direction of their advance is towards Sin City. It seems something has happened there. Sin City? Today seems to be the day Sin City selects its new city lord. However, with Sin City's strong defenses, even with so many people, they cannot possibly breach it. What if they could breach it? Upon hearing this, the governor of Yin Prefecture felt his previously dormant thoughts stirring again. If they can breach Sin City, then we have a chance to easily reclaim it. Sin City has always been a scar in my heart. If given the opportunity, I will surely erase this scar. Send my orders. All practitioners above the third transition in the state are to come to Huoyun City and stand by. On the arena, the battle between Iron Mad and Zhu Huang had reached a fever pitch. Neither side had been injured or bled, but the enthusiasm of the spectators was rising higher and higher. It had been a long time since they had witnessed such an evenly matched fight. Aside from the leaders of the three major factions, there's no one here who can match these two, right? I think even the leaders of the three major factions might not be able to handle these two. Zhu Huang is said to be close to level 7, at least level 680 or above, plus his unparalleled speed. In a one-on-one duel, even the three leaders might not be his match. Iron Mad is also said to be above level 650 with a set of Xianjin battle armor. His strength can rival that of the three leaders. One of these two will definitely die today. I just wonder who it will be. Just as everyone was speculating, Zhu Huang seized the moment and thrust his sword towards Iron Mad's chest once more. He put all his strength into this strike. It was precisely because of this strike that he was now too close to Iron Mad. I told you it's futile. Do you still dare to attack me? Iron Mad completely ignored his thrust. The Xianjin battle armor had already blocked countless attacks, so he didn't care. At this distance, he chose to punch Zhu Huang in the head. Crack! A sound of metal shattering echoed, followed by the sound of the sword piercing flesh. Zhu Huang's head tilted, and Iron Mad's fist struck his shoulder. Zhu Huang was sent flying, and Iron Mad also staggered back 2 steps. Looking at the sword embedded in his chest, Iron Mad couldn't understand how his Xianjin battle armor had been breached. Watching this scene, Su Chen showed no surprise. He had long understood that Zhu Huang had been attacking a single point. No matter how strong the defense, continuous attacks on the same spot would eventually lead to a collapse, just like water dripping through stone. Many people in the stands stood up directly. Has a winner been decided? Iron Mad's Xianjin battle armor was actually broken. It seems that the sword in Zhu Huang's hand is not an ordinary item, at least a legendary weapon, right? Zhu Huang also took a heavy punch. I wonder if he's dead? The leader of the Fireblaze gang, Xiongba, looked worriedly at Iron Mad standing in the arena. He had paid such a high price, could he really lose? He absolutely could not accept that outcome. Dongfeng Qinglong was indifferent, as if Zhu Huang's life or death had nothing to do with him. He simply picked up his watch and glanced at the time again. Chao Tianxiao laughed heartily. Great! They've both injured each other. Mr. Ren, the next opportunity to perform is yours. Su Chen ignored him and quietly watched the two on the arena. Cough, cough. Zhu Huang climbed up from the ground. His right shoulder had been punched and it looked as if it had caved in. That blow had taken half of his health, and due to the injury and bleeding, his health was slowly decreasing. However, it wouldn't affect his life. Iron Mad, I know you're not dead yet, but do you think you still have a chance? Your Xianjin battle armor is broken. Now, it's my turn to perform. With a flick of his left hand, the sword that had pierced Iron Mad's chest flew back. His left hand felt quite awkward, but it was enough. Iron Mad lightly pressed his hand against his chest. That last sword strike had almost pierced his heart. There are 2 fatal points in the human body, the brain and the heart. Being pierced elsewhere is just a matter of how much blood is lost. But if these 2 places are damaged, no one can survive. Watching Zhu Huang, eager to attack him again, Iron Mad decided to make a desperate strike. His proud defense had been broken. There was no point in defending anymore. The only way out now was to fight desperately and see whose life was tougher. Zhu Huang licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged at Iron Mad with his sword in his left hand. As the two were about to collide, Tai Quang let out a furious roar. The dark golden battle armor on his body shattered and flew apart. Although Zhu Huang had already foreseen this, he was too close to react and evade. Puff, puff. The sound of 2 bodies being pierced rang out simultaneously. Zhu Huang was sent flying again, his right shoulder directly severed by the fragments of the armor. Meanwhile, Tai Quang's chest had been pierced by a long sword. Bang! Tai Quang fell straight to the ground. Ha ha ha! Zhu Huang staggered to his feet, laughing maniacally. He had less than 20% of his health left, but he was the ultimate victor. Though it was a Pyrrhic victory, it was enough. Zhu Huang wins. I didn't expect him to be the final winner. Xiongba looked unwillingly at the arena. This year, the position of City Lord was no longer within his reach. There are still people from the other 2 families who haven't appeared. Can Zhu Huang hold on until the end like this? Everyone then looked towards the area where Chaotian Pavilion was located. The final contestant from Chaotian Pavilion hasn't appeared yet. It seems they might be the ultimate winner. Don't underestimate Zhu Huang. Even heavily injured, he is still formidable. At this moment, Chao Tianxiao also looked towards Su Chen. Mr. Ren, how about you go on next? Zhu Huang looks like he can't go on anymore. Although Chao Tianxiao said this, he knew in his heart that even if Zhu Huang was heavily injured, an ordinary person would still not be his match. He naturally wanted to save a few of his own people. After all, Su Chen had taken so much money from him, he wouldn't feel good letting Su Chen get away with it for free. Su Chen merely nodded slightly. It made no difference to him whether he went on first or last. It was better to finish early and leave. The person from Chaotian Pavilion is coming out. It looks like it's the external aid they just invited yesterday. Watching Su Chen walk onto the stage, Zhu Huang retracted his long sword and looked at Su Chen with a mocking expression. Do you really think I'm at my last gasp? To kill you, I only need 1 move. Oh, is that so? Su Chen looked at him and asked, I heard you like to splash others' blood on yourself. Have you ever thought about dyeing your own clothes with your own blood? Hee hee, you can try to see if you can hurt me. After saying this, Zhu Huang moved. However, the next second, a look of intense fear surged across his face. Zhu Huang stopped, wanting to evade, but he didn't know how to dodge. At this moment, Su Chen's voice slowly echoed on the stage. I know you can foresee the results of the next few seconds, so you should know your fate. Foreseeing the future is indeed a powerful skill. Unfortunately, you encountered me. You can only watch your own death helplessly, with no way to change this outcome. After Su Chen finished speaking, he extended his right hand and grasped the air. Zhu Huang's body twisted and contorted like a piece of dough, and then blood sprayed out from various parts of his body. His clothes successfully turned into his favorite color. At this moment, the entire venue was silent. The crowd, who had just been engaged in heated discussions, fell silent, staring at the scene in shock, no, in terror. The blood-clad Zhu Huang, who had been so arrogant just a second ago, was unexpectedly killed in an instant by an unknown individual. Moreover, the manner of his death was horrifying. The way he died was something that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. How did he turn Zhu Huang into a dried corpse? Someone trembled as they looked at Su Chen on the stage. I don't know, it's too eerie. Each of these people was a notorious villain, with blood on their hands. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, they felt the atmosphere of the martial arts arena filled with tens of thousands of people turn cold. Everyone present felt their hair stand on end. It was as if the midday sun could not provide them with a shred of warmth. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him before? Such a method of killing could never belong to an inconspicuous nobody. While everyone was in shock, only Chao Tianxiao clapped his hands in delight. Good, well done. This city lord title is mine now. Chao Tianxiao had witnessed Su Chen's abilities yesterday. Although he was still somewhat surprised, he was not as incredulous as the others. The remaining 7 members of the Chaotian Pavilion who had not yet taken the stage breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen's performance meant they would not have to die today. The other 2 major forces participants who had not yet appeared were definitely no match for Su Chen. However, one family rejoiced while another mourned. The few members of the Qinglong Society and the Fire Gang who had not yet taken the stage were now drenched in cold sweat from fear. With their 2 major external reinforcements dead, there was no difference between going up and sending themselves to die. Xiongba had been lost in the death of Tai Kuang, unable to extricate himself. But upon seeing Su Chen kill Zhu Huang in one move, he instead laughed happily. All for someone else's benefit. The Qinglong Society won't get the city lord position. Unfortunately, that dog Chao Tianxiao picked up the scraps. This treacherous little man is deliberately hiding his strength. No wonder people say that barking dogs don't bite. Today, I finally understand. Dongfang Qinglong glanced at the now dried corpse of Zhu Huang, then looked at Su Chen. The calm expression on his face now bore a hint of surprise. Based solely on this bizarre skill, his strength may not be beneath mine. But no matter how strong he is just one person. He cannot change the outcome of today. Dongfang Yu interrupted her father's thoughts and asked, Father, should we send someone up? Dongfang Qinglong nodded. Of course, today's performance is not over yet. The best part is still to come. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu casually pointed to someone. The person she pointed at was so frightened that he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Young master, spare me. In this situation, he had long lost his fighting spirit. How could he dare to go on stage? Boom! Dongfang Qinglong casually punched and killed the man. Is there anyone else who dares not go up? The next one will end up like him. The audience in the martial arts arena looked towards the area where the Qinglong Society was located. They did not expect Dongfang Qinglong to directly kill his own man. The root of it all was that these people feared the one on the stage. This person named Ren Pingsheng exerted even more pressure than Zhu Huang and Tai Kuang combined. Dongfang Yu pointed to another person who was also one of the 10 participants in this competition. You all are afraid before the battle even begins. It's the same as dying. Go up and fight, there's a chance to survive. Zhu Huang was already heavily injured, which is why he was killed by that person. What are you afraid of? Dongfang Yu's words seemed to instill confidence in the man. He also knew that not going on stage was the same as dying. So, under the threat of death, he mustered his courage and stepped onto the stage. Su Chen's River God skill had a cooldown of only 60 seconds, and by the time the Qinglong Society's people took the stage, it had long since cooled down. Seeing that the opponents still dared to send someone up, Su Chen decided to give them another shocking scene. The moment the person from the Qinglong Society took out their weapon, a loud bang echoed. The person sent by the Qinglong Society exploded like a watermelon. Not to mention resisting, they didn't even have time to unleash a single skill before they were left in pieces. Facing these people, Su Chen felt no guilt whatsoever. Among those who came from the Sin City, very few were innocent. Just grabbing one would reveal that they had blood on their hands. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire venue fell silent once more. What exactly is his profession? Has a demon awakened? I might just throw up my breakfast from the shock. They were not good people to begin with, but after seeing Su Chen's bizarre methods, they suddenly felt that what they had done in the past was child's play. This person was the true demon. After the Qinglong Society member died, the competition continued. This time it was the turn of the Fire Blaze Gang. Spare us, boss. The few participants from the Fire Blaze Gang pleaded in unison. Faced with someone like Zhu Huang, they still dared to fight back. But against Su Chen's invisible killing methods, they were so frightened that they didn't even have the courage to step onto the stage. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Xiongba glanced at Su Chen, his eyes also filled with apprehension. If it were him on stage, he would be afraid too, but in front of tens of thousands of people, how could he possibly yield without a fight? This made others think that Xiongba was scared. Boss, why don't we just let it go? It's better to preserve some strength. This person is too strange. We won't have another chance to compete for the city lord this year, so it's better to save our strength for next year. The strategist beside Xiongba noticed his hesitation and stepped forward to give him a way out. Hearing the strategist's words, Xiongba nodded and pretended to speak loudly. The strategist makes a good point. The people of the Fire Blaze Gang are not afraid of life and death, but we won't go to our deaths for no reason. In this battle, we forfeit. The boss is wise. The members of the Fire Blaze Gang shouted in unison. Naturally, the happiest were the few participants, as they had finally saved their lives. The Fire Blaze Gang actually forfeited. But that's normal. Ren Pingsheng is too sinister. Who would dare to go up? Now only the Qinglong Society faces the Chaotian Pavilion alone. But I wonder if the Qinglong Society will forfeit? If they forfeit again, then this year's city lord will be from the Chaotian Pavilion. At this moment, Zhao Tianxiao's face was already beaming with joy. The position of city lord was secured. Whether the Qinglong Society gave up or not was irrelevant. Resistance would only mean sending a couple more heads. Everyone looked towards the Qinglong Society, eager to see their reaction. Dongfang Qinglong simply said 2 words. Continue. This was undoubtedly a death notice for his own people. Dongfang Yu glanced at his father, frowning slightly but saying nothing more. He could already see Ren Pingsheng's strength clearly. He didn't understand why his father still wanted to send people to their deaths, but he wouldn't go against his father's orders. Dongfang Yu pointed to another person again. In this round, you go. Outside the Sin City, tens of thousands of troops had already arrived at the city gates. Normally, in such a situation, the defenders would first sound the alarm and then activate the energy shield to prevent these people from rushing into the city. However, when these people reached the gates, there was still no movement inside the city. Instead, the closed city gates were opened slightly until they were fully opened. A small, thin figure walked out from within the city and said to the 2 leaders in front of the army, all communication devices inside the city have been jammed. Split 5,000 men to the Flame Gang in the Chaotian Pavilion's base, kill them all. The rest will head to the martial arts arena, leaving no one alive except for the Azure Dragon Society. The 2 leaders nodded and led the army quickly into the city. Inside Huoyun City, Governor, the army formed by the Moon Kingdom and the Tai Kingdom has entered Sin City. What did you say? Sin City has no defenders? They faced no resistance at all, and someone even opened the door for them. What is going on? Zheng Taihe looked at the others. The rest were equally puzzled. Governor, could it be that someone from the 3 major forces in Sin City is colluding with the professionals from those 2 countries to eliminate the other 2 forces? Zheng Taihe shook his head. What difference does that make from inviting a wolf into the house? Without the defense of Sin City, these people can completely massacre any force. Everyone thought for a long time but couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Never mind, once all the professionals arrive at Huoyun City, we will immediately head to Sin City. No matter what happens inside, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We will be the oriole. Zheng Taihe had already made up his mind to reclaim Sin City today. The Dragon Kingdom had invested a large amount of military strength in the abyss and the outer sky battlefield, completely unable to pay attention to a small Sin City. This was also Zheng Taihe's only opportunity to reclaim Sin City. Inside the martial arts arena of Sin City, the competition was still ongoing. Watching as members of the Azure Dragon Society were once again killed in an instant by Su Chen, everyone understood that there was no longer any need to continue the match today. Even if the remaining few members of the Azure Dragon Society teamed up, it would not be a match for the person on the stage. However, Dongfang Qinglong seemed unwilling to give up. The remaining members of the Azure Dragon Society could only brace themselves and step forward. Why is there no signal on my phone? At this moment, someone finally noticed something was wrong. Do you have a signal? No, my phone has no signal either. What's going on? Chao Tianxiao immediately sensed something was off and asked the person next to him. Why haven't our people returned to report on the situation outside? He had already instructed his subordinates to report to him every 10 minutes. It had already been more than 10 minutes and it seemed that all the communication devices present had lost signal. Someone is sabotaging us. Chao Tianxiao looked towards the area where the Azure Dragon Society was located. The Dongfang Qinglong father and son, who had just been there, were now nowhere to be seen. Not good. Chao Tianxiao shouted. Quick, leave the martial arts arena. The others had not yet reacted to what was happening when they suddenly saw a dense swarm of flying beasts appear in the sky. Following that, countless arrows, magic, and energy projectiles began to rain down into the martial arts arena. Master, we can't get out. The martial arts arena has been sealed by a large formation. That old bastard Dongfang Qinglong, it must be him. He even spares no one from his own side. Chao Tianxiao led the people from the Chaotian pavilion to hide in a corner, defending against the relentless attacks. Can someone tell me what is happening? Xiongba stood up and looked at the sky. The strategist beside him quickly said, Leader, find a place to defend first. Disciples of the Flame Gang, gather around me. Xiongba roared, and in an instant he grew to over 3 meters tall. He swung his giant hammer, crazily smashing at the incoming skills. As for the other spectators watching the battle, some were still in a daze. Those who regained their senses began to look for places to take cover. However, the martial arts arena was completely exposed. There was nowhere for them to hide. The Chaotian Pavilion and the Fire Gang were merely relying on their leader to withstand the onslaught. Su Chen looked at the skills raining down from the sky and glanced at the dirt beneath the arena. Whether it was soil or sand, if it had water, it was under his control. Su Chen manipulated the several meters thick soil to form a 360-degree, impenetrable defensive shield. Boom! The first spell exploded within the martial arts arena. Following that, a series of explosions erupted. Tens of thousands of people in the arena were caught completely off guard by this sudden attack. Countless individuals perished in the first round of bombings. However, this was just the beginning. The attacks from outside showed no signs of stopping. Outside the martial arts arena, Dongfang Yu looked at his father, confused, and said, Father, our people are still inside. He knew his father had allied with outsiders to control the Sin City, but why kill their own people? He couldn't understand. A few lives are nothing, Dongfang Qinglong replied calmly. Dongfang Yu glanced at the attacking coalition of the Taigua and the Yuegua and couldn't help but worry. But father, they have tens of thousands of people. Even if we destroy the Fire Gang and the Chaotian Pavilion, how can we compete with them? Dongfang Qinglong smiled. You'll understand my plan soon. At this moment, the entire Sin City was in chaos. The coalition of the two countries stormed into Sin City, unleashing a massacre. Some people inside were resisting, while others were fleeing. However, like those in the martial arts arena, they had nowhere to escape. It was just a smaller cage compared to the larger one. This was a one-sided slaughter. Inside the martial arts arena, after several minutes of relentless bombardment, all sounds finally ceased. The cries and wails that had filled the air turned into an eerie silence. The leaders of the two-country coalition looked at Dongfang Qinglong. Dongfang Qinglong, we hope you can fulfill your promise. Dongfang Qinglong nodded. Of course, there are still survivors inside. Follow me in to finish them off. The two exchanged glances and led their troops to charge into the martial arts arena alongside Dongfang Qinglong. Now they had at least tens of thousands of men and were not afraid of any tricks Dongfang Qinglong might pull. If he dared to make a move, they wouldn't mind turning the tables on him. At this point, the martial arts arena had been reduced to ruins. The ground was littered with severed limbs and corpses, with only a few thousand survivors left from the tens of thousands who had been slaughtered. Most of the survivors were from the Fire Gang and the Chaotian Pavilion. However, their situation was not as good as one might imagine. Most were injured, and if it weren't for Chao Tianxiao and Xiongba joining forces in the last few minutes, many more would have died. Chao Tianxiao looked at the sea of corpses and roared, that old bastard. Dongfang Qinglong, I will kill him. Oh, Master Chao, are you talking about me? Dongfang Qinglong slowly walked in with tens of thousands of men. After the Eastern Azure Dragon entered, he first glanced at the high mount of earth in the arena. He guessed that there were Earth-type mages or similar professionals inside, but he didn't pay much attention. His main target now was the remaining members of the Fireblaze Gang and the Chaotian Pavilion. Eastern Azure Dragon, I will smash your head. Xiongba picked up his giant hammer and leaped into the air. Although he wasn't very bright, he understood what was happening at this moment. The Eastern Azure Dragon had actually colluded with people from another country to eliminate their two families and monopolize the Sin City. As he watched Xiongba coming down to smash him, the Eastern Azure Dragon took a few steps back. Ada, this person is up to you to deal with. One of the leaders from the two countries nodded and stepped forward, drawing his weapon to fight Xiongba. Although Chao Tianxiao shouted that he would kill the Eastern Azure Dragon, he was actually thinking about how to escape. However, surrounded by the Great Formation, he couldn't rush out and could only draw his weapon to fight alongside Xiongba. Their numbers were already at a disadvantage, and if Xiongba was surrounded and killed, he wouldn't survive either. The moment Chao Tianxiao charged over, another leader from the two countries stepped forward to engage him. Seeing this, Xiongba's strategist shouted loudly, "Everyone, listen to my orders, let's fight our way out. Now, who dares to evade? No one will survive." Those who did not belong to the three major forces, upon hearing this, consciously joined the resistance. They understood that if they did not unite today, they would be the ones to die. However, even so, how could this makeshift team stand against the well-trained army of the enemy? Moreover, the difference in numbers was enormous. Su Chen hid behind the mound, already holding the demon blade Shenron. It seemed that today he had to expose himself even if he didn't want to. Just as the two sides were in fierce battle, the Eastern Azure Dragon quietly walked out with his son. Father, why don't you act quickly to kill Xiongba and the others? Do you want to reap the benefits of the fisherman? The Eastern Azure Dragon shook his head. Yes and no. Do you really think I want to monopolize this Sin City? Isn't that so? Dongfang Yu was puzzled. Of course not. What I want is the blood of these people. At this moment, the expression on the Eastern Azure Dragon's face turned sinister. Do you know there is an ancient formation that can refine the blood of others to enhance one's potential? What? Enhance potential? Dongfang Yu's face was filled with horror. It is well known that in this world, a profession's potential is determined from the moment of awakening. Otherwise, there wouldn't be different treatments for those with varying potentials. Now that his father actually said that one could use a formation to refine the blood of others to enhance potential, how could he not be surprised? Father, is this true? Dongfang Yu still found it hard to believe. The Eastern Azure Dragon knew that his son couldn't believe it for a moment, just as he had felt when he first obtained this formation. After all, the notion that potential cannot be changed was deeply rooted in everyone's mind. The Eastern Azure Dragon explained, this is the only method to enhance potential, but because it is too brutal, it has long been lost. It is said that everyone's basic potential can reach a maximum of 10 stars. So even someone like me with a 5-star basic potential can break through the limit. With the blood of nearly 100,000 people, I can at least enhance my potential by 3 stars. You should understand what an additional 3 stars of potential means. Dongfang Yu nodded. He certainly understood that the higher the level, the greater the basic attribute difference brought by each 1-star potential. A 3-star potential, applied to his father, could at least provide him with a comprehensive basic attribute increase of 3 times 10 times 750 times 5 is equal to 112,500. This was a terrifying number, considering that it only increased by 1 star with each turn. If the Eastern Azure Dragon gains a 3-star potential increase, it is equivalent to someone else's 10th transfer potential. Yet in this world, no one has ever been heard of achieving a 10th transfer. It seems that the 9th transfer is already the limit. Father, when shall we make our move? Not in a hurry, let them fight to the death first. The Eastern Azure Dragon looked up at the flying pet beast team, hovering in the air. Most of these people were ranged archers and mages. After a few minutes of intense bombardment just now, they were currently recovering their mana. These people were naturally part of his calculations. At this moment, a small figure hurried over from a distance, then knelt on one knee before the Eastern Azure Dragon and said, Master, the city defense cannon has already targeted the flying pet beast team in the air and can fire at any time to bring them down. Good, let's act in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, Bear Dominator and Xiao Tianxiao's people should be dead or nearly so. Yes, Master. The small man got up and left. Outside Fire Cloud City, Governor Zhang Taiha of Yanzhou led the assembled army of professionals towards the direction of Sin City. Many people were still confused when they were summoned, not knowing what was happening. Bro, what's going on? What are we going to do? Someone who knew explained, I heard there's been a change in Sin City. The coalition of Yu Kingdom and Tai Kingdom has already invaded Sin City. Is the governor trying to take advantage of the chaos? No, he wants to be the yellow bird that eats the mantis. Sin City has been breached? How is that possible? Isn't Sin City said to be impenetrable without an army of over 100,000 professionals? The reason Sin City is hard to breach is not because the people inside are particularly strong, nor is it that the city's defenses are truly unbreakable. It's because Sin City has the ability to hold off all attackers. The nearest large city to Sin City takes about 3 hours to reach. A round trip takes 6 hours. As long as Sin City can hold out for 6 hours through the daytime, the attackers will naturally retreat. Because the night outside the city is deadly, many have perished. This is the reason Sin City has not been breached for decades. I don't know how those people managed to breach Sin City, but the governor is taking this opportunity very seriously. It's said that the governor has received full support from above, and this time there's a real chance to reclaim Sin City. Hearing this, someone expressed concern. It's almost noon now, we only have about 4 hours of siege time left. Can we really take it down? What's there to be afraid of? If we can take down Sin City this time, we'll all be heroes. We'll definitely make it into the history books. And who are the people in Sin City? We can get an official bounty just for killing one of them. If we can kill dozens, won't we strike it rich? So you mean if we breach Sin City this time, we can gain both fame and fortune? Of course. Alright, this time I'll risk my life to kill a few more. In the arena, as time passed, the fighting between both sides grew increasingly brutal. The members of the Fireblaze Gang and the Chaotian Pavilion, under the siege of tens of thousands, were reduced to just a few hundred. Even Xiao Tianxiao's son, Xiao Xiaoqing, died amidst the chaos. He was only at the 3rd level, and surviving the initial bombardment was already a feat now. Without Xiao Tianxiao's protection, his death on the spot was inevitable. Witnessing his son's tragic death, Xiao Tianxiao roared in fury, pushing back another leader, Song Pa, who stood in his way. Holding his son's corpse, Xiao Tianxiao's heart felt like ashes. He had fought all his life, and in the end he couldn't even protect his only son. Now that the Chaotian pavilion was finished, his several wives were likely doomed as well. Under this triple blow, Chao Tianxiao went mad recklessly, charging at Song Pa. At that moment, the sound of hundreds of city defense cannons on the walls of Sin City erupted. Hundreds of blue energy blasts surged forth, targeting the flying beast squadron above the arena. These people, who had been sitting on their flying beasts to recover their energy, never expected to be ambushed from behind. Boom! 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 The continuous cannon fire echoed through the sky. The flying beast squadron of the allied forces of the Great Nation and the Moon Nation was bombarded and fell from the sky. The densely packed flying beasts flailed about like headless flies, trying to escape, but in the end they could not escape the fate of annihilation. Ada and Songpa looked up at the sky, then glanced back at their position. Dongfang Qinglong had long since vanished. Dongfang Qinglong, you despicable scoundrel! Ada swung his axe to fend off Xiongba, trying to exit the arena. However, at that moment, blood-red runes began to appear within the arena. In less than a moment, the entire arena was covered by these blood-red runes. At this point, the fighting finally stopped, and everyone looked down at the runes beneath their feet with uncertainty. What is this thing? Ada didn't care about that. He led his people to rush outside, but an invisible shield blocked everyone from leaving. Dongfang Qinglong stood atop a flying beast, looking down at everyone in the arena. Dongfang Qinglong, I will kill you. Chao Tianxiao leaped forward. Bang! The invisible shield bounced him back. Dongfang Qinglong, what do you want? Ada and Songpa glared at him. They hadn't even dealt with Dongfang Qinglong yet, and he had already made his move. Dongfang Qinglong spread his arms and laughed wildly. Ah, you will soon become the nourishment on my path forward, so think about your last words. Oh, wait, it doesn't matter whether you leave last words or not, because no one will know. You should be grateful that you can witness the birth of an 8-star potential. Xiongba looked at the strategist beside him and asked, what does he mean by that? The strategist shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Since you want to know, I will let you die understanding. You are already standing on my blood sacrifice formation, a result I have been planning for over a decade. For this formation, I have spent all my savings from decades. So, don't think that just because you have tens of thousands, you can break my formation in a short time. Dongfang Qinglong looked at Chao Tianxiao and smiled. Originally, I was worried that the plan wouldn't go smoothly and wanted to invite Pavilion Master Chao to join, but since your son was rescued, I had to give up. Fortunately, this plan is perfect, so perfect that it feels unreal. Now you can experience the power of this formation. Dongfang Qinglong threw dozens of energy stones around the arena. Then, there was a buzzing sound. A blood-red light curtain slowly rose, enclosing everyone within the arena like half a eggshell. You are currently under a curse, all attributes reduced by 50%. You are currently under a curse, losing 3000 health per second. You are currently under a curse, your 5 senses are affected. Everyone looked at the prompts and immediately fell into a panic. Everyone, attack the shield! Someone shouted, and those who could still move took out their weapons and began to attack the shield. The Eastern Azure Dragon looked at the chaotic crowd below and laughed heartily. Don't waste your effort, your mages have all been wiped out. Do you think you warriors without explosive power can break this great formation? It's simply a daydream. As soon as the Eastern Azure Dragon finished speaking, a flash of blade light shot out from the center of the martial arts arena. Crack! The blood sacrifice formation's shield shattered like glass. The effects of the curse brought by the formation also disappeared instantly. The smile on the Eastern Azure Dragon's face froze. What happened? The Eastern Azure Dragon looked down in panic. How could the blood sacrifice formation be broken? This is impossible. Everyone in the martial arts arena looked around in confusion. They had just been in a life and death crisis, but now it seemed they were saved? The great formation that had enveloped them had vanished. Chao Tianxiao suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the arena's platform. He saw a high mound of earth collapse, and a young man holding a sword slowly walked out from within. Suchen had no choice but to act. If he didn't, he would be refined by the formation. Since he had already acted, Suchen didn't care about exposing his identity. You really are Suchen. Chao Tianxiao looked at Suchen in shock. In this situation, he could only think that it was Suchen who had acted. Because under heaven, only Suchen possessed a skill that could kill in an instant. And he guessed correctly. Hearing Chao Tianxiao's exclamation, everyone turned to look at Suchen. Few from the Moon Kingdom and the Great Kingdom recognized Suchen. However, most people from the Sin City knew of him. After all, the location of Sin City was mostly within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. They were naturally aware of the major events happening in the Dragon Kingdom. Suchen, he is the young genius Suchun from the Dragon Kingdom. How did he end up in Sin City? Wait, how did he come out from the arena? At this moment, Xiongba's strategist pondered. Lord Chao, he is the external aide you invited, right? Chao Tianxiao nodded. Yes, I am not clear about his identity, just some guesses. I didn't expect it to really be him. At this time, someone shouted. Don't worry about him, kill that Eastern Azure Dragon bastard first. Yes, kill that bastard first. Damn, how could this happen? Seeing the situation turning against him, the Eastern Azure Dragon glared at Su Chen and prepared to leave on his flying beast. However, the next second, his beast let out a shrill scream, turning into a dried corpse and crashing down with the Eastern Azure Dragon. Looking at the Eastern Azure Dragon falling down, everyone was first taken aback, then rushed forward. Faced with so many people, the Eastern Azure Dragon shouted loudly, "Divine Holy Revelation!" A blinding light burst forth from the Eastern Azure Dragon's body. The crowd had to stop and shield their eyes. When the light dissipated, they saw the Eastern Azure Dragon clad in golden battle armor, holding a golden spear, with a white warhorse standing beneath him. At this moment, the Eastern Azure Dragon's aura had reached its peak, looking down upon everyone present like a descending deity. This is the Golden Holy Knight. Isn't he a martial artist? How could he be a knight? The warhorse beneath the Eastern Azure Dragon neighed, its aura causing the crowd to involuntarily take a step back. Do you really think you can kill me? I'll tell you, I'm not just a 7th transition at level 50, I've already reached the 8th transition. What? 8th transition? How is that possible? A wave of agitation spread through the crowd. An 8th transition practitioner already possessed unmatched combat power, and the lower transition practitioners had no advantage against them. At least a group of 5th transition or higher practitioners would be needed to pose a threat to an 8th transition practitioner. Moreover, all the 8th transition practitioners on Blue Star had gone to the abyss or the outer battlefield, and very few would remain on Blue Star. Eastern Azure Dragon, do you think we will believe you? Even if you are 8th transition, so what? We have over 10,000 people here. You, as an 8th transition practitioner, might not be able to kill us all before your energy runs out. Ha 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 ha. The Eastern Azure Dragon pointed his spear and laughed. You'll know soon. I originally wanted you to die in the Great Formation, but since you insisted on resisting, now you will die under my spear. After saying this, the Eastern Azure Dragon charged into the crowd on his warhorse. Spear piercing. A spear's shadow dozens of meters long pierced through the crowd. Accompanying it were a series of screams and loud explosions. As for Su Chen, after leaving the Eastern Azure Dragon behind, he had already found a corner to hide and watch the show. He could have killed the Eastern Azure Dragon directly, but he didn't do that. Watching these three factions fight among themselves was the most entertaining part. Even if he killed the Eastern Azure Dragon, it would bring him no benefit. It was better to let them fight until one side couldn't hold on anymore. Then Su Chen would step in to extort a wave. After all, making money is what matters. Facing tens of thousands of troops, the Eastern Azure Dragon wielded his spear, slaughtering all around him. The coalition of the Great Nation and the Moon Nation was as weak as ants before him. Unbearable to strike. Is this all you have? The Eastern Azure Dragon laughed wildly as he rampaged through the crowd. The strategist of Bear Tyrant looked at Bear Tyrant's eager expression and quickly intervened. Leader, let's retreat for now and let the people from these two nations go first. They have too many people and we are weak. Let the Eastern Azure Dragon and them fight to mutual destruction before we act. Bear Tyrant thought for a moment and nodded. Tao. Tianxiao beside him had the same idea. There were now less than 200 people left in the Morning Sky Pavilion. He wouldn't let his subordinates go to their deaths. Ada and Song Pa were now in a difficult position with all their people in the arena. The Eastern Azure Dragon could kill several of them with a single strike. The two could only keep attacking each other to give their subordinates a chance to injure the opponent. However, the Eastern Azure Dragon relied on the speed of his warhorse, constantly avoiding the two and charging at their subordinates. With Bear Tyrant and Xiao Tianxiao not taking action, his pressure was greatly reduced. At this moment, the Eastern Azure Dragon was still holding back. He was on guard against Su Chen, the one who had thwarted his plans twice. If it weren't for Su Chen, he would have succeeded today. Thinking of this, the Eastern Azure Dragon couldn't help but feel furious. Fallen Heaven Strike. The Eastern Azure Dragon controlled his warhorse to leap high, then swung his spear down violently towards the ground. Boom! A massive explosion and shockwave sent thousands flying. The arena was immediately filled with wails of despair. Eastern Azure Dragon. Ada and Sungpa glared at him in anger, but they couldn't match his speed. Everyone, listen up, only use control skills. The two knew that if they couldn't restrain the Eastern Azure Dragon, no one could stop his slaughter. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Azure Dragon sneered disdainfully. What do you think a Golden Paladin is? To think you can control me is simply a fool's dream. The Eastern Azure Dragon was enveloped in a golden radiance, as if bathed in holy light. Holy Light skill activated, immune to all control and slow effects, reduces damage taken by 30%, duration 10 minutes. Damn it! If it weren't for the complete annihilation of the mage and archer units, how could he be so rampant? The melee warriors had no way to approach the Eastern Azure Dragon, nor did they have any large area of effect damage. They could only accumulate damage bit by bit with their numbers. After several minutes of fierce battle, the allied forces of the two nations were left with just over 10,000. Meanwhile, the Eastern Azure Dragon had lost 2/3 of his health. Holy Light Recovery. A beam of holy light flashed above the Eastern Azure Dragon's head, restoring all his health. Faced with such a high output knight, immune to control, with damage reduction and recovery, Ada and Sungpa finally felt fear. Their healer had no time to save their comrades, as anyone touched by the Eastern Azure Dragon was basically killed instantly, leaving no chance for recovery. Moreover, with the current casualties exceeding half, morale was already shattered. The Eastern Azure Dragon seemed to sense the two were wavering. In truth, he was also at the end of his rope. He could recover health but not mana. At this moment, he had only 1/3 of his mana left. If Ada and Sungpa fought him to the end, he would have to flee. But the Eastern Azure Dragon was unwilling. How could a plan he had devised for decades fail like this? As long as he could repel these people, he could repair the formation again. This was also why he hadn't fled after being stopped by Su Chen. Even if he couldn't reach the potential for a 3-star upgrade due to insufficient numbers, at least he could achieve a 2-star upgrade. This would help mitigate his losses. With this in mind, the Eastern Azure Dragon rode away from the crowd and looked at Ada and Sungpa, saying, Ada, Sungpa, I can give you a chance to live as long as you help me with one thing. Otherwise, none of you will leave Sin City. Eastern Azure Dragon, do you think we would still trust you? The two glared at the despicable man before them. The Eastern Azure Dragon shook his head. To be honest, I still have more than half of my mana left. Before I run out of mana, I will definitely kill all of you. However, that would also get me killed by Xiong, Ba and Xiao Tianxiao, so let's make another deal. This is beneficial for everyone, don't you think? Why should we trust you? Do you think you have a choice? The Eastern Azure Dragon swept his spear and coldly looked at the two. As soon as the Eastern Azure Dragon spoke, the venue fell silent. Especially the subordinates of Atta and Songpa. They had already lost tens of thousands of men, and facing such a terrifying level 8 professional, they had lost the will to fight again. Now, they only wanted to escape, to leave this place as quickly as possible. Atta and Songpa glanced at their subordinates. Each one was physically and mentally exhausted, clearly lacking morale. The two of them dared not gamble on how many trump cards the Eastern Azure Dragon still had. So, what do you think? Have you thought it through? As long as you help me finish this task, I can let you leave Sin City immediately, without any obstruction. You must understand, my purpose in doing all this is not to seek death, and I cannot stop you again. Of course, the conditions I promised you will also be given to you in the future. Upon hearing this, the two were clearly somewhat tempted. In this situation, even if they no longer believed in the Eastern Azure Dragon, they had to. Now, Xiongba and Xiao Tianxiao were also anxiously waiting for the two's response. If Atta and Sungpa agreed to the Eastern Azure Dragon's conditions, then they would have to fight desperately. What are the conditions? Tell us. If you want us to kill the people from the Fireblaze Gang and the Chaotian Pavilion, we will never agree. Now, the people from these two major forces had temporarily become allies with them. A balance had formed between the Eastern Azure Dragon and them. They absolutely could not kill the people from these two major forces. Otherwise, if the Eastern Azure Dragon changed his mind again, they would never be able to leave. Seeing the two agree, the Eastern Azure Dragon smiled slightly. You just need to help me kill that kid named Su Chen. He's just an 18-year-old child. This request should be very simple for you, right? Just a child? Atta and Sungpa did not know Su Chen, and upon hearing this condition, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xiao Tianxiao's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he hurriedly shouted at the two, No, don't fall for his trick. Su Chen has a one-hit kill skill. If you dare to touch him, you're seeking death. Xiao Tianxiao was also helpless. These people had killed his son, and he wished he could kill them himself. But now, to save his own life, he had to protect these people's lives. Otherwise, he would die here too. Indeed, Atta and Sungpa frowned and looked at the Eastern Azure Dragon upon hearing this. Eastern Azure Dragon, is what he said true? Of course it's true. The people from Longwa basically all know about this. The Eastern Azure Dragon did not deny it. You really have bad intentions. No, you misunderstand me. His one-hit kill skill has a long cooldown. Just now, my great formation was broken by his one-hit kill skill, so his one-hit kill skill hasn't cooled down yet. You should act quickly, there's still a chance. If his one-hit kill skill cools down, you will have no more opportunities. The Eastern Azure Dragon looked at the two calmly. Even if this move angered Su Chen, he was not afraid, because he still had an invincible skill that he had not used. One-hit kill, so what? As long as he could block Su Chen's skill, he could easily deal with this brat who was ruining his plans. Doing this now was merely to let Atta and Sungpa test whether Su Chen had any other skills. Su Chen, who was hiding in the corner watching the show, couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Interesting, the show has come to me. Looks like I'll have to find someone else to collect some protection fees. Su Chen stood up and walked out voluntarily. Seeing Su Chen come out on his own, the Eastern Azure Dragon was momentarily surprised. Does he really have any trump cards? Is it that strange method he used in the arena? But I have invincibility. His method is useless against me. With this thought, the Eastern Azure Dragon felt relieved. Gentlemen, what are you waiting for? Make your move. After the Eastern Azure Dragon finished speaking, he retreated several dozen meters into the distance, ready to use his invincible skill at any moment. Atta and the other person exchanged glances, nodded simultaneously, then gestured with their hands, saying, Kill him. In choosing to kill the Eastern Azure Dragon, an 8th transition class, over a mere 18-year-old boy like Su Chen, they chose the latter. They had already witnessed the terror of an 8th transition class with their own eyes and dared not gamble the lives of their subordinates. And how strong could an 18-year-old boy possibly be? After killing this boy, if the Eastern Azure Dragon dared to regret it, they would definitely go down together with him. This was a shared thought in their hearts. It's over, Chao Tianxiao said with a tremble in his voice. If these people died, they wouldn't survive either, and it would also drain Su Chen's skills. The Eastern Azure Dragon had no intention of letting these people go. Watching the numerous practitioners from the Moon Nation and the Tai Nation charging over, Su Chen shook his head. You have already committed a capital offense by offending my Dragon Nation, and now you still want to attack me? Then I can only send you on your way. Upon hearing this, a sense of inexplicable fear surged deep within Ada's heart. Then he witnessed a scene he would find hard to forget for the rest of his life. Tens of thousands of troops charging towards Su Chen suddenly exploded, blood spraying everywhere. The entire martial arts arena turned into a hell on earth, with the blood that fell to the ground pooling in low-lying areas, forming countless blood pits. A strong smell of blood instantly filled the air. Ugh! The remaining members of the Fireblaze gang in the Chaotian Pavilion, upon seeing this scene, immediately vomited. They had seen all kinds of bloody scenes, but the feeling of tens of thousands dying simultaneously, with blood splattering all over them, made them nauseous. Xiong Ba's eyes widened, staring blankly at this scene, then he fell to the ground in shock. This. Xiong Ba didn't know what to say to describe what he had seen. Not over. Chao Tianxiao first looked at everything in front of him with a face full of horror. Then he shouted in joy. With Su Chen performing like this, the Eastern Azure Dragon might not even be his opponent. Ada and Song Pa were left with a life by Su Chen, so they did not die. At this moment, both felt a chill throughout their bodies. Their subordinates, tens of thousands, had just died like that? Why did this happen? Isn't he just an 18-year-old boy? Eastern Azure Dragon, you deceived us. The two reacted, shouting in anger, no longer looking at Su Chen, but simultaneously charging towards the Eastern Azure Dragon. They had been deceived by the Eastern Azure Dragon time and again, and at this moment there was only one thought in their minds. That was to kill the other party. The Eastern Azure Dragon was also shocked beyond measure by Su Chen's actions. Seeing Ada and Song Pa charging over, the Eastern Azure Dragon quickly regained his senses and raised his gun to defend. Boss, Lord Chao, take this opportunity to surround and attack the Eastern Azure Dragon. We still have a glimmer of hope. Xiong Ba's strategist, coming back to his senses from the shock, hurriedly suggested to the slumped Xiong Ba and Chao Tianxiao beside him. He had already realized that Su Chen acted entirely based on his own mood. They could not rely on Su Chen, they could only seek opportunities themselves. The two had held high positions for many years and naturally understood that relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. The two exchanged glances, leading the remaining few hundred people to simultaneously attack the Eastern Azure Dragon. Kill! Facing the siege of the four, Dongfang Qinglong showed no fear. As long as Su Chen did not intervene, he was confident he could kill these people. You are seeking death. Dongfang Qinglong's aura surged, sitting on his warhorse like a descending deity, exuding a dominating presence that looked down upon the world. The other four, in order to survive, unleashed their ultimate skills. Ada and Songpa, one wielding a bone club and the other a giant axe, charged at Dongfang Qinglong like two savage giants. Xiong Ba, holding a massive hammer, transformed into a giant several meters tall, each step causing the ground to tremble. Chao Tianxiao let out a cold laugh, lurking like a ghost, waiting for the right moment to strike. As for the remaining hundreds, they had not reached the 7th transition, and only a few dozen were above the 6th transition, the rest were below that. In this battle, they could not intervene, only skirting around to throw in a couple of skills amidst the chaos. Although Dongfang Qinglong appeared fierce, his immunity to control skills would end in just over a minute. At that time, he would be in trouble. Therefore, Dongfang Qinglong's first task was not to kill these four but to eliminate the hundreds of people lingering on the periphery. Dongfang Qinglong swept away three with a single thrust, then leaped into the crowd on his warhorse, launching a flurry of stabs. These people wanted to resist, but facing an 8th transition professional who was over 100 levels higher than them, they could not withstand it. Each of Dongfang Qinglong's thrusts took dozens of lives. However, as he killed these people, Xiong Ba and the other two would not allow him to do so easily. Seeing this, the three attacked simultaneously. Being strength-type warriors, they forced Dongfang Qinglong to block their attacks with his spear. Die! An angry voice rang out behind Dongfang Qinglong. Chao Tianxiao, who had been hiding for a long time, suddenly appeared behind him, his dagger aimed straight at Dongfang Qinglong's neck. Chao Tianxiao knew he could not pierce Dongfang Qinglong's golden armor, so he aimed for his neck instead. If this strike hit, even an 8th transition professional would lose a third of their health. At this critical moment, a small figure appeared behind Dongfang Qinglong. Puff! Chao Tianxiao's dagger pierced the figure's body. Roar! Dongfang Qinglong let out a roar, shaking off the three in front of him. He then turned the spear around and thrust it back. Puff! Puff! The small figure and Chao Tianxiao were both pierced by the spear, like candied hawthorns strung together. The small figure struggled to turn and look at Dongfang Qinglong. Master, I have returned. What I owe you. Seeing this scene, there was no trace of sorrow on Dongfang Qinglong's face, only indifference. Old bastard Dongfang, you are ruthless. Zhao Tianxiao did not expect someone would take a blow for Dongfang Qinglong, nor did he expect Dongfang Qinglong to be so cold-hearted. To kill him, he even killed the person who took the blow for him. Zhao Tianxiao glanced at the spear that pierced his body, preparing to use his last breath for a desperate fight. The spear glowed with golden light. Boom! Zhao Tianxiao and the small figure exploded simultaneously. Dongfang Qinglong was surrounded by golden light. The blood and filth from the explosion kept at bay, not a speck of dust touching him. Dongfang Qinglong did not care about the lives or deaths of his subordinates. In his eyes, these people were merely tools on his path to becoming stronger. Tools must naturally fulfill their purpose. Your death was worth it. After saying this calmly, Dongfang Qinglong turned to look at Xiongba and the other two. Now only you three remain with this group of rotten fish and shrimp. Do you think you still have a chance to kill me? Xiongba and the others suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. If Dongfang Qinglong was so ruthless to his own, how could he be any different with them? Today, one side is bound to fall. Before the other side falls, no one should think of leaving here alive. Kill! The three charged forward again. At this moment, Dongfang Qinglong's immunity control skill finally ended. Those lingering on the outskirts attempted to throw a control skill. Dongfang Qinglong's body paused, then he resumed his actions. His high-level advantage allowed him to quickly break free, but it also exposed the fact that his immunity control skill had ended. His immunity control skill has disappeared. Everyone quickly used control to bind him. The strategist of Xiongba was the first to notice this and shouted. Hearing this, Dongfang Qinglong's gaze turned cold. He leaped to the strategist's side and thrust his spear fiercely. Strategist, be careful. Xiongba wanted to rescue him, but he was not skilled in speed. He could only watch helplessly as Dongfang Qinglong's spear pierced through his strategist. Help! Master! The strategist glanced at the furious Xiongba rushing over and slowly closed his eyes. Ah! Dongfang Qinglong, I will kill you. Xiongba's eyes were bloodshot. Without the strategist's counsel, he wouldn't have come this far. The strategist was his best brother. Although he was a villain, he understood brotherhood. Now, seeing his brother die before his eyes, how could Xiongba not be enraged? As he charged towards Xiongba, Dongfang Qinglong calmly withdrew his spear. Anger will only make you lose your reason. If you dare to face me alone, you are seeking death. After saying this, Dongfang Qinglong thrust his spear at Xiongba. Heaven's punishment! Accompanying the thrust of the spear were several bolts of lightning. Dongfang Qinglong aimed for a one-hit kill, not hesitating to use a skill that consumed a lot of mana. Xiongba did not dodge. His body swelled again, reaching a height of 10 meters. Xiongba, the world! Xiongba leaped high and then smashed down towards Dongfang Qinglong's position. Puff! Bang! Two different sounds rang out in succession. Xiongba's body directly pinned Dongfang Qinglong beneath him, while his own chest was pierced by Dongfang Qinglong's spear. Is it dead? Ada and Sanpa watched as the mountain-like body slowly shrank to a normal size. Bang! Dongfang Qinglong kicked away the Xiongba pressing on him and then stood up, supported by his spear. However, he had long lost the imposing aura he had just moments ago, now covered in blood and in a disheveled state. Dongfang Qinglong frowned as he looked at his warhorse, which had been crushed into a pile of flesh. It was dead beyond recovery. You really have some skill to force me to this point. Cough. I have to admit I underestimated you. Dongfang Qinglong glanced at his dwindling mana, then threw his spear into the crowd. The remaining people could not have imagined that the first thing Dongfang Qinglong would do upon standing was to kill them. Caught off guard, an explosion erupted in the crowd. Boom! The remaining members of the Fire Blaze Gang and Chaotian Pavilion were instantly turned to mush. After doing all this, Dongfang Qinglong retracted his spear and pointed it at Ada and Songpa. Without these annoying flies bothering me. Now, it's your turn. Ada and Songpa watched the scene, their hands gripping their weapons trembling slightly. A level 8 class changer was indeed terrifying. After such a series of battles, both sides had suffered nearly all their casualties. Nearly 80,000 people had perished in this arena. A gentle breeze blew, leaving only the nauseating smell of blood in the air. Now, only 4 people remained standing in the arena, with Xiongba lying in a pool of blood, unaware of his fate. He's already at his limit. Why aren't you moving quickly? Right now, he's just pretending to be calm. Su Chen provoked from a distance. These people were no pushovers. Su Chen deliberately spared their lives to watch the spectacle. Watching others fight to the death was far more interesting than getting involved himself. Su Chen could also take this opportunity to see how these seasoned fighters operated in actual combat. It turned out that this observation was quite meaningful. The Eastern Azure Dragon's tactics were definitely worth learning from. His first target was not to kill the strongest few, but to eliminate those who could hinder his actions. Once those people were gone, the Eastern Azure Dragon would have no worries. Unfortunately, his warhorse had died, which deprived him of his speed advantage. However, now only Ada and Sungpa remained on the field, and the Eastern Azure Dragon was already assured of victory. He glanced at Su Chen, a cold smile forming in his heart. Now you see me as a monkey, just wait, you'll have a taste of it. Little thing, you're Arrogance will come at a price. The Eastern Azure Dragon withdrew his gaze and charged at Ada and Sungpa with his spear. As for Su Chen, he could be dealt with last. Now, only Ada and Sungpa remained to obstruct him. Hundreds of miles away from the Sin City, the army of practitioners from Yenzhou, led by Zhang Taihe, was rapidly advancing towards Sin City. Along the way, all practitioners coming out of Sin City to farm monsters were either killed or captured. These people had no idea why Yenzhou suddenly decided to take action against Sin City. Up until now, no news had emerged from within Sin City about what was happening. Zhang Taihe sat upright on his flying beast, gazing ahead. He then spoke loudly to the advancing army below. In this battle, any brave warrior who kills an enemy can claim a reward from the right ear of the people inside the city. For every person killed, a reward of 1 million dragon coins. If the killed person is on the bounty list, an additional reward will be given. Wow! Upon hearing this, the practitioners who had previously expressed some grievances became excited. 1 million. It would take at least several days of farming wild monsters to earn that much money. Most wild monsters didn't drop equipment, only some ordinary materials. The selling price of ordinary materials wasn't high, so the income from farming wild monsters was generally low. To obtain good equipment, one had to farm high-difficulty dungeons and secret realms. To farm high-difficulty dungeons and secret realms, good equipment was necessary. Thus, money became the most sought-after thing for these practitioners. With the temptation of money, everyone was invigorated, eager to enter Sin City immediately. How long until we reach Sin City? Someone asked anxiously. Soon, at our speed, it will take at most half an hour. The governor just said that killing a person in Sin City rewards 1 million. If I kill 10, I can buy that golden weapon I've long desired. Then I can casually take my goddess into high-level dungeons. Thinking of this, a happy smile spread across his face. Brother, are you risking your life just to be a sycophant? Someone next to him couldn't stand it anymore. With that money, what kind of woman can't you find? Why bother? You don't understand, this is called love. In the arena, without the help of others, Ada and Sungpa were no longer a match for the Eastern Azure Dragon. In a moment of carelessness, Sungpa was directly stabbed by the Eastern Azure Dragon, creating a gaping hole. It was clear that he could not survive any longer. Seeing this, Ada no longer dared to fight with the Eastern Azure Dragon. Ada, I never intended for you to return alive when I brought you here. Now you want to escape? It's too late. The Eastern Azure Dragon threw a spear, which pierced through Ada's back heart, nailing the fleeing Ada to the ground. The Eastern Azure Dragon slowly walked over to pull out the spear and turned to look at Su Chen. Su Chen, it's your turn now. I still have to thank you for killing those more than 10,000 people for me. Ha ha ha. The Eastern Azure Dragon finally couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. Although there had been a slight mishap during the process, the final outcome had not changed at all. Everyone he wanted to kill was dead, and all the damned ones had died. Now he just needed to kill Su Chen and repair the Great Formation to complete his plan. In this battle, he was the ultimate winner. Wonderful, wonderful. Su Chen clapped his hands. President Dongfeng's strength is truly eye-opening, worthy of being an 8th transition professional. Seeing Su Chen's calm demeanor, the Eastern Azure Dragon's smile turned cold. I know you have a one-hit kill skill, but so what? You can try to see if you can kill me. After saying this, the Eastern Azure Dragon didn't waste any more words, transforming into a golden streak of light that shot towards Su Chen. Clang! The moment he made his move, Su Chen had already drawn his sword. Looking at the sword light slashing towards him, for some reason, the Eastern Azure Dragon felt that he could not dodge it no matter what, as if the sword light had locked onto him. This was a strike that would definitely hit. However, he made this attacking move to trick Su Chen into using his one-hit kill skill. The Eastern Azure Dragon sneered. You fell for it, you're still too young. Holy light protection. A golden holy light descended from the sky, enveloping the Eastern Azure Dragon in a layer of golden sheen. At this moment, the Eastern Azure Dragon bathed in holy light gave off an aura of being sacred and inviolable. Holy light protection activated, currently in invincible state, duration 30 seconds. Now, how can you kill me? As soon as the Eastern Azure Dragon's words fell, crack, the golden holy light on his body shattered. Then it slid off his body and finally disappeared into the air. The Eastern Azure Dragon looked down at his body that had shattered along with the golden holy light. Confused, he looked at Su Chen and said, how is this possible? An invincible skill? Sorry, it doesn't work on me. Since the sword strike had already been unleashed, as long as it wasn't an intangible object at this stage, it was certain death. Su Chen shook his head, sheathed his sword, and slowly walked over to the still-living Xiongba. The Eastern Azure Dragon took one last look at Su Chen, then fell back, facing the sky. Su Chen did not look at him but turned to Xiongba and said, Xionggang leader, stop playing dead. Get up and settle the rescue fee. Xiongba, upon seeing his strategist killed, impulsively charged forward. The moment he leaped to attack Dongfang Qinglong, he regretted it. Fortunately, his high blood and thick defenses saved him from a fatal stab to the heart, allowing him to survive by a stroke of luck. When Dongfang Qinglong kicked him away, he simply played dead, waiting for Dongfang Qinglong to engage in a fierce battle with others, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. However, he never expected that Ada and Songpa would die so quickly, leaving him no chance to flee. Just when he thought his life was in danger, Su Chen finally made his move. The seemingly invincible Dongfang Qinglong was taken down in an instant. The whole process appeared unremarkable. Hearing Su Chen's voice, Xiongba awkwardly stood up from the ground. Since he had been discovered, there was no point in pretending any longer. I heard from the people in Zhuai City that the Xiong gang leader is the most honest and simple-minded. Today, it seems the rumors are not trustworthy, Su Chen said, looking at him with a half-smile. Actually, there is still some truth to it. You know, how much do you want? Xiongba nervously glanced at Su Chen, fearing that if he said the wrong thing, Su Chen would take his life. How much I want is not important, it depends on how much you have. I only have about 3 billion. Most of my money has been spent on my brother's enjoyment. This time, I spent over 1 billion to create that set of Xianjin battle armor, so this is all that's left. Su Chen glanced at him, took out a business card, and said, transfer it. You won't kill me after taking the money, right? Do I look like that kind of person? Xiongba looked at the blood-soaked ground and felt truly uncertain. This young man seemed harmless, yet his actions were brutally violent. Thousands had been killed at his command without him even blinking. His life might just be a means for Su Chen to extract the last bit of value before killing him. Thinking of this, Xiongba knelt down. Brother Su, no, Grandpa Su, please spare my life. From now on, I will be your most loyal servant. Please don't kill me. I have nothing above, nothing below. Anyway, I'm begging you, please don't kill me. Seeing this nearly 2-meter-tall man kneeling and crying, Su Chen felt speechless. I said, I just want some money. If you didn't know better, you'd think I wanted to dismember you. Dismember you. Xiongba was about to plead again when Su Chen interrupted. Stop, hurry up and give me the money. Your inner drama is too much. After Xiongba finally completed the transfer, Su Chen smiled. This trip to Zhuai City earned him 65 small targets, and he no longer had to worry about money. After collecting the money, Su Chen asked Xiongba, do you know someone named Bai Xiaoshang? I need to find him for something. Bai Xiaoshang? I've heard the strategist mention this person. He's said to be very well informed. Can you find him? If it were before, I definitely could, but now my brothers. At this point, Xiongba looked sadly at the many corpses on the ground. All dead, not a single one survived. Let's go check inside the city. I don't know if there are any brothers left in the gang's base. Okay. Su Chen followed him out of the martial arts arena. After the two left, a figure rushed into the martial arts arena from outside. Kneeling beside Dongfang Qinglong's corpse, he cried out, Father! Dongfang Yu looked at his father's body, tears streaming down his face. He had been afraid to enter earlier, fearing for his life and remembering Dongfang Qinglong's instructions. If I unfortunately die, here are the materials and methods for setting up the blood sacrifice formation. Keep them to enhance yourself when the opportunity arises. This method must never be revealed to anyone, remember. Dongfang Yu hurriedly collected Dongfang Qinglong's body and then left the martial arts arena, carrying him on his back. Stepping out of the city of Sin, Dongfang Yu took one last look at the city where she had lived for over 20 years. Su Chen, once I become stronger, I will definitely avenge my father's death. Not long after Dongfang Yu left, the army of Yinzhou appeared on the horizon. However, they did not dare to approach too closely, as the energy cannons, powered by energy stones on the city of Sin, were extremely deadly. Once they entered the range, they would either be killed or severely injured after a few hits. Zhang Taihe waved to call over a few assassins and instructed, You go. Investigate the current situation in the city of Sin. The assassins accepted the order and left. A few assassins stealthily approached the city of Sin and found the city gates wide open. There were no guards at the city walls, nor were there any people inside the city. Braving their fears, they ventured into the city. What terrified them was that the streets were littered with corpses. The entire city was silent, as if it had become a dead city. The group split up, and along the way, they encountered nothing but the dead. Until one assassin arrived at the arena. The thick smell of blood immediately caught his attention. The stench of blood here was far greater than in other places, indicating that a great battle had taken place. He found his way inside, and then a scream echoed through the sky. The other assassins quickly rushed over upon hearing the sound. What happened? Before they even entered, they asked the person who was slumped on the ground and still retreating. Inside, it's all what? The group frowned and moved further inside. Then they saw the arena flowing with rivers of blood filled with corpses. Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shaken by the scene, retreating several steps in fear. Quick! Hurry back and report to the governor. By the time Zhang Taihe and his men entered the city of Sin and arrived at the arena, even with his years of experience in the abyss, he frowned at the bloody scene. He roughly calculated that at least over 50,000 people had died here, and not a single one had survived. No matter how brutal a battle, it was impossible for both sides to have no survivors. Zhang Taihe looked at his subordinates and said, Search the entire city, leave no one behind, bring all the living here. He turned to the elders of the major guilds who had come with him and asked, "What do you all think happened here?" An elder analyzed from the clothing. Most of the people in the city of Sin died from various magic and ranged skills. They must have been trapped and killed here by the armies of the Taigwa and Uegwa. Most of the injuries on the Taigwa and Uegwa soldiers are gunshot wounds, which suggests they were killed by a single person. However, there are also thousands of corpses that have been completely blown apart. It's unclear what weapon or skill caused that. This indicates that at least 2 people carried out the slaughter against the armies of these 2 countries, but we don't know who possesses such terrifying strength to massacre tens of thousands of troops. Zhang Tai's frown never relaxed, and upon hearing this analysis he couldn't help but speculate only an 8th-tier professional could possess such terrifying strength. 8th job change. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. That's right, the 8th job change is a crucial stage where a professional completely distances themselves from others. Every 8th job change professional will be granted 1 to 5 incredible skills. These skills are different from previous ones. Each one is an extremely terrifying existence. With these skills, an 8th job change professional can face thousands of troops alone, truly a one-man army. At this point, Zhang Tai and Yi were startled. Oh no, these 2 must still be alive. If they haven't died, it would be easy for them to kill us. Everyone, stay alert. The headquarters of the Fire Blaze Guild. This place had long been looted by the joint forces of 2 countries, and all the remaining members of the Fire Blaze Guild had been killed. Xiongba stared blankly at the scene before him, his eyes devoid of any light. They're dead, all dead. I'm the only one left. I let them down. I let down these brothers who fought alongside me. Xiongba knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Su Chen could see that this time he was truly crying. Alas, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences. Su Chen patted his shoulder. Although he was generally indifferent, seeing this strong man cry like this brought a tinge of sorrow to his heart. At the same time, Su Chen vowed in his heart that he would never allow his loved ones or friends to die like this in front of him. After crying for a while, Xiongba finally stood up and wiped his tears. Young Master Su, the Fireblaze Guild is gone, and I, Xiongba, have lost my home. I want to follow you. I beg you to grant me this. After saying this, Xiongba knelt on one knee before Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback by his sudden action and asked, "Isn't it good for you to live freely? What do you want? By following me?" Young Master Su, although I, Xiongba, am foolish, I can see your talent. With your current talent, your future achievements will be limitless. As long as you agree, I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Stop with the flattery, tell me your purpose. Su Chen didn't believe that someone who had been a leader for decades would suddenly be swayed by his charm to become his subordinate. Moreover, he had just looted all of Xiongba's assets. It was a miracle he didn't hate him. As the saying goes, no one offers kindness without a motive. Either they are a thief or a schemer. Xiongba certainly had his own agenda. Xiongba didn't hide it and laid it all out. I have limited talent. It seems that even achieving the 8th job change in this life will be a problem. I want to avenge my fallen brothers. I want to kill everyone related to Ada and Songpa, but without reaching the 8th job change, everything is in vain. So, I want to ask for your help. As long as you help me, I will be at your service in the future. After saying this, Xiongba knelt down and bowed his head heavily. Su Chen looked at him and thought for a moment. Xiongba's strength was currently around level 50 of the 7th job change, which would be considered a powerful figure anywhere. It should be noted that many governors of various states in Long Country had not reached this level. This shows the rarity of this level. Su Chen's current strength actually didn't require any helpers, but having a subordinate to handle some mundane matters seemed quite appealing. What is your profession? Su Chen asked. Xiongba raised his head and replied, Berserker, capable of massive size increase, with strength and health defense increasing as my size grows. So you're a meat shield? That could work to block both arrows and daggers. What brought you to Sin City? Xiongba said somewhat shyly, you might not believe it, but when I was younger, I was one of the pets raised by our governor. At that time, I couldn't resist the temptation and roasted one of his pets to eat, so I ran to Sin City. Upon hearing this reason, Su Chen was completely speechless. He didn't even know what to say. He could only sigh. Talent. Get up, from now on you will follow me. If I have the chance, I will take you to those 2 countries to settle today's grievances. Hearing this, Xiongba stood up and sincerely said, thank you. At this moment, the search team from Yenzhou had already arrived outside the fire gang, and their voices startled the 2. Someone's coming, Xiongba whispered, then looked towards the entrance. A team of dozens of people, armed with weapons, slowly made their way in. Upon seeing 2 living people inside, the team immediately became tense. These were the only 2 living people they had encountered in this city. Naturally, they felt a bit scared. This person looks familiar. Someone pointed at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen had already taken off his mask, and now he looked like his true self. No, he is Su Chen. The dozens of team members turned to look at Su Chen, and most of them recognized him immediately. It really is Su Chen. How did he end up here? The team leader's expression relaxed. Immediately, he had almost been scared to death just now. The governor had said that there were 2 level 8 professionals alive, and here just happened to be 2. He was still wondering why he was so unlucky. Seeing that it was Su Chen, he finally felt at ease. Su Chen, how did you get here? What happened? Oh, right, we are all professionals from Yenzhou. The governor brought us here. Professionals from Yenzhou? Su Chen thought for a moment and suddenly understood. It must have been the movements of the coalition forces from those two countries that caught the attention of the governor of Yenzhou. That was why he took the opportunity to bring people over. It's a long story. Where is your governor? I need to see him. The governor is currently outside the martial arts arena. Su Chen nodded. Since the people from Yenzhou had arrived, a plan suddenly emerged in his mind. A plan to eliminate those assassins who wanted to kill him. Su Chen walked ahead while Xiongba silently followed behind him. Looking at the strong man behind Su Chen, the team members couldn't help but whisper among themselves, this person also looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Now that you mention it, he does seem a bit familiar. Wait a minute. Someone exclaimed, isn't this person Xiongba, the leader of the fire gang, one of the three major forces in this crime city? Oh my, it really is him. These people were so shocked that they quickly covered their mouths. This was a real ruthless character in this city. Even their governor might not be his match. It would probably take him less than 3 seconds to kill them. No, wait, why do I see him being so respectful to Su Chen? Could it be that Su Chen single-handedly stormed into the fire gang, killed all the members, and captured their leader? These people's minds began to fill with the scene of Su Chen infiltrating the enemy camp and capturing the opposing leader alive. It must be like that. As expected of Su God, what he does is simply beyond our reach. Outside the martial arts arena, besides the practitioners from Yan province, there were also several hundred native residents of the Sin City who had escaped the massacre. At this moment, these people were being interrogated by Zhang Taihe. Tell me, what happened here? These individuals had survived the first round of slaughter but thought they hadn't escaped the second round and were now trembling in fear, none of them daring to speak. Zhang Taihe noticed their concerns and fear and said, I am Zhang Taihe, the governor of Yin province. Whoever can clarify the situation, I can promise to lessen their punishment for past offenses. Zhang Taihe? Why are people from Yin province attacking us? The residents looked confused, but some who had reacted quickly spoke up. I don't know exactly what happened. I only know that those people came in and killed anyone they saw, regardless of gender. Later, I heard several minutes of explosions and sounds of fighting coming from the martial arts arena. As for the rest, I don't know. This person's account was of little value. They could all deduce those details. Zhang Taihe was feeling quite troubled. Governor, Su Chen requests an audience. He says he has been in Sin City all day. Su Chen? How did he end up here? Quick, let him come over. Su Chen, accompanied by Xiongba, made his way through the crowd and approached Zhang Taihe, cupping his hands in greeting. I have met with Lord Zhang. It really is Su Chen, the genius ranked first in our dragon country this year. How could he be in Sin City? He doesn't look like he came in with us. Zhang Taihe glanced at Su Chen, then shifted his gaze to the person behind him. Upon seeing this person, Zhang Taihe's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had already drawn his weapon, a staff. Xiongba. How could he not recognize this person? One of the leaders of the three major forces in Sin City? He had already seen the corpse of Chao Tianxiao in the martial arts arena, but had not seen Dongfang Qinglong or Xiongba. At one moment he even thought that Xiongba had taken Su Chen hostage. I have met with Lord Zhang. Xiongba also cupped his hands in greeting. Su Chen, what is this? Zhang Taihe did not understand this combination. It was clear that Su Chen was not being held hostage by Xiongba. Rather, Xiongba seemed to be following Su Chen. Lord Zhang, let's find a quieter place and I will explain the whole situation to you. Zhang Taihe nodded and, along with the elders of the various guilds, led Su Chen and Xiongba to a secluded area. Once they arrived, Su Chen slowly began to speak, recounting everything that had happened. He did not conceal much of the events, although he glossed over the part about extorting a ransom. When Su Chen finished speaking, everyone finally understood. The blood sacrifice great formation. Such a formation exists in the world? Dongfang Qinglong actually reached the 8th transformation. Wait, you said you killed Dongfang Qinglong? Su Chen nodded. Having been struck by his blade, he was undoubtedly dead. Xiongba also spoke up. I can attest to this. If Dongfang Qinglong were alive, neither I nor the young master could have walked out of the martial arts arena. Young master? Zhang Taihe looked at the two with confusion but did not dwell too much on their relationship. I believe what you say, but we have not seen Dongfang Qinglong's corpse. Could he have just been playing dead? Did he escape after you left? Su Chen shook his head. He is definitely dead, I can assure you. There are likely others hiding outside the martial arts arena who came in after we left to take his body. It should be his son, Dongfang Yu. Xiongba, being very familiar with the people of Sin City, quickly identified who it was. He indeed had not seen Dongfang Yu during the subsequent battle. That makes sense. After understanding everything, everyone looked at Su Chen in astonishment. At such a young age, he had accomplished one great feat after another, annihilating tens of thousands with a mere wave of his hand. This was something they had never dared to imagine. They had to admit that Su Chen could no longer be assessed solely by his age when it came to his strength. Su Chen, I will report this matter truthfully to the higher-ups. Your contribution to the successful recapture of Sin City will be noted. The country will definitely reward you handsomely then. Thank you, Lord Zhang. Zheng Taihe waved his hand. This is what I should do. In fact, I should be the one thanking you. Sin City has always been a scar on my heart, and now being able to easily recapture it is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, who knows how many people would have died today to take it back. Or perhaps it wouldn't have been taken back at all. If Su Chen hadn't disrupted the Eastern Azure Dragons' plans, they would now be facing an 8-star potential 8th transition professional. With the protection of Sin City and the strength of the Eastern Azure Dragon, they would probably end up dead there. Just thinking about that outcome made Zhang Taihe feel a chill all over. He almost became a sinner of Yenzhou. He brought the main force of Yenzhou, and if they all died here, he couldn't bear to think of the consequences. So the more he looked at Su Chen, the more satisfied he became. How great it would be if Su Chen were one of his people from Yenzhou. By the way, Lord Zhang, Xiongba is now with me. Do you think his crimes can be forgiven? Naturally, Su Chen wouldn't stubbornly adhere to any rules if he could use a privilege. Moreover, his contributions were enough to warrant a pardon for Xiongba's mistakes. Upon hearing this, Zheng Taihe quickly smiled and said, no problem, he just killed a few pet beasts. As for what happened in Sin City, I know even less. After all, the words of the people involved here are not trustworthy. Since Zheng Taihe said so, the elders present naturally wouldn't disclose Su Chen's crimes. This matter passed just like that, and no one would say anything more. Thank you, Lord Zhang. I have one more thing I want to discuss with you all. What else is there? Speak up. Zheng Taihe was now basically accommodating all of Su Chen's requests. If Su Chen didn't make a request, he would feel it was a bit unusual. Su Chen smiled at everyone and said, I want Lord Zhang to spread the news of my presence in Sin City. The more widespread, the better. Ha! Zheng Taihe was momentarily stunned by this request. Don't you know that there's a bounty on your head? Who knows how many assassins are watching you outside? I heard that in the past half-month, the governor of Donghua Prefecture has filled the dungeons with assassins. All of them want to kill you for the reward. I know. Then why would you expose your whereabouts? I really can't understand the thoughts of you young people. Not only did Zheng Taihe not understand, but the surrounding elders also couldn't comprehend. Lord Zhang, how can you fish without bait? I want to expose my whereabouts to lure those assassins to Sin City. Then, with the help of you elders, we can surround and kill them. If they want to kill me, why shouldn't I want to kill them? Upon hearing Su Chen's explanation, everyone exchanged surprised glances and asked, specifically, how do you plan to do this? We will accompany you in this grand performance. The specific method is like this. Su Chen gradually shared his thoughts with those present. After listening, Zheng Taihe and others offered some suggestions to fill in the gaps. Once everyone felt it was nearly complete, they finalized the entire plan. The next step was to cast out this bait. That afternoon, the people of Yenzhou cleaned up the bodies and bloodstains in the Sin City. That night, they stayed directly in Sin City and held a celebration banquet. Although they had done nothing but clean up the bodies, they had indeed taken Sin City. It could be considered a bit of credit. As for Su Chen, he only appeared before everyone once in the afternoon. After that, he was never seen again, with only a few knowing where he had gone. That night, news of the recapture of Sin City spread online. Most professionals in Longwa were aware of Sin City's existence, but ordinary people were not very familiar with it. Therefore, the recapture of Sin City immediately caused a stir online. Did you hear? Sin City has been recaptured. Sin City has been recaptured? How is that possible? Isn't that place a no man's land? It's just a rumor. The defense capability of Sin City is said to have reached a terrifying level. Without several 8th-turn professionals working together, it can't be taken down. Our 8th-turn professionals are stationed in Abyss and the outer battlefield. Who has time to manage that small place? Why would I lie to you? You can check. Yenzhou's official announcement was just released, and the National Defense Department has confirmed this news. No way, is this true? Countless people saw this news and rushed to the Yenzhou official website. On August 15, 999 of the Longwei calendar, the professionals of Yenzhou, led by Governor Zheng Taihe, successfully captured Sin City. Below is the merit ranking for this siege. As the crowd poured in and saw this, they finally believed that Sin City had indeed been recaptured. Governor Zhang will be remembered in history. I am from Yenzhou. I never thought I would see the recapture of Sin City with my own eyes. What was the casualty rate for this siege? It must have been brutal, right? Yeah, I can't even imagine the defense capability of Sin City. Everyone, would you believe me if I said there were 0 casualties? Are you kidding? How could there be 0 casualties? It really was 0 casualties. I heard that aside from a few brothers who got a bit too excited and fell, they even felt like they went on a trip. Sin City, did they surrender voluntarily? Wait, I think I just saw a merit ranking. I'll go check. It was then that everyone remembered that ranking and began to click to look. First place, Su Chen, killed over 10,000, exact number unknown. Second place, Chen Bai, captured 3 people. Third place, Ma Dongxi, captured 2 people. Third place, as everyone continued to look, aside from Su Chen's kills, the next highest merit was just capturing 3 people. After the 100th place, it was merely cleaning up the ground and tidying up the bodies. Can someone tell me what is going on? Did this Su Chen single-handedly kill all the resistors in Sin City? Could it be that a 9th turn master took action? Don't you find this name very familiar? Isn't this the record-breaking genius from Donghwa's How? It must be a coincidence. How could that Su Chen kill over 10,000 people alone? Brothers, it seems to really be that Su Chen. The governor of Yenzhou just personally stated that the success in capturing Sin City was largely due to Su Chen, and it has been confirmed that this Su Chen is indeed this year's top scholar from Donghwa's How. The governor of Yenzhou also said that Su Chen fell into a coma due to serious injuries and is currently receiving treatment in Sin City. It is said that over 1,000 people have been dispatched to protect his life day and night outside his residence, inside the Langu Guild. Seeing this message, Ling Qingxue immediately became worried. She never expected that Su Chen had disappeared for half a month and had gone to the Sin City. He even managed to reclaim the Sin City. The most concerning part was that Su Chen was injured and it seemed quite serious. Just as Ling Qingxue was conflicted about whether to call Su Chen, a voice rang out outside her residence. Junior sister Ling, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. I wonder if you have time to come out and enjoy it together? No need, brother Jiang, I'm not in the mood to enjoy the moon. Also, please don't come to disturb me anymore. I already have someone I like. If you don't leave now, I will tell Mentor Meng. Junior sister, among our peers, who can be more outstanding than me? Jiang Haisheng? Why can't you even look at me properly? Jiang Haisheng outside the house was somewhat angry. In terms of appearance, family background, talent, and strength, he was indeed a dragon among men. Usually, with just a slight wave of his hand, countless women would throw themselves at him. How could he be repeatedly rejected by Ling Qingxue, especially since the reason was that she had someone she liked? You are not worthy to compare with him, and you have no right to compare with him. Hearing Ling Qingxue's cold reply, Jiang Haisheng became even angrier. As one of the top 3 new members of the guild last year, who has the right to compare with me? Jiang Haisheng? If junior sister is unwilling, you can just say so. Why use such excuses to brush me off? Junior sister, I will make you regret it. After saying this, Jiang Haisheng left in a huff. Next, he would work hard to level up and stand out in this year's guild trials. Then he would represent the country in this year's world competition. He would prove to Ling Qingxue that he was definitely more outstanding than her crush. At that time, he wanted to see Ling Qingxue's expression. In the office of the governor of Donghua State, Lu Wenshu looked at the message in front of him. He only learned today that Su Chen had quietly gone to Sin City. He even managed to reclaim it. However, he became angry when he saw the end of the message. Zhang Taiha and that bastard didn't protect Su Chen well, but how could they leak Su Chen's whereabouts? It's true that achievements should be known, but doesn't he know that Su Chen is currently being hunted? Isn't this letting those assassins know Su Chen's location? I must make a call to ask how this guy is managing as governor. Unlike Lu Wenshu's urgency, Wu Zhengyang smiled slightly upon seeing the news. Yen State, what kind of place is that? It is where the Dragon Kingdom borders the Moon Kingdom and the Tai Kingdom. How could Zhang Taiha, who was stationed in Yen State, be a foolish person? Exposing Su Chen's whereabouts was not something he would do. He had reason to suspect that this was a play put on by Su Chen in cooperation with Zhang Taiha and others. The purpose, of course, was to lure those assassins seeking a bounty over. Thinking of this, Wu Zhengyang chuckled. It seems the net has been cast wide. There will be a good show to watch in the next 2 days. In a hotel in a certain city of Donghua Prefecture, 7 or 8 short-statured men gathered in a room. Captain, that Su Chen has appeared in a place called Sin City in Yenzhou. Should we head there? Immediately? Yamamoto Shirsan squinted out the window, pondering for a moment before saying, this matter is a bit strange. That Su Chen could disappear for half a month, so he must have hidden means. It's impossible for him to expose himself to us like this. Captain, could it be that he was severely injured and unconscious, making it impossible for him to continue hiding his identity? According to reports from the Dragon Kingdom, he has killed tens of thousands. Even if General comes, he would be injured, right? Matsuda-kun, do you really believe what the people from the Dragon Kingdom say? Even if this person is strong, he is merely someone with great potential. Do you think he is an 8th-tier powerhouse just because he killed tens of thousands? If that's the case, what's the difference between us going to kill him and sending ourselves to death? Hey, it's my oversight, please handle it, Captain. No need for that. The people from the Dragon Kingdom are very cunning. I suspect this news was deliberately released as false information by that Zhang Taiha. So are we going or not? Yamamoto Shirsan nodded. Of course we are going, but we won't go to Sin City. Yamamoto Shirsan pointed to a map of Yenzhou and said, we will go here. The only route from Huoyun City to Sin City passes through this point. We just need to lie in ambush here and wait for our prey to come. Captain, you are brilliant. In other parts of Donghua Prefecture, assassins hidden in various locations heard the news and all concealed their identities, rushing towards Sin City in Yenzhou. In the past half-month, all the assassins who could come have arrived, waiting in Donghua Prefecture for the right moment to act. Now that they have received the news, regardless of its truth, they must go take a look. If they can assassinate Su Chen, they would strike it rich. $50 billion, enough to last a lifetime. The Bianhua Flower Assassin Group, consisting of 50 to 60 people, gathered together to discuss. The boss wants us to capture Su Chen. Isn't that a joke? Did you see that merit ranking? He has killed tens of thousands. We don't even have 100 combined. If we could kill him, it would be a blessing, let alone capturing him alive. What's the difference between that and seeking death? Stop complaining, this is the boss's order. Who dares to disobey? Her. Besides, this news may not even be true. I find it hard to imagine how he could kill tens of thousands by himself. Are the others just watching him act alone? Why do you care so much? Didn't they say he is already severely injured and unconscious? We just need to distract the guards around him and take advantage of the chaos to abduct him. This matter cannot be delayed. We will act after arriving in Sin City tomorrow. If Su Chen wakes up, things will be even more troublesome. If we really can't capture him alive, one person's eyes hardened. Then we kill him. No matter what, the boss can't make things difficult for so many of us. Alright, let's do it. These people quickly reached an agreement and dispersed to prepare. Once the news about Su Chen spread, it stirred up a flurry of activity, with all parties watching Su Chen rushing towards Sin City. Meanwhile, Su Chen was sitting in a hotel in Sin City, casually crossing his legs and browsing today's news. Young master, with my physique, I can't really play your role, right? There's quite a gap between us. After hearing Su Chen's plan, Xiongba expressed his confusion. What's the rush? You just lie in bed with a blanket covering you, only your head sticking out. Who would notice? With the effect of this 1000-change mask, it will definitely be seamless. At that time, you just need to protect your vital areas. Those assassins shouldn't be able to kill you in an instant, right? Xiongba shook his head. They definitely can't kill me in an instant. Even that shot from the Eastern Green Dragon couldn't take my life. Those assassins are still far off. I, Xiongba, may not have much, but I have high health and can take a beating. Su Chen glanced at him. The hole in Xiongba's body was almost healed. As long as the professionals do not suffer fatal injuries or mental damage, other wounds heal relatively quickly. In terms of resilience, Xiongba was not exaggerating. From now on, don't call me Xiongba anymore. Your name makes it easy to get mixed up, and I always feel like you want to use 3 parts return to vitality. What is 3 parts return to vitality? Is it a skill name? You can understand it that way. Oh, then what should I call myself? In the future? Su Chen thought for a moment and said seriously, you are my first subordinate, ranked first, so I will call you Xiongda from now on. It sounds friendly. Xiongda? Good. I will be called Xiongda from now on. Thank you for the name, young master. You can go prepare now. After Xiongda left, Su Chen searched online for where to obtain the remaining 2 job change materials. The stone of thick earth is found in a mine at the foot of Mount Tianju in the far west state. The stone of extreme cold is obtained from the snowman monsters on the mountainside of Mount Tianju. Mount Tianju is the highest peak on the entire Blue Star, with an elevation of 18,848 meters. It is snow-covered all year round, and very few people go there. Its name comes from its nearly 20,000-meter height. It is said that a level 800 ice dragon resides at the summit, but that is just a legend. No one has ever truly investigated. No one has ever seen that ice dragon. Far West State. Su Chen frowned as he looked at the information on Far West State. Far West State is located at the westernmost edge of the Dragon Kingdom. The entire Far West State is vast and sparsely populated, with only a few large cities inhabited. In the rest of the area, although there are awakening temples providing protection, no one has built cities to live nearby. Traveling to Mount Tianju requires several days of journey. If one gets lost in the wilderness without a guide and cannot find an awakening temple before nightfall, then they are doomed. Humans can survive the night solely thanks to the awakening temples standing in various places. All cities are built relying on the awakening temples. Therefore, getting lost is the biggest obstacle to reaching Mount Tianju. The dangers posed by monsters along the way are not a concern. However, this is not a difficult task for Su Chen, as nightmares cannot harm him. Su Chen is not afraid of spending the night in the wild. It's just that this job change task is a bit exhausting, requiring one to run all over the place. After all, this is just his second job change task. He dares not imagine how difficult future tasks will be. Su Chen seriously suspects that the awakening temples are targeting him just because his profession is concept god? So they are deliberately increasing the difficulty for him? The 9 trials of becoming a god, huh? Very impressive. Su Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it, waiting to deal with the upcoming assassins. He then set off for Far West State, estimating that by the time he completed this second job change task, it would also be time to report to the Dragon Martial Guild. For now, the only thing to do is to kill all the assassins that come to attack him. If they want to take his life, they must be prepared to be killed at any moment. The second day of the recapture of Sin City. People flocked to the city gate upon hearing the news, a diverse crowd from all walks of life. The entire entrance resembled a bustling market with people jostling against one another, a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. When will the gates open? Yeah, when can we go in and take a look? We've never seen what Sin City is like. Some stretched their necks to ask. Brothers, look at me, I am now in Sin City. Look at these city walls, all made of black gold, said to be 50 meters high, with a thickness of 10 meters, truly indestructible. Someone was live streaming the spectacle with a selfie stick. Zhang Tai has stood on the observation platform halfway up the city wall, watching the dense crowd below. He knew that among these people were some with ulterior motives, and today's purpose was to eliminate them. Glancing at the time, Zhang Tai has shouted to the crowd below, "Everyone, quiet down." Hearing the voice, the waiting crowd looked up in unison. It's Lord Zhang. It really is Lord Zhang. Lord Zhang, when can we go in and visit? Yeah, we can't wait any longer. Zhang Tai has smiled slightly. Everyone, please don't rush. Let me first explain the rules for entering the city. First, no loud noise, please observe quietly. Second, no disturbances, anyone who dares to cause trouble will be severely punished. Third, no entry into restricted areas without permission. Is everyone clear? Clear, hurry and open the gates. Zhang Taiha nodded. Open the city gates. With Zhang Taiha's command, the gates of Sin City slowly opened. Brothers, Sin City is open, come with me to experience the sights of Sin City. The crowd surged excitedly into the city. Zhang Taiha withdrew his gaze and looked at the young man standing behind him. How many assassins do you think are mixed in with that crowd? Su Chen shook his head. Lord Zhang, I'm not a deity, how would I know? Zhang Taiha asked again. When do you think it would be appropriate to net them? There aren't enough fish yet, let's wait until night. By then, it should be enough. Looking at the calm and composed young man before him, Zhang Taiha couldn't help but sigh. Heroes have always emerged from youth, this saying holds true. Young people are active in thought, daring to act, but they lack a bit of composure compared to these old folks. However, Su Chen did not have this flaw. The future of Long Country is promising, the future of Blue Star is promising. Zhang Tai has silently nodded in his heart, then turned his gaze to the sky. Once Sin City opened today, it received over 100,000 visitors from morning until just before nightfall. Most had rushed to visit after hearing the news yesterday, arriving from various places in Long Country via teleportation arrays. After night fell, Sin City, illuminated by neon lights, took on a cyberpunk vibe. On top of a tall building, Su Chen, Zhang Taiha, and the elders of various guilds quietly watched the lively crowd below. Has the news spread? Reporting to Governor, we have quietly leaked the location of Su Chen at the Tianheng Hotel, specifically marking it as a prohibited area for visits, and we have stationed over 1,000 people around to increase credibility. It's about time, let's make our move. As Zhang Taiha's words fell, a building not far from the Tianheng Hotel suddenly caught fire. The flames spread instantly, engulfing the entire building. Shortly after the fire broke out, the entire power system of Sin City also shut down. The night sky was left with only the towering flames. Su Chen, that building isn't cheap, are you going to reimburse for it if it burns down? Zhang Taiha joked, looking at Su Chen. Lord Zhang, that's not right. I heard you promised everyone $1 million for each person killed before the siege. When will we settle the accounts? Cough cough. Just wait a moment, I need to prepare a bit, it's been a while since I've done this and I'm a bit rusty. Zhang Taiha could never have imagined that someone could kill so many people. In his mind, he and the elders could at least take out 70% of them. The remaining 30% were rewards for others. 100 billion, even if he sold himself, he couldn't come up with that much money. After finishing his words, Zhang Taiha directly fled the scene. At this moment, due to the power system shutting down, everyone in the Sin City fell into a brief panic. What's going on? Why is there a power outage? Look, it seems like there's a fire over there. It's really on fire. Could it be that 50W is causing destruction? In the darkness, someone whispered. It seems someone has already made a move. Should we follow? Don't rush, let's wait a bit longer. The guard troops are still here. Below the Tianheng Hotel, Zhang Taiha's assistant stepped forward to the guard troops and shouted, Team 1 and 2 stay here, the other 8 teams follow me to put out the fire. In the darkness, pairs of eyes were watching this place. Make your move. Countless people hidden in the shadows crept towards the Tianheng Hotel. As assassins, stealth was their greatest skill. Without spending much effort, almost all the assassins who came successfully entered the hotel. The process went so smoothly that they were a bit surprised. The members of the Manhwa assassin group gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. After sizing each other up, someone questioned, isn't this a bit too smooth? How come there isn't even a single anti-stealth elven archer among these guards? They must have gone to put out the fire. No, I just feel something is off. Just as they were still puzzled, a surprised shout came from upstairs. It's really Su Chen. Ha, the bounty is mine now. Bang! Then came a loud noise. Oh no, hurry upstairs, don't let them get there first. They were too focused on running upstairs to notice that the guard team outside the hotel didn't move upon hearing the noise. We've been tricked, he's not Suchin. Another furious roar came. Ha ha ha, I am your Uncle Bear. Bang! The entire Tianheng Hotel shook, followed by several screams. At this moment, the power system was restored. Zhang Taihe personally led people standing below the hotel to command. Now, start releasing anti-stealth skills in turns. Whoosh! A green elven arrow shot into the sky. When it reached midair, the arrow exploded like fireworks, dazzling and brilliant. The entire area around the Tianheng Hotel was enveloped in green light, and black figures appeared before everyone. Zhang Taihe smiled slightly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Thousands of people surged out around the Tianheng Hotel. Someone shouted, "Run!" Where to run? Ha ha ha. Uncle Bear suddenly leaped down from the hotel, his giant hammer smashing down on someone, leaving them either dead or severely injured. The hundreds of assassins who rushed into the hotel quickly suffered heavy casualties under the onslaught of the crowd. Only one or two powerful ones managed to break through the encirclement and escape. Damn it, we've lost dozens of brothers. How are we going to explain this to the boss? One person said angrily in the alley. No need to explain, because you won't live either. Suchin slowly walked out from the darkness, coldly looking at the two. Hearing this sound, both of them were startled at the same time. However, upon seeing Suchen's face, their shock turned into surprise. Suchen! They looked around uncertainly. Is it just you? Suchen nodded. Of course. Aha, you're too arrogant. You'll pay for your arrogance. The two laughed heartily, exchanging glances, having searched high and low without success, only to have Suchen come to them voluntarily. Moreover, facing them, Suchen surprisingly did not make a move immediately. This undoubtedly gave them the opportunity to kill Suchen. Without hesitation, the two instantly turned invisible and rushed towards Suchen. Puff puff in the dark alley, two columns of blood suddenly appeared, followed by the emergence of two figures. Watching the two slowly fall to the ground, turning into dried corpses, Suchen gently shook his head. He had already controlled the blood within their bodies before he came out, they just didn't know it. The next day, news of Suchen's ambush on the assassins spread like wildfire. At this point, everyone realized that Suchen had not been seriously injured or unconscious. This was entirely a ruse to deceive those assassins. People die for wealth, birds die for food. These people died unjustly. Now, the number of assassins trying to kill Suchen will probably decrease significantly. Not necessarily, the temptation of 5 billion knives is not something those desperate people will easily give up. Just as everyone was still discussing, Suchen had already taken Bear De out of the Sin City. As for Bai Shaoshang, whom Suchen had been looking for, he had already starved to death in the Qinglong Society's dungeon by the time he was found yesterday. Dongfang Yu was also ruthless, beating Bai Shaoshang half to death and then not feeding him a single bite. Injured and starved for more than half a month, it was hard not to die. On the essential road between Huoyun City and Sin City, Yamamoto Shirsan hid behind the rocks with his men. Captain, as you predicted, it really is a trap. How could such tricks fool me? Someone's coming, be on guard. Captain, it's Su Chen. A few were delighted, not expecting to actually encounter Su Chen. Su Chen was not wearing a mask, so he was recognized at a glance. Seeing this, Yamamoto waved his hand, and his subordinates instantly turned to smoke and disappeared from the spot. He then gripped the knife handle with his right hand, crouching in place, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Su Chen at any moment. Killing intent. Young master, be careful. Bear De suddenly stomped his foot, and two figures shot up from the ground, their daggers aimed straight at Su Chen. It's ninjas from Sakura country. Bear De recognized them the moment they appeared, and a giant hammer manifested in his hand, smashing towards the two. At that moment, a fierce wind blew, and four figures jumped out from the wind. These few had not yet made a move. Su Chen had already drained the moisture from their bodies, not giving them a chance to act. At this time, Bear De also knocked back the two in front of him with a single blow. The two did not linger in battle, turning and jumping underground, disappearing from sight. Su Chen frowned and looked around. Something's not right, these ninjas can't be dealt with so easily. Just as Su Chen's words fell, a meteorite several dozen meters in size crashed down from the sky. With such a large area, Su Chen had no time to evade. Kyre! Su Chen softly called out. Kyre flew out from the beast space in a phoenix form, spreading her wings to block the meteorite for Su Chen. Then, she turned and unleashed a mouthful of world-destroying flames towards the ninja who summoned the meteorite. At that moment, two hands suddenly appeared from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, grabbing Su Chen's feet. Su Chen's magic knife, 1,000 blades, instantly unsheathed. The two hands from the ground were severed simultaneously, and two screams echoed from below. Now's the time. Yamamoto Shirsan had waited so long for this opportunity. Su Chen had used all his trump cards, this was his only chance. Yamamoto Shirsan's figure flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared right in front of Su Chen, slashing down 3 times in quick succession, killing God 3 blades. This was all he could calculate regarding Su Chen's trump cards. His assassination plan was practically flawless. Even Su Chen's invincible skill was taken into account. Young master, Xiongde exclaimed in shock, hurriedly swinging a hammer. Yamamoto Shirsan had already harbored the thought of perishing alongside Su Chen, so he did not evade at all. He continued to strike. The opponent is immune to damage. Just as Yamamoto Shirsan's second blade fell, he realized his sword had shattered. Not only had his sword broken, but his hands and feet were also like his sword. Ah! Yamamoto Shirsan's limbless body fell to the ground, instinctively letting out a pained wail. Your blade draw wasn't supposed to be half an hour. Yamamoto Shirsan forced himself to endure the pain, staring in shock at Su Chen. A kill skill with such a quick cooldown completely exceeded his expectations. In that moment, Yamamoto Shirsan was not thinking about his own life or death, but rather worrying about the future of his country. Decades ago, that sword god had not been as monstrous as this young man. Young master, are you alright? Brother! Kai Er also transformed into human form and descended in a hurry. This startled Xiongde. It was the first time he had seen a pet speak and even transform into a human. Su Chen shook his head, still feeling a lingering fear as he sheathed his sword. Everything had happened too quickly, and he had almost fallen for this person's trap. All the arrangements made by this person were to lure out those ninjas or so-called death warriors to deceive his skills. The real killing move had always been hidden behind the rocks. What is your name? Su Chen looked at the fallen Yamamoto Shirsan. Yamamoto Shirsan merely gritted his teeth and stared at Su Chen without speaking. Looks like a tough nut to crack, then let's kill him. Knowing you're from Sakura country is enough. I will find an opportunity to thank you for today's assassination in your country. Yamamoto Shirsan glared at Su Chen in anger, then shouted loudly, "Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" Bang! Xiongde smashed his head into a pulp with a hammer. "Long live your grandmother's leg!" Spit! After smashing, Xiongde put away his hammer and curiously glanced at Kai Er. Su Chen could tell from his expression what he wanted to ask and warned him, "Just keep it to yourself, no one is allowed to tell, understand?" Xiongde hurriedly nodded. "Got it, hee. I'm just a bit curious, it's my first time seeing a pet transform into a human." Remembering the ambush, Xiongde quickly apologized. "Young master, I dragged you down. If I hadn't been following you, you could have worn a mask without being discovered." Su Chen shook his head nonchalantly. "It's fine, I wasn't planning to keep wearing a mask anyway. Let's go to the extreme west state." The yellow sand filled the sky, and the howling wind made the entire land and sky a dusty yellow. This was Su Chen's first impression of the capital city of the extreme west state. "I can't believe people actually live here. If I stayed here for a week, I feel like I would go crazy," Xiongde complained as he looked around. "Is this your first time in our extreme west city?" An old man, puffing on a clay pipe, approached Su Chen and his companion. He tightened his robe with one hand and asked with a smile, "I wonder what brings you to extreme west city? Are you here to grind levels? Or gather materials? Or perhaps to take on quests? As long as you have needs, I can help." Su Chen looked him up and down, puzzled, and asked, "You're not a professional, are you?" The old man nodded. "No, I'm not a professional, but my information is definitely more reliable than those professionals." "Oh, do you know where the thick earth stone is specifically produced?" Su Chen knew that this item was found in a mine at the foot of Taiyan's Hashan Mountain, but he wasn't sure which mine. Aragon Mountain wasn't a small hill, and finding the thick earth stone wasn't an easy task. Upon hearing this, the old man extended his somewhat withered hand and smiled. "This information is worth 2,000. Pay me, and I'll tell you." Xiongde, seeing this, clenched his fist, ready to strike. "Hey, you old man, how do we know if what you're saying is true? You ask for money right away, what if you give us false information?" The old man wasn't afraid. Instead, he calmly looked at Su Chen and said, "I assure you, my information is absolutely reliable. I've been making a living off this for years, believe it or not." Xiongde, give the old man 2,000. Xiongde took out 2,000 in cash and handed it to the old man. "You better be telling the truth, or I'll definitely beat you up." The old man took the money without counting it and stuffed it into his pocket. Then, glancing at Xiongde, he said, "So rude, learn some manners from your young master Su." Hearing this, Su Chen smiled and asked, "You know me?" The old man took a puff of his pipe, revealing a few large yellow teeth as he grinned. "Who doesn't know you? I told you I'm in the information business. If even you don't know me, how can I gain anyone's trust? I actually saw you from a distance and came over on purpose." Su Chen nodded, considering that he believed what the old man said. The old man knocked the ash off his pipe against a nearby pole and continued, "The thick earth stone you're looking for is a diamond-shaped, earthy yellow crystal, only found inside Aragon Mountain. Currently, only mine number 3 still has it. The other mines have been completely harvested." "Mine number 3? Do you have a specific location?" The old man nodded. "Of course, from the stone tablet at the foot of Aragon Mountain, walk about 800 meters to the left. Then go straight up 600 meters, that mine is mine number 3. But I must warn you, it's not easy to get into mine number 3. Why? Because there are things called iceworms inside mine number 3. These things swarm together, fly at high speed, and can instantly freeze a person upon contact. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. That's also why the thick earth stone in mine number 3 hasn't been completely mined out." "What level are the iceworms?" "I don't know, but they're quite formidable. Those who don't believe in evil have died in mine number 3. Not getting any useful information, Suchen didn't want to dwell on it any longer. After all, the iceworms sounded like something he could handle. Old man, I have one more question. If I want to go to Tianshan, is there a safe and quick route? The old man, upon hearing this, extended his hand again. This question costs 5,000. Xiongdi took out 5,000 and handed it to him. The old man pocketed the money and said cheerfully, it's simple, just find a guide. Hey, you old geezer, you want to charge 5,000 bucks for this? Xiongdi instantly became displeased. He had given all his money to Su Chen and now he only had a few thousand left in his backpack. In the past, he spent money like water without a second thought, but now he felt a pang of pain at the thought of parting with a few thousand. What angered him the most was the feeling of being played by an ordinary person. Look at you, you should learn from your young master to be calm and composed. That's how you become a qualified follower. The old man ignored Xiongdi and continued, there are only 3 tour guides from Jishi City who can take you to Tianshan. The others are just trying to scam you. But unfortunately, all 3 were hired by someone else yesterday. If you want to go to Tianshan, you might as well wait here for half a month for them to come back. The old man then looked at Xiongdi. Big guy, this information is worth 5,000 bucks, right? Xiongdi was momentarily speechless. This information was indeed worth that much. If one didn't know the inside story, they would definitely be scammed. Old man, if I want to go to Tianshan alone, what should I bring? How do I get there? What? The old man furrowed his brow for the first time. Young man, do you know how far Tianshan is? You have to cross vast deserts, swamps, and snow-capped mountains. Along the way, you'll face all sorts of fierce birds and monsters, and most importantly, you must find an awakening temple to spend the night before dark. If you're unfamiliar with the route and go alone, you could easily fall into danger. You know? Suchen smiled and said, it's fine, I have my plans. Half a month was too long for Suchen to wait. The old man shook his head. A young calf isn't afraid of tigers. Since you insist on going, I can give you a map. For free. Just follow the route marked on the map, but be careful of sandstorms when crossing the desert. They can make you lose your way. The old man took out a rolled-up map from his sleeve and handed it to Suchen. Then reminded him again. Be careful of what's beneath the sand when crossing the desert. The poisonous-tailed giant scorpions are at least level 300 monsters. Their poison can kill you in a few minutes. Thank you for the warning, old man. Suchen glanced at the map before putting it away. As long as he had Kyer to fly him swiftly towards Tianshan, those poisonous-tailed giant scorpions posed no threat to him. Xiongdi, stay in Jishi City. And wait for me to come back. Bringing you along will only slow me down. Suchen wasn't afraid of the nightmares at night, so he didn't need to deliberately look for awakening temples along the way. If Xiongdi followed him, without the protection of an awakening temple, he would surely die at the hands of the nightmares. Yes, young master. Xiongdi naturally didn't dare to go against Suchen's words. Hee, the big guy feels rejected, huh? After the old man finished speaking, he swayed away with his pipe. Find a place to stay in the city, and be careful of those assassins chasing after you. After giving his instructions, Suchen headed towards the city gate. In the capital of Sakura Country, Koizumi Jiro looked at the news of the complete annihilation of Yamamoto's 13th Squad, feeling an unusual heaviness in his heart. The coordination of Yamamoto's 13th Squad was among the top 10 in the entire Sakura Country. The fact that even they had fallen to Suchen indicated that this Suchen had grown to an unstoppable level. The only way now was for him, an 8th-tier professional, to take action personally. Come in. A person entered the room and asked, General, what are your orders? Tell His Majesty the Emperor that I need to go to the Dragon Country. I may not return to serve His Majesty. What? General, what are you planning to do? I am going to kill that Suchen. If I do not return, let His Majesty not provoke him again. If the other party comes knocking in the future, just say this was my own decision and it has nothing to do with His Majesty. After Koizumi Jiro finished speaking, he stood up and left. Farewell, General. The man knew that Koizumi Jiro had resolved to face death. He couldn't understand how a young man from the Dragon Country could force a general to such an extent. He could only report this matter quickly to the Emperor. In the sky above the desert on the way from the extreme west state to Tianshan, Kyer was flying westward at high speed with Suchen. However, it wasn't long before Suchen was attacked by aerial raptors. Thunder Eagle, level 600, physical attack 78,000, magical attack 96,000, health 4,200,000, physical defense/magical defense 68,000/62,500, skills Thunderstrike, Flash Strike. Description: a type of magical monster living in the uninhabited area of the extreme west state. Although this creature posed no threat to Suchen, others would not dare to fly boldly in the sky like him. They could very well die in mid-air. This was not a solitary monster, they appeared in groups. From a distance, they looked like a mass of thunderclouds. No wonder that old man said we need a guide. You won't get lost in the air, but there really aren't many who dare to fly like this. Suchen dispatched the Thunder Eagles with a single strike and, after glancing at the map, instructed Kyer to continue flying west. While others might take half a month to travel to Tianshan and back, he could fly without restraint. Su Chen estimated he would need at most a day and a half to reach his destination. The phantom of the five-colored phoenix swept across the desert sky, leaving a long trail like a rainbow. What is that? In the desert, a team of dozens simultaneously looked up at the sky. The three leading guides glanced at it and shook their heads. Not sure, we've been guides for decades and have never seen such a creature. In the extreme west state, could it be that some big shot is passing by on a flying pet? Someone asked curiously. That seems unlikely. There are high-level monsters like the Rift Sky Falcon and Thunder Eagles in the sky. Even 7th-tier experts wouldn't dare to rampage like that. Unless the other party is an 8th tier or higher expert, but there aren't that many 8th tier experts. Let's hurry up. Everyone, stop looking, it's getting dark. We must reach the area of the number 5 Awakening Temple before nightfall. Hearing the guide's words, the group lowered their heads and hurried on. The number 5 Awakening Temple is located in the central area of the desert and is one of the few awakening temples on the way to Tianzhashan. Su Chen looked at the sky. There was about an hour and a half until dark. He knew he wouldn't have enough time to reach the next awakening temple. Although Su Chen wasn't afraid of spending the night outdoors, he couldn't sleep due to the need to guard against nightmares. If he was in poor spirits during the day, traveling would be dangerous, so Su Chen instructed Kair to stop looking at the awakening temple in front of him. It was no different from the other awakening temples. The only difference is that this temple is surrounded by desolation, nothing but sand. No one lives here, and naturally, there are no buildings. The only things outside the temple are a few giant stones that are about to be weathered away. Su Chen casually found a giant stone to lean against and sat down. Brother, I'm going out to play for a while. Kair had been cooped up in the pet space for so many days that she was almost going crazy. Now that she could go out freely, she naturally couldn't sit still. Go ahead, but don't run too far. Okay. Kair flapped her wings and flew away. Just as Su Chen was feeling bored alone, a group of fist-sized ants carrying something passed by him, and he looked down for a glance. Desert Fire. Ant level 80 physical attack, 3200 magical attack, 3500 health, 15,000 physical defense/magical defense, 2000 skill. Bite. Description: a very weak desert creature individually, but formidable in groups. Do not provoke lightly. Just as the leading ant was about to walk far away, Su Chen suddenly reached out and grabbed the last ant in the line. The desert fire ant turned its head and bit Su Chen, but he blocked the damage. The other desert fire ants noticed their companion being captured and all turned around to charge at Su Chen. Su Chen merely manipulated the moisture within them slightly and sent them off to be reincarnated. Looking at the increasingly agitated desert fire ant in his hand, Su Chen threw out a beast-catching skill. Since he was idle anyway, he decided to make full use of the time to improve the proficiency of his beast-catching skill. Capture failed, proficiency +1. 60 seconds later. Capture failed, proficiency +1. Over an hour later, the sky gradually darkened. Kair still hadn't returned, and Su Chen could see her status through the pet bar. Seeing that she was fine, Su Chen continued, using the beast-catching skill. At that moment, a voice sounded not far away. We've arrived. This is the number 5 Awakening Temple. Everyone find a place to rest. Don't wander too far, and be careful of the monsters in the desert. Su Chen looked up at the group of people, 3 men leading, followed by 2 middle-aged men and more than 20 young boys and girls. Is that the team the old man mentioned that is also going to Tianzhashan? Su Chen didn't look at them and continued to lower his head to catch the desert fire ant in his hand. There's someone. The 3 leading guides sized up Su Chen, but he kept his head down so they couldn't see his face clearly. It wasn't unusual to encounter others around the Awakening Temple, so they didn't disturb Su Chen. What is he doing? A boy whispered. I don't know, such a strange person, actually playing with a desert fire ant. Don't talk, don't mind what others are doing, warned the middle-aged man beside the boy. Anyone who dares to walk alone in such a desolate area is not an ordinary person. If a careless word offends the other party, no one can guarantee that the other won't take action. Everyone find a place to sit and rest for a while. After nightfall, an invisible light curtain emanated from the Awakening Temple, enveloping the area within several dozen meters around it. The protective light curtain of the Awakening Temple would extend its range based on the number of people nearby. The more people there were, the farther the light curtain would stretch into the night. Every major city ensured that there were enough residents. At this moment, the campfire also lit up. The light curtain could block nightmares, but it could not stop other monsters. Although ordinary flames could not harm monsters, the light could disperse some lower-level creatures. This saved a lot of trouble at night. Tonight, just like last night, we will take turns keeping watch in groups of 7, changing every 4 hours. When it's your turn to keep watch, remember not to doze off. As this person spoke, he glanced at Su Chen, who was leaning against a rock. The meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. They not only had to guard against the monsters in the desert but also against this stranger, Su Chen. Just as he finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the distance. Moreover, the sound was increasing, as if the entire Awakening Temple was surrounded by it. What's going on? What is that sound? Something is moving in the sand. Panic spread among the crowd as they stood up and looked around. The night desert was cool with a refreshing breeze. As the cold wind blew, a fist-sized red dot lit up on a distant sand dune. What is that? Someone pointed at the glowing red dot. Everyone turned their gaze, and then they saw 1, 2, 3 countless red dots lighting up simultaneously. Everyone, get ready for battle, a guide shouted, keeping a wary eye on the dense cluster of red dots. There were far too many of them, and the numbers were still increasing. No matter what it was, once the numbers grew, it would be a problem. Suchen heard their shouts, raised his head to take a look, and then glanced at the desert fire ant in his hand. He noticed that the fire ant's body also began to glow, like a ball of flame. No way, an 80-level monster actually has intelligence? Even Suchen, no matter how dense, could tell that the countless red dots outside were coming to rescue the fire ant in his hand. The knowledge he had learned in this world told him that low-level monsters only followed the rules set for them by this world. There had never been a case of low-level monsters possessing high intelligence. Because the numbers of low-level monsters were vast, if they gained intelligence, it would be a catastrophic disaster for humanity. At this moment, the red dots began to move toward Suchen's direction. Others thought these monsters were coming to attack them. A fire magic spell was thrown from the camp. The night sky was temporarily illuminated, and everyone finally saw the appearance and information of these creatures. Desert fire ants. How could there be so many of them? Finally, someone looked toward Suchen, who was leaning against a rock more than 10 meters away. It's him. It must be him who brought these desert fire ants. He has been holding onto a desert fire ant without letting go. Everyone turned to look at Suchen, but due to the night, they remained by the fire, the only source of light. They could not see Suchen's face clearly, only his rough outline. It really is him. The desert fire ant in his hand is also glowing. At this moment, a guide frowned and said, "This is strange. I haven't heard that desert fire ants can actively attack humans. I've never heard of such low-level monsters rallying like this to save their companions. Something is off." A young man immediately retorted, "What's off about it? It's precisely because he caught a desert fire ant that he attracted the other desert fire ants." A middle-aged man stepped forward to stop the crowd, saying, "All right, let's not get tangled up in who's right or wrong. First, let's deal with these desert fire ants. Consider it practice for you all." In their team, the highest level had already reached level 50, 6th transfer. Seeing the desert fire ants, they actually breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't think much of these level 80 monsters. They could easily wipe them out. Compared to their target this time, it was simply too easy. Their goal was to escort their students to the foot of Tianzhushan to kill snowmen and obtain the third transfer material, the snowman heart, as well as the thick earthstone from the number 6 mine in Aragorn Mountain. These fire ants were nothing compared to that ice bug. Speaking of which, their goal was the same as Suchen's. Suchen also needed to kill snowmen. It was just that the materials they needed were different. Suchen wanted the extreme cold stone and the thick earthstone. I can't be bothered to move. Whoever attracted them should deal with them." The boy who spoke earlier simply sat down. He wouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters. Suchen threw the desert fire ant in his hand to the ground, then stood up and looked at the many desert fire ants slowly approaching. This was indeed caused by him, and he wouldn't rely on others to solve it. Seeing Suchen stand up, the others shifted their gaze back to him. They wanted to see what kind of strength Suchen had. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel at ease with an unfamiliar person whose strength was unclear sleeping beside them. G. The desert fire ants collectively shouted and then charged towards the crowd. Suchen remained calm at the sight, activating his river god skill with expertise. All the surrounding desert fire ants exploded simultaneously. In an instant, the entire desert sounded like firecrackers being lit, crackling, and popping. The crowd was momentarily stunned at this scene. What kind of operation was this? They could also easily kill these desert fire ants, but to kill so many at once, they couldn't do that. What kind of profession is he? I don't understand either. The crowd looked at Suchen's back in confusion. The two middle-aged men responsible for protecting these young boys and girls exchanged wary glances. They hadn't felt any skill fluctuations emanating from him. This could only mean one thing: this person was far higher in level than they were. Even a 7th transfer professional couldn't silently unleash skills in front of them without being noticed. As they thought of this, both were shaken. Could it be an 8th transfer? After finishing all this, Suchen retrieved the desert fire ant he had thrown to the ground. He began his training in beast capturing proficiency again. Just as the crowd was still astonished by Su Chen's actions, a phoenix cry echoed from the night sky. Then, a 5-colored divine bird obediently landed beside Su Chen in the shocked gazes of the crowd. "Why did you come back so late?" Su Chen said somewhat unhappily. Kair, seeing someone beside her, didn't speak but just lowered her head. She hadn't gone out to play for a long time and had indeed indulged for a while. Su Chen couldn't really be angry with her. He just patted her head. "Come back earlier next time, it's already dark." Kair obediently nodded. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. They had seen this divine bird while traveling in the afternoon. They never expected that this colorful divine bird was the pet of this person. He can't be an 8th transition big shot, right? The boy who had just complained about Su Chen attracting the desert fire ants was now a bit panicked. His voice had definitely been heard by this person. If the other party got angry and came to settle the score with him, his two mentors wouldn't be able to protect him either. Fortunately, the other party didn't look at him, and the boy finally felt relieved. "Ha, why does this pet look somewhat familiar up close?" A girl whispered to the person next to her. "Lena, now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen it somewhere too." The group scrutinized it again, and then the girl named Lena exclaimed, Isn't this the pet that Su Chen released during the divine assessment?" Although she was a year older than Su Chen, she had long been a little fan of his. She had admired strong individuals since she was young, especially someone as talented as Su Chen at such a young age. She knew everything about Su Chen and had even specifically inquired about his past. She would argue back against anyone online who spoke ill of Su Chen. Boom! A loud noise came from deep underground, and the entire ground shook. Just as everyone was still in shock, a giant desert fire ant over 10 meters long drilled out from the sand below. Its two massive pincers opened and closed menacingly. If caught, half of a person's body would likely be gone. Fire Ant King, Boss, Level 500 Physical Attack, 92500 Magical Attack, 73,000 Health, 9800000 Physical Defense / Magical Defense, 125000 / 108000 Skills, Frenzied Bite, Sand Burrow, Queen's Call, Flame Sand Explosion. Description: the king of the Desert Fire Ant Clan, adept at hiding in quicksand. It's the Fire Ant King, everyone be careful. Everyone, step back. The two mentors dared not let this creature approach their students. One skill from the Fire Ant King could definitely take their lives. The students understood their own limitations. This level 500 boss was not something they could handle. Su Chen glanced at the Fire Ant King, just about to draw his sword to deal with it. At that moment, Kyra leaned her head close to his ear and softly said, "Brother, leave this to me." Su Chen nodded. It didn't matter who dealt with it. With Su Chen's consent, Kyra flapped her wings and flew into the air. Then she unleashed a world-destroying flame at the Fire Ant King. Boom! 6965000. The blazing fire illuminated the entire night sky, and the Fire Ant King, along with the surrounding sand, was scorched red by the terrifying flames. Although it didn't kill it in one hit, the damage was enough to scare everyone watching to step back a few more paces. If they were caught in that flame, even the two level 50 mentors wouldn't be able to withstand it. What kind of damage is this? With this one blast of fire, you and I would probably perish on the spot. It really does seem to be Su Chen's pet. No wonder it almost burned down the examination hall with one blast of fire. A fire skill from a 7th transition archmage is nothing compared to this, right? I feel like this damage is comparable to that of an 8th transition archmage. Only by personally experiencing the rolling heat waves up close could they understand the terror of Su Chen's pet. This was still because Kyra had held back, preventing the flames from affecting them. The Fire Ant King was forced back underground by the blast of fire. However, Kyra would not give it a chance to escape. Since it had come, why leave? Kyra dove down, grabbing the Fire Ant King's head with her claws and flying into the air. At that moment, the flames below extinguished, and everyone lost their sight, unable to see what was happening. However, anyone could guess that the Fire Ant King was definitely not going to escape. Gulina suppressed her excited feelings and looked at Su Chen, who was sitting not far away. Just now, when the big fire illuminated the surroundings, she had secretly glanced over at Su Chen. This confirmed for her that the person in front of her was indeed Su Chen. Gulina gathered her courage and walked towards Su Chen. The person beside her asked curiously, "Lena, where are you going?" Gulina didn't say anything, and quickly took 2 steps to stand in front of Su Chen, extending a hand and saying, "Hello Su Chen, my name is Gulina, I am also a student of the Dragon Martial Guild. Can I get to know you?" Su Chen looked up at her. The girl in front of him was a standard beauty from the western regions. She wore a light purple dress, and her chestnut brown hair casually draped over her shoulders. Beneath the white scarf was a face that could topple kingdoms. A pair of lively big eyes was currently fixed on Su Chen. "Hello." Su Chen nodded lightly. "Is there something you need?" "No, nothing, I just saw it was you, so I wanted to come over and say hello." At that moment, a mentor also walked over and, seeing that it was indeed Su Chen, expressed some surprise. "Su Chen, hello, I am a mentor of the Dragon Martial Guild, my surname is Ma. I saw in the news that you were seriously injured and unconscious in the Sin City. How come you are here in the desert?" There was no mobile signal in the desert, so their news was a day behind. Seeing that it was a mentor from the guild he was about to join, Su Chen politely replied, "I was acting with Lord Zhang just to kill those assassins chasing me." Mentor Ma nodded. "I see. Hey, I wonder which mentor you will be assigned to after joining the guild. If I had a student like you, that would be great." Su Chen smiled but did not respond to his comment. "By the way, where are you planning to go? Is there anything I can help you with?" "Tianju Mountain to do a job transfer task." "Ah, you are also going to Tianju Mountain? You have already reached the 3rd transfer so quickly?" Gulina exclaimed in surprise. She was a year older than Su Chen and had just started her 3rd transfer task. Mentor Ma was also somewhat shocked. It had Only been a month and a half since Su Chen awakened and he had already caught up to his students' levels? That was a bit too abnormal. Third transfer? Su Chen shook his head. I am doing the second transfer task, but the difficulty of my task might be similar to yours. Just then, Kair flew back from the night sky and landed behind Su Chen. Mentor Ma had originally wanted to invite Su Chen to travel together, which would ease their pressure a bit. However, upon seeing Kair, he retracted his words. With such a pet assisting Su Chen, he could easily soar through the air. Their speed on the ground could not compare to Su Chen's at all, so Mentor Ma gave up on his earlier thought and simply reminded Su Chen, Tianju Mountain is fraught with danger, be careful. Lina, go back, don't disturb Su Chen's rest here. But Teacher Ma, Gulina was unwillingly pulled back by Mentor Ma. After the two left, Su Chen looked at the information about Kair. 5-colored Phoenix, semi-weak, grade, Divine Beast owner, Su Chen level, 690 physical attack, 370,000 magical attack, 595,000 health, 59, 807,000/70,000,000 mana, 22, 856, 975/27, 800,000. Physical defense/magical defense for 88,000/670,000 skills, Annihilation Flame, 5-colored Divine Light, Rebirth and Fire, Eye of Insight, Phoenix Cry, Transformation Description, an ancient divine beast sealed by an unknown power until now has just awakened. Its intelligence. When Kair returned, Su Chen noticed she had leveled up by 10 levels. So after the two left, Su Chen immediately checked. Su Chen recalled her into the pet space and began to communicate with her in his mind. Kair, how did your level increase by 10? Was it because of that Fire Ant King? Yes, as long as I eat the crystal cores from bosses above level 500, I can level up. Then, why didn't you say anything before? Su Chen could have spent money to buy them for her to level up. I didn't know before, I only realized it when I saw this Fire Ant King, Kair explained. Su Chen nodded. This must have triggered her memory passively. When I get back, I'll buy some crystal cores for you to level up. Now that he understood Kair's leveling method, Su Chen was not stingy. He had just earned billions and didn't know how to spend it. If he could level Kair up to above level 800, it would likely lead to a qualitative change. After all, she was a divine beast, and with Kair's current strength, although she was much stronger than other pets of the same level, she still did not live up to her name as a divine beast. A true divine beast could easily destroy the world. Not wanting to think about this, Su Chen continued to hold the desert fire ant in his hand for a while before pressing it down and starting to sleep. Early the next morning, before dawn, Su Chen summoned Kair and flew towards Tianju Mountain. When Gulina woke up, she wanted to chat with Su Chen but found that he had already left. Gulina looked disappointed. Forget it, I can see him again in the guild. Kair carried Su Chen as they flew swiftly, while Su Chen used the time on the road to continuously use the beast-catching skill on the desert fire ant in his hand. That's right, the desert fire ant was brought along by Su Chen. After all, it was not easy to catch a low-level monster in the desert. How could he let it go? Now, to unlock the perfect blade slash and block, he just needed a proficient beast-catching skill. Su Chen glanced at the proficiency of the beast-catching skill. If he used it day and night, he could reach proficiency in it most 3 days. However, excluding the 6 hours of sleep, it would take 4 days. As noon approached, the scenery below changed. The yellow sand desert transformed directly into a marshy grassland. By the afternoon, as night approached, the temperature began to drop, and the scenery below changed from marshes to snow-covered mountains. Su Chen looked ahead, and a towering peak appeared before him. Describing it as towering into the clouds was an understatement. From the foot of the mountain, the peak was not visible, and Su Chen felt as small as an ant in front of it. Su Chen took out a map and glanced at it. The nearest awakening temple was marked just below Aragon Mountain. Seeing that it was already dark, Su Chen instructed Kair to land near the awakening temple first, planning to spend the night there and retrieve the thick earth stone tomorrow. A cold wind blew by, and even standing next to Kair, Su Chen couldn't help but shiver. Current temperature too low, all your attributes have decreased by 20%. Looking at this prompt, Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. The area near Tianshushan was indeed barren, with only ice attribute monsters able to survive. Here, other monsters probably couldn't endure. Oh no! Su Chen looked at what was in his hand. As expected, the desert fire ant had been frozen stiff. It was originally a creature that lived in the desert, had a fire attribute, and was of low level. Here at Tianshushan, the desert fire ant could no longer hold on and had perished. Sorry about that. Su Chen buried it under a pile of snow. After all, it had accompanied him for a day and contributed to his beast-catching skill proficiency. No merit, but at least it had put in some effort. The next morning, Su Chen arrived at the stone tablet at the foot of Alagon Mountain. Alagon Mountain was only about 3,000 meters high, a stark contrast to Tianshushan, like the difference between a big tree and a small grass. Walk left for 800 meters. Su Chen stepped left, and upon reaching the spot, he found a path leading up the mountain through the snow. He walked along the path for about 600 meters. A cave, 2 people high, appeared before him. At this moment, the cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew even harder. Glancing at the cave entrance, Suchin took out his lighting equipment and walked in. Color, help me see where those ice bugs are. Suchin didn't dare to rush in. After all, he had heard from that old man that these ice bugs were quite formidable. After Color emerged, she used her inside eye to check the situation inside the cave. Then she said, "Brother, if you go in about 700 meters, there's a group of white-winged bugs stuck to the cave wall. They should be the ice bugs you mentioned." Suchin nodded. Knowing the distance made him feel at ease, he wasn't afraid of the ice bugs. What he feared was those ice bugs suddenly flying out from dark corners to attack him. After walking in for about 400 to 500 meters, Suchin swept a light in front of him. Then he saw the so-called ice bugs. Ice bug, special, level 300 physical attack, 1 magical attack, 1 health, 800,000 physical defense / magical defense, 50,000 / 50,000 skill. Death freeze description, a special bug found beneath Tianshushan. Do not let them touch you. Buzz. All the ice bugs were instantly triggered. Suchin grabbed with one hand, and the entire swarm of ice bugs was instead frozen by the ice and snow he controlled. To prevent them from breaking free after the 10-minute control time ended, Suchin thickened the ice blocks that froze them. After doing all this, Suchin took out the shovel and other tools he had prepared earlier, and began to dig up thick soil and stone inside the cave. When his beast-catching skill was proficient, Suchin threw one into the swarm of ice bugs. Capture successful. Congratulations, you have obtained an ice bug. Suchin looked in surprise at the white little bug that had appeared in his beast space. He didn't expect to capture one with such a low success rate. 60 seconds later, Suchin threw out the beast-catching skill again. Capture successful. Congratulations, you have obtained an ice bug. What the heck? What's going on? Suchin looked at his beast-catching skill. The proficiency hadn't even leveled up to proficient yet. Meow, a cat's meow sounded from outside the cave. Suchin looked up and saw a flash of an orange cat's figure. Maybe it's bringing me luck. You have gained the lucky blessing of the spirit cat, increasing your beast-catching skill success rate to 50%. With such a lucky blessing, Suchin simply decided to stay. After mining 30 pieces of thick earth stone, Suchin remained in the cave, continuously using his beast-catching skill on the iceworm swarm. Before nightfall, Kai Air flew back from outside. "Brother, it's all snow outside. It's my first time seeing snow. Also, I saw a really big snake on the mountaintop, and it ran away when it saw me. I couldn't catch up to it." "A snake?" Suchin asked in confusion. "Are you talking about the highest mountain's peak?" Kai Air nodded. "Yes, I saw it coiling at the mountaintop when I flew up. Could it be that legendary ice dragon? Forget it, let's not worry about it. We won't return to the Awakening Temple tonight." Suchin decided to stay up all night to upgrade his beast-catching skill to proficiency. For the next 3 days, Suchin stayed awake, continuously using his beast-catching skill in the cave. Kai Air occasionally went out to play, but the ice dragon she was looking for had vanished without a trace. "You have been awake for over 72 hours. All attributes decreased by 30%. You have been awake for over 72 hours. Mental state decreased by 30%. Looking at the system prompt, Suchin, despite his fatigue, continued to catch beasts. So far, he had captured over 3,000 iceworms. This made his beast space lively. Suchin felt he was about to become a summoner, or rather, even more powerful than a summoner. Which summoner could summon thousands of beasts to fight like he could? Beast catching 29580/30,000. Glancing at his proficiency, Suchin gritted his teeth and continued. After 10 hours, just before nightfall, Suchin's beast catching proficiency finally reached 30,000. Your beast catching skill has successfully upgraded to proficient beast catching. Perfect draw slash has been unlocked. Perfect block has been unlocked. Proficient beast catching. I see you as a beast, then you are a beast capable of capturing everything around you, including lifeless objects like stones. Success rate 10%, cooldown time 60 seconds. Looking at this proficient beast catching skill, Suchin threw it at a nearby stone. Capture successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a piece of extreme cold rock. Extreme cold rock owner, Suchin grade, ordinary rock level 200, same as owner level. Physical attack 10,000, magical attack 100, health 100,000, physical defense / magical defense 50,000 / 50,000, skill, impact description, an ordinary rock imbued with cold energy. Suchin tried to command it to crash against the stone wall. Bang! The stone wall was dented. Interesting. Suchin stored it in his beast space. It wasn't very useful, but it could be amusing to use for a sudden scare. Not focusing on the beast catching skill, Suchin turned his attention to the newly unlocked perfect draw slash and block. Perfect draw slash 0/3000000. When this blade is drawn, gods and demons alike fear. With a blade in heart, all things can become blades. This blade can sever all tangible things, including intangible ones like familial love, romantic love, and friendship. What the heart desires, the blade follows. It can traverse time and space, severing time, space, causality, and fate, slaying all enemies. To upgrade perfect draw slash requires full proficiency and a divine fragment. Divine fragment. One divine fragment can be obtained for each job change after the 8th turn. After reading the information on Perfect Draw Slash, Suchen was stunned and unable to calm down for a long time. This was the true power of a conceptual deity. These previous skills were merely a weakened version of low-level skills diminished countless times. 8th Transcendence. Once I reach the 8th Transcendence, I can claim to be invincible in the world. Whether in the future or the past, as long as I wish, I can sever them with a single strike. Suppressing the excitement within, Suchen turned his gaze to the perfect block. Perfect block 0/3000000. Nothing in the world can harm you. Among all weapons in the world, only the past can inflict the deepest wounds. Hurt by love? Hurt by affection? If the past cannot harm you, who else can? But the block comes from all tangible and intangible damage across all time and space with no cooldown. Upgrading the perfect block requires full proficiency and a divine essence. After reading about the perfect block, Suchen truly wondered if he would become a heartless machine. This description clearly indicated that it could block all emotional damage from humanity. If even such ethereal and intangible damage could be blocked, it seemed no different from a machine. However, the good thing was that the choice was in his hands. Only what he wished to block would be blocked. Your luck boost has expired. You have been awake for over 82 hours. All attributes are reduced by 35%. The system's prompt interrupted Suchen's thoughts. He glanced at the sky outside and called for Kair to take him down the mountain to the nearest awakening temple. In this world, if one does not sleep for more than 9 consecutive days, their attributes will drop by 90% and the system will forcibly put them into a sleep state. They will only be awakened once all attributes recover to over 30% through sleep. If in the city, forced sleep is relatively safe, but in the wild, it would mean certain death. Upon arriving at the awakening temple, Suchen arranged for all the ice insects and Kair to protect him. Suchen then leaned against a rock and fell asleep. A night passed without incident. The next day, Suchen woke up and his attributes had recovered by 20%. He recalled the swarm of ice insects and had Kair carry him to the mountainside of Tianju Mountain. Current temperature is too low, all your attributes are reduced by 30%. The higher he flew, the colder it became, and Suchen felt as if he were about to freeze. Kair timely released a bit of flame to dispel the chill around Suchen. After a few minutes, Suchen finally arrived at the last destination of his journey, the place where the snowman monsters resided. Snowman level 300 physical attack, 35,000 magical attack, 42,000 health, 2000000 physical defense / magical defense, 48,000 / 35,000 skills. Snowball launch, ice spike description, a unique monster. Near Tianju Mountain, loves snow, fears fire. The attributes of these snowmen were quite average, but the surrounding environment was too harsh. Others coming here would likely lose 50% of all attributes. Only water or ice attribute practitioners would enjoy such a place. Seeing this, Suchen did not hesitate and swiftly took down the dozens of snowmen before him. Congratulations, you have obtained Extreme Cold Stone ×3, Snowman Heart ×5. Only 3? Looks like I need to spend a bit more time. The wind and snow at the mountainside grew stronger. Suchen looked up at the sky. The sun had been visible when he arrived, but suddenly dark clouds gathered. Is it going to snow heavily? Suchen sat cross-legged in the snow, waiting for the snowman to respawn while tossing beast-catching skills around him. He had caught all sorts of snowballs and rocks. The pet space was increasingly resembling a small world. However, it was still an icy and snowy world without any other elements added yet. Moreover, as he caught more things, the pet space expanded a bit as well. A few minutes later, another group of snowmen respawned. Suchen swiftly took them down with a single strike. Congratulations, you have obtained Extreme Cold Stone ×5, Snowman Heart ×4. This time, his luck was a bit better, with 2 extra pieces. After 6 or 7 more rounds, all the Extreme Cold Stones had been collected. However, the sky was getting darker and the wind was blowing even fiercer. Current temperature too low, all your attributes decreased by 35%. You have entered the frozen domain, currently losing -1000 health per second. Warning, you have killed 2 many snow mountain spirits, provoking the wrath of Ice Dragon King Skasa. As soon as this prompt appeared, Suchen quickly looked up. Roar! A massive dragon head, seemingly made of ice crystals, emerged from the dark clouds. The ice dragon glanced warily at Kair beside Suchen but still glared angrily at Suchen. Ice Dragon King Skasa, boss, level 880, physical attack 1,080,000, magical attack 1,500,000, health 88 million, physical defense / magical defense 1,500,000/1,350,000. Skills: Frozen Domain, Absolute Freeze, Extreme Blizzard, Icebound for Miles, Ice Shield. Description: the absolute ruler of Tiansushan, possessing absolute control over ice and snow. If you don't want to be turned into a popsicle, then run for your life. Human, you have crossed the line. Skasa opened its mouth, coldly stating, do you really think this king won't punish you? Looking at the intimidating Ice Dragon King, Suchen was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt delighted. Seeing Suchen's expression, Ice Dragon King Skasa became even angrier. This human dared to disregard its noble status, relying on the divine beast beside him. It would defend the dignity of its dragon race even at the cost of its life today. Human, you have successfully enraged this king, go to die. Before the word die could be fully uttered, Skasa realized that its body was freezing. Skasa looked at its body in confusion. How could it, who mastered the power of ice and snow, be frozen? By ice and snow? This was beyond its comprehension. What is happening? Human, what have you done to this king? Skasa panicked, roaring as it tried to break free, but found it all in vain. Its once proud control over ice and snow now seemed like a joke. In no time, its body was frozen into a massive ice block. Bang! The huge ice block fell from the sky and rolled a few times before being stopped by a boulder. Suchen looked at the vividly frozen ice dragon king inside the ice block and laughed. You want to play in the water? Nothing can compare to my water play. I don't care if you're an ice dragon or a water dragon, if you bring water, you have to be under my control. Hee now, just wait for me to catch you. Kair, unable to watch any longer, reminded him, bro, tone it down. Cough cough. Suchen wiped the corner of his mouth and threw a beast catching skill at the ice dragon king. Capture failed, perfect beast catching not yet unlocked, unable to increase. Proficiency, quite hard to catch. If one time doesn't work, I'll just try a few more times. Suchen was unsure whether his proficiency in beast catching was truly random or pseudo-random. If it was truly random, this 10% chance might mean he could never catch it in his lifetime. If it's pseudo-random, then the 10th time is bound to succeed. Suchen didn't care much, anyway, he would keep trying until he caught it. He couldn't miss such a flashy pet beast. 60 seconds passed. Capture failed. Another 60 seconds went by. Capture failed. The Ice Dragon King was extremely panicked inside. Every 60 seconds, it felt an invisible large hand grasping at it. Each time, it felt as if that large hand was about to take it away. This process lasted a full 9 times. Watching the human in front of it use the skill once again, the Ice Dragon King felt despair. It sensed a force that it could not escape from reaching out towards it. It wanted to resist, but its strength wouldn't allow it. In the next moment, it felt darkness before its eyes, and its body could move. The Ice Dragon King twisted its body around and looked at the unfamiliar space before it. Haha, succeeded. Sure enough, it's a guaranteed 10 consecutive catches. Suchen happily looked into the pet space where the Ice Dragon King was standing there with a puzzled expression. Suchen quickly checked its information. Ice Dragon King Skasa, grade, Holy Beast, owner, Suchen, Holy Beast. I didn't expect this thing to actually be a holy beast. All pet beasts are classified by grade: divine beasts, holy beasts, spirit beasts, and ordinary beasts. Holy beasts are second only to divine beasts and are also rare. Upon hearing Suchen's words, the Ice Dragon King immediately became displeased. What do you mean by this thing? Although you are my master now, you can't insult my noble dragon lineage. Stop pretending, you're not a true dragon lineage. The true dragon lineage are all divine beasts. Suchen mercilessly exposed it. The Ice Dragon King snorted. It couldn't disobey Suchen's orders, but it retained the ability to think for itself. In its mind, it would not deny its own dragon lineage. Little snake, were you the one playing on the mountaintop that day and ran away when I found you? At this moment, Kai Air returned to the pet space, curiously examining the Ice Dragon King. The Ice Dragon King glanced at her and respectfully nodded, saying, You have bloodline suppression over me, so I ran away. It really was you. Now that you're my brother's pet beast, you have to call me elder sister, understand? Besides my brother, you must listen to me. Ah, really? The Ice Dragon King looked surprised. Recognizing a holy beast as an elder sister felt very honorable to it. Skasa greets elder sister. The Ice Dragon King lowered its head and bowed before Kai Air. Good boy. Kai Air transformed into human form and reached out to pat its head. Suchen watched this scene with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His pet beast had actually started forming cliques. Who would believe it if he told them? Since it had come to this, Suchen suddenly thought of nightmares. Should he find an opportunity to catch the nightmare tonight? That thing always came out to torment him in the wild at night. It was time to catch it and give it a taste of its own medicine. Suchen was just about to head down the mountain when a world announcement rang out. World announcement: the Ice Dragon King Skasa of Tianshushan has been captured. Hearing this announcement, Suchen was taken aback. Did this really need to be announced to the whole world? When he captured Kair, there wasn't such a thing. Was it because the Ice Dragon King was of a high level, or because it was the boss of the Tianshushan area? Suchen shook his head, too lazy to think about it, and summoned Kair to fly back in the direction he came from. The second transfer quest was now only missing a hell difficulty Nightmare Forest dungeon. Killing the Forest Queen to obtain her crown would complete the second transfer. After several days of travel, Gulina and the others finally arrived at the Tianshushan area. Upon hearing the world announcement, everyone couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Looking at the Tianshushan, which was barely visible ahead, they began to discuss in astonishment. Is there really an ice dragon on Tianshushan? I can't believe the legend is true. The 3 tour guides looked shocked. They had been tour guides for decades and had never seen the existence of an ice dragon. They never expected to hear that the ice dragon had been captured. I wonder which big shot did it, Gulina speculated. Do you think it could be Suchen? Suchen just happened to go to Tianshushan. From her understanding of Su Chen, whenever something major happened, if he was nearby, it was definitely related to him. Although the possibility seemed low. It shouldn't be Su Chen, right? This is the Ice Dragon King. Although we don't know what level this Ice Dragon King is, monsters related to dragons are definitely not low-level creatures. Plus, this is a world announcement. I've never heard of anyone capturing a pet that warranted a world announcement. This indicates that the Ice Dragon King's level must be very high. And Su Chen hasn't even reached the second transfer, and a pet's level cannot exceed that of its master, so it can't be Su Chen. That seems right. Gulina couldn't help but nod. The analysis made sense. Galina's best friend laughed. Lena, you just admire Su Chen too much, thinking he does everything great. He's not a deity, how could he have such great powers, right? Maybe. Just then, Kyer flew past with Su Chen in the air. It's Su Chen and his pet. It's not the Ice Dragon King. He's writing, it seems he really has nothing to do with it. Gulina felt inexplicably disappointed. In her heart, she believed that the Ice Dragon King was captured by Su Chen. I told you it had nothing to do with him. How could all the good things in the world be related to him? The boy who had just analyzed it said triumphantly, proving that his analysis was correct. Su Chen had already taken away all the glory of the younger generation, and they naturally didn't want to see him shine too much. A mentor interrupted the discussion, saying, "Alright, let's hurry up. When we enter the number 6 mine, you all wait outside while I and Teacher Ma go in to eliminate the ice worms first." The group set off again. An hour later, the two mentors cautiously entered the mine. The others hid outside, waiting for news. They didn't dare to go in because a moment of inattention could cost them their lives to those ice worms. After 2 minutes, the two mentors walked out with confused expressions. "Teacher Ma, did you eliminate the ice worms so quickly?" Teacher Ma didn't answer the question but looked at the 3 tour guides and asked, "Are you sure there are ice worms in this mine?" The 3 tour guides nodded in unison. Of course we're sure, otherwise, why would no one dare to mine the thick earthstone in this mine? But we went in and took a look, and there was nothing. There are signs that the thick earthstone has been mined. Impossible, let's go in and take a look. The 3 of them walked in skeptically, followed by the others. Indeed, there was nothing inside the cave, as the ice worms had long been cleared out by Su Chen. The ice worms in Su Chen's pet space were still alive, so no new ice worms would spawn here. Hey, this is really strange. The 3 guides exchanged glances. There seemed to be quite a few odd occurrences today. Could it be related to the capture of the Ice Dragon King? It looks like someone has been in mine number 6. Forget it, having no ice worms is a good thing. Students, hurry up and dig for your class change materials. Let's try to fill up on the thick earth stones before dark, and tomorrow we can farm snowmen. Gulina glanced at the excavated thick earth stone pit, thinking to herself, it must have been Su Chen who came in. Thick earth stones are only useful for low-level class change tasks. Who else could it be but Su Chen? However, she didn't voice her thoughts, or else they would say she was mindlessly idolizing Su Chen again. As Su Chen was on his way to Extreme West City, the outside world was already in an uproar. Everyone was discussing what level of monster the Ice Dragon King was. I think the Ice Dragon King must be at least level 700, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't warrant a world announcement. Level 700? That's a narrow view. Level 700 doesn't deserve a world announcement. I think it must be at least level 800. Level 800. Dude, don't scare me. Are you saying there's a terrifying powerhouse close to level 9 out there? As we all know, to capture a pet, you must be at least 1 tier stronger than the pet to successfully capture it. Level 9, TSK, I can't even imagine. How many level 9 powerhouses are there in the world? While everyone was debating endlessly, someone spoke up. I know the level of that Ice Dragon King. 30 years ago, when I was still level 20 of the 7th tier, I went to Tianju Mountain once, and unfortunately, I happened to encounter the Ice Dragon King. I used all my strength to escape from its jaws. That was a nightmare of my life. Even now that I'm level 8, I still don't dare to go back to Tianju Mountain. Damn, big shot. What level is the Ice Dragon King, then? Yeah, you're already level 8 and still don't dare face the Ice Dragon King? The person slowly typed out a line. Ice Dragon King Skasa, level 880 boss. Looking at this level, everyone following the matter went crazy. No wonder. There was a world announcement. A level 880 boss was actually captured as a pet. They couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of existence had made the move. To them, this was destined to remain a mystery, because an existence of this level would never easily reveal itself in front of others. As the protagonist of the event, Su Chen was currently in the wild preparing to capture the impending nightmare. As for the Ice Dragon King, it was currently sleeping soundly in Su Chen's pet space. With the arrival of night, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He had been coveting the terrifying attributes of the nightmare for a long time. Dragon Kingdom's capital. The high-ranking officials gathered together to discuss. The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom glanced at the people seated below and spoke. I have already inquired with several seniors above level 9 in the country, and they have not left the battlefield beyond the heavens. So, who do you all think is the expert from which country that dealt with the Ice Dragon King? A pet beast at level 880 can already rival a top-level expert at level 9. Each top-level expert at level 9 has the ability to influence the fate of a nation. No matter which country's person captured this Ice Dragon King, it would affect the overall situation. This matter cannot be taken lightly. The people seated exchanged glances. The incident happened too quickly, and they had not yet had time to investigate. Moreover, how could ordinary people possibly detect the movements of level 9 experts? Your Majesty, this matter may require a few seniors to personally go to other countries' battlefields beyond the heavens to probe a bit. As long as we see who was absent, we will know who did it. After finishing his words, this person changed the subject. But there is one thing I don't understand. The Ice Dragon King should have been at Tianzhushan for a long time. Why wait until now to capture it? I fear that the other party has a conspiracy targeting our Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom furrowed his brows and looked at the others. Do you have any other opinions? Your Majesty, this matter cannot be neglected. Indeed, I suggest we have a level 9 senior return to oversee the country, just in case. We second that. The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom nodded. Alright, I will personally clarify this matter with a few seniors. You all immediately send people to investigate this matter in the Extreme West State. If there are any abnormalities in the Extreme West State in the coming days, report to me in a timely manner. Dismissed. Such high-level meetings were not exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom. Other countries were also holding discussions, but the people from these countries unanimously believed that it was the work of the Dragon Kingdom's experts. After all, this incident occurred on Dragon Kingdom's territory. However, no one could have imagined that there were no level 9 experts involved. It was a boy who hadn't even reached level 2. At this moment, this boy was preparing to do something significant, which was to capture the nightmare. In the uninhabited desert of the Extreme West State, looking at the dim yellow sun about to set behind the sand dunes, Suchin quietly stood there waiting for the night to arrive. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared on the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky. In that instant, a monster resembling a bat appeared behind Suchen. The nightmare had appeared. They were all old acquaintances, and Suchen did not stand on ceremony with it. Raising his hand to use a beast capture skill. Capture failed. Perfect beast capture not yet unlocked. Cannot increase proficiency. Seeing this result, Suchen was accustomed to it and did not take it to heart. After all, capturing it 10 times would surely succeed. After waiting for 60 seconds, he continued. This time, it seemed luck was on his side. He successfully captured the nightmare after only 4 attempts. Suchen suppressed his inner excitement and did not look at the nightmare's attributes but instead glanced around. He wondered if capturing one nightmare would cause another to regenerate. If another one regenerated, Suchen could capture them all night long. Wouldn't it be wonderful to form an army of nightmares? Unfortunately, Suchen's wish was dashed. After capturing this nightmare, he waited for nearly half an hour but did not see a second nightmare appear. It seems there really is only one. What a pity. Suchen shook his head and looked at his pet beast's face. At this moment, Kair and the Ice Dragon King were curiously examining the nightmare. Hey, kid, can you understand what we're saying? The Ice Dragon King touched it but found it intangible. Hey, there's no physical form, but this kid seems really powerful. Why does it feel like a mute? The Ice Dragon King pointed at Kair beside him and said, This is the eldest sister. I am your second brother, and from now on, you will be the third. The nightmare remains unmoved. Just floating there. That's it. How did the master find a fool? A fool and a mute, what's the use of that? Hearing the Ice Dragon King's complaints, Suchen's face darkened. Get out of my way. After being scolded by Suchen, the Ice Dragon King reluctantly shifted to the side. Suchen ignored it and began to observe the attributes of the nightmare. Nightmare. Grade, special level? Master, Suchen physique, intangible body physical attack 999999999 magical attack 0 health 9999999 physical defense / magical defense 0 out of 0. Skills, claw strike, shadow. Following description. Everyone has a nightmare in their heart. When you meet it, you are already a corpse. Special note, can only be summoned between 18:00-06:00. Even though Suchen had captured it as a pet, this nightmare still had no level. Moreover, the grade was marked as special, not one of the 4 beast types. It was possible that the rules of this world never anticipated that one day a nightmare would be captured as a pet. Thus, it was not classified at all. Suchen continued to read and was stunned. When he saw the special note, he couldn't summon it during the day? Who understands this? I was completely speechless. After all that effort, I ended up with a useless pet. Suchen stopped looking at it. Since it couldn't be summoned during the day, summoning it at night to act as a bodyguard wasn't a bad idea. It would prevent someone from ambushing him at night. After resting for a night, the next day Suchen continued his journey. After another day, he finally returned to Extreme West City before dark. As soon as he returned to Extreme West City, Suchen called Berde. Hello, Suchen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You finally came back. A somewhat old and unfamiliar voice came from the other end of the phone. Voice sounded calm yet very indifferent. Who are you? How is Berda? Su-chin was genuinely afraid that Berda had been killed by him. You mean that big guy? Don't worry, he's not dead. I just gave him a little something. If you don't come soon, he might not survive. Where are you? Come to a small courtyard at number 982 on the westernmost side of Extreme West City. I am waiting for your arrival here. The other party hung up after speaking. Why does this person sound like they have a Sakura country accent? Have they sent assassins again? From the tone of his speech, it seems like he is alone, but he can control Berda. His strength must have reached the 8th transition. Berda was considered one of his own, and Su-chin couldn't just leave him to die. Su-chin glanced at the nightmare in his pet space. It had to be said, it really came in handy. It was just night, the perfect time to use the nightmare. He checked the location on his phone, summoned the nightmare, and had it take him to the other party's location. Under the night sky, Extreme West City, after being washed by the yellow sand, looked even more hazy. The location provided by the other party was not far from the city gate, so Nightmare took Su-chin and flew for a few minutes before arriving. Unlike the dazzling lights of other places, it was pitch black here. Apart from the sound of wind and sand, there was no other noise. The entire street was eerily silent. Did that guy kill everyone around to deal with me? Su-chin had Nightmare set him down, then summoned all the pets he had called forth in the past 2 days. Go find the other party. Su-chin gave an order to the ice insect swarm. Buzz buzz buzz. The ice insect swarm scattered and disappeared into the night sky. Kair. Without Su-chin needing to say anything, Kair had already activated her inside eye to observe the surroundings. Brother, in the small courtyard ahead, Xiongdae is standing in the middle of the yard. Are there others around? Kair continued to observe for a while and shook her head, saying, I don't see anyone else. What does that person want to do? Su-chin looked at the rows of small courtyards around him, then took out the magic knife Chinrun and walked towards number 982. No matter what the other party was plotting, he now had Kair, the Ice Dragon King, and Nightmare by his side. Even if the opponent was at the 9th transformation, they couldn't kill him. All schemes and tricks were futile in the face of absolute strength. Creek Su-chin pushed open the gate of the small courtyard in front of him and stepped inside. The yard was small, only a little over 10 square meters, with a grape trellis and a chicken coop on the side. Xiongda stood in the center of the yard with his eyes closed, and even when Su-chin pushed the door open, Xiongda showed no reaction. Xiongda. Su-chin called softly. Still no response. Su-chin sent Nightmare over. The moment Nightmare approached Xiongdae, a strong purple light burst forth from Xiongda's body. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the yard. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed as the Ice Dragon King wrapped Su-chin in its body. Although the shockwave from the explosion was terrifying, it was nothing to the Ice Dragon King. As for Nightmare, it was even less affected. Being formless, such an explosion couldn't harm it at all. Hidden in the shadows, Xiaoquan Erlang watched this scene, his heart surging with waves of turmoil. Ice Dragon King. This must be the level 880 Ice Dragon King. How could it be besides Su-chin? How is this possible? Could it be that a divine beast has recognized its master? In that instant, Xiaoquan Erlang thought of many things. However, the appearance of the Ice Dragon King only strengthened his resolve to eliminate this young genius from the Dragon Kingdom. Even if the Ice Dragon King is protecting him, he won't leave here today. After the explosion, the entire small courtyard and the surrounding buildings were destroyed. Only Su-chin and his few pets remained. Su-chin. At this moment, a hollow, cold voice rang in Su-chin's ear. Today, I will surely kill you. As the voice fell, a figure several meters tall appeared before Su-chin. This person looked ethereal and misty, dressed in a black and white striped kimono, with a black katana in his left hand and a purple katana in his right. His eyes showed no ripples, only indifference. It was indeed a Shikigami from the Sakura country. Onikiri, kill him. The hollow, cold voice sounded again. Yes, my lord. As Onikiri raised his dual swords, Su-chin had already drawn his own. Onikiri's figure shattered like glass and then dissipated. If this is all you can do, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Su-chin sheathed his sword and looked calmly ahead. Almost a minute had passed since the explosion began. With such a commotion, the official response from the western city was non-existent. Su-chin had already realized that he must have entered the illusion set by the other party. The explosive Xiongda was also fake. Is that so? My Shikigami is immortal, how can you kill it? As soon as Koizumi Jiro's voice ended, the figure of Guejia reappeared in front of Su-chin. Undying? I've never heard of anything that is undying. Since you want to play, I can play with you. Su-chin looked at the 3 pet beasts beside him and smiled. You guys play with him, I want to see how long he can hold out. The Ice Dragon King was the first to fly out upon hearing this, then it unleashed a breath of freezing gas. Guejia slashed with his dual blades, cutting through the Ice Dragon King's attack. And just as he was about to act again, he found Nightmare grabbing him from behind. With an attack power of 100 million, who could withstand it? Guejia hadn't even turned around when his body shattered and disappeared. Koizumi Jiro's eyes twitched and he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His attention had been entirely focused on the Ice Dragon King and Su-chin, completely unaware of this bat-like monster. What is this thing? How? Could it have taken out my Shikigami in an instant? The Ice Dragon King's attack could withstand 1 or 2 hits from his Shikigami, but against this monster, his Shikigami didn't even have a chance to resist before being taken away. Koizumi Jiro had no connection between this creature and the nightmares of the wild at night. As a high-ranking official of the Sakura country, he naturally knew of the existence of nightmares. How could he believe that a nightmare had become this boy's pet? Koizumi Jiro summoned his Shikigami again. However, his face paled a bit. It was clear that summoning this Shikigami was not without cost. At this moment, Suchen did not look at their battle but surveyed his surroundings. The control of the river god skill is useless here. I can't find the opponent's location at all. This illusion is quite impressive. The river god was ineffective, and the blade draw was naturally useless as well. The ice insect swarm had flown out for a long time without returning any useful information. It seems he is prepared thoroughly to deal with me, then I can only engage in a war of attrition. In the center of the battlefield, the Ice Dragon King and Nightmare were focused on Guejia. Nightmare was expressionless, while the Ice Dragon King was having a great time. Koizumi Jiro wanted to use Guejia's speed advantage to shake off these two pet beasts, but Nightmare's shadow-like presence was even faster than his Shikigami. As long as 3 seconds passed, Nightmare would definitely be able to attack Guejia, no matter how the opponent dodged. Kair stayed by Suchen's side and did not go over, seeing that Suchen was thinking of a way. Kair spoke up, "Brother, I can break his illusion. Do you need me to take action?" "Ha? Why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't you say you wanted to play with him?" Suchen slapped his forehead and smiled wryly. "You really took that seriously? Hurry and break his illusion. We still need to save Berda." "Oh, okay." Kair nodded and waved her wings. A 5-colored light flew out like a rainbow. "What is this thing?" Koizumi Jiro looked at the 5-colored light in the illusion with confusion. Just as he was still puzzled, pop! The sound of a bubble bursting rang in his ears. This. Koizumi Jiro was so shocked that he took a few steps back. My heavens, how could the demon illusion realm be broken? This is impossible. Koizumi Jiro looked at the scene before him in disbelief. In his imagination, even if he couldn't hold on due to the excessive consumption from summoning the Shikigami, it was impossible for the demon illusion realm to be broken first. Now that the demon illusion realm was shattered, summoning Shikigami would require 10 times the mana and mental energy. This meant he could summon Shikigami only a few more times at most. "Brother, I'm amazing, right?" Kair proudly lifted her head, waiting for Suchen's praise. "Amazing, amazing." Suchen gave her a thumbs up. Her skill reminded Suchen of a legendary figure named Kong Xian. 5-colored divine light, nothing could escape it. "Sister, you're powerful." The Ice Dragon King shrank its body and scampered over to flatter her. Suchen glanced around. He was still in the small courtyard. However, unlike the previous silence, the surroundings were now brightly lit. The sounds of cars and the clattering of pots and pans from various households mixed together. At this moment, Suchen's ice insect swarm also sent back information. They had found Xiongde and Koizumi Jiro. Suchen smiled slightly and slashed towards the lower right corner of the courtyard wall. Bang! The courtyard wall cracked open, and an old man who looked to be in his 60s appeared there. Koizumi Jiro looked at the young man before him, knowing that he was destined to die today. There were too many pets around Suchen, and he found himself powerless to kill him. Originally, with the demon illusion realm and nearly infinite resurrection of Shikigami, he could single-handedly defeat almost any practitioner of his level. But facing Suchen, he realized how ridiculous his methods were. The opponent's pets could easily control his Shikigami, and even the demon illusion realm, which was supposed to keep him hidden, had been broken by the opponent's pets. Koizumi Jiro looked at Suchen, took a deep breath, and said, "I want to know if your second profession is a summoner?" After saying this, Koizumi Jiro glanced at the many pets beside Suchen. He had lost today, defeated by these pets. "Summoner? Maybe." Suchen looked at him and said lightly, "Do you have any last words?" Hearing this, Koizumi Jiro laughed loudly towards the sky. "Ha! The heavens want to destroy my great Sakura Empire. I only regret that the sun does not shine upon me. My great Sakura Empire has not given birth to such a genius. It's all fate. Your Majesty, I, your old minister, have done my best." Koizumi Jiro shouted, drawing his katana in an instant and then stabbed it towards his heart. Puff! The katana pierced through his body, and Koizumi Jiro looked towards the east, his gaze becoming vacant as he slowly knelt down. "Each for their master, you can be considered a loyal minister. However, you come to hunt me down time and again. Do you really think I'm made of clay?" Suchen's eyes turned cold. This grudge would not end so easily. In the Sakura country, he would definitely find an opportunity to seek out their genius for a lesson. As for whether they lived or died, it depended on whether they could withstand his blade. Guided by the ice insect swarm, Suchen found Xiongde in the neighboring courtyard. Xiongde seemed to have fallen into the opponent's illusion, lying on the bed without moving. Kair unleashed a 5-colored divine light, helping him break free from the illusion. Xiongde slowly woke up, and upon seeing Suchen, he quickly stood up and said, "Young master, be careful, there's an old man trying to kill you. He's already dead." "Dead? That's good. What happened to you?" How could a 7th turn practitioner be so easily controlled by the opponent? Xiongde scratched the back of his head awkwardly upon hearing this. I don't know. I remember I was sleeping in the hotel and then a nightmare woke me up. When I looked, there was an old man standing in front of me saying he wanted to kill you. I was just about to teach him a lesson and then I woke up again. Then I saw you. Suchen smiled and shook his head after hearing this. It seemed that Xiongde didn't even realize he had entered someone else's illusion. It's not safe for you to follow me now. I can't guarantee your safety. I don't need your company. So I have a task for you. What task? Xiongde thought Suchen considered him a burden and couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. A very important task. I will give you the 1,000 change mask and you will assume a different identity to go to Donghai City. Then find a place called the Tomato Orphanage. Your only task is to protect them well. Whoever dares to harm them, you must kill them for me. I will take full responsibility. Suchen was no longer afraid of those desperate criminals targeting him. He was only worried they would dig into his past and threaten the orphanage. So he needed to send Xiongde to protect them. Suchen spoke seriously and Xiongde could naturally see that. I understand, young master. Xiongde will protect them with my life. I will fulfill my promise to you in the future. You will set off early tomorrow. Yes, young master. Suchen recalled all his pets and left the area with Xiongde tomorrow. After completing the last job transfer task, he would finish his second job change. The Lord's Mansion of Jishi City, also the Governor's Mansion of Jishi Prefecture. Governor Zhuoma of Jishi Prefecture looked at the report from his subordinates, his brows furrowed into a shape. One of the ministers from the capital of Sakura country, Koizumi Jiro, had actually died on his own territory. Zhuoma thought his subordinates were joking when he saw this news. An 8th-tier professional had died silently within Jishi City. How could this be possible? But when he saw Koizumi Jiro's body, Zhuoma finally believed this fact. Has the result come out? Zhuoma looked at the coroner. Reporting to the governor, Koizumi Jiro died by his own hand. It should be a suicide. Should? Zhuoma's voice turned cold. Do you think your profession allows you to use those 2 words? The coroner, seeing Zhuoma's anger, quickly explained, reporting to the governor, he indeed died by suicide. There was only a broken wall at the scene with no signs of struggle, but there were indeed traces of other people being present at the scene, so Koizumi Jiro either committed suicide or was forced to do so. You may leave. Zhuoma waved his hand, knowing why the other party used such uncertain words. An 8th-tier professional who could force him to commit suicide? It was just reported from above that any anomalies must be reported, and this incident occurred. Could it be related to the person who captured the Ice Dragon King? It seems only that person has the ability to force Koizumi Jiro to commit suicide. Ah, what a troublesome autumn. Zhuoma slapped his forehead and gathered all this information to submit it to the higher-ups. The Investigation Department, a specialized agency in Longwei for investigating various information. Here, one can basically know all the information within Longwa. There is also quite a bit of information from abroad, but these are confidential and generally unknown to the public. The head of the Investigation Department, Zhou Jun, was sitting in his office chair at this moment. Since the Ice Dragon King incident occurred yesterday, he had not slept for over a day. Looking at the documents on his desk, Zhou Jun rubbed his eyes. Nothing had been found. The data from the past half-month showed that there had been no extraordinary figures appearing in the extreme west state. There had been no unusual occurrences. Everything seemed normal, the only possibly abnormal point being that 2 mentors from the Langu Guild had taken dozens of students to Tianshashan to search for third-turn materials. Also, Su Chen had gone to Tianshashan. Su Chen? A mentor from the Langu Guild along with students. All of them are from the Langu Guild. It seems I need to ask Wu Zhengyang about this. Zhou Jun thought for a moment, then picked up the phone on his desk and called the Langu Guild. Have your guild leader come to my investigation department. I have something to ask him. The Ice Dragon King incident was taken very seriously by the higher-ups, so Zhou Jun now had the authority to have everyone cooperate with his investigation. When Wu Zhenyang received the message, he was puzzled. Why was the investigation department looking for him? However, he hurried to the location of the investigation department as quickly as possible. Upon entering the office, Wu Zhenyang looked at the person in front of him and said straightforwardly, Director Zhou, what do you need me for? Zhou Jun glanced at him and said, have a seat, I have a question for you. Once Wu Zhenyang sat down, Zhou Jun asked, did your Langu Guild send 2 mentors with 21 students to Tianshashan 8 days ago? According to the schedule, they just arrived at Tianshashan these past 2 days. Is that so? Let me make a call to check. Wu Zhenyang began to understand why Zhou Jun was looking for him. After finishing a phone call, Wu Zhenyang nodded and said, that is indeed the case. How strong are those 2 mentors? Zhou Jun asked. Both are around level 50 of the 6th turn. Wu Zhenyang affirmed. Are you sure they haven't hidden their strength? I'm sure they have no need to hide their strength. You don't suspect they captured the Ice Dragon King, do you? I'm only at the 8th turn myself. Do you think they could possibly capture the Ice Dragon King? Zhou Jun remained silent and asked again, do you know that Su Chen also went to Tianshashan? Hearing this, Wu Zhenyang was taken aback. You mean Su Chen also went to Tianshan? When did this happen? Just the day after they set off. Wu Zhangyang fell silent. He could guarantee that others could not capture the Ice Dragon King, but if it was Su Chen, he couldn't be so certain. A couple of days ago, news from Yenzhou had spread that Su Chen had single-handedly defeated over 10,000 people, which was well known. However, there was another piece of information that only those at the top knew. Su Chen had killed an 8th-turn professional in an instant. A boy who had just awakened a little over a month ago had killed an 8th-turn professional in a second. It sounded absurd, but it was indeed a fact. Seeing that Wu Zhangyang was silent, Zhou Jun gently asked, Guild Leader Wu, do you think it could be Su Chen who captured the Ice Dragon King? Wu Zhangyang recalled the power of Su Chen's pet beast. He had already confirmed that Su Chen had a way to tame beasts of higher levels than himself. So, there was a 90% chance of this being true. But could Su Chen really tame an 880-level boss as a pet now? That seemed a bit too outrageous. From what I know of Su Chen, if he was indeed present, it's very likely that he did it. Seeing Wu Zhangyang nod, Zhou Jun also highlighted this information. Chairman Wu, there's no need to be nervous. You know, we're not afraid of our own people. Capturing the Ice Dragon King, what we fear is outsiders. If it really is Su Chen who captured it, that's a good thing worth celebrating. Wu Zhangyang nodded. I know, I'm just a bit surprised by that kid's methods. Everything feels a bit too surreal. Zhou Jun smiled and shook his head at the words. Who wouldn't be surprised by such things? He had been the head of the investigation department for decades. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly astonished by an 18-year-old boy. He had records of everything that had happened with Su Chen. At that moment, someone knocked on the office door. Minister, urgent telegram from the governor's office of Jishi province. What is it? Come in and speak. The person who knocked entered the room, closed the door, and glanced at Wu Zhangyang without saying a word. He naturally recognized Wu Zhangyang, but matters of the investigation department were confidential. And since Zhou Jun hadn't spoken, he couldn't say anything directly. Just say it. Zhou Jun ordered with a wave of his hand. Yes. The governor of Jishi, Zhuoma, has sent an urgent telegram. One of the ministers from Sakura country, Koizumi Jiro, has committed suicide in Jishi city, and there are signs of others having been present, suspected to have been forced to commit suicide. What? Zhou Jun and Wu Zhangyang exchanged a glance, instantly seeing the shock in each other's eyes. How could Koizumi Jiro die in Jishi city? If this matter wasn't handled properly, it could very well become a diplomatic incident. After all, Koizumi Jiro's identity was significant. It wasn't that long country was afraid of the other side, it was just that a minister from another country had died on their territory. They had to provide an explanation. Governor Zhuoma said that no suspicious individuals have been found yet, and he is investigating with all his might. Governor Zhuoma also mentioned that he suspects this person may be related to the one who captured the Ice Dragon King. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Jun and Wu Zhangyang frowned simultaneously. I'll give him a call and see. Wu Zhangyang suddenly remembered this matter. Because there was no signal near Tianshan, if the call went through, it would mean Su Chen had returned to Jishi city. That would clarify a lot. Such a young age, yet invincible with mysterious superpowers. After a while, the phone rang and connected. Hello? Lord Wu? Su Chen's voice came from the other end. Su Chen, are you in Jishi city right now? Yeah, what's up? Do you know about the Ice Dragon King? After Wu Zhangyang said this, he nervously awaited Su Chen's response. Zhou Jun also leaned in, listening intently. The room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Ice Dragon King? I captured it, what's wrong? Gulan. A sound of someone swallowing echoed in the room. The person who had just come in to report was now completely shocked. They had worked hard investigating the Ice Dragon King incident for a day and night, only to find out it was done by Su Chen. As a member of the investigation department, Su Chen's name had been trending in their discussions for over a month. He naturally knew how astonishing everything this boy had done was. Zhou Jun's expression first changed in shock, his pupils involuntarily twitching twice. Then, it was replaced by joy. What had just been speculation was now 100% confirmed. Good kid, well done. Zhou Jun couldn't help but praise. President Wu, is there someone next to you? Su Chen's confusion came through the phone. Ha, it's Minister Zhou from the investigation department. Do you know that the Ice Dragon King incident has shocked the high-ranking officials of various countries? Wu Zhangyang laughed. Minister Zhou worked hard investigating all night, and the result is that it was you who did it. You did a great job with this, as long as it wasn't someone else who caught you. Oh, it was just a casual capture. Su Chen said nonchalantly, thinking that if he told them he had also captured the nightmare, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Zhou Jun couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing this. Goodness, just a casual capture. If someone else boasted like that, he would have kicked them. That was an 880-level boss. How could he speak about it as if he had just picked up a discarded cabbage? Minister, President Wu. I'll step out for a moment. The person who had just reported was too afraid to listen any longer. Although they had all signed confidentiality agreements upon entering the investigation department, hearing such world-shocking news casually mentioned by Su Chen made him feel like his heart might not withstand it. Wu Zhengyang, however, saw no problem with it. Young people should have such spirit. Hey, Su Chen, you can skip this trial. I'll have the higher-ups directly grant you a spot in the world competition. In Wu Zhengyang's view, with the Ice Dragon King and Su Chen's five-colored divine bird, participating in the world competition would be like a dimensional strike. This year, the Dragon Kingdom would definitely reclaim the top position, so the trial selection was no longer important. I think that's fine, Zhou Jun echoed. Oh, is there anything else? Su Chen didn't care about the trial, he could secure a spot regardless of participation. By the way, do you know about Koizumi Aitaro? He just committed suicide in the extreme West City. Is he the old man from Sakura country who wanted to kill me? I watched him kill himself right in front of me. Su Chen did not deny it. He knew that Wu Zhengyang and the others would definitely seek an explanation for him, so he recounted the events. After hearing Su Chen's account, both Zhou Jun and Wu Zhengyang's faces turned cold. That old fool Koizumi Aitaro actually had the audacity to attempt to assassinate you. Don't worry, we will definitely seek justice for you. Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister Zhou. Alright, you should rest for now, leave the matter to us. The call ended. Zhou Jun immediately reported all the information to the national leader. The leader sent back 2 messages. Do not leak the Ice Dragon King incident for now. Hang Koizumi Aitaro's corpse on the city wall of Extreme West City for 3 days as a warning. Just say that Koizumi Aitaro entered Extreme West City intending to assassinate our genius but was discovered and killed on the spot by our experts. Zhou Jun was filled with shock upon reading the second message. The second action could be considered an extremely extreme measure. Usually, such matters were handled quietly to avoid causing a greater impact. However, the Dragon Kingdom's leader was clearly aiming to slap the Sakura country in the face and demand accountability. But this was merely the surface, only a few knew. The leader was doing this to vent for Su Chen. It was also to let Su Chen know that the Dragon Kingdom would always stand behind him in support. The next day, major newspapers and media outlets reported on the Koizumi Aitaro incident. This event instantly caused a nationwide uproar. It had been many years since something like this had happened, and some astute individuals had already caught a whiff of something different in this incident. In the near future, something big is bound to happen. Who cares about something big? If the sky falls, there will be a tall person to hold it up. I'm quite curious about who this Koizumi Jiro is planning to assassinate. Do we even need to guess? Who else could it be but Su Chen? I heard that the Sakura country has already responded, saying that Koizumi Jiro came to assassinate Su Chen on his own accord. For that $5 billion. This matter has nothing to do with them, they only want us to return Koizumi Jiro's body. Pa, who the hell believes that? A provincial minister risking it all for $5 billion? Can't they come up with a more believable reason? What did we reply? Someone asked. According to the people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, if they want Koizumi Jiro's body, the Sakura country must pay 10 billion in mental damages and issue a statement of apology. The emperor of the Sakura country has already agreed to this condition. Really agreed? Isn't that a sign of guilt? Heh, who cares? As long as we benefit, that's all that matters. Today is truly a happy day. I'm going to celebrate with a good meal. Unlike the laughter in Long Country, the atmosphere in Sakura country was filled with anger. This is an absolute humiliation. The Long Country people are too arrogant. I must seek justice for General. Revenge for General. A young genius from Sakura country spoke up. In this year's world competition, I will reclaim the dignity that belongs to my senior Koizumi Jiro. Participants from Long Country, just wait for your doom. The assassins preparing to attack Su Chen were instantly deflated upon hearing this news. The previous ambush in the Sin City had already deterred some of the assassins. Now, only a few who considered themselves strong still held on to a glimmer of hope. But once this news spread, they all learned that there were strong protectors around Su Chen, all above level 8. Koizumi Jiro was also a well-known figure, said to be invincible in one-on-one battles at the same level. If even such a master was killed on the spot, who would dare to continue the assassination? If they lost their lives, what use was money? The remaining assassins began to retreat, with only a few still unwilling to give up. They chose to target Su Chen's relatives. However, after searching for a long time in Donghai City, they discovered that Su Chen had no relatives at all. The only possible relative was the orphanage he grew up in. But when they secretly entered the orphanage, they encountered a nameless giant who was drawing water to wash clothes for the children. Just as they were about to deal with the giant, they found that the pole in his hand had already pierced their hearts. A pole, how can it kill people? They died without understanding why. The giant sneered, picked up several bodies, and left the scene. He couldn't let the children see this bloody scene. When the giant returned, he resumed drawing water and washing clothes as if nothing had happened. The Nightmare Forest dungeon is located in a mountain forest to the east of the Extreme West City. The entry level for the dungeon is from level 100 of the first class to level 100 of the third class. The dungeon is divided into 4 difficulty levels: Normal, Warrior, King, and Hell. Entering the Hell difficulty requires spending 4 forest keys. This is what Su Chen found online. Early in the morning, Su Chen bought the materials needed to enter the dungeon and set off eastward from the city. If Su Chen were to walk there by himself, it would take at least a few hours. However, with the help of Kair, it only took about 10 minutes to reach the destination. Now, Su Chen was no longer afraid of exposing himself, so he acted much more boldly than before. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, Su Chen placed the materials and successfully entered. Wow. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Su Chen thought it had turned dark. The entire dungeon was filled with a sense of death, and the sky was very dim. Occasionally, the cawing of a few crows echoed within the dungeon. You have entered the Hell Difficulty Nightmare Forest, please be careful. Looking at the dark forest ahead, Su Chen swung his sword directly. A large number of trees were cut in half and fell down with a crash. However, the moment these trees were felled, identical trees regenerated in their place. Such a fast recovery speed? Su Chen was a bit surprised, but he hadn't seen any particularly dangerous areas just now. Nevertheless, to be cautious, Su Chen decided to summon his pet. The Ice Dragon King and Kair were too high in level to be summoned in this dungeon. Since it was daytime, he couldn't summon the nightmare either. Su Chen could only summon the ice worms. The ice worms were exactly level 300, within the dungeon's level limit. The ice worms buzzed and flew towards the dark forest ahead. With the ice worms leading the way, Su Chen felt much more at ease. Deep in the dark forest, the ice worms guided Su Chen further in. After about a minute, the ice worms ahead reported that they had discovered a monster. High-level Treant, Elite Level, 280 Physical Attack, 66,000 Magical Attack, 46,000 Health, 3,200,000 Physical Defense / Magical Defense, 55,000 / 45,000 Skills, Root Spike, Vine Entangled. Description: A 1,000-year-old Treant in the Nightmare Forest, beware of the ground. There were quite a few of these Treants, at least dozens ahead. However, with the ice worms around, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to take action. The moment the Treants were touched by the ice worms, they turned into ice sculptures. They looked dead, but it seemed like they weren't really dead. The ice worms didn't deal damage, but this freezing ability seemed to rival that of the Ice Dragon King. This was Su Chen's first time witnessing the power of the ice worms, and he curiously glanced at the Treants frozen into ice sculptures. His task this time was to kill the Forest Queen and obtain her crown, so Su Chen didn't linger in this place and continued on his way. Along the way, besides the Treants, there were occasionally some fierce beasts from the forest that would leap out. If these creatures were to face practitioners of the same level, they might give them a headache. However, when they encountered Su Chen, they were all frozen into ice sculptures without him needing to lift a finger. Su Chen strolled leisurely through the forest as if he were on a vacation. After about 5 minutes, Su Chen finally arrived at the deepest part of the forest. Beneath a massive boulder, on a throne made of various vines, sat a woman resembling a human, completely wrapped in leaves, holding a jade green staff, seated regally on the throne. Gentle Forest Queen Hika, Boss, Level 300 Physical Attack, 88,000 Magical Attack, 112500 Health, 150000 Physical Defense / Magical Defense, 105,000 / 98,000 Skill. Dual-Faced Queen. Passive. Description: the first form of the Nightmare Forest Queen. Be extremely careful of her second form. Su Chen looked at the crown woven from flowers above her head. It seemed that this item was not guaranteed to drop. Su Chen didn't want to waste time running the dungeon a few more times, so he decided to try a different approach. Human, where do you come from? At this moment, the Forest Queen spoke. Faced with such a nearly programmed question, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. Without thinking, he threw out a beast-catching skill. As expected, it failed. Human, why do you not speak? The expression of the Forest Queen began to grow colder. You talk too much. If Su Chen wasn't afraid that the ice bugs would freeze her and he wouldn't be able to get the crown, he would have let the ice bugs attack long ago. Human, I am very dissatisfied with your attitude. The Forest Queen's voice grew increasingly cold, yet she still did not take action. Su Chen waited for the beast-catching skill to cool down before throwing it out again. Still a failure. Human, this king is starting to get angry. Su Chen looked at the Forest Queen before him. Her body, which was originally covered in green leaves, began to turn black. The staff in her hand also slowly turned black. Dungeon mechanism? Is it necessary to answer her questions correctly? Su Chen recalled seeing a guide while searching for the Nightmare Forest dungeon. It stated that one must follow the correct dialogue steps to communicate with the Forest Queen step by step. While she was still in her first form, she would not retaliate. However, even if the answers were correct, after more than 10 exchanges, the Forest Queen would still enter her second form. Given that the Forest Queen's first form had a health of 15 million, it was not advisable to attempt this dungeon without sufficient damage output. Su Chen had not carefully read the guide, so he didn't know how to respond. He shook his head, disregarding the mechanism. A level 300 boss couldn't turn the tide. Once the beast-catching skill cooled down, Su Chen threw out another skill. Human, you dared to intrude upon this king's territory. At this point, the Forest Queen had completely transformed into black. Su Chen frowned and looked at her information again. Angry Forest Queen. Hika Boss Level 300 Physical Attack 500000 Magical Attack 650000 Health 100000 Physical Defense / Magical Defense 30,000 / 30,000 Skills Nightmare Bind Whip of Pain 10,000 Leaves Flying Flowers Soul Confusing Poison Mist Description The second form of the Forest Queen. Be careful. Damn, that attack power. Suchen couldn't help but blink when he saw her information. All attributes had been significantly enhanced except for health and defense. If someone else entered this dungeon and unfortunately triggered the second phase facing the second form, if they panicked and tried to escape, it would be a dead end. The only choice would be to focus fire and fight desperately. However, Suchen appeared completely relaxed. Smack! A long black whip lashed out, striking an ice bug, which was instantly turned to dust. The black whip slowly froze into an ice block. The Forest Queen, as if possessing wisdom, discarded the whip, revealing a look of surprise on her face. At that moment, Suchen's beast-catching skill cooled down again. Here we go. Capture successful. Congratulations on capturing the angry Forest Queen Hika. Hey, it's done. Suchen quickly released Zika from the beast space. The once furious Zika now wore a gentle expression. The fierce-looking black had transformed into an enchanting black. Zika greets the master. Good. Suchen looked her up and down, finding her appearance quite in line with human aesthetics. She had long black hair, an oval face, a small nose, and a curvy figure. Her overall aura exuded a charming yet regal dominance. Give me your crown. Yes, master. Zika obediently took off the crown from her head and handed it to Suchen. Congratulations, you have obtained the Forest Queen's crown. Your job transfer task is complete. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple for your second transfer. After completing the task, Suchen recalled the ice worm swarm and exited the dungeon with Zika. Outside the dungeon, Suchen opened it again and noticed that the option for the Nightmare Forest's Hell difficulty had disappeared. Only the normal, warrior, and king options remained. Could it be because I captured the Hell difficulty Zika? Suchen wondered if he was inadvertently breaking the rules of this world. Upgrading the beast-catching skill to perfection might actually allow him to capture abstract concepts like the Daoan rules. Forget it, whatever, let's head back to the city to transfer. Kair, let's go back to the city. Suchen summoned Kair. Brother, that sister you just caught was so fierce, Skasa got into a fight with her. Suchen glanced at the beast space. Sure enough, they were arguing. The Ice Dragon King was chatty, even managing to talk to the usually silent Nightmare for half a day. However, Zika was in an angry state when captured, and she looked fierce towards anyone except Suchen. Naturally, the Ice Dragon King was met with a scolding when trying to talk to her. If they weren't both Suchen's beasts, they might have ended up fighting inside. Skasa, shut up. Don't provoke her. Ah. The Ice Dragon King sulkily retreated to a corner. Zika, you too. Looking at Zika's innocent eyes, Suchen's heart softened and he said, keep your distance from her and try to get alone. Yes, master. Withdrawing his gaze, Suchen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. If only they could all be as obedient as the Nightmare, sitting still without moving. The more intelligent the creature, the more troublesome it became. He would definitely catch more beasts in the future, and he didn't know how chaotic it would get. At the city gate of Extreme West City, thousands of people had gathered, and the number was increasing. Many people from across the country were rushing over. This had turned the originally quiet Extreme West City into a bustling place. At the city gate, the body of Koizumi Jiro was hanging there. Since it was said to be displayed for 3 days, it had to stay for 3 days. Zhuoma had even brought over 100 people to maintain order near the city gate. Smack! An egg flew over the crowd and hit Koizumi Jiro's body. The captain in charge of maintaining order frowned and said, who threw the egg? Everyone shook their heads. No one is admitting it, huh? Just when everyone thought the captain was about to get angry and arrest someone, he lowered his head and quietly said, then I guess I didn't see who threw it either. Upon hearing this, various eggs and tomatoes flew out like bullets. Aim well, don't hit me. The captain quickly led his subordinates to clear a path. Suchen saw a large crowd gathered at the city gate from a distance. He didn't like to draw attention. So, from far away, he had Kair let him down and walked over. Koizumi Jiro? Suchen had left the city early in the morning and hadn't checked his phone, so he didn't know what had happened. Uncle, what happened? Suchen asked the uncle standing at the back. The uncle turned around and explained what had happened. Suchen roughly understood the sequence of events. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Suchen squeezed into the city through a gap in the crowd. Ha! That young man who just asked me a question looks so much like Suchen. The uncle scratched his head, puzzled. Where is Suchen? Someone next to him asked, looking around. It seems he went into the city. Is that true? I haven't seen Suchen in person yet. Why would I lie to you? That person really looked like him. I just realized it. Wasn't it said that this incident was caused by this little wanting to assassinate Suchen? It might really have been him. Inside Extreme West City, Suchen walked while talking to himself. I didn't expect the monarch to issue such an order for me. Such a public display that insults the bodies of the ministers could easily lead to a national war. This is no joke. The Dragon Kingdom could go to such lengths for Su Chen, which moved him deeply. Su Chen is the kind of person who repays grudges and also repays kindness, so he would remember the kindness others showed him. After walking for several dozen minutes in the city, Su Chen arrived at the Awakening Temple of Extreme West City. As the capital of Extreme West State, the area around the Awakening Temple often had people coming and going. It was much livelier than the Awakening Temple in East Sea City. Isn't that Su Chen? Someone recognized Su Chen at a glance. He really is in our Extreme West City. Is he here to change jobs? I heard. He was already level 100 at the first transition during the big exam. Is he here for the second transition? No kidding, he might even be at the third transition. I see that the highest level among the geniuses from his cohort seems to be around level 60 at the first transition. It's really infuriating how people compare. Who says otherwise? There are indeed differences among geniuses. Su Chen smiled and nodded at those who recognized him, then stepped into the temple. Inside the Awakening Temple, the spaces do not connect. Even if 10,000 people enter at the same time, it will create 10,000 independent spaces. Therefore, two people entering the temple at the same time will not walk into the same space. Welcome, Professional Su Chen. Your second transition task has been completed. Would you like to proceed with the second transition? Yes. Second transition in progress. Please wait. A golden light fell, and Su Chen's body was bathed in this golden glow. At this moment, a golden divine shadow appeared again in the outside world, just like the last time during the first transition. However, this time the divine shadow was even larger. Its momentum was also more magnificent. Such a phenomenon naturally startled everyone in Extreme West City and at the city gate. Is this the unique job transition phenomenon that belongs to geniuses? It's truly terrifying. This should be Su Chen's job transition phenomenon, right? Those near the Awakening Temple saw Su Chen enter. Hey, what exactly is his profession? Some say he's a swordsman, others say he seems to be a summoner. I've heard he might also be a mage. Damn, how many professions is that? This is getting ridiculous. I can accept dual professions, but 3 professions seems a bit over the top, doesn't it? Just as everyone was still speculating, the divine shadow in the sky had already vanished. Inside the Awakening Temple, golden light was hidden within Su Chen's body. Congratulations, job holder Su Chen, your second job transition is complete. Hearing this voice, Su Chen opened his eyes and looked at his system panel. Job holder, Su Chen level, second transition level 0 profession, concept god. Skills, proficient blade draw slash, proficient block, proficient beast capture, proficient river god, 100% empty-handed blade reception, 0/30,000, digging, 0/30,000, potential, 2+1. Star strength, 300 intelligence, 300 constitution, 300 agility, 300 weapon, magic blade 1000 blades skill description. Each job transition adds 2 new skills. After the 5th transition, no new skills will be gained, but a special skill point that can be advanced to proficiency will be obtained. After the 8th transition, a divine rank that can be advanced to perfection will be obtained. Basic attributes: health 16256, physical attack 28450, magical attack 34350, physical defense / magical defense 9200 / 9150, dodge 2000. Movement speed 6 meters per second, running speed times 5. Su Chen clicked on the 2 newly added skills. 100% empty-handed blade reception. Every time you draw your blade, if you do not use blade draw slash, you can select any object within a radius of 500 meters to receive the blade. The skill user can briefly gain vision of all objects within 500 meters, including invisible ones. After 30,000 uses, the skill will upgrade to proficient 100% empty-handed blade reception. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Proficient 100% empty-handed blade reception. Every time you draw your blade, if you do not use blade draw slash, you can select any familiar object as the target for receiving the blade, ignoring space and distance. The skill user can briefly gain vision of all objects within 5,000 meters of the target, including invisible ones. Cooldown time 5 seconds. After reading this skill, Su Chen frowned, then began to understand. This skill, when not at proficiency, can serve as a means to prevent being tracked or assassinated. Being invisible in front of him would be meaningless. Of course, it could also be considered a control skill. However, Su Chen did not need such control. Proficient 100% empty-handed blade reception would be quite powerful. Ignoring space and distance, this skill could be treated as a summoning skill, and a forced summoning at that, as long as it was someone or something Su Chen was familiar with. In this time and space, it could work. Su Chen thought about the sun in the sky. If he were to take a swing at it, the whole world would meet its end. Forget it, unless I want to die. Su Chen shook his head, kicking that suicidal thought out of his mind. This skill seemed unimpressive, but if used, its destructive power would definitely surpass that of blade draw slash. However, it seemed blade draw slash could also cut the sun, because theoretically, the sun was also within his field of vision. Su Chen now felt he was not a concept god, but a god of destruction. If he wasn't careful, everyone would be in trouble. Not wanting to think about this anymore, Su Chen shifted his gaze downwards to look at the second skill. Digging. Using this skill allows you to dig a hole up to 100 meters long in any tangible object. After 30,000 uses, the skill will upgrade to Proficient. Digging. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Proficient digging, wind tunnels, wormholes, and black holes are also holes. This skill allows you to dig an opening anywhere. Damage type. Openings will not harm the user. The Proficient River God skill can interact with this skill, enhancing all effects of the openings and controlling the damage size. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Goodness, it's a combination skill. But it makes sense, as long as there's water, it falls under the Proficient River God skill. It doesn't matter if it's 3 drops of water or 2. In terms of practicality, wormholes are definitely a must-have skill for traveling. Wherever you want to go, just open a wormhole and you're there, essentially giving you a teleportation portal. Both skills can easily be upgraded to proficiency. At most, 3 days of sleepless effort can upgrade both skills completely. Su Chen calculated the time. There are about 5 days left until the Dragon Martial Guild report. That's enough time. Next, he just needs to find a place to upgrade his new skills. Stepping out of the Awakening Temple, Su Chen looked up at the sun in the sky, then quickly lowered his head to dismiss his earlier thought. The many professionals waiting outside saw Su Chen's action and looked up as well. What is he looking at? Someone asked. I don't know. Is he trying to absorb the essence of the sun and moon? Can he get stronger skills after each job change? Damn, that makes sense. I want to absorb some too. After leaving the Awakening Temple, Su Chen summoned Kai Air and soared into the sky. On the way, Su Chen took out the 3 pieces of equipment obtained after killing the Cyclops and checked them. They required level 2, and he was still 1 level short. Kai Air, go to the desert and find a place with higher level monsters. In a desert several kilometers outside of Extreme West City, Su Chen swung his sword and a fist-sized piece of gold flew up from the ground, sticking to the blade. This really works well for catching bare blades. Su Chen put away the gold and casually dug a half-meter hole in the ground. The 2 skills were used alternately like this. However, the amount of gold was limited, so most of the time, Su Chen used stones as a substitute. Occasionally, he would also slay a poisonous-tailed giant scorpion hidden in the sand, which also helped him level up. This repetitive and monotonous exercise was the most torturous. It was not only a physical torment but also a psychological one. After a day and night, Su Chen collapsed on the ground to rest. He remembered the last time he had swung his sword so hard was during the last training. After a day of training, he had completed 2/3 of the bare blade catch, reaching a proficiency of 20,000. The digging skill had also completed 1/3, reaching a proficiency of 10,000. Fortunately, the cooldown time for these 2 skills was very short, so the upgrade speed would be much faster than other skills. I'm exhausted, I'll rest for an hour before continuing. Su Chen summoned all his pets to get some fresh air while he lay on the sand to rest. Just then, a black door opened in the void not far away. A figure stepped out from the void. Upon seeing Su Chen, the figure sneered, Su Chen, I finally found you. Who is it? Who is looking for me? Su Chen half sat up and turned to look at the speaker. There stood a humanoid creature, all in black, holding a black steel pipe. Dark King Sidiel, Abyss Demon, level 700. Physical attack for 80000, magical attack 550000, health for 8000000, physical defense / magical defense 60000 / 57000, skills, indestructible thundercloud, thunderstorm, dominance, slow field, steel pipe strike. Description: one of the 4 great demons under the Evil King, extremely difficult to deal with. Su Chen, I've been looking for you for a long time. Today, I, Sidiel, will kill you. A subordinate of the Evil King? Su Chen was puzzled. It had already been a month since he had provoked the Evil King. Why had this guy only found him now? He didn't seem very smart. That's right, Sidiel said disdainfully, you don't look very old. How could you make the Evil King personally order your death? The only instant kill skill you rely on is nothing but a joke in front of me. After finishing his words, Sidiel leaped up and transformed into a pitch-black thundercloud in mid-air. Ha! I have now become the indestructible thundercloud, you can die. Su Chen felt a headache coming on. This guy was talking to himself, but the key was where he got his confidence from. Su Chen had to remind him, I'm not saying this, but isn't your information a bit outdated? I don't know what you're talking about, die. As soon as Sidiel finished speaking, he noticed an ice dragon had already burrowed into his thundercloud. What is that in my body? Sidiel panicked for a moment, then a bolt of lightning shot out. Minus 3,200. What are you doing? Are you scratching your dragon brothers? Itch? Seeing only this little damage, Sidiel was dumbfounded. What's going on? Who exactly are you? I am your dragon grandpa. The Ice Dragon King didn't waste words with him, flying out of the thundercloud and exhaling a breath of freezing air, turning the entire thundercloud into an ice block. Even if the Ice Dragon King didn't take action, Su Chen could still handle him with the River God skill. The ice block crashed to the ground with a bang. Sidiel, having some strength, forcibly transformed back into humanoid form and broke free from the ice block. However, as soon as he broke free, he found himself surrounded by pet beasts, all staring at him with unfriendly expressions. Are you touched? Su Chen smiled at him. You. Sidiel no longer had the arrogance from before, only trembling and fear remained. Every creature nearby felt like it could harm him. Wait, didn't the evil king say that this Su Chen was just relying on an instant kill skill and acting recklessly? Can someone tell me what the hell these things are? Evil king, you have betrayed me. Sidiel screamed internally. He realized he had been deceived. It was not at all as the evil king had said. No, I can't die here. Sidiel looked at Su Chen and decided to pretend to surrender. Thud. Sidiel knelt down directly. I surrender. I, Sidiel, am willing to become your servant, serving you for life. The Ice Dragon King immediately became displeased. Kid, are you trying to steal my position from your dragon? Grandpa, that is my master. Ha? Where did this stupid thing come from? Can you even steal this? When I return to the abyss, I will definitely make the evil king take revenge for me. Sidiel was internally despising the Ice Dragon King and thinking about future revenge. He didn't even realize he had already been caught by Su Chen twice. Since he wanted to become a servant, Su Chen naturally had to fulfill his request. However, Su Chen was not at ease with just verbal promises. The most reliable method was, of course, to use the beast capture skill. Seeing Su Chen just staring at it without saying a word, Steer felt a bit strange. What is this human doing? Before Steer could figure it out, it suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. Then it was pulled into a strange space. Looking around, Steer was taken aback. Where am I? Welcome, Steer. Su Chen's voice echoed in the space. Steer pays respects to the master. Steer didn't know why, but there was no longer a shred of loyalty to the evil king in its heart. Now it was only loyal to Su Chen. The reason Su Chen didn't kill it wasn't because he valued its abilities. Steer was a monster with a certain status in the abyss, and Su Chen could use it when he went to the abyss in the future. It was paving the way for future ventures into the abyss. Not looking at it anymore, Su Chen took a 1-hour break before continuing another round of skill upgrade training. Naturally, he couldn't help but kill a couple of monsters along the way to level up. The poison-tailed giant scorpion was far above Su Chen's level, so after a few days, Su Chen's level had risen from second transition level 0 to second transition level 100. Leveling up was a time-consuming and laborious task for others, but for Su Chen, it was the simplest thing. He could casually find a group of high-level monsters, kill them effortlessly, and his level would shoot up without any difficulty. Instead, each job transition task was relatively time-consuming. Your level has reached the requirements for third transition. Please go to the Awakening Temple to accept the job transition task. Glancing at the prompt, Su Chen remained unmoved and continued to grind his skill proficiency. 100% unarmed blade catch skill 30,000/30,000 has upgraded to proficient unarmed blade catch skill upgraded. Su Chen silently recalled a chair from his previous residence in East Sea City. Then all the scenes of East Sea City appeared in Su Chen's mind. Everything was so familiar, everything was so vivid. It was as if Su Chen had returned to East Sea City. Before the scene ended, Su Chen glanced at the people in the orphanage. Berda was playing games with the children, and the old director was happily chatting with others. Everything was great. As the scene faded, the chair Su Chen used before crossed through space and appeared under his blade. Looking at this familiar chair, Su Chen smiled slightly and sat down. He had already witnessed the power of the unarmed blade catch skill. After a brief rest, Su Chen began practicing the drilling skill. Drilling 30,000/30,000 has upgraded to proficient drilling. Everyone's back, let's return to the city. Su Chen summoned all his pets. Then, with a wave of his hand, a wormhole taller than a person appeared in front of him. Su Chen stepped in, and at the same time, a wormhole appeared next to the Awakening Temple in Extreme West City. What is this thing? Someone passing by stared in shock at the suddenly appearing black opening. Damn, could it be an abyss invasion? Quick, go call the governor. Just as this person finished shouting, Su Chen walked out from inside. Su Chen? I go, what kind of skill is this? It looks so impressive. This must be a space-type skill, right? So cool. Su Chen nodded slightly to them, then stepped into the Awakening Temple. Welcome, Practitioner Su Chen. You currently meet the conditions to accept the third transfer task. Would you like to accept the third transfer task? Yes. Your third transfer task has been delivered. Please check. Task 1. Submit any 300 level or above golden equipment times 3. Task 2. Obtain scales of the 8-headed serpent times 10. Task 3. Clear the hell difficulty poison swamp and defeat the boss, the venomous toad. Are they really asking for golden equipment? Does that mean the fourth transfer requires epic gear? The fifth transfer needs legendary gear? I can't even imagine what comes after that. It must require mythical equipment. Su Chen shook his head. He would deal with future matters later. The scales of the 8-headed serpent were somewhat thought-provoking. If Su Chen remembered correctly, the 8-headed serpent seemed to be something from the Cherry Blossom country. Right? This transfer task would require him to take action himself. But that was fine. Su Chen was already planning to find an opportunity to visit the Cherry Blossom country, and this was just on the way. Recollecting his thoughts, Su Chen left the Awakening Temple. Outside the temple, Suchen waved his hand again and a wormhole appeared before him. Kyoto, the capital of the dragon country. Kyoto itself is a state with a population of tens of millions. The city stretches over 500 kilometers from the East City Gate to the West City Gate. Even a regular flying pet would take several minutes to fly at full speed. Today is the day for new members to join the Dragon Martial Association. At the entrance of the Dragon Martial Association, over 1,000 students from various states have gathered. Each of these individuals is a top genius from their respective states, each one a prodigy of the dragon country. When will the doors open? Someone asked anxiously. A young man, looking elegant and smiling, spoke up. Dear junior brothers and sisters, please be patient, the doors will open at 9 o'clock. Wow, this senior looks so handsome, a few girls whispered. Even bolder ones directly asked, Senior, what's your name? The young man smiled slightly and replied, My name is Lin Shengen and I am 2 years older than you. Lin Shengen? I think I've heard of you. You're one of the top 3 in the younger generation of the Dragon Martial Association. I didn't expect you to be so young. The younger generation generally refers to those aged between 18 and 25. Only this age group would have major competitions within the association. Hee, it's all just a name, it's not worth mentioning. Lin Shengen smiled and shook his head, appearing very humble. Senior Lin, I remember you are always second every year. How can I become as strong as you? Hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed across Lin Shengen's brow, but he quickly returned to a smile. You just need to practice diligently. Many junior brothers and sisters come to this big city of Kyoto indulging in the mundane and have long forgotten their original intentions. As a result, their levels have not improved for a long time, ultimately wasting their talents and becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. You must remember, excellence comes from diligence, while neglect leads to decline. Do not miss this great time of youth. After Lin Shengen finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Thank you, Senior Lin, for your guidance. Thank you, Senior Lin. Looking at these admiring gazes, Lin Shengen smiled with satisfaction. He worked hard every day to level up and become stronger, all for the respect of the world. Only at such moments could he feel the joy that strength brought him. Just then, a pitch-black opening appeared at the entrance of the Dragon Martial Association. Nearby students quickly stepped back. What is this thing? Everyone, step back. Some even drew their weapons in defense. Although this is Kyoto, it cannot guarantee that some reckless abyssal monsters won't come to cause destruction. Lin Shengen frowned as he looked towards the cave entrance, the folding fan in his hand slowly opening. A boy with bright eyes and white teeth stepped out from within as a flash of black light flickered at the cave entrance. Seeing so many people staring at him as if facing a great enemy, Suchen was somewhat surprised. Why were all these people guarding the entrance? He thought all the new students had gone inside to report, so he set the exit position right at the entrance instead of directly in the Dragon Martial Guild. Hello. Suchen waved his hand to greet them, easing the awkwardness. Suchen? Is this Suchen? My god, what kind of skill does he have? These people were from the same cohort as Suchen, and had long heard of his reputation. Over the past month, the most they had heard were stories and news about Suchen. In the mouths of those media, Suchen seemed to have been blown up into an omnipotent deity. I didn't expect to see Suchen on the first day. He's my idol. Me too. I'll ask for an autograph later. He should give it to me, right? I want to take a photo with him. Hee. A group of young girls directly took out their phones to start taking pictures. This scene caused those who were dissatisfied with Suchen to mutter quietly. Isn't it just a space skill? What's he showing off for? Look at his attitude, he's almost floating up to the sky. But he is number one, we can't compare to him. Lin Shengen looked at Suchen, who had stolen his thunder, and forced a smile, saying, Welcome, Junior Suchen. You may not know me, I'm Lin Shengen, your senior. Among the younger generation of the Dragon Martial Guild. Hello, Senior Lin. Suchen glanced at him, slightly nodded, interrupting his words. Suchen wasn't interested in listening to his rambling, he was only concerned about when he could go inside. He hadn't slept for several days and was dead tired, with no time to listen to his self-introduction. Suchen just wanted to finish reporting and get assigned a dormitory to sleep. Interrupted by Suchen, Lin Shengen felt a bit annoyed, but he still maintained a smile on the surface. With so many people watching, even if he was angry, he couldn't lose his temper on the spot. Just then, the guild's main door slowly opened, and a vortex similar to a teleportation array appeared inside the door. Lin Shengen glanced at Suchen and explained to the crowd, Our Dragon Martial Guild is different from the schools you attend. Our guild has its own small world, and to enter or exit, you must go through the teleportation portal at the main door. The teleportation array also has a detection function. Those who are not from the Dragon Martial Guild or do not have authorization from our guild cannot enter. Please enter in an orderly manner, juniors. Suchen looked at the teleportation portal and walked straight in. If he really wanted to, he could definitely use a wormhole to go directly in without using the main entrance. But this time, he let it go. With Suchen's entry, others also began to walk towards the teleportation array. Entering the portal, what came into view was a true grand gate 10 meters high, carved from white jade. Above the gate, the plaque bore the 4 powerful characters Dragon Martial Guild like a soaring dragon. Inside the gate, thousands of people dressed in the uniform of the Dragon Martial Guild stood on either side. More than a dozen mentors stood neatly at the entrance, exuding an intimidating aura that made one feel uneasy. Coupled with the special formation of the Dragon Martial Guild, its might was even greater. Ordinary people would likely be so frightened by this display that their legs would go weak on the spot. This was also a routine arranged by the Dragon Martial Guild every year, euphemistically called a test of the students' courage. Those with weak wills or timid hearts would see all sorts of terrifying illusions rushing at them the moment they entered the gate. It was common for past students to cry out for their parents here. However, who was Su Chen? He could crush thousands of troops with ease. Such a display could not stir any waves in his heart. Inside, some students curiously remarked, "I didn't expect Su Chen to be the first to come in. Do you think he will be scared?" "Probably not. Haven't you heard about the Sin City incident? He's someone who has truly been on the battlefield. This little test might not even make him blink, but it's really scary. I almost wet myself back then." Su Chen looked at the grand gate before him and slowly walked in, nodding to greet the mentors as he passed through, seemingly unaffected. One mentor, seeing Su Chen's leisurely demeanor, couldn't help but wonder, why do I feel like this is completely ineffective? It can't scare him at all. Few students in previous years had managed to walk through so easily under the deliberately intimidating aura they projected. Not only was Su Chen unafraid, but he even greeted them. A mentor questioned, could there be a problem with the setup? Impossible. We arranged this heavenly might formation strictly according to the president's requirements. Let's see how the students behind him fare. As the students behind entered the portal, the mentors finally began to smile. The students who had entered in an orderly fashion were immediately frightened back the moment they passed through the gate. Some even screamed in terror, and a few fell to the ground crying. Ha ha ha. The onlookers behind the gate couldn't help but laugh. They had gone through the same experience. Seeing their junior brothers and sisters in such a state, they were not mocking, but found it amusing, as if they were looking at their own past selves. Su Chen turned back to take a glance, then shook his head and continued forward. Su Chen! Junior Su Chen! 2 voices called out simultaneously beside him. One was Ling Qingxue in a white long dress, and the other was Gulina, whom Su Chen had met in the desert. While Su Chen was practicing skills in the desert, Gulina and the others had already returned to the guild. Ling Qingxue frowned slightly, carefully sizing up the girl before her. Dressed in the attire of the Western regions, her beauty was not inferior to her own. Ling Qingxue did not know how she knew Su Chen and felt a hint of wariness in her heart. Gulina glanced at Ling Qingxue, surprise flashing in her eyes. This girl seemed to be more beautiful than her. She had never seen Ling Qingxue, but since she directly called Su Chen's name, it indicated that they were acquainted. You too? Su Chen looked around but had not continued speaking when Ling Qingxue took his hand and said, Su Chen, I'll take you to report. I'm very familiar with this place. Junior. Su Chen, I've been at the Dragon Martial Guild for a year. I know this place even better. After Gulina spoke, she also grabbed Su Chen's wrist. She was the type to boldly pursue someone she liked. Now, facing the threat from Ling Qingxue, she no longer held back. Su Chen looked at the two of them, his mind filled with 1,000 question marks. Ling Qingxue was understandable, but what was up with Gulina? He had only met her once. Are girls in this world all this bold? Whoa, my goddess Lina. Did Su Chen save the galaxy in his past life to win the favor of 2 out of the 3 goddesses of our Dragon Martial Guild? Stop talking, I'm already tired of saying how envious I am. The students standing behind the door were heartbroken at the sight of the 2 women vying for attention. I heard Jiang Haisheng is pursuing junior sister Ling Qingxue, right? This is going to be interesting. If Jiang Haisheng knew that Su Chen snatched Ling Qingxue away, he would probably give up on that thought. Ling Qingxue tugged at Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, are you coming with me or following her? Junior Su Chen, come with me. I know every corner of the Dragon Martial Guild, and I can tell you all about it. Gulina was equally unyielding. How about you both lead the way together? Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. No way. The 2 women spoke in unison, then glared at each other. Su Chen, you came so early? Wu Zhangyang descended from above, and upon seeing him, the 2 women quickly withdrew their hands from Su Chen. Greetings, President. The 2 women bowed their heads simultaneously. Wu Zhangyang looked meaningfully at the 3 of them, then smiled and said, Su Chen, come with me. With Wu Zhangyang intervening, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had never felt this exhausted even when facing thousands of troops in the Sin City. Seeing Su Chen leave with Wu Zhangyang, the 2 women exchanged glances and each chose a different path to leave. Witnessing this scene, many students wailed again. How infuriating. When will my goddess fight over me like this? Starting tomorrow, I will work hard to level up and never go out to play again. On a shaded path in the Dragon Martial Guild, Wu Zhangyang led Su Chen ahead. Su Chen, while you're young, you can't put all your energy into women. I know, President. I naturally believe you. Wu Zhangyang took out a card and handed it to Su Chen, saying, here is the 10 billion. Dragon coins I promised you, along with 10,000 guild contributions that can only be used within the guild. Guild contributions are more important than dragon coins in our guild. You can use these contributions to exchange for any equipment you want in the warehouse. Except for mythical equipment, we have all other grades of equipment in our warehouse. Of course, we also have all the materials. Do you have scales from the Yaki Great Serpent? Suchen suddenly remembered that there were no restrictions on the materials for this job change task. This meant he could obtain them through purchase or gifting. Scales from the Yaki Great Serpent? The Yaki Great Serpent is the strongest monster in Sakura country. We don't have its scales. What about the crystal cores from monsters above level 500? This was something that Kai Air needed to level up. This thing is available, but the quantity is limited. You can go to the warehouse to exchange for it yourself. However, this item isn't cheap. Since you want it, you must know that it's something that only level 500 and above bosses drop. So, there won't be too many. Wu Zhengyang didn't think about why Su Chen wanted such high-level materials. Su Chen's actions were all earth-shattering events. He couldn't be bothered to think about such trivial matters. By the way, the merits you earned in the Sin City have been converted into dragon coins, and the compensation from Sakura country should be credited to your account within a day. Thank you, President. No need to thank me. This is what you earned yourself. I'm just passing on the message. After Wu Zhengyang finished speaking, he paused and said, "Oh, and our guild has a total of 4 halls: Xinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Zhuke. You can choose one of these 4 halls." Is there any difference? Su Chen asked. Not much difference for you, it's the same wherever you go. But there are some differences for other students. Xinglong and Zhuke focus on magic, mostly having magic-type profession mentors. Xuanwu and Baihu focus on physical combat, mostly having melee profession mentors. You can just go through the motions, it depends on which hall you like. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "Baihu, I like Baihu." Wu Zhengyang nodded. "Alright, I'll arrange that for you shortly. I'll take you to the place where you'll be living from now on." Wu Zhengyang led Su Chen through the guild, turning left and right, explaining some basic knowledge about the guild as they walked. Students in the guild level up based on their own initiative, and mentors won't interfere too much. If students have questions about skill combinations, they can consult the mentors. When students need help with job transitions, mentors will also lend a hand. The guild's main task building regularly posts various tasks, and students who complete tasks can earn guild contributions. Of course, they can also exchange dragon coins for guild contributions. However, the exchange rate is extremely high, and most people wouldn't choose that option. The guild has a basic assessment every year, and students who failed the assessment will be advised to withdraw. These are all the most basic things. As for the rest, Wu Zhengyang gave Su Chen a manual to read whenever he has time. This is your dormitory apartment. All the apartments here are single occupancy. If you want to stay in a shared room, I can arrange that for you. But with your personality, you probably wouldn't choose a shared dorm. Su Chen looked at the apartment complex in front of him, which had about 1,000 buildings surrounded by small hills and lakes, and the area didn't seem small. "President, why do I feel like many of the apartments are unoccupied?" Wu Zhengyang smiled and said, "Do you think everyone can live here? Do you know how much guild contribution is needed to stay here for a year? How much? 2,000. Look at how much contribution you have. 20,000. You don't count." Wu Zhengyang almost forgot that Su Chen earned around 10,000 points in the big exam, exchanged it for 10,000 contributions, and then he invited Su Chen and gifted him another 10,000 contributions. Let me put it this way, many students might not even earn 2,000 contributions after doing tasks for a year. In our guild, everything from food to accommodation requires contributions. Do you still think they would choose these standalone apartments? Su Chen nodded. Aside from a few wealthy second-generation heirs, most people really couldn't afford these apartments. So, do I need to spend extra contributions to live here? You don't need to. Your accommodation in my Longwu guild is completely free. Alright, you can choose a building to live in. Once you've made your choice, just upload the information to the guild card I gave you. If you need anything, you can contact me directly. I'm off now. After Wu Zhengyang finished speaking, he flew away. Su Chen curiously glanced at the flying Wu Zhengyang. He had seen quite a few high-level professionals, and even an 8th transition professional like Dongfang Qinglong did not possess flying skills. Only Wu Zhengyang had this skill, and it was unclear whether it was a gift from his job change or learned from a skill book. However, Su Chen speculated that it was most likely a gift from Wu Zhengyang's 8th transition. The drop rate for skill books was notoriously low, and it was said that they only had a chance to drop from randomly respawning world bosses. Not to mention skill books for flying. Not wanting to dwell on this, Su Chen chose an apartment by the lake, swiped his guild card, and walked in. The apartment was about 100 square meters, and the furniture was mostly complete. Su Chen intended to take out his phone to call Ling Qingxue, but he found that his information had not yet been incorporated into the guild system, and there was no signal for the phone here at the moment. Forget it, I'll just take a nap first. Su Chen casually washed up and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep. The small world would change according to the outside light, making it easier for people inside to know about the outside information. Su-chen slept for a whole day and night. When he woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Your account has been credited with 10 billion dragon coins. Source: compensation for mental distress from Sakura country. Your account has been credited with 10 billion dragon coins. Source: merit reward for killing enemies in Sin City. Zhang Taihe from Yanzhou. Su-chen was aware of the first deposit, but the second one surprised him. He didn't expect Zhang Taihe to actually send over so much money. When Zhang Taihe said he would reward 1 million for each kill, Su-chen had killed over 10,000 people, so this amount was about right. Zhang Taihe probably felt the pinch for a long time before gathering this much money. In fact, he wasn't losing out. With such a large industry in Sin City, he would still profit from this 10 billion in the long run. First, let's check the warehouse and exchange all the monster crystal cores. Kai's leveling up was still quite important. The Dragon Martial Guild's warehouse was a building with only a few people guarding it. Su-chen walked up to a window, and before he could speak, the person inside asked without looking up, "What do you want to exchange?" "I want to exchange monster crystal cores." "How much contribution for one monster crystal cores?" The person looked up, surprised to see Su-chen, and replied, 1,000 contributions for level 500, 1,500 contributions for level 550, and so on, up to the highest level of 700. "How much contribution do I need for all of them?" "All? Wait a moment, let me calculate. There are 5 for level 500, 3 for level 550, 2 for level 600, and 1 for level 700. That totals 16,500 guild contributions. Are you sure you want them all?" Su-chen nodded and took out his guild card. He received all the monster crystal cores and placed them into his pet space. "Thanks, bro." Kair hugged the crystal cores and started eating them. "Big sister, are they tasty?" The Ice Dragon King looked on with envy. Kair ignored it and soon finished them all. Her level also rose from 690 to 750, and it seemed that the higher the level, the more crystal cores were needed. "Not enough." Su-chen frowned and muttered. "Not enough?" The warehouse manager looked at Su-chen, who had not yet left, with confusion. "Not enough crystal cores? Still not enough? If you really need these, you can check the prosperous auction house in the city. They auction off some rare items every night, and there should be crystal cores for sale." "Thank you." Su-chen said his thanks and left. Leaving the guild warehouse, Su-chen took out his phone and glanced at it. There was already a signal. This meant that the information had been entered into the guild system. Su-chen found Ling Qingshue's number and dialed it. At that moment, Ling Qingxue was secretly feeling sad, unsure of what Su-chen was thinking. She believed that all of this was just her own delusion. Just then, Su-chen's call came through. Seeing this, Ling Qingxue immediately answered. "Su-chen? Is there something wrong? Are you free today?" "Yes." "Where are you?" "I'll come pick you up, let's go shopping." "Ah, really? Ling Qingxue felt a bit incredulous and somewhat delighted. Su-chen actually took the initiative to invite her to go shopping, which made her feel a bit flattered. "I'm at the girls' dormitory, wait for me." "Okay, hurry up, I'm already here." Su-chen stepped out of the wormhole and hung up the phone. The girls' dormitory was just across a lake from the boys' dormitory. After hurriedly putting on some makeup, Ling Qingxue walked out of the dormitory. Outside the girls' dormitory, Ling Qingxue happily ran towards Su-chen, who was standing by the roadside. "Su-chen, how did you get here so fast? Did you call me after you got here?" Su-chen shook his head, saying, "No, I was just at the warehouse." "The warehouse? Isn't that far from here? How did you?" "You'll understand soon. Let's go." "Oh, wait, I haven't applied yet, I can't leave the small world." "No need." With a wave of his right hand, a wormhole appeared in front of him. Su-chen took Ling Qingshue's hand and walked into the wormhole. The next second, the two of them appeared outside the gate of the Lanwu Guild's small world. Ling Qingxue looked back in surprise at the wormhole slowly disappearing behind them. "Is this your skill?" It was the first time she had seen a spatial skill that could carry others along. Spatial skills were already rare, let alone one that could take people with it. Just a little skill. "Do you know where the Dingsheng auction house is?" "Dingsheng auction house? Is it the one in the West District?" "That should be it. Let's go shopping and grab something to eat in the afternoon, then go to the auction in the evening." "Did you not have lunch?" Su-chen had already heard her stomach rumbling. "No, since returning to the dormitory yesterday, she had locked herself in her room and hadn't eaten for a day." "Su-chen, about that gulina, you guys?" Ling Qingxue hesitated for a moment but still asked. Some things, if left unasked, made her feel uncomfortable. "Did you skip meals because of this?" Seeing Ling Qingxue nod, Su-chen felt a bit apologetic and said, "I only met her once in the extreme west state, we're not very familiar. I don't know what happened yesterday." "Really?" Ling Qingxue looked into Su-chen's eyes, searching for answers. "Of course." Su-chen nodded, his gaze incredibly clear. Only then did Ling Qingxue smile again. "I know you're very outstanding, it's normal for her to like you. There will definitely be many other girls who like you and admire you. I will work hard to become better so that you will like me." After saying this, Ling Qingxue lowered her head, gripping Su Chen's hand tightly. She was truly afraid that Su Chen would leave her. Feeling the softness in his hand, Su Chen looked at her and smiled. What are you thinking about? Let's go eat first. Ling Qingxue beamed. Okay. The two spent the afternoon like a couple, enjoying food and fun. They strolled through the mall, played at the amusement park, and sat on a bench in the park watching the children laugh and play. They reminisced about their childhood memories, occasionally bursting into laughter. This scene drew the attention of countless passers-by who couldn't help but envy the lovely couple. An afternoon always passes too quickly, as if it has just begun and already come to an end. The night envelopes the earth and the lights in the city illuminate, twinkling like stars, each shining with its own brilliance. Su Chen, can we still be like this when we grow old? The two nestled together, softly discussing their future while gazing at the distant lights. After an afternoon of companionship, Ling Qingxue had long forgotten about yesterday's events. Su Chen had already proven his feelings through his actions. Of course, in the future we can watch the sunrise and sunset together and witness the splendor of the world. Ling Qingxue looked into Su Chen's eyes, unsure of her thoughts, her face suddenly turning crimson. Before Su Chen could understand what she was about to do, a soft pair of lips had already pressed against his. After a long moment, they parted. Ling Qingxue had already lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to look at Su Chen. Su Chen felt the lingering warmth at the corners of his lips and smiled at the beauty before him. Let's go to the Dingsheng auction house. The Dingsheng auction house is one of the enterprises under the Dingsheng group, and it is the largest auction house in all of Kyoto. Every night, it auctions off items worth billions or even hundreds of billions. The entire auction house covers thousands of square meters, with a circular venue. At the top of the venue, there are 30 suspended private rooms, exclusive to VIP clients. Generally, even the wealthiest individuals cannot enter the private rooms without an invitation from the Dingsheng group. Outside the Dingsheng auction house, a wormhole appeared at the entrance, attracting passers-by to stop and watch. Spatial ability. I wonder which big shot has arrived. Is there any special auction item today? The supervisor in charge of reception at the auction house saw the wormhole and quickly brought people to stand by. Because those who can use spatial abilities to travel are not someone they can provoke. Such individuals must be treated with the highest standards. Under everyone's gaze, Su Chen and Ling Qingxue walked out of the wormhole hand in hand. Why are they so young? Someone curiously asked. Isn't that Su Chen who broke the Sword God Senior's record this year? It really is him. No wonder he can possess such spatial abilities at such a young age, and he even brought someone out with him. Truly worthy of being the #1 genius of our dragon country this year. His future is limitless. The supervisor of the auction house was momentarily stunned upon seeing Su Chen, initially thinking it was some big shot arriving. However, being the supervisor of this auction house, he naturally had his own exceptional qualities. His ability to read the room was not something ordinary people could compare to. As for any condescending behavior, that would not happen to him. A young man like Su Chen was more worthy of their investment and friendship. So, after a brief moment of surprise, the supervisor took out a VIP card from his pocket and handed it over. Welcome, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, to our Dingsheng auction house. This is a VIP gold card. Please accept it. If Mr. Su finds any auction items he likes tonight, he can take them at half price. Someone exclaimed nearby. My God, did they just give him a VIP card like that? I remember last time a rich guy wanted to spend $1 billion to buy a VIP card and was rejected by the Dingsheng auction house. I didn't expect Manager Lu to just hand the gold card to Su Chen like that, and with a 50% discount. A group of people looked at the gold card handed over by Manager Lu in shock, feeling a wave of envy in their hearts. This was something countless people dreamed of. In this circle, it was a symbol of status. Thank you. Su Chen took the card and nodded slightly. Seeing Su Chen accept the gold card, Manager Lu smiled again. Please, both of you, come inside. The auction will start in half an hour. Manager Lu said to a girl behind him. Xiaozhou, take Mr. Su to the VIP room. Go to room 3. Yes, manager. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, please follow me. The girl bowed and led the way. As the two entered the auction house, the people outside couldn't help but be shocked again. Manager Lu, you directly arranged for him to room 3? There were a total of 30 rooms in the Dingsheng auction house, and the closer the number was to the front, the more prestigious the status. Only the wealthy and powerful could enter the top 10 rooms. As for the top 3 rooms, they were not for ordinary people. At least, only the top tier of Longhua could enter. Manager Lu chuckled. You don't understand. If you did, I would have to give up my position for you to sit in. After saying this, Manager Lu ignored the crowd and took out his phone to make a call. On the other end of the line, a steady voice came through. What's the matter? Chairman, Su Chen has come to our auction house. I gave him a gold card and arranged him in room 3. Which Su Chen? The one who broke the record this year. I arranged a 50% discount for him. Do you think there's anything that needs to be improved? There was a moment of silence on the other end, then it said, well done, don't neglect him, don't charge him. After the call ended, a smile appeared on Manager Lu's face. This indicated that his decision was without any issues, and he knew what choice his chairman would make once he learned of this. That 50% discount was merely left for the chairman to make the final decision. How could subordinates be smarter than their superiors? And for a genius like Su Chen, how many people wished for just a glimpse of him but couldn't? This was also the reason he could be so decisive. In this world, having money and power allows for a comfortable life, but it ultimately cannot compare to extraordinary strength. The strong are respected. It's not just a saying. Their Dingsheng group also needed to rely on powerful individuals as support. Without strong protection, no amount of money could be kept safe. In room 3 of the auction house, Su Chen and the other person sat on the sofa, facing a display screen as tall as a person, clearly showing everything on the auction stage below. The glass of the room could only be seen from the inside, not from the outside. At the same time, this glass also had soundproofing effects. After the service staff brought in fruits and snacks, they said to the two, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, the iPad next to you can be used for real-time bidding. If you need any services, you can press the red button next to the sofa, and we will be waiting outside at all times. Seeing Su Chen nod, the service staff out and exited. Once the door closed, Ling Qingxue gave Su Chen a slightly reproachful look. They called me Mrs. Su, and you didn't explain? Ah, Su Chen teased deliberately. Explain what? If you don't want me to, I can let them in and explain it to them. Oh, I'm not talking to you anymore. Ling Qingxue punched Su Chen playfully, lowering her head shyly. Yet inside, she felt a sweetness. Sweeter than honey. Su Chen looked at her shy figure and smiled gently. Dear guests, dear friends, welcome to our prosperous auction house. I am today's auctioneer, Chen Yurong. A woman in a red split cheongsam stepped onto the auction stage. Her exquisite figure made one's imagination run wild, especially when viewed from the glass above the private room. Her two snow-white curves were fully visible. Hey, you're not allowed to look down at the glass. Ling Qingxue, with her head lowered, immediately noticed and hurriedly stopped Su Chen from lowering his gaze. The more she tried to stop him, the more curious he became, and Su Chen was no exception. Just a glance downward, and Su Chen understood. Qingxue, this auction house is quite big and bright. Hearing this, Ling Qingxue gave Su Chen a playful punch. I told you not to look. You can only look at the screen. Got it. I promise I won't look anymore. After Su Chen finished speaking, he secretly glanced again. No wonder this was a private room. This special view could only be seen from here. This prosperous auction house really understood men. Everyone, please be quiet. Tonight, we have a total of 10 items for auction. Please bid in an orderly manner and do not make noise. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, we all understand the rules, let's get started. Yeah, let's hurry up and start. Chen Yurong looked at the crowd and smiled slightly. Alright, let's bring out our first auction item. An epic quality decorative item, a jade hairpin. The attributes have been shared with everyone, you can check them yourself. Su Chen opened it to take a look. Jade hairpin. Quality, epic level, unlimited effect, immune to 1 attack damage, cooldown time 300 seconds. The entire hairpin was a deep green, looking very beautiful. Su Chen glanced at Ling Qingxue, who was mesmerized by the jade hairpin. Then he focused on the starting bid. I believe everyone already knows the function of this jade hairpin, so I won't elaborate further. The initial bidding price for this jade hairpin is 10 million dragon coins, and each bid must not be less than 5 million dragon coins. I bid 20 million. A big-bellied man in the audience shouted loudly, raising his paddle. 30 million. Another person disdainfully glanced at him. 35 million. Yet another person joined in. The jade hairpin was beautiful, but everyone was eyeing that effective immunity to 1 attack. It was equivalent to buying a life-saving piece of equipment, especially against those one-hit kill assassins. The price of the jade hairpin soared, quickly surpassing 100 million. Su Chen watched the skyrocketing price and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. There really are a lot of rich people. If he hadn't earned that more than 2 billion and only had the 10 billion given by Wu Zhanyang, he might not even be able to bid on a single item in this auction house. Auctioneer Chen Yuron looked at the price and smiled as she called out, 110 million, is there a higher bid? 200 million. Su Chen's voice was projected through the screen, clearly audible throughout the auction house. A hush fell over the room as everyone turned to look at the suspended room 3. My goodness, someone is actually in room 3 today. Who is inside? They couldn't see what was happening inside and could only speculate. It's that Su Chen. I just saw Supervisor Lu arrange the room for him at the door. Su Chen? The boy who just awakened this year? Yes, that's him. I see that the Dingxing group seems to have high hopes for him and is planning to curry favor. So it's him, that makes sense. I think Su Chen might even surpass the sword god. Indeed. With such limitless potential, who wouldn't want to invest early? Chen Yuron looked up at room 3, knowing Su Chen was inside. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, she tapped her auction hammer. The esteemed guest in room 3 bids 200 million. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? Ling Qingxue looked at Su Chen in confusion. Su Chen, what do you want this for? She knew Su-Chen had a blocking skill, so this hairpin wasn't of much use to him. I'm giving it to you, I see you like it, and its effect is quite good. She giving it to me? Ling Qingxue was taken aback, filled with emotion, but still advised, maybe we should forget it, it's too expensive. It's fine. I don't think I've ever given you a gift, so just consider this my present to you. Seeing that Su-Chen had made up his mind, Ling Qingxue bit her lip and gently nodded. She was certainly pleased. After all, this was something Su-Chen had actively wanted to give her. 200 million, second time. Chen Yurong tapped the hammer again. Everyone in the audience knew it was something Su-Chen wanted, and with the price already high, no one else bid. 200 million, third time. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room 3 for winning this jade hairpin. Chen Yurong packed the hairpin in a box and had her assistant deliver it to Su-Chen. A knock sounded at the door. Mr. Su, the jade hairpin you bid on has arrived. Su-Chen opened the door and accepted the box. He then walked in front of Ling Qingxue and opened the box. Slowly picking up the hairpin, he said, shall I put it on you? Okay. Ling Qingxue nodded, her face full of sweetness. Su-Chen gently brushed her long hair aside and slowly inserted the hairpin into her hair. Is it pretty? Ling Qingxue asked. Expectantly. Su-Chen nodded. The hairpin is beautiful, but you are even more beautiful. When did your words become so sweet? Su-Chen laughed. Maybe it was when you kissed me this afternoon? Ah. Ling Qingxue covered her face, too shy to look at Su-Chen. The auction continued below. In a corner of the auction house, a figure wrapped in black clothing was ominously staring at room 3. Many people in the auction house were concealed, either wearing masks or hats, so his attire didn't attract attention. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here. I've been looking for you for a long time. On the auction stage, Chen Yuron was energetically introducing the items in her hands. Su-Chen glanced at them, they weren't what he needed, so he didn't bid, just watching the final price. Most of the items in between were various pieces of equipment. The most expensive was a level 600 legendary longsword. Many people were likely there just for this sword. The starting bid for the sword was 500 million, with over 30 people bidding during the process. In the end, the transaction price for the longsword was set at a staggering 10.5 billion. This price left Su-Chen stunned. He never expected such equipment could sell for so much. Although it was legendary equipment, it was still too expensive. Should I go farm some dungeons to sell equipment? Su-Chen felt a bit tempted. Now, apart from the level 3 quest, he had nothing else to do, so he might as well take this opportunity to run some dungeons and earn some money. After all dungeons were a breeze for him, which was like picking up money. If luck was on his side and he managed to get a legendary piece of equipment, he would be rich. Once I level up Kyer to above level 800, I'll go run some dungeons, Su-Chen silently resolved in his heart. Next, we will auction off 4 monster cores of level 700. This is also the last item for tonight's auction. Everyone knows that these monster cores only drop from bosses above level 500, and they don't drop 100% of the time. The cores can replace energy stones and even have better effects than energy stones. The higher the core's level, the better the effect, so you can bid on these 4 level 700 cores. Starting price is 400 million, and each bid must be no less than 100 million. The cores can serve as a power source for anything that requires energy, which is especially needed by large companies, particularly for airships. The operation of various large formations or small worlds also requires energy. Although energy stones have the same effect, they need to be replaced frequently and are not as effective as cores. Therefore, the price of cores has always remained high. 1 billion. A person directly called out a high price of 1 billion, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the room. Su-Chen recalled the few cores he exchanged in the guild, which cost him over 10,000 contribution points in total. Comparing this, he realized how valuable guild contributions were. 2 billion. A hoarse voice calmly rang out. He was determined to get this item. The price suddenly doubled, and everyone looked in surprise at the bidder. The person was dressed in black, completely covered, making it impossible to see anything. 2.1 billion. Su-Chen was also determined to get this core. However, he didn't go crazy with the bidding, mainly because he thought he still had to pay half the amount. Little did he know that the chairman of the Dingsheng Group had already waived Su-Chen's expenses for tonight. 5 billion. Wow. Hearing this price, the entire room was in an uproar. Who bids like this? 6 billion, Su-Chen said calmly. Ling Qingxue looked at Su-Chen in confusion, not knowing when he had become so wealthy. It felt as casual as throwing away $60. Although her family wasn't short on money, they couldn't be as carefree as Su-Chen. 8 billion. The hoarse voice continued. At this point, only he and Su-Chen were left competing, while everyone else had given up on bidding. Everyone was guessing who would end up with the cores. 10 billion. Su-Chen spoke again. My god, this price has already exceeded the actual value of these 4 cores, right? Su-Chen has a big consortium backing him, he's already rich at such a young age. We've lived for decades, and it feels like we're not even as good as a child? Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Once Su-Chen called out this price, the other person stopped bidding, as if they had given up. 10 billion. Shun Yorong excitedly struck the gavel and two fluffy white things trembled in response. Congratulations to VIP from Room 3 for winning these 4 level 700 cores. As Chen Yorong's auction hammer fell, it also announced the end of tonight's auction. Thank you all for your support tonight. We will meet again at the same time tomorrow. The crowd slowly dispersed and Su Chen stood up to open the door of the private room to prepare for payment. Mr. Su, here is your auction item. Supervisor Lu stood at the door, personally delivering the item. It's a 50% discount, right? So I owe you 5.1 billion in total? 200 million for the jade hairpin plus 100 billion for the crystal core, exactly that much with the discount. Supervisor Lu smiled and said, Mr. Su is truly a talent. Our chairman has high hopes for you, so tonight's expenses have been waived. Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to your chairman. Saving 100 billion made Su Chen quite happy. After all, who would turn down money? Moreover, they didn't ask Su Chen to do anything in return, they just wanted to use this money to gain some goodwill. Alright, I will definitely convey Mr. Su's words to the chairman. Is there anything else you need help with? Our Dingshan group covers various industries including medical, construction, weaponry, and entertainment. If you need anything, you can contact us. Well, there is one thing. Su Chen raised the crystal core he had just received and said, I need this crystal core. The higher the level, the better, at least above level 700. Kyer had already mentioned that crystal cores below level 700 were not very useful to her. To help her level up to 800, he might need a lot. Crystal cores above level 700? Supervisor Lu was somewhat puzzled about why Su Chen needed so many high-level cores, but he didn't ask further. Mr. Su may have to wait about a month for a few to be sent over. These 4 today were just delivered at the beginning of the month, and you happen to get them. You should also know that hunting high-level bosses requires a lot of manpower and time. Moreover, crystal cores do not drop 100% of the time, so they are extremely rare. Only our Dingshan group can acquire a few each month. Su Chen nodded. He understood the rarity of these items. Otherwise, even in the Dragon Martial Guild, the top guild in the Dragon Kingdom, there would only be a few in stock. However, if Mr. Su is really in a hurry, I can recommend a place. With your strength, you might be able to obtain a few. Oh, where is it? The Tongtian Tower in the central area of Kyoto. Seeing Su Chen's confusion, Supervisor Lu explained, the Tongtian Tower is divided into 100 floors, each containing various monsters, and every 10 floors has a guardian boss. The boss on the 30th floor has already reached level 700. If Mr. Su can defeat the boss above the 30th floor, there is a chance to directly obtain crystal cores. Of course, there is also a chance to acquire various rare equipment and materials. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Can the Tongtian Tower be challenged infinitely? Isn't this just a way to make money? In infinite challenges? Supervisor Lu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids at this. It can indeed be challenged infinitely. However, each time one enters the Tongtian Tower, they will start at the level they last challenged. Only by passing can they enter the next level. In the 1,000 years since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, very few have managed to challenge up to the 50th floor, let alone higher levels. Seeing Su Chen like this, Supervisor Lu knew he wanted to grind through the Tongtian Tower infinitely. But no one has ever cleared it, and no one knows if they can start challenging from the first floor again after clearing it. So he couldn't answer that question. That may depend on you, Mr. Su. Perhaps you will have the opportunity to clear the Tongtian Tower in the future. Supervisor Lu said a flattering remark. Although their Dingshan group had high hopes for Su Chen, they didn't believe he could clear it at this moment. Alright, thank you. I'll give it a try tomorrow. Since there was nothing else to do, Su Chen decided to take a look. Then I'll see you two off. Supervisor Lu led the way, escorting Su Chen and the other person out of the auction house. After Su Chen left, Supervisor Lu made another phone call. Are you sure he's going to challenge the Sky Tower? Yes, Chairman. I see that Mr. Su is in urgent need of monster crystal cores, so I recommended he go to the Sky Tower. That's fine. I'll go see for myself tomorrow to see if he really has the strength to kill an 8th transition expert. As rumored, if he can reach the 30th floor or higher, our Dingshan group must fully support him. Recently, I will arrange for personnel to collect monster crystal cores for him worldwide. Chairman, I have one thing I don't understand. No matter how high Su Chen's potential is, do we really need to value him this much? Sigh, there are some things you don't know. News has come from above that something has happened in the outer battlefield. What? Something happened in the outer battlefield? This matter must not be disclosed. Just know it, we must find a backing. At least we need to seek a backing before things develop beyond control. Yes, Chairman, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. After hanging up, beads of sweat slid down Supervisor Lu's forehead. The outer battlefield is related to the survival of the entire Blue Star. If something really happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was clear that relying on their own strength was not enough for them to survive. They could only depend on the strong to stay alive. Nighttime in Kyoto is the liveliest time of the day. Ordinary people finish their work and only have this time to go out and have fun. Professionals, after a day of battling monsters, also return to the city at night to enjoy life. Let's walk back, I won't use my skills anymore, Su Chen suggested. Okay. Ling Qingxue nodded slightly. The two strolled leisurely through the crowded streets, arriving at the entrance of the Lanwu Guild's small world 2 hours later. Seeing the two walk through the teleportation portal, the gatekeeper was stunned. Strange, are there students out today? Why do I have no record? The old man, wearing his reading glasses, flipped through the entry and exit records, and indeed, no one had applied to go out today. I can't be seeing things, can I? A breeze blew through the small world, startling the old man, who slumped directly into his chair. Su Chen was unaware that his actions had frightened the gatekeeper so much. After sending Ling Qingxue back to the girls' dormitory, Su Chen returned to his own room. He took out the crystal cores and gave them to Kair. Kair grabbed the crystal cores and started munching on them, making the Ice Dragon King nearby drool. Soon, all 4 crystal cores were eaten. Su Chen checked her level. She had leveled up by 20 levels and was now at level 770. Just a little more to reach level 800. Kair, you really are a bottomless pit. That's 100 billion. Although he didn't spend any money today, Su Chen still felt a pang in his heart. It seems like there's still a long way to go. It all depends on whether the Sky Tower can drop a few tomorrow. At the entrance of the Dragon Martial Guild Small World, a figure wrapped in black clothing glanced at the small world before him. He had been trailing Su Chen and his companion all the way, but the streets of Kyoto were too crowded at night, and he dared not act recklessly in such a public place. After finally arriving at a less frequented area, Su Chen and his companion entered the small world. However, he could not follow them in. Just as he was about to leave, the portal to the small world rippled. A young man stepped out from within. Lin Sheng'an was in a bad mood today. He had wanted to show off in front of the many new students, but Su Chen had stolen the spotlight. All the new students and some old ones were discussing matters related to Su Chen, and no one remembered him. Whenever others mentioned him, they would always bring up his long-standing position as second best. He was quite displeased. He wanted to find a place filled with lights and wine to vent his anger. As soon as he stepped out of the small world, Lin Sheng'an felt a chilling gaze fixed on him. Who are you? Lin Sheng'an looked warily at the person before him. Did this person intend to attack him outside the Dragon Martial Guild? Hello there, little friend. The raspy voice of the figure in black sent shivers down his spine. Lin Sheng'an immediately sensed something was off and was about to return to the small world, but it was already too late. Want to leave now? It's too late. Become a part of me. A massive, bloody mouth lunged at him. In an instant, Lin Sheng'an was swallowed whole. As a fourth-tier professional, he had no chance to resist. The figure in black stood still for several minutes. Before removing his clothing and taking 2 steps forward, a new Lin Sheng'an appeared in his place. Everything about him, his attire, appearance, and aura, was identical to Lin Sheng'an. Lin Sheng'an glanced at his new body and murmured, "This body isn't bad, but it's still too weak." He looked at the entrance to the small world and muttered, "Nine-colored divine phoenix, I'm here to find you." With a strange smile, Lin Sheng'an stepped into the small world. The portal to the small world detected no abnormalities and allowed him to pass through without issue. Hey, did I just see a ghost today? Wasn't this little guy just outside? How did he come back? Is he playing with me? The gatekeeper tugged at the few remaining strands of his hair, looking utterly confused. In a certain location in Kyoto, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom gathered to discuss matters concerning the outer battlefield. Old Shun, what exactly happened at the outer battlefield? The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom asked. Everyone turned to the elderly man with white hair and youthful features in the center, waiting for his response. He was one of the few top-tier 9th-turn experts in the Dragon Kingdom. The old man sighed and slowly addressed the crowd. The first layer of the Western Heavenly Pass was breached by the outer celestial demons, and the commanding officer, Mike, abandoned his post and fled. All the other soldiers defending the first layer of the Western Heavenly Pass were killed. By the time we arrived, the outer celestial demons had already destroyed the city's formation and left. What? How could that coward Mike do this? If he had held on a little longer, we could have defended the Western Heavenly Pass. How could the beautiful nation allow such a person to guard such a critical checkpoint? We must hold them accountable. Yes, we must hold them accountable. The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom raised his hand to calm the crowd, saying, "Everyone, please remain calm. The priority now is not to hold them accountable, but to quickly rebuild the Western Heavenly Pass. This concerns the survival of all humanity. We cannot afford to be careless." The 4 heavenly passes in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest each have 3 layers. They resist the outer celestial demons coming from 4 directions, with each layer fortified with numerous formations and basic defensive structures. The first layer of each direction is of utmost importance. If one is breached, it threatens all of humanity. Nowadays, the first layer of the Western Heavenly Pass has been destroyed, and the foreign demons could launch an attack at any time. To completely rebuild it will take at least half a year. Therefore, this is no longer just a matter for one country, but something that all nations need to take seriously. Old Shun, how many 9th and 8th tier experts are there over there? Now, The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom asked the old man. Aside from Mike, who was missing, a total of 3 9th tier experts and 12 8th tier masters have gone. There is currently no danger. However, other places have also been weakened in their defensive strength, so I have returned to gather many professionals to jointly guard the Western Heavenly Pass, to prevent any accidents in the other 3 locations. Alright, I will notify the leaders of other countries now to hold a meeting to discuss this matter. Old Shin nodded in response. Just then, Old Shin suddenly frowned and said, there are high-level monsters in Kyoto. What? Everyone was shocked again. Old Shin, can you sense where it is? In this tumultuous time, it seemed increasingly unstable. It was unprecedented for a monster to dare to infiltrate Kyoto. East City, Dragon Martial Guild. As soon as this was said, everyone turned their gaze to Wu Zhangyang, who was present. It was actually in the Dragon Martial Guild. Old Shin's figure flashed and he was already in the air above the Dragon Martial Guild. Looking at the black trench coat on the ground, Old Shin's frown deepened. Devouring demon? Or a Tao Tai? Looking at the entrance to the small world before him, Old Shin picked up the trench coat and returned to the meeting room. Wu Zhangyang. Here. Wu Zhangyang quickly bowed. The opponent may have infiltrated your Dragon Martial Guild's small world, or it may have ulterior motives against your Dragon Martial Guild. You should not go to the outer battlefield. You need to go back now and investigate this matter. Be sure to be careful. Yes, Old Shin. At this moment, Wu Zhangyang was also somewhat horrified that a monster would target his Dragon Martial Guild. After Wu Zhangyang left, Old Shin suddenly asked, I heard that there is a junior named Su Chen who broke the record of senior brother Li Xiaobai's major exam? The sword god was named Li Xiaobai and he was also his senior brother. Yes, this young man not only broke the major exam record of the sword god but also has the achievement of killing 8th tier professionals in seconds. Just a few days ago, he even captured the 880-level boss Ice Dragon King from Taiansushin, forcing the minister of Sakura country, Kozumi Jiro, to commit suicide. Now, he is in Wu Zhangyang's Dragon Martial Guild. Hearing these glorious achievements, Old Shin was somewhat shocked and said, Are you sure he is just a newly awakened youth? Killing 8th tier professionals in seconds, even he might not be able to do that. And capturing an 880-level boss as a pet. How could this be something a newly awakened youth could accomplish? It looked more like a powerful being reincarnated and recultivating. This, to be honest with you, Elder Shin, we also didn't dare to believe it at first. Because of this matter, we conducted a thorough investigation on him. Su Chen was abandoned by his parents outside an orphanage when he was young, and nothing strange happened to him from childhood to adulthood. However, on the day of his awakening, a divine shadow appeared in the sky. After hearing this, Elder Shin asked again, what is his profession? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. The ruler of Longwa smiled bitterly and said, we don't know his profession, but he likes to use knives, so he should be a warrior, yet his attack style resembles that of a mage. Therefore, we are also unclear about what exactly Su Chen's profession is. So far, we only know he has a skill that can kill instantly and a skill to block attacks. By the way, it is said that he gained a space skill after changing jobs recently. Instant kill skill? Space skill? How strong is his space skill? It should be very powerful, as he seems to be able to take people with him, and he apparently used his space skill to travel directly from extreme West City to Kyoto. What? So far? The old man himself possessed a space skill, but the maximum distance was only about 10,000 meters. From extreme West City to Kyoto, it was tens of thousands of miles. It was far beyond what his space skill could compare to. Moreover, he could take people along with him. At this moment, the old man's long quiet heart began to stir. Take me to meet this young man tomorrow. In all these years, no one has made me so curious. Yes, Elder Shin. Alright, everyone disperse and prepare for the battle outside the sky. Yes. After a night of rest, Su Chen got up early the next morning to wash up. Normally, today he was supposed to report to his affiliated hall. However, Su Chen had no interest in that and was too lazy to go. Wu Zhangyang also did not insist that he report or anything. As for Su Chen's training in other matters, he would not inquire, allowing Su Chen to develop on his own. After looking at the map of Kyoto, Su Chen dug a wormhole over. The Tongtian Tower could be said to be a landmark building in Kyoto. Rather than calling it a tower, it was more like a series of interconnected dungeons. This tower had a total of 100 floors, stood 500 meters tall, and appeared to be made of a peculiar white jade stone. Each floor was adorned with a special stone lantern. It was generally difficult for ordinary people to destroy the Tongtian Tower through attacks. If Su Chen wanted to, he could definitely shatter it with a single strike, but there was no need for that. As soon as Su Chen stepped out of the wormhole, he noticed several people waiting there. Upon seeing Su Chen, one middle-aged man with a square face stepped forward to introduce himself. Su Chen, nice to meet you. I am Xiao Ding, chairman of the Dingsheng Group, and this is my brother Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang behind him simply nodded without speaking. Hello, Chairman Xiao. Thank you for the crystal core you sent last night. Ha, it was just a small amount. I heard you were going to challenge the Tongtian Tower, so I came specifically to cheer you on. Thank you. Since others respected him, Su Chen couldn't show a bad face, so he politely expressed his gratitude. Alright, you go challenge it, I won't disturb you. Su Chen nodded and walked towards the teleportation entrance of the Tongtian Tower. Seeing Su Chen enter the Tongtian Tower, Xiao Shang finally spoke. Big brother, is this young lad really the one we are relying on in the Dingsheng group? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding immediately reprimanded Xiao Shang. Do you know what you are saying? He is Su Chen. I know he is Su Chen. So what? I admit his potential is great, but how old is he now? A genius who has grown up is a true genius. Can you guarantee he won't falter during his growth? Are you really going to bet the vast family business of the Dingsheng group on him? You hold 40% of the shares, but don't forget I also have 30%. The establishment of Dingsheng also has my contribution. Xiao Ding said with a hint of anger. Do you know that Su Chen killed an 8th transition professional in the Sin City in seconds? This matter was known only to a very few people, and even he had spent a lot of money to learn it from a high-ranking official of the Dragon Country. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shang laughed heartily. Big brother, are you crazy? He's just a professional who awakened 2 months ago, and you're telling me he can kill an 8th transition professional in seconds? I think you're really crazy. After today, I will join forces with other directors. It's time for you to hand over the position of chairman. Seeing that Xiao Shang didn't believe him, Xiao Ding helplessly said, if you don't believe it, you can see how many levels Su Chen can clear. If he can't get past the 30th level, I'll automatically hand over my shares. How about you take the chairman's seat? Hearing this, Xiao Shang was delighted. Really? You said it, I didn't force you. Have I ever gone back on my word? Hey, that's true. I just want to see how Su Chen climbs to the 30th level. A level 700 boss. Do you think he will die in there? Xiao Shang looked at his big brother with a mocking expression. He was already convinced he would win this bet. Xiao Ding glanced at him, shook his head, and stopped talking, instead looking at the Tower of Heaven. Every time a level was cleared, the lights outside that level would light up, indicating that the challenger had passed. This was also a signal for people outside to confirm whether the challenger had cleared the level. Early this morning, Elder Shin took people to the Dragon Martial Guild. First, he wanted to personally investigate the information about the monster from last night, as it was a potential threat. Second, he wanted to see Su Chen. As a result, everything in the small world was normal, with no unusual movements at all. Wu Zhengyang learned from the gatekeeper about the matter between Su Chen and Lin Shengen. Elder Shin was reassured about Su Chen, so he checked on Lin Shengen, but everything was normal on the other side. No matter the question, he could respond fluently. Those familiar with Lin Shengen did not notice any abnormalities in him. Just as Elder Shin was about to meet Su Chen, he found that Su Chen was not there. Just as he was about to inquire, someone sent a message saying Su Chen had gone to challenge the Tower of Heaven. Let's go, let's check the Tower of Heaven. It's a good opportunity to verify his true strength. Elder Shin stepped out, and in the next moment he was already above the Tower of Heaven. Soon, others followed. The Xiao Ding brothers saw the scene and quickly bowed. Greetings, Elder Shin. Greetings to all the lords. Xiao Ding was shocked as he looked at the more than 10 big shots in front of him. These were all high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country. Now they had gathered here to watch Su Chen challenge the Tower of Heaven. Xiao Shang was a bit flustered at this moment, with so many big figures present. Could it be that Su Chen really had the strength his big brother mentioned? After this matter spread among those with ulterior motives, more and more people rushed over from various places in the capital to catch a glimpse of what made this year's top genius of the Dragon Country different. Su Chen, however, was unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he had already arrived at the first level of the Tower of Heaven. Welcome to the Tower of Heaven. Current level, first level, challenge time limit 30 minutes. Su Chen looked towards the tower. From the outside, the Tower of Heaven didn't seem large, but once inside, it felt as if there were no boundaries. The entire space was shrouded in mist. Su Chen immediately summoned all his pets. It's up to you guys, kill anything you see. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, a group of monsters charged out. A quick glance revealed that they were mostly level 150 to 200 monsters. For Su Chen's pets, these monsters were like free food. In an instant, these monsters were subjected to the baptism of the ice and fire 9 heavens. Before they could last even a second, they were sent to the afterlife. Congratulations on your successful challenge. You are about to enter the second level of the Tower of Heaven. 3 seconds later, Su Chen arrived at the second level. This level was not much different from the first, except that the monsters were generally about 10 levels higher. The Ice Dragon King could take them out with a casual sneeze. This is boring. Bring on something tougher, the Ice Dragon King boasted. The spectators outside watched as the tower lights quickly lit up one by one. In no time, they had reached the 10th level. So fast. Bro, look, I'm live streaming Su Chen's challenge of the Tower of Heaven for you all. It's only been a minute, and Su Chen is already at the 10th level. Streamer, move your face, we want to see Su Chen, not you. Is the Tower of Heaven really that hard? Asked a confused commenter. The Tower of Heaven is not just difficult, each level does not reset skill cooldowns or health and mana. Moreover, you can't drink the mana and health potions in your inventory, you can only pick up the ones dropped by monsters. If you're unlucky and none drop, you'll have to forcibly exit and wait until tomorrow to challenge again. Basically, very few people can continuously challenge dozens of levels. After hearing the explanation, the online viewers sighed, realizing that this difficulty was not something an average person could handle. Now Su Chen has rushed to the 10th level in one go. The monsters on the 10th level seem to be level 300 bosses, which should slow him down a bit. Elder Shin observed Su Chen's speed in the tower and nodded secretly, excluding the waiting time to enter the next level. He basically one-shot the monsters in the first 10 levels. This young man is indeed a rare talent. But I wonder how much energy this 10th level will consume from him. Xiao Sheng from the Dingsheng group, who had been relaxed at first, now frowned. Although the first 10 levels were just a few monsters at level 1 or 200, Su Chen was merely a newly awakened professional. This speed had completely exceeded his expectations. At this rate, he might even lose to his older brother. He should stop here. It must be so. Just as Xiao Sheng's thoughts emerged, the tower light on the 10th level lit up. One shot. My goodness, this level 10 boss seems to have not lasted even a second. It's no different from the previous 9 levels. A gasp erupted from the crowd of spectators. Many had only learned about Su Chen online, and this was their first time experiencing the terror of this genius from the Dragon Kingdom. Up close. No wonder he's called a genius with a chance to surpass the Sword God. Our Dragon Kingdom is about to rise again. The live streamer excitedly pointed the camera back at his face. Brothers, did you see that? 10th level. Cleared in an instant. This is the power of Su God. Can you move your pig head out of the way? Yeah, streamer, can you please move your head? We just want to see you. Get lost, don't block our view of the live stream. Sorry, brothers, my bad. The live streamer quickly moved his head out of the way and pointed the camera at the Tower of Heaven. In just a short while, the tower lights had already lit up to the 12th level. WC, it's already the 12th floor, all thanks to the streamer affecting our live viewing. With this momentum, Su Chen might just rush straight to the 100th floor, right? 100 floors is just bragging. I think 30 floors should be doable. The boss on the 30th floor is level 700. How many levels is Su Chen? You guys really dare to think that? The 20th floor should be Su Chen's limit. The boss there is already at level 500. Even some geniuses who have awakened for a year or two might not be able to clear this level. Xiao Shang looked at the tower light now at the 13th floor. The sweat in his palms had already soaked his hands. Su Chen's challenge speed was too fast, completely beyond his imagination. Xiao Ding, full of confidence, glanced at his younger brother and smiled. I told you, Su Chen's strength is definitely not that of a newly awakened boy in your perception. Brother, this time you lost. Xiao Shang, looking unconvinced, said, I admit he's strong, but big brother, don't forget, we're talking about him clearing the 30th floor. Just because he can quickly clear the earlier low-level stages doesn't mean he can clear the 30th floor. Xiao Ding shook his head at this. His younger brother's personality had never changed, he was still so stubborn. Did he really want to stubbornly hold on until the end? Old Shen, Su Chen is doing alright, right? Wu Zhangyang said with a smile to the elderly man in front of him. Su Chen was a student of his Dragon Martial Guild. If Su Chen performed well, he would also share in the glory. It would make him look better. Old Shen nodded. Not bad. Being able to take down a level 300 boss means he has at least the strength of a level 50 with 4 transfers. It all depends on this young man's performance next. In a certain area of southwest Long Country, Dongfang, you watched the tower lights in the live stream continuously rise. The hatred in his eyes flickered incessantly, but along with it came a wave of powerlessness. Su Chen was too strong, he simply couldn't compete with Su Chen right now, facing this father killer. Dongfang Yu even felt a hint of fear. He hated his own weakness, but there was nothing he could do. If he wasn't afraid of death, he would have rushed out that day in the Sin City to fight Su Chen. No, I can't be afraid of him. I want to kill him. I want to avenge my father. Dongfang Yu, you can do it. Dongfang Yu forcibly dispelled the fear in his heart, turned off the live stream, and resolutely walked deeper into the mountains. On the 15th floor of the Sky Tower, Su Chen was both climbing the tower and having breakfast. Naturally, he left the monster fighting to his pets, otherwise, why raise them? I should buy a few buns, I came out too quickly. Su Chen took a bite of the biscuit in his hand. These were things he usually bought to keep in his backpack for emergencies. They weren't exactly delicious, but they could stave off hunger. As he approached the 20th floor, Su Chen called out to his pets, leave one alive, let me finish eating first. He took a bite, and before he knew it, he was about to be teleported to the next floor, and he hadn't even finished his food. The pets, seeing this, had no choice but to leave one monster alive. After all, there was a 30-minute time limit on each floor, so waiting a bit wouldn't affect anything. While Su Chen was eating inside, the others outside were unaware, and to them, things had taken a different turn. Brothers, it seems Su Chen has stopped. The streamer, having learned his lesson, pointed the camera at the 19th floor of the Tower of Heaven to avoid being berated by the comments. I think he must be waiting for his skills to cool down, right? Of course, going up 19 floors in one go, he must need to catch his breath. Speaking of which, let me mention our Jayuzatang's kidney replenishing holy medicine, the late Jujube pill. Catching his breath on the way up means you guys have kidney deficiency. Someone kick out the one advertising. Who says their kidneys are bad? At this moment, someone sensed something was off. Wait, didn't they say that after clearing a floor in the Tower of Heaven, you are forced to enter the next floor? Where's the time to wait for skill cooldown? Suchin staying still on the 19th floor only means he's encountered a tough monster. He probably can't take it down for a while. Damn, that's really possible. Could Su God really be stuck here? Stop talking nonsense. The 19th floor is just filled with elite monsters under level 400. There's no way they could stop Su Chen. I think Su Chen might not have had breakfast this morning and is just eating something inside. After saying this, the person took a bite of the fried dough stick in his hand. Haha, that's even more ridiculous, eating inside the Tower of Heaven? Do you think that's possible? Achoo! Su Chen rubbed his nose, puzzled, and said, as a professional, I shouldn't be catching a cold, right? Su Chen shook his head, took a sip of water, and continued eating his biscuits. Xiao Shang looked at the stopped tower light and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the 19th floor could make Su Chen stall, thinking about the 20th or even 30th floor was simply a dream. Big brother, is this the power you said could instantly kill an 8th transition professional? Of course, for his peers, Su Chen is indeed worth our investment. He is truly a one-of-a-kind genius, but he doesn't deserve your undue attention. You even want to treat him as our pillar of strength. Xiao Ding took a deep breath, staring intently at the 19th floor, frowning and not responding to Xiao Shang. If Su Chen couldn't continue, nothing he said would matter. At this moment, Wu Zhangyang also looked curiously at the tower light on the 19th floor that had yet to light up. He couldn't help but mutter, something's off. Even if Su Chen's instant kill skill has a long cooldown, doesn't he have the Ice Dragon King? Releasing the Ice Dragon King should mean a smooth ride all the way. Why is he stopping at the 19th floor? Could there be some special monster on the 19th floor? Wu Zhangyang tried hard to recall the monsters he encountered decades ago, when he challenged the Tower of Heaven. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what special monsters were on the 19th floor. What on earth is Su Chen doing? Inside the Tower of Heaven, Su Chen clapped his hands, brushing off the debris on him, and said, time to get to work. Alright. The Ice Dragon King could no longer hold back. The monster in front of it, over level 400, had been fighting it for several minutes. As a noble dragon, if it weren't for Su Chen not allowing them to act, it would have crushed the monster long ago. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, shaking the Tower of Heaven. Outside, people were puzzled. What the hell? Why do I feel like I heard a dog barking? Yeah, I heard it too. It sounds like a husky. Nonsense, that's a dragon's roar. It must be a dragon's roar. Where's the dragon? I think you're deaf. The crowd debated endlessly, unable to convince one another. Wu Zhangyang smiled slightly upon hearing the sound. Old Su Chen must have released the Ice Dragon King. Wu Zhangyang imagined the Ice Dragon King in his mind. Although I've never seen the Ice Dragon King in person, judging by this roar, it must be an incredibly imposing presence, shaking the world. Old Shen and several high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom nodded in agreement. Old Shen smiled and said, the Dragon Clan has always been proud and indifferent. Their strength is boundless. Even when captured and tamed, they remain an incredibly arrogant existence. Su Chen will probably have to yield to it a bit to coexist harmoniously. What Old Shen said makes sense. The people around nodded in agreement. Inside the Tower of Heaven, Su Chen kicked the Ice Dragon King in the face and scolded, what are you howling about? You scared me. After kicking it, Su Chen was still not satisfied and gave it another kick. The Ice Dragon King shrank its head, crouching at Su Chen's feet, and a look of grievance appeared on its dragon face. It had just wanted to kill that little minion to vent its frustration, but unexpectedly, it had angered Su Chen. Get lost, go away. Su Chen kicked it again in annoyance. Alright, master, I'll go over there. The Ice Dragon King, feeling relieved, hurriedly shook its body and moved far away. Humph, idiot. The Forest Queen Hika, seeing this, couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Then she ran behind Su Chen and began to massage his shoulders, saying, Master, how's the pressure? Not bad, Hika, where did you learn this? Su Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Master, I have exceptional talent and I can do other things too. Do you want to give it a try? Looking at Hika's alluring gaze, Su Chen quickly turned his head away. Forget it, another day. Today isn't convenient. Let's first finish challenging this Tower of Heaven. You have entered the 20th floor of the Tower of Heaven. The scene before him finally changed, no longer shrouded in mist. Instead, it transformed into a gloomy black hall. At the wall of the hall, a throne made of bones appeared before Su Chen. On the throne sat a skeleton dressed in a black cloak, staring intently at Su Chen. Challenger, welcome to my domain. Bone King Avatar, Boss, level 500, Physical Attack 250,000, Magical Attack 350,000. Health 18,000/18,000,000, Physical Defense/Magical Defense 300,000/500,000. Skills: Ignore Magic Resistance, Skyfall, Heart Control. Description: an extremely dangerous existence, though merely an avatar. Level 20. Su Chen must strike first. Someone Who knew about the level 20 boss couldn't help but worry. A confused comment in the chat asked, isn't the level 20 boss level 500? Is it really that hard? Very hard. That's the Bone King avatar, possessing both group skills and single target instant kill skills. However, its single target instant kill requires a channeling time. If someone unfamiliar lets it channel without interrupting, it's a dead end. Can people die in the Tower of Heaven? Someone exclaimed in surprise. They thought this was just a challenge dungeon and were planning to try challenging it in Kyoto in a few days. Of course, people can die, but unlike dungeons, the Tower of Heaven allows forced exits during combat. If you exit too slowly and get killed by a monster, you will die. Everyone couldn't help but look anxiously at the 20th floor of the Tower of Heaven. The originally lively streaming room also turned heavy with atmosphere. This was no joke. Suchin needs to finish this quickly. The key is not to let the Bone King's avatar trigger the instant kill skill, Elder Shin pondered. I just wonder if Suchin has seen the strategy for the Tower of Heaven? The Bone King's avatar looks like it's only level 500, but its true strength is probably far beyond that. Everyone looked at the tower light on the 20th floor. This was a crucial level. It's lit. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, my goodness, they cleared it so fast. This is totally an instant kill. What exactly can't Suchin instant kill? No one could answer that question. So far, no one really knew Suchin's strength. Most people's impression of Suchin was still stuck at the time of the big exam. That boy who broke records with his pet and defeated the evil king's avatar with a single instant kill skill. As for the Sin City, there were only rumors, no videos had surfaced. So everyone was also unaware of how strong Suchin had become recently. Now that the news of Suchin challenging the Tower of Heaven spread, countless people gathered in the livestream to follow this event. An instant kill on a level 500 boss. Has Suchin already reached the 7th turn? Even at 7 turns, it's impossible to instant kill a level 500 boss. It should at least take over 10 minutes of fighting. A level 500 boss isn't just a cabbage. If it were that easy to kill, the crystals and equipment wouldn't be so expensive. Then I don't understand. This isn't scientific. Across the ocean, the long-missing Li Wanqing watched the livestream, a fierce look appearing at the corner of his mouth. Suchin, when we meet next time, I will make you amazed by my progress. I already have a countermeasure for your instant kill skill. Inside the Tower of Heaven, Suchin sheathed his sword and looked at the pile of shining items on the ground. He had personally taken action on this level. Because the boss's health and defense were too high, it took the Ice Dragon King and Kair a while to deal with it. The most crucial thing was that Suchin sensed a hint of danger from that boss. Suchin picked up the items on the ground and took a glance. Monster Crystal level 500 times 1, Bone King's Cloak times 1, Bone King's Bones times 8, Bone Ring times 1. Suchin opened the Bone King's Cloak and Bone Ring to take a look. Bone King's Cloak, grade, epic, category, accessory, equipment level, no restrictions, effect, insulates against high temperatures. Is this it? Suchin shook his head and put it in his backpack. Bone Ring, grade, legendary, category, ring, equipment level, level 500, strength 5000, intelligence 3500, physical attack 35000, equipment effect. When physical attack breaks a skill, damage increases by 50%, duration 60 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. Oh, this is impressive. Too bad I can't use it. It should sell for a high price. Suchin carefully placed it in his backpack. At this point, Suchin had already teleported to the 21st floor, and before him was still a pitch-black hall. Challenger, welcome to the 21st floor of the Tower of Heaven. Just as the tower's prompt finished, a shadow flashed in the darkness. Master, be careful, Hika exclaimed. The opponent was too fast. Suchin and his few pets didn't react in time. Block successful, blocking proficiency +1. Clang. Suchin stepped back and slashed out with his sword. The shadow tried to dodge, but how could it evade a sword draw? -800,000. As expected, the shadow fell to the ground. Only then did Suchin have time to look at it. Past Challenger, Swift Wind Swordsman, level 6th turn, level 50, physical attack, magical attack, health, 0/8000000 physical defense / magic defense / skills, description. The shadow of past challengers imprinted within the Tower of Heaven. Suchin glanced at it briefly and didn't pay much attention. However, what he didn't know was that his strike today would severely impact those who would challenge the Tower of Heaven in the future. The Tower of Heaven can imprint the skills and attributes displayed by challengers, although it cannot replicate Suchin's ability to cut through anything with his blade. The damage data of 800,000 from that strike was copied by the Tower of Heaven. Moreover, it was a guaranteed hit, impossible to dodge. Anyone who comes to challenge and encounter Suchin's replicated shadow would be instantly killed if they didn't have at least 800,000 health. Outside the Tower of Heaven, watching the lights of the tower illuminate one by one, the crowd had become numb. Wait, who said that levels 21 to 30 would be more difficult? I see Suchin still clearing them in an instant. No, levels 21 to 30 are all replicas of past challengers. It shouldn't be cleared so quickly. Monsters are generally heavier and their skills are predictable, so they are much easier to challenge. A shadow that has replicated human attributes and skills cannot possibly be that easy to pass. Moreover, the faster the clearance speed, the stronger the shadows encountered later on. Xiao Shang looked at the tower lights that were getting higher, soon reaching level 30, and felt despair. How could he have imagined that Su Chen could reach this level? He had never been as good as his brother in terms of investment. It seemed to still be the case. He wanted to prove himself, but every time it ended in failure. The position of chairman of the Dingxing group ultimately had nothing to do with him. Old Shen watched the rapidly lighting tower lamps and murmured, if Su Chen continues to challenge at this speed, it might not end well. Old Shen, is there something wrong? Isn't it a good thing to challenge quickly? A good thing? Old Shen shook his head. Not necessarily a good thing. I have a premonition that Su Chen might encounter the shadow of my senior brother at level 30. What? Are you saying the replicated shadow of the sword god? Indeed, senior brother Bai was also this fast in his challenges back then. Su Chen has a great chance of encountering my senior brother's shadow. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Sword God Li Xiaobai, recognized as the #1 master in the Dragon Kingdom for 1,000 years. Dressed in white like snow, his sword reaches the heavens. With one person and one sword, he killed until no one dared to claim supremacy, entering the abyss beyond the heavens. Even the demons of the abyss tremble at the sound of his name. Those lawless extraterrestrial demons also retreat at the mention of him. Li Xiaobai felt there were no rivals left in the world, so 30 years ago, he stepped alone into the starry sky, and since then, there has been no trace of him. If Su Chen really encounters the replicated shadow of such an invincible figure, can he truly clear it? This was the concern in everyone's hearts. Level 30 of the Tower of Heaven. As soon as Su Chen arrived, he saw a white figure standing with its back to him. For a moment, Su Chen actually felt a sense of loneliness emanating from him. It was a loneliness that comes from being at the top, where the cold is unbearable. Su Chen glanced at his information and was taken aback. He then cupped his hands and said, Junior Su Chen, greetings to the Sword God Senior. You've come. A warm and refined voice echoed within the tower. Just hearing the voice felt like a gentle spring breeze. In Su Chen's imagination, the Sword God should be a stern and serious person, not one to smile easily. But it seemed that was not the case. The fact that you can see the imprint I left in the Sky Tower indicates that your talent is equal to mine, perhaps even greater. Do you have self-awareness? Su Chen asked, puzzled. The Sword God turned around and smiled slightly, saying, to some extent, I forcibly used my sword intent to sever a strand of consciousness and placed it here. Sword intent severing consciousness. Su Chen looked at the man with sword-like brows and starry eyes before him, feeling somewhat astonished. He could not sever consciousness with a sword yet, as consciousness was an elusive thing. Only after achieving the divine status post the 8th transformation could he upgrade his blade technique to perfection. Seeing Su Chen's expression, the Sword God smiled again, saying, no need to be surprised. With your profession, you will surely surpass me one day. At such a young age, to reach this point, if I were your peer, I would be inferior to you. How could a junior dare to compare with a senior? No need to belittle yourself. Talents emerge in every generation, and the new surpass the old. The Sword God looked at Su Chen with admiration. With you in the Dragon Kingdom, I feel at ease. Hearing this, Su Chen asked again, do you know you will leave the Dragon Kingdom, leave Blue Star? The Sword God nodded. Do you know that kind of loneliness at great heights? To me, what abyssal demons, what extraterrestrial fiends, or nightmares in the night? None of these can withstand my sword. When the Sword God said this, he was no longer warm and refined, his aura changed. Boundless sword intent surged from his body, causing the entire Sky Tower to wail. It was as if, at that moment, the Sword God's figure filled the entire sky, looking down upon the world, and even the phrase shocking the 8 directions could not describe the Sword God at this moment. It was a true invincibility, a domineering aura that proclaimed, who else but me? It seemed that the heavens and earth could only accommodate him alone. Outside the Sky Tower, the live streaming host was shaken by the sword intent that burst forth from the tower, losing his balance and falling to the ground. The live streaming equipment in his hands also tumbled down. What are you doing, streamer? 666, black screen. Streamer, don't point the camera at the floor. What are you doing? Stop spamming. I think I heard a sword cry? Yes, definitely a sword cry. I use a sword. The viewers of the live stream had not felt much yet. However, those present at the scene directly experienced the overwhelming sword intent. Outside the Sky Tower, very few could still stand. The rest were all collapsed on the ground, staring in shock at the 30th floor of the Sky Tower. Even those still standing were drenched in sweat, struggling to hold on. What on earth is happening inside the Sky Tower? Everyone looked in shock at the Sky Tower. Through the sword intent emanating from the tower, who exactly had Su Chen encountered? At that moment, the chairman of the Dingsheng group suddenly thought of something. He exclaimed, it's the Sword God. Su Chen has encountered the Sword God. It's over. This was the only thought in Xiao Ding's mind at that moment. He had always been incredibly confident in Su Chen, but now he felt despair. The Sword God Li Xiaobai, he had been fortunate enough to witness the Sword God in action. That one sword strike was unforgettable, forever etched in his heart. This was also why he could immediately realize that Su Chen had encountered the sword god, because it was the same sword intent. Beside him, Xiao Shang, who had originally looked despondent, now wore a smile. Ha ha ha, the sword god is making a move. How can Su Chen pass this level? Truly, heaven is helping me. The 30th floor was the level he had bet with his older brother. No one had expected the sword god to appear. Old Shen, is it really the sword god? Wu Zhangyang looked worriedly at the sky tower. He actually sensed it, but he couldn't believe it. If Su Chen couldn't withdraw in time when encountering the sword god, he might be in life-threatening danger. Old Shen looked at the Tower of Heaven, his eyes moistening. It's my senior brother, I can feel his presence. After 30 years apart, how have you been, senior brother? After finishing, Old Shen bowed deeply to the Tower of Heaven. The others followed suit and bowed as well. Outside the Tower of Heaven, there was a solemn silence, only the sound of the sword ringing echoed through the clouds. Inside the Tower of Heaven, looking at the imposing man before him, Su Chen felt no fear at all. Instead, he silently took out the demon blade, Thousand Edges. The sword god looked at the young man before him and nodded with satisfaction. Good. Though I cannot compete with you as a peer, to battle across time and space is not in vain for this life. After the sword god finished speaking, he also took out his weapon, a 3-foot-long sword that was entirely snow-white. Junior. Su Chen, please enlighten me, senior. I won't hold back, and I assume you won't either. We will both fight with all our strength. At this moment, the sword god no longer regarded Su Chen as a junior but truly saw him as an opponent worthy of his full effort. Although this was not his true form, it was enough. May my path not be lonely. Please, Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. In the arena, the two stood facing each other. The Ice Dragon King, Kai Er, and other pets nervously hid in the distance, watching. They could see the sword god's strength, but they couldn't intervene, because Su Chen wouldn't allow it. They couldn't disobey Su Chen's orders. Brother, go for it. Kai Er shouted anxiously. Master, you can do it. The other talking pets were also cheering him on. At a certain moment, when the atmosphere condensed to a point, Su Chen and the sword god moved simultaneously. The blade's radiance and the sword's intent struck out at the same time. They've started. Old Shen stared blankly at the Tower of Heaven. At this moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, he didn't want his senior brother's consciousness to disappear. On the other hand, he didn't want to see Su Chen die in the Tower of Heaven. With the potential Su Chen had shown, he was the future of the Dragon Kingdom and even Blue Star. If Su Chen died, it would be a loss for all humanity. It was a dilemma. In the end, Old Shen silently said, Senior brother, please show mercy. Inside the Tower of Heaven, Kai Er transformed into human form, covering her eyes with her hands, unable to look. The Ice Dragon King widened his dragon eyes, watching the scene before him. Then he shouted. Excitedly, he won. Master won. Awwa! Su Chen looked at the sword intent that had already slashed beside him, then turned to the man in white as snow. The sword god was completely shattered, looking at Su Chen, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Su Chen, the Dragon Kingdom will be entrusted to you to protect in the future. I am not a qualified guardian. This sword intent is for you. If you don't need it, you can give it to someone who does. I hope that one day in the future we can meet again, and then I will truly accompany you in battle. Goodbye. After the sword god finished speaking, his body completely shattered and his consciousness dissipated into specks of starlight within the Tower of Heaven. Outside the Tower of Heaven, Old Shen felt the dissipating consciousness and knelt down with a thud. He shouted loudly, Farewell, senior brother. The others, seeing this, also knelt down. Farewell, sword god senior. Farewell, sword god senior. After a long while, everyone slowly got up. The last trace of consciousness left by the man who once protected the Dragon Kingdom had also faded away on Blue Star. Big brother, I lost. Your vision is correct. From now on, the Ding Sheng group will rely on you. He didn't want to oppose his big brother, he just wanted to prove himself. But now, Su Chen had successfully cleared the 30th level and he had lost. He lost with full acceptance. After saying this, Xiao Sheng stood up and left. Xiao Sheng. Watching his younger brother leave, Xiao Ding did not try to stop him. Some things needed silence from everyone. He also had his faults. He hadn't considered his brother's feelings. Su Chen has won. Someone shouted. At this moment, everyone remembered that the dissipating consciousness of the sword god meant that Su Chen had won. At this time, the tower lights on the 30th level of the Tower of Heaven lit up, confirming their thoughts. How old is Su Chen? He actually managed to defeat the sword god, even if it was just the sword god's shadow. But that's enough. Inside the Tower of Heaven, Su Chen placed the sword intent before him into the system backpack. He sheathed his sword and bowed, saying, Farewell, senior. The sword god had indeed held back, or rather, he had never intended to kill Su Chen from the very beginning, otherwise, that sword intent could have taken Su Chen's life. A skilled block could not defend against such an intangible thing. So, just now, it would have resulted in both sides being injured. I'm still not strong enough. Su Chen shook his head. Recently, he had indeed become a bit arrogant. With various skills and so many pets helping him, he felt invincible. Thus, he no longer acted as low-key and cautious as before. Today's battle had thoroughly awakened Su Chen. There are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. There are still those in this world who could kill him. Until he truly becomes invincible, he cannot let his guard down. The challenge continued, and Su Chen put away his previously somewhat lax mindset. He would face every subsequent level with all his strength. The tower lights lit up one by one. The spectators outside began to discuss again. I feel like the 30th level completely crushes the other levels of the Tower of Heaven. Isn't that obvious? With the Sword God's shadow personally overseeing, how could the other levels compare to the 30th level? Wait a minute. Su Chen defeated the Sword God's shadow, so in the future, anyone challenging to the 30th level at this speed will have to face Su Chen's shadow? Damn, what's the point of that challenge? Isn't that just going in to give up? Come on, you don't think your strength could let you encounter Su Chen's shadow, do you? Only those who are top geniuses of this generation will encounter Su Chen's shadow. You should let them worry about that. That's true. It seems realizing one's own mediocrity isn't so bad. Even geniuses have their troubles. Just like those rich people. They don't know what troubles are from a young age. How pitiful. A few minutes later, the tower lights had already lit up to the 40th level. Just when everyone thought Su Chen would continue, a figure walked out from the teleportation portal of the Tower of Heaven. It was Su Chen. Why aren't you challenging anymore? The crowd asked in confusion. Could it be that Su Chen has no extra energy left today? After all, he encountered the Sword God? That should be it. What the crowd didn't know was that Su Chen's original intention for challenging the Tower of Heaven was for the Monster Crystal Cores. However, the drop rate for Monster Crystal Cores was too low, and continuing to challenge would be meaningless. Instead, it would expose his true strength. Beyond the 40th level, that was already the domain of level 800 monsters. Since he decided to keep a low profile, Su Chen naturally would not be so ostentatious anymore. Su Chen, why aren't you challenging anymore? Wu Zhengyang asked with concern. Su Chen shook his head and took out the sword intent given to him by the Sword God. President, this is the sword intent given to me by the Sword God. Please hand it over to the country. Just now on the 30th floor, the Sword God held back, otherwise I would have already died. You say this is the sword intent of your senior brother? Elder Shen walked over, excitedly looking at the tangible, yet intangible sword intent in Su Chen's hand. Su Chen, this is the junior of the Sword God, Elder Shen. I've met Elder Shen. Good. Elder Shen nodded. You keep this sword intent well, since it was given to you by your senior brother. It belongs to you, and no one can take it away. But Su Chen wanted to mention what the Sword God had instructed. Elder Shen raised his hand to stop him. No one needs it more than you, just keep it. Maybe it can save your life at a critical moment. Yes. Su Chen put the sword intent away again. His purpose was actually achieved. By doing this, Su Chen just wanted to tell others that he had not defeated the Sword God. It was the Sword God who had shown mercy. Sure enough, upon seeing the scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, so it was the Sword God who held back. I said, how could Su Chen be so strong at such a young age? But the Sword God left a sword intent for Su Chen. Doesn't that mean the Sword God values Su Chen highly? Needless to say, how long has it been since Su Chen awakened? The 40th floor of the Sky Tower has a level 700 boss, which means Su Chen already possesses strength close to the 8th transition. An 8th transition powerhouse at such a young age. The future is promising. I believe that one day Su Chen will surpass the Sword God. At this moment, everyone truly recognized Su Chen's current strength. There are countless geniuses in the Dragon Country who dares to compare with Su Chen. At this time, Xiaoding also walked over, clasped his fists to Wu Zhengyang and the others, and bowed to Elder Shen. Xiaoding from the Ding Shang group pays respects to Elder Shen. Elder Shen responded lightly. Xiaoding looked at Su Chen and said, Su Chen, I have already arranged for people to collect the monster crystal cores you need, not only domestically but also abroad. I believe that within a week, we will be able to gather quite a few. After saying this, Xiaoding deliberately glanced at Elder Shen beside him. He said this in front of Elder Shen to test Su Chen's status in the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country. If the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country valued Su Chen particularly, then they would not be able to stand by and watch. With the country taking action, things would be much simpler. As long as Su Chen wasn't foolish, he would know that the promoter of this matter was him. This is the most successful aspect of Xiaoding as a businessman. Not everything has to be done by himself. At critical moments, he can also leverage others. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Elder Shen looked at Su Chen and said, Su Chen, do you need monster crystal cores? What level do you need, and how many? Let me know. He also had some monster crystal cores in his collection. Su Chen heard the other party's inquiry and did not act pretentiously. Just monster crystal cores above level 700 will do. The higher the level, the better. Level 700? Old Shen's eyelids twitched at this. Level 700 monster crystal cores are not something you can find everywhere, even he has only a few. Old Shen took out 5 colorful crystal cores from his backpack and handed them to Su Chen. These are for you. I don't have many on me. The highest level is only 750. Most bosses above level 800 are local overlords. and they cannot be respawned. Moreover, the drop rate is not high, so it's hard to find monster crystal cores above level 800. Su-chen nodded, he knew this. But don't worry, if it's still not enough, I can have someone help you collect them. While I can't guarantee level 800, I can assure you there will be plenty from level 700 to 800. Thank you, old Shun. Ha, no need to say that. I have high hopes for you, and I can't let my senior brother down. To him, this was a form of inheritance. Alright, I came today. Just to see you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. The situation at the outer battlefield was urgent, and he couldn't spend too much time here. Now he needed to go to other countries to find people for preparations at the outer battlefield. Before leaving, Old Shin glanced at Xiao Ding. How could he not know everything Xiao Ding had just done? Just as Xiao Ding was puzzled about why Old Shin was staring at him, a voice echoed in his mind. I don't care what you're thinking, but if you dare to do anything detrimental to Su Chen, you should know the consequences. Take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, cold sweat drenched Xiao Ding's back. His little schemes were seen through at a glance, which was why he was warned. However, he wasn't too afraid, as his original intention was to gain favor with Su Chen. Thus, he felt no guilt. Su Chen returned to the Dragon Martial Guild with Wu Zhanyang. Seeing that the main character had left, the others also dispersed. However, today's events would surely be remembered. On the way back to the Dragon Martial Guild, Su Chen asked Wu Zhanyang, President, where do our guild members level up and farm monsters? Su Chen was looking for a place to practice his sword drawing skills while also taking the opportunity to farm some materials and equipment. Monster crystal cores are not cheap. Su Chen couldn't keep taking things for free. He understood the principle of not biting the hand that feeds you. Equitable exchange is the way to maintain long-term relationships. Therefore, making money was currently the top priority. The few crystal cores Old Shin had given him were already given to Kair. As Kair's level increased, the effectiveness of these crystal cores had become minimal. After consuming 5 crystal cores, Kair only leveled up by 10 levels to 780. At this rate, it would take at least another 30 cores. 30 cores, that was an astronomical price. It's clear you didn't carefully read the guild manual I gave you. Wu Zhanyang chuckled. If you want to level up, you can go to the guild's exclusive leveling area. There you can teleport into various level dungeons. There are dungeons from level 100 to 700 for leveling. Above level 700, you need to go to the Abyss. Aside from the Abyss, there are very few dungeons above level 700. However, the Abyss is extremely dangerous, which is why it's hard to level up after the 7th transition. Many people remain stuck before the 8th transition in their lives because they are afraid to face those Abyss demons. So they choose to live their lives in a daze. At this point, Wu Zhanyang shook his head and said, forget it, I've digressed. If you want to level up, I recommend you go to our guild's special secret realm. That secret realm was constructed using energy stones by our guild. The monsters inside are no different from those in the outside world or in dungeons. The monsters inside range from level 100 to 700, with no entry restrictions. It should be very suitable for you. The most important thing is that as long as you have guild contributions, you can stay inside forever. Unlike other dungeons that have refresh cooldowns. Su Chen nodded. This sounded pretty good. Being able to continuously farm monsters was much better than dungeons. You can go take a look yourself later. The entrance to the secret realm has detailed instructions. The two walked to the Dragon Martial Guild and parted ways at the entrance. I have something to investigate. If you have any questions, you can also go to the White Tiger Hall to ask Hall Master Song. Also, you should try not to use your space skills in the small world. An elder has already reported to me that the small world is being disturbed by inexplicable spatial fluctuations and is somewhat unstable. I guessed it was you. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. After Wu Zhanyang left, Su Chen took out the map of the small world and glanced at the leveling area. He was about to use the wormhole skill but, remembering what Wu Zhanyang said, shook his head and decided to walk over instead. In the leveling area management office of the Dragon Martial Guild, 2 guild elders were drinking tea and chatting. I say, Old Sheen, which students do you think can represent the Dragon Kingdom in the world competition this year? Old Yang, do we even need to guess? The one who just entered the secret realm, Mu Hongxia, will definitely make it. You don't need to tell me that, I'm talking about others. This girl has been first in our guild every year since she joined, so making it to the world competition is definitely not a problem. As for others, I think Lin Shengen, Zhang Haisheng, and Su Xiao all have a chance. These kids are indeed good. But I heard the president is letting Su Chen participate in this trial as well? That's true, Su Chen really has that strength. You know Elder He Xiao, right? The one we sent to Yenzhou. What about him? He has been to the Sin City, and according to him, the day he went, it was a river of blood. Su Chen alone really killed over 10,000 people, and that's not bragging. Those people were at least above the 3rd transition. So Su Chen's strength is close to the 8th transition? How is that possible? I always thought that was fake. Ha, you two are a bit behind on the news. Another elder walked in. Elder Du? What are you doing here? What? Can't I come? Elder Du was not polite and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Elder Du said to the two, "The president asked me to tell you that Su Chen should be coming to the secret realm to level up soon, so pay attention." "Hey, why should we pay attention to him leveling up? What do you think we should pay attention to?" "Of course, we need to be careful not to let him ruin the secret realm. You guys probably don't know yet, right? Su Chen just cleared the 40th floor of the Tower of Heaven." "What? The 40th floor? Is that true?" The two exchanged incredulous glances. "What would I gain from lying to you? Just check the news, there must be people talking about it online right now." The two quickly took out their phones to check. The more they searched, the more shocked they became. Shocking, Su Chen completed the first 10 levels of the Sky Tower in less than a minute. A shadow of the sword god appeared on the 30th level of the Sky Tower, and the people on site were overwhelmed by the sword intent. Is Su Chen suspected of inheriting the sword god's legacy? Su Chen quickly cleared the 40th level of the Sky Tower again. Looking at these trending topics, the surprise in their eyes never ceased. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Elder Du smiled at the two. He had the same expression when he first learned about this. Incredible, today's young people are really becoming harder to see through. "Yeah, we really are getting old." The two sighed, realizing that their era was long gone. You two stop sighing and check the operation of the secret realm. You know that last time Su Chen almost burned down the examination hall during the big exam. The president is worried about this, so he specifically asked me to come and notify you to be prepared. Hearing this, the two elders smiled. "Don't worry, we just checked the secret realm, and everything is operating normally. Besides, this isn't that small secret realm from the big exam. Even if the president personally went in to mess around, nothing would happen. Although Su Chen is powerful, he's still not at the 8th transformation, right? It'll be fine." Seeing the two's firm assurances, Elder Du felt relieved. "That's good, Su Chen is probably arriving soon." Just as Elder Du finished speaking, Su Chen's voice came from outside. Su Chen looked up at the wooden structure of the tower and read the plaque above. Sky Xian Secret Realm. In front of the tower, there was also a sign stating the entry conditions and precautions. Entry conditions: to enter the secret realm, a contribution of 500 guild points is required, and every hour thereafter, another 500 guild points must be paid. Insufficient contributions will result in being forcibly kicked out of the secret realm. Precautions: each level increases the monster level by 50, with the first level at 100 and the highest level at 700. Monster respawn rate is uniform at 3 minutes. After reading the entry instructions, Su Chen stroked his chin and pondered. A total of 13 levels. The items below level 8 aren't worth much since the levels are too low. Above level 8, I'll place a pet on each level to cover it all. This way, I can maximize the use of contribution points. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. This scene was just seen by the three elders who walked out of the building. To them, Su Chen's smile completely resembled a devil's grin. The two elders guarding the secret realm felt an ominous premonition, but they couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Elder Qin smiled and said, welcome, Su Chen, are you planning to level up in the Sky Xian secret realm? Leveling up? Ah. Yes, I'm here to level up. Then you understand the rules, right? 500 contributions for an hour, and you can go anywhere in the leveling area. Inside. Su Chen nodded. I understand. Then give me your guild card. How long do you plan to stay inside? I'll deduct the contributions. Su Chen checked the time. There were still 3 hours until mealtime. He only had a little over 3,000 contributions and needed to save some for food. Let's start with 2 hours. Alright, that's 1,000 contributions. The entrance to the secret realm is at the main entrance on the first floor. 1,000 contributions were gone in just 2 hours, and Su Chen felt a bit emotional. The Sky Xian secret realm was really expensive. To think that a standalone apartment only cost 2,000 contributions a year. No wonder he hadn't seen any students from the Longwu Guild here who could afford it. I must break even today, Su Chen muttered as he walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. The three elders stood in place watching Su Chen's back, and Elder Qin wondered, what was he muttering just now? It seemed like something about breaking even? Why do I have a bad feeling? The heavenly mysterious realm. Each layer is a small world. However, this small world is much smaller compared to the small world of the Dragon Martial Guild. The first layer is home to level 100 monsters, with a grassland terrain that can be seen at a glance. The total area is only the size of 2 football fields. Su Chen did not linger and quickly walked to the entrance of the teleportation array to the second layer. The second layer is not much different from the first. Su Chen continued to ascend. Starting from the 8th layer, the area gradually began to increase, and it was no longer possible to see the end at a glance. After some consideration, Su Chen placed the Forest Queen Hika here. This layer has a forest terrain which suits her perfectly. Moreover, her level is not very high, making this the most suitable place for her. Perhaps she could even level up a bit here. Hika, kill all the monsters and pile the loot at the entrance. I'll come down to collect it later. Okay, master. Hika smiled sweetly, even throwing a flirtatious glance midway. Suchen did not look at her. Recently, Hika's words had become sweeter, and she had learned to tease. Suchen entered the 9th layer, where the monsters are level 500. This area has a rather eerie atmosphere. Suchen summoned the Dark King Sidiel. Sidiel, clean up this area. Yes, master. Sidiel guarantees to complete the task. Suchen continued upward. The 10th layer is primarily attacked by the Iceworm King, with some other pets responsible for breaking the ice and finishing off the kills. The 11th layer is managed by the Ice Dragon King. The 12th layer is handled by Kair. The final 13th layer is cleaned up by Suchen himself. The nightmare cannot be summoned during the day, so Suchen did not call it. Thus, layers 8 to 13 were all cleared by Suchen alone. No one knew that Suchen came not to level up but to farm money. The monsters from layers 8 to 13 had run into bad luck today. As soon as they appeared, they were wiped out. In the 9th layer, the area of level 500 monsters, Sidiel was slaughtering the monsters when suddenly a heavenly fire struck down from the sky towards him. Sidiel jumped back to dodge, looking back in confusion. A girl in a red dress, holding a book of spells, was standing not far away, staring intently at him. Hee, little girl, do you dare to ambush this king? Sidiel glared fiercely at the human before him. This king? Who are you? Why? Are you in the heavenly mysterious realm? Mu Hongxia watched this type of monster warily. She was very familiar with the 9th layer and had never seen such a monster. Moreover, this monster could actually speak. In the heavenly mysterious realm, boss-level monsters do not appear, so this monster claiming to be a king was definitely not from the heavenly mysterious realm. Sidiel grinned, slamming the black steel pipe in his hand onto the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble slightly. Little girl, listen well, this king is the Abyss Demon Dark King Sidiel. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Hongxia's expression changed dramatically. Abyss Demon? You are an abyss monster. How could an abyss monster appear in this heavenly mysterious realm? In that instant, Mu Hongxia thought of many things. An abyss monster was at least level 700, far beyond what she could contend with. At that moment, Mu Hongxia had only one thought: to escape, to flee downward, and then notify the elders outside. Little girl, you look quite pale? Are you scared? A flash of black lightning flickered in Steer's hand. Boom! The ground in front of Mu Hongxia exploded, sending her flying backward. Steer had no intention of killing her. Otherwise, that strike would have left her either dead or severely injured. Since Suchen had not given the order, Steer naturally did not dare to harm a human. However, his nature as an abyss demon made him feel playful, and he casually decided to scare this human a bit. Mu Hongxia stood up in shock, although she did not understand why the monster's attack had not hit her. But her first reaction upon standing was to flee. Steer casually eliminated the monsters on this layer, then activated the slow field. At this moment, the monsters had not yet respawned, and he was feeling a bit bored. So he decided to play with this human. Human, where are you going? Steer flashed to the teleportation entrance from the 9th layer to the 8th layer. Affected by the slow field, Mu Hongxia's speed dropped tenfold, making her run feel no different from crawling. Looking at Steer blocking the teleportation portal, Mu Hongxia felt despair. This abyss demon was clearly toying with her. With her current strength of level 35 in the 5th transition, she could not move in front of him at all. At this moment, she felt nothing but helplessness and despair. Since awakening her class, she had always been seen as a proud daughter of heaven, a source of pride for her family. She was an invincible presence among her peers. She never expected to die today in the secret realm, where her guild was located. Mu Hongxia glanced at Steer blocking the teleportation portal. The grimoire in her hand flipped rapidly. She had not given up, this was her only chance. Path of the Void. Break for me. Buzz. A gap opened in Steer's slow field. Mu Hongxia's spirit waned. Clearly, this skill had drained her mental energy too much. Steer looked at her curiously. To think she could break my field, this human has some skill. Seeing Mu Hongxia running towards the teleportation portal to the 10th layer, Steer did not pursue her. Suchen had instructed him to stay here, and he did not dare to go elsewhere. The moment she entered the portal, Mu Hongxia looked back. The abyss demon did not follow her. 10th layer of the heavenly mysterious realm. A group of ice insects was busily freezing the monsters on this layer. Other strange things like stones, trees, yellow sand, and white snow were either shattering ice blocks or transporting dropped equipment and materials to pile up at the teleportation portal. The division of labor was clear. However, the whole scene was quite bizarre. As soon as Mu Hongxia arrived on this layer, she saw the piled-up equipment materials and thought there were other guild members leveling up here. Just as she was about to call for help, she saw a pile of sand rolling a piece of equipment towards her. The pile of sand ignored her, finished its task, and left. In no time, a mass of water, as if it had grown legs, brought over a pile of materials and then left. Mu Hongxia watched this strange scene, unable to swallow. What is this? I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? The water has come to life. She suspected she was hallucinating. She pinched her thigh hard. Finally, Mu Hongxia was so frightened that she began to panic, screaming as she ran towards the 11th layer. The Ice Dragon King had just finished dealing with the monsters on the 11th layer and was flying back to the portal with all the equipment materials. Then, a girl screamed as she ran out of the portal. The Ice Dragon King looked at her in confusion and asked, "Hey, why are you screaming?" Mu Hongxia heard the voice and looked up. She saw a frost giant dragon hovering in the air, its massive dragon eyes staring at her in bewilderment. A chill emanating from the dragon made Mu Hongxia shiver. "I'm talking to you, why are you screaming? You're not mute, are you? Why aren't you speaking?" The Ice Dragon King recalled the nightmare. Under the pressure of such terrifying levels and might, Mu Hongxia tilted her head and fainted from fear. She had already suffered mental damage trying to escape Stidier's slowdown domain on the 9th level. The bizarre scene on the 10th level had further intensified her psychological stress. By the time she reached the Ice Dragon King, the pressure exceeded her limits, so she fainted. Seeing Mu Hongxia collapse, the Ice Dragon King exclaimed, "Damn, what a setup. So what the master said about helping old ladies cross the street is true." The Ice Dragon King quickly shrank to a few meters long, nervously watching the human lying on the ground. "Hey, don't trick me, okay? I'm not an idiot, I didn't even touch you." Oh no, she's really not moving. If the master comes down and sees this, he'll definitely beat me. I'd be in trouble even if I jumped into the galaxy. The Ice Dragon King glanced at the portal to the 12th level and suddenly had an idea. The master definitely won't scold Sister Kyre, I'll send her up there. The Ice Dragon King used its claws to pick up Mu Hongxia and placed her into the portal to the 12th level. I'm really clever. The master often says I'm stupid, but actually, I'm clever most of the time. After doing all this, the Ice Dragon King shook its body and went back to wait for the monsters to respawn. On the 12th level, Kyre finished clearing all the monsters with a single breath of world-destroying flame and began to leisurely clean up the battlefield. When she returned to the portal, Su Chen happened to come down. "Bro, I've collected everything." Su Chen nodded and took the items. Just as he was about to head down to the next level, he saw a girl in a red dress appear at the portal. The girl's face was pale, and she was emanating cold air, even her brows were furrowed while unconscious. Su Chen squatted down to take a look at her, confirming she was still alive. "Bro, what happened to her?" "I don't know, but why does the cold air around her feel so familiar?" "Bro, isn't this the aura of Skasa?" Kyre and the others were familiar with each other while in the pet space, so they recognized it at a glance. "Is it that stupid dragon?" "No wonder. This girl must have entered the secret realm to level up and fainted from fear after seeing the Ice Dragon King." Su Chen knew that the Ice Dragon King was a chatterbox, so everything became clear. "Let's go, follow me." "Down, this stupid dragon is getting more and more annoying." "Okay, bro, looks like there's a good show to watch." Kyre transformed into human form, picked up Mu Hongxia, and followed Su Chen down to the 11th level, the 11th layer of the heavenly mysterious realm. The Ice Dragon King Skasa was leisurely lying on the grass, humming an unknown tune. He was clearly very pleased with his recent achievement. "Stupid dragon, come here." Su Chen's voice exploded in his mind, startling the Ice Dragon King, who immediately flipped over and took to the air. Before long, the Ice Dragon King was wagging his tail as he flew in front of Su Chen. Glancing at the girl in Kyre's arms, the Ice Dragon King shrank his head back. "Wait, why did you come down so quickly? Could it be that I was discovered?" The Ice Dragon King thought to himself, shrinking his head even further. Su Chen looked at him and asked irritably, "What's going on?" Master, what are you talking about?" I don't understand." Su Chen's expression turned cold. "Don't make me take action." Seeing Su Chen about to get angry, the Ice Dragon King plopped down, bending his body and kneeling with his tail as if it were legs. "Master, please don't be angry. This little girl is faking. I was just delivering materials to the entrance when she walked out of the teleportation portal. She saw me and started shouting. I noticed she seemed a bit dazed, so I asked her what she was shouting about. Then she fainted." "Are you telling the truth?" The Ice Dragon King hurriedly nodded. "Yes, it's all true. I wouldn't dare lie to you, Master." Su Chen shot him a glare, then looked at the fainted Mu Hongxia. The Ice Dragon King definitely wouldn't dare to deceive him. At that moment, Kyre suddenly said, "Brother, could it be that she was scared by the creatures on the lower levels? Sika and Steer are down there too. The ice bugs and those strange stones have no consciousness and basically can't harm the little girl. So Kyre overlooked them." Hearing Kyre's words, Su Chen thought for a moment. Sika is fierce towards others, but she's not one to cause trouble for no reason. However, Steer is another story. That guy is a demon from the abyss, and his favorite thing is to toy with people before killing them. Now that he is loyal to Su Chen, he wouldn't dare to kill indiscriminately, but he could definitely play tricks on people. Go find Steer, it might be him. I want to go too. The Ice Dragon King was also filled with anger, feeling wronged. Su Chen and his group headed towards the 9th layer. At that moment, Steer was bored, polishing his weapon. "Come to the entrance to see me." Su Chen's command echoed in his mind. Before long, Steer stood in front of Su Chen. Seeing the human girl in Kyre's arms, Steer's heart sank. Oh no, this is bad. Sure enough, as soon as Steer looked up, he saw Su Chen's cold gaze. Before Su Chen could speak, the Ice Dragon King spoke first. Hey, you bastard, are you bullying the little girl? You almost got me beaten by the master. The Ice Dragon King glared at Steer, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. He had to prove his innocence today. Well, Steer stammered for a long time before saying, she attacked me first. I was just playing with her. I didn't know she was so easily scared. So you admit it was you? Su Chen shot him a cold glance. Good kid, take this from your dragon grandpa. The Ice Dragon King swept his tail at him. Steer couldn't fight back and didn't dare to retaliate, so he could only run away. Hey! Su Chen helplessly glanced at the two of them. Let's go, Kyer, let's get her outside first. The two made their way down and delivered the girl outside. The three elders chatting at the entrance saw the fainted Mu Hongxia and hurried over. Isn't this Mu Hongxia? What happened? One of them quickly checked, and finding no serious issues, breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing, she just fainted from some mental strain. The three looked at the entrance of the secret realm puzzled and said, what happened inside? How could Mu Hongxia faint? Should we go in and take a look? Elder Du suggested. Old Du, you have a lot of contributions, huh? Going in once costs 500 contributions. Let's wake Mu Hongxia first, she must know what happened. If not, we can wait for Su Chen to come out and ask him. That works too. At the entrance of the Dragon Martial Guild, an old man stood at the door with more than 10 young people shouting loudly, the golden teddy from the stick country has come with his disciples to challenge the young talents of your esteemed guild in the dragon country. Soon, Song Ming, the leader of the White Tiger Hall, appeared at the entrance with his people. Seeing the visitors, Song Ming immediately laughed and said, I thought who dared to come and kick the door. It turns out to be the defeated subordinates of the president. What's wrong? After more than 10 years, you're still not convinced? Ha ha ha. The many mentors behind Song Ming burst into laughter. These guys really have short memories. They were defeated by the president back then, and now they've come again. At that time, they were still students in the guild, and it's been over 10 years since then. Speaking of which, some of them had also taken action back then, so the memories are still fresh. Jean Teddy snorted. You Dragon Country have an old saying, a hero doesn't speak of past bravery. I'm here today to challenge the students of Wu Zhengyang with my students. Isn't your Dragon Martial Guild known as the #1 guild in the Dragon Country? Are you afraid? And don't dare to accept our challenge? Song Ming chuckled. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since you want to get beaten so much, then come in with me. After saying this, Song Ming granted them access to the small world. The Dragon Martial Guild has always welcomed challengers. This also benefits the progress of the students below. On the way, Song Ming said to the mentors behind him, go call Mu Hongxia and Lin Shengen. Guild leader, should we call Su Chen? Song Ming shook his head. No need, it's enough for Mu Hongxia and them to take action. It's not the world competition yet. I suspect these guys are pretending to challenge us, and their real purpose is to gather intelligence for their beautiful country. We must win the world competition this year. Su Chen is our trump card and must not be exposed easily. But isn't the matter of the Tong Tian Tower already known to everyone? They only know that Su Chen reached the 40th floor. Who knows what skills and means he has? Moreover, the Battle Ignorance Bureau has already spread the news online, saying that Su Chen reached the 40th floor thanks to the protection of the Sword God. I see, the country is indeed thoughtful. Hearing this, Song Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. The country has already spread a lot of false information because of Su Chen. Last time in the Sin City incident, they later credited the achievement to Governor Zhang Taiha of Yenzhou. The death of Koizumi Iru was also credited to an unknown 8th-turn master. If Su Chen continues to act so high-profile without restraint, the country really won't be able to keep it up. Alright, hurry and inform Mu Hongxia and the others. Song Ming turned to glance at the few people from the Stick Nation trailing behind. If others come knocking, we should at least show them some color, otherwise it would be too disrespectful. Yes, Hall Master. At this moment, the leader of the Stick Nation, Jean Tidy, was also whispering to his students. If we can defeat them, hit them hard. If we find ourselves at a disadvantage, immediately admit defeat and step down. As long as there's an opportunity without endangering their lives, you can directly chop off their arms or legs. Jean Tidy knew that his students were no match for the top talents of the Dragon Martial Guild. Therefore, his initial purpose for coming here was to vent his anger. The people of the Dragon Nation value etiquette. As long as they don't kill someone outside the competition arena, they won't investigate too deeply. Jean Tidy could easily push the blame onto the chaos of the fight. If the Dragon Martial Guild dared to stop them, he was already prepared. As long as they didn't leave the Dragon Martial Guild before dark, the people he arranged outside would escalate the situation. By then, someone would pressure the Dragon Nation. He had calculated all the escape routes, which is why he dared to bring his students into the Dragon Martial Guild. After hearing this, his students nodded in agreement. We understand, teacher. Just watch us perform. They exchanged glances, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in their eyes. Inside the Dragon Martial Guild's fighting arena, the entire venue was now filled with students from the Dragon Martial Guild. Many students, upon hearing that someone had come to challenge them directly, abandoned their tasks and rushed to the fighting arena. The crowd looked at the few people from the Stick Nation below the stage in disgust. How dare these Stick people come here to challenge us? They really have guts. Hey, maybe they're just itching for a fight. We're in for a good show. Do you think Senior Sister Mu can take them all on by herself? I think it's no problem. Senior Sister Mu and Senior Brother Lin Shengyan should be able to handle them easily. Senior Brother Jiang and Senior Brother Su should be able to defeat any one of them in a one-on-one. Most people agreed with this sentiment. However, some were cautious. We can't let our guard down. These Stick people look a bit older, probably close to 25. They must have prepared well for today, deliberately sending these nearly 25-year-olds to challenge us. Young people competing against each other are categorized by age. From 18 to 25, this is considered the younger generation. Regardless of the type of competition, it's mostly people in this age range participating. The closer one is to 25, the longer they've had to cultivate. Naturally, the advantage in levels becomes greater. It's clear that these people from the Stick Nation have been preparing for this for several years. That's true, we still can't be careless. The martial spirit of the Stick people is the worst across the Blue Star. There's nothing more disgusting than them. They might pull some dirty tricks. Tianxian's Secret Realm Management Office. Looking at the unconscious Mu Hongxia, the three elders felt somewhat helpless. The mental damage is quite severe. It seems she won't wake up anytime soon. If the president finds out, we definitely won't get away with it. We can't be blamed. Who knew what happened inside? I have a feeling this is related to that kid Su Chen. Everything was fine before Su Chen went in. As soon as he entered, Mu Hongxia fainted. Just as the three elders were speculating, Mu Hongxia's mentor had arrived outside the door. Elder Qin, has my student Mu Hongxia come out of the secret realm? Hearing this voice, the three were startled. Oh no, it's Meng Xiaoman. Although they were elders, they were somewhat afraid of this mentor in the guild. Meng Xiaoman has always been protective of her favorites, and as her prized disciple, Mu Hongxia receives her utmost care and attention. Moreover, with Meng Xiaoman's formidable strength, most elders are simply no match for her. Thus, very few people in the Dragon Martial Guild are willing to provoke her. Even Wu Zhangyang has to give her some leeway. As they looked at the unconscious Mu Hongxia, the three had yet to come up with a plan when the door was suddenly pushed open. This scene was hard not to raise suspicions. In broad daylight, with the door closed, three old men were staring at the unconscious Mu Hongxia on the floor, making it difficult to avoid misunderstandings. Furthermore, Mu Hongxia is regarded as the number one goddess among the students in the Dragon Martial Guild. Her beauty inevitably invites ill-intentioned individuals to act inappropriately. Seeing this, Meng Xiaoman was filled with rage. What are you doing? She shouted, gripping a red cherry spear in her hand. Mentor Meng, calm down. Elder Qin quickly spoke up, realizing that if they delayed any longer, Meng Xiaoman might really take action. If a fight broke out, it would only be the three of them who would suffer the consequences. Calm down, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I, Meng Xiaoman, will risk my life to kill you. Looking at the spear in Meng Xiaoman's hand, Elder Qin wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, Mu Hongxia fainted after entering the secret realm. She was just brought out not long ago. Her mental energy is quite severely damaged, and we were just figuring out how to wake her up. And then you came in. So put away your weapon. We haven't done anything. Do you think I, Meng Xiaoman, am a 3-year-old child? How did she faint and still come out of the secret realm? Meng Xiaoman narrowed her eyes, her grip on the spear tightening. Su Chen was also in the secret realm. He should have brought Mu Hongxia out. Yes, we can all testify to that. Su Chen? Meng Xiaoman glanced at the three of them. Get away, I want to see Hongxia's injuries. Alright, Mentor Meng, take your time, we'll stand back. The three retreated to the corner, not daring to linger. For a moment, Meng Xiaoman approached Mu Hongxia, first checking her clothing and finding no signs of tampering. Only then did she begin to assess Mu Hongxia's condition. The damage to her mental energy is so severe. Did Hongxia use forbidden techniques? There are no bosses in the Tianxian secret realm. How could she have used forbidden techniques? Meng Xiaoman looked at the three and asked, has there been any unusual activity in the Tianxian secret realm recently? No, everything is normal. Then why is this? Ordinary monsters inside would never force Hongxia to use forbidden techniques. Meng Xiaoman raised her head and asked again, you said Su Chen was inside? The three nodded. Did Su Chen have a conflict with Hongxia? Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances. Who knows? What happened inside the secret realm couldn't be seen from the outside. Your disciple entered the secret realm first and Su Chen entered later. As for whether they had a conflict inside, we don't know. Cuando usura Su Chen del mistero? Si vora ancora più di un'ora. Maestro Meng, calma, non è detto che sia stato Su Chen, prima indigayamo. Lo so bene, non ho bisogno che mi lo insegniate. Meng Xiaoman salivo Mu Hongxia e disse ai tre, la persona della Corea del Sud sono venuti a sfidarsi, ero che per cercare Hongxia per affrontarli. Corea del Sud? Sono impazziti a cercarsi della Dragon Martial Association? Chi lo sa? Comunque, in questa situazione, Hongxia non può combattere, la porterò prima al nostro appartamento. Va bene, maestro Meng, Portala. Indietro, si sono l'inscengen e gli altri dalla part della Corea del Sud, non si saranno problemi. Avvisatemi quando successi. Dopo che Meng Xiaoman disquesto, porto via mu Hongxia. Guardando Meng Xiaoman andarsene, I tre non poterono fare meno di tirare un sospiro di sollievo. Avevano davvero paura che Meng Xiaoman potesse scatenarsi. E grazie al fatto che la question riguardava Su Chen, altrimenti Meng Xiaoman non sarebbe stata così ragionevole. Se fosse stato qualcun altro, sarebbe sicuramente entrata nel mistero o prendere qualcuno. All'interno dell'arena della Dragon Martial Association. Ho capito. Song Ming con la sopracciglia agritate chius la telefonata. Mu Hongxia era ferita e svenuta, non poteva partecipare a questo combattimento. Non era una buona notizia. Chiunque potesse vedere che l'avversario era molto aggressivo, evidentemente ben preparato. Capo che succede, gis un maestro accanto. Mu Hongxia e ferita e non può venire, Illinois maestro Meng el hagia portata al nostro appartamento. Cosa? Come ha fatto Mu Hongxia a ferirsi? Song Ming si sente un po' frustrato, si dice che è legato a Su Chen, ma non ne so di più. Non spargite voci finch non abbiamo chiarito la situazione. Sì, lo so. Gene Tidy, dopo aver aspettato a lungo, vedendo che la Dragon Martial Association non mandava ancora nessun participant, si mostra un po' impaziente. Song Ming, dove sono I vostri? Ha passato tanto tempo perché non sono ancora arrivati? Non è che la Dragon Martial Association ha paura, vero? Ah. Gli studenti dietro Gene Tidy risero ad alta voce Illinois sarcasmo nei loro occhi era evidente. Tra il pubblico, alcuni studenti vedendo la scena iniziarono a urlar cattivo corano perché sei così ansioso? Vuoi solo prendere bot, giusto? Alla prima volta che vedo qualcuno così ansioso di essere picchiato davvero interessante. Tutti in sala risposero all'unisono, migliaia di persone iniziarono a salutare le loro famiglie. L'intera arena era invasa di insulti. Le persone della Corea del Sud non erano affatto in grado di affrontare così tante persone, ognuna di loro arrasa e non riesce a rispondere. Gene Tidy guardò furiosamente Song Ming e gridò: Song Ming, questi sono I vostri studenti? Una qualità del genere è davvero preoccupante. A così che trattate gli ospiti, voi della Dragon Country? Song Ming sorrise rispose: ogni ospite ha un modo diverso di essere accolto. Se il signor Gene non gradisce questo modo di salutare, posso farli cambiare. 2. Gene Tidy assai in furio, Illinois suo viso diven rosso. Song Ming, sono che per verificare le arti marziali dei vostri studenti, non per chiacchierare con voi. Visto che tutti avevano già insultato a sufficienza, Song Ming alzò la mano. Va bene, hanno già ricevuto I vostri saluti fermativi. Quando Song Ming parlò, gli studenti si sistemarono subito, come se non fosse successo nulla. Bene, siete davvero in forma. Gene Tidy lanciò uno sguardo a tutti, emettendo un freddo sospiro. Song Ming, ti aspetto per mezz'ora, se dopo mezz'ora non troverai nessuno per combattere, allora questa battaglia sarà considerata una sconfitta per la Dragon Martial Association. 10 minuti dopo. La fronte di Song Ming si aggrado di nuovo, Lin Shengen e Jiang Haisheng erano ossati, non erano nella Dragon Martial Association. Che succede? Song Ming iniziò a sospettare che si fosse qualche complotto. I primi tre studenti della Dragon Martial Association erano tutti assenti. Just at this moment, the country of the sticks came to provoke. Gene Tidy glanced at the frowning Song Ming and sneered coldly in his heart. He dared to come and challenge today because he had done his research. Lin Shengen and Jiang Haisheng were his people, and they had seen them leave Kyoto with their own eyes. At this moment, there was only Mu Hongxia in the Longwu Guild. It seemed that Mu Hongxia also had something to attend to and couldn't come. Heaven is truly helping me. Today, not only do I want to humiliate them severely, but I also want to take revenge for the severed fingers from back then. Gene Tidy looked at his disciples. There. Main force is not here, so you can all perform freely today. Let them see our strength. Yes, teacher. The few of them were exceptionally excited upon hearing this. At this time, the students in the audience also noticed something was off. Where is senior sister Mu Hongxia? Why hasn't she come yet? Yeah, Lin Shengen and Jiang Haisheng are also absent. Strange, where did they go? Are they scared? Nonsense, would senior sister Mu Hongxia be afraid of them? She must have been delayed by something. At this moment, someone exclaimed, Brother Su is here. It's Brother Su Xiao. Su Xiao was among the top 10 students, so many people recognized him. Brother Chen Fan is also here. Even if senior sister Mu and the others are not here, it should be fine. As more and more top-ranking students from the Longwu Guild entered, the atmosphere on site finally became lively. At this time, someone asked, where is Su Chen? Why hasn't he come? I heard that junior brother Su Chen went to challenge the Tongtian Tower this morning. He must be recuperating. Some students who didn't know asked, Tongtian Tower? How many levels has Su Chen challenged? About 40 levels. What? 40 levels? Are you kidding? Isn't level 40 a 700 level boss? Students who were unaware of this were astonished, as Su-chen was younger than them. It's not as exaggerated as you think. I heard that Su-chen reached level 40 with the protection of the Sword God. Sword God? I see. I was wondering how Su-chen could possibly pass level 40. But that's still impressive. I estimate I wouldn't even get past level 10. At this moment, a new student who had just arrived rolled his eyes at the few people discussing. I say, brothers, Su-chen and I are both new to the guild. You can't really expect him to go up, can you? Don't you feel embarrassed saying that? Ahem, this junior brother, those who are capable should take on more work. Junior brother Su-chen is powerful. You can't just look at his age, right? For matters that bring glory to the guild, it must be someone with strength. Like junior brother Su-chen who goes up. We just need to cheer and support. Ha, well said. Unlike the laughter and joy in the audience, Song Ming was no longer calm as before. Only 3 of the top 10 students had come. The others were either still in dungeons or out of town on missions and hadn't returned. This meant that this battle might not necessarily be a win. Jean Tidy glanced at the time and then looked at Song Mingdao. Song Ming, can we start? Half an hour has passed. If you are afraid, you can admit defeat directly, and we will leave immediately. Definitely not bothering you. But your Longwu Guild's reputation as the #1 guild in Longwa might change. Seeing Jean Tidy's provocation, everyone originally wanted to greet them again but was stopped by Song Ming. Everyone, don't speak. Song Ming looked at the other side and said, guests from afar, how do you propose to compete? Jean Tidy smiled and said, it's simple. We each send 10 people to compete in a challenge. Whoever can stand until the end is the winner. And one more thing, we require an unprotected match. Wow. Upon hearing Jean Tidy's rule, the crowd was in an uproar. An unprotected match could potentially be deadly. Generally, such fights are protected. Even if someone dies on stage, they will be revived off stage. Aside from some psychological impact, there won't be any other issues. An unprotected match tests not only strength but also courage. If you are afraid before even starting, then failure is inevitable. These guys don't seem worried at all. I feel like there's a conspiracy. They must have planned this long ago, just waiting for today. It's fine, in the face of absolute strength, any trick is useless. That said, they clearly came prepared, while our people are not mentally ready at all. Listening to the discussions around him, Jean Tidy remained calm. These 10 were the elite of their young generation. If they couldn't defeat the opponent with the top 3 of Longwu Guild absent, he wouldn't need to go back. Song Ming glanced at the crowd below and instructed the person beside him, go call Su-chen. I'm a bit uneasy. Yes, Guild Master. The person left to carry out the order. For an unprotected match, he felt it was inappropriate not to call Su-chen. Song Ming, what do you think? Are you willing to compete? Song Ming asked the students who came to participate in the match, do you want to join? For an unprotected match, he had to seek their opinion. Guild Master, we are not afraid. Right, they are just a few clowns. What is there to fear? Hearing this, Song Ming nodded with satisfaction. Good, as expected of our Longwu Guild members. Once both sides confirmed, Jean Tidy whispered a few words to a young man behind him. The young man nodded and jumped onto the stage. I am Li Xiangshi, the first to challenge you. The crowd looked at this young man, broad-shouldered and sturdy, clearly a melee warrior. On the Longwu Guild side, a handsome young man jumped up and cupped his hands. Yu Hang, I accept your challenge. Seeing Yu Hang come out, someone who knew him whispered, it's Yu Hang. I heard he is already level 90 with 4 turns, about to reach 5 turns, and his class is Wind Spirit Archer. That Li Xiangshi looks like a tank. Yu Hang can kite him with his agile movements. This battle is definitely winnable. Yu Hang and Li Xiangshi exchanged glances and politely said a word of invitation. As everyone expected, Li Xiangshi stood his ground at the start, his body glowing with golden light. He curled up like a turtle. What is he doing? Haha, is he a shrinking turtle? This is hilarious. Isn't he just a live target? Yu Hang took out his bow and shot an arrow experimentally. -865. A very low damage number. The crowd, who had been laughing just moments ago, fell silent. Wow, this turtle shell is quite tough. But it doesn't matter. He can't touch Yu Hang. In the end, he will just be on the receiving end. Seeing this, Yu Hang didn't think much, and after testing with 2 arrows, he slowly began to use skills to deal damage. Li Xiangshi's health started to drop gradually. At most, it had already dropped to over 5,000. A minute later, this bizarre battle was still ongoing. Jean Tidy, with his arms crossed and a smile on his face, watched the arena. Fight. The harder you hit, the worse you'll die later. 3 minutes later, Yu Hang's heart sank. No, this is dangerous. Boom. The golden light around Li Xiangshi's body shattered violently, then flew towards Yu Hang like shards of glass. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Although Yu Hang was prepared, there were too many golden light shards, and 7 or 8 of them pierced into his body. While it wasn't fatal, it made him gasp in pain. I concede. Li Xiangshi cupped his hands and jumped down from the arena. This action left everyone dumbfounded. Wait, what is he doing? I don't understand, completely don't understand. He just came up to take a beating, then used a skill and conceded? At this moment, someone noticed something was off and pointed at Yu Hang, saying, "Look at Yu Hang. He just got hit by those shards. At least 5 shards hit his legs. These guys are playing tactics." Yu Hang's advantage lay in his exceptionally fast legs, but now his legs were severely injured. Yu Hang's strength was greatly diminished. So what? Even if Yu Hang loses the next round, we still have one person ahead of them. That's right, we still have the advantage. Senior Yu Hang can help the next senior test the next opponent's skills. Song Ming looked at Yu Hang, worried. If you can't hold on in the next round, concede directly. Yu Hang gritted his teeth and nodded. Don't worry, I can still fight. My health is still good. Good, just be careful. After Song Ming finished speaking, he glanced at the opposite side. Jean Tidy was currently praising Li Xiangshi. Well done. Li Xiangshi grinned and said, "This is what a student should do. Now it's up to the seniors." Jean Tidy scanned the arena and then looked at the shortest among his 10 students. "Park Jongju, you're up next." Jean Tidy whispered in his ear, "I want you to break his right leg. Can you do it?" "Don't worry, teacher, I will make it happen." Don't let me down. Go." Park Jongju nodded, a fierce glint in his eyes, and flipped onto the arena. Song Ming frowned as he looked at the opponent's chosen fighter and reminded Yu Hang again, "If the situation looks bad, get off the arena and concede." Yu Hang nodded, dragging his injured leg and standing ready. "I am Park Jongju, just a 5th transition and shadow assassin, so be careful." Park Jongju directly stated his profession and level, his face full of confidence. "A 5th transition shadow assassin. I've heard they can use the opponent's shadow to kill them. Senior Yu Hang is injured now, and his level is lower than the opponent's. He must be careful." Yu Hang squinted his eyes and cupped his hands. "Please." As soon as Yu Hang's words fell, Park Jongju's figure had already vanished from the spot. The arena was a 30m x 30m square stage, and for professionals it took only a second or two to cross from one diagonal to the other. So, the moment the opponent's figure disappeared, Yu Hang activated a speed skill and began to run. However, his leg was injured, which prevented him from reaching his peak speed. Clang! A sudden flash of a dagger appeared at Yu Hang's neck. Yu Hang reacted quickly, flipping backward twice to evade it as the dagger appeared. "Yu Hang, your reaction speed is amazing. That was close. That guy wasn't just trying to spar, he was aiming for you." Hang's life. Park Jongju's figure appeared at one side of the arena, looking at Yu Hang, who was crouched on the ground with an uncertain expression, and chuckled. "Don't let your guard down, the real killing move is just beginning." After saying this, Park Jongju made a feint with the dagger in his hand. Before anyone could understand what he was trying to do, a shadow behind Yu Hang, as if a real person had come back to life, raised a dagger and slashed at his right leg. Thud! A thigh flew off, and blood gushed out from the severed part. "Ah!" Yu Hang screamed in pain, losing his balance and stumbling to the ground. "Yu Hang! Damn, that bastard is playing dirty. Everyone, let's go and kill him." The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, ready to rush onto the stage to capture Park Jongju. Seeing this, Park Jongju also felt a bit scared and moved closer to his teacher. If so many people came at him together, even 10 of his lives wouldn't be enough to escape. "Everyone, don't move, sit tight." Song Ming shouted loudly, then coldly glanced at the opponent before saying, "We concede this match." If he allowed his students to rush onto the stage to attack the opponent, the reputation of the Lanwu Guild would be ruined. If others found out, they would think the Lanwu Guild couldn't take a loss. So even though Song Ming was furious, he had to stop the students in the audience from coming down. Song Ming instructed those around him, "Go bring Yu Hang down." Song Ming knew Jean Tidy wanted revenge, but he didn't expect him to be so ruthless. This was no longer a simple match, it was entirely about venting hatred. Years ago, Wu Zhanyang had severed one of his fingers, and Jean Tidy, unable to defeat Wu Zhanyang, had shifted that hatred onto the students of the Lanwu Guild. "Master Son, let me go next. I'll avenge Yu Hang." Chen Fan volunteered, his eyes filled with anger. Song Ming glanced at him and cautioned, "Don't let anger cloud your judgment, be careful. And use their methods against them. Just don't kill him, after all, things won't end well today." Chen Fan nodded and got up to the stage. Seeing Chen Fan take the stage, all the students cheered him on. "Go, Chen Fan. Kill that bastard." A new student asked, "What profession is Chen Fan?" An older student explained, "Chen Fan is a rare lightning mage, now at the 5th transition, and is among the top 10 in the younger generation of the guild." "Top 10? He must be very strong, right?" Of course, not many can withstand 2 of Chen Fan's thunderbolts. But the opponent is an assassin, isn't that a counter to mages? Is Chen Fan that confident? The older student laughed, "Counters depend on the situation, the arena is that big, and even if that guy goes invisible, it won't help. Chen Fan's thunder can cover the entire arena." "I see, I understand now." At this moment, the two had already exchanged greetings. Park Jongju also knew that the opponent had come up with anger, so he was much more cautious. As soon as the match began, he immediately went invisible, waiting for an opportunity. However, Chen Fan clearly wouldn't give him that chance. Heaven's punishment, thunder comes. Boom! A silver-white lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the air above the arena. 2 thunder dragons charged up towards the stage. My god, Brother Chen is starting with a big move. Is he planning to take out his opponent in one hit? So cool. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the two thunder dragons rampaging on the stage. At that moment, Park Jong-ju was losing health rapidly. He could have jumped off the stage to concede, but his task was not yet complete. He had been ordered to force out the opponent's important skills or injure them. Thinking of this, Park Jong-ju steeled his heart and unleashed his shadow assassination skill once more. However, the same trick could only catch someone off guard once. Chen Fan was already prepared for this the moment the shadow moved behind him. A thunder shield appeared around Chen Fan. The damage from the shadow strike was successfully avoided by the thunder shield. Found you. Although Park Jong-ju had not revealed himself, Chen Fan had already locked onto him through the subtle changes in his heavenly punishment skill. Die for me. Thunder explosion technique. In a corner of the arena, a thunderball suddenly materialized, then exploded with a bang. The thunder raged violently, scattering in all directions. Brother Chen has found the opponent. This hit is guaranteed. Even if the opponent doesn't die, they'll be severely injured. As the thunder slowly dissipated, an old man appeared there, with a trembling figure shrinking behind him. The old man was Jean Tidy, who had rushed onto the stage at the last moment upon seeing the situation turn dire. Ha! Damn, does this old dog have no shame? What right does he have to come onto the stage? The martial spirit of these Koreans is truly disgusting. If he can come onto the stage, then we can too. With so many of us, who's afraid of whom? Song Ming looked at Jean Tidy on the stage and said coldly, Mr. Jean, what do you mean by this? You dare to interfere in a contest between juniors? A surge of energy flowed in Song Ming's hand. Jean Tidy cupped his hands and said, it was truly unavoidable just now. I hope for your understanding. If I hadn't intervened, my student would have certainly died from that last strike. So, I ask for your forgiveness, Master Song. Song Ming was not swayed by his words. Mr. Jean, it was you who proposed an unprotected match. Do you want to go back on your word? Jean Tidy shook his head. Of course not. To show my apology, we voluntarily remove one person. How does that sound? Song Ming initially did not want to agree, but Chen Fan on the stage spoke up. Master, agree to him. It's just a trivial loss of some mana. Let them send someone else up. I can take them all. At this moment, Chen Fan's momentum was like a rainbow, and his image in everyone's hearts instantly rose significantly. Brother Chen Fan is truly exuding dominance. He is our role model. Yeah, these Koreans can't handle losing and play dirty. We are not like them. Go, brother Chen Fan. Take them all on by yourself. Watching the cheers from the audience, Chen Fan smiled slightly. Isn't the purpose of cultivation for moments like this? No matter what happens in today's battle, it is worth it. Seeing this, Song Ming agreed to Chen Fan's request. The competition continued. Jean Tidy led Park Jong-ju down from the ring. I'm sorry, teacher, I was greedy. Jean Tidy glanced at him and said coldly, you caused us to lose a fighter. If it weren't for your earlier contribution, I would never have stepped in to save you. Do you know how to apologize to your senior brothers when we return? Yes, I know my mistake. Park Jong-ju bent over, a bit anxious, and nodded. Jean Tidy ignored him and looked at another person, saying, Li Yuzhu, it's your turn next. You should be most adept at dealing with a mage. The opponent is very popular. Defeating him will surely demoralize them. Yes, teacher. A seemingly frail girl stepped forward. She was also the only girl on the team. Watching Li Yuzhu take the stage, Chen Fan smiled. Is there no one left in your team? Why send a weak girl up? Chen Fan smiled, but he held no contempt in his heart. The other side knew his profession and still dared to send this woman up, indicating they had great confidence. Li Yuzhu glanced at Chen Fan and cupped her hands, saying, Li Yuzhu, please. Chen Fan, please. After the formalities, the match began. Chen Fan decided to strike first, his staff dancing lightly as he began to chant a complex spell. Li Yuzhu looked at him, her expression unchanged, and said, Don't waste your effort, your mana is mine. Plunder. Li Yuzhu extended her right hand and then clenched it tightly. Chen Fan suddenly felt his body being drained, and the spell he was chanting abruptly stopped. What is this? What's happening? Chen Fan, in shock, looked at his status panel. His mana was completely drained in that instant, not a drop left. Chen Fan felt a surge of panic. As a mage, without mana, he was only slightly better than those in support roles. All his skills required mana to cast. Why isn't senior brother Chen Fan moving? The spectators couldn't see Chen Fan's information. They only saw him chanting a spell moments ago, and then he suddenly stopped, looking very flustered. Could this person be some kind of seal master? Senior brother Chen Fan must be in trouble. After a brief moment of panic, Chen Fan quickly took out a mana potion, preparing to drink it to replenish some mana. But at that moment, Li Yuzhu moved. Her skill had a 3-minute cooldown and she wouldn't give Chen Fan a chance to recover mana. Li Yuzhu drew a short sword and used a space skill similar to teleportation. In the next second, she was already in front of Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan's right hand holding the mana potion, Li Yuzhu didn't hesitate and struck down with her sword. At that moment, Chen Fan felt like a bird stripped of its feathers, unable to fly. He couldn't dodge this strike either. Clang! The sound of two metals clashing rang out. Song Ming struck to push Li Yuzhu back and caught Chen Fan. If he hadn't intervened, Chen Fan's right hand would have been severed. Chen Fan, still shaken, bowed to Song Ming and said, "Thank you, Hall Master, for saving me." Song Ming waved his hand. Since Jean Tidy had broken the rules, he didn't care anymore. "What do you mean by this, Hall Master Song?" It was now Jean Tidy's turn to challenge. Song Ming replied lightly, "It's just a matter of reciprocity. Mr. Jean can intervene, but I can't. We can also remove one of our fighters from the match." Hearing this, Jean Tidy swallowed the words he was about to say. He shot a glare at Park Jong-ju. If it weren't for him dragging them down, that person named Chin Fan would have only one hand left by now. Wasting such a good opportunity made him very angry. "Incompetent and a hindrance, I should have let you die in the ring." Jean Tidy glared at him again before looking back at the ring. Li Yuju's methods have been exposed, and it won't be so easy to fight next. On the other side, Chen Fan recounted what had just happened to Song Ming. Draining blue? It seems the opponent has some hidden profession. Going solo, that skill is a bit terrifying. The survival of a professional relies on nothing more than health and mana. Health ensures one's physical condition, while mana is the foundation for sustained combat. Without mana, melee professionals can still rely on normal attacks to defeat enemies, but ranged professionals will have a hard time. Their normal attacks are frighteningly low, and they might not even break through the opponent's defense. Especially for a mage like Chen Fan, who relies entirely on mana to fight. Who will go next? Song Ming asked the few people beside him. They exchanged glances, all a bit hesitant. Even for melee professionals, lacking mana is a painful situation. The opponent has only exposed this one skill, and they can't guarantee that the opponent doesn't have any other special means. "I'll go." Su Xiao stepped forward. The others hesitated to take the stage. With Mu Hongxia and Lin Shengyan not present, he was the strongest among them. If he didn't take action, how could the others dare to go? Su Xiao? Song Ming frowned. His intention was to keep Su Xiao for the final round. After all, this is a ring battle. Whoever goes up first will expose their trump card. Moreover, they would fall into a wheel battle. "It's fine, Master Song. Morning or night, it's the same. I'll try my best to defeat a few and pave the way for my junior brothers." "Senior brother." The others were somewhat moved upon seeing this. "Are you confident?" Song Ming asked with concern. Su Xiao shook his head. "In battle, there's no such thing as absolute certainty. I can only fight with all my strength." Song Ming looked at him and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, be careful." Su Xiao took out a long sword and stepped onto the stage, cupping his hands towards Li Yuju, saying, "Su Xiao from the Dragon Martial Guild, here to fight you. Please." After they exchanged greetings, the battle officially began. Li Yuju started with the familiar mana draining skill, and Su Xiao, seeing this, activated the basic blocking skill of a swordsman. However, it was ineffective. His mana was still drained. Su Xiao had been mentally prepared and did not panic. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuju lunged in for an attack. Clang! The two swords clashed, sparks flying. Su Xiao knocked Li Yuju's short sword away with one strike, then quickly thrust forward. Seeing this, Li Yuju attempted to retreat to dodge. However, Su Xiao's move was a feint. Su Xiao knew that a normal attack would only cause the opponent to lose a little health. He feigned a thrust, while his left hand had already taken out a blue potion and drank it. After recovering some mana, Su Xiao's brow relaxed slightly. "Miss, come and fight in my unmatched sword realm." Su Xiao chuckled lightly, swinging his sword, and the two disappeared from the stage. Only countless flying sword shadows enveloped the entire arena. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in surprise. "What kind of skill is this? Where did Brother Su Xiao go?" "I know this skill. Brother Su Xiao used it when he fought Sister Mu Hongxia back then. Brother Su Xiao can forcibly pull people into his duel sword realm for a one-on-one duel. Once this move is unleashed, Brother Su Xiao can forcibly strip 20% of all attributes from his opponent and transfer them to himself. The sword realm lasts for 1 minute, and after 1 minute, regardless of the outcome, both will come out." Upon hearing this explanation, the surrounding people immediately understood. "Hey, this brother, how do you know so much about Brother Su Xiao's skills?" The person who just explained felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Back in the big exam, my opponent was him." "Oh, then why didn't you say you had encountered him yourself?" "Ahem. Junior brother, do you really want me to say I lost to Su Xiao?" 1 minute later, the sword realm disappeared. A frail figure was sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground. "Sister Yu Shu." Several students under Jean Tidy quickly surrounded her. Li Yuju had multiple sword wounds on her body, one of which pierced through her body near her heart. "Teacher, Li Yuju struggled to sit up. Jean Tidy raised his hand and said, "He ranks 4th in the Dragon Martial Guild. It's normal for you to lose to him. Tell us about his skills." Li Yuju nodded. "His sword is particularly fast. He must have a movement skill enhancing him. In the sword realm, he stripped 20% of my attributes, so he used this opportunity to recover a lot of mana. Fortunately, his sword realm only lasts for a minute, otherwise I would have undoubtedly died." You can rest now. Teacher, let me go and face him." Jean Lin's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Unlike others, he was more interested in seeing what kind of geniuses were in the Dragon Martial Guild. Jean Tidy stopped him, saying, "No, let your junior brothers go first to wear him out." You must be the last to strike. But teacher, I want to battle such a genius. Hearing this, Jean Tidy angrily said, Jean Lin, do you want to defy my orders? Seeing Jean Tidy angry, Jean Lin lowered his head and said, yes, I understand. Teacher. Jean Tidy casually pointed to someone to go on stage. This person knew what his purpose was, so he started off very aggressively. After 2 minutes of fierce fighting, this person seized the opportunity to jump off the stage and concede. He had exhausted all his strength and could only drain Su Zhao's energy without being able to injure him. Brother Su won again. Ha, good, as expected of Brother Su. It seems Brother Su still has some energy left, he can at least fight a few more rounds. Jean Tidy did not give Su Zhao a chance to recover mana and quickly pointed to another person to go on stage. This person used the same strategy as the previous one, using whichever skill had higher damage. Su Zhao fought against 3 people in a row, and with Li Yuzhu having drained his mana, he was now low on mana. His spirit was also somewhat depleted. These people were among the elite of the younger generation from the Korean peninsula, and their strength was not much weaker than his. So, this battle was quite exhausting for Su Zhao. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Su Zhao was hit by a punch from his opponent. Fortunately, this punch only caused him to lose a bit of health and did not result in any major issues. Su Zhao took a deep breath and unleashed his dual sword technique. The Korean fighter clearly could not withstand it and was knocked off the stage by a single strike. Brother Su won again. 3 consecutive victories. Unlike the optimism of the audience, Su Zhao looked at his mana, which was now almost depleted. It seems I can only fight for 2 more rounds at most. If Sister Mu Hongxia comes, she definitely won't be as embarrassed as I am. Su Zhao shook his head and looked at the next person coming up on stage. Outside the heavenly mysterious realm, the mentor sent by Song Ming to find Su Chen was inquiring with several elders about when Su Chen would come out. Just wait, there's still an hour left. What? That long? But the head of Song is a bit worried that they might not be able to handle so he sent me to look for Su Chen. Elder Du rolled his eyes and said, what are you afraid of with just find a few kids and you can drive them away. The mentor looking for Su Chen smiled bitterly upon hearing this. The other side is well prepared, and they are all elites, all close to 25 years old. Plus, with Mu Hongxia, Lin Sheng'an, and the others not here, the outcome is really hard to say. I see, but Su Chen's time isn't up yet, he definitely won't come out. Just as the few were still discussing, the entire Tianqian secret realm shook. What happened? Is there an earthquake? Earthquake my foot. Where would an earthquake come from in a small world? Something's wrong with the Tianqian secret realm. The few hurried to the control room of the secret realm. Warning! Tianquan secret realm energy maintenance is insufficient. Please replenish energy. The elders looked at each other in shock. Insufficient energy? How is that possible? Didn't we just replenish the energy this month? Don't ask, hurry up and replenish. The few quickly took out energy stones to start replenishing energy. However, the more they replenished, the more alarmed they became. It simply wasn't enough. Even with all 4 of them filling it up, the energy consumption rate was astonishingly fast. The entire Tianqian secret realm seemed to be devouring the energy stones like a bottomless pit. It's not working, hurry and get Su Chen out. Inside the Tianqian secret realm, watching the shaking realm, Su Chen quickly packed away all his materials and summoned all his pets back. At that moment, an invisible force grabbed him and pulled him outside. The next moment, Su Chen appeared outside the secret realm, looking completely puzzled. What was going on? He was happily grinding for equipment materials, and suddenly it felt like the secret realm was about to collapse. As soon as Su Chen came out, the Tianqian secret realm slowly stabilized. After successfully replenishing the energy stones, the elders began to scrutinize Su Chen. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? Su Chen asked in confusion. Also, I was only in there for an hour. Give me back my contribution. The others did not respond to Su Chen but instead asked, what were you doing in there? We've been guarding the Tianqian secret realm for so many years, and this is the first time we've encountered a situation where the energy is insufficient. And what about Mu Hongxia? How did she faint in the secret realm? Su Chen shrugged. Is it my fault if your stuff is of poor quality? Who is Mu Hongxia? What does her fainting have to do with me? Hey, are you trying to fool us? The moment you came to the Tianqian secret realm, something went wrong. Do you dare say this has nothing to do with you? At this moment, the mentor who came to find Su Chen stepped in to mediate. Elders, calm down, don't be impulsive. The others, seeing this, replied dismissively, what? Are you afraid of, Mentor Wang? Su Chen can't have any exceptions, we must take him to the president for judgment. Mentor Wang's mouth twitched at these words. I'm afraid you guys will get beaten up by Su Chen. Ha, Master Wang, what are you talking about? We know Su Chen is very strong, but the 3 of us old fellows are all at the 7th transition. We can't possibly lose to him, can we? Su Chen remained silent and quietly released the Ice Dragon King. The sudden shadow made the 3 frown in confusion. What is that? A chill descended, causing all 3 to shudder simultaneously. What the hell? This is? Master Wang shook his head and laughed. As expected, the Ice Dragon King is your pet. He was another mentor who had gone to the extreme west state last time, and they had been speculating at that time. because apart from Su Chen, they hadn't discovered anyone else. Moreover, the national investigation into the Ice Dragon King had suddenly stopped halfway through, and they were strictly forbidden from discussing what they encountered in the extreme west state. At that time, he had suspected that this matter was likely related to Su Chen. He was fortunate to be present at the Sky Tower Challenge this morning, and that dragon roar was the key to his judgment. So, with all these factors combined, he concluded this terrifying fact: Su Chen's true strength must be above the ninth transition. Master Wang, what are you saying? The Ice Dragon King? Is this the Ice Dragon King from the world announcement? A while ago. Master Wang nodded. You should also be able to feel the pressure it emits. What do you think? Elder Qin among the three laughed heartily. That Su Chen quickly put it away. It's quite scary. They understood why Mu Hongxia fainted in the secret realm. It turned out she was frightened by Su Chen's pet. Not to mention Mu Hongxia, they were also quite scared. The sense of oppression when the Ice Dragon King stared at them was even stronger than that of the president. Elders, my contribution? Retreat. We'll retreat immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and put the Ice Dragon King away. The few wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and said softly, Su Chen, just now, we were a bit loud. You wouldn't mind, would you? What are you elders talking about? Just follow the normal procedures. I completely understand. That's good. We look forward to next time. Better not come again. We're preparing to maintain the secret realm and won't reopen it in the short term. The three felt a pang of regret at the thought of the pile of energy stones. This matter was beyond their control. They could only let a few Hall Masters and the president handle it. Seeing that the matter was settled, Master Wang asked Su Chen. Su Chen, Hall Master Song Ming is asking for your help. Are you free now, Hall Master Song? Su Chen roughly knew that the other party was the master of the White Tiger Hall he belonged to. What does he want from me? It's like this. Today, more than 10 people from the Stick Nation came to challenge us, and Mu Hongxia and the others are not here. Hall Master Song is worried that the others might not be able to handle it, so he wants to ask you for help. Originally, Mentor Meng came here once to find Mu Hongxia, but upon hearing this, Su Chen understood. Mu Hongxia fainted from being scared by his pet. This was indeed his fault. Let's go, I'm just bored, and it would be good to fight a few sticks to stretch my muscles. Seeing Su Chen agree, Master Wang quickly said, good, follow me, I'll take you to the martial arts arena. After Su Chen and the others left, the three elders looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. We're getting old, time waits for no one. Stop lamenting, as if you could beat him when you were young. Old do, get lost, go back to your leveling area. Hey, think about how to report those energy stone deficits upward. What on earth did that kid do inside? Even if he had the Ice Dragon King helping him to farm monsters at the top level, it shouldn't destabilize the heavenly mysterious secret realm. Elder Qin speculated, it seems he also has a 5-colored divine bird. Maybe there are other pets we don't know about. If he brushes at the top layers at the same time, do you think the heavenly mysterious realm will run out of supplies? Old Qin, don't say that, it really could happen. I think this kid isn't here to level up at all. He's here to stock up on equipment materials. My energy are worth tens of billions. I want to cry. He used 500 contribution points to brush for an hour. We suffered a huge loss. The three of them had no choice but to think for a long time, and to prevent Su Chen from continuing to fleece them, they simply set up a sign at the door, temporarily not serving Su Chen. Inside the Dragon Martial Guild's arena, Su Xiao once again defeated an opponent, achieving a 4-game winning streak, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The audience erupted in cheers. Senior Brother Su Xiao. I want to have a baby for Senior Brother Su Xiao. This junior sister, please calm down, don't disturb the senior brother. Listening to the various praises and encouragements around him, Su Xiao took a deep breath. His mana was completely depleted, and the cooldown for his blue potion still had a few minutes left. After a series of battles, his mental state began to decline. Defeating the previous opponent had also injured his right arm. The wound was deep enough to see the bone. At this moment, his right hand, which held the sword, began to tremble. Is it all over? No. I can hold on for another round. I want to create a guaranteed victory for my junior brothers and sisters. Su Xiao raised his head, stood up, and pointed his sword at the opposing camp again. Seeing this, Song Ming quickly shouted, Su Xiao, don't push yourself. You've already defeated 4. You've done well. Come down. Su Xiao shook his head. Master Song, I want to see where my limit is. Don't you often say that if you can't break through your own limits, you'll never know what heights you can reach? Today, I want to see where my limit is. Su Xiao thought about his past self, how he would always retreat at critical moments. After all, with senior sister Mu Hongxia around, he didn't need to step up. After all, with senior sister Mu Hongxia around, no matter what happened, she would step up to resolve it. After all, with senior sister Mu Hongxia around, he didn't know when it started, but he had lost the pride he should have had. He used to be the genius everyone talked about. He was once the top scholar of their state, the pride of everyone. Today, with Mu Hongxia not present, Su Xiao didn't want to retreat anymore. He was now the hope in the hearts of all his junior brothers and sisters. A unique confidence sparkled in Su Xiao's eyes, a light that belonged to a genius. There was also something called responsibility. Song Ming originally wanted to persuade him further. Seeing Su Xiao like this, he knew that Su Xiao would never back down in this battle. He could only encourage him. All right, I believe in you. The audience at this moment also shouted loudly, "Go, senior brother Su Xiao." Su Xiao gently nodded, then waved his sword, pointing at the people behind Jean Tidy. "You, who dares to fight me? Who dares to fight me?" This deafening voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena. "Teacher, let me go up." At this moment, the fighting spirit in Jean Lin's eyes was unprecedentedly high. He felt that if he couldn't shatter this person's belief, it was likely that Long Mugong would give birth to another terrifying genius. What was the point of their visit this time? To awaken others? He would never allow such a thing to happen. Jean Lin was no ordinary being, he could no longer endure it. Without waiting for Jean Taidi to respond, Jean Lin had already jumped onto the stage in one leap. He was willing to defy his teacher's orders. "Jean Lin, what are you doing? Who allowed you to go up?" Jean Taidi roared. He had sent 3 people to take turns fighting Su Xiao, which had brought him to this point. At this critical moment, Jean Lin actually dared to disobey his orders and go on stage by himself. If he could defeat Su Xiao, that would be fine, but if Su Xiao were to leave the stage safely, all his efforts would be in vain. "Teacher, rest assured, I haven't forgotten our purpose for coming here." After Jean Lin finished speaking, he looked at Su Xiao and said, "I am Jean Lin, here to fight you." In the audience, someone exclaimed, "Jean Lin, I remember now. He was among the representatives of the Sticks in last year's world competition. Although the Sticks didn't make it into the top 10 last year, this person left a deep impression on me. If I remember correctly, his profession is related to the legendary Qilin sacred beast. But because the Sticks ranking was low, most people might not know his profession. I discovered it by chance while browsing through their girl group. Senior Su Xiao has already fought 4 people in a row. He probably doesn't have much strength left. Does that mean Senior Su Xiao is in danger? Let's just watch. Master Song will definitely step in at a critical moment." Everyone couldn't help but look nervously at the stage. "Take out your weapon, let's begin," Su Xiao said loudly. Jean Lin shook his head upon hearing this. "My body is my weapon, please. In that case, be careful." Su Xiao was the first to thrust his sword forward. Although there were no skills enhancing it, his speed was pushed to the limit. On the stage, only his afterimage could be seen. Su Xiao's sword aimed directly at Jean Lin's neck. This was also the only place, aside from the brain and heart, where blood could be lost the fastest. It was his only way to achieve victory in battle without any blue energy. Jean Lin stood still, not dodging as Su Xiao charged at him. What is this person doing? Is he scared silly by Senior Su Xiao? He isn't even using a weapon, is he just going out there to take a beating? The stick must have gone insane, huh? In an instant, Su Xiao's sword tip had already pierced toward Jean Lin's neck. Ding! The sword tip bounced back as if it had touched metal. Red lines appeared on Jean Lin's neck, making it as hard as gold and iron. Su Xiao's sword couldn't even break through his defense. What is this? Song Ming stood up, looking at Jean Lin on the stage in surprise. Qilin patterns. Could this person's profession be the legendary spirit master who can channel the power of beasts into themselves? "Master, what is a spirit master?" someone beside Song Ming asked. "Spirit masters awaken differently from us. When we awaken, we naturally possess 1 to 5 skills, while spirit masters gain a beast that is in tune with their spirit but cannot be manifested. The grade of that beast determines the future potential of this profession. The beast will also level up and grow alongside the spirit master. With each job change, the spirit master can gain at least a 30% boost from one of the beast's attributes. If I'm not mistaken, the beast that Jean Lin awakened is a Qilin, the legendary sacred beast Qilin. From the perspective of the golden S level, that is now also above level 500. A level 500 sacred beast, even just one attribute, even if it's only a percentage, is a terrifying value. Song Ming continued to analyze. A level 500 sacred beast has at least tens of millions of health, hundreds of thousands in defense and attack power. Even if the golden only has 30% of its attributes, it still has close to 10 million health. Upon hearing this, the people around couldn't help but shudder. This is completely a walking boss. How can one person fight against close to 10 million health? And this is without Su Xiao having any mana. If senior brother Su Xiao could have mana to unleash the unmatched sword realm, depriving him of 20% of his attributes, he could still fight. But senior brother Su Xiao is already out of mana. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel despair. "Hallmaster, let senior brother Su come down, he has no chance." "Do you think he will agree?" Everyone looked at the arena where Su Xiao had been blocked by a sword but still did not give up. This person's sword is already useless. Brother Jean Lin, take advantage of his weakness. At this moment, Jean Tidy's expression relaxed a lot. As long as Jean Lin could complete the task, he could forgive his recklessness. "I don't believe you have no weaknesses." Su Xiao thrust out his sword again. Jean Lin shook his head upon seeing this. "Forget it, the night is long and dreams are many. Although it's somewhat unfair, I will have no guilt." After saying this, Jean Lin's right hand completely transformed into a red Qilin arm engulfed in flames. His fingers also turned into a giant chilinpaw with 3 sharp claws, extending out, fiercely clawing at Su Xiao. Su Xiao saw this and crossed his sword to block, but it was futile. The immense force sent him flying. Before he could steady himself, Jinlin had quickly followed up with another claw. Strike! All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even with Song Ming's strength, he couldn't save Su Xiao in time. Puff! The claws shredded his arm, and Su Xiao staggered back. His long sword fell onto the arena along with the severed arm. Su Xiao endured the pain without making a sound. However, Song Ming had already leaped onto the stage to rescue him. Hall Master, no! Su Xiao knew that if Song Ming intervened midway, they would lose. Another fighter. This was absolutely not what he wanted to see. Don't speak! Song Ming looked at the opposing camp and coldly said, "We concede this match." Hee, good, Hall Master Song, you intervened. Doesn't that mean you will lose a fighter? Humph. Song Ming merely snorted coldly, which was considered an acknowledgement. Senior brother Su, your hand. Everyone looked at Su Xiao, whose face was pale, their eyes filled with anger. These people were not here to compete. Their purpose from the beginning was to sever their limbs. It was only after Su Xiao had also lost an arm that they realized, but it was too late. The limbs of professionals cannot be reattached like ordinary people through surgery. Their limbs and other parts had long been transformed through training, making them different from ordinary people. The possibility of natural healing through surgery was virtually non-existent. Can you still be bullied by outsiders at home? Ha ha, Song Ming, do you know the hatred I have for the severed finger from years ago? Jean Tidy laughed arrogantly. He had been waiting for this moment for decades. Today, he finally got his wish. At this moment, his heart was filled with immense satisfaction. Jean Tidy. Song Ming was struggling to contain his anger. He couldn't make a move because it concerned the reputation of the Longwu Guild. Seeing this, Jean Tidy became even more arrogant. Song Ming, tell your people to come up on stage. Let's see how many of them can walk down unscathed. If you want to lose quickly, you can keep interfering. Let's see how many people you have left. At this point, Jean Tidy stopped pretending. Jean Lin, your task is to tear apart everyone who comes on stage. Just leave them alive. In the audience, people were shouting angrily, "Damn, this dog is too arrogant." If it weren't for senior sister Mu Hongxia and the others not being here, how could they be so arrogant? I really want to go up and punch him. Is there no senior brother who can step in and teach them a lesson? No matter how much the crowd cursed Jean Tidy and his group remained calm. At this moment, they held the advantage in both strength and mindset. No matter how angry these people were, what could they do? Would they dare to step down and fight? If they dared to act, he would dare to post this online for other countries' professionals to see what kind of people the Longwu Guild was. Jean Tidy was fearless, even taking the time to mock the audience. If you have the guts, come up to the ring and compete with Jean Lin. Besides talking, what else can you do? A bunch of cowards, ha ha ha. Have you Longwu Guild members only trained your mouths? The #1 guild in Long Country, truly laughable. Faced with such mockery, one audience member could no longer hold back and was about to rush down. But the people around him stopped him, saying, "Senior brother, don't. If you really go down to fight them, you'll fall into their trap." Yes, senior brother, just hold on a little longer. I heard the hall master has sent someone to find junior brother Su Chen. Once junior brother Su Chen arrives, they won't be so arrogant anymore. Ah, I really hate that I'm a useless person. If I were a bit stronger, these dogs wouldn't be so arrogant. The person sat down in self-reproach. The people around also lowered their heads in shame. At a critical moment, these so-called top talents could only watch from the audience. They even had to pin their hopes on a junior brother who had just joined the guild. Countless people swore in their hearts at this moment that they would work hard to cultivate in the future. They absolutely could not be mocked like today and remain powerless. Song Ming, what are you waiting for? Jean Tidy urged again. Hall Master, I'll go test his skills. I can't guarantee I'll win, but I can at least test his abilities. One person volunteered to step forward. At such a time, it took courage to take the initiative. Song Ming nodded. You must protect yourself. If you can't win, jump down and admit defeat immediately. The person nodded, turned, and went up to the ring. Oh, finally, someone who isn't afraid of death. Jean Lin rubbed his fists. You don't need to introduce yourself. I'm not interested in knowing the names of the weak. Damn, this dog is too arrogant. The audience sent another round of heartfelt greetings, directly cursing Jean Lin's ancestors for 18 generations. Jean Lin ignored the crowd's insults, and flames erupted at his feet as he entered a half-beast, half-human state. Weakling, die. Jean Lin leaped into the air and then smashed a powerful punch toward the person opposite him. The person quickly took out a shield to protect himself. Bang! A loud explosion echoed along with the flames. The crowd in the arena instinctively covered their ears to avoid the deafening explosion. On the stage, as the dust settled, the man from the Dragon Martial Guild knelt on the ground, his shield shattered into several pieces. His arms fell limply to his sides. That last blow had been so powerful that it had crushed his arms, which had been raised to hold the shield. He had underestimated Jean Lin's attack power and strength. Just as Jean Lin looked at his legs, ready to strike again, a sharp sword was thrust toward him. Jean Lin had to step back several paces to dodge the sword. Song Ming, you've gone too far. Do you still want to attack Jinlin? At that moment, Jin Taidi jumped onto the stage to protect Jinlin. Both sides glared at each other. His hands are already ruined, what more do you want? Song Ming quickly picked up the injured man and jumped down from the stage. He hasn't admitted defeat. Song Ming, you've intervened again, your side loses another person. After saying this, Jin Taidi turned and returned to the audience. The competition continued. The next person to step onto the stage was already terrified by Jinlin's methods. Even if they reluctantly climbed onto the stage, they had basically lost their fighting spirit. Minutes later, members of the Dragon Martial Guild fell one by one, covered in injuries. Jinlin rampaged, instilling fear in those who dared to step onto the stage. Moreover, his attacks were ruthless. Every first strike would take an arm or a leg from his opponent. Under such a fighting style, who would still dare to face him? How many more can go up? Song Ming glanced at the arrogant Jinlin on the stage and frowned as he asked. Reporting to the hall master, there are still 2 spots available. 2? Song Ming sighed upon hearing this. It seems today Song Ming, will become the sinner of the Dragon Martial Guild. Being provoked and slapped in the face by outsiders while his own people were all injured. If this got out, how would the world view the Dragon Martial Guild? The reputation of the #1 guild in the Dragon Kingdom might be ruined because of him. Hallmaster, Master Wang has sent word that he has found Su Chen and is on his way. What? Is it true? The speaker nodded. Absolutely true. Upon hearing this, Song Ming was instantly encouraged. Great, great, great. Who among you can go up and buy some time until Su Chen arrives? I'll go, Hall Master. My profession is naturally tough. Song Ming looked at him and nodded, saying, alright, be careful, just delay for time. The man nodded and climbed onto the stage. Another sandbag has come. Jinlin sneered and slapped down. 2 minutes later, the man who had just stepped onto the stage was already covered in injuries, with deep wounds visible to the bone. Jinlin's way of treating people like toys made the spectators seethe with anger, wishing they could jump onto the stage and devour him. Ha 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 ha. The so-called genius of the Dragon Martial Guild is nothing but this. Jinlin laughed maniacally. You take my move, it's nothing special. Su Chen's voice arrived before he did. Accompanying it was a flash of blade light aimed directly at Jinlin on the stage. Seeing this blade light, Jinlin quickly summoned all his Qilin patterns to defend. Bang! It was all in vain. Jinlin's body instantly shattered into a mist of blood. A spatial wormhole appeared on the stage. Along with it came Su Chen's indifferent voice. Hallmaster Son, others are bullying us, why are you still hesitating? Can we really let outsiders bully us in our own home? The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned on the spot. Just moments ago, the arrogant Jinlin had died. Moreover, not even a complete corpse was left behind. He had exploded into a mist of blood. Time in the martial arts arena seemed to freeze at that moment. After a long while, someone trembled and said, that guy is dead. As they looked at Su Chen, who was slowly walking out of the wormhole, the audience gasped. It's Su Chen. Junior brother Su Chen made his move, he killed Jinlin. My god, what level is junior brother Su Chen at? They never expected Su Chen would dare to kill someone on the stage, especially while the opponent was still competing. This undoubtedly violated the agreed-upon rules between the two sides. And in a competition between two nations, injuries were one thing, but a death was no simple matter. Will junior brother Su Chen be punished? A light punishment would be the least of it, he might even pay with his life. No matter how much we dislike that guy, this concerns the relationship between the two countries. What should we do? Su Chen was just trying to vent our frustrations. I don't know, let's see how they handle it. Song Ming looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with shock. He had heard every word Su Chen had said just moments ago. Song Ming felt a bit ashamed. Here he was, a man in his 50s, yet he was outdone by an 18-year-old. But as the person in charge of this competition, he couldn't act recklessly like Su Chen. This matter concerned the reputation of the Dragon Martial Guild, and he couldn't afford to act like Su Chen did. Sigh, this matter can't be resolved now. Song Ming sighed with worry. Unlike Song Ming's anxiety, those who had just competed on the stage were filled with excitement. Junior brother Su Chen fought well. They had too many concerns, too many things they dared not do. Although Su Chen was reckless, they found it incredibly satisfying to see him do what they wished they could but were too afraid to attempt. Brothers, if anyone blames us, we will bear it together. Su Xiao was the first to speak up. Junior brother Su Chen is fighting for us, we can't let him down. Alright, we follow our senior brother, whatever happens, we face it together. In the opposing camp, the sight of Jinlin being killed right before their eyes shocked everyone. Park Jongju, standing nearby, still had fresh blood on his face. He wiped the blood from his face and trembled as he said, Teacher, the senior brother is dead. The senior brother was killed. At that moment, Jin Taiki, who had just regained his composure from the shock, glared at Su Chen and then leaped forward, striking at Su Chen with a palm. You little beast, die. Jin Taiki, a powerful figure at level 90 with 7 transformations, could no longer hold back his fury and attacked directly. Su Chen, be careful. Song Ming also quickly leaped forward. Even if he disagreed with Su Chen's actions, he couldn't let Su Chen die at Jin Taiki's hands. However, he was too far away to reach Su Chen in time. But it didn't matter. Su Chen looked at Jin Taiki leaping towards him and snorted coldly, seeking death. Today, I'll kill you too. Su Chen casually reached out his hand. With the activation of the river god skill, all the moisture in Jin Taiki's blood was under Su Chen's control. Jin Taiki felt his body surging, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he exploded in midair. Blood splattered everywhere, and Jin Taiki's disciples below the stage couldn't dodge in time, getting drenched in it. Park Jongju was the first to react. With Jin Lin and Jin Taiki both dead, Park Jongju, who had witnessed everything, broke down and went mad. Ah, they're dead. They're all dead. We're all going to die. None of us can leave, huh? As for the others, they were either too stunned or too speechless to respond. The senior brother and the teacher were both dead. So is it their turn now? Wasn't it said that they were prepared and could guarantee their safety? Why is this happening? Why has such a reckless demon appeared? They don't even dare to move a step. They are afraid. They fear that the next to die will be one of them. At this moment, Song Ming's figure hesitated in the air, then stumbled and fell to the ground, tumbling over. A master like him actually fell today. All of this was because of the terrifying scene before him. He never expected Su Chen would dare to strike, let alone that Su Chen would kill Jin Taiti in an instant. That was a powerhouse of similar level to him. Just like that, with a casual blow, he didn't even see how Su Chen killed Jin Taiti. If it had been him on the opposite side today, he would definitely have died too. At this moment, Song Ming was no longer shocked, but terrified. Terrified of Su Chen's strength, terrified of Su Chen's boldness. Su Chen had even killed the leader of the opposing side. If it was just Jin Lin who had died earlier, there might have been a way to resolve the issue, but now he didn't know what to do. The audience was all dumbfounded. Su Chen's actions had exceeded their expectations. This was no longer a competition. It had turned into a massacre. What kind of strength does Su Chen have? How can he be so strong? I don't care about his strength. I'm worried about whether he'll kill the remaining few bastards too. If he strikes again, it will really be a big deal. Everyone quickly looked towards the arena. Sure enough, Su Chen's gaze turned towards the few bastards below. Aren't you supposed to compete? I'll give you a chance to avenge your brother. Now, all of you come at me together. As soon as Su Chen said this, the entire venue fell silent. Su Chen really wanted to kill some people together. He had no intention of letting them go. How could the few bastards dare to move? What would it matter if they all came at him together? Their teacher had been killed in an instant. If they came together, they would just die together. They didn't dare, not even to blink. At this moment, Song Ming, who had stood up from the ground, exclaimed in shock, Su Chen, no. Absolutely not. You must think twice. 2 people had already died. If Su Chen continued to kill, the 2 nations might go to war because of this. The external threats to humanity, such as the celestial demons and abyssal demons, had not yet been eliminated. If internal strife occurred again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the bastards were a small place, they had the beautiful country standing behind them. If a real fight broke out, the consequences would be beyond what the Dragon Martial Guild could bear. So Song Ming could not let Su Chen continue to kill. Song Ming leaped again, blocking Su Chen's path. He was not protecting those bastards, he was protecting Su Chen. Su Chen, I beg you, don't strike again. Otherwise, even the president won't be able to protect you. Song Ming was truly afraid. If just a minute ago he had hoped that Su Chen would arrive quickly, now he wished even more that Su Chen had not shown up. This outcome was even harder to accept than if Long Wugong had lost this competition. Junior brother Su Chen, just let it go. Everything you've done, we all saw it, and we are very grateful to you. Please, don't take any more action. Su Xiao, who had calmed down, shouted loudly. This had already exceeded his expectations. He hadn't anticipated that Su Chen could kill Jin Taiti as well. This had completely overturned his understanding. Did this mean that this newly joined junior could easily kill them, the seniors? Most importantly, Su Chen could not bear a greater infamy because of them. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Su Chen's response. They could only wait for Su Chen to make a decision, because it was clear that no one in the entire martial arts arena could stop him. If Su Chen wanted to kill the remaining few, no one could prevent it. Su Chen glanced at the few seniors who had lost their arms and legs. He shook his head and said, forget it. What does it have to do with me? Su Chen used the river god skill to reattach their severed limbs. The river god skill was not only for killing, it could also save lives. After doing all this, Su Chen stepped into the newly opened wormhole and disappeared from the spot. Before leaving, he left behind one sentence. One person does the work, one person takes the blame. If there's anything, let the president come find me. Once Su Chen left, the few who had been beaten all collapsed to the ground. Some even couldn't help but cry out loud, Mom, I want to go home. They had survived, they had successfully lived through it. No one understood the despair they had just felt. When Su Chen was speaking to them, they had already felt that death was looming beside them. Sigh. Song Ming looked at the vast martial arts arena and sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way, and now he didn't know how to explain it to the president. Su Xiao and the others looked at their hands and feet, excitedly saying, My God, I thought my hand was ruined. What on earth is happening? They had seen their severed hands and feet fly back to their broken places and reattach. They could truly feel the sensation of flesh and bone reconnecting. Before long, they would be able to use their previously severed limbs again. It must be Junior Brother Su Chen. He looked at us before he left and then waved his hand. He was like a deity, casually helping us reattach our limbs. Senior Brother Su Xiao, what should we do next? Junior Brother Su Chen might be heavily punished. Su Xiao looked at his restored right hand, his gaze firm as he said, don't panic. Let's unite with all the junior brothers and sisters present to petition for Junior Brother Su Chen. If there is punishment, then let it be for all of us. Chen Fan looked at his restored right leg and shouted, yes, we absolutely cannot let Junior Brother Su Chen feel disheartened. His kindness, Chen Fan, will never forget. Su Xiao nodded. However, with Junior Brother Su Chen's strength, I believe the president will definitely protect him. No matter what, everyone, let's go mobilize those we know to rally support for Junior Brother Su Chen. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were among the top tier of people participating in this competition. The forces supporting them were certainly not few. This web of relationships was also an undeniable power. However, the most important thing now was the attitude of those above. As long as they wanted to protect Su Chen, no one could do anything to him. As for the others in the arena, they had long been shocked beyond measure by Su Chen's unpredictable methods. Was this really a peer of their age? Why did it feel like an ancient monster that had lived for hundreds of years? Everyone looked at the talented individuals below the stage and then at themselves. Thinking of Su Chen's indifferent figure that ignored everything, everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, there is a gap even among geniuses. In the apartment, Su Chen sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Just now, he had indeed been a bit impulsive because he had seen those senior brothers fighting to protect the guild's reputation. They had paid the price of disability for it. Therefore, Su Chen did not want to endure, nor was he willing to endure. He didn't know if what he did was right or wrong, but he knew that everything he had just done followed his true heart. Isn't everything just about seeking a clear thought? Master, what are you tangled up about? If you ask me, you should just kill the rest of them together. The Dark King Sidiel said with an evil smile, if you had let me out at that time, I definitely wouldn't have let them go. I would have torn them all to pieces, and then swallow them whole. At this point, Sidiel directly suggested, Master, why don't we go to the stick country and kill a few now? Kik. As a demon, Sidiel wouldn't think too much. He just did whatever made him happy. Su Chen shot him a sideways glance. Heh, you, a level 700 plus, dare to run wild on their territory? Aren't you afraid of being caught and skinned alive? Upon hearing this, Sidiel glanced at the two beasts beside him. Isn't their sister Phoenix and brother Dragon? I can just follow behind them and clean up the small fry. The Ice Dragon King, hearing this compliment, couldn't help but brighten up and praised. Not bad, little Blackie, you have some awareness. I somewhat appreciate you, my dragon brother. The nickname Little Blackie was specially given to him by the Ice Dragon King because Sidiel was indeed very dark. Thank you for the compliment, brother dragon. It's because of your towering figure that I dare to be so reckless. Little Blackie, you're not bad. Alright. Su Chen interrupted their mutual flattery. Sidiel has a point, but we are not going to kill indiscriminately, we are going to get something. Master, what are we getting? Kair is currently short on money for upgrades. What do you think we should take? After Su Chen finished speaking, a wormhole appeared in the room. Let's go, borrow some money. The events that occurred in the Dragon Martial Guild's arena were quickly reported to the higher-ups. Wu Zhengyang, upon hearing about this, immediately went to Su Chen's apartment. However, Su Chen was not there. A phone call also went to voicemail. With Su Chen's spatial skills, no one knew where he had gone. Ah, this kid, I'll go talk to Old Shen. In a quaint and elegant courtyard. In Kyoto, Old Shen, the national leader of Longwa, the Minister of Defense, and several others were discussing matters regarding the outer battlefield in a pavilion. At this moment, someone rushed in to report, Old Shen, national leader, the president of the Dragon Martial Guild says he has urgent business to see you. Old Shen frowned and said, what does he want? Has he found any clues about that monster? Let him in. Yes, Old Shen. Wu Zhengyang strode into the courtyard and bowed to a few people facing the pavilion. Greetings, Elder Shen, your majesty, and esteemed ministers. Noticing Wu Zhengyang's unusual politeness today, the monarch curiously asked, Wu Zhengyang, aren't you usually more unconventional? Why are you so serious today? Ha ha ha. The others chuckled at this. Wu Zhengyang indeed seemed like a different person. Today. Come, sit down, don't just stand there, the monarch beckoned. Wu Zhengyang shook his head. I dare not. The monarch then sensed something was off. Did something happen? Wu Zhengyang hesitated and said, just now, Jean Tidy from the Stick Nation brought people to provoke our Longwu Guild, and there was a little accident in between. Oh, what kind of accident? You didn't lose to them, did you? We didn't lose, but Elder Shen, curious, asked, but what? Wu Zhengyang, why are you being so slow today? The monarch urged. Hurry up and say it. With us here in Elder Shen, what are you afraid of? Wu Zhengyang took a deep breath and said, Jean Tidy and his top disciple, Ji Lin, both died in the martial arts arena. What? The monarch frowned and asked, what happened? Did you guys gang up on them? Losing one young man wouldn't be a big deal, but if the leader Jean Tidy was dead, it meant someone of Hall Master level from the Langu Guild had to have acted. It was Su Chen who acted. That group of sticks was too domineering, and Su Chen might have killed Jean Lin in a moment of anger. Jean Tidy, in his fury, was also killed by Su Chen. Upon hearing this, the pavilion fell into a brief silence. This kid is that powerful? He could actually kill Jean Tidy in an instant? Did he use the Ice Dragon King? Or the Sword God's inherited sword intent? Wu Zhanyang shook his head. He didn't use anything, he relied on his own strength. Oh, this kid is indeed a freak. What Zhang Taihe said was not false. Your Majesty, I believe Su Chen will definitely become the next sword god. Yes, it is a blessing for our long kingdom. I haven't seen him yet. I must meet him in person when I have the chance. Wu Zhanyang looked at the few people chatting and laughing, puzzled. This atmosphere felt off. Why were they still chatting? Shouldn't they be discussing how to resolve the impending diplomatic issues between the two nations? Wait a minute, Your Majesty, shouldn't you be thinking about how to address the impact of this matter? Upon hearing this, the monarch chuckled. It's just a tiny place. Do you really think we wouldn't dare to act against it? Even if it has the beautiful nation backing it, so what? If we want to destroy it, we can do so with a wave of our hand. Although Wu Zhanyang was an 8th turn expert, he was not well versed in state affairs. That's why he was so worried today. He didn't expect his concerns to be completely unnecessary. The monarch continued, however, we still need to save face over this matter, control the public opinion, and say that Jean Tidy came to provoke us, intending to assassinate our long kingdom's genius. In the end, he was personally killed by you on the spot. I'll draft a letter of compensation responsibility right now. Old Yang, you will submit it to the Stick Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs later. Let's set the amount at 10 billion. I remember the last time it was the Cherry Blossom Nation, right? After this series of actions from the monarch, Wu Zhanyang was left dumbfounded. He had thought he would have to argue to protect Su Chen today. He never expected this outcome. Moreover, Eldershan, who was sitting nearby, said nothing, seemingly acquiescing to the monarch's approach. All right, can you come and sit down now? The monarch smiled at Wu Zhanyang. Yes, Wu Zhanyang obeys. Once Wu Zhanyang took his seat, the monarch asked, where's Su Chen? You didn't lock him up, did you? No, I can't hold him back. He has space skills and has no idea where he ran off to. Upon hearing this, the silent Shenlao spoke up. We must not let Su Chen down. You should stop sitting around and hurry to find him. Ah, all right. Wu Zhanyang, who hadn't even warmed his seat, quickly stood up and bid farewell to the others. The incident with the Langu Guild quickly spread online. However, the content changed to the Koreans coming to provoke. Su Chen became the victim. Netizens were buzzing. First it was the Japanese, now it's the Koreans. How much do these people want to harm Su Chen? They just want to get rid of Su Chen. His talent must have scared them. As long as Su Chen is not eliminated, they won't have peace. Right. The bounty from last time hasn't even been retracted. I'm really worried for Su Chen. There are people wanting to kill him even in the Langu Guild. I guess Su Chen has been scared by now? In a city in the southeast of Korea, Su Chen sneezed and then rubbed his nose, saying, Strange, who is cursing me behind my back? Glancing at the several pet beasts beside him, Su Chen waved his hand. Get to work. Damn it, the people from the Dragon Kingdom are so shameless. Li Guangfeng angrily smashed the things in front of him to pieces. They are turning right and wrong upside down. It's despicable, and they want us to pay. Lord City Master, Senior Jean Tidy is the pillar of our city. What should we do now? You ask me? What can I do? The people above are scared. They don't dare to show off to the Dragon Kingdom. Do you want me to go to the Dragon Kingdom to demand justice? The most important thing now is to bring my daughter Yuju back. I'm afraid something will happen to her. Just as Li Guangfeng was furious, someone rushed in and reported loudly, Lord City Master, bad news. A lot of unknown pet beasts have appeared in the city, and the merchant guilds have been completely robbed. What did you say? Li Guangfeng shouted angrily, which little thief dares to rob in my territory? Seeking death. He was furious, and didn't expect someone would dare to provoke him at this time. Follow me. Li Guangfeng rushed out with his men. 3 minutes later, Li Guangfeng returned, his head covered in bruises. Quick! Hurry and notify the higher-ups, the abyss demons are invading. Stid looked disdainfully at the panicked Li Guangfeng. What kind of thing dares to come and hit me? He glanced at the pile of equipment, materials in his arms. Stid laughed heartily. He loved this feeling of doing evil. In less than half a day, all the major cities outside the capital in Korea had been robbed. They only knew that there was an abyss demon involved in this incident. A dragon, many strange stones, and wood-like things. Moreover, the speed of the perpetrator was shocking. Often, before reinforcements could arrive, the enemy had already reached another city. In the end, they could only hold tightly to the capital. If the capital was robbed, they would lose all face. In the Longwu Guild apartment, Su Chen walked out of the wormhole. Looking at the mountain of equipment materials piled up in his space backpack, he sighed, doing it myself and I'm well fed and clothed. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Next, let's sort these out and then sell them for money tomorrow. Su Chen was full of energy as he took out all the materials and equipment, piling them up. In the room. Instantly, the entire room was filled with a variety of colors. The light emitted from these items nearly blinded Su Chen. So this is what it feels like to be rich. No wonder some people would risk their lives for money. This is just too exhilarating. Su Chen sighed, then called out the smaller pets among his collection to start sorting. At this moment, the sky had just darkened. The lights turned on, and more than 10 figures were busy in the room. Wu Zhengyang searched all afternoon but couldn't find Su Chen, and finally had to return to the small world helplessly. Sigh, where on earth did this kid run off to? His phone is off too. I'll go check his apartment one more time. Wu Zhengyang made up his mind and flew towards the apartment. A few minutes later, Wu Zhengyang arrived outside Su Chen's apartment. Seeing the lights on inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, this kid knows to come back. Wu Zhenyang walked to the door and gently pushed it, and the door opened with a creak. Su Chen, where the hell have you been all afternoon? I've been looking for you. Halfway through his sentence, Wu Zhenyang froze. Su Chen was equally stunned at the sudden entrance of Wu Zhenyang. Just busy? Wu Zhenyang looked at the room full of equipment and materials, his eyes twitching involuntarily. He was already shocked beyond words. Damn, did this kid go robbing? What the hell is all this? Wait a minute. This kid didn't sneak into my guild's warehouse, did he? No way, I need to go check it out. Su Chen felt a bit awkward looking at Wu Zhenyang, who stood frozen at the door. He had been caught red-handed dealing with stolen goods. President, could you not before you come in next time? Hearing Su Chen speak, Wu Zhenyang finally snapped back to reality. Oh, right, I have something to do. I just wanted to see if you were here. By the way, your issue has been resolved, so I'm leaving now. After saying that, Wu Zhenyang closed the door and left. Without a moment's pause. Longwu Guild Warehouse Management Office. Wu Zhengyang rushed over, and as soon as he landed, he started shouting loudly, Chen Shou, where are you? Hurry up and come out. As the elder in charge of the warehouse, today was Chen Shou's most leisurely day. There had been hardly any students coming to exchange or sell items, so he was currently lounging in a chair, browsing the news. TSK, the Koreans are having a rough day. It's bad enough that Jean Tidy died, but over 10 cities were looted. I wonder whose subordinates are so bold. Just then, Wu Zhenyang's voice rang out from outside. Chen Shou frowned and walked out. President, what's wrong? Nothing. Happened in your warehouse today, right? No, everything is normal. Not even a fly has come by today. Really? Of course it's true. What's going on with you, President? Chen Shou asked curiously. It's nothing. By the way, President, have you seen the news? What news? About the Koreans. This afternoon, over 10 cities, except for the capital, were looted. Now they're all over the country trying to catch the thieves. The incident in our guild this morning is almost forgotten. What? You mean the Koreans were looted? Wu Zhengyang had been looking for Su Chen all afternoon and hadn't had time to check the news. Hearing this news, combined with the scene he had just witnessed, Wu Zhengyang had a guess in his mind and couldn't help but mutter, this kid is really too bold. President, what did you say? It's nothing. You carry on, I'm heading back. There's one more thing, President. Elder Qin and the others are looking for you. They said there's a small problem in the Tianqian secret realm that needs your personal attention. It seems to be related to Su Chen. What? How is he involved? Again? I'll go take a look. Wu Zhengyang flew away, still muttering to himself. This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Outside the Tianqian secret realm. Hearing that today they lost energy stones worth tens of billions, Wu Zhengyang's face darkened. Goodness, it turns out some of the equipment materials he saw earlier were also taken by Su Chen in this Tianqian secret realm. President, have you thought about how to punish Su Chen? What we said is all true. Yeah, Mu Hongxia fainted because of him, otherwise that incident with the stick wouldn't have happened. Alright, everyone stop talking. Wu Zhengyang interrupted them, feeling a bit of a headache. A lot had happened today. After thinking for a while, Wu Zhengyang said to the others, let's just let it go this time. He did enter according to the rules. You all optimize the mechanisms of the Tianqian secret realm. Su Chen has several pet beasts. He must have cleared multiple layers at once. Just leave it at that, I'm getting a headache. Wu Zhengyang finished and left, leaving the three elders looking at each other in confusion. Su Chen had just seen off Wu Zhengyang when Ling Qingxue came looking for him again. She had already lost count of how many times she had come today. She originally wanted to wait at the door of Su Chen's apartment, but after all, this was the boys' dormitory area. If someone saw her, a girl, waiting here, she wouldn't be able to face it. So she could only come by every half hour. Seeing the lights on in Su Chen's apartment, Ling Qingxue quickly ran over and knocked on the door. Su Chen, are you there? Hearing the knock, Su Chen instinctively wanted to put things away. After all, he felt a bit guilty. Only after realizing it was Ling Qingxue did he get up to open the door. He had no defenses against her. The biggest secret he had, the no cooldown blade slash, was known only to her. Since it hadn't leaked out, it meant Ling Qingxue had never mentioned it to anyone else, so Su Chen had always trusted her. Looking at the room, full of equipment materials, Ling Qingxue was momentarily stunned, then worriedly asked, Su Chen, are you alright? I heard about this morning's incident. That person didn't hurt you, did he? What version did you hear? Su Chen asked, puzzled. Wasn't he the one who took down that golden teddy in an instant? Now hearing Ling Qingxue talk about it, it sounded like he almost got himself taken down instead. I saw it on the news. It said that the stick was disrespectful and tried to assassinate you, but in the end, the president stepped in and killed him. I also saw that the national leader issued a responsibility compensation letter demanding the stick pay 100 billion within 3 days. Su Chen was even more surprised. Alright, Su Chen understood. The Hidden War Ignorance Bureau must have moved again. If even Ling Qingxue, who was in the Lanwu Guild, didn't know the truth, how could outsiders possibly know? Forget it, let's not worry about that. You're here just in time to help me. I'm a bit overwhelmed with these pets. Su Chen closed the door and invited her in. Are these two also pets? Ling Qingxue looked at the two. In front of her, Zika and Kair, one a mature woman and the other a lowly. She had wanted to ask this as soon as she entered, but she was more concerned about whether Su Chen was hurt. It was only now that she began to carefully examine the two before her. Don't misunderstand, we're innocent. This is Zika, the forest queen. This is my sister, Kair. They're not human. Upon hearing this, Zika pretended to be sad and said, Master, why are you insulting me? I'm so heartbroken. Ahem, Zika, behave normally. Master, you're scaring me, I'm so scared. Su Chen, worried that Ling Qingxue might misunderstand, shared their information with her. After reading the information, Ling Qingxue looked at Kair in surprise. A divine beast and one that could transform into human form. Hello, sister. Hello, Kair. The two introduced themselves to each other. However, upon seeing Zika, Ling Qingxue felt a twinge of jealousy. Her figure was just too good. She truly doubted whether Su Chen could keep himself in check. Although they were not human, Zika was hardly different from one. Casting a wary glance at Zika, Ling Qingxue began to categorize the items in the room. With her help, Su Chen felt much more at ease. Plus, given the events of the day, he soon lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Watching the peacefully sleeping Su Chen, Ling Qingxue took a careful look at him, then turned her gaze back to the piles of equipment. She understood that Su Chen could trust her enough to let her come in and handle these invaluable items. He could even sleep soundly beside her. This was a sign of his trust and acknowledgement of her. While she couldn't help Su Chen in terms of strength, she believed she could handle this kind of task well. With that thought, Ling Qingxue became even more serious about sorting through the items. A night passed. Su Chen opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. Just as he was about to get up, he noticed a soft body lying on him. As for Kair and Zika, they had somehow returned to the pet space. Su Chen gently carried her to the bedroom, and when he came out, he saw that everything had been sorted. He couldn't help but exclaim, having a woman at home is indeed a good thing. After putting away the items, Su Chen left the house and headed towards Kyoto. In the lobby of the Dingsheng Group building, Su Chen explained his purpose to the two receptionists, and soon Xiao Ding came down with a big smile, personally welcoming Su Chen. After the two left, the receptionists began to discuss. That person just now was Su Chen, right? When he came in, I thought I was seeing things. Yes, that's him. I have a little niece about his age who admires him so much. She has a lot of his photos on her wall. But who wouldn't love such a handsome, wealthy, and powerful man? I'm almost becoming his fan. It's a pity. He definitely wouldn't look at us. Sigh, I wish I could have awakened a profession when I first awakened. Look, even the usually high and mighty chairman has to come down to greet him personally with a smile. It's really enviable. Don't say that, we probably won't have any opportunities in this lifetime. We'll just have to live this ordinary life. Who can argue with that? No matter how unwilling we are, we can't change anything. In Xiao Ding's office. Su Chen, what brings you to see me today? Xiao Ding asked, somewhat puzzled. He knew Su Chen needed high-level monster cores, but it had only been a day. He hadn't gathered any yet. It would take at least half a month. Su Chen coming to see him now probably wasn't about the cores. Oh, in Kyoto, I know a wealthy merchant like you, so I'm looking to sell some items, and the money will just cover the cost of the crystal cores I bought. Oh, what do you have to sell? I'll call an employee to come and take stock. Xiao Ding thought to himself, how much could Su Chen possibly have to sell after just one day? Chairman Xiao, one might not be enough. I suggest calling about 10. That would save some time. 10? Xiao Ding looked at Su Chen in surprise. How much did he intend to sell that would require 10 people to take stock? However, since Su Chen said so, he could only comply. He believed Su Chen wouldn't come here just to waste his time. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. You can sit and wait for a moment. A few minutes later, everyone Xiao Ding called entered the office. Su Chen nodded. The office was spacious enough to hold the items. Su Chen took everything out in one go. Clatter! Although everything was already categorized, the quantity and variety still shocked everyone present. Xiao Ding stared, dumbfounded at the equipment materials scattered on the floor, shimmering with luster. So much. Where did you get all this wealth? Xiao Ding was no stranger to money. The vast Dingxing Group had assets exceeding trillions. However, assets and cash were different. Just a rough estimate told him that the value of these equipment materials was at least in the hundreds of billions. Chairman Xiao, can we start counting and appraising now? Su Chen reminded him. Xiao Ding came back to his senses and nodded to his subordinates. As he watched his subordinates quickly take stock, Xiao Ding's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a particularly special material. A fist-sized pearl. Let me see that pearl. Xiao Ding picked up the pearl and examined it carefully for a moment, then looked at Su Chen with a somewhat strange expression. If he remembered correctly, this pearl was the treasure of a major city in the Korean peninsula. He had been fortunate enough to see it once. The news of the robbery in Korea had spread worldwide yesterday. No organization had yet taken responsibility for the incident. He began to understand how Su Chen could suddenly produce so many equipment materials for sale. However, he knew which questions were appropriate to ask and which were not. 2 hours later, all items had been counted, and one of Xiao Ding's subordinates reported, Chairman, there are a total of 12 legendary equipment, 36 epic equipment, and 7,985 equipment below epic. There are 38 legendary materials, 68 epic materials, and a total of 18,650 other items. There are also 12,247 decorative items and dungeon opening materials. Roughly estimated, the total value is over 200 billion. At this point, the reporter couldn't help but swallow hard. It seemed they couldn't produce that amount of cash. Xiao Ding naturally knew he couldn't come up with that amount for now, so he looked at Su Chen and said, Su Chen, do you want cash or would you prefer to barter with something else? If it's cash, we don't have that much at the moment, we can only help you sell the items slowly. Let's barter. You all quickly gather more than 30 monster crystal cores for me. The rest of the money can be transferred to my account gradually. Xiao Ding breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If Su Chen insisted on cash, he would have to borrow it. Alright, no problem at all. You can rest assured about the crystal cores. As soon as I collect them, I'll send them over to you. Thank you then. With someone helping to handle things, Su Chen was glad to have some leisure time. Otherwise, it would take ages for him to sell all these items himself. Xiao Ding looked at his subordinates and waved his hand, saying, pack everything up and take it down. Yes, Chairman. Once the few of them finished tidying up and left, Xiao Ding spoke up, Brother Su Chen, how about we have lunch together later? I happen to have something I want to ask for your help with. Su Chen thought about how Ling Qingxue was still sleeping in his apartment. If he waited until after lunch to go back, it might be discovered, and that would be hard to explain. So he declined, saying, no need for lunch. If there's something, Chairman Xiao can just say it directly. I will definitely help with whatever I can. Hearing this, Xiao Ding expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Su. Then I'll speak frankly. I need to attend a gathering of world tycoons aiming to reach a cooperation with the world's largest equipment supplier, the Caesar Group. The location is on a private island in Donghai. You know that going to such a place without protection puts your life in the hands of others. So I want to ask you to protect me. Once the matter is settled, I can give you 20% of my company's shares. This was the result of Xiao Ding's contemplation for a day. As long as Su Chen agreed, he could use this opportunity to bind himself to Su Chen. 20% of the shares might seem like a lot to others, but to him, as long as he could gain Su Chen's protection, it would all be worth it. Upon hearing this condition, Su Chen thought for a moment. The materials needed for future job transitions would definitely be hard to obtain, or some materials might not even be known to anyone. Having a force of his own seemed like a good choice as well. Chairman Xiao, with such a large company as your Dingshang Group, can't you hire someone to protect you? Xiao Ding shook his head with a bitter smile. The strongest person I can hire is only at level 50 in the 7th transition. They will accompany me, but I don't feel secure. This gathering will have major corporations and business associations from various countries attending, all with the same goal as mine. If they decide to harm me, I fear I won't make it back. Su Chen nodded. A level 50 in the 7th transition would indeed be among the top combat powers in normal circumstances. Such a presence would be a dominant force anywhere. However, at a gathering of this level, it might not be enough. Wait, Chairman Xiao, why do you think I'm stronger than the people you can hire? Su Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Generally speaking, ordinary people wouldn't know his specific strength. After all, every time there was a major event, the country helped him conceal his power. Xiao Ding chuckled upon hearing this. Brother Su Chen, what is the most important thing in this world besides strength? Of course, it's money. Money can make the devil push the mill. If you're willing to spend money and find the right direction for investigation, you can still learn some things about you. I absolutely trust your strength. Alright, tell me the specific situation of that island and the departure time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding knew Su Chen had decided to help him, so he became a bit excited. On the 15th of this month, we will first go to Haiban City, then take a speedboat to that Private island. We might stay there for about a week, and after finalizing the matters, we will return. If anyone dares to attack us, my subordinates can handle it without you needing to intervene. If we encounter something they can't handle, then you can step in. Is there an awakening temple on that island? Su Chen asked. Xiao Ding nodded. Of course there is, otherwise none of us would survive the night. Alright then, notify me when the time comes. Alright, the matter of collecting the monster crystal cores should be completed within 10 days. I've already doubled the price for purchasing the cores. I think there will be people willing to take the risk to hunt. Su Chen carved out a wormhole and stepped inside. After Su Chen left, Xiao Ding couldn't help but sigh. This spatial skill is just too abnormal. He probably just stepped out and arrived in the stick country yesterday, right? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xiao Ding's face. With Su Chen's help, this collaboration should be almost guaranteed. Outside the Dragon Martial Guild boys' dormitory. At this moment, more than 10 people were already standing outside Su Chen's apartment, and in the distance, hundreds were curiously watching. Aren't those senior brothers Su Xiao and the others? What are they doing? I don't know. Who lives in this apartment? It looks like senior brother Su and the others are here to pay a visit. No way, who could make senior brother Su come in person? This is a student dormitory. I don't know, we'll find out if we wait a bit. After waiting for a while, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't that senior sister Mu Hongxia? Why is she coming this way too?" Everyone turned to look. They saw Mu Hongxia in a red dress walking towards them. "Good morning, senior sister Mu." "Good morning, senior sister." The crowd made way, greeting her. Mu Hongxia lightly nodded her head and stepped forward to Su Xiao and the others. Seeing this, Su Xiao bowed and said, "I've met senior sister Mu." Mu Hongxia looked at Su Xiao and the others. Puzzled, "Are you also here to find Su Chen?" Su Xiao nodded. "Senior sister, you too?" "Yes, I'm here to ask him something. We're here to thank junior brother Su Chen. If it weren't for him, we might have never made much progress in our lives. Losing limbs wouldn't lead to death, but in terms of training and leveling up, the efficiency compared to a healthy person would definitely be much slower. So Su Chen's kindness to them was akin to that of a reborn parent. They had to come and personally thank Su Chen today, no matter what. That is indeed necessary. Speaking of which, I should thank him too." Mu Hongxia didn't explain what had happened but asked, "How long have you been here? Is Su Chen not around?" "We just arrived not long ago. I heard some noise inside just now, so junior brother Su Chen should be here. If he doesn't come out, we don't dare to disturb him, so we're just waiting here." Inside the apartment, Ling Qingshua's face was flushed as she hid behind the door, not daring to make a sound. She had woken up to find herself lying on Su Chen's bed, and now there were so many people outside. If so many people found out she had spent the night in Su Chen's room, she wouldn't know how to continue living in the Dragon Martial Guild. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but anxiously think, "Su Chen, hurry back. What are you all doing gathered here?" Seeing the group surrounding his house, Su Chen asked with some confusion. He had just returned from outside and intended to use a wormhole to get back inside, but then he remembered Wu Zhengyang's reminder from last time. After thinking it over, he decided against it, fearing that it might cause fluctuations in the small world space. If something happened in the small world, he would truly be a sinner. As for using it 4 times yesterday, that was purely an impulsive act. "Su Chen, do you live here?" a student asked. Su Chen nodded and walked inside. The crowd quickly made way for him. The terrifying scene from yesterday had been witnessed by thousands of students, and the pressure Su Chen exerted on them was definitely stronger than Wu Xingyang's. If they weren't under a ban from speaking out, the internet would have surely exploded by now. A single glance that could take down a nearly 8 transformation powerhouse was, at least in their eyes, how it had seemed at the time. Such a person was merely someone who had just awakened. This was undoubtedly explosive news. Su Xiao and the others turned around, puzzled, to look at Su Chen when they heard the commotion behind them. "Ha? Su Chen, you're not in your room?" "No, I left early this morning." "Then why are there footsteps in your room?" Su Xiao suddenly turned to look at the apartment and shouted, "Oh no, Su Chen, there's a thief in your room." Everyone turned to look at the apartment. Damn, who is so bold as to steal from Su Chen's apartment? Hey, this is going to be interesting. He must be too scared to come out. Ha, with so many people blocking the way, it would be strange if he dared to come out. I want to see who is not afraid of death. Ling Qingxue felt dizzy upon hearing these discussions, almost unable to stand. If she got discovered this time, it would be a huge embarrassment. Su Chen then realized that Ling Qingxue was inside, probably awake but too scared to come out. It's fine, you all misunderstood," Su Chen hurriedly explained. "My pet is inside helping me keep watch. Enough about that, did you all come to find me for something?" Su Xiao was puzzled. He clearly heard human footsteps. However, since Su Chen said so, he didn't dwell on it and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, Su Chen, for your life-saving grace to us brothers yesterday. Su Xiao will never forget it. If you ever need my help, just let me know. I will never refuse." The others also bowed in agreement. "We thank you, Su Chen, for your life-saving grace. If you need anything from us, just say the word." They spoke earnestly, with no hint of insincerity. Alright, we are all fellow disciples and should help each other. What happened yesterday was just a small matter. You don't need to bow so deeply. Suchin felt quite happy to have saved these people. At least they knew how to be grateful. He wasn't saving ungrateful wolves, and that was enough. Mu Hongxia looked at Su Xiao and the others, silently nodding. As the senior sister, she was very pleased to see such a group of younger brothers who understood gratitude. The Langu Guild needed such people to build a future together. Sister, didn't you have something to discuss with Su Chen? Su Xiao looked curiously at Mu Hongxia, wondering what she wanted with Su Chen. Although Mu Hongxia wasn't the type to keep people at arm's length, she wasn't particularly approachable either. The fact that she took the initiative to come over piqued not only Su Xiao's curiosity, but also that of the other onlookers. Do you think senior sister Mu Hongxia has taken a liking to Su Chen? She's been single for so many years. No way? I heard that Gulina and Ling Qingxue were fighting over Su Chen on the day of enrollment. Yes, I've heard about it too. They say in the end it will take the personal intervention of the adult to settle this matter. Our guild has 3 goddesses and Su Chen has 2 of them. Isn't that enough? Can't they leave one for the senior brothers? Stop dreaming. How could senior sister Mu Hongxia possibly be interested in you? I'm more likely to catch her eye. Don't kid yourself. Even Wang Wuhua next door might not look at you. Hearing these discussions, Su Chen felt a wave of frustration. Who the hell spread these rumors? When did Gulina and Ling Qingxue fight over him? And what's with Mu Hongxia? This was their first real encounter. Mu Hongxia shot a cold glance at the few people who had just been discussing. If you dare to gossip again, I'll cut out your tongues right now. Get lost. With Mu Hongxia's anger, half of the onlookers immediately scattered. The other half watched from a distance, too afraid to approach. Su Shitty, if you have nothing to do, you shouldn't stay here. Aren't you going to level up? The trial for the World Championship slots is coming up soon. Do you want to be bullied like yesterday? Yes, senior sister, we'll go level up right away. Su Xiao glanced curiously at Su Chen and Mu Hongxia, then quickly left with the other disciples. The reason Mu Hongxia wanted to drive these people away was mainly because what happened in the secret realm yesterday was somewhat embarrassing. If they found out that she fainted from being scared by a few monsters, her reputation as a senior sister would be ruined. Ling Qingxue, hiding behind the door, listened nervously to the conversation outside. Could it be that senior sister Mu Hongxia really wants to compete with me for Su Chen? What should I do? Ling Qingxue thought about her advantages and realized she was lacking in every aspect compared to Mu Hongxia. In terms of beauty, they were about equal. In terms of strength, she was far behind Mu Hongxia. In terms of wealth, she heard that the Mu family was a wealthy family, much stronger than hers. Her only advantage might be her slightly younger age. The more Ling Qingxue thought about it, the more inferior she felt, as if she had been completely defeated. Mu Hongxia, on the other hand, was unaware that someone inside was overthinking. She was just curious about how Su Chen managed to get her out of the secret realm yesterday. Su Chen, did you encounter a deep abyss demon in the secret realm? It was pitch black and carrying a black steel pipe. It was very strong, probably close to level 800. In the pet space, Siddle shrank his head upon hearing this. Oh no, how did this little girl come looking for him? Ha, little Blackie, you're done for. Someone's come to settle the score. The Ice Dragon King laughed gleefully on the side. Skasa, aren't you the same? I remember it was you who scared the little girl into fainting, right? Hika took the opportunity to mock. She had been particularly annoyed by this dragon from the start, as it talked too much and liked to chat with her. Upon hearing this, the Ice Dragon King's smile instantly froze. Ha ha ha. Hika clapped her hands in delight at the sight. Kaya held her head, looking pained. If it weren't for Su Chen keeping them in check, they would have started fighting right here. Not at all, senior sister Mu. Did you see something? I didn't see anything. In response to Mu Hongxia's question, Su Chen could only play dumb. It was impossible to tell her that thing is my pet beast and it scared you out of playfulness. You didn't see it? Impossible, it even attacked me. Mu Hongxia recalled the situation she encountered in the secret realm yesterday. That abyss demon definitely used its skills on her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used forbidden techniques that led to her mental damage. However, seeing Su Chen's confused expression, Mu Hongxia reluctantly believed him. Did you see a group of very strange things like stones, sand, and water? They were transporting equipment materials by themselves, as if they were alive. Mu Hongxia felt that scene was exceptionally bizarre. Senior sister Mu, are you sick? Why do I feel like you're talking nonsense? How could there be such things in the Tianqian secret realm? Su Chen suppressed his laughter, putting on a concerned expression. He was genuinely afraid he would burst out laughing. Hika snorted at this. Humph, men really don't blush when they deceive women. There isn't a good man among them. The Ice Dragon King shot her a glance, only to be met with another round of mockery from Hika. What are you looking at? You don't even count as a man, you're not even human. You, the Ice Dragon King couldn't argue back, only muttering, I'm still a male dragon, okay? Alright, you two stop talking, my head is hurting from listening. Kair couldn't take it anymore. As soon as Kair spoke, all the pets dared not make a sound. However, the silent battle of glances and movements continued, turning the battlefield from noisy to silent. Mu Hongxia listened to Su Chen's response and began to doubt her life. Could it be that I've been leveling up too long recently and really started hallucinating? Yes, senior sister Mu, you should go back and rest well, don't tire yourself out. Mu Hongxia frowned and shook her head. No, junior brother, where did you find me? It seems like the 11th floor? That's right, I was clearly leveling on the 9th floor. How could I go to the 11th floor? Moreover, I saw a dragon dozens of meters long. Its pressure was even more terrifying than the guild leader. In front of it, I felt as small and powerless as a speck of dust. Sigh. Su Chen sighed. Senior sister, how about I take you for a psychological consultation? I suspect there's something wrong with your mind. If there really were such terrifying monsters, do you think I could still bring you out of the secret realm? This is the Dragon Martial Guild small world. How could those things get in? If that were the case, the guild leader and the others would have been alerted, right? Is, or is not? Mu Hongxia's frown deepened. Today was supposed to be about thanking Su Chen for saving her and probing into yesterday's events. How did it turn into questioning her own sanity? Did she really see it wrong yesterday, scaring herself? Hika, unable to watch any longer, silently commented, little girl, he's just messing with you. Senior sister, do you want to see a psychiatrist? Oh no, a psychologist? I can take you. Su Chen looked at her earnestly. Mu Hongxia shook her head. Forget it, I disturbed you, junior brother, I'll go back and rest for a couple of days. Maybe I've really had some mental issues lately. Mu Hongxia tapped her head and muttered as she walked away. Finally gone. Su Chen patted his chest and let out a long sigh. Looking around, most of the onlookers had left. Only then did Su Chen quietly open the door and walk in. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Su Chen asked, looking at Ling Qingshue's somewhat fatigued body. There are so many people outside, how can I possibly sleep? Ling Qingshue's cheeks flushed as she hesitated. When I fell asleep, you didn't do anything to me, did you? No, I swear, I absolutely didn't touch you at all, Su Chen replied with utmost sincerity. Then how am I in your bed? That doesn't count. You really didn't touch me? Really, I promise if I had touched you, I would be a beast. It was a joke. Su Chen could never be that kind of person. Such things definitely required the other person's consent. Ling Qingxue shot him a glare. Upon hearing this, do you really need to be so honest? After saying this, she realized something was off, but the words had already escaped her lips. Ling Qingxue could only cover her face and quickly open the door to run away. If she stayed any longer, her face would surely burn up. Ha! A question mark slowly rose above Su Chen's head. Did I miss something? Hika, witnessing this, clicked her tongue inside. Oh dear, master, you really are unflappable. A pretty girl comes right to your door and you don't even want her. What a pity, what a pity. If it were me, I would have taken her down long ago. Su Chen glanced at the pet space, speechless. Can't you just be quiet? Whoa, master is so fierce to me. I just said a little truth. Hika pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. If master doesn't like it, I won't say anything anymore. Why be so fierce? Su Chen truly had no way to deal with her. For every word he said, she could retort with 10. He genuinely doubted how a level 300 boss could possess such high intelligence. Moreover, she seemed to know a lot. The level 800 Ice Dragon King couldn't match her in conversation. Hika wasn't afraid of it and often left the Ice Dragon King speechless. Hika, you wouldn't be some big shots Alta-count, would you? Su Chen asked curiously. What are you talking about, master? Hika is just a level 300 unfortunate woman, not some big shot, she replied. Oh, such a hard life at this. Hika covered her face and pretended to cry again. Stop pretending, do you even have tears? Once exposed, Hika wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she giggled. Master found me out. Su Chen. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered to question her identity. After all, she was his pet now. She could never betray him. Hika looked at Su Chen with her head held high, then gently shook her head, as if some memories that didn't belong to her were increasing in her mind. She didn't know whether this was good or bad. In the following 10 days, not much happened. Su Chen occasionally took Ling Qingxue out to level up. With Su Chen's help, her level naturally soared quickly. In just a few days, she reached level 100 for her first promotion, and could start her second promotion quest. Ling Qingxue had only a 4-star talent, but with Su Chen's assistance, her level surpassed all her peers. This made the other players of the same level extremely envious. Gulina would occasionally come to find Su Chen, but Su Chen deliberately kept a certain distance from her, which made her a bit sad. However, her personality was the type that wouldn't easily give up. After being upset for a while, she started coming to find Su Chen again. As for Mu Hongxia, after leaving that day, she reportedly went home and sought treatment from a psychologist for a while. When Su Chen heard this news, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Mu Hongxia to actually believe it. But it was understandable. Who would have thought that so many terrifying monsters could appear in a leveling secret realm? September 10th, Su Chen was lying in his apartment, searching for various information about the abyss when the security guard suddenly called. Is this Su Chen? There's someone at the door looking for you, saying they are delivering something from the Dingsheng group. Okay, I got it. Su Chen turned over, got out of bed, and quickly ran to the door. Outside the Dragon Martial Guild Small World, Xiao Ding was personally waiting at the entrance with a few people, holding 3 black boxes in his hands. When he saw Su Chen come out, Xiao Ding hurriedly approached him. Brother Su Chen, as promised, the high-level monster crystal cores you wanted have been collected, a total of 35 pieces. So many? Su Chen was a bit surprised. After all, he had imagined that having around 30 would be good enough. Well, with a generous reward, there will be brave men. After all, it was double the price. Su Chen nodded and took the boxes, opening one to take a look. Various colored crystal cores lay quietly inside, emitting a charming glow. Thank you very much. Xiao Ding waved his hand and smiled. It's nothing at all. Brother Su Chen, I'll come to pick you up here at 8 in the morning on the 15th, so be ready. If you have any other requests, let me know in advance so I can arrange it. Su Chen thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, I don't have anything to prepare, just come when the time comes. Alright, then I'll take my leave. After Xiao Ding left, Su Chen put all the crystal cores into the pet space. Kair, this should be enough for you to level up to 800, right? Kair nodded and picked up a crystal core to eat. Sister Kair, is it delicious? The Ice Dragon King had been eyeing these things for a long time, always watching Kair eat, inevitably feeling a bit greedy. Not bad. Kair quickly devoured the cores one by one. Su Chen glanced at her, smiled, and walked back. Just as he was about to step into the small world, someone walked out from inside, Lin Shengen. When Lin Shengen saw Su Chen, a flash of greed crossed his eyes. Junior Su Chen, hello. Lin Shengen smiled and extended his hand in greeting, his eyes fixed on Su Chen. That expression was as if he wanted to devour Su Chen whole. Su Chen frowned and glanced at him, ignoring him, and walking straight into the small world. He sensed a strange aura from this person and felt an inexplicable sense of repulsion. Therefore, Su Chen had no intention of shaking hands with him. He. Lin Shengen watched Su Chen enter the small world's teleportation portal, grinning widely. A sinister aura emanated from his body. Su Chen, wait for me to swallow a few more things, and then I'll come find you. The 9-colored divine phoenix is mine. No one can take it away. After saying this, Lin Shengen walked towards the outskirts of Kyoto. On the way back to the apartment, Kair said while eating, Brother, that person just now, I was a bit scared. Why? Su Chen asked. Lin Shengen was just a 5th transition professional. Logically, Kair shouldn't be afraid of him. I don't know, I just feel like he's very scary. But after I finish these crystal cores, I shouldn't be afraid of him anymore. Alright, hurry up and eat. I'm also quite curious about what changes will happen when you reach level 800. By the time they returned to the apartment, Kair had already eaten all the crystal cores clean. At this point, she had transformed into her phoenix form, lying in the pet space. Her feathers were shimmering all over. Such immense energy consumed her, making her body glow. The Ice Dragon King and other pets had to keep their distance, as the flames that Kair unconsciously emitted could potentially harm them. Kair, have you leveled up? Su Chen noticed he could no longer see her panel information. Brother, I'm so sleepy, I might take a nap, Kair said, curling up as the flames around her gradually receded and disappeared. A few minutes later, an egg appeared in Su Chen's pet space, displaying 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. Su Chen opened its attributes to take a look. 9-colored divine phoenix. Egg owner, Su Chen. Grade, divine beast. Physical attack, magical attack, health, physical defense/magical defense. Skills, status, hatching, 99 days 23 hours 59 minutes. Description, egg of the ancient divine beast. 9-colored divine phoenix, undergoing metamorphosis. 9-colored divine phoenix. Su Chen remembered Kair used to call herself the 5-colored phoenix. It seemed she had truly evolved this time. It's going to take a long 100 days to hatch. A few intelligent pets were curiously staring at the egg. Su Chen instructed, take good care of her. Don't worry, master, leave it to me, I will take good care of Sister Kair, the Ice Dragon King promised, patting its chest with its paw. Get lost, you smelly dragon. What can you take care of? You should take care of yourself first. Hika pushed it away and cradled the egg in her arms. This dragon won't stoop to your level. The Ice Dragon King was furious. Sid pulled at the Ice Dragon King and said, Dragon bro, don't be angry, it's just an egg. We have our own, let's just play with ours. Hika shot them both a glance and scolded. Get lost, you two idiots. Hey. Su Chen stopped looking at them. The more he looked at the nightmare, the cuter he found it. At least it was quiet and reliable. A few days passed quickly. Su Chen informed Wu Zhengyang and Ling Qingxue that he would be going out for a while. Once on that island, there would be no signal on his phone to avoid them searching for him everywhere without finding him. Early on the 15th, Su Chen was already waiting at the door. After a while, Xiao Ding personally drove over to pick him up. Once in the car, Xiao Ding handed Su Chen a white jade mask. Brother Su Chen, wear this. Otherwise, you might attract unnecessary trouble. You have a bounty of $5 billion on your head. Once we reach international waters, our dragon country won't be able to protect you. Su Chen nodded, took the mask, and put it on. We're heading to the teleportation array now. The few people I hired to protect me are already waiting for us in Haiban City. After saying that, Xiaoding started the car and drove towards the Kyoto teleportation array. On the road, Xiaoding suddenly asked, "Brother Su Chen, do you know about something?" Su Chen raised his eyelids. "What is it?" "Recently, it seems that Kyoto is not very peaceful. In the past 10 days, dozens of professionals have gone missing, and they are all above level. For in the past there were also disappearances, but most of them were due to dying at the hands of monsters while grinding dungeons or leveling up." Xiaoding paused and continued, "This time, the disappearances are quite strange. Most of those professionals vanished from their homes. There are no signs of struggle at the scene, as if they just disappeared into thin air. The Defense Department started investigating a few days ago, but after so long, there is still no progress. This incident has caused a lot of panic in Kyoto, and many people have left to seek refuge elsewhere. Some say it's haunted, others say there are monsters eating people. Anyway, there are all kinds of rumors, and the more they spread, the more sinister they become. Even I am a bit scared. It's just right to take this opportunity to leave Kyoto for a while." After listening to Xiaoding, Su Chen, for some reason, immediately thought of the scene when he met Lin Shengen. That day, that person seemed to exude a kind of predatory aura. "Brother Su Chen, what do you think is going on?" Su Chen shook his head. "I don't know." He wasn't a detective, such matters could only be left to the authorities to investigate. Kyoto is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, and it is impossible to let the other side continue to act recklessly. No matter what is causing trouble, it will eventually be caught. The two fell silent. When they arrived at the teleportation square, it was already crowded with people. Judging by the panicked expressions on their faces, they were probably all trying to escape to other places. Xiaoding frowned and said, "It seems the impact of this matter is greater than we imagined." The two waited for more than an hour before it was their turn. Stepping onto the teleportation array and selecting a city, in a flash of light, they arrived in Haiban City. "I wonder who installed and invented this directional teleportation array. Its speed is probably comparable to your spatial skills?" Xiaoding sighed, walking down the array with Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. "Faster than mine." Su Chen had checked the information on this teleportation array. It had existed even before the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom. Like the Awakening Temple, it was built by an unknown force. No country in the world has any information on who constructed them. It was as if they appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the longest traceable history of these arrays is only 1,000 years. There is no record from 1,000 years ago, creating a huge gap in human history. Or perhaps there was simply no history 1,000 years ago? Not wanting to dwell on these thoughts, Su Chen looked around at the environment. Haiban City, the easternmost city of the Dragon Kingdom, backed by the East China Sea, ranks second in strength among all the capitals of the Dragon Kingdom, second only to Kyoto. Moreover, every year, Haiban City suffers a large number of professionals dying while defending against monster attacks from the ocean. It is also one of the most dangerous places among all the major cities. Standing in the teleportation square, one could smell the fishy scent of the sea breeze. "Let's go, we need to head to the airship transport center. They are already waiting there." Brother Su Chen, the few people I invited are from the East Sea Academy, and they might be a bit arrogant, so please bear with them. Su Chen nodded in response. The East Sea Academy seems to have stricter entry requirements compared to the Dragon Martial Guild. They never actively recruit. If someone wants to enter the East Sea Academy, they must be recommended by a prominent family and pass an assessment to gain entry. Because of this, anyone randomly chosen from the East Sea Academy is related to a prominent family. The East Sea Academy is so powerful also because it has intricate connections with many noble families. If the Dragon Martial Duke is the paradise for the children of humble backgrounds, then the East Sea Academy is the playground for the wealthy families. The two major forces cater to completely different groups. Airship Transport Center. Two middle-aged men in their 40s were waiting at the door with 7 or 8 young boys. "Big brother, why hasn't Xiaoding arrived yet? We've been waiting for him for over an hour. Let's wait until he gets here to ask him. Does he really think of us as his bodyguards?" Just as the two were growing impatient, a taxi pulled up to the curb. Xiaoding and Su Chen got out of the car. Seeing the two approach, the leader, Xiao Bufan, snorted coldly. "Director Xiao, you really are busy, aren't you? What time is it? Is this how your Dingsheng group does business?" Xiaoding quickly apologized and explained, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. Something happened in Kyoto recently, and there were too many people at the teleportation array, so we waited for over an hour." Seeing his attitude was decent, Xiao Bufan, being in a hired relationship, softened his tone a bit. However, upon seeing Su Chen, Xiao Bufan frowned and asked, "Who is this? You didn't say you were bringing someone else to protect, did you?" Xiaoding smiled and said, "Oh, this is a friend of mine. You don't need to worry about him, his strength is decent." "Humph, wearing a mask in broad daylight. What's there to hide?" Xiao Bufan snorted coldly, then impatiently said, "Let's go, the airship is about to depart." At this moment, Xiaoding also noticed a few young boys following Xiao Bufan. "Elder Chao, who are these people behind you?" "A few juniors from the academy. They heard I was going to protect you for the world's wealthy gathering and wanted to come along to see the sights. This, Xiao Ding said somewhat displeased. Elder Chow, we agreed that you would bring a few capable professionals, and you, Boss Xiao, are you questioning my brother's strength? To protect you, we brothers are enough. As for these juniors, you don't need to worry about them. Hearing this, Xiao Ding felt a surge of anger. He had spent billions hiring these two. It was one thing for them to disrespect him, but to bring people along without his consent was unacceptable. They clearly didn't regard him as their employer. Seeing Xiao Ding remain silent, the second in command, Xiao, coldly said, Boss Xiao, we didn't say anything when you brought someone along, did we? What? Can't we bring people? Xiao Ding initially wanted to say that he was the one who paid and he was the employer. But after thinking it over, he decided to let it go. He didn't need to offend the two. Both of them were elders of the East Sea Academy, and with their connections, his Ding Sheng group might not be their match. Fine, let's set off. Xiao Ding led Su Chen toward the airship. Did you see that, kids? The chairman of Ding Sheng group, so what? He still has to listen to us brothers. The few young boys behind them laughed in unison, ha, as expected of Elder Chow. Chow Bufan chuckled lightly. Let's go, get on the airship, and I'll take you to broaden your horizons. The laughter of these people showed no signs of restraint, and Xiao Ding couldn't help but sigh as he listened to their boisterous laughter. He and his brother had started from scratch, and they were never looked upon favorably by these aristocratic disciples. Now that they sought their help, they were naturally met with all sorts of difficulties. In this world, without strength, everything is empty. No matter how much money one has, in the eyes of others, they are just a fool with deep pockets. Sorry, Brother Su Chen, I didn't know it would turn out like this, Xiao Ding said apologetically to Su Chen. He felt a bit guilty for dragging Su Chen into this situation. Just a clown, why should we care? Su Chen chuckled and said, I originally planned to come here to relax and unwind, but now I actually hope something happens. Su Chen couldn't possibly not care. He was quite vengeful. If it weren't for still being within the borders of Long Country, he would have chopped them down with a single strike. No one had the guts to show off in front of him. The flying boat headed east towards the East Sea, and this trip was of a private nature, with a specific route. Therefore, apart from the staff, only Su Chen and his group were on board. The Chow brothers, along with a few young men, were on the outer deck of the flying boat enjoying the scenery, completely uninterested in discussing the matters of this trip with Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding also couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. Fortunately, he had invited Su Chen along. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how his employer would be treated. With Su Chen by his side, he felt completely at ease. However, while he was calm, the Chow brothers were somewhat puzzled. Chow Bushuang asked, Big brother, do you think the person beside Xiao Ding might be a master? I see he doesn't seem prepared to ask us for help. Chow Bufan glanced at the two chatting inside the cabin and whispered, that shouldn't be possible. If Xiao Ding could invite a master, how could he still spend so much money hiring us? I think he just wants to flaunt the authority of the chairman of his Ding Sheng group. I wonder if when we arrive at Liuli Island he will come to ask us. Big brother, what if he doesn't come when we get to the island? Chow Bufan smirked. Doesn't come? Then let him be humiliated. After all, our task is to ensure he doesn't die. As long as he doesn't die, others can't say we did anything wrong. Big brother is wise. Let's see how he handles it later. 7 or 8 hours later, as the sky began to darken, the flying boat finally arrived at its destination. Su Chen stepped out of the cabin and looked around. Below was an endless expanse of ocean, where the horizon seemed to merge with the sea. The blue was everywhere, filling this world. In the sea, an island displaying various colors suddenly appeared in Su Chen's view. On the island, shadows moved among the various buildings. At this moment, Xiao Ding also stepped out and smiled as he introduced, This is our destination, Liuli Island. The island is named for its colors, and it is fully equipped, privately owned. It is not governed by any country. One only needs to follow the rules set by the island owner. For the wealthy, this place is definitely a paradise. Just as the two were talking, the flying boat had already reached the airspace above Liuli Island. An invisible barrier blocked the flying boat. Xiao Ding explained. This is the island's defensive formation. Even if 2 or 3 eighth-turn professionals came, they wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. Of course, it can also fend off the waves. But if the attack takes longer, wouldn't it be useless? Su Chen asked in confusion. There's something you don't know. It takes 7 hours to fly from the nearest city to Liuli Island. With such a long time, Liuli Island only needs to hold out for a few hours. Until dark. So its design purpose from the beginning was to delay time. Su Chen nodded and then asked, Has there ever been an attack here before? Yes, and not just once, but all ended in failure. No force has that many 8th transition professionals, and as for 9th transition, that's even more impossible. Unless some country wants to deal with Liuli Island, but that's not possible, there's no need for that. At this moment, the light curtain suddenly disappeared, indicating that someone had communicated. The flying boat slowly descended, and the light curtain opened again. Is this Liuli Island? It doesn't seem special at all, a boy from the East Sea Academy said disdainfully. To him, this place was no different from other islands. A few people disembarked from the flying boat and a staff member approached with a smile. Welcome to Lioli Island. Please pay the island entrance deposit, 1 billion each. Thank you for your cooperation. What? 1 billion deposit per person? Are you serious? The boy who spoke earlier exclaimed. How could he possibly come up with that much money? This scene attracted the attention of people in the distance. Ha, where did this bumpkin come from? Can't even afford a 1 billion deposit and dares to come to Lioli Island? Clearly just a kid who's never seen the world. Why does the island master invite anyone? Hearing these mocking voices, the boy felt his face burn with embarrassment and couldn't help but look to Xiao Bufan and the others for help. Xiao Bufan looked at Xiao Ding and said, Boss Xiao, hurry up and pay the deposit. Xiao Ding replied indifferently. Elder Xiao, they are brought by you. I didn't invite them. Their deposit is not your concern? You. Xiao Ding, are you sure you want to do this? Xiao Bufan's voice turned cold, directly calling Xiao Ding by name. Xiao Ding clearly wanted to give their brothers a warning. But who was he? Their brothers were all 7th transition level 50 powerhouses. How could they endure this kind of humiliation? The relationship between the two sides instantly became tense. At this moment, a powerful voice came from the sky. Conflicts are prohibited in the public areas of the island. If discovered, deposits will be confiscated and all will be expelled from Lioli Island. A stern-looking man descended from the sky, coldly gazing at the group. His imposing presence made those around him step back a few paces. Su Chen looked at the man, slightly surprised. This person was an 8th transition powerhouse. He didn't expect to encounter one right after arriving on the island. It seemed this place was indeed full of hidden talents. No wonder Xiao Ding was so worried and insisted on bringing him along. Moreover, from the big man's words, it seemed that only conflicts in public areas were prohibited. He didn't say anything about conflicts in non-public areas. The implications of this were intriguing. The Chao brothers, upon seeing this man, immediately changed their previously arrogant attitude to one of respect. The big man looked at Xiao Ding, clearly recognizing him. Boss Xiao, since it's your people, don't make it difficult for me. Upon hearing this, even if Xiao Ding was still displeased with the Chao brothers, he could only obediently pay the deposit. The big man then flew away. Who is this person? Su Chen asked. This is one of the 2 great powerhouses under the island master of Lioli Island, the fierce-eyed diamond, Hong Daoan. This person is known as unmatched in attack, the strongest in attack power among those of the same level. The other person is the immovable Ming Wan, Wang Ming. Wang Ming excels in defense. He once single-handedly fought against 2 major 8 transformation powerhouses, and in the end, they exhausted their mana but still couldn't kill him. These 2 are the most capable subordinates of the master of Lioli Island, and the order on the island is maintained by them. After Xiao Ding finished speaking, he glanced at Xiao Bufan and the others, then looked at Su Chen and said, Let's go. First to check into the hotel we booked. There should be a large gathering tonight. As for Xiao Bufan and the others, Xiao Ding had no intention of paying them any more attention. The money they spent, he considered it as feeding dogs. If he had known earlier that Xiao Bufan and the others were such people, he would never have invited them. Su Chen nodded and left with him. Xiao Buzhuang was very displeased now. How dare Xiao Ding leave them behind? After all, they were not qualified to go to the island. Only those invited by the island master could operate on the island, which also included those brought by the invitees. Now that Xiao Ding ignored them, they found it impossible to move on the island, not even able to check in. Big brother, I think Xiao Ding is getting more and more arrogant. I don't know who gave him the courage. What should we do? Although Xiao Bufan was also very angry, he still spoke calmly. Let's pretend to submit to him for now, otherwise our actions will be difficult. He also didn't understand why Xiao Ding dared to leave them behind. Originally, this was their method to threaten Xiao Ding, but now it was useless. Their own brothers had instead fallen into a passive position. What? Big brother, do you mean we still have to beg him? What else? Without him, we will be kicked out immediately. Xiao Buzhuang said coldly, Fine, once we leave Lioli Island, I will make him understand that having money is useless. Without strength, it's nothing. Don't worry, once we return to Haiban City, we will make sure he has a hard time. In Haiban City, not many dare to act like this with us brothers. The 2 waved their hands and led a few young men to chase after Su Chen and the others. Along the way, Su Chen saw people of various skin colors bustling through the streets. Each person looked very affluent, clearly those who had held power for years or were as rich as a country. Every shop here has a minimum spending of $1 million. Of course, for you, this is just small change. Su Chen now held over 100 billion in funds, so this amount was nothing. The business negotiation we are going to attend will be held in 3 days. In the meantime, we can wander around. They are following us. Su Chen glanced back and said softly. Xiao Ding snorted coldly and looked back. They don't have my invitation. They can't even check into the hotel, no matter how much money they have. Just wait, soon they will come to beg me. As soon as Xiao Ding's words fell, Xiao Bufan quickly caught up with them. Boss Xiao, my brother was wrong just now. You are magnanimous, please don't take it to heart. Xiao Bufan wore a smile on his face, as if he had completely transformed into a different person. Xiao Ding looked at the few young men behind them and said coldly, Elder Xiao, I am not trying to oppose your East Sea Academy, but your actions are too dismissive of me. Xiao, I have long said that this trip is fraught with danger, yet you still want to bring some young people along. If something happens, who will take responsibility? What do you mean? Are you saying we are a burden? A young man said angrily. They were all geniuses, although not as good as the two elders. They were still 5 transformation talents. Wherever they went, they were the center of attention. How could Xiao Ding dare to look down on them? Shut up! Chao Bufan glared at him. Elder. The young man still refused to back down. I told you to shut up and apologize to Boss Xiao. Chao Bufan's voice was as cold as ice, but it was unclear who it was directed at. The young man turned his head to the side. He would never apologize to Xiao Ding. Chao. Bufan said helplessly, Boss Xiao, this matter is our fault. Our original intention was just to broaden the young people's horizons. We absolutely did not mean to disrespect you. Now that we are on the island, and you also need protection, how about we reconcile? Chao Bufan emphasized the words need protection particularly heavily. The purpose was to remind Xiao Ding that they were in a mutually dependent relationship and neither could leave the other. At this point, Xiao Ding also knew he should give them a way out. Otherwise, when they returned to Haiban City, these people would make things difficult for him. Elder Chao, I hope you will listen to my opinions on everything while on the island and not act on your own. Upon hearing this, Xiao's expression turned cold, but he did not let Xiao Ding see it. Chao Bufan secretly clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he nodded. I understand, thank you for the reminder, Boss Xiao. That's good. Let's go. First, we need to check in. Xiao Ding led Su Chen forward. Chao Bufan and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Xiao Ding really thought their brothers were made of mud, daring to speak to them in a reprimanding tone. As for the other young men, they looked at Xiao Ding as if he were a dead man. The group strolled down the street for a while, before arriving at a hotel to check in. Please show your invitation letter. 1 person, 1 night, 10 million. You have a total of 10 people, and for 5 days, you need to pay 500 million. Looking at the exorbitant price, Su Chen wondered just how wealthy the owner of Liuli Island was. In such a place, even a single floor tile could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime, right? The phrase every inch of land is worth its weight in gold seemed insufficient to describe its luxury. In the double room, Xiao Ding said to Su Chen, Brother Su Chen, later I will take you out to have some fun and I will cover all the expenses. Although things here are expensive, everything is genuine. If anything is fake, you will get rich. Liuli Island offers 10 times the compensation, so you can buy with confidence. Rare treasures from all over the world can basically be found here. The monster crystal cores you want should be plentiful here. Before Su Chen could respond, the Ice Dragon King in the pet space spoke up first. Master, can you buy me a crystal core to try? It depends on the situation. If the price is right, I can buy you a few. After all, Su Chen had no use for the money, so since he could spend it, he might as well spend a little. Shouting called Chao Bufan and the others, and the group left the hotel to walk down the street. Their first stop was a place called Liuli Fong. Xiao Ding smiled slightly and said, It's been a long time since I've been to a place like this. Thinking back, I really miss those wonderful times. Su Chen looked at him strangely, feeling that there was no need to describe it. Wasn't it a bit too perverted? Perhaps sensing that the atmosphere was off, Xiao Ding quickly explained, It's not what you think. Hee, Boss Xiao. We're all men, we understand. Even Chao Bufan chimed in with a joke. What I meant was not visiting a brothel, but gambling on stones. I started my business with this back in the day, and after so many years, I established the Ding Shan Group. Hearing this, Su Chen was somewhat curious. Is there really such a thing as gambling on stones in this world? Jadeite isn't worth much here. Basically, no one would buy it. So Su Chen really wanted to see what gambling on stones was like in this world. Brother Su, do you want to go in and have a look? Xiao Ding asked Su Chen. This scene made both Chao Bufan brothers turn to look at the masked Su Chen. They were both guessing who this Su person was, that Xiao Ding would seek his opinion before playing. They thought through the prominent Su family but couldn't figure out who had the qualifications to make Xiao Ding lower his stance like this. Given their brothers' network and status, Xiao Ding would dare to ignore them, let alone someone else. So their curiosity about Su Chen's identity grew. Su Chen nodded, it would be good to go in and see. Seeing Su Chen agree, Xiao Ding smiled. Great, I can show Brother Su my unique stone gambling skills. The group entered the Liuli workshop in a grand manner. Inside was a magnificent hall resembling a palace. Every 5 meters in the hall, there was a stone standing. At half a meter or even more, a large passage in the middle separated these stones. The stones varied in type, and from the outside, they looked no different from ordinary stones. In the gaps between the stones, dozens of people of various skin colors were selecting. The staff at Liuli workshop would not interfere with the guests looking at the stones. They would only assist when a guest showed interest in a particular stone. Director Xiao, what can come out of such large stones? Su Chen curiously asked, looking at the towering stones in the hall. One stone in the middle was even 3 meters high and 1 meter long. Many people were gathered around that stone. You don't even know this? I thought you were someone important, Chao Bufan muttered softly. Shouting turned back and glared at him, then explained to Su Chen, in stone gambling, we can uncover 2 types of things. One is energy ore. I believe Brother Su is quite familiar with this, right? Su Chen nodded. He naturally knew about energy or all transportation, city defense, and so on required this material. And the second? The second is divine gold. There are 3 types of metals with extremely high defensive power in this world: divine gold, mysterious gold, and black gold. Any of the first 2, as long as they are the size of a fist, can be worth over 100 million. It's called divine gold, but more often it's about mysterious gold. Divine gold is very hard to come by. After Xiao Ding finished speaking, Su Chen understood. He had seen these 3 metals in the Sin City. Especially the armor made of mysterious gold. Its defensive power was indeed terrifying. Even a 7th turn master had no way to deal with it. Su Chen remembered that the person named Zhu Huang had to attack the same point countless times with a sword to break through the defense of the mysterious gold armor. Verde had exhausted all his wealth to forge that mysterious gold armor. Let's take a look first. Brother Su, if you find any stones you like, I can help you. Check them out. Xiao Ding knew that with Su Chen's current assets, he might not be interested in such things. He had been so crazy about gambling on stones back then, but now he had lost that interest. After having money, he no longer had the gambler's mentality of wanting to get rich quickly. Boss Xiao, could you help my brother and me take a look? The Chao Bufan brothers looked at those stones, clearly a bit tempted. Although Xiao Ding is not as strong as them in terms of strength when it comes to gambling on stones, Xiao Ding is definitely better than them. The fact that Xiao Ding could start from this shows that he has his own exceptional qualities. Although the 2 are from prominent families, their assets have not reached the level of Xiao Ding. They certainly wouldn't mind having more money, and now that there is an opportunity, they naturally want to make a small fortune from it. Xiao Ding nodded slightly and said, I can help you look at the stones, but I can't guarantee whether it will be a loss or a gain. This thing can't just be judged by skill and experience. Many times, there's also a bit of luck involved. Chao Bufan quickly nodded. We understand. As long as Boss Xiao helps us take a look. Seeing Xiao Ding agree, the 2 immediately excitedly ran to the nearby stones to take a look. Su Chen looked at the stones around him, and suddenly had a whimsical idea to use the river god skill. The invisible water vapor, under Su Chen's control, seeped into a 1-meter-high stone in front of him. The next moment, based on the feedback from the water vapor, Su Chen sensed that a palm-sized energy original stone was hidden in the middle of the stone. It really works. Su Chen was a bit excited. Although he didn't have the X-ray vision abilities like those in novels, his ability to control water vapor could also discern what was inside. Brother Su, are you interested in this stone? Xiao Ding asked curiously when he saw Su Chen stop in front of the stone. Boss Xiao, how big do you think the energy original stone inside this stone is? They were currently on the left side of the hall, where the stones were for betting on energy original stones, while the right side was for betting on divine gold. Xiao Ding approached and touched the stone, then carefully observed the surroundings. After a moment, he slowly said, this stone is smooth and delicate on the outside, but upon closer inspection, it has certain flaws. From the patterns and direction of the whole stone, I guess the energy original stone inside is no larger than 2 palms. Xiao Ding glanced at the price tag of the stone, which was 89.99 million. He then shook his head and said, this stone won't do, it should result in a loss. Su Chen looked at him in surprise. He could see what was inside because he had a cheat, yet Xiao Ding was able to draw a similar conclusion just by observation. He indeed had his unique insights in gambling on stones. Brother Su, how about we look for another one? Su Chen nodded, okay. The 2 continued to walk forward, and not long after, they suddenly heard a commotion behind them. Let go, we saw this stone first. The 2 turned around to see that the Chao brothers seemed to be arguing with someone over a stone. These 2 really know how to stir up trouble. Xiao Ding said, somewhat annoyed. Let's go take a look, their trouble should involve you as well. Xiao Ding was also helpless. If the people he brought to the island caused trouble, it would still be him who would suffer. The owner of Lioli Island would not be lenient with those who poorly managed their subordinates. What's going on with you guys? Xiao Ding squeezed through the crowd with Su Chen and looked at the 2. Boss Xiao, this person is competing with us for this stone. My brother and I spotted it first. Xiao Ding looked at the person opposite him, somewhat surprised. Zhou Changsheng, long time no see. Su Chen glanced at the man, who had a round face and a prominent belly. He wasn't tall, but his presence was not something ordinary people could compare to. He looked like someone who was used to a life of luxury. Xiao Ding, so it's you, are these 2 your people? Xiao Ding nodded, that's right. Xiao Ding, how come your subordinates don't even understand the rules of gambling stones? They haven't paid, so why do they think this stone belongs to them? Boss Xiao is gone to do other business, he wouldn't forget even this, would he? Zhou Changsheng clearly knew Xiao Ding well and was familiar with his past. If your subordinates don't understand the rules, then I'll let you have this stone. Chao Bufan and the others were about to object, but Zhou spoke first. Wait a minute, Xiao Ding, why are you still the same as before? I need you to let me? How about you let me have this collaboration with the Caesar Group? Changsheng, you must have seen me coming a long time ago. Xiao Ding only glanced at the stone and understood. This time, he had misunderstood. Chao Bufan and his brother, he had looked at this stone. The energy crystal inside was worth about the same as the stone itself. Zhou Changsheng couldn't possibly not see that. He was deliberately looking for trouble. Hey, so what? Also, my full name is Zhou Changsheng. Don't try to get close to me. Xiao Ding shook his head, not wanting to say much to him. The events of that year had long passed and he didn't want to dwell on it anymore. Boss Xiao, is this stone okay? Xiao Bufan asked nervously at this moment. Let's change it, what's inside isn't worth this price. This. Xiao Bufan was somewhat reluctant. They had picked this after a long time, and now that someone was snatching it, they were even more convinced there was something good inside. Now asking him to change, he wasn't very willing, but since Xiao Ding said so, he was prepared to trust him once more. Just as Xiao Bufan hesitated, Zhou Changxing's eyes turned, and with a cold smile, he snatched the stone from Xiao Bufan's hand, saying, "If you don't want it, I'll take it." Xiao Bufan, seeing the stone being snatched, angrily shouted, "Give it back to me." Who said, "I don't want it?" Beside him, Xiao Buxiang hurriedly grabbed it, holding the stone tightly. With the stone snatched away, Zhou Changsheng showed a look of regret. The two brothers, seeing his expression, began to doubt that Xiao Ding was deceiving them. After all, the two sides had an unpleasant encounter today, and it seemed quite normal for Xiao Ding not to want them to get rich. "Waiter, we'll take this stone," Xiao Bufan shouted, calling over the staff. In the Liuli workshop, he then took out a card and swiped it for 800 million. To be honest, this price made them feel a bit pained, but thinking there might be something good inside, the two became excited again. Seeing this, Zhou Changsheng no longer entangled himself but instead showed a look of someone enjoying the show. Xiao Ding sighed and shook his head. He had already told the two, they didn't listen, so he couldn't be blamed. "Do you need on-site cutting?" the waiter asked. "Cut it." "Okay, please follow me." The onlookers also followed along. This was the first stone transaction of the afternoon. Although this price was average for them, who doesn't love a bit of excitement? Those who understood the trade wanted to go see a joke. "Shall we go over?" Xiao Ding asked Su Chen. "Let's take a look, it's my first time seeing a stone being cut. By the way, does that person have a grudge against you?" Su Chen wasn't foolish and could see that Zhou Changshen was deliberately trying to trouble Xiao Ding. Xiao Bufan and his brother were merely tools he used to annoy Xiao Ding. However, he probably didn't expect that Xiao Ding had a poor relationship with these two. His performance instead helped Xiao Ding vent his anger. Su Chen had already seen it. The energy stone inside was only the size of a fist. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Bufan and the others would suffer a loss of 700 million. Xiao Ding shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Back then, he and I were brothers, closer than real brothers. We leveled up together, entered the stone gambling business together, and at that time, we talked about everything. We dreamed of a bright future together, thinking about how to grow big and strong." As Xiao Ding spoke, memories surfaced in his eyes. He then sighed, "But one time we had a disagreement over a stone worth 5 billion. We had both worked hard for years to save up 25 billion each, and he insisted on buying that stone, wanting me to pay half. I refused because I saw a flaw, I told him, but he thought I was deceiving him, wanting to keep it all for myself. I tried to persuade him countless times, but he wouldn't listen, insisting on buying it. I had no choice but to shake my head and leave. Because that money was my startup capital, I wouldn't use it to gamble on that stone." "What happened next?" Su Chen asked curiously. Normally, such a situation shouldn't lead to conflict between the two. If Zhou Changxing didn't listen to him, even if he couldn't buy that stone, he shouldn't hold a grudge against Xiao Ding. Later, he borrowed 25 billion from somewhere and bought that stone. You can probably guess the result. He lost everything and ended up in debt. And I heard he was tortured for several years. I wanted to use my money to save him, but my brother threatened to die if I did. At this point, Xiao Ding sighed again. This matter, I owe him an apology. Later, he somehow made money and opened countless chain stores across the country. You must have heard of it. It's called Zhou Changsheng Jewelry. Su Chen nodded. Zhou Changsheng Jewelry mainly dealt with various energy stones. Basically, every major city had its presence. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore, it's all in the past. The two of them walked towards the stone cutting area with the crowd. At this time, the staff, having obtained the consent of the two brothers, had already begun cutting the 800 million stone. It was called cutting, but it was actually different from what Su Chen imagined about cutting jade. This kind of cutting was more like polishing. They would grind away the stone that encased the energy stone until the complete original stone inside was revealed. Because if a piece of original stone was cut into pieces, the energy inside would dissipate, which is the biggest difference from jade cutting. Cutting energy stones required special care. However, those who could work here naturally wouldn't damage the energy stone inside. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 2/3 of the nearly half-meter-high stone had been ground away. As the stone shrank, the expressions of Xiao Bufan and the others grew increasingly grim. Why haven't we seen the original stone yet? Xiao Bufan stared at the shrinking stone, his face showing unwillingness. At this moment, the onlookers around began to discuss. It's over, now every layer cut means a loss of 100 million. Well, it depends on how many layers can be cut. I think this stone will lose at least 500 million. I see these two have turned pale. It seems this money is quite a lot for them. Hee, just two martial artists. What do they know about gambling on stones? Didn't that Xiao Ding just remind them? They can't blame anyone else for not listening. Xiao Bufan and his companions' faces grew even darker upon hearing the discussions around them. They glanced at Zhou Changsheng, who was standing aside, smiling at them with a clear hint of mockery. You did this on purpose. Chao Bufan glared angrily at Zhou Changsheng, realizing that this person had been deliberately leading them to buy this stone since they entered. Even if they were foolish, they could now see Zhou Changsheng's ill intentions. But it was too late. Once the stone was bought, there was no possibility of a refund. Hee, you can't say that. I said if you didn't want it, I would take it. You insisted on snatching it away. Can you blame me? Zhou Changsheng feigned innocence, but his expression was nothing but mocking. You! Chao Bufan shot him a fierce glare. We brothers will remember you, Zhou Changsheng, right? The East Sea Academy is not to be trifled with. So you're from the East Sea Academy. No wonder you have such a big tone. Zhou Changsheng pretended to be scared, saying, I'm really so afraid of the East Sea Academy. After saying this, Zhou Changsheng suddenly revealed a fierce smile and said, I beg you to kill me, otherwise, it will be you who dies. The crowd felt the air grow cold upon hearing this. The person behind Zhou Changsheng shot a glance at Chao Bufan and his companion. Su Chen curiously looked at the person behind Zhou Changsheng, whose aura was deeply concealed, making it hard to discern his strength. Feeling Su Chen's gaze, the person returned the look. It seems Zhou Changsheng has climbed up to some big power, that's why he suddenly rose. To elevate Zhou Changsheng's status to the forefront of Long Country in such a short time, this power should not be underestimated. Su Chen glanced at that person again, then turned his attention back to the stone being cut. After several rounds of cutting, the last half-meter-long stone was reduced to the size of a fist. Looking at the jade-like energy stone, the hearts of the Chao brothers were bleeding. Congratulations, you two, it's worth 80 million. Quick, put it away, don't let someone snatch it. Zhou Changsheng wore a face of schadenfreude and then glanced at Xiao Ding, wanting to see his reaction. To his disappointment, Xiao Ding showed no expression, and there was even a hint of a smile. Xiao Ding, you can remain calm and composed. Today I will make you regret your choice back then. Chao Bufan put away the energy stone, stood up, and glanced at Zhou Changsheng again before looking at Xiao Ding. He realized that the root of all this was still with Xiao Ding. This person clearly wanted to humiliate Xiao Ding by insulting them. However, Xiao Ding had already told them not to buy this stone, so they couldn't say much. Anyway, these two brothers had already held a grudge against him. Let's go, let's look elsewhere. Xiao Ding had lost the mood to continue playing here and called everyone to leave. But at that moment, Zhou Changsheng stepped forward and said, Stop. Xiao Ding, I want to bet with you today, with a stake of 2.5 billion. If the Caesar Group collaborates with you, I want 50% of the profits. If I lose, I will also give you 2.5 billion, and if I can collaborate with the Caesar Group, the profits will also be split with you half. Do you dare or not? Wow. Upon hearing this bet, the crowd gasped in unison. 2.5 billion wasn't much, but half of the profits from collaborating with the Caesar Group was an astronomical figure. This bet was indeed substantial. Now, in the Dragon Kingdom, only 4 companies are qualified to cooperate with the Caesar Group. The Dingsheng Group and the recently expanding Zhou Changsheng Jewelry are 2 of them. Their chances of collaborating with the Caesar Group are still quite high. Upon hearing the figure of 2.5 billion, Xiao Ding sighed. Everyone thought Zhou Changsheng was here for the Caesar Group, but only he understood. Zhou Changsheng was here for the 2.5 billion for the grudges of decades. Do we really have to do this, Changsheng? Xiao Ding, stop pretending to be a good person. Do you know how I've survived these decades? Where were you when I was in despair? Tell me, where were you? What are you pretending to be a good person for now? Xiao Ding remained silent. He knew he owed Zhou Changsheng. After Zhou Changsheng finished speaking, he coldly said, Today, let's each choose a stone with a purchase price under 1 billion. Whoever's is worth more wins. That 2.5 billion, I want to take it back with my own hands. Xiao Ding looked at him and after a long while slowly nodded. Alright, I bet. Ha 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 ha. Very well, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhou Changsheng's face showed a mad expression, then he pushed through the crowd towards the display of stones. This time, he wanted to prove himself. Are you really going to bet with him? Your current state isn't suitable. Su Chen looked at Xiao Ding. His mental state was clearly off. Betting on stones is something that, with a single oversight, could lead to a big fall. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In the hall, the crowd of onlookers grew larger as they heard the stakes were related to the Caesar Group. Everyone began to anticipate. I heard these two started from betting on stones. This is going to be quite a show. I think Zhou Changsheng has a greater chance. He's been immersed in energy raw stones for many years. His experience must be stronger than Xiao Ding's. As for Xiao Ding, it seems he hasn't touched the energy raw stone business for decades, right? I don't see him having a good chance. These two are also considered celebrities in the wealthy circle and everyone wants to know who will win. But aside from Su Chen, who knows that these two are betting out of spite for that 2.5 billion? Time passed second by second, and after 10 minutes, Zhou Changsheng was the first to spot a stone nearly 1 meter tall. He then directly bought it. Xiao Ding glanced at that stone, then silently chose a stone just over half a meter tall. After they paid, they carried their stones towards the cutting area. Hee, it's starting. This trip is not in vain. We actually get to see such a spectacular gamble. The crowd of onlookers seemed even more excited than the two betting on stones. Who goes first? Zhou Changsheng glanced at the stone Xiaoding chose, then confidently asked, "You always went first before, let me go first this time." Upon hearing this, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Zhou Changsheng's eyes, then he quickly shook his head to shake off those memories. "Alright, this time you go first." "Sir, can we start cutting now?" the staff at Liuli Workshop asked Xiaoding. "Let's begin." Su Chen looked at the stones chosen by the two. The energy raw stone selected by Xiaoding was smaller than Zhou Changsheng's, but it was only slightly smaller. Su Chen looked at Xiaoding in confusion, unsure if Xiaoding had done it on purpose or if he had truly misjudged. This detail would be the key to determining the winner. The stone polishing began. Everyone stared intently at the stone chosen by Xiaoding. The confrontation between the two major gambling stone players was definitely an exciting match. As the stone skin was gradually polished away, Zhou Changsheng's expression grew more and more excited. He was completely confident that he would win this time. He had indeed misjudged that stone back then, but Xiaoding's departure had plunged him into an abyss. No one knew the torment he had suffered. Today, he would make Xiaoding realize that abandoning him was a mistake. He wanted everyone to know that his gambling stone skills surpassed Xiaoding's. "Wow, it's showing green," someone exclaimed. They had polished less than 10 centimeters, and the shadow of the energy raw stone was already visible inside. Such a large volume meant that Xiaoding's stone was already worth over 5 billion. Moreover, judging by the deep green color, the energy contained in this raw stone was extremely abundant. Besides volume, the quality was also an important factor in determining the price of the raw stone. The staff continued to polish carefully. This was worth tens of billions. He couldn't afford to be careless. No wonder he's the former master of gambling stones, just casually picking a stone and its price skyrockets by dozens of times. If I'm not mistaken, this stone of his is priced at 300 million, right? That's right, it feels like it's at least increased by more than 20 times. Everyone marveled at Xiaoding, looking at this former gambling stone expert. However, Xiaoding's face remained calm, showing no signs of excitement. He stared blankly at the stone, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing the flattery from those around him, Zhou Changsheng scoffed, "What nonsense about a master of gambling stones? Just watch how he loses to me today. This title is about to belong to me, Zhou Changsheng." Zhou Changsheng had already seen that the stone Xiaoding chose was definitely inferior to his own. After so many years, he finally had a chance to win. Before, he had always lost. More than 10 minutes later, Xiaoding's stone was completely polished. A piece of energy raw stone, larger than a basketball, appeared before everyone. Judging by its size, it was worth at least 6 billion. Applause erupted around them, with everyone praising Xiaoding's insight. "Sir, can we start cutting yours now?" The staff looked at Zhou Changsheng. "Wait a moment, I want to raise the stakes." Zhou Changsheng glared at Xiaoding with resentment. Today, no matter who loses, they must bow to the other 3 times. Hearing this condition, even the onlookers frowned. Both were well-known bosses. Losing money was one thing, but if it came to kneeling and bowing, that was another matter entirely. This was about the honor of their entire companies. What kind of deep-seated grudge do Zhou Changsheng and Xiaoding have? Why would he raise the stakes like this? I heard that they were the best of brothers back in the day, but I don't know what caused them to part ways. And over the years, Xiaoding has done all kinds of business, except for gambling stones. I just wonder if Xiaoding will agree to this condition. If he does, one of these two companies is bound to collapse. Zhou Changsheng looked at Xiaoding and said hatefully, "Xiaoding, it's just a bow. Are you afraid to accept it? If you can't even handle this, how do you know how I got through back then? Changsheng, how did we end up like this? Stop talking nonsense. I just want to know if you dare or not." Xiaoding did not speak. It wasn't that he was afraid to bow his head. Now, so many people in the Dingsheng group depended on him for their livelihoods. If he agreed today and lost, the Dingsheng group would surely collapse because of this. He was not alone. Behind him were tens of thousands of people who needed the jobs that the Dingsheng group provided for their lives. He could not agree to this condition. Just as Xiaoding was about to refuse, Su Chen beside him spoke up, "I'll agree for him." "What? Brother Su, you?" Xiaoding looked at Su Chen in surprise, knowing what kind of stone he had chosen. He did not understand what Su Chen was thinking. "Don't worry, Chairman Xiao, we are friends, aren't we? I won't let you lose. But you don't understand gambling stones. He wanted to say that the stone he chose had already lost from the start, and he had never prepared to win this bet. Chairman Xiao doesn't need to say more. His stone hasn't been cut yet, right? The outcome is still undecided, so why say such discouraging words? Hee, Xiaoding, where did you find this fool?" Zhou Changsheng glanced at Su Chen, full of mockery. "Zhou Changsheng, you can insult me, Xiaoding, but you cannot insult Mr. Su. Since Mr. Su wants me to agree to your conditions, then I will gamble on this." Upon hearing this, Zhou Changsheng looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Xiaoding actually dared to use his own reputation to take on this bet for someone with the surname Su. The onlookers also turned to look at Su Chen, who was wearing a white jade mask. From the voice, he seems young. Which family's young master is this? To make Xiaoding value him so much, I really can't think of any Su family in Longwa with such great power. Do you think if Xiaoding loses, he will vent his anger on this person? Hard to say, but since Xiaoding dares to agree, he must be all in. The Brothers exchanged glances, both surprised by Su Chen's identity. It seemed that Su Chen's status was even higher than they had imagined. Since Xiao Ding had already agreed, Zhou Changsheng no longer wasted words, and immediately said to the staff, "Cut it for me, today I want to wash away the hatred of the past." As the sound of the machine grinding the stone began, everyone stretched their necks to look at the stone being cut and polished. Less than 2 minutes later, a hint of dark green appeared. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers gasped in admiration. Indeed, both of their eyes are top-notch. It's another piece of energy-rich raw stone. Now it just depends on the size. The cutting and polishing continued, and as time passed, the smile on Zhou Changsheng's face grew wider. "Xiao Ding, what do you have to win against me? Boss Xiao is in danger. There's still a small part of this stone that hasn't been polished, but it seems to be larger than Boss Xiao's." No wonder Zhou Changsheng is so confident. It looks like his stone gambling skills have surpassed Xiao Ding's over the years. I want to see what that person with the surname Su looks like. I bet his expression under the mask will be quite rich, right? He has nothing to lose. The one who's unlucky is just Xiao Ding. These onlookers were eager for the stakes between the two to be even higher. That way, they could enjoy the spectacle even more. It was hard to come by such unique entertainment, and these wealthy people certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. "Keep cutting," Zhou Changsheng urged again. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to see Xiao Ding kneeling in front of him, apologizing and bowing his head. He wanted Xiao Ding to taste the humiliation he had endured over the years. The stone continued to be polished, and in the end, only the bottom layer of stone skin remained. But it was no longer necessary. Anyone with eyes could see that the energy stone Zhou Changsheng had cut out was larger than Xiao Ding's. Seeing this, the once lively scene fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Xiao Ding. The chairman of the Ding Sheng group was about to kneel and bow to Zhou Changsheng in front of everyone today. This kneel meant there would be no chance for cooperation with the Caesar group. The Caesar group would never cooperate with a company like this. At this moment, everyone finally realized that Zhou Changsheng's initial goal was never to obtain that so-called 50% profit. He was there for these 3 bows from Xiao Ding. No one knew how the two had turned from friends to enemies. Xiao Ding's face showed bitterness. He knew he would lose, but Su Chen had made him do this, so he did it. Yet, in the end, nothing miraculous happened. "Xiao Ding, you lost. Can you kneel and bow now?" Zhou Changsheng walked up to Xiao Ding, looking at him coldly. He looked at this friend with whom he once shared everything. Xiao Ding took a deep breath and softly uttered a word. "Okay." The crowd shook their heads upon seeing this. Ding Sheng is finished. Even if it doesn't collapse immediately, it can never re-enter the top 10 of Long Country. That person with the surname Su is truly harmful. Xiao Ding was never prepared to agree to this bet. Who can we blame? We can only blame Xiao Ding for being foolish. Xiao Ding turned to glance at Su Chen. He didn't understand, but he wouldn't question Su Chen. Xiao Ding bent his knee and knelt down on the spot. However, the expected sound of his knee hitting the floor did not occur. Su Chen supported Xiao Ding with one hand, preventing him from kneeling. "Brother Su?" Xiao Ding looked at Su Chen in confusion, not understanding what he was doing. Su Chen smiled slightly. "Boss Xiao, I said I wouldn't let you lose. Kid, what are you doing? Are you trying to back out?" Zhou Changsheng shouted angrily, glaring at Su Chen. The person behind him also stepped forward, exuding a threatening aura. Su Chen calmly looked at Zhou Changsheng and said, "The gambling match isn't over yet. Who said we lost?" Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter. "Little brother, you sound young. If you don't understand stone gambling, you should go learn properly before coming back, so you don't embarrass yourself. I thought he had some real skills to make Xiao Ding agree to this condition, but it turns out he's an idiot." "Indeed. The result is already clear. I don't know what he's dragging on for." Zhou Changsheng suddenly laughed upon hearing Su Chen's words. He laughed at how Xiao Ding would listen to someone like him. Su Chen ignored their mockery and pointed to the small piece of stone skin that remained at the bottom of Zhou Changsheng's stone, saying, "Isn't that still unpolished? Let's finish polishing it before we talk." Everyone looked over, thinking they had missed something, but upon closer inspection, it was just an inconsequential piece of stone skin. This piece of stone skin doesn't need to be polished at all, because in terms of volume, Zhou Changsheng has already won. "Kid, if you don't understand, just roll back and learn more before coming again. Otherwise, you won't even know when you've embarrassed yourself." Even Xiao Ding shook his head. "Forget it, Brother Su, I can afford to lose." He didn't want Su Chen to be ridiculed by these people. It was just a matter of bowing 3 times. He accepted it. "Wait, Boss Xiao, why are you in a hurry? I said, let's polish the last bit of stone skin first." Su Chen still insisted on his idea. Interesting." Zhou Changsheng looked at the staff of Liuli Workshop and said, "Go ahead and polish it, let him give up." The staff glanced at Su Chen and then shook his head. Wasn't this wasting his time? But since the customer had a request, he couldn't refuse. Picking up the polishing machine, he began to polish. Everyone was staring at that last piece of stone skin, curious to see what else could be revealed in such a small area. As everyone anxiously waited, the staff polishing the energy ore was the first to change his expression. He was closest, so he noticed something was off immediately. His reaction caught the attention of the onlookers. "What's going on? I saw that staff member's face change. Could there really be a twist? If there's a twist, that would be truly incredible. Zhou Changxing's smile also froze at this moment. Could there really be an unexpected turn? He couldn't believe it. How could there be an accident with just this little bit of stone skin left? Xiao Ding couldn't help but glance at Su Chen. Although he couldn't see Su Chen's expression, he could feel Su Chen's confident aura. Could it be that both I and Changsheng have misjudged? Xiao Ding began to doubt. Sir. The staff looked at Zhou Changsheng with a trembling voice. What is it? Zhou Changsheng asked anxiously. At this critical moment, he couldn't imagine the consequences of an accident. Your energy it's incomplete. There are cracks under the stone skin at the bottom. The staff turned the stone over to face the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the freshly polished area. They saw that the dark green stone skin actually had several cracks. The energy ore was slowly leaking out. How is this possible? Zhou Changsheng stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground upon seeing this scene. Impossible, this can't be. Did you tamper with it while polishing? Sir, please don't slander me. How could such cracks be caused by a polishing issue? The staff dared not take the blame. Moreover, this was indeed unrelated to him. If there was no problem with the polishing, it could only mean that the stone itself was like this. It was an incomplete energy ore. Now its value was certainly far less than Xiao Ding's piece. In this stone gambling, Xiao Ding had won. Thinking of this, everyone turned to look at the man wearing a white jade mask. This person, how did he see through it? Who exactly is he? My God, such a small piece of stone skin can actually turn the tide. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. No wonder this person is so confident. He managed to make two great gambling stone experts miss the mark at the same time. How did he do it? Looking at Zhou Changsheng, who was sitting on the ground with a dazed expression, everyone shook their heads. This scene was simply too dramatic. Just a moment ago, Zhou Changsheng was full of arrogance, and now he was unable to get up. The shift in the situation happened in an instant. Everyone couldn't help but look at Su Chen again. All of this was because of this man with the surname Su. I guess he's no more than 30 years old. To have such insight and turn the situation around at this age is truly terrifying. I'm really curious about his identity now. No wonder Xiao Ding trusts him so much. Xiao Ding frowned, equally bewildered, looking at Su Chen, wanting to know how he figured it out. Boss Xiao, didn't I tell you to trust me? After all, I have a share in Ding Shang, don't I? Brother Su, how did you see through it? Didn't you say this is your first time dealing with gambling stones? Hearing Xiao Ding's words, everyone was shocked again. My God, it's his first time dealing with gambling stones? How is that possible? Could he be a once-in-a-lifetime genius? Chao Bufan and the others were increasingly baffled by Su Chen. This was completely beyond their imagination. Everyone wanted to hear how Su Chen figured out the problem. But Su Chen shook his head. Let's talk about it later. Let's deal with the current situation first. Upon hearing this, everyone inevitably felt a bit disappointed. This intense curiosity felt like a monkey scratching at their hearts. If they couldn't know the truth, they feared they wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. This brother with the surname Su, I'm willing to offer 5 billion. Can you tell us how you figured it out? One person directly offered a sky-high price to buy this secret. This amount of money was nothing to him. If he couldn't figure this out, he definitely wouldn't be comfortable for the next few days. Spending this money for a few days of comfort seemed worth it to him. Others chimed in as well. They also wanted to know how Su Chen figured it out. However, Su Chen still shook his head. Sorry, that's a secret. I won't say. Mr. Su, I'll add another 50 billion, 100 billion for this secret. Is that enough? Yeah, even if we know we won't have your ability, it won't delay you from making money. It's not about the money. I'm not short on money. Seeing that Su Chen was adamant about not revealing anything, everyone couldn't help but feel disappointed. They were sure they wouldn't sleep well for the next few days. Chao Bufan and his brother stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Is this for real? Not even for 100 billion? They would have blurted it out for that kind of money. 100 billion. They were each only getting 30 billion for being hired. How long would it take to earn 100 billion? Su Chen no longer paid attention to the inquiries from others but looked at Zhou Changsheng, who was sitting on the ground. Now that you've lost, fulfill your bet. Zhou Changsheng only then woke from his daze upon hearing this. He glanced at Su Chen, his eyes filled with anger. It was all because of this person that his good fortune was ruined. If it weren't for him, he would never have lost. Now Xiao Ding was kneeling in front of him. If looks could kill, Su Chen would have been dead 1,000 times over. But despite his unwillingness, the facts were right in front of him, and he had to accept this reality. Heh, Xiao Ding, you've won again. Heaven is always like this. Zhou Changsheng, will never receive heaven's favor. Zhou Changsheng trembled as he stood up from the ground. Just as he was about to kneel, Xiao Ding stopped him. Forget it, Changsheng, our grievances are hereby settled. Also, I originally intended to use money to save you, but an accident occurred. Xiao Ding, owe you an apology. Xiao Ding sighed and, having said that, stepped outside. From this moment on, neither of them owed anything to the other. Zhou Changsheng stood still, then suddenly shouted at Xiao Ding, who was already at the door. Xiao Ding, do you think I will appreciate your kindness like this? I will never forgive you. Xiao Ding paused for a moment but continued walking without looking back. Su Chen, seeing this, followed him. Xiao Bufan glanced at the energy stone on the cutting table and instructed the waiter, cash this stone out, give us the money, and we will take it to Boss Xiao. The waiter nodded. Since Xiao Ding had left, they could only give the money to his guards. After receiving the money, Xiao Bufan and the others exchanged smiles, reminding a few juniors, don't mention this money to anyone. If Xiao Ding remembers, we will return it to him. If he doesn't remember, you will naturally have your share. Elder Qiao, we didn't see anything. Good, it was worth ringing you all out. The group happily chased after Su Chen and the others. On the street, Xiao Ding walked ahead, looking bewildered, and soon Su Chen caught up. You deliberately lost to him when you chose the stone, didn't you? Hearing this, Xiao Ding was taken aback. He couldn't understand how Su Chen had figured it out. Brother Su, how did you see through it? And what was up with Changqing's stone? In front of so many people, even if Su Chen wanted to play tricks, it would have been impossible. Moreover, it was indeed Su Chen's first time dealing with gambling stones, and Xiao Ding could tell that. As for being exceptionally gifted, Xiao Ding had always looked down on that. Gambling stones relied on talent only to speed up the growth rate. It was impossible to be so skilled right from the start. So, like everyone else, he was particularly curious about how Su Chen had figured it out. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, just used a little trick. Su Chen had merely used the river god to control the moisture in the air to forcibly expand Zhou Changxing's energy stone. As for being exceptionally gifted, that was all false. This was also why Su Chen wouldn't sell this secret to others for 100 billion. How could such a thing be disclosed? With Zhou Changxing's overbearing demeanor, if it got out, he would definitely not let it go. Su Chen now also held a 20% stake in the Ding Shang group, and the rise and fall of Ding Shang would affect his interests. A little trick? Xiao Ding could only smile wryly. Such a terrifying ability to turn the tide and change the fate of a top company was merely a little trick in Su Chen's eyes. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of means would be considered a big trick in Su Chen's view. Xiao Ding was a smart man. He knew which questions to ask and which not to. He didn't pursue the matter further, and Su Chen didn't explain anymore. In any case, it seemed that his decision back then was correct. This young man would definitely lead the Ding Shang group to true prosperity one day. On the rooftop of the Liuli Island Tianhai Hotel, two figures appeared, Zhou Changsheng and his bodyguard, who had just returned to the hotel after leaving Liuli Fang. However, their positions had switched. Zhou Changsheng, who allowed you to place a bet on your own? Upon hearing this, Zhou Changsheng's plump body trembled, and his legs went weak, causing him to kneel down, completely losing the imposing demeanor of a big boss he had just moments ago. Elder Yang, forgive me, I just wanted to settle the grudges of the past. Zhou Changsheng, you should understand the purpose of our night god sect's visit. If you dare to do anything that tarnishes the honor of the Dingsheng group again, you will return to the purgatory and train for another 3 years before coming out. Hearing the word purgatory, Zhou Changsheng trembled in fear again. He had barely escaped from there. He would never return in this lifetime. Yes, Elder Yang, I understand. I won't dare again next time. You better remember this. Our purpose here is to unite these wealthy merchants, not to strike them down. Elder Yang, I have a question. Can't we just suppress them with force? Why use this method? What do you understand? This is an order personally given by the Night God. If we want to leave this place of exile, relying solely on the strength of our Night God sect is not enough. These wealthy merchants are all top figures from various countries. Their influence cannot be ignored. Zhou Changsheng had heard the term place of exile several times within the Night God sect, but no one had told him what it truly was. Just as he was about to ask, the elder in front of him helped him up. Someone is coming. A sound of breaking air was heard, and a stern figure appeared above the rooftop. Hon Daoan looked at the two on the rooftop and asked, Boss Zhou, what are you doing up here? Zhou Changsheng quickly smiled and said, he just came up to enjoy the view. This shouldn't violate the island master's rules, right? Hong Daoan glanced at him and then at the bodyguard behind him. No, please go ahead. After saying this, Hong Daoan flew away into the air. Zhou Changsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Elder Yang, who is stronger between you and Hong Daoan? Elder Yang was silent for a moment before shaking his head. I haven't fought him, so it's hard to say. Then what about our plan this time? Hearing this, Elder Yang shot him a glare and coldly said, that's not something you should be considering. Just do your job. Zhou Changsheng quickly lowered his head. Yes, I understand. In the evening, Xiao Ding led Su Chen and the others to explore the scenery on the only main street of Liuli Island. After dinner, Xiao Ding took them up a small mountain on the island. On the winding mountain path, other top wealthy merchants were also accompanying Xiao Ding and his group. Who would have thought that such a large group of the world's top wealthy merchants would gather here for a mountain climb? It was indeed a different kind of scenery. Boss Xiao, long time no see. How have you been lately? A middle-aged man with a big belly walked over with a smile, followed by a young girl and 7 or 8 bodyguards. Upon seeing this person, Su Chen almost looked for a place to hide. Mu Hongxia, she was actually on this island. Su Chen remembered that after he had a confrontation with Mu Hongxia last time, she had gone home to recuperate. He never expected to see her here. At this moment, several geniuses from the East Sea Academy brought by Qiao Bufan also noticed Mu Hongxia. As the young representatives of the Lanwu Guild, they naturally recognized Mu Hongxia. The few of them began to whisper among themselves as they looked at her. So it's the head of the Mu family. Thanks to you, I'm doing well. Why did the head of the Mu family bring her daughter along? Xiao Ding glanced at Mu Hongxia and then at Su Chen. Since these two were in the same guild, he surely knew about it. Mu Lianqing smiled and shook his head, saying, hee, my daughter doesn't even know who tricked her, saying that her mind is not right, so I brought her out to relax a bit. Who is this beside you? Looking at the person wearing a white jade mask, Su Chen, Mu Lianqing asked in confusion. The fact that this person could walk alongside Xiao Ding indicated he was not a small character. Oh, this is my friend, his surname is Su. Upon hearing this surname, Mu Hongxia, who had been somewhat listless, suddenly looked up at Su Chen. After curiously sizing him up, Mu Hongxia shook her head. She thought Su Chen had come too, but it seemed her mind really was not right. I go, luckily he didn't recognize me. Su Chen silently patted his chest. Mu Lianqing examined Su Chen, feeling somewhat puzzled. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about someone with the surname Su that would warrant such treatment from Xiao Ding. However, he did not ask further, such matters were none of his business. The Mu family was also one of the four families in Longguo with a chance to cooperate with Caesar. Although Mu Lianqing and Xiao Ding were competitors, they shared similar interests and had a good personal relationship. Since they had met, they naturally walked together, heading up the mountain with the main group. Mu Hongxia. Hello, I am Yi Ziliang, a student from Donghai Academy. A somewhat nervous young man walked up to Mu Hongxia to greet her. Mu Hongxia glanced at him and replied with a single word, get lost. Yi Ziliang's face instantly changed upon being scolded. He had come over to greet her, yet he was insulted. After all, he was a genius within Donghai Academy, and Mu Hongxia had shown him such disrespect. Qiao Bufan, seeing this, angrily said, Mu Hongxia, our student is kindly greeting you. Is this how your Lanwu Guild students interact with others? Who are you? Mu Hongxia glanced at him and asked. Qiao Bufan puffed out his chest and said proudly, I am Qiao Bufan, one of the elders of Donghai Academy. Oh, never heard of you, you can get lost too. You. Qiao Bufan truly did not expect Mu Hongxia to be so arrogant. How dare she disregard even an elder from Donghai Academy? Qiao Bufan, shut up. Xiao Ding turned around and coldly looked at him. This person seemed to bring him trouble wherever he went. He truly doubted how he had lived this long. Qiao Bufan squinted his eyes and fell silent. At this moment, Mu Lianqing also looked at his daughter and said, Hongxia, you must not be rude. Hearing this, Mu Hongxia took a few steps forward and walked alongside Su Chen to avoid being bothered by those people. She couldn't be bothered with them. I apologize, Boss Xiao. My daughter has a bit of a strange temper, but she is very friendly to acquaintances. In the Lanwu Guild, her junior brothers and sisters all admire her greatly. When Mu Lianqing spoke of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit proud. It's fine, young people, having a bit of a temper is normal. Xiao Ding glanced at Su Chen beside him. He seemed to have never seen Su Chen lose his temper. Su Chen had always given him a very steady impression, basically not being swayed by emotions. By the way, why isn't Brother Su speaking? Mu Lianqing curiously glanced at Su Chen again. Upon hearing this, Su Chen quickly cleared his throat. With the mask on, Mu Hongxia still couldn't recognize him, but if he spoke, she might just figure it out. So, Su Chen remained silent the entire time, simply walking on his own. Fortunately, Xiao Ding was also a clever person. He just glanced at Mu Hongxia and understood the situation. Brother Su is usually quiet and reserved. Please forgive him. Head of the Mu family, Mu Lianqing nodded, not dwelling on it. Generally, those with strength tend to be ruthless and not talk much, which is normal. However, that earlier cough did leave Mu Hongxia a bit puzzled. She felt like she had heard that voice somewhere before, but she couldn't recall it at the moment. As everyone walked, the sky had darkened, with stars dotting the night sky, shining alongside the streetlights by the road. After more than 10 minutes, everyone arrived at the mountaintop manor. This was the only mountaintop manor on Liuli Island. The cooperative discussion conference would be held here in 3 days. Today was just a warm-up. However, even though it was just a warm-up, many people had come. After verifying their identities at the entrance, they filed in one after another. Upon entering the manor, the lawn was already filled with various delicacies, drinks, and wines. Countless people were already inside, chatting and joking. Boss Xiao, will the people from the Caesar group come today? Mu Lianqing asked. Not sure, no one knows their whereabouts, Xiao Ding replied. I wonder what treasures Boss Xiao has prepared for tonight. Although tonight was said to be a warm-up, it was actually also to see everyone's real strength. The Caesar group was in the equipment business, so what they were testing was naturally related to each family's equipment. As for operational development, that was not something the Caesar group valued. Those who could come here would definitely have no issues in that regard. They were more interested in seeing the foundational strength of each family. To win here, one would need at least legendary-grade equipment materials. Just a little something, it's a secret for now, Xiao Ding replied with a smile. Mu Lianqing nodded. Although their relationship was good, it wasn't the kind where they discussed everything, so Mu Lianqing didn't ask further. At that moment, a white stage slowly rose in the middle of the lawn. Although it was night, the lights in the manor had already illuminated the area as bright as day. The stage became even more prominent, but no one had stepped onto it yet. Brother Su, I'm going to chat with others. For a bit, feel free to do as you like, Xiao Ding whispered to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. He didn't particularly enjoy such social interactions. This manor was said to be the residence of the island master of Liuli Island, so there were certainly no safety concerns. Thus, Su Chen didn't need to follow him. He casually found a seat in a corner and sat down. Mu Hongxia also seemed to dislike such occasions and followed Su Chen over. The few people Chao Bufan brought had just been embarrassed, so they naturally wouldn't come looking for Mu Hongxia again. However, they were from prominent families and such occasions suited them well. Soon, they ran off to chat with young people from other countries. Seeing Mu Hongxia come over, Su Chen felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, she didn't try to talk to him, just sitting quietly beside him, staring at the starry sky in a daze. About half an hour later, a middle-aged man in a black suit slowly walked toward the stage and greeted everyone. Welcome to Liuli Island. I, Feng Tiancheng, on behalf of the island master, welcome you all. Upon seeing this person, everyone stopped their conversations. Someone below complimented, Steward Feng, you looked just like this 20 years ago, and your charm is still unmatched today. Hee, Boss Henry flatters me. Time waits for no one. I am a bit out of strength now. Master Feng is being modest. You could easily work for another 30 years. Feng Tiancheng smiled and gently nodded, not wanting to dwell on the topic any longer. Su Chen glanced at the man, slightly furrowing his brow. It seemed that in this world, no matter how high one's strength, lifespan wouldn't exceed that of an ordinary person by much. The only advantage practitioners seemed to have in this regard was that they wouldn't fall ill. Thus, most practitioners lived over 120 years, but not by much more. Although Su Chen didn't know this Feng Tiancheng, he had heard from others that his appearance hadn't changed in 20 years. That was rather strange. No matter how good the maintenance, it shouldn't be that remarkable. Su Chen was certain that there must be a secret on Liuli Island. He could think of it, and others weren't foolish either, they just weren't showing it. At that moment, Feng Tiancheng continued, Tonight, I've gathered everyone here for a treasure appraisal conference. If anyone has rare equipment or materials, feel free to bring them up to share. Of course, if any buyers are interested, you can negotiate the price privately. We'll conduct fair trade. Now, everyone can take turns coming up to share your treasures. After Feng Tiancheng finished speaking, he stepped aside, waiting for the children below to take the stage. Rather than a treasure appraisal conference, it was more of a show-off event, a contest of face and strength. Su Chen glanced at his spatial backpack. He had basically sold everything, leaving only a few items for his job transfer quest. Among his belongings, only the magic blade Shenrun could be considered a treasure. However, that item was definitely not something he could flaunt. As everyone waited, Zhou Changshan was the first to step up. Since everyone is hesitating, let me take the lead. Everyone, pay attention. After saying this, Zhou Changsheng took out a blood-red pearl. The pearl was the size of a longan, and beneath its translucent surface was a vivid crimson color. The bloody aura it emitted made those nearby take 2 steps back. What is this? I've never seen it before. It looks extraordinary. The crowd looked at the pearl, puzzled. With so many wealthy merchants present, not a single person recognized it. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Changsheng smiled and said, Everyone knows that once a person's vitality surpasses 50, it begins to decline unless they break through to a higher level and reshape their vitality. But if you can't break through, what will you do? Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but ask, Are you saying this pearl can delay the decline of vitality? Zhou Changsheng nodded. Not only can it delay the decline of vitality, but it also has longevity effects. At this, everyone was taken aback. Longevity, what a coveted yet elusive term. The wealthier one was, the more they feared death. Especially for top-tier tycoons like them. It could be said that even if it only extended life by a year, they would fight tooth and nail for it. They wouldn't care about the price. Because to them, money was merely a number. Zhou Changsheng, is what you said true? Can it really extend life? Someone looked eagerly at the bead. Su Chen glanced over. The person had white hair and wrinkled skin, looking at least over 100 years old. No wonder he was so anxious. Such a person definitely wasn't here to seek cooperation with the Caesar group. He must be here to seek something that could extend life. Zhou Changsheng smiled confidently. Since I dare to say this, it must be true. You can all look at its properties. Zhou Changsheng shared the information about the bead. Su Chen also curiously scanned it. Bloodthirsty bead category, material grade, legendary level, none effect, absorbs the blood energy of living beings for personal use, with a certain effect of extending life. A very vague introduction, it didn't specify how much life could be extended. However, that was enough to pique the interest of these people. As long as it was effective, who would care about the specifics? Boss Zhou, is this bead for sale? Yes, since you took it out, name a price. Looking at the eager crowd below, Zhou Changsheng smiled slightly. Sorry everyone, this bead is not for sale. Oh. The crowd was extremely disappointed upon hearing this, but there was nothing they could do. There were no rules at this appraisal conference that required one to sell their items. Everyone, don't be anxious. To be honest, I have no less than 10 of these things. What? 10? The crowd looked at Zhou Changsheng in shock. He actually had more than 10 of such life-extending treasures. Boss Zhou, what do you mean by that? Zhou Changsheng wasn't selling, but he wanted to show off the items to entice everyone. The crowd was momentarily confused about what he was trying to do. Seeing that the mood had been sufficiently stirred, Zhou Changsheng then smiled. Everyone, don't be anxious. I said I wouldn't sell, but I didn't say I couldn't give them away. I'm not interested in money, my only hobby is making more friends. As long as you are my friend, giving away a little something is not out of the question, right? Upon hearing this, the crowd was shocked again. Free? Are you sure? Zhou Changsheng could have made a fortune with this item, but he chose to give it away for free. As a businessman who believed in no profit, this sounded unbelievable. Of course, it all depends on whether you are willing to be my friend. Boss Zhou is joking. We are already friends, aren't we? A white-haired wealthy man exclaimed loudly. So it's Boss Tom. We are indeed friends. Zhou Changsheng tossed the bloodthirsty bead towards Tom. Tom didn't expect Zhou Changsheng to actually give it, quickly extending his hands to catch the bead, afraid it would fall to the ground. Boss Zhou, how do you use this thing? Tom asked anxiously. I will tell everyone how to use it later. Now, is there anyone else willing to be my friend? Boss Zhou, we merchants of the Great Eagle Empire are willing to be your friends. Looking at the crowd below, Zhou Changsheng took out more than 10 bloodthirsty beads to distribute to them. Those who received the bloodthirsty beads were all powerful and elderly individuals from various countries. Xiao Ding glanced at Zhou Changsheng, unsure of what he was up to. Even if these people knew Zhou Changsheng had a plan, they couldn't resist the temptation of the bloodthirsty beads. Unlike those wealthy individuals in their prime, their lifespans were nearing their end. What could be more important than living a few more days? This was also the reason Zhou Changsheng chose to give selectively. This item might not attract younger wealthy individuals. After distributing the items, Zhou Changsheng nodded at Feng Tiancheng. Sorry for the interruption, Steward Feng. I have finished showcasing my items. After saying this, Zhou Changsheng stepped down from the platform, and more than a dozen elderly wealthy individuals surrounded him. They still hadn't received the usage method. Where else would a boss want to showcase their treasured collection? Feng Tiancheng looked down at the audience. I will. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked up. I'm sure everyone has seen my item, so I won't keep you in suspense. The middle-aged man took out a golden gift box, and after opening it, a smooth monster crystal core lay inside. TCH, why is it a monster crystal core? I thought it would be something good. Hurry up and get off the stage. Bringing this kind of thing up? The man leisurely introduced. Everyone, don't be anxious, let me finish my words. The level of this crystal core is absolutely beyond your imagination. How high is it? I think at most it's about level 800. Level 800 isn't useful, it's trash. Suchen looked at the person who had just spoken. Judging by his tone, he genuinely thought an 800-level monster crystal core was trash. It's worth noting that Su Chen had spent tens of billions on a single 700-level monster crystal core. This person really is wealthy and reckless, considering 800 level to be trash. Everyone, please take a good look at its level and grade. The man shared the information of the crystal core. Dragon crystal category, material grade, legendary level 900. Description: crystal core of the holy beast Sanglong. Upon seeing these attributes, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a soft sound. A holy beast's crystal core, wow. And it's as high as level 900. Who is so fierce that they could kill a 900-level holy beast? Su Chen could do it, but how did others manage it? Master, hurry, I want this thing. The Ice Dragon King looked at the item with extreme desire. What use do you have for it? We can just buy a cheaper one for you to taste. Master, if I eat this, I can evolve, trust me. The Ice Dragon King anxiously flitted around in the pet space. Evolve into a divine beast? It should be possible. It might be a bit expensive. Su Chen glanced at his balance, which was less than 300 billion, and suddenly felt a bit poor. Alright, if I buy it for you and you don't evolve, then I'll eat you. Good, master, I wanna have a bite too. Hika clapped her hands excitedly. Stidle hid in a corner, watching the Ice Dragon King and silently swallowed. But it was very careful not to let the Ice Dragon King hear. Su Chen withdrew his gaze from the pet space, then stood up and walked over to Xiao Ding. This matter still needed him to call out the price. At this moment, the atmosphere on site became lively again. They had seen high-level crystal cores before, but a 900-level holy beast's crystal core could be said to be a unique treasure. The actual value of this thing was only a few hundred billion, as the function of the crystal core was merely to provide energy. Holy beast crystal cores were no exception. However, just like paintings, this item was not simply worth a few hundred billion. It could be considered a peerless collectible. Boss, are you ready to sell? Of course, we will auction it on site with a minimum starting price of 30 billion. As soon as the man finished speaking, Xiao Ding raised his hand and said, I bid 100 billion. As soon as the price was announced, everyone turned to Xiao Ding. Boss Xiao, your price hike is quite aggressive. I heard that recently Boss Xiao has been acquiring high-grade crystal cores all over the world. Is he looking to expand his business into the energy sector? Hey, while the equipment materials business is good, who doesn't want to diversify? It seems quite normal to have such thoughts. Seeing Xiao Ding's determined stance, at least 70% of the people abandoned the idea of bidding. They couldn't ignore the cash flow at this price. The remaining 30% were watching and considering, as this price had far exceeded its actual value. Even as a collectible, they had to think twice. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The person on stage was not very satisfied with this price. If it weren't for some recent issues with his cash flow, he wouldn't have put this item up for sale. He called out again, and finally, someone made a bid. I bid 100 billion and won. Everyone turned their gaze to the speaker. Since the seller had not restricted the price of each bid, this kind of bidding was reasonable. However, everyone present was a top-tier billionaire, and no one expected someone to bid like this. This kind of bidding was either out of spite or meant to annoy others. Sure enough, the speaker was an elderly man from Sakura country with a handlebar mustache, around 80 years old. So it's Koizumi Ichiro. Not long ago, his brother was killed in Long Country and hung for 3 days. Koizumi Ichiro was trying to annoy Xiao Ding. 100 years ago, during the turmoil in Long Country, Sakura country took the opportunity to invade, causing heavy casualties. The people of Long Country have long hated them to the bone. Now that Long Country is thriving, it is said that a genius even stronger than the sword god in his youth has emerged recently. I don't think it will be long before Sakura country faces serious consequences. It's better if they fight, otherwise, who will we sell our equipment to? Listening to the discussions around him, Koizumi Ichiro kept his eyes closed and remained motionless, as if everything was unrelated to him. Xiao Ding snorted coldly. 150 billion. Even if he had to go bankrupt, he couldn't lose to Koizumi Ichiro. 150 billion and won. Koizumi Ichiro didn't even lift his eyelids. 200 billion. As soon as this price was announced, the person selling the crystal core on stage suddenly beamed with joy. This had exceeded his expectations. His ideal price was around 150 billion. Dingsheng Group really is wealthy. I don't want it anymore. Koizumi Ichiro opened his eyes and smiled faintly at Xiao Ding. He had casually intervened and made Xiao Ding spend an extra 100 billion. A result he was quite satisfied with. His previously gloomy mood had brightened considerably. However, he might not have noticed the gaze of Su Chen beside Xiao Ding. Old man, wasting my 100 billion, I will definitely come to find you for gold coins. This money you are definitely paying. 200 billion, is there anyone willing to bid higher? The person on stage called out 3 times in a row, and no one else made a bid. Congratulations, Boss Xiao, the item is yours. The person jumped off the stage and walked over to Xiao Ding to complete the transaction. Xiao Ding took the item and handed it to Su Chen. Of course, the money was to be paid by Su Chen. After all, this price made Xiao Ding feel a bit pained. If Koizumi Ichiro had raised the bid again, he would have taken out money to cover Su Chen's shortfall. At this moment, the Ice Dragon King raised its head, drooling, anxiously waiting to be fed. Ugh, so disgusting. This scene made Zika feel a wave of disgust, and she moved away a bit while holding the 9-colored Divine Phoenix egg. Su Chen didn't tease it either and directly tossed the crystal core into the beast space. The Ice Dragon King opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole in one gulp. Roar roar. Thank you, master. The Ice Dragon King wagged its tail, extremely excited. When it was first taken in as a pet by Su Chen, it was a bit unhappy, but now, it felt that everything was worth it. If it continues to stay at Tianzhushan as its king, it will never have the chance to be promoted to a divine beast in its lifetime. All of this is the benefit it gained after following Su Chen. Roar, I can feel it. The Ice Dragon King felt a slight warmth in its abdomen, followed by a bit of dizziness in its head. A surge of power spread from its abdomen throughout its body, soon reaching its limbs and bones. I can't take it anymore, I need to sleep. After saying this, the Ice Dragon King lay down on the patch of ice and snow that Su Chen was holding and fell asleep. Su Chen did not look at it but returned to his previous seat. Mu Hongxia stared at Su Chen as he walked back, having clearly heard his soft just now. She felt increasingly that she had heard it somewhere before. Seeing Mu Hongxia staring at him, Su Chen gave her a slight nod before sitting down again. That crystal core was bought for you by Boss Xiao? Mu Hongxia couldn't help but ask curiously. A 200 billion item, and Xiao Ding just gave it away. Even she found it unbelievable. Su Chen did not respond, only watching the people on stage who were sharing their treasures again. The next few people were only there to show off their collections, with no intention of selling. As the treasure appraisal conference was about to end, 2 figures flew in from the sky. To be precise, one person was supporting the other as they flew over. Someone in the crowd commented, "It's the fierce-eyed Vajra Hongdawan." The other person, the master of Lioli Island. Why is he here for tonight's event? The 2 landed steadily on the stage, with Hong Daoan stepping back to the side. The butler, Feng Tianchang, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Master, what brings you here?" The master of Lioli Island chuckled and said, "Just came to take a look and buy some things from the bosses." The others were once again surprised, asking, "What does the master want to buy? Is there really something the master needs to personally come and purchase?" Su Chen looked at this person, who seemed to be over 100 years old, needing the butler's support just to stand. However, he appeared to be in decent spirits, though his body was frail. Is this the master of Lioli Island? How can someone of his age control a powerhouse like Hong Daoan? Su Chen wondered. Logically speaking, an elderly person who struggles to walk, no matter how wealthy, would find it very difficult to command others in this world where strength is paramount. This place does not belong to any country. It should be easy for Hong Daoan to pin him down and extract his wealth. Why would he serve him as a subordinate? Su Chen couldn't understand. In fact, others were also puzzled. They were curious about what means the master of Lioli Island used to make Hong Daoan and Wang Ming willingly serve him. Such means were something they desperately needed, as it would also be a problem they would face in their old age. They needed strong individuals to help them, but when they grew old and weak, it would be easy to suffer backlash from these people. The master of Lioli Island looked at everyone and slowly stated what he needed. "I would like to purchase a bottle of dragon saliva incense from you all. I wonder which boss has it in their collection." Dragon saliva? Everyone looked at each other in surprise. How could this thing possibly exist? Yeah, this stuff can only be found in the mouths of dragons, but the question is, where are the dragons? I don't even know which dungeon or area has dragons. This race seems to have gone extinct. Wait a minute. Suddenly someone spoke up. "Do you all remember the last global announcement? Are you talking about the Ice Dragon King?" "That's right, the Ice Dragon King from Tianshushan. This should be a dragon creature that everyone knows, right? No wonder the island master came in person. Maybe he came for the Ice Dragon King's dragon saliva. Right now, the only one with dragon saliva is that Ice Dragon King." At this moment, the master of Lioli Island took out a bottle no larger than half a palm and spoke again. "It seems everyone knows, so I won't hide it from you all. Today, taking this opportunity, I would like to purchase a bottle of dragon's saliva of this size. Once this news is out, I'm sure the Ice Dragon King's owner will sell a bottle to everyone. At that time, you can sell it to me. My purchase price is 1,000 billion per bottle, and as for the quantity, the more the better. If you all buy at a fair price, I can offer you some welfare resources. I thank you all in advance." Everyone was astonished by this price. Only Su Chen looked strangely at the puddle of saliva in his pet space. That's right, it was left by the Ice Dragon King before it fell asleep. Su Chen looked at the area. "It should be at least 2 bottles, right? Steer, collect its saliva. I'll buy you a bottle later." "Ha? Master, this thing is too disgusting." "To what? Do you dare to complain? Do you believe that when the Ice Dragon King wakes up, I'll tell it you find it disgusting?" "No, Master, I was just joking with you." Steer looked completely willing. "Hurry up and collect it. If there's even a drop missing, I'll make trouble for you." TSK, so pitiful. Hika looked at Steer with a gloating expression. "But don't these humans find it disgusting? They want that dragon's saliva. Ugh, just seeing it makes me want to vomit." Su Chen withdrew his gaze. He didn't care about that. As long as the other party was willing to pay, everything could be discussed. However, this thing couldn't be handed over for now, otherwise it would definitely expose that he was the Ice Dragon King's master. He would find a time later to have Xiao Ding help sell it to the master of Lioli Island. Cough 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 cough. The master of Lioli Island coughed urgently a couple of times. Feng Tianchang quickly supported him. "Master, you should rest." "Alright, butler Feng, help me back." Feng Tianchang nodded and looked at everyone. "Bosses, tonight's party ends here. I wish you all a happy 3 days on the island. We'll see you in 3 days. After Feng Tianchang finished speaking, he and Hong Daoan helped the master of Lioli Island leave. The others also began to exit the manor and walk down the mountain. "Boss Xiao, are you selling that bracelet you showed earlier? I want to buy it for my daughter for self-defense." Mu Lianqing found Xiao Ding again. Earlier, Xiao Ding had displayed a bracelet with 3 beads, each capable of withstanding an attack from an 8th turn expert once. The only drawback was that this thing was one-time use. When truly facing an 8th turn expert, they wouldn't just hit you 3 times. At most, it would prevent being killed instantly. "What do you mean by buying, Master Mu?" "It's just a bracelet, I'll give it to you. However, regarding the cooperation with the Caesar group in 3 days, should our 2 families join forces? You saw it earlier, the old man from the Southwest Du family has already teamed up with Zhou Changshang." Mu Lianqing nodded. "If our 2 families don't join forces, we won't even get a sip of soup. Do you think Zhou Changsheng's bead can really extend life?" "What? Master Mu, are you also tempted?" Xiao Ding teased. "To say I'm not tempted would be a lie. Who wouldn't want to live a few more years? Just don't know whether that Zhou Changsheng's thing is real or not, and I always feel he has some ulterior motive." Xiao Ding fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. He understood Zhou Changsheng's character too well. Today's act of giving away things for free was definitely abnormal. However, those people voluntarily accepted Zhou Changsheng's gifts, and he couldn't possibly dissuade them. Sigh, I hope this trip goes smoothly. Xiao Ding looked up at the night sky. The originally star-filled sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, and the wind began to pick up outside. It was just that the protective barrier inside made it unnoticeable. Mu Lianxing also looked up, frowning tightly. It seems there will be a big storm tonight. The weather at sea can change in an instant, and no one can predict it. Room 303 on the third floor of the Tianhai Hotel. An elderly wealthy man was playing with a blood-red bead in his hand. If you use the blood energy of a strong person to supplement yourself, the effect will be even better. This was what Zhou Changsheng had told him. The blood energy of a strong person. Why do I feel like I've heard of this somewhere? The wealthy man frowned, recalling carefully for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. This is something from the night god cult. It must be that seductive evil cult. The wealthy man's hand trembled, and the bloodthirsty bead fell to the ground, making a thumping sound upon hitting the floor. They must have some conspiracy. No, I have to tell others. Just as he was about to get up, a wisp of black gas flew out from the bloodthirsty bead, transforming into a shadowy figure standing before the wealthy man. Boss Du Jingyun, where are you going? Du Jingyun looked at the shadow in front of him, shocked. Who are you? How did you get into my room? Every room in the Tianhai Hotel has an independent formation for protection. No one can enter without triggering the formation. Me? Of course, you brought me in. Let me introduce myself. I am the left protector of the night god cult, known as Blood Demon. You're not a physical entity? What exactly are you? Du Jingyun's face was filled with terror. The person before him couldn't even be considered human. I already said my name is Blood Demon. I am certainly not human. Boss Du can call me by another title, the extraterrestrial demon. Du Jingyun was taken aback. Extraterrestrial demon? How could you possibly break in here? The Blood Demon scoffed. I've been in for a long time. It's just that you humans are unaware. Boss Du, there's no need to panic. My night god cult means no harm. As long as you obediently listen, we guarantee you can live for several more decades. We can completely cooperate. Cooperate? Don't dream. I would never cooperate with an extraterrestrial demon. Du Jingyun coldly glared at the shadow before him. Boss Du, this is where you are wrong. I have already shown my sincerity. Shouldn't you also show yours? You wish. Countless of his ancestors had died at the hands of extraterrestrial demons. Although he wanted to live a few more years, it didn't mean he would bow to an extraterrestrial demon. How troublesome. The Blood Demon was clearly a bit angry. If it weren't for the night god's orders, he would have already taken over Du Jingyun's body. Boss Du, my patience is limited. If you push me any further, there are some things I can choose not to abide by. What exactly do you want to do? The Blood Demon said patiently, I told you, we just want to cooperate with you. Aren't you even a little curious about the truth of this world? Where do so many awakening temples come from? Why can all humans awaken their so-called professions at the age of 18 and have their own panel attributes? Who has digitized this world? Who is in control of all this? Don't you want to know anything at all? And don't you want to know why the most powerful professionals can't live past 150? Our night god cult is dedicated to this, which is why we invite all of you to explore together. If it weren't for this, you would have been a corpse long ago. Do I still need to waste words with you? After listening to the Blood Demon's explanation, Du Jingyun fell silent. These questions were indeed ones that most humans had pondered. Humans are eternally curious beings, eager to know the truth behind all mysteries. Especially for those in high positions, their desire to know these things is even greater. Sometimes, this desire is more important than life itself. Looking at the silent Du Jingyun, the Blood Demon spoke again. Don't hesitate. Our night god cult has shown enough sincerity. It's your turn to respond. After a long while, Du Jingyun asked, how much do you know about these things? The Blood Demon smiled confidently. Half. Hearing this, Du Jingyun was shocked beyond measure. Half means that many puzzles have already been solved, leaving only the last half. And now, perhaps all of humanity combined doesn't even know half of it. The night god cult's position in Du Jingyun's mind had changed. The seductive cult seemed to have transformed. After pondering for a moment, Du Jingyun said, tell me one known fact and I can consider whether to cooperate. The Blood Demon leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. With each word, the shock in Du Jingyun's eyes deepened. In the end, he stood there as if struck by lightning. What you said is all true. Du Jingyun asked in disbelief. Of course, I said this is our night god cult's sincerity. You should also understand that someone like me, an otherworldly demon, could have killed you long ago, but I didn't. Instead, I patiently explained things to you. What else is there to doubt? After thinking for a long time, Du Jingyun nodded. I am willing to cooperate with you. What do I need to do? The Blood Demon shook his head. You don't need to do anything. Keep the bloodthirsty pearl safe. We will use it to contact you when needed. Also, what Zhou Changsheng told you is true. You can find an opportunity to use the bloodthirsty pearl to absorb the blood energy of others for your own use. Don't worry, they won't notice. It's a very slow process. Goodbye, Boss Du. After the Blood Demon finished speaking, he returned to the bloodthirsty pearl and disappeared. Once the blood demon left, Du Jingyun murmured to himself, I never expected that I, Du Jingyun, would have the fortune to witness this great moment. Du Jingyun bent down to pick up the bloodthirsty pearl from the ground, wiped it off, and put it into his backpack. After a night of wild wind and rain, the sky the next day was as clean and bright as if washed with water. A gentle breeze brushed over the sea, creating ripples. With nothing to do today, Su Chen found Xiao Ding early in the morning and handed him 2 bottles. Brother Su, what are these? Xiao Ding curiously opened a bottle and sniffed. A strange fragrance wafted out, and he couldn't help but take another whiff. Hika, seeing this scene in the pet space, was already laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This human actually took 2 sniffs. Su Chen held back his laughter and quietly told him, this is the dragon's saliva from Lily Island last night. You can find a chance to sell it to him in 2 days. Just say it was brought over from outside these days. Hearing that it was dragon's saliva, Xiao Ding couldn't help but take another 2 sniffs, then looked at Su Chen in surprise. Seeing this scene, Zika laughed again. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my chest hurts. After finishing her laughter, Zika suddenly froze. A strange memory surged into her mind again. Zika murmured, Heisen Star Domain, what is this place? Zika shook her head, covering her forehead with her hand, crouching down in some pain. Su Chen was talking to Xiao Ding and didn't notice her condition. After putting away the dragon's saliva, Xiao Ding asked Su Chen, Brother Su, how did you come by this divine object? Su Chen smiled and didn't respond to him. Xiao Ding suddenly froze. How could someone who built himself up from nothing be a foolish person? After thinking for a moment, he understood. Brother Su, did you subdue the Ice Dragon King? Looking at Xiao Ding, who was stunned in shock, Su Chen simply said, it's a secret. Xiao Ding quickly nodded to indicate he understood. Since Su Chen didn't take this thing out last night, it meant he didn't want to reveal that he had the Ice Dragon King. Naturally, Xiao Ding wouldn't spread this matter. Brother Su, that's an 880 level boss. How did you do it? Xiao Ding had a new understanding of Su Chen's strength. Previously, he only knew that Su Chen could kill 8th transition professionals in an instant, but compared to subduing an 880 level boss, that seemed a bit lacking. A boss of this level could only be subdued by several top-tier 9th transition experts. Thinking of this, Xiao Ding's gaze towards Su Chen became increasingly respectful. To single-handedly subdue the Ice Dragon King, didn't that mean Su Chen's strength had already reached above 9th transition? Xiao Ding didn't dare to imagine further. There were only a few 9th transitions in Manhwa. Across the entire Blue Star, there were no more than 20 top-tier 9th transitions. This meant that Su Chen's strength was already among the top 20 in this world. A top 20 global powerhouse had actually become the backing of his Dingsheng group. As long as he didn't act recklessly, it would be hard for Dingsheng not to grow strong. Su Chen didn't expect Xiao Ding to make so many connections. He simply replied with the word secret again to his inquiry. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the door was knocked on. Xiao Ding walked to the door in confusion and looked through the video phone. An old man with silver hair was standing at the door knocking. Du Jingyun? What does he want from me? Xiao Ding opened the door in confusion. Old Master Du, is there something you need? Xiao Ding inquired politely. The other party was a titan in the business world. Although the two families were competitors, Xiao Ding still afforded him the respect he deserved. Hee, Boss Xiao, can I come to chat with you if there's nothing else? Du Jingyun smiled kindly. That's not the case. You're always welcome to come, Boss Du. Shall we talk in your office? Well, Xiao Ding glanced back, noticing Su Chen was still there. Du Jingyun also spotted Su Chen and couldn't help but ask, Boss Xiao, who is this? Oh, he's a friend of mine, here to discuss business on Lily Island. Then shall we chat at the end of the corridor? Du Jingyun invited, stepping aside. Old Master Du, if you have something to say, just say it. There are no secrets between my friend and me. Du Jingyun glanced at Su Chen, then leaned in to whisper a few words in Xiao Ding's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding frowned and said, Old Master Du, have you been misled? If I remember correctly, didn't you receive Zhou Changxing's bloodthirsty pearl last night? Du Jingyun nodded and shook his head. Indeed, I received Zhou Chang's bloodthirsty pearl. But today, I came to find you, Boss Xiao, because I see great potential in your Dingsheng group and wanted to invite you to join. Such a good opportunity, are you sure you want to miss it? Xiao Ding shook his head with a smile. Sorry, Old Master Du, I'm not interested in those things. That's not something a businessman like me should be concerned with. So, please, take your leave. Du Jingyun's expression darkened with anger. Boss Xiao, after learning the truth about this world, do you still cling to those so-called riches and power? These things are merely illusions. Why can't you understand? Old Master Du, I have thousands of employees relying on me for their livelihoods. Are you telling me these are mere illusions? Xiao Ding is just a mundane person, lacking your high level of awareness. Old Master Du, please leave. Du Jingyun, feeling frustrated, said, Xiao Ding, are you sure you want to refuse my invitation? Xiao Ding's gaze was clear and resolute as he replied, we have different paths and cannot collaborate. Boss Du, please. Xiao Ding even changed how he addressed him, then turned and closed the door, ignoring Du Jingyun. Ignorant and foolish mortal, one day you will regret your choice. Du Jingyun left in anger. After learning the so-called truth, he considered himself above the mundane world. He was now acting with a sense of mission to save humanity. Little did he expect that the first person he aimed to save would end in failure. This naturally filled him with rage. Du Jingyun composed himself and walked toward the next room. Who was that person just now? Su Chen casually asked. The head of the southwestern Du family, Du Jingyun, also the last family in Longwa besides me, the Mu family, and Zhou Changsheng. The Du family is an old established clan. Their influence spans the entire southwestern 5 states of Longwa. In terms of economic strength, the Du family ranks at least in the top 3. Aren't you competitors? What did he come to you for? Xiao Ding shook his head. He might have been misled by Zhou Changsheng coming to spout nonsense about knowing the truth of this world and wanting me to join them. He even said our blue star is some kind of exile land, just full of nonsense. Exile land? Su Chen was somewhat curious about this term. From his knowledge as an earthling, there were countless planets in the universe. There must be other planets outside of Blue Star, but what lay beyond seemed to be unmentioned in the knowledge of this world. It was only vaguely summarized as a realm beyond the heavens or the starry sky. Boss Xiao, do you know what lies beyond the heavens? Beyond the heavens? Isn't that the battlefield guarded by Tianguan? But what lies outside that battlefield? Xiao Ding shook his head. I'm not sure about that, because the battlefield outside the sky is filled with otherworldly demons. It's already good enough that we can defend ourselves, let alone venture out. No one knows what's out there. As Xiao Ding said this, he suddenly thought of someone. If anyone knows what lies beyond the battlefield outside the sky, I think it can only be one person, and that is the Sword God. He is the only one who has fought his way through the battlefield and entered the starry sky. But that was 30 years ago. No one knows if the Sword God is still alive. The Sword God, huh? Su Chen glanced at the strand of sword intent in his backpack, which was given to him by that man. This strand of sword intent is currently stronger than his own blade drawing strike in certain aspects, capable of cutting even the intangible. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Oh, just asking casually. 3 days passed quickly, and many more people arrived outside Lioli Island. At least there were several times more than 3 days ago. The entire Lioli Island became even more lively. However, Su Chen did not notice the danger that Xiao Ding mentioned. The security situation on the island had been very good under the day and night patrols of Hong Daoan and Wang Ming, but since Xiao Ding and the others had hired guards for protection, it indicated that there must be some danger present, just that it hadn't appeared yet. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Xiao Ding handed a card to Su Chen. Brother Su, your items have been sold to the island owner. This contains the 2 billion. Xiao Ding was clearly in a good mood, smiling the whole time. Boss Xiao, what's making you so happy? Su Chen took the card and put it in his backpack. This matter is largely thanks to your 2 bottles of dragon's saliva fragrance. The island owner said that he would help me plead my case, and our cooperation with the Caesar group can basically be considered stable. Is the island owner's word really that effective? Xiao Ding nodded. Of course, the island owner's words carry weight. The Caesar group has to give him face. Well, then congratulations in advance, Boss Xiao. Ah, it's still thanks to you, Brother Su, otherwise I wouldn't have been so smooth. The two chatted casually for a while longer. In the evening, Mu Lianqing came to find Xiao Ding with some people. The two of them, along with the crowd, walked out of the hotel towards the manor from 3 days ago. On the way, they chatted as they walked. Boss Xiao, have you encountered any strange happenings these past few days? Mu Lianqing glanced around and spoke softly to Xiao Ding. What strange happenings? Did Du Jingyun come to find you? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Ding understood. He never expected that Du Jingyun would actually go to find Mu Lianqing. It seemed that Du Jingyun had truly lost his mind. Fortunately, he hadn't paid much attention to him that day. He did come, but I rejected him. Mu Lianqing was somewhat surprised to hear this and quickly asked, did you agree to him? Mu family head, do I look like a lunatic? Ha ha ha, that's true. I, Mu Lianqing, am not a lunatic either. The two exchanged smiles again. Day 161 Heavenly Palace Grand Banquet. Tonight's banquet is no longer held on the open lawn, but has moved inside a hall of the villa. Of course, this hall is somewhat beyond Su Chen's understanding, as it is not a hall in the true sense. It is a small world. That's right, the entire villa has already entered this small world from the moment one steps through the door. Within this small world, there are flowers, birds, fish, and insects, everything one could imagine. In the air, countless unknown birds are chirping incessantly. A magnificent group of palaces floats above a lake, paired with the countless mists and smoke, making one feel as if they are in the heavenly palace. No one knows how the master of Lioli Island managed to make such a grand structure float in the air. First-time visitors are curiously looking around, and those who are slightly afraid of heights dare not look outside. Brother Su, this place is called the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace, unique to the master of Lioli Island. I can only see such a fairyland here. Mu Lianqing also spoke at the right moment. The master of Lioli Island indeed possesses great skills. How many can achieve such grandeur? Just this small world alone is not something an ordinary person can own. While a few were chatting, handsome men and beautiful women dressed in colorful garments had already come to invite everyone to sit on either side of the grand hall. Su-chen looked at this scene and thought. He had crossed over again. Wasn't this the heavenly court from Journey to the West? The master of Lioli Island is someone who knows how to enjoy life, making it feel like a grand banquet hosted by the Jade Emperor for his ministers. However, only the invited bosses are qualified to take a seat, while other guards and accompanying personnel can only stand behind their bosses. Brother Su, why don't you take a seat? Xiaoding felt a bit uneasy, thinking it inappropriate for Su-chen to stand behind him. After all, this was a top-tier powerhouse beyond the 9th transformation. What right did Xiaoding have to let Su-chen stand behind him? Hearing Xiaoding's words, the other bosses nearby looked at the masked Su-chen in surprise, wondering who this person was that even Xiaoding dared not take a seat in front of him. Mu Lianqing tilted his head curiously and said, I say, Boss Xiao, could you reveal the identity of this brother Su? You're making me a bit anxious here. Both being from the Dragon Kingdom, if Xiaoding didn't dare to sit, how could he sit comfortably? Mu Lianqing glanced at Su-chen again and suddenly felt a shock in his heart. Could it be the national leader? Thinking of this, Mu Lianqing quickly stood up. Remembering the events of the past few days, Xiaoding had sought this person for advice on every major matter, and this person had only responded with simple nods or shakes of the head. Coupled with Xiaoding's increasingly respectful attitude, the more Mu Lianqing thought about it, the more he felt something was off. If it were the national leader in person, he wouldn't dare to sit either. Watching the two bosses from the Dragon Kingdom standing there, not daring to sit down, drew the attention of others. Su-chen noticed more and more people focusing on this area and pressed down on Xiaoding's shoulder, signaling him to sit. Seeing this, Xiaoding could only nod. Once Xiaoding sat down, Mu Lianqing nodded at Su-chen before following suit. Xiaoding felt puzzled for a moment. Why did Mu Lianqing suddenly greet Su-chen? The Chao brothers had already become accustomed to it. At first, they thought Su-chen was a friend of Xiaoding. Later, they thought he was a master invited by Xiaoding. By now, they had come to believe that Su-chen was something like Xiaoding's boss. In any case, this identity had changed multiple times, and they were too lazy to guess anymore. Once everyone was seated, many handsome men and beautiful women holding fruit platters and delicacies finished placing them and then retreated. At this moment, laughter echoed outside the palace. The master of Lioli Island, supported by the butler Feng Tiancheng, and protected by Wang Ming and Hong Daoan, slowly walked into the grand hall. We greet the master. The various bosses stood up and cupped their hands in greeting. Everyone sit down, no need to mind me. The master of Lioli Island seemed to be in much better spirits today, managing to walk the entire way mostly on his own. When he walked to the main position and sat down, Hong Daoan and Wang Ming stood on either side to protect him, while Feng Tiancheng stood beside him. The master of Lioli Island gestured to Feng Tiancheng. After understanding, Feng Tiancheng addressed everyone. Welcome to the triannual Heavenly Palace Grand Meeting of Lioli Island, esteemed bosses from around the world. For this grand meeting, we have invited the world's #1 supplier of equipment materials, the Caesar Group. If any of you bosses are interested, you may inquire about cooperation projects with the boss of the Caesar Group. Of course, you can also seek cooperation with each other. Lioli Island is here to provide everyone with an opportunity and venue for collaborative progress. I hope that through this grand meeting, everyone can find a satisfactory partner for cooperation. At this moment, everyone looked towards the white-haired elder at the right hand of the master of Lioli Island. This person was Maud Caesar, the chairman of the Caesar Group. He single-handedly established the Caesar Group, which, after decades of development, successfully became the #1 supplier of equipment materials on the entire Blue Star. He also established a global Caesar empire. No matter where equipment is bought or sold, there is always his presence. Maud Caesar stood up and nodded to everyone before sitting down. At this time, Feng Tiancheng clapped his hands. Then, the group of handsome men and beautiful women walked in again, each holding a jade-green bottle filled with wine. Upon seeing the bottle, someone exclaimed, "It's actually a bottle polished from energy ore. What is inside? Energy ore is extremely difficult to polish due to its instability. A single mistake can cause all the energy within the energy ore to dissipate." Here, 50 wealthy individuals had come, and each had a bottle placed in front of them. 50 bottles polished from energy ore alone were worth hundreds of billions. This was just for serving wine. One could imagine how wealthy the master of Lioli Island was. "Master, may I ask what is contained in this bottle?" This was a question everyone was curious about. The master of Lioli Island smiled slightly and said, "What is in this bottle is called jade liquid xiangjiang, brewed from various top-grade herbs and spiritual fruits, collected from around the world. It was originally missing a flavor of dragon's saliva, but I received it today." Hearing this, everyone was once again astonished. Did that mean the owner of the Ice Dragon King had to give the master of Lioli Island some face? In just 3 days, the dragon's saliva had already been acquired. Such means were truly admirable. Then may I ask what effects this jade liquid xiangjiang has? You may check for yourselves. After the master of Lioli Island finished speaking, the information for each bottle of jade liquid xiangjiang appeared before everyone. Jade liquid xiangjiang category, medicine grade, legendary level, none effect, permanently increases all attributes by 8% after Consumption accelerates wound healing speed within 120 minutes and can instantly raise level by 10 knot. Description: the effect of this medicine is unique. Aside from accelerating wound healing, other attributes cannot be obtained repeatedly. Looking at the effects of this item, everyone was astonished. An 8% permanent boost to all attributes is a dream come true for all practitioners. A nearly 10% overall enhancement, who wouldn't want that? As for the second effect, which speeds up wound healing, that's also essential in battle. The third effect is even more terrifying. A full 10 level increase. If an 8th or 9th transition practitioner were to take a sip, it would be an absolutely terrifying enhancement. For practitioners at this level, leveling up is extremely difficult and can even be life-threatening. Don't underestimate this small 10 levels in front of these top-tier experts. Those 10 levels are like a chasm. Seeing this, everyone turned their gaze to Hong Daoan and Wang Ming, who stood on either side. Could it be that these two were willing to serve the master of Lioli Island just for this elixir? If so, everything would make sense. There would be no need to risk leveling up. Following the master of Lioli Island would grant them an increase in strength. Although this elixir has a unique attribute, one cannot rule out that the master of Lioli Island has other similar formulas. At this moment, the voice of the master of Lioli Island rang out. Everyone, please drink. You can give this to others, but you cannot take it away. It must be consumed on the spot. Upon hearing this, those who had initially thought about taking it away had to abandon their plans. If this were taken out for high-level practitioners to drink, what could they possibly exchange for it? Unfortunately, the master of Lioli Island did not give them that opportunity. Everyone, please. Feng Tiancheng also reminded the crowd. At this time, people began to open the bottles, and a unique fragrance instantly filled the hall. This must be the scent of dragon's saliva, right? The crowd exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, this is dragon's saliva. Each drop is quite valuable, so please do not waste it. The master of Lioli Island nodded. Thank you for your hospitality, master. Thank you, master. The master of Lioli Island smiled and waved his hand. Everyone is a guest, there's no need to be polite. Zhou Changsheng was the first to open a bottle, but instead of drinking it himself, he handed it to Yang An, who was standing behind him. With this divine item, he wouldn't dare to drink it even if he had 800 lives. Yang An was not polite. He took the bottle and drank it down. After a moment, he squinted his eyes in surprise and said, "It really works, this is an amazing item." Meanwhile, on Su Chen's side, Mu Lianqing gave this item to his daughter. He only had a 3-star talent and had no hope of reaching a higher level in this lifetime. Mu Hongxiao was different. She had a dual-class 5-star talent, and her classes were a special space type and a magic type. Drinking. This would greatly enhance her strength and prepare her for the upcoming world competition. Mu Hongxia did not hesitate and drank it in one gulp. Mu Lianqing nervously looked at her and asked, "How is it, daughter? Is it useful?" Mu Hongxia closed her eyes to feel it and glanced at her attribute panel. Then she nodded and said, "It's useful, father. This truly is a legendary potion." Good, as long as it's useful. As for whether this item could possibly be poison, no one even considered that, because its attribute effects were clearly stated. It was precisely for this reason that Mu Lianqing felt assured to let his daughter drink this elixir. Xiao Ding glanced at the elixir and then picked up the bottle, turning to pass it back. Xiao Bufan thought Xiao Ding was going to give it to him to drink, and he was instantly overjoyed, momentarily forgetting his own surname. However, Xiao Ding said to Su Chen, "Brother Su, this is for you. It doesn't mean much for me to drink." Su Chen looked at his meager base attributes and shook his head. Drinking it wouldn't mean much for him either. He didn't need this little attribute boost, especially since it was mixed with dragon saliva. Just thinking about that stuff being the spit of the Ice Dragon King made Su Chen want to vomit. Seeing that Su Chen didn't want it, Xiao Ding could only drink it himself. Qiao Bufan watched with gritted teeth. How could he not get to drink such a good thing? It was one thing not to see it, but now that he saw it and still couldn't have it, he felt like there were 1,000 ants crawling on him. The most important thing was that this Su didn't drink. They couldn't understand why Su Chen refused. Mu Hongxiao looked at Su Chen curiously again, wondering why he wouldn't drink even this divine medicine. What kind of person was he? The more she looked at Su Chen, the more familiar he seemed, especially with his figure and that from that night. "Su, do you know Xiao Ding? Who exactly is he? I must have seen him before." Mu Hongxia thought for a long time and suddenly gasped. Could it be that Su Chen Jr.? She had previously guessed Su Chen's identity based on the old generations of the prominent families with the surname Su. Now, suddenly recalling Su Chen's figure and combining it with that, it seemed to perfectly match. "Daughter, what's wrong?" Mu Lianqing saw his daughter staring at Su Chen and asked. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Mu Hongxia stopped looking at Su Chen. She was preparing to find an opportunity to test him. At this moment, everyone present had already finished their jade liquid and fine nectar. The master of Lioli Island smiled and said, "The drinks are finished, so let's enjoy a dance next." 7 women dressed in 7-colored cloud robes entered the hall, first bowing gracefully to the master of Lioli Island, then began to dance gracefully to the beautiful music. Su Chen looked at the master of Lioli Island strangely, thinking that this person couldn't have also crossed over, could they? This scene, combined with the heavenly palace that resembled a Fairyland reminded Su Chen of the time when Beiji teased Chang'an in the Heavenly Palace. About half an hour later, a piece ended. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering enthusiastically. The atmosphere in the hall reached its peak. However, unlike the laughter and joy within the small world outside on Liuli Island, the entire island was silent. All the shops and hotels on the island were empty, and upon closer inspection, a bloody smell wafted from each shop. Dark figures darted between the shops, killing anyone they encountered without resistance. In just a short time, the entire Liuli Island, except for the small world, had become a deserted island. Dozens of shadows merged together, forming a demon with 2 horns on its head, wings on its back, and crimson skin. The blood demon licked the bloodstains on its lips, feeling somewhat excited. This is much more fun. Schemes and tricks really give me a headache. Hee hee. Next, let's see what Yangyan and the others do. The blood demon's eyes turned red, and then it suddenly flapped its wings and flew straight towards the only peak on the island. In the small world. As the dance concluded, it finally reached the theme segment of the day. The owner of the Caesar Group walked to the center of the hall and addressed everyone. This time, our company will select a total of 6 companies for collaboration, and as for the qualification requirements, I believe everyone is aware. I won't elaborate further here. Upon hearing that there would actually be 6 companies, the various owners began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, someone asked, Mr. Mod Caesar, may I ask what your method is for selecting partners? This was the question on everyone's mind. All the owners who could come to the island met the qualification requirements of the Caesar Group. Whether it was in operations, financial strength, or their influence in their respective countries, they could all be considered top tier. It was basically impossible for any second company to surpass them. However, no one knew the selection criteria of the Caesar Group. Given that everyone's strength was relatively similar, how Mod Caesar would choose was a very important question for them. Listening to the discussions, Mod Caesar smiled slightly and said, as we all know, our blue star is divided into 7 continents, and apart from the extremely cold and desolate southern land, there are 6 continents inhabited. For each continent, we will select at least 1 partner. Of course, my continent does not require a partner, so there will be an extra slot available, depending on who can seize it. The specific selection criteria are as follows. First, you must be from a country with a population of over 30 million. When I say 30 million, I mean professionals, not ordinary people. Upon hearing this criterion, more than a dozen owners immediately looked dispirited. 30 million professionals would require a total population of at least 100 million. Generally, small countries do not have this population base. When Xiao Ding and the others heard this first condition, they all smiled with ease. The Dragon Country is vast. Unlike Su Chen's previous Earth, the territory of the Dragon Country is undoubtedly the largest in the world on Blue Star. Its total population also ranks first, exceeding 10 billion. In this regard, it perfectly meets Mod Caesar's first condition. In fact, this condition is quite reasonable. As a company selling equipment materials, if there are hardly any professionals in the home country, who would they sell the equipment to? At this moment, someone who met the first condition asked, Mr. Mod Caesar, what about the second condition? Mod Caesar nodded and continued, as for the second condition, everyone knows that strength is everything in this world. I do not want to see my partners suffer unnecessary losses because they lack the strength to protect our transportation routes. Therefore, for this second condition, you must have a permanent guard team of more than 20 people, all at level 6 or above. If they are level 7 or above, the number can be reduced to 10. Mr. Mod Caesar, what if they are level 8? Mod Caesar smiled slightly at this question. For level 8, 2 people will suffice. If they are level 9, I can immediately sign a cooperation contract with you. And the profit sharing will change from a 50-50 split to an 80-20 split, with us taking 20 and you taking 80. Upon hearing this condition, everyone was taken aback but shook their heads. Where would they find a level 9 top-tier powerhouse to work for them? It was simply unrealistic. Even finding a level 8 was very difficult for them. If the gap between ordinary people and professionals was like a chasm, then the gap between professionals below level 8 and those above level 8 was a vast divide. They could only consider the conditions for level 6 or level 7 professionals. This second condition, as long as they were willing to spend money, could basically be met by the remaining owners. It was just a matter of cost. Occasionally hiring one was not a big deal, but if they wanted to have a high-level professional stationed, the expense would be considerable. Moreover, there was more than one condition. Everyone, there is one more point I need to mention regarding this second condition. That means every year, our company has the right to requisition one of your professionals, and if our company encounters any danger, you must do your utmost to rescue us. If you cannot accept this condition, you can give up now. Modkasar looked around, and no one gave up. They had finally satisfied 2 conditions. How could they possibly give up? Since no one is giving up, I will mention this last condition. This is an additional condition. I need something. If any of you have it, hand it over to me, and I can immediately sign a contract with you. Mr. Modkasar, may I ask what that is? Someone asked curiously. This thing is called the Void Pearl, a special material. Upon hearing this name, everyone was taken aback. What is that? I've never heard of it. Su-chen felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing the name, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After thinking for a while, Su-chen suddenly looked at his system backpack and found the item in a corner. Void Pearl category, special material grade? Description: an item brought into this world along with the Cyclops, specific uses unknown. This thing was dropped by the area boss, the Cyclops, that Su-chen had killed in the novice village. If Modkasar hadn't mentioned it, this item would have been gathering dust in the corner. Mr. Modkasar, where does the Void Pearl drop? I think it should drop in randomly refreshed areas of the world or from higher level bosses. I'm not sure of the specifics. Does the Void Pearl have any use? Modkasar shook his head. This is an order sent by a stranger. I am only responsible for the acquisition. It doesn't matter for now, as long as you can acquire it. You can contact me anytime in the future and we can discuss cooperation. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed. With only a vague and uncertain piece of information, where could they find it? Su-chen initially wanted to take the item out, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. The thing that the Caesar Group urgently needed had a value that could not be measured by just a partnership position. So Su-chen gave up the idea of taking it out. In fact, he only needed to show a destructive power exceeding level 9. Level 9? It was just that. Moreover, Su-chen's dragon's saliva had helped Xiaoding a lot, and with the island master of Lioli Island as a connection, he didn't even need to reveal his strength. Presumably, Xiaoding's cooperation with the Caesar Group wouldn't be a big problem. Ladies and gentlemen, any eligible bosses can come to me to chat. I will carefully consider whether we have the possibility of cooperation. After Modkasar finished speaking, he returned to his seat. The eligible bosses then stood up and walked over to introduce their advantages one by one. The bosses from different continents were chatting and laughing, while the scene among the bosses from the same continent was intense, because they were competitors. Boss Xiao, it seems we must join forces, Mu Lianqing said with a frown. In the continent where Longwei is located, there are as many as 7 companies that meet the conditions of the Caesar Group. Longwei has 4, Yinghua country has 2, and Asan has 1. The competition for a position among these 7 companies is indeed very intense. Moreover, Du Jingyun has teamed up with Zhou Changsheng. Xiaoding pondered for a moment, glanced at Su-chen, wanting to ask for Su-chen's opinion. Su-chen thought for a moment and shouted back, "You decide for yourself." In fact, collaborating with Mu Lianqing was not out of the question. Because Su-chen did not understand the company's operations and development, these matters could only be left to Xiaoding. If Xiaoding felt that cooperation was feasible, then he would follow his lead. Su-chen would not interfere with his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiaoding nodded and then said to Mu Lianqing, "Head of the Mu family, I want to try for myself first. If it doesn't work out, we can collaborate and you can also give it a try." He had the support of the island master of Lioli Island, which actually gave him a better chance. For now, there was no need to collaborate with Mu Lianqing. Mu Lianqing was not surprised. The profits from a partnership would certainly be halved, and he understood Xiaoding's thoughts. "Alright, Boss Xiao, if we both fail, how about we work together?" "Sure." Xiaoding agreed with a nod. The two stood up and walked towards the position of Mo de Caesar. The Chao brothers also followed with their men, watching the excitement from a few meters away. Su-chen was too lazy to go over and pulled out a chair to sit down. Mu Hongxian noticed that there were no more people around and then walked quietly behind Su-chen to ask softly, "Junior." "Su-chen?" Hearing someone call his name, Su-chen instinctively turned to look. Mu Hongxia was a bit incredulous at what she saw. This person really turned around. Could it really be Su-chen? At this moment, Su-chen suddenly realized something was amiss. After a quick mental calculation, he shouted in confusion, "Who is Su-chen? Miss, are you calling me?" Although Su-chen's expression was not visible, his body language was very natural, only pausing slightly when he first turned around. Seeing that the person in front did not seem to be lying, Mu Hongxia felt embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Su-chen nodded and turned back, appearing calm on the surface. In fact, he was still a bit flustered inside, almost being recognized. After signing the contract, it wouldn't matter if his identity was exposed, but before that, Su-chen still wanted to avoid exposure as much as possible. Mu Hongxia took another look at Su-chen's back and wondered, but he really does look like Junior Su-chen. However, I heard that Junior Su-chen is from Donghua Prefecture, so he shouldn't be friends with Xiaoding, right? Mu Hongxia shook her head, no longer thinking too much about it. When everyone gathered in front of Mo de Caesar, only Zhou Changsheng cast a meaningful glance at the island master of Lioli Island, who was seated at the main position. Yang En, behind Zhou Changsheng, nodded at him, and Zhou Changsheng understood and walked towards the island master. Yang En and another person followed closely behind. When they reached the table, Zhou Changsheng bowed and said, "Junior Zhou Changsheng pays respects to the island master." The island master responded lightly and asked, "Why are you looking for me instead of Mo de Caesar?" "It's like this." Zhou Changsheng took a step forward and whispered a few words. The expression of the island master of Lioli Island changed drastically upon hearing this, and before he could speak, a scream suddenly echoed from outside the hall. This sound acted like a catalyst, and within moments several more screams followed. "What's going on? What happened? Everyone turned to look at the entrance of the hall. Hong Daoan took a couple of steps forward, just about to check the door, when Yang An, who was following Zhou Changsheng, suddenly launched a sneak attack. A stone cone pierced through Hong Daoan's chest like a sharp sword. Zhou Changsheng was followed by another person who was also a ball of fire, smashing towards Wang Ming. Zhou Changsheng took the opportunity to grab the master of Liuli Island and pulled him over. All of this was completed in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for others to react. With a successful strike, Zhou Changsheng quickly pulled the master of Liuli Island back a few steps, shouting loudly as he retreated, "Make your move." This was like a signal. The many guards who had just been watching suddenly launched surprise attacks on those around them. In an instant, the great hall was filled with screams. Most of the bosses remained unfazed, as if they had known this would happen all along. The remaining bosses were shocked and panicked. "Boss, be careful." A guard behind Matkisa reacted swiftly, killing the one who had ambushed him with a punch, then quickly grabbed him and retreated from the crowd. They retreated quickly because Matkisa's guards were all 8th tier experts. The others were not so lucky. Although they were not the targets, their guards suffered greatly. Xiao Buxiang was ambushed and pierced from behind. Before he could even scream, he fell helplessly. The students from the East Sea Academy were even thrown out by the shockwaves of the battle before they understood what had happened, their lives uncertain. Xiao Bufan reacted slightly faster, first blocking an opponent's sword with one hand, then drawing his weapon and slashing out. The person who ambushed him did not expect Xiao Bufan to be so decisive and was caught off guard, almost losing his life from the slash. Mu Lianqing's guards also suffered greatly, with only 2 surviving at the cost of their injuries. In less than a minute, over a dozen corpses lay in the hall. "Tom, what are your people doing?" one boss shouted angrily. "Hee, just using a few tricks, rest assured, we won't harm you. As long as you cooperate, we will definitely let you leave Liuli Island safely." At this moment, among the 50 wealthy merchants present, at least 30 stood behind Zhou Changsheng. No one knew what had happened. They even saw the master of Liuli Island being held by Zhou Changsheng. Yang An, having struck successfully, did not seek more glory but retreated back to Zhou Changsheng's side. The attack from the other person only served as a distraction for the unmoving king. He had no intention of injuring Wang Ming, so after completing his strike, he also retreated to Zhou Changsheng's side. Now the master of Liuli Island was in their hands. Hong Daoan was injured. Wang Ming was not good at attacking, and the remaining 20 guards of the bosses who had not joined them suffered heavy casualties. They basically had no power to resist. The only one left with combat strength was Modkisa's guard. Meanwhile, Yang An and the other person were both 8th tier experts, not to mention the blood demon was still outside. In Zhou Changsheng's view, barring any accidents, the situation was already settled. "Surround them," Yang An commanded. The wealthy bosses who had joined them immediately signaled their guards to encircle the other bosses who were still in a state of panic. Watching this sudden turn of events, Su Chen was taken aback. This was indeed a premeditated and organized action. Everything happened so quickly that the battle was resolved in half a minute. "Father!" Mu Hongxia anxiously tried to move forward, but Su Chen pulled her back. "Don't go over there, stay behind me." Zhou Changsheng glanced over at the shout. Seeing the masked Su Chen, a flicker of hatred flashed in Zhou Changsheng's eyes. If it weren't for Su Chen causing trouble that day in Liuli Square, he wouldn't have lost to Xiao Ding. Therefore, after doing all this, he would definitely not let Su Chen go. Zhou Changsheng turned his attention away from this side and looked at Feng Tiancheng and Mo Dekaisa. "Zhou Changsheng, you have some nerve. Put the island master down." Feng Tiancheng glared at him. At that moment, Hong Daoan tended to his chest wound and shot an angry glare at Yang An. He was an 8th tier earth mage, and that sudden strike had nearly cost him his life. Surviving such a close range earth magic attack was thanks to his quick reflexes. Wang Ming stood beside Feng Tiancheng, coldly watching Zhou Changsheng and his group. Mo Dekaisa stood behind them, also looking coldly at the others. He hadn't expected anyone to be so bold as to launch a sneak attack in front of 3 8th tier professionals. The most important thing was that they had succeeded. "Butler Feng, Mr. Mo Dekaisa, I, Zhou Changsheng, would like to extend greetings on behalf of the Night God Sect." Zhou Changsheng smiled, bowing deeply, and handed the island master over to his subordinates for supervision. "Night God Sect? You are from the Night God Sect?" Feng Tiancheng exclaimed in shock. He had heard of this sect, known for its great power, but it rarely showed itself. The strongest members within this sect were the sect leader, the 2 guardians, and the 4 elders of wind, fire, water, and earth. Feng Tiancheng looked at the 2 men behind Zhou Changsheng and asked, "Are you 2 the second of the 4 elders, Jiang Yan and Deng Yan?" "Hee, that's right. I didn't expect Butler Feng to have heard of our names. I'm quite flattered." Looking at these 2, the encircled crowd couldn't help but change color. 2 8th tier professionals were merely the second of the 4 elders. Just how terrifying was the strength of the Night God Sect? "Zhou Changsheng, what exactly does your Night God Sect want?" Mo Dekaisa asked with a frown. He naturally knew about this sect and figured it would be difficult to leave today. Zhou Changsheng shrugged and smiled. "I said, we won't harm you. The Night God Sect needs to seek cooperation with you. Of course, we also want to resolve the issue peacefully, but we have given you opportunities and you did not seize them. We have no choice but to take some unconventional measures. Mu Lianqing angrily said, Zhou Changsheng, is this how you come to seek cooperation? You kill our people and still dare to threaten us. Zhou Changsheng shook his head and sighed. Head of the Mu family, we have sought you out before. What's the point of saying this now? I only give you two choices. Either choose to join our night god sect and we remain friends, or choose to resist to the end, in which case, I'm sorry, but I can only bury you all here. You can choose, my patience is limited, and I will give you 10 minutes to consider. After finishing, Zhou Changsheng looked at Feng Tiancheng and the others. As for Butler Feng, you might as well come over. The island master is still in our hands, and you wouldn't want anything to happen to him, would you? Hearing this, Mu Lianqing and the others looked at Feng Tiancheng. If they also sided with them, there would truly be no chance for resistance. Now the only chance lies with Hong Daoan and the other 3 8th transition professionals. Although there are many people on the opposite side, there are only 2 8th transition professionals, and they still have the advantage in high-end combat power. The rest are watching Feng Tiancheng, wanting to know what choice he will make. Feng Tiancheng was silent for a moment, then sighed, alright, do not harm the island master, we will cooperate with the night god sect. Feng Butler, no. Someone advised. As a powerful faction, how could they willingly be controlled by others? I'm sorry, everyone, Feng Tiancheng do not wish to do this, but the island master is in their hands, we have no choice but to submit. Feng Tiancheng walked in front of Zhou Changsheng and glanced at the master of Liuli Island, who was being controlled behind them. Release the island master, I will be the hostage. Zhou Changsheng laughed upon hearing this. Feng Butler, your loyalty is indeed commendable, but we cannot release the island master for now. Let Hong Daoan and Wang Ming step back a bit. We need to discuss with the remaining few bosses first. You, Feng Tiancheng, helpless, could only instruct Hong Daoan and the others to step away from the crowd. At this point, everyone was utterly despaired. The only remaining 8th transition professional could not possibly be a match for Yang Yin and the others. If they did not compromise, they could only die. Mu Lianqing went from anger to helplessness, a deep sense of powerlessness surged from his heart. When he turned to look at Xiao Ding for a solution, he found Xiao Ding looking calm. Brother Xiao, aren't you the least bit anxious? Have you already joined the night god sect? Xiao Ding smiled lightly. No, I just think the clown's performance is quite entertaining. Mu Lianqing was bewildered by this. Where did Xiao Ding get his confidence? His hired guards were either dead or injured, how could he still have any confidence? Xiao Ding had already called for help from Su Chen from a distance, and Su Chen had only nodded slightly at him. Xiao Ding understood that today was destined to be uneventful. You, let go of my hand. Mu Hongxia glared at the person in front of her in anger. If she didn't know he meant well, she would have acted already. Sorry, I was too engrossed in the show and forgot. Su Chen shouted back. Watch a show? At a time like this, you still have the mood to watch a show? Su Chen shrugged. What else? Don't you think this is more entertaining than watching them discuss cooperation? Mu Hongxia. She didn't know what to say anymore. She also didn't know if this person was truly capable or just arrogantly overconfident. At such a critical moment, he remained so calm, as if those dozens of 7th transition experts and those 2 8th transition powerhouses were fake. Su Chen didn't know what she was thinking. He simply stood up and murmured to himself, the show is over, now it's my turn to take the stage. Mu Hongxia suddenly looked at Su Chen, as if in that moment, the aura of the person before her changed. It became deep like an abyss, with no end in sight. However, before Su Chen could make a move, the situation in the arena changed again. Boom! An explosion erupted behind Zhou Changsheng and the others. Instantly, dozens of people were blown away, including Zhou Changsheng. A cold snort came. Daring to act wild on my Liuli Island, do you really think this island master is made of clay? Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw Feng Tiancheng's aura surging violently, reaching the peak of the 8th transition in an instant. Feng Tiancheng's cold gaze swept across everyone in the arena like lightning. At this moment, Wang Ming and Hong Daoan rushed back from a distance, standing on either side of Feng Tiancheng. The crowd was somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Feng Tiancheng was actually a peak 8th transition powerhouse, and if they heard correctly, he just claimed to be the island master? Everyone looked at the nearly unconscious master of Liuli Island who had been blasted away. Could it be that this person had always been a stand-in? It turned out that the true master of Liuli Island had always been Feng Tiancheng, who served as the steward. This was why Wang Ming and Hong Daoan were willing to serve the master of Liuli Island. It was fundamentally because of Feng Tiancheng's peak 8th transition strength. Now everything made sense. The people from the Night God sect, you've come to the wrong place. Feng Tiancheng looked at Yang Yin and Deng Yan, who had been blasted away. After his strike, both of them had several broken ribs and were spitting blood. They had lost at least a third of their blood. Yang Yin was better off. He was an earth mage and had managed to cast an earth shield on himself at the moment he sensed danger, blocking most of the damage. Deng Yan, however, was not so fortunate. He was closer to Feng Tiancheng and was the first target of the attack. That strike nearly cost him his life, and now he had almost no strength left to fight. As for Zhou Changsheng, he had already been knocked unconscious from the explosion, unaware of his fate. This was still the result of Feng Tiancheng holding back. He ultimately did not dare to offend the Night God sect too much. There were rumors that both protectors of the Night God sect were above ninth transition strength, and the sect leader was even more powerful, unfathomable. Moreover, it seemed they had a suspected deity, the Night God, behind them. Although he was at the peak of 8th transition, he did not dare to openly confront the Night God sect. This was his helplessness. If it weren't for this, he would have already killed the people from the Night God sect in front of him. Cough. Cough. Feng Tiancheng, you've hidden your true self so deeply, it seems we've underestimated you, Yang An said, struggling to stand up, his expression still calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. Feng Tiancheng narrowed his eyes and coldly said, get your people out of here, or don't blame this island master for going on a killing spree. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped, Feng. Island master, no. You're letting the tiger return to the mountain, they will surely come back. How will Lioli Island protect itself then? Those who had not joined the Night God sect were trying to persuade him. In fact, they were more afraid of being intercepted by the Night God sect on their way back. As long as Feng Tiancheng killed Yang An and Deng Yan, their danger would be greatly reduced. As for considering Lioli Island, how could that be possible? Feng Tiancheng was not related to them, how could they care for Lioli Island? They would rather see Lioli Island entangled with the Night God sect to buy themselves a chance to escape. Feng Tiancheng glanced at the group. This island master has his own plans, I don't need you all to teach me how to do things. You too, please. Ha ha ha. Yang An laughed several times and looked at Feng Tiancheng, saying, what if we don't leave? What will you do? Yang An, you are already at the end of your rope, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Island master, should we kill them? Hong Daoan glared at the little man who had ambushed him. If it weren't for Feng Tiancheng not letting him act, he would have rushed over to kill him by now. How could he allow him to be so rampant? Heh, kill me? Hong Daoan, you should think about how you can survive first. Yang An waved his hand, and the ground erupted into a hollow, with blood gushing forth like a spring. A chilling, terrifying laugh echoed from underground. Heh, I didn't expect to encounter a human peak 8th transition powerhouse here, it truly surprises me. A blood-colored figure slowly emerged from the blood, and as soon as it appeared, everyone felt their blood begin to surge rapidly, as if it were about to ignite. Many low-level individuals crouched down, clutching their hearts in pain, unable to bear the accelerated flow of blood within them. Mu Hongxia's face turned crimson, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolling down her forehead, clearly affected by the presence of this figure. However, this symptom lasted only a few seconds, and then a gentle force entered her body, calming the restless blood. Are you okay? Su Chen asked her. Thank you. She saw that Su Chen was not affected at all, and knew he had helped her. Su Chen nodded and then looked at the fully revealed figure. I can actually see the panel information? Su Chen opened the information of the opponent. Blood Demon Yato, Outsider Celestial Demon, level 900. Physical attack 1-400-000, magical attack 1-850-000, health 90-000/90-000-000, physical defense magical defense 1-200-000/1-500-000, skills blood rebirth, blood demon escape, blood shadow clone, blood boiling, blood hand seal, bloodthirst, blood explosion, blood concealment, ascension power description, a powerful outsider blood clan, extremely difficult to kill. After reading the information, everyone was dumbfounded. After a long while, someone trembled and said, Outsider Celestial Demon, how could it appear here? The blood demon grinned, revealing a mouthful of crimson teeth as it looked at him. The person was so frightened that he shivered, hurriedly retreating 2 steps and falling to the ground, not daring to look at the blood demon again. We welcome you, Protector. Yang An bowed in greeting. The blood demon looked at Feng Tiancheng and smiled, saying, humans are truly cunning, but in the face of absolute power, all your efforts are in vain. Are you ready to join our night god cult? The blood demon's imposing presence suppressed the entire scene. No one dared to meet its gaze. Xiao Ding, who had originally appeared calm and composed, was now anxious. Who would have thought that this situation would evolve to the point of encountering an outsider celestial demon comparable to a 9th transmutation? Now even he did not believe Su Chen could resolve the current predicament with certainty. Xiao Ding secretly glanced at Su Chen, only to see him standing there quietly, seemingly devoid of any panic. Su Chen did not look at Xiao Ding at all, but kept using his beast-catching skills. What a pity, failed again. Twice now, just wait another minute. Su Chen looked at the beast-catching skill that was cooling down, praying in his heart that Feng Tiancheng could hold on a little longer. At that moment, for some reason, the blood demon suddenly turned its gaze towards Su Chen, who was standing beside the Great Hall. This was the instinct of a high-level monster, a sense of danger. This human? What is going on? I seem to feel an invisible force touch my body and mind twice just now. The more the blood demon thought about it, the more uneasy it felt. No, I must act quickly, I need to resolve this swiftly. The blood demon looked at Feng Tiancheng and shouted, Human, have you made up your mind? My patience is running thin. If Feng Tiancheng did not compromise any further, it would take action. That sense of danger grew stronger, making him feel like a thorn was lodged in his back. It had to quickly deal with these people and leave this place. What if the island master says no? Feng Tiancheng did not want Lioli Island to fall into a predicament, but he was even less willing to be controlled by others. A level 900 blood demon, he was confident he could fight it. Upon hearing this, the blood demon's expression turned cold, stubborn and unyielding. It had always felt that the night god's strategy was ineffective. It was better to suppress with force. Why waste breath on these people? In that case, I will let you know what an outer heaven demon is. The blood demon clenched its hand in the void, and a massive blood handprint directly grasped Feng Tiancheng along with Hong Daoan and Wang Ming behind him. It aimed to determine the outcome with a single blow. However, Feng Tiancheng was also a peak 8th transition powerhouse. How could he be defeated in one move? Within the blood handprint, a beam of 7-colored glass light broke through the handprint, illuminating the great hall with its radiant colors. The blood handprint was shattered. A glass longsword was held in Feng Tiancheng's hand. He was confident he could fight the blood demon, relying solely on this weapon in his hand, the 7-colored glass sword. This sword was not something dropped by a monster. It was something that Liuli Island originally possessed. On Liuli Island, this sword could unleash its full power. The blood demon looked at the long sword, surprised. It's actually a divine artifact. You actually possess a divine artifact. However, the blood demon showed no fear. Instead, it laughed excitedly. Good. This item belongs to me now. If you have the ability, come and take it. Feng Tiancheng refused to back down. The blood demon suddenly vanished from sight, causing Su Chen to lower his raised hand again. Don't go. Hey, where did it run off to? Su Chen's beast-catching skill had just completed its 3rd cooldown, but he hadn't thrown it out yet, and the blood demon was gone. Seeing the blood demon disappear, Wang Ming shouted, "Immovable King formation." The sacred chant echoed, and countless golden runes surrounded the three, firmly protecting them at the center. This was Wang Ming's signature skill, known as absolute defense. Even a 9th transition attack could not break his defense in one blow. Be careful. Feng Tiancheng cautiously scanned the surroundings. Ha! Immovable King formation? Useless. Against me. Wang Ming was taken aback by this voice, and then he felt his blood begin to surge. His heart was racing as if it would burst from his chest. Puff! The so-called invincible immovable king had not even seen the blood demon's figure before he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood demon's voice rang out again. Immovable king, you can defend against external attacks, but can you defend against attacks from within your own body? As soon as this voice emerged, Wang Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. The immovable king formation surrounding the three completely collapsed. Wang Ming, Hong Daoan hurriedly supported him to check his injuries. Don't worry, your strength is not bad. I won't kill you. If you have the ability, come out. Hong Daoan roared, and a golden law elephant phantom appeared around him. Haha, what can you do if I come out? Wang Ming's spurt of blood suddenly exploded. This bizarre attack caught them completely off guard. Hong Daoan, who was more adept at offense than defense, was directly blown away by the explosion, crashing into a pillar of the Great Hall before falling heavily to the ground. Haha, you should be grateful you still have some value, otherwise, the explosion would have been inside you. As for Feng Tiancheng, the 7-colored glass sword emitted a beam of earthy yellow light to block this attack for him. But even with the divine artifact in hand, without a target to attack, Feng Tiancheng had no way to deal with the blood demon. Now, every drop of blood in the Great Hall could potentially be the blood demon, or rather, every person might have the shadow of the blood demon within them. Feng Tiancheng could not find it, and it was impossible for him to strike at everyone present. This feeling of being powerless was extremely frustrating for him. Damn it! Feng Tiancheng roared. It is indeed quite detestable. Su Chen echoed in his heart. After just 2 attempts, the blood demon had vanished. This made him grit his teeth in frustration. Let's end this. The blood from the bodies of those who had just died was drawn out, forming a blood sphere around Feng Tiancheng. I'll give you one last chance. If you resist again, you will surely suffer the pain of flesh and blood. Feng Tiancheng wanted to slash through the blood sphere with his sword, but after the cut, the gap in the sphere would quickly close up again. If this blood sphere exploded, he might not be able to defend himself. It's over. What should we do now? Seeing this scene, a wail arose from the crowd. They had originally thought that Feng Tiancheng's intervention would at least ensure their safety. Who would have thought that another 900-level outer demon would appear? Now, it was clear to everyone that even with a divine artifact in hand, Feng Tiancheng was at a disadvantage. The gap between the 8th and 9th transitions was too great. Even a divine artifact was not enough to make up for it. The blood demon's intangible and bizarre methods would surely give even top-tier 9th transition experts a headache. It seems we can only compromise today. With no hope left in their hearts, and seeing Feng Tiancheng powerless, what could they do? Du Jingyun laughed heartily as he looked at Mu Lianqing and Xiao Ding. Both had rejected his invitation. Now he felt a surge of resentment. Xiao Ding. Mu Lianqing, how do you feel now? You refused my toast and chose punishment instead. If I had known it would come to this, why did you reject me back then? Du Jingyun laughed triumphantly. Even if Xiao Ding and the others chose to join later, their status would still be behind him. Because he had taken the initiative to surrender, unlike Xiao Ding and the others. He could already imagine how humble they would look before him. Mu Lianqing merely shook his head inside. No one could save them now, and he was too lazy to respond to Du Jingyun's words. That would only be self-humiliation. Xiao Ding glanced again at the indifferent Su Chen, unsure of what he was thinking. Logically, Su Chen should have acted. When the blood demon appeared without any fear, why hadn't he taken action while the blood demon was still confronting Feng Tiancheng? He couldn't understand, but he knew that since Su Chen wasn't afraid, he must have his own confidence. In the face of Du Jingyun's cold mockery, Xiao Ding would not swallow his anger like Mu Liansheng. He immediately retorted, "Boss Du, it's still uncertain who will win in the end. It's a bit too early to celebrate." Xiao Ding, I don't know. If you're blind or if your brain is malfunctioning, do I really need to explain the current situation to you? Feng Tiancheng is struggling to protect himself. Who can defeat the protector? Hearing this, those who had joined the Night God sect laughed. They mocked Xiao Ding's ignorance. I think Boss Xiao has been scared silly. Haha, that's normal. Who can remain calm in front of the protector's might? At this moment, Zhou Changsheng also woke up. Seeing the blood demon make a move, he finally felt at ease, only to realize that Feng Tiancheng had been outsmarted. If it weren't for the blood demon backing them up, their plan would have failed. However, despite the setbacks, everything was going smoothly. Zhou Changsheng glanced at his health, which was less than 10% remaining. It would have been easy for Feng Tiancheng to kill him at that moment, but he still had his reservations, which allowed Zhou Changsheng to survive. Zhou Changsheng quickly took out a bottle of health potion and took a sip. Watching his health rise, he felt much more at ease. After doing all this, he walked up to Xiao Ding, looking down from a height, and said, "Xiao Ding, you've always won. This time, let's see how you win against me." In response to Zhou Changsheng's taunt, Xiao Ding remained indifferent and said, "Changsheng, don't forget that your health is less than a third. At this distance, are you sure I can't kill you?" Hearing this, Zhou Changsheng's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped back several paces to hide behind the crowd. He had indeed been careless. At that distance, without full health, he could very well be taken out by Xiao Ding. However, after realizing this, Zhou Changsheng smiled and said, "You almost scared me. As long as you don't want to die, you definitely won't kill me." Xiao Ding sighed and shook his head. At this moment, the blood sphere condensed by the blood demon was getting smaller and closer to Feng Tiancheng. The time left for him to consider was running out. No one in the arena was a match for the blood demon, and as for the guard behind Modkaiser, his duty was to protect Modkaiser. Without Modkaiser's orders, he wouldn't take action. Even if he did, it wouldn't be of much use. A level 900 blood demon could easily crush dozens of level 8 professionals. Just by himself, he was like an ant trying to shake a tree, a futile effort. "Master Feng, have you thought it through?" The blood demon's voice echoed again in the hall. "Of course, I've thought it through very clearly." Feng Chen Julian / Boom! An unmatched sword light erupted from the blood sphere. The sword light slashed out, turning everything it touched into powder. No matter what it was, nothing could withstand its sharpness. The entire hall, even the whole Yunding Heavenly Palace, was split in two by this slash. Rumble! A violent shaking ensued. The core operation of the hall was disrupted, and it began to collapse. Oh no! The Yunding Heavenly Palace is going to collapse. Flying pets! Who has flying pets? Quick, save me! But before they could summon their flying pets, the hall had already begun to plummet towards the lake. The speed was so fast that the crowd had no time to react. Su Chen was also startled by this sudden change, but if he remembered correctly, there was a lake below. Falling from this height of over 1,000 meters, those above level 5 professionals should be fine, probably just losing some health. However, he was still a fragile little character. If he didn't block properly, it could cost him his life. Kyra and the Ice Dragon King had turned into an egg and were still asleep, and the only one who could fly was Nightmare. It was nighttime, so Nightmare could indeed be summoned. With a thought, Su Chen summoned Nightmare before hitting the ground. Quick as a flash, he grabbed Mu Hongxia beside him, and Nightmare successfully caught Su Chen's shoulder, suspending both of them in mid-air. Boom! Splash! Countless massive stones crashed into the lake. The first to hit the water shattered, while the subsequent ones splashed up waves several meters high. The entire collapse process lasted over a minute. Many people summoned their flying pets at the last moment, now looking down at the still turbulent lake with fear. After a while, people began to emerge from the lake one after another. A few minutes later, the lake was calm again, and everyone who could reach the shore had made it. As for those who couldn't make it to the shore, they might never come back. Not every wealthy individual attending this event had a level 5 or above strength. Some were even ordinary people, merely representatives chosen by their families. Thus, they were doomed to not survive. No one expected Feng Tiancheng would directly strike down the cloud-top Heavenly Palace. With that strike, at least 5 or 6 wealthy individuals were completely buried at the bottom of the lake. The remaining guards also lost a dozen or so lives. Roar! Feng Tiancheng, I am very angry with your choice. The surface of the lake turned a deep red, as if the entire body of water had transformed into blood. At this moment, Feng Tiancheng stood by the shore with the 7-colored glazed sword in hand, his gaze somewhat dazed as he looked at the lake. That strike should have been his ultimate skill. However, without seeing the true form of the blood demon, that strike was wasted. What a pity! If it weren't for the blood demon, if it were another monster that could be seen in physical form. Even if I couldn't kill it with this sword, I would definitely have severely injured it. Sigh. Feng Tiancheng sighed. He had done his best. The difference between the peak of the 8th transformation and the 9th transformation was so slight, yet he didn't even have the qualification to injure the blood demon. At this moment, the figure of the blood demon reappeared on the lake's surface. The blood demon suddenly looked up as soon as it emerged. It felt that inexplicable power starting to grasp at it again. Moreover, this time it clearly sensed the source of that power. It's that masked person. Just as the blood demon was about to take action to deal with this person, first it was so frightened that it fell into the lake as if it had seen a ghost. This action left everyone stunned. Feng Tiancheng also looked at the blood demon in confusion. It had already won, so what was it afraid of? Following its gaze, Feng Tiancheng looked up at the sky. He saw a creature as black as ink, resembling a bat, holding two people suspended in the air. This is. Feng Tiancheng felt his scalp tingle, standing frozen as if electrocuted. Even when facing the blood demon, he had never felt such fear. No, it's impossible. Could it be that the awakening temple is broken? Feng Tiancheng thought of this and hurriedly looked around behind him, but there was nothing there. It definitely isn't a nightmare, it should just be a resemblance. At this moment, the blood demon also reacted. The small world was still on Glazed Island, protected by the awakening temple, so how could a nightmare possibly enter? The blood demon stood up, feeling that its earlier loss of composure had insulted it. It decided to kill this person first, along with that pet beast that had startled it. However, before taking action, it habitually left several clones of itself in the lake. Su Chen noticed it was staring at him with an intent to attack and couldn't help but frown. Is this guy going to make a move on me? I was planning to catch another pet beast, but since you're unwilling, I'll just send you on your way. Mu Hongxia naturally also noticed the blood demon's actions. She didn't know why the blood demon was fixated on the two of them. It seems I must use the void trajectory once more. I hope to escape this small world. Mu Hongxia took out her magic book and was about to chant a spell when she saw Su Chen had already drawn a long knife. He then slashed towards the blood demon on the surface of the lake. There was no earth-shattering collapse, nor were there any ghostly wails. It was just an ordinary strike, so mundane that others couldn't perceive the horror within it. Only the blood demon, locked onto by this strike, understood that it was an unavoidable blow. Danger! The blood demon looked at the incoming blade light, and in a moment of terror, it instantly concealed its form to evade. Seeing the blood demon vanish again, Feng Tiancheng couldn't help but shake his head. No one here could deal with the blood demon. It's no wonder the other party could break through the heavenly barrier and enter Blue Star. This bizarre method was truly indefensible. Just when everyone thought the blood demon wanted to play with Su Chen, a piercing scream echoed in the void. The blood demon's figure reappeared before everyone. Looking at the masked human, the blood demon struggled to extend a finger, its eyes filled with fear. That strike, it couldn't dodge. Puff. -90 million. The blood demon's body was split in two before everyone's eyes, and then it fell into the lake with 2 splashes. With its regeneration ability being cut in half could have allowed it to revive completely. However, a force had utterly extinguished its vitality, rendering its means of survival ineffective. Since Su Chen's blade strike had been unleashed, at this stage, apart from the incorporeal body, it was a certain death. No means would work. Witnessing this scene, the venue fell into a deathly silence. Mu Hongxia's incantation faltered, and she nearly dropped the magic book in her hands. Mu Hongxia turned to look at the person beside her who was still holding onto her. He had used just one hand, with a single blade, to instantly kill the once mighty blood demon that had left everyone helpless. That was 90 million. Health, not just 9,000. Who exactly are you? Mu Hongxia's eyes were filled with shock, but mostly curiosity. Su Chen did not respond, only letting the nightmare send the two of them to the ground. Once they landed, Su Chen released her and walked towards the lake. At this moment, everyone finally snapped out of their shock. Zhou Changsheng fell to the ground, seemingly terrified to the point of his legs going weak. Coupled with his several 100 pounds of weight, he lost his balance and fell. Guardian Lord, it's dead. Zhou Changsheng looked in terror at the person standing by the lake. He had originally planned to settle accounts with him after dealing with the matter here, to properly torment the one who had embarrassed him and caused him to lose the bet. Now, seeing the other party's terrifying strength, he couldn't even think about settling scores. He just hoped the other party hadn't seen him and that he could leave here safely. At this moment, Du Jingyun's face was also as pale as a sheet. He remembered this person, the one from that day in Xiao Ding's room, the one who had always stood beside Xiao Ding. He had just been mocking Xiao Ding, and now he was being slapped in the face. Du Jingyun glanced at Xiao Ding, saw that the other party wasn't looking at him, and quickly took a couple of steps to hide in the crowd. He just hoped Xiao Ding wouldn't notice him. Otherwise, his life would surely be lost here today. Xiao, brother Xiao, where did you invite this world-shaking powerhouse from? Why have I never heard of him? Mu. Lianqing swallowed hard and turned to Xiao Ding beside him. No wonder Xiao Ding had remained calm throughout, even daring to retort to Jingyun and Zhou Changsheng when the blood demon was in control. It turned out he had nothing to fear. Hearing this, Xiao Ding shook his head and smiled. I didn't invite any world-shaking powerhouse, I just asked for his opinion, and he agreed to come, so I invited him. Xiao Ding hadn't expected Su Chen to be so terrifying. killing the blood demon with a single strike. A level 900 blood demon with a staggering 90 million health. That damage number seemed not to be Su Chen's limit, it was merely the limit of the blood demon's health bar. In his imagination, even if Su Chen could defeat the blood demon, it wouldn't be so easy and calm. It would take at least a few hundred rounds of battle. But the reality is just that one strike. Mu Lianqing complained upon hearing this. Sighed Brother Xiao, next time you have such a powerful person around, you should tell me earlier. My heart almost jumped out from fright. You're not being considerate. Xiao Ding chuckled. I will definitely let you know next time. Xiao Ding himself wasn't even sure if Su Chen could keep the blood demon in check, so how could he tell others? Hearing this perfunctory response, Mu Lianqing shook his head and sighed. I need to personally thank him later. Not only did he save me, but he also saved my daughter. At this, Mu Lianqing asked Xiao Ding, do you know what Mr. Su likes? Crystal cores, I suppose. The higher the level, the better. As for anything else, I don't know. Mu Lianqing nodded, already counting in his mind how many monster crystal cores he had at home. Mod Kaiser adjusted his damp clothes and walked up to Xiao Ding, asking, Boss Xiao, is that powerful person your friend? Mod Kaiser pointed to Su Chen, who was gazing towards the lakeside. I suppose so. Mr. Mod Kaiser, do you have something to discuss? Xiao Ding knew very well that Mod Kaiser was definitely eyeing his relationship with Su Chen. Now there was no need to compete with others, this collaboration was surely secured. Alright, once it's safe here, our Caesar group wants to be the first to sign a cooperation contract with Boss Xiao. I wonder what Boss Xiao thinks? Looking at the eager Mod Kaiser, Xiao Ding sighed inwardly. This was the status and dignity that strength brought. And this was only due to his relationship with Su Chen. Even Mod Kaiser had to respectfully address him as you. It was no longer Xiao Ding seeking cooperation with Mod Kaiser, but the other way around. The roles had switched in an instant. Mr. Mod Kaiser, I am certainly willing to cooperate, but I need to consult my friend about the division of profits. I need to hear his opinion. Mod Kaiser quickly nodded. No problem, absolutely no problem. You and your friend can discuss it, as long as we can reach a cooperation, that's all that matters. He was genuinely afraid that Xiao Ding would be unwilling to cooperate with him. Xiao Ding's friend was undoubtedly one of the strongest people in this world. He had been searching for top-tier powerhouses willing to collaborate, but those at that level were not attracted by money at all. Now that he had finally found one, how could he possibly give up? This was related to a special action plan of his. He needed to find enough strong individuals to go to that place. As long as Xiao Ding was willing to cooperate, he wouldn't even need to share the profits, he could even pay out of pocket. On Xiao Ding's side, there was laughter and joy, while the members who had joined the Night God sect had a much darker expression. Elder Deng, Elder Yang, what should we do? Someone urged. Yeah, didn't you say that this operation was foolproof? Even the protector has died, how are we supposed to escape? You all must give us an explanation. You can't deceive us. Hearing the incessant complaints from the crowd, Yang and roared, shut up. The crowd was startled into silence. Damn it, it's so noisy. What are your identities to dare vent your frustrations on this elder? Why are you being so fierce with us? If you have the ability, go find that person and fight him. Someone muttered softly. Who said that? Step forward. No one stepped forward, but it was clear that these people were beginning to lose faith in the Night God sect's capabilities. They had agreed to join, partly to uncover the truth of the world as claimed by the Night God sect, and partly because they were impressed by its strength. But now that the blood demon was dead, whether they could leave this small world alive was uncertain. Their morale, already shaky from just joining, was shattered by Su Chen's decisive strike, which cut off their illusions. About the Night God sect, one could say that although the blade strike was not yet perfect, it had already managed to sever some intangible things. What are you panicking about? The Protector Master absolutely cannot die so easily. Yang appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was also uncertain. Everyone had seen the damage numbers, and the blood demon had yet to reappear. However, panic would not solve the problem. He had to find a way to stabilize this group of people. Then he would negotiate terms with Su Chen. The Night God sect still had its leader in the Night God. He believed that even if Su Chen was strong, he should still give the Night God sect some face. At worst, they could agree to mutual non-aggression and each go their own way. As long as the other party was not reckless, their lives should be safe. Holding on to this thought, Yang An looked at the person standing by the lake. At this moment, Feng Tianchang walked up to Su Chen and glanced at the lake. Excuse me, brother, the blood demon isn't dead? Feng Tianchang had been in despair just moments ago, not expecting a stranger to suddenly appear. Moreover, this person had defeated the arrogant blood demon with just one strike. He glanced at the ordinary-looking knife in Su Chen's hand, which could barely be considered a silver-grade weapon. Then he looked at his own weapon, a divine artifact. Yet the effects were worlds apart. I have a divine artifact in hand and still can't harm the blood demon. What kind of strength does this person possess? Just as Feng Tianchang was speculating, Su Chen replied, I'm not sure. My intuition tells me it seems not dead, just hiding in the lake. It's really not dead. Feng Tianchang was startled and looked back at the lake. This lake was too large. The blood demon could be reborn with just a drop of blood, and it had a clone skill for self-preservation. If it was hiding in the lake and not coming out, no one could do anything about it. Finding the blood demon would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. This brother. Senior, what should we do? Feng Tiancheng felt it was inappropriate to call him brother. This person was extraordinarily powerful, and he was just an 8-turn level 90 practitioner. How could he dare to call him brother? So he changed his address to senior. No worries, I have a way. Have everyone step back to avoid hurting them. Feng Tiancheng was taken aback by this and then looked at Su Chen in surprise. What could this possibly mean? Was he going to drain the lake? But even if he drained it, they might not necessarily find the blood demon. However, since Su Chen said so, he could only comply. After all, he was the senior. Alright, I'll do it now. Feng Tiancheng bowed and stepped back, also notifying the others to retreat. Feng Guan, no, Feng Island Master, what is this for? Someone asked in confusion. Shouldn't they be settling accounts with those from the Night God sect now? Everyone, step back a bit. That senior said the blood demon might not be dead, and he wants to use a big move to force the blood demon out of the lake. What? The blood demon isn't dead? What are you panicking about? Didn't the Island Master say that senior wants to force the blood demon out? The blood demon is definitely hiding in the lake, terrified and too afraid to show itself. Oh, that's good. They were truly afraid of that blood demon. The crowd retreated to a distance, dividing into two groups facing each other. One side consisted of those who had joined the Night God sect, while the other side was made up of those who had not. Both groups nervously watched the man standing by the lake in the distance. This would determine their fate. Brother Xiao, are you steady? Mu Lianqing asked with some concern. Before Xiao Ding could respond, Mu Hongxia spoke first. Father, you can rest assured, I believe in him. Daughter, how much do you know about this senior? I don't know him very well, but I believe he can definitely find the blood demon. I trust him. Mu Hongxia had been by Su Chen's side the whole time, and she had never seen him panic. No matter the situation, he remained so calm, as if he were a god king from the heavenly realm looking down upon the mortal world. The struggles of mortals might just be a joke in his eyes. She still remembered something he had said to watch the show. At this moment, everyone was very tense, their nerves stretched to the limit. However, the one most anxious was the blood demon hiding in the lake. Its source of power had been slashed in half by that human. If it hadn't released dozens of avatars to the bottom of the lake beforehand, it would have already died. It would take at least 10 years to recover this half of its source power. If this human were to eliminate its avatars, it would truly be dead. Why is this detestable human so strong? The resurrection talent that my blood clan prides itself on is utterly useless before him. I need to find a way to escape quickly. Just as the blood demon thought this, it heard the conversation between Su Chen and Feng Tiancheng. The blood demon was greatly alarmed. This person actually had a way to find it. Escape. This was its only thought at that moment. However, just as it was about to act, it discovered that the entire lake was actually flying up into the sky. Its blood drop avatars were also being swept upwards by the water flow. This scene left the crowd in the distance dumbfounded. From their perspective, it looked like a massive waterfall standing in mid-air, but the direction of the water flow was not downwards but upwards. Flying down 3,000 feet of water, it can't be any more so. In less than a moment, all the lake water within 100 miles was rising against the heavens, spreading out in mid-air. Under the sunlight of the small world, it shimmered like 1,000 sparkling jewels. What? What kind of skill is this? Everyone gasped, in shock at the sight. Feng Tiancheng muttered to himself, could it be that this senior is a top-level 9-turn water system archmage? This ability to control water had exceeded his imagination. Among the water system mages he knew, no one could achieve this level. Everyone looked at Xiao Ding, as he was the one who brought him. Xiao Ding helplessly shrugged. How would he know that Su Chen had this profession? In his impression, wasn't Su Chen a knife user? Su Chen slowly gathered all the lake water into a ball and began to compress it continuously. The once vast lake water quickly shrank, and within seconds, it transformed into a super water ball. The water ball gradually decreased in size, and the pressure inside made the blood demon panic. Its avatars were also being compressed and squeezed continuously. If this continued, its body would not be able to withstand it. Damn! Humans! The blood demon roared, unable to hold back any longer. Hearing the blood demon's voice, Su Chen smiled slightly. Even without sound, he had already located all its blood avatars. If it was water, then it was under his control. Hiding in the water was a mistake. The reason for compressing the lake water was simply that Su Chen recalled knowledge from his past life. Water is extremely difficult to compress. Su Chen had a sudden idea and wanted to see what water would look like when infinitely compressed. However, before the water changed much, the blood demon couldn't hold on any longer. It felt that if it stayed inside for another second, it would be completely squeezed dry. The blood demon had no idea it had become Su Chen's test subject. Roar! The blood demon gathered all its avatars and, without hesitation, used its original power to burst out of the lake water. Human, you have angered me. As soon as the blood demon emerged, it directly unleashed a blood hand. The sky was filled with a torrent of blood, resembling the arrival of the apocalypse. Su Chen casually blocked its attack. No. Problem? How could this be? The blood demon was taken aback. This human had completely ignored its skill, not even shaking a bit. Human, take another hit from me. The blood demon roared, then suddenly charged into the crowd, grabbing Yang and Deng Yan and Zhou Changsheng with one hand. Escape! The space trembled violently and a rift appeared in the small world space. The blood demon, without looking back, took the three away. This series of actions left Su Chen stunned. The blood demon shouted fiercely, yet it executed a feint against Su Chen. Before leaving, it was quite righteous, risking danger to take its people away. The others present were also left bewildered by its actions. So, it just ran away? And so quickly, without any intention of stopping. The first to panic were the wealthy merchants who had joined the Night God cult. Now that the Night God cult members had fled, they were in trouble. They had just killed many of the remaining wealthy guards. Spare me! Someone immediately knelt down. We were also deceived by the Night God cult. We had no choice. Yes, it was those from the Night God cult who misled us. It has nothing to do with us. This group of people pleaded for mercy, shifting the blame entirely onto the Night God cult. Shut your damn mouth! Chao Bufan roared, swinging a knife at a wealthy man not far from him. His brother was dead, and several disciples he brought had also perished in the collapse of the heavenly palace. One of his hands was ruined. With three kinds of hatred combined, he could no longer control the anger in his heart. Clang! Feng Tiancheng struck the knife out of his hand with his sword, coldly saying, "You have no authority here." Feng Tiancheng's heavenly palace was destroyed, the grand event was disrupted, and the substitute he had used for decades was dead. He was also filled with immense rage. However, these people needed to be judged together. What to do in the end required everyone's discussion. Most importantly, he needed to consult that senior's opinion. If it weren't for that senior, everyone would have fallen under the control of the Night God cult today. Feng Tiancheng sheathed his sword and approached Su Chen, bowing slightly to ask, "Senior, how should we deal with these people?" Su Chen glanced at them, thought for a moment, and said, "Capture the mastermind first." Mastermind? Aren't they from the Night God cult? But they have already escaped. Using spatial skills, they are probably no longer on Lioli Island. Moreover, it is night outside. If they dared to use spatial skills to escape, they must have confidence in reaching a place with an awakened divine temple directly. If we wait until dawn to chase, it might be too late. Su Chen shook his head. There's no escape. After saying this, Su Chen raised his knife and struck down, but this time it was not a drawcut, rather it was a complete empty-handed catch of the blade. In the East Sea, hundreds of kilometers away from Lioli Island, on a medium-sized island protected by the Awakening Temple, the space rippled and Blood Demon successfully escaped with 3 people. As soon as they landed, Blood Demon stumbled and fell to the ground. Guardian Lord. The 3 hurriedly helped Blood Demon up. Fortunately, it hadn't forgotten them while escaping. Otherwise, the 3 of them would definitely not have made it out of Lioli Island. Guardian Lord, are you alright? Blood Demon coughed. The red glow in its eyes had disappeared, and its body had turned from crimson to pale. I'm not alright, I almost died. To save you all, I've exhausted 90% of my original power. When you report to the sect master and night god, don't forget the sacrifices made by this guardian. Don't push any troubles onto me, understand? Zhou Changsheng and the others. Guardian Lord, given your condition, shouldn't you think of something else? This is very important. After dawn, hurry to the sea and catch me some fish. I need blood. Yes, Guardian Lord. The 3 helped Blood Demon sit down and each found a place to rest. This mission had completely failed. They had almost fallen on Lioli Island. Zhou Changsheng, who exactly is that masked person? Yang An looked at Zhou Changsheng. That person had caused trouble in Lioli Square, and it was unexpected that he was an extraordinary powerhouse. Zhou Changsheng shook his head. I don't know. It seems that the energy crystal from that day was also manipulated by him. Otherwise, how could I have lost to Xiao Ding? You're still thinking about Xiao Ding. First, think about how to apologize to the sect master and night god. Deng Yan, who was nearby, intervened. Alright, stop arguing. At least we've preserved our lives. Just as Deng Yan finished speaking, Zhou Changsheng felt himself being forcefully pulled by a tremendous force, and the space around him rippled. Save me! Zhou Changsheng shouted in fear, and the next moment he simply vanished before Yang An and the others. Yang An and the others stood up in terror, looking around, but saw nothing. There was not even a feather around them. What happened? Where's Zhou Changsheng? At this moment, Blood Demon, lying behind a rock, shook its head in despair. Don't look for him. He was forcibly taken away by someone using spatial skills. It must have been that human. My life is over. Hearing this, Yang An and the others exchanged desperate glances. It seemed they were destined not to escape today. They couldn't understand how there could be such terrifying skills in this world, capable of forcibly taking someone away from hundreds of kilometers away. What was the difference from a deity inside the small world of Lioli Island? At the moment Su Chen struck down, the space rippled, and Zhou Changsheng had already raised both hands, kneeling on the ground to catch the knife in Su Chen's hand. Seeing Zhou Changsheng, Su Chen smiled and said, Hello, Boss Shou, we meet again. Hearing this voice, Zhou Changsheng's body trembled and he slowly raised his head to look. A person wearing a white jade mask was staring at him. It's over. This was Zhou Changsheng's first thought. Why? Why is it me? I'm just a worker. Zhou Changsheng was almost scared to the point of losing control. He didn't understand why this person was targeting him instead of the blood demon or Yang'an. In fact, Su Chen also wanted to capture the blood demon, but the skill of catching a blade with empty hands had a limitation. It had to be something Su Chen was familiar with. The specific scope of this definition wasn't stated, it could only be tested. Su Chen tried the others, but only Zhou Changsheng could be forcibly brought back. Perhaps it was because Su Chen had dealt with him in the Liuli workshop, making him a relatively familiar type. So naturally, Zhou Changsheng became the unfortunate one among them. Su Chen retracted his knife and Zhou Changsheng lost his balance, kneeling on the ground. Kill me or torture me, do as you please. He knew he couldn't escape, and had resigned himself to his fate. At this moment, everyone was utterly shocked by Su Chen's unpredictable methods. Zhou Changsheng had actually been forcibly brought back. Spatial skills were rendered useless. In front of this person, Senior Su, can the others be brought back? Feng Tiancheng became increasingly respectful, his voice much softer. Su Chen looked at Zhou Changsheng and asked, where did they go? Su Chen had a wormhole skill, but it required a positional coordinate. I don't know. Zhou Changsheng suddenly laughed. The fact that this person didn't use that strange skill again indicated that he must have limitations. Aren't you afraid of death? Of course I'm afraid of death. If I weren't afraid, I would have died over 10 years ago. However, I will never betray the Night God sect. You can kill me. I didn't expect you to be so tough. Su Chen thought Zhou Changsheng was a coward, but his words were quite firm. Without the coordinates of the others, Su Chen couldn't find out where they were. Forget it, leave him to you to deal with. Su Chen stopped caring. In fact, the Night God sect hadn't affected him much. It only made him passively involved in their disputes. After Su Chen said this, a group of people pointed at Zhou Changsheng and shouted, kill this dog thing. Kill him. I want to avenge my cousin. Even those who had just joined the Night God sect stood up to curse Zhou Changsheng. They wanted to seek the understanding of the opposing people. In this way, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. At this moment, humanity was displayed in all its glory. Zhou Changsheng simply closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. At this moment, Xiao Ding stepped forward and knelt directly in front of Su Chen. Brother Su, I beg you to spare Changsheng this time. From now on, Xiao Ding will listen to your orders no matter what. Xiao Ding had always felt guilty towards him, even though they had cleared things up last time in the Liuli workshop. But seeing his former brother die in front of him, he couldn't bear it no matter what. As long as Su Chen spoke to spare Zhou Changsheng, no one present would dare to say no. Even if they were dissatisfied, they wouldn't dare to go against Su Chen's wishes. Get up, why are you kneeling to me? Brother Su, I beg you, spare him. Xiao Ding heavily bowed his head. He has tried to harm you several times, yet you repeatedly plead for him. Is it worth it? Xiao Ding raised his head, looking at Zhou Changsheng beside him, and sighed. It's not about worth, it's about willingness. For a day, a brother. For a lifetime, a brother. At this moment, Zhou Changsheng also turned to look at Xiao Ding, and in that instant, his eyes were filled with complex emotions. Xiao Ding, did you really want to use money to save me back then? I want to hear the truth. Xiao Ding nodded. I heard about your situation and immediately took the money to save you, but my brother threatened to kill himself. I'm sorry, I chose my brother. Zhou Changsheng smiled bitterly and helplessly upon hearing this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so stubborn back then. I should have listened to you. If it weren't for that stone, I think we would still be the close friends we once were. Zhou Changsheng, was wrong. I am the one who owes you. Zhou Changsheng helped Xiao Ding up. You don't deserve to kneel and beg others. Stand up for me. In the future, don't kneel easily to others. Xiao Ding looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he was trying to do. Changsheng, you. Zhou Changsheng looked at him and smiled lightly, his eyes seemingly lost in memories. Goodbye, my best friend. Poof. A dagger pierced Zhou Changsheng's chest, driving straight into his heart. It was his own hand that moved suddenly. No one reacted in time. Changsheng. Xiao Ding hurriedly supported his falling body, looking at him with tears in his eyes. Why? I could have saved you. Brother Su wouldn't kill you. He wouldn't kill you. Zhou Changsheng shook his head. I know, but because of me, so many people died today. If you save me, you will offend others. I should have died more than 10 years ago. Living this long is already a gain. Live well. His voice grew softer with each word until it was no longer audible. Xiao Ding held his corpse, tears flowing uncontrollably. The 100 people present quietly watched this scene. Not a single person spoke. After a long time, Xiao Ding stood up and looked at Su Chen. Brother Su, can I take his body? I want to bury him in our hometown. At this moment, someone objected. Boss Xiao, this person deserves to die. His suicide is too lenient. His body should be chopped up and fed to the fish. It's inappropriate for you to take his body. That's right, I have more than 10 guards, all elders from my family, and only 3 are alive now. I wish I could eat his flesh. You can't take his body. Humph. Su Chen glanced at these people and coldly snorted. Who gave you the right to speak? Startled by Su Chen's shout, everyone quickly fell silent. However, someone still mustered the courage to whisper, "You. Even if you're strong, you must have rules." Rules? What I say now is the rule. Suchen no longer looked at these people but turned to Xiaoding and said, "Take his body when you leave the island. I'll see who dares to stop you." After saying this, Suchen coldly glanced at the crowd again. "Thank you, Brother Su." Xiaoding bowed in gratitude. These people were intimidated into silence by Su Chen's dominance. Who among them could match him? Together, they wouldn't be enough for even one of his strikes. In a place like this, strength is everything. The strong set the rules, and they can only abide by the rules set by the strong. "Senior, what should we do next?" Feng Tiancheng looked at Du Jingyun and his group. These people's guards had personally participated in the earlier ambush. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You can resolve this yourselves. Hearing this, it was as if Su Chen had already sentenced them to death. The remaining survivors would definitely not let them off. "Return my brother's life." Chao Bufan was the first to charge forward. However, these people could not just sit back and wait to be slaughtered. Immediately, several shouted, "Brothers, since we're all going to die anyway, let's fight." This call was met with 100 responses, and soon over a dozen 7th-tier experts joined his ranks. As for the other few 7th-tier experts, they did not kill anyone. At most, they would impose some punishment, not enough to warrant death. So they stood back and watched without intervening. Still dare to be reckless. Feng Tiancheng slashed out with his sword, 7 different colored sword lights shooting out rapidly. Although he had already exhausted himself from the battle with the blood demon, he was still an 8th-tier peak practitioner wielding a divine weapon. Killing these dozen or so 7th-tier experts was simply too easy. The 7 colored sword lights weaved through the group several times before returning to Feng Tiancheng's sword. The dozen or so who had just been shouting fell to the ground one after another, silenced. The crowd gasped in shock once more. An 8th-tier peak practitioner, even at the end of his strength, was still terrifying. And considering that Feng Tiancheng couldn't even injure the blood demon with all his might, how strong must that blood demon be? How powerful was the masked man who had killed the blood demon's avatar with a single strike, forcing it to flee? With this comparison, everyone finally understood the terror of Su Chen. Those who had dared to oppose and complain just moments ago couldn't help but shrink back. The other side was still somewhat reasonable. If they had acted directly, they would have died 100 times over. After dealing with these guards, the next target was the group of wealthy individuals. "Spare me." Du Jingyun was the first to kneel. He didn't want to die, he hadn't figured out the truth of the world yet, and he wanted to live for several more decades. But Chao Bufan killed him with a single strike. He didn't care about the other person's identity. Now that he could avenge his brother, he dared to kill anyone. Xiaoding frowned at this but did not stop him. Although the Chao brothers had made things difficult for him along the way, now that everyone Chao Bufan brought was dead, including his brother, he had also received his comeuppance. As long as Chao Bufan didn't provoke him again, he couldn't be bothered with him. At this moment, more people joined the revenge team, most of whom had lost their brothers and friends in this turmoil. Half of the more than 30 wealthy individuals who had joined the Night God sect were dead, while the remaining ones were clever enough not to let their subordinates kill anyone. However, compensation was unavoidable. Su Chen searched through the crowd for a while and finally found a wealthy individual about 1 meter 60 tall, Koizumi Ichiro. He hadn't joined the Night God sect and hadn't died in the collapse of the Heavenly Palace. However, he was particularly scared now, so he was hiding at the back of the crowd, using his height to his advantage. He remembered very clearly that on the night of the auction for the Dragon Crystal, Xiaoding had bid for this masked man. Moreover, after the other party obtained the Dragon Crystal, he had glanced at him. At that time, he hadn't paid it any mind. But now it was different. He had no idea the other party would be this strong, and he only hoped Su Chen wouldn't see him. However, his wish was in vain. Su Chen specifically singled him out. How could Su Chen forget someone who dared to swindle him out of 1,000 billion? "Koizumi Ichiro, are you coming out on your own, or should I invite you out?" Upon hearing Su Chen's sudden voice, everyone turned to look in the direction Su Chen was facing. Isn't Koizumi Ichiro not part of the Night God sect? What does Senior Su intend to do? It's clear you just arrived on the island these past few days. 3 days ago at the gala, Koizumi Ichiro deliberately drove up the price of a monster crystal core against Xiaoding. Made Xiaoding spend an extra 1,000 billion. I saw it clearly at the time. That item Xiaoding bid on was meant for Senior Su. It turns out this is how it is. Now there's a good show to watch. The people of the Dragon Kingdom already hate the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. I think Senior Su is going to settle the score now. Sigh, it's better to make fewer enemies in the future. You never know when you might provoke some hidden big shot. Look at Koizumi Ikiru, he's almost scared to death. Koizumi Ikiru looked at the guards behind him, wanting to seek their help. However, when his gaze fell on them, several guards lowered their heads in unison. "You guys, I paid a hefty price to hire you, and you dare not help me?" Koizumi Ikiru glared angrily at him. "Lord Koizumi Ikiru, your money isn't enough to make us risk our lives, is it? Don't joke around, we'll return the money to you." After saying that, they directly took out a few business cards and handed them back to him. Almost dying this time was enough. They didn't want to offend that masked person. They weren't stupid, they wanted to live a few more years. Baka, where's your spirit of contract? The few of them tilted their heads, refusing to look at him. Koizumi Aikiru, feeling helpless, could only walk out of the crowd towards Su Chen. I've met you, but I don't know what you need from me? No matter what it is, as long as I can help you, I will do my best. Koizumi Aikiru kept his head low, and with his height of 1.60 m, he looked even shorter. Lift your head up, it's exhausting to talk to you like this. Su Chen had to look down at him, feeling uncomfortable. Is this okay, my lord? Koizumi Aikiru raised his head, forcing out a faint smile. Well, let's talk about that night when you tricked me out of 100 billion. How do you think you should compensate me for my loss? My lord, we had a fair auction. Say that again? Koizumi Aikiru's face turned ashen, and he had no choice but to take out a few business cards from his system backpack. Here are 300 billion, please accept it, and I apologize. Koizumi Aikiru extended his hands, bowing as he offered the business cards. That's more like it. Su Chen took the business cards and put them into his backpack. My lord, am I all right now? Su Chen nodded. This matter is settled. I have another thing to discuss with you. What? There's more. Koizumi Aikiru asked tremulously. What else do you need, my lord? Su Chen's voice turned cold as he slowly asked. Koizumi Jairu is your brother, right? Koizumi Aikiru nodded. This was common knowledge, and he couldn't hide it. That's good, I didn't find the wrong person. Your brother owes me something, and I need you to repay it for him. What does he owe? Koizumi Aikiru suddenly had a bad premonition but still mustered the courage to ask. He owes me a life, and I need you to repay it. What? Koizumi Aikiru was taken aback, about to scream for help. Then he realized his body was uncontrollably bleeding out. Ichiro Koizumi wanted to say something, but his throat was already filled with blood, and he couldn't utter a word. Su Chen leaned closer to him and said in a voice only they could hear. There's one more thing to tell you. My name is Su Chen, and your brother Koizumi Jiro also died at my hands. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Koizumi's eyes whitened like copper bells. You? Ha? Ichiro Koizumi pointed at Su Chen unwillingly, wanting to say something but unable to. Bang! Ichiro Koizumi's corpse fell straight to the ground, his death gruesome. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, wanting to distance themselves from Su Chen. Who exactly is the blood demon? Ichiro Koizumi bled to death, truly frightening many people. This method looked very much like the blood demon's technique. Feng Tianchang, who was closest, frowned upon seeing Ichiro Koizumi's death. He hadn't seen Su Chen make a move, and then Ichiro Koizumi was bleeding all over. This sent a chill down his spine. If this person wanted to kill them, it would probably be no different from killing a chick. Fortunately, the other party had no intention of attacking anyone else for the time being. The only thing he could confirm now was that this person was from the Dragon Kingdom. However, he knew the few major 9-turn professionals from the Dragon Kingdom, and he couldn't tell who this person's methods belonged to at all. The Dragon Kingdom is full of hidden talents. The strength displayed on the surface must be deceiving us. This senior Su must be a hidden super big shot from the Dragon Kingdom. I must treat him with caution. With this thought, Feng Tianchang lowered his posture even further. With things having developed to this point, the event could no longer continue. Feng Tianchang could only announce, I apologize, everyone, this event has been disrupted by the Night God cult. It is the fault of this island master. The island master is being too modest. This cannot be blamed on you. Yes, if it weren't for the island master and Senior Su's intervention, we would have long become puppets of the Night God cult. Feng Tianchang nodded. It's getting late, everyone should go back and rest. The crowd exited the small world and immediately smelled the stench of blood. This is bad. Feng Tianchang quickly flew down the mountain. Sure enough, all the service staff on Liuli Island had been killed by the blood demon. Night God cult. Seeing this scene, Feng Tianchang cursed angrily. To restore the former glory of Liuli Island, he would have to train new people to come to the island. It would take at least a few years to achieve that. On the way down the mountain, Kaiser found Xiao Ding again to discuss cooperation. Now he didn't want to find anyone else, he just wanted to cooperate with Xiao Ding. As long as Xiao Ding agreed, with the help of the person beside him, he wouldn't need anyone else. Seeing this, Xiao Ding could only look at Su Chen to seek his opinion. 90-10 split. Don't let others say we're bullying people. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Xiao Ding's mouth twitched. Isn't a 90-10 split still considered bullying? However, Kaiser smiled and immediately agreed to this condition. He would even be willing to pay to get a 90-10 split. Boss Xiao, from now on, you will be our Caesar Group's #1 global partner. Kaiser shook hands with Xiao Ding, but his peripheral vision was on Su Chen. If I have such a strong person helping, I will definitely be able to get that thing. At this moment, Mu Hongxiao was also looking at Su Chen, and Mu Lianqing noticed this and couldn't help but feel worried. He had already noticed that his daughter had been staring at this senior Su before. Today, now she was even looking at him while walking, and he began to suspect that his daughter might be attracted to senior Su's strength. Could it be that she has fallen for senior Su? Thinking of this, Mu Lianqing was startled. With such terrifying strength, he must be an old man of a certain age. His daughter was only 22 this year. If that were to happen, Mu Lianqing didn't dare to think any further and quickly grabbed Mu Hongxia, pulling her away from the crowd. Dad, what are you doing? Mu Hongxia looked at her father in confusion. Dad, I don't oppose you admiring strong people, that's your freedom, but if there's too much of an age gap, well, I don't think it's very appropriate. What are you talking about, Dad? I don't understand. Mu Hongxia's face was filled with bewilderment. Sigh, daughter, why are you staring at Senior Su? It's nothing, I just think he looks a bit familiar and I'm curious about who he really is. Hearing this, Mu Lianqing thought to himself that it was bad. His daughter had never been in a relationship, she didn't know how much love could stem from one party's curiosity about the other. Now his daughter was at the point of being curious about Senior Su. No, daughter, listen to your dad's advice. If you're looking for someone, find someone closer to your age. I could accept a 10-year difference, but I oppose this marriage. Mu Lianqing said directly. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Mu Hongxia's face turned as red as the morning glow, particularly striking under the streetlight. Dad, what are you talking about? She had never been in love, but she wasn't foolish. What was this all about? She was simply curious about who Su Chen was. How did it turn into her liking him in her father's words? Look at your face, it's all red. You still say you don't? In any case, I don't approve. Mu Lianqing's tone was very firm, there was no room for negotiation. Oh, Dad, you misunderstood. He's so powerful, he must be around the same age as my grandfather. How could I possibly like him? If he were around my age, I could accept it. Really? Could I be lying? Your daughter could never like him. Mu Lianqing nodded. That's good, then I can rest easy. Everyone returned to the hotel, helped clean up the bodies, and then went back to their own rooms. Xiao Ding found Su Chen and discussed the plans for the next few days. Are we going back tomorrow? Su Chen had heard him say he would stay for a week. But it was normal, now Lioli Island was practically paralyzed with only the three of them left besides the outsiders. Yes, once we return to Haiban City, I want to take Changxing's body back to our hometown for burial. If you're going back to Kyoto, you can go with Mu Lianqing and his daughter. Okay. Su Chen nodded. Next, he also needed to do the third transfer task. On a certain island in the East Sea, Yang Yan contacted the Right Protector within the sect. Upon learning of the mission's failure, the Right Protector cursed loudly. A bunch of useless people. Yatu is usually so arrogant in the sect, yet he lost to a human. It's truly a disgrace to the blood clan. Tomorrow, I will personally go and kill him. The sea was his territory and he was confident he could take him out in one strike. But Protector, that person can also control water. He managed to. The Right Protector interrupted Yang Yan. Enough. Do you think my water control ability is inferior to his? Tomorrow, you all watch from a distance and see how I kill him. The next morning, Su Chen, Mu Lianqing, and the others set off together. However, all the service personnel were dead and the flying boat was unmanned. Fortunately, the flying boat only needed to have a fixed route set to depart. Otherwise, returning would have been a problem. Of course, Su Chen had a wormhole, so it wouldn't be that troublesome, but the issue of exposing his identity was another matter. They had kept it a secret until now, so they weren't in a hurry to return. On the way, Xiao Bufan unexpectedly walked up to Xiao Ding and Su Chen to apologize. I'm sorry, Boss Xiao, about what happened before, it was my brother. At this point, Xiao Bufan choked up and said, it was my fault. Please forgive my arrogance and ignorance. Xiao Bufan glanced at Su Chen and bowed again. It was only yesterday that he realized how foolish and ignorant he had been in the past. If it weren't for the generosity of Su, the senior in front of him, he would have been a corpse after that first day of mockery. Even the East Sea Academy couldn't have protected him, because the East Sea Academy didn't have any ninth-turn experts. 2. Put it bluntly, if such a top-tier expert killed him in public, even the National Defense Department wouldn't dare to say a word. No one would dare to question it. Xiao Ding shook his head as he looked at him. Just a few days ago, this person had been so arrogant, and now he was so humble. Everything spoke of strength, all influenced by Su Chen. Forget it, I'm very sorry for the deaths of your brother and your student. In the future, just keep a lower profile in your actions. Don't stir up trouble out of nowhere again. Yes, thank you for your advice, Boss Xiao, and thank you, Senior Su. Xiao Bufan excused himself and stepped aside. Ever since his brother's death, he seemed to have become a different person. The arrogant and overbearing Xiao Bufan was nowhere to be seen. Of course, after Su Chen displayed his strength, he no longer dared to be arrogant. At this moment, Mu Lianqing and his daughter also walked over. Senior Su, are you also from the capital? I heard Brother Xiao say you are traveling with us. No. Hearing Su Chen's denial, Mu Lianqing dismissed his speculation about Su Chen's identity. Then, Senior Su, do you have relatives in the capital? There was only one prominent family in the capital with the surname Su. It was said that the current head of the Su family, Su Lai, had already reached the peak of the 7th turn, and the old master of the Su family had been an 8th turn expert 20 years ago. So Mu Lianqing speculated that this Senior Su in front of him was very likely the old master of the Su family. Su Chen still shook his head. Seeing Su Chen's denial, Mu Lianqing was somewhat puzzled and decided to visit the Su family after returning. Then he would subtly inquire about the whereabouts of the old Master Su. If he could confirm it was the old master, preparing a generous gift would be necessary. After all, Senior Su had conveniently saved him and his daughter. Along the way, the group chatted and laughed, though most of the time it was Mu Lianqing and Xiaoding who were talking. Suchen hardly spoke, merely standing at the edge of the deck, admiring the sea view. Now, thanks to Xiaoding, Mu Lianqing had obtained the rights to operate in another continent. Although it wasn't in Longwa, it was still a big business deal that could bring enormous profits to the Mu family. The flying boat continued on its journey, unaware that several people had already ambushed them at sea, waiting for their arrival. On the endless sea, a solitary boat floated quietly on the surface. Even in the face of strong winds and waves, it remained as steady as a mountain, impossible to capsize. On the lonely boat, the blood demon, who had regained some color, and Yang Yan and Dang Yan were staring blankly at the sea below. After a while, a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared in the ocean. Then, a water tornado quickly shot up from the sea, nearly capsizing the solitary boat. Xue Donlu. Was that intentional? The blood demon steadied the boat and cursed loudly at the figure slowly appearing on the water tornado. If it weren't for its current injury to its source, it would have charged up to fight Xue Donlu after that provocative move. Yang Yan and Dang Yan were also filled with anger but dared not speak. In this vast ocean, if they were thrown into the sea, even if they were eighth turn strong, they would have to shed a layer of skin to escape. On the water tornado, Xue Donglu casually said, "What's wrong? Are you scared by such a little wind and waves?" At this point, Xue Donglu changed his tone. "No wonder this mission will fail. I said to let me come, but you insisted on taking credit. Yatua, I wonder how you will explain this to the leader and the night god now." The blood demon, undeterred, retorted, I will explain the situation to the leader myself. As for you, Xue Donglu, do you really think the opponent is some third-rate shrimp? Don't blame me for not reminding you, I won't save you later. Ha 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 ha. Xue Donglu seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Save me? Yatua, don't forget, we are in the ocean. Even if the leader came here, I wouldn't fear him, let alone the person you mentioned. What is he? Does he even qualify to fight me in the ocean? Hearing this, the blood demon hesitated a bit. In the water, it was indeed Xue Donglio's home ground. Even at its peak, it couldn't surpass Xue Donglu. So it wasn't sure if that person could defeat Xue Donglu. However, thinking of the opponent's terrifying swordsmanship, the blood demon still felt a shiver. It now only hoped that the opponent could severely punish Xue Donglu. That way, the leader and the night god wouldn't blame them for this failure. With this thought, the blood demon stopped arguing with Xue Donglu and urged the solitary boat to sail far out into the sea. If Xue Donglu won, it would definitely be mocked, so it preferred to be far away, out of sight and out of mind. If Xue Donglu lost, it would also have an easier time escaping. It was truly a win-win situation. Seeing the blood demon run so far, Xue Donglu shook his head disdainfully. 3 useless fools, how can such cowardice achieve great things? When will my night god church realize that great dream? After Xue Donglu finished speaking to himself, the water tornado dove back into the sea and his figure disappeared into the ocean. The surface of the sea fell silent again. An hour later, a flying boat rushed in from the horizon, which was Su Chen and his group's flying boat. Finally here, Xue Donglu instantly launched an attack. The originally calm sea suddenly surged with towering waves, and the sky, which had just been clear, became a stormy chaos. The flying boat plunged into the storm, immediately being caught and starting to sway with the wind. What's going on? Where did this wind and waves come from? Xiaoding grabbed the railing, looking around in confusion. This storm seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, catching them completely off guard. Fortunately, the flying boat had a defensive shield, otherwise, this storm could have blown them into the sea. Mu Lianqing looked at the surface of the sea and exclaimed, "There's movement in the sea. Could it be a peerless great demon?" A peerless great demon was a title reserved for monsters above level 800. A peerless great demon is nothing to worry about. I'm afraid the night god church's treachery is still alive. Xiaoding glanced at Su Chen beside him. With Su Chen around, no peerless great demon would be of any use. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. A water tornado, dozens of meters high, rose from the sea. Xue Donglu stood at the top of the water tornado, looking at the people on the flying boat and asked, "Who disrupted my night god sect's plan last night? Step forward and let this protector see you." Mu Lianqing was shocked and said, "So it really is someone from the night god sect. He calls himself a protector. Could this person be a top-tier 9th transition powerhouse like Blood Demon? That waste Blood Demon is not worthy of being compared to me." Xue Donglu said lightly, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Xue Donglu, the right protector of the night god sect. When I send you on your way later, you'll know who killed you." "Are all night god sect people this arrogant?" Su Chen looked at him and asked, "Where did Blood Demon go? I have something to discuss with it." Su Chen still hadn't forgotten about capturing Blood Demon as a pet. With the right protector here, Blood Demon should have come too. So you're the powerhouse it mentioned? You don't need to look for it, that coward has no idea where it ran off to. Now, let me send you off." Shui Donglu raised his hand and a massive water column shot towards the flying boat. Bang! The defensive shield didn't even withstand a single hit before being pierced. Just as the water column was about to strike the body of the flying boat, it suddenly changed direction and flew towards Shui Donglu. Shui Donglu looked at Su-chan in surprise and quickly dodged this attack. You can actually control my water column? It seems you have some skill, no wonder that waste auto lost to you. But this is where it ends. Before Shui Donglu could finish his sentence, he found that the blood in his body was actually spilling outwards. This startled him greatly and he shouted, "Water sky one color." Suddenly, Shui Donglu's body completely disappeared, merging into the water tornado. Oh, this time it was Su-chan's turn to be puzzled. He was the first to see someone escape after being hit by his River God skill. But it was normal. River God wasn't a guaranteed kill skill like Blade Draw. Its release process still had a certain delay. Shui Donglu reacted quickly, using Water Sky one color to completely merge with the water. Ah, that fool is lucky to be alive. Far away, Blood Demon and the others were secretly observing the battle. Seeing Shui Donglu in trouble, Blood Demon laughed happily. Protector, how about we leave? I'm a bit scared. Dang Yan was the first to suggest retreating. Yang An nodded in agreement, clearly frightened as well. If even Shui Donglu, backed by the sea, almost died in one move, they would be discovered if they continued watching, and that would be the end for them. What's the rush? That dog may be arrogant, but in the sea, he still has the strength to fight. Let's watch a little longer. If things go wrong, we'll leave immediately. You mustn't worry about him. The two thought to themselves, that's not even worth saying. If you're too scared to save him, how could we dare to go? Are we going to give him experience points? In the sea, if Shui Donglu's consciousness had a heartbeat, it would surely be racing wildly at this moment. If he had reacted just half a second slower, he would have been dead. This person is so strange. I was a bit careless, but this time, I won't give him another chance. Shui Donglu concentrated, and dozens of water tornadoes appeared on the surface of the sea, charging towards the flying boat. The speed was far beyond that of the previous water column. However, the next moment, these water tornadoes were forcibly merged together. Su-chan stepped out of the flying boat and landed steadily on the water tornado. You all move the flying boat further away. After giving his orders, Su-chan looked into the sea. He had used the river god skill to probe and found that he couldn't locate the opponent at all. His concealment was different from Blood Demon. It seemed that every drop of seawater was his true form. Su-chan waved his right hand, and the seawater, thousands of meters deep, spread out around him as if he were the center. In no time, a circular seabed surrounded by water was laid bare before everyone's eyes. A water tornado carried Su-chan down to the seabed. The still airborne Xiao Ding and the others watched the scene as if a celestial being had descended, their hearts racing. What kind of power was this to command the sea? Senior Su can't be a reincarnated deity, right? Mu Lianqing stammered. He's terrifying. At this moment, the turmoil in Xiao Bufan's heart was no less than the waves of the sea. What kind of existence had he provoked? Fortunately, the other party wasn't holding it against him. Far away. Damn, Protector, let's run. Quick, we can't stay here. My dear mother, this is not human. The Blood Demon, just recovered, turned pale with fright. I'm a bit weak in the legs. Can you support me? I can't muster any strength. On the seabed, Su-chan casually walked a few steps, observing the scattered seawater. Even so, he still couldn't see where the opponent was. Su-chan felt a bit of a headache. An invisible enemy was truly annoying. If he were to drain the entire sea, it would be a catastrophe for everyone, and Su-chan certainly wouldn't do that. What Su-chan didn't know was that Shui Donglu was even more troubled. He was now so scared that he was at a loss. He wanted to attack, but the sea water wouldn't listen to his commands at all, remaining fixed around that person. The sea, which he relied on for existence, completely ignored his skills. No, I have to go. Shui Donglu had already forgotten his earlier bravado. He now had only this thought. However, at that moment, a dragon's roar echoed from the seabed, interrupting his thoughts. Roar! Master, I'm here to assist you. The Ice Dragon King seemed to have completed its evolution, and the moment it awakened, it saw this scene. So it volunteered to fight. Su-chan also wanted to see what it looked like after evolving, so he released it. The first thing the Ice Dragon King did upon emerging was to unleash an absolute freeze. Absolute zero. The moment the seawater came into contact with its freezing skill, it instantly turned into ice crystals, rapidly condensing into the distance. Not only was the speed fast, but the range was also endless at a glance. Watching the small boat freeze along with the seawater in an instant, the Blood Demon and the others jumped into the air to dodge. Deng Yan, hurry and use your fire skills to protect us as we escape. The Blood Demon didn't want to watch any longer. If they looked a moment longer, they would become the ones being watched. The three of them worked together, barely resisting the freezing force beneath their feet. Then they ran across the ice surface without looking back. As for Shui Donglu, his body merged with the sea, and when the sea was frozen, he was also sealed in here. It seemed that his consciousness and time were about to be frozen together. What is this thing? Mu Lianqing was the first to exclaim in surprise. The entire sea was frozen, and this scene resembled the end of the world. This is? Mu Hongxia stared in astonishment at the frost giant dragon. A bad memory resurfaced in her mind. The dragon from the heavenly mysterious realm. The only difference was that this dragon had already grown half of its horns. This was definitely that dragon, including its roar just now. Mu Hongxia suddenly looked at the person standing on the seabed, and at that moment his figure seemed to perfectly overlap with Su Chen's. He is Su Chen, my junior. Mu Hongxia murmured. Everything became clear. She had suspected that Su Chen knew about those monsters last time. That day, Su Chen pretended not to know, which made her go find a psychologist later. Now, there was another person with the surname Su beside this giant dragon. This could no longer be explained as a coincidence. This so-called senior Su was definitely Su Chen. Thinking of this, Mu Hongxia felt a bit angry. Su Chen had deceived her terribly. However, this emotion was immediately replaced by embarrassment and anger. She recalled what she had said to her father last night. Xiaoding was not far from them and looked at Mu Hongxia in surprise upon hearing her words. Xiaoding did not know how Mu Hongxia recognized Su Chen. Could it be that Mu Hongxia has seen the Ice Dragon King? Xiaoding shook his head with a smile. It no longer mattered whether to reveal his identity or not. It seemed that Su Chen would have one more fan in the future. Xiaoding looked at the young man at the bottom of the sea and sighed. Youth is truly wonderful. Ha, brother Xiao, what are you talking about? And daughter, did you just say Su Chen? You mean senior. Su is Su Chen? Everyone turned to Xiaoding at the same time. Even Xiao Bufan leaned in. They had guessed all night about senior Su's identity, and it seemed they were about to uncover it. But why did the name Su Chen sound so familiar? Seeing that they could no longer hide it, Xiaoding simply explained, that's right, brother Su was actually Su Chen from the same guild as your daughter. The young genius Su Chen who broke the sword god record. Otherwise, how could I, Xiaoding, have the honor to call him brother Su? Hearing Xiaoding's admission, Mu Lianqing felt dumbfounded. He had always thought the other party was an elderly person in his 60s or 70s. But now, he had become an 18-year-old youth. The contrast was so huge that Mu Lianqing was somewhat at a loss. You mean he is that Su Chen? How is this possible? Mu Lianqing recalled how Su Chen had cut down the blood demon's avatar with one strike, forcing the blood demon to flee, and then bizarrely caught the already escaped Zhou Changsheng back with another strike. That was a level 900 outer celestial demon. How could it be forced to flee in panic by an 18-year-old boy? But now that Xiaoding had personally admitted it, he had no choice but to believe. Xiao Bufan was now in a state of confusion. The so-called senior expert who saved their group was actually the same age as the few students he had brought. His students had long perished at the bottom of the small world lake, while Su Chen had saved everyone. This disparity made him feel suffocated. The Donghai Academy had originally wanted to compete with the Dragon Martial Guild for a spot in the world competition this year. But now, with Su Chen around, it seemed that it didn't matter whether they went or not. How could there be a young person in this world who could be Su Chen's opponent? Just talking about this dragon, all the genius youths entering the world competition combined would not be able to match him. Mu Hongxia was in a daze. It really was junior Su Chen. No wonder she found Su Chen's figure so familiar. No wonder she felt she had heard Su Chen's voice somewhere. Later, when Su Chen deliberately raised his voice to speak, he probably realized she might recognize him. Brother Xiao, if he is Su Chen, then what about that ice dragon? Xiaoding smiled and said, what do you think it is that Su Chen has taken as a pet? Mu Lianqing frowned, then suddenly exclaimed in shock, Are you saying it's the Ice Dragon King from Tianzhushan? Xiaoding nodded. That's right, it's that level 880 Ice Dragon King, but it seems to have changed. I guess it's because Brother Su has been buying monster crystal cores. I suspect those monster crystal cores were all fed to this Ice Dragon King. Everyone turned to look at the majestic ice and snow giant dragon. However, what they saw was not a majestic creature, but an Ice Dragon King wagging its tail and lowering its head in front of Su Chen. Master, I had a little accident during my evolution. I was so close to evolving into a divine beast. Really, you have to believe me. The Ice Dragon King was now very anxious. It had made a promise but failed to deliver. This was also why it immediately clamored to come out and help Su Chen as soon as it woke up. It was scared, afraid that Su Chen would really eat it. Su Chen looked at it with a half-smile, not responding immediately but instead examining its attribute panel. Ice Dragon King Skasa Master, Su Chen rank, Demigod Beast, can continue to evolve. Level 900 physical attack, 1 500 000 magical attack, 2 200 000 health, 92 000 /92 000 physical defense / magical defense, 1 800 000 /1 550 000 skills, frozen domain, absolute 0, extreme blizzard. Icebound Miles, Ice Shield description, the absolute ruler of Tianzhushan, possessing absolute control over ice and snow. If you don't want to be turned into an ice pop, then run for your life. Special skill, Protect Master. Protect Master, Ice Dragon King Skasa can randomly share any of its attributes with the Master, allowing the Master to temporarily gain a 3-minute attribute boost with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Evolving the Ice Dragon King. into a divine beast can unlock Advanced Protect Master skills. Advanced Protect Master Ice Dragon King Skasa can share all its attributes with the Master, allowing the Master to temporarily gain a 10-minute attribute boost with a cooldown of 3 minutes. After reading the attributes, Suchen wondered, Demigod Beast, is there such a title? Does that mean I need to eat another crystal core? Seeing the Protect Master skill, Suchen was indeed a bit tempted. Attack and defense didn't matter much, but if he could share the Ice Dragon King's health, it would perfectly compensate for Suchen's fragile nature. A Demigod Beast randomly grants one attribute, and it might not necessarily be health. After becoming a divine beast, it would be all attributes. So, it was still necessary to promote the Ice Dragon King to a divine beast. However, low-level monster crystal cores would definitely be useless. Crystal cores from monsters above level 800 were not something ordinary people could possess. Suchen immediately thought of the Caesar group. If anyone had that capability, it would probably be them. Master? The Ice Dragon King looked at Suchen fearfully, calling out softly, please don't be angry, Master. It's not worth it if you hurt your own body. Skasa will be sad. Suchen snapped back to reality from his thoughts, glanced at the Ice Dragon King, and coldly said, didn't you say you could complete your evolution? What's going on now? Do you know? You cost me 200 billion? Kaya hasn't spent that much money. Although Suchen needed its master protecting skill, he couldn't show it. Otherwise, this foolish dragon would get too cocky. So Suchen directly intimidated it, scaring it first. Sure enough, upon hearing Suchen's words, the entire dragon looked distressed. Master, let me explain. I was just a little short, really. Just give me one more dragon crystal, and I can definitely evolve into a divine beast. You still need a dragon crystal? Suchen thought a high-level monster core would suffice. Goodness, it was quite picky. Compared to ordinary monster cores, obtaining a dragon crystal was exponentially more difficult. Finding another dragon crystal would be extremely challenging. Master, I'm a dragon, of course I need dragon crystals. Stop talking nonsense. Why didn't Kyre say she needed phoenix crystals? The Ice Dragon King hurriedly explained, Sister Kyre can refine all monster cores with her divine phoenix flames for her use. But I can't. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. I want to see how that person from the Night God sect is doing. Upon hearing this, the Ice Dragon King felt a sense of relief, finally passing a trial. On the road to evolving into a divine beast, it thought the tribulations from Suchen were scarier than heavenly tribulations. Don't worry, Master. In my new skill, Absolute Zero, anything, including time, will be frozen for 3 minutes. Even if he isn't dead, he'll be severely injured. Suchen shook his head, took out a knife, and slashed. He didn't have time to waste with this person. Boom! The blade light slashed through, and the frozen seawater ice crystals shattered into fragments. The Ice Dragon King, I take back what I just said. It had just boasted that it could freeze anything, and the next second, Suchen's blade light shattered its Absolute Zero area. This was a complete slap in the face. The Ice Dragon King felt that Suchen must have done it on purpose. Looking at the shattered ice crystals, Suchen frowned and felt around, still unable to find the figure of the water flowing east. I don't even know if he's dead. If he isn't, to kill him, I'll have to rely on Kyre's world-destroying flames to evaporate all the seawater. He glanced at the 9-colored divine phoenix egg in the pet space, realizing it would be a long time before Kyre could hatch it. Forget it, let's go. Suchen jumped onto the Ice Dragon King's head, having it carry him back to the flying boat. He was too lazy to waste time here. This person seemed terrifying to others, but he had to be eliminated completely. However, to Suchen, he was just a toy. Suchen didn't have the time to drag this out. This was the mindset that came with strength. When no one in the world is your opponent, there are no enemies in your eyes. Perhaps the sword god of that year left Blue Star for the starry sky with this mindset. Those so-called abyss demons and extraterrestrial celestial demons were no longer enemies in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to eliminate them completely. In the sword god's eyes, these monsters were merely tools for humans to train with. Seeing Suchen return, Mu Hongxia was the first to speak. Chen, Jr., you tricked me terribly. Suchen glanced at Xiao Ding and then at the Ice Dragon King, immediately understanding. Mu Hongxia had seen the Ice Dragon King, so it seemed normal for her to guess. Hello, little girl, we meet again. The Ice Dragon King flew around Mu Hongxia after shrinking in size. It was you last time, otherwise I wouldn't have fainted. Don't talk nonsense, it was obviously Xiao Haizi who scared you first, and it has nothing to do with me. Xiao Haizi? Oh, it's also the Master's pet beast, a deep abyss demon, as black as a ghost. I don't know how they can see each other at night. Mu Hongxia, hearing this, suddenly looked at Suchen and said, Suchen, Jr., you tricked me last time. Suchen kicked the Ice Dragon King and stored it in the pet space. Why does this dog thing say everything out loud? That's not true. Let's head back to Haiban City. First, lest the Night God sect comes to cause trouble again. Suchen laughed and walked towards the cabin, avoiding the topic. Suchen, Jr., don't go. You owe me an explanation. Mu Hongxia relentlessly chased after him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ding looked meaningfully at Mu Lianqing. Brother Mu, your daughter might be in danger. Mu Lianqing laughed heartily. Brother Xiao, you are mistaken. My Mu family is likely to soar to great heights because of this. Mu Lianqing looked with great satisfaction at Su Chen's departing figure. What? A joke. If he wasn't satisfied with this, then no one in the world would be worthy of his daughter. Just didn't know if Su Chen would take a liking to his daughter. Go for it, Hongxia. You must win over Su Chen. Mu Lianqing silently cheered for his daughter, completely forgetting the words he said to her last night. Damn, why didn't I have a daughter? Xiao. Ding suddenly felt a bit disadvantaged. He had spent countless money and effort just to build a good relationship with Su Chen. This guy Mu Lianqing had done nothing, yet because he had a beautiful daughter, he got the first chance. The more Xiao Ding thought about it, the more he felt it was unfair. He had to go back and urge his wife to step up her efforts. After Su Chen and his group left, the shattered ice shards slowly dissolved, turning back into seawater that filled the area. After a long while, a very disheveled figure slowly emerged from the sea. Shui Donglu looked extremely exhausted, his spirit somewhat dazed. Glancing at his blood level, which was less than 5%, the horror in Shui Donglu's eyes intensified. Who on earth is this person? He will definitely threaten the plans of my Night God sect. I am far from his match. I just don't know if the leader and Lord Night God can defeat him. In any case, I can't provoke him again for now. Shui Donglu was genuinely afraid if this person kept him occupied. For another hour, he would definitely be unable to hold on and reveal his true form. At that time, he would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, the other party had no interest in keeping him, allowing him to escape with his life. Kyoto. The head of the Su family, Su Lai, personally visited the Langu Guild. Wu Zhengyang received him, and upon learning about Su Chen, Su Lai was somewhat excited and immediately returned home to report to his father. Soon, the Su family was in an uproar, because Su Chen was very likely the child that had been lost from their Su family 18 years ago. If this matter was true, then their Su family was about to rise. On the way back to Seaside City, everything went smoothly without any waves. After arriving in Seaside City, Xiao Ding went to his old home. As for where it was, Su Chen didn't ask, and Xiao Ding didn't say. Xiao Bufan looked at Seaside City with a complicated mood. He didn't know how to face his parents or how to explain things to the people from the East Sea Academy. This time, with so many talented individuals dead, not only would he lose his status as an elder, but he was also likely to face severe punishment himself. Su Chen went to the teleportation square in Seaside City with Mu Lianqing and his daughter to return to Kyoto. Upon arriving in Kyoto, Mu Lianqing said, Su Chen, come to my house for a visit when you have time. If there's anything, just call me anytime. He glanced at Su Chen and then at his daughter. He had let his daughter return home with Su Chen, but she insisted on going home first. Mu Lianqing could only look at Mu Hongxia with a face full of disappointment. With such a good opportunity to be alone, why couldn't his daughter understand his good intentions? It really made him furious. On the way back to the Mu family, Mu Hongxia asked curiously, Dad, why do you look so unhappy? Clearly, her father had been very happy just a moment ago. Mu Lianqing sighed. Do you think I'm unhappy for no reason? It's because you're not listening. Luckily, I don't have a heart condition. Hearing this, Mu Hongxia was even more puzzled. When had she not listened? Wasn't it just refusing her father's suggestion? She was going to the Dragon Martial Guild now, and it was no big deal. Forget it. Anyway, you should spend more time with Su Chen in the future, and also, don't go around without makeup every day. Although you look good without makeup, remember to dress up a bit. Dad, who are you to say that? I'm not talking to you anymore. Mu Hongxia lowered her head, and she finally understood why her father was unhappy. Mu Lianqing looked helpless. Look at you, still shy. At your age, when you meet a good man, you must take the initiative. Otherwise, when someone else takes him away, you'll regret it. I'm doing this for your own good. Mu Hongxia didn't respond, only thinking about her relationship with Su Chen over the past few days. Su Chen did meet her criteria for a partner, but she knew that on the day school started, two girls were already fighting over Su Chen at the guild entrance. Moreover, those two girls were known as the three goddesses of the Dragon Martial Guild along with her. If she joined in, what would she be? The third party, or the fourth? Mu Hongxia shook her head. She couldn't accept sharing a man with multiple women, unless Su Chen promised to marry only her. But with Su Chen's strength, and since they weren't very familiar, what right did she have to make such a demand? Mu Hongxia pushed all these thoughts out of her mind. Romantic feelings are ultimately external matters. My goal is to achieve the 9th transformation. I'll just be alone in this life. After parting ways with Mu Lianqing and his daughter, Su Chen walked alone on the streets of Kyoto. He could have used a wormhole to go directly to the entrance of the Dragon Martial Guild's small world, but Su Chen chose to walk slowly instead, thinking about some things. He was contemplating the truth about this world. Although he didn't agree with the Night God cult's methods, he was somewhat interested in their goals. This world superficially resembled Earth, but it was filled with many things and rules that didn't exist on Earth. Nightmares, the awakening temple, teleportation arrays, etc. were not really big secrets. The most important question was how this world achieved the datafication of all things while still being vibrant and full of life. Were all people just robots designed by a super civilization? Some well-programmed robots would be given better systems, and the systems would provide corresponding growth plans based on their programming direction. They would manifest unique skills based on the unique characteristics of their programming. This group of people was called professionals. Those with average programming could not awaken and were referred to as ordinary people. As Su Chen thought about this, he felt a chill run down his spine. However, all of this was just his speculation. The specific truth still needed to be uncovered by himself. Next time I encounter someone from the Night God cult, I must capture one and ask clearly. I wonder how much they know. Or perhaps the truth they know is not the truth that others want them to know? Su Chen shook his head. For now, it was more important for him to focus on leveling up his class. Once he reached the 8th transition and obtained divine status, evolving the river god skill to perfection and swimming through the river of time, everything would become clear. Get out of the way. A sharp scream jolted Su Chen from his thoughts. He was walking by the roadside when a heavy motorcycle came crashing through the greenery beside the road, heading straight for him. On the bike was a girl of about 14 or 15 with red hair, screaming loudly. The speed was so fast that if it hit an ordinary person, that person would surely die on the spot. Even a 3rd transition or higher professional would lose a significant amount of health from such a collision. It seemed the rider had no intention of braking, heading straight for Su Chen. Bang! A loud crash echoed, and Su Chen was unharmed, while the girl on the bike, along with her motorcycle, was sent flying. The noise quickly attracted a crowd of passers-by. My God, that person is actually fine. Must be a high-level professional, otherwise who could withstand a motorcycle going that fast? But he looks so young. A group of people discussed Su Chen, most of whom were ordinary citizens and did not recognize him. At that moment, someone exclaimed, looking at the red-haired girl lying on the ground, "Isn't that Su Xiaoyu, the jewel of the Su family? This boy is done for. He has offended someone from the Su family. Who doesn't know that the southern city of Kyoto belongs to the Su family? Even if the national leader comes, he has to give the old man of the Su family some face." While the crowd was still discussing, Su Xiaoyu slowly stood up, rubbing her leg. She was still gasping in pain, clearly injured. Su Xiaoyu glared angrily at Su Chen. "I told you to get out of the way, why didn't you move?" Hearing her first words upon standing were accusations against him, Su Chen frowned and said coldly, "You don't apologize, and yet you dare to blame me? I see you're not very old. It seems you lack discipline. I can discipline you on behalf of your parents." Su Chen directly conjured a palm-sized spray of water and sent it flying. Slap! A clear sound echoed as it struck her face. Su Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. From childhood to now, she had never been hit by anyone. Her brothers all doted on her, fearing she would suffer even the slightest grievance. Her grandfather forbade anyone from bullying her because she was the only girl in the younger generation of the Su family and the youngest one at that. She was truly the center of countless affections. Unexpectedly, today she was slapped by a stranger. Su Xiaoyu's eyes turned red and she immediately sat on the ground, crying loudly in grievance. At that moment, the onlookers were dumbfounded. Is he crazy? This is the little princess of the Su family. My God, it's over. This person is definitely doomed. He actually dared to hit Su Xiaoyu. I bet he will definitely vanish without a trace before tonight. The crowd shook their heads inside while pointing at Su Chen. By now, someone had already sent a message to notify several young members of the Su family. In Nan City, the Su family had eyes everywhere. They had informants everywhere. Such a major incident as the little princess of the Su family being attacked would soon reach the ears of the Su family. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Chen glanced at the girl again. Arrogant and overbearing, she seemed to share his surname. It seemed that the Su family in the capital was not a good bunch either. Su Chen was too lazy to deal with Su Xiaoyu any further and was about to leave the crowd. However, a few people stepped forward to block his way, saying, "Young brother, you can't leave just yet, you've caused trouble. Do you know her?" Su Chen looked at the people blocking him. We are not worthy to know Miss Su. We just couldn't stand by and watch injustice. You hit someone and you still want to leave? They were just ordinary people and they knew that someone who could be hit by a fast motorcycle and remain unscathed was a professional. Yet, they still blocked Su Chen. It wasn't because they were foolish, but because this was Nan City, and their actions would surely earn the favor of the Su family. So they stood up. "I see your eyes are fine. When did you go blind? Did you not see that she crashed into me?" The group laughed at his words. "Ha, do you know who she is? Even if she tells you to stand in the road for her to hit you, you have to stand there. Because this is Nan City, and here, the surname is Su. Got it, kid?" Su Chen nodded. The group thought Su Chen finally understood and was scared, but the next moment, the fingers of several people's right hands snapped off in response. "Ah!" Several screams rang out as they knelt on the ground in pain, clutching their fingers. "I'll spare your lives as a lesson. Don't think you can meddle in everything." Su Chen sheathed his knife and walked forward. At this moment, the crowd was startled and quickly made way for Su Chen. No one dared to block him anymore. They didn't expect this person to actually dare to take action, completely disregarding the Su family's face. Why do I feel like I've seen this young man somewhere? It feels so familiar. Someone nearby scratched their head. In confusion, the person next to them shook their head and said, I don't know if you've seen him, but I just know he won't be appearing again. No way. He is Su-chen. I knew. I had seen him somewhere. Su-chen? He's also from the Su family? What Su family member? He is this year's top genius of Long Country, overshadowing countless prodigies comparable to the young sword god. The person murmured, now there's really a good show to watch. Su-chen is a genius personally invited by the president of the Dragon Martial Association, and now he has offended our Su family in Nan City. I wonder what will happen next. If old Master Su personally intervenes, even the president of the Dragon Martial Association will have to give him some face. I estimate Su-chen will definitely bow his head and apologize. Those nearby seemed to recall who Su-chen was upon hearing this. What a pity, a genius who hasn't grown up can only choose to bow his head and apologize in the end. The crowd shook their heads in regret. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu also stopped crying, wiped her tears, and looked at the wrecked motorcycle. She didn't really want to hit Su-chen, it was just that the motorcycle's brakes had failed, and in her panic, she had crashed through the greenery and hit him. She felt wronged, because she had already let Su-chen go, yet he still hit her. Having been spoiled and domineering since childhood, she instinctively shouted the word get lost. She always seemed to use the word get lost to make people leave. The key was that no one dared to teach her the proper and polite way, so she thought this was normal. Who? Several piercing sounds cut through the air, rapidly approaching from a distance. A few flying beasts engulfed in flames landed. Upon seeing this, the crowd quickly stepped back. It's the third young master of the Su family, Su-chang. Su-chang dotes on his sister the most. Su-chen is probably in trouble now. And Su-chang is already a 5th-tier professional, right? Su-chen just changed jobs this year, didn't he? Su-chang has always been arrogant. He definitely won't care about the Dragon Martial Guild's reputation. Su-chen is likely to be beaten half to death. After the flying beasts landed, the leading young man jumped down and quickly walked to Su Xiaoyu's side to help her up. Seeing the slap marks and tear stains on his sister's face, Su-chang instantly became furious. Su-chang looked at the onlookers around him and coldly said, who hit my sister? The crowd fell silent, not daring to speak. At that moment, one of the few people who had lost a finger pointed with his intact hand towards the direction Su-chen had left, crying out in pain, third young master, we wanted to stand up for the young lady, but that person didn't give the Su family any face. After hitting the young lady, he even cut off our fingers. Third young master, you have to stand up for us. Hearing this, Su-chang's voice grew colder. What? Boldness. For so many years, it's only the Su family that bullies others. No one dares to bully my Su family in Nan City. Su-chang glanced in the direction and immediately ordered his subordinates, air, you two follow me to chase that person, the rest take good care of my sister. After saying this, Su-chang remounted his flying beast and chased after him. After Su-chen left the crowd, he had barely walked for 2 minutes when 3 flying beasts chased up from behind. They then screeched to a halt right in front of him. Stop! Are you the one who hit my sister? Su-chen looked coldly at Su-chen, but when he clearly saw Su-chen's face, shock appeared on his own. It's you, Su-chen? Just a few days ago, his grandfather had already informed the entire family that Su-chen from the Dragon Martial Guild was very likely their brother. When the brothers heard this news, they weren't actually happy at first. The more people there were, the more the family fortune would be divided. Moreover, with Su-chen's monstrous talent, once he grew up, how would there be any share left for them? They probably wouldn't even be able to hold their heads up in the future. What do you want? Su-chen looked at him indifferently. I don't care who you are, you dared to hit my sister, and today you won't be able to leave. Su-chang had already figured it out before Su-chen recognized his roots. He would teach him a lesson first. With Su-chen's talent, he would definitely be doted on by their grandfather. It was better to beat him up now, lest he wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate later. With this thought, Su-chang stopped wasting words and directly took out a whip to strike at Su-chen. Looking at the whip that had been drawn, Su-chen narrowed his eyes. This person acted without any regard for the situation, striking out after just a few words. It seemed that the Su family had truly grown accustomed to wielding power in South City, raising individuals who were so arrogant and overbearing. Since he dared to act this way, Su-chen would not hold back either. Before the whip could land on Su-chen, Su-chang found his hand, which was wielding the whip, explode in pain, blood splattering everywhere. The whip lost its pivot, spun in the air, and fell to the ground. Ah! Su-chang was momentarily stunned, then the intense pain made him scream and sit down on the ground. Third young master, a DNA heir who were behind Su-chang, were shocked and hurried to crouch beside him to check his injuries. Don't move! It's broken! Su-chang gritted his teeth in pain, looking at Su-chen with a face full of anger. Call for help, quickly call for help! Although Su-chang was furious, he still maintained a shred of rationality. If a DNA heir went up, they would not be a match for Su-chen, and that would only result in 2 more casualties. He hadn't even clearly seen how Su-chen had made his move. In an instant, his right hand had been shattered. Hearing this, the two quickly took out their communicators and sent out a B-level distress signal within the Su family. This was a rescue signal level established by the Su family themselves, ranging from F to A for general crises to urgent rescue needs. As for above A, there was also an S-level special crisis. An S-level distress signal indicated a threat to the very existence of the Su family. This signal could only be sent when the Su family faced an existential crisis. A B-level signal was already a relatively urgent signal level. Watching the two send out a distress signal, Su-chen did not stop them. Since he had already offended them, he might as well let them suffer together. It was better to resolve all these troubles today rather than deal with a new one in a few days after finishing off the current one. Su-chen also reminded them, make sure to call your family's strongest people so I don't have to waste my time coming back again. Hearing Su-chen's arrogant words, Su-chang, enduring the pain, shouted angrily, Su-chen, just you wait. No one can save you today. Don't think that Wu Zhangyang can protect you. He's just an early-stage 8-turn practitioner. My grandfather could kill him with one hand. Oh, Su-chen responded nonchalantly, then directly sat down on a stone bench by the roadside. Let them hurry up. I need to get back in time for dinner. You. Su-chang was so enraged that blood gushed from his wound again. Third young master, don't let him anger you. Let's wait for support. A D and A comforted. Since Su-chen ignored them, they quickly worked to stop Su-chang's bleeding. They were actually afraid to attack Su-chen now because they were both only at less than 6 turns. Even Su-chang had lost a hand with one move. How could they have the courage to attack Su-chen? In the Su family's emergency center. Here, all the surveillance from the entire south city of Kyoto was displayed. At that moment, a red B-level distress signal was flashing rapidly on a monitor in the upper right corner. The entire emergency center was filled with a deafening alarm. What's going on? Who sent the B-level distress signal? It had been many years since they had received anything higher than a D-level distress signal. The last time was when a 6-turn practitioner robbed their Su family's business. In the end, the Su family had swiftly killed that person. When the B-level alarm sounded, the people in the emergency center were suddenly stunned, as this had never happened before. Who would be foolish enough to provoke the Su family in South City? Unless they were looking for death. It was sent by the third young master's subordinate, saying the opponent is at least a 7-turn practitioner. What, 7-turn? Quickly notify the family's offerings. The people in the Su family's emergency center reacted quickly. The offerings of the Su family could only enter if they were above level 7, and the Su family had a total of 18 offerings. The strongest among them was comparable to an 8th level professional. This was also one of the Su family's trump cards to intimidate the small-time villains. With the information circulating, the news was soon relayed to the Su family's main base. Offering Chen, offering Tang, the emergency center has sent a B-level distress signal saying that the third young master is in danger and needs support. The two offerings, who were playing chess, exchanged glances upon hearing this news. B-level? We understand. The two stood up, and offering Tang did not forget to smile at the other person. Brotherly, let's finish this matter and then return to continue our unfinished game. Hee, good, that's exactly what I intend. The two of them did not take each other seriously. After all, they were both level 7, 60-level existences. Together, as long as they were not facing an 8th-level professional, they would not lose. Knowing the location, the two mounted their flying beasts and flew there. In the Su family courtyard, 4 elegant and poised women were gathered together discussing something. Eldest sister, do you think that Su-chen is the offspring of that wretched woman from back then? Indeed, it can be basically confirmed that the wretched woman did not have a miscarriage but instead fled to Donghua Prefecture with that illegitimate child. In the end, before she died, she gave birth to that illegitimate child and abandoned him at the door of an orphanage. Now that illegitimate child is making a name for himself in the Dragon Kingdom. You have no idea how happy the old master and old madam were when they found out. At this rate, if he recognizes his roots and knows what we have done, we sisters can forget about mixing in the Su family. The others frowned upon hearing this. It was a hidden danger. Wait, eldest sister, the old master knew about this back then. His inaction means he tacitly approved. The old master must have had some influence on this matter. Now that the illegitimate child has become successful, the old master remembers and even went to the Dragon Martial Guild to inquire. Do you think that illegitimate child will forgive the old master? As for why Su Lai would tacitly approve, it was simply because it was the result of his drunken indiscretion back then. The maid wanted to use this to climb the ranks of the Su family, but as an ordinary person, how could she compete with the wives of Su Lai? A person like Su Lai, who was high-ranking and accustomed to indifference, would not care about the life and death of a maid. As the women thought of this, they suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. In this matter, they were a community. If Su Lai insisted on calling Su-chen back to recognize his roots, they would expose this matter. In any case, they would never allow Su-chen to return to the Su family. Just as they were discussing, a maid rushed in urgently. Not good, the third young master is in trouble. Upon hearing this, one of the women dressed in purple finery instantly stood up. What did you say? Su Chang was her son. It's really the third madam. The third young master has had a hand severed, and the two offerings have already been notified to provide support. Chang Rong felt her vision darken upon hearing this, nearly fainting. Who did it? Chang Rong roared like a beast ready to devour. Su Chang was her only son and her leverage in competing for the Su family's inheritance. Despite their constant sisterly claims and seemingly good relations, the four women were secretly wary of one another. If it weren't for the emergence of their common enemy, Su Chen, they wouldn't have gathered to talk for so long. Hearing that her beloved son was in trouble nearly drove Chang Rong to the brink of collapse. The maid who came to report was so frightened by Chang Rong's expression that she momentarily forgot to answer. Chang Rong quickly stepped forward and slapped her. I asked you, who did it? At that moment, the eldest among them frowned and said, All right, third sister, why are you quarreling with a maid? She appeared to be mediating, but inside she was already overjoyed. If Su Cheng died, she would be even happier. Don't cry, and don't be afraid. Tell me who did it. The eldest looked at the maid, who was covering her face and crying softly, replying, to the first madam. The message from Adi and the others didn't say who it was. Where are they now? The maid carefully recited the address. I don't care who it is, I must kill him today. Su Chang was her lifeline. Chang Rong stepped out of the courtyard, summoned a flying pet beast, and flew towards the given address. Watching Chang Rong leave, the other three exchanged glances, each seeing joy in the other's eyes. There were 5 sons and 1 daughter. In the younger generation of the Su family, the eldest son had not awakened a profession and had been assigned to manage the family business. The second and third sons had decent talents, one born of the first house and the other of the third. The fourth son had not awakened a profession, while the fifth, born of the second house, had fair talent. The youngest daughter was born of the fourth house, receiving countless favors. However, being a daughter posed little threat to them, so they all doted on her. Apart from the fourth house, all 4 women had a son who had awakened a profession. Now that Su Chang was in trouble, there was even more inheritance for them to compete over. Everyone disperse. The eldest was the first to rise and leave, followed by the other 2. In the southern city of the capital, Su Chen and his companions were surrounded, with many having come to watch the spectacle. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu also pushed through the crowd and entered. Seeing Su Cheng's severed right hand, Su Xiaoyu quickly ran over to check her third brother's injuries. Third brother, your hand. Su Xiaoyu glared at Su Chen, who was sitting on a stone bench, and said angrily, Was it you who did this? Su Chen shook his head with a smile. I think it should be you. You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly hurt my third brother? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression turned cold. So you can hurt others? I said you did it. I'm not wronging you. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Do you still think his hand isn't your doing? Su Chen's words left Su Xiaoyu stunned. Did I harm my third brother? Su Xiaoyu glanced at the severed arm and suddenly burst into tears. Third brother, woo-woo, Su Xiaoyu wanted to apologize to her brother, Su Chang, but when the words reached her lips, she didn't even know how to apologize. She could only stammer anxiously. When had she ever needed to apologize to others? This was the first time Su Chen witnessed such an absurd scene. What kind of oddity had the Su family raised? Or was this woman just not right in the head? Little sister, don't listen to him, he's trying to fool you. Su Chen gasped in pain but still remembered to comfort his younger sister. But third brother, it's my fault that you got hurt. My brakes failed and I crashed into him. Su Chen glanced at the pair of siblings again. Their bond seemed quite good, but that had nothing to do with him. Where are the reinforcements you called? Su Chen urged impatiently. Upon hearing this, the people around finally understood why Su Chen was sitting there without leaving. Isn't Su Chen too arrogant? I think he's been blinded by the title of the #1 genius from Long Country, and now he's so full of himself. Does he really think that by breaking Su Cheng's arm, he can stand against the Su family? Everyone shook their heads. Su Chen, instead of rushing back to the Dragon Marshal Guild to seek protection from Wu Zhangyang, dared to sit there leisurely as if nothing was wrong. Is he out of his mind? Someone questioned. Hearing this, Su Chen shot a glance at that person, who was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Su Chen's eyes. The others, who had wanted to discuss further, all shut their mouths at Su Chen's glare. In less than 3 minutes, dozens of flying beasts rushed in from the distant sky. The 2 leading figures were Chen Gongfeng and Tang Gongfeng, while the others were professionals raised by the Su family. The grand procession of flying beasts halted above the crowd. Tang Gongfeng stood on a flying beast, looking down at the people below. Su family business, unrelated people, get lost. Tang Gongfeng's voice was like thunder, causing everyone to cover their ears and run 100 meters away. The scene was suddenly left with only Su Chen and the Su Cheng siblings. Watching the show of force from above, Su Chen slowly stood up and murmured, Finally here, I've been waiting so long. At that moment, another Gongfeng looked at Su Chen and coldly said, So you are the one who broke the third young master's arm? Su Chen raised his head to look at him, frowning. Get down here and talk. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, dozens of flying beasts in the air exploded simultaneously. The people were caught off guard and fell to the ground like dumplings. This scene made Su Chang's heart leap to his throat. He knew all too well about the flying beasts of the two Gongfangs. They were over level 600. Any one of those beasts could kill him. Yet, such high-level beasts had inexplicably died? Not even putting up a fight, and the two Gongfangs couldn't stop it either. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would have fallen like everyone else. The crowd in the distance was even more astonished, their mouths agape. Just a moment ago, Tang Gongfeng had them trembling like grandchildren, and the next second he was punished by Su Chen. For some reason, they suddenly felt a bit of satisfaction. The Su family had been oppressing them for a long time, and now someone dared to challenge the Su family. They were somewhat looking forward to Su Chen slapping the Su family in the face. Some who had not been optimistic about Su Chen were now silently supporting him, but due to the Su family's might, they didn't dare to voice it. The people of Nan City had long suffered under the Su family. Several screams echoed in the arena. A few of the lower-level flying beasts exploded, injuring several of them. They fell from dozens of meters in the air. If they weren't professionals, they would have been killed by the fall. At this moment, they were just holding their hands or feet, screaming in agony. Tang Gongfeng and Shen Gongfeng had very ugly expressions. They initially wanted to give everyone a warning, but instead, they were slapped in the face. The two looked at the person beside the stone bench, preparing to take action. At that moment, Shen Gongfeng suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Su Chen, unable to speak for a moment. "Old Chen, what are you doing?" Tang Gongfeng looked confused. "Look at him, he is Su Chen." "What? Su Chen?" Tang Gongfeng turned to look, and upon seeing the boy's face, he was also stunned. What is going on? They had long been informed that Su Chen might be the sixth young master of the Su family, so they naturally recognized him. However, it seemed that Su Chen had a conflict with Su Chang. They were the Su family's guardians. It would be one thing to slay external enemies, but how could they interfere in a family feud? A clear-headed official finds it hard to resolve family matters, and as outsiders, they were even less qualified to intervene. If they helped one side now, they would be seen as having taken a side in the eyes of the old master and the family head. The Su family absolutely disliked those who took sides prematurely. Thinking of this, the two stood there, unsure of what to do. Seeing that they were slow to act, Su Chang urged Tang Gongfeng, "Shen Gongfeng, what are you doing? He broke my arm, grab him and break both of his arms." Su Chang ultimately did not dare to let them kill Su Chen. If Su Chen was indeed from their Su family, then his actions would only bring trouble upon himself. The two exchanged glances. "Old Tang, what should we do?" "You ask me, who should I ask? How dare I take action?" Finally, Tang Gongfeng stepped forward and said to Su Chang, "Third young master, how can we outsiders interfere in your family matters? You might as well notify the family head and the old master. We can't manage this. We hope third young master understands our difficulties." Upon hearing this, Su Chen frowned. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by family matters?" Su Chen questioned Tang Gongfeng. Tang Gongfeng clasped his hands and said, "Young master Su Chen, to be honest, you were originally the sixth young master of the Su family. The family head has already uncovered the truth. You were lost in Donghua Prefecture, Donghai City, due to an accident. So you and young master Su Chang are half-brothers. The family head is already preparing to bring you back to acknowledge your roots." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's frown deepened. However, what nonsense about acknowledging roots? He was a transmigrator. That Su Chen was already dead. Born but not raised, how could they claim to be his parents? In this world, Su Chen's only family were those old men in the orphanage. Moreover, how could such a large family like the Su family investigate something from 18 years ago? Would they let a baby be lost? In Su Chen's view, they hadn't bothered to investigate back then. He must have been seen as dispensable in their eyes. Now that he had become successful, they suddenly wanted to bring him back. The Su family truly was a big family, adept at calculating their interests. Unfortunately, Su Chen would never return to the Su family. He did not need that so-called acknowledgement of roots. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers had already erupted in excitement. Su Chen is actually the sixth young master of the Su family? The Su family is already so powerful, and now they have gained an extraordinary genius out of nowhere. It seems the South City will be renamed Su City. Sigh, I thought a person who could resist the Su family had finally appeared, but it turns out they are family. We seem to have become a joke. Everyone should disperse, right? It's really pointless to watch brothers fight among themselves. Many people left the scene directly, while only a few stayed behind to see how things would develop. The most unfortunate were those who had just stopped Su Chen. Now they not only failed to gain the favor of the Su family but also offended a sixth young master. Moreover, this was the #1 genius of the Dragon Kingdom. If Su Chen pursued the matter later, they would be in deep trouble. "Big brother, let's leave Kyoto. We can't survive in Nan City anymore." The group had already begun discussing their departure. Su Xiaoyu's mouth dropped open in surprise. The one who slapped her and broke her third brother's arm turned out to be her sixth brother. Now she had gone from being the sixth sister to the seventh sister. Su Chang was particularly furious. He deliberately did not let a DNA heir send Su Chen's name back, intending to have someone punish Su Chen. He did not expect those two would not take action. Two esteemed guardians. Whether Su Chen is a member of the Su family is still uncertain. We, the Su family, have raised you. Is this how you repay us? My arm is broken. Even if he is a member of the Su family, he disrespected his elder brother and hit my little sister. Shouldn't you do something about it? After a series of statements from Su Chang, the two guardians clearly hesitated. Su Chang made a valid point, but this person was Su Chen. Given the excited expressions of the old master and the family head when they learned the news, they knew that once Su Chen returned to the Su family, he would definitely be the next family head. Sorry, third young master, please don't make it difficult for us. You should inform the family head about this matter. The two shook their heads, choosing not to get involved. Between offending Su Chen and Su Chang, they could only choose to offend Su Chang. Seeing their evasive eyes, Su Chang's heart sank. Even before Su Chen returned, these people had already sided with him. When he really returned, his brothers would probably have to look to Su Chen's face even for meals. The scene froze for a moment. However, at this moment, Su Chen spoke up. Please don't project your nonsense about the sixth young master onto me. Am I that familiar with you? Su Chen looked at Su Chang and said, and you, do you even qualify to call me brother? Wow! The crowd gasped. This matter actually had a twist. They thought it was settled and Su Chen would take the opportunity to return to the Su family. But now, judging from Su Chen's tone, it was clear he looked down on the Su family, even harboring resentment. He had no intention of returning to the Su family. This is going to be interesting. I want to see how the Su family will handle this. The crowd perked up again, watching the scene. Two esteemed guardians, what are you waiting for? He doesn't even acknowledge himself as a member of the Su family. Su Cheng's eyes shone with renewed light. It seems you are quite dissatisfied with me, repeatedly provoking me. Since that's the case, you can't be left alive. Su Chen's gaze turned cold as he reached out his right hand towards Su Chang, grasping at the air. Su Chenin's words were like a spell, at least in the eyes of others. Originally filled with surprise, Su Chang suddenly turned pale with fear. He felt the blood in his body rushing towards his heart. He never expected that Su Chen would dare to kill him in broad daylight, in front of countless people. No, don't. He was scared. He wanted to beg for mercy, but at that moment he felt his heart swelling rapidly. He could no longer speak. Bang! Su Cheng's heart exploded, blood bursting from his chest, splattering everywhere. Beside him, Su Xiaoyu was so frightened by this sudden scene that she fell to the ground, staring blankly. Her third brother was dead. Just like that, he died abruptly in front of her. She couldn't accept the scene and directly fainted, her vision going black. Third young master, a Dick and Ayer were also stunned. Su Chen really dared to kill him. The two rushed towards Su Chen in anger, no longer caring about his identity, only wanting to avenge Su Chang. Bang! Bang! Two clouds of blood mist exploded, the two maintaining their running posture even in death. Who else wants to die? Come and try. Su Chen coldly looked at the remaining members of the Su family. At this moment, the surroundings were silent, even the birds in the trees had been startled away by the earlier noise. How dare he? The crowd watching was all shocked into silence. Su Chen killed Su Chang right in front of them. They had thought that today's events would at most end with Su Chen and the Su family parting ways unhappily. They never expected Su Chen to be so bold as to kill Su Chang. The nature of this matter had changed. Even if Su Chen was truly the sixth young master of the Su family, he would definitely face severe punishment. Even if he didn't die, he would at least be locked away for decades in repentance. Big brother, do we still need to leave? The few who had stopped Su Chen earlier said excitedly. Damn it, hurry up and leave, let's go now. Don't look. Why, big brother? Su Chen has already broken with the Su family. Why are you still asking? Are you a fool? Someone is dead, and it's the third young master of the Su family. We are definitely implicated in this matter, and there will be no good outcome for us. While the Su family hasn't fully realized this yet, let's hurry and leave. Hearing this, the few understood and quickly squeezed out of the crowd to escape. Tang Gongfeng and Chen Gongfeng were also stunned. For 2 seconds by Su Chen's sudden lethal action. Tang Gongfeng looked at the fallen body, his eyes filled with panic. Su Chang was dead in front of them. They originally didn't want to get involved in this matter, but now they had no choice but to get involved. Regardless of the final outcome, their inadequate protection would not escape punishment. Moreover, Su Chang's biological mother, Chang Rong, was not someone to be trifled with. Although the Chang family was not based in the capital, they were a prominent family in the south. If she were to find out that her son was killed by Su Chen, she would definitely not let it go easily. They would also face Chang Rong's reckoning. Thinking of this, the two wore bitter expressions. If they had known, they wouldn't have come. Now they couldn't advance or retreat. Are you going to stop me? Su Chen looked at the two officials. The two exchanged glances and cut their fists towards Su Chen. Sorry, young Master Su, you cannot leave here today. Please come with us. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly. You are somewhat polite. I can give you a way to report back, and you can go home to enjoy your old age. What do you mean? The two frowned, not understanding what Su Chen meant. You will know soon. Su Chen took out a knife and struck out. Puff! The two felt a chill at their feet, and then with two thuds they fell to the ground. The two screamed in agony. The people from the Su family who came with them looked over and saw that the two guardians had their legs severed. They were now writhing in pain on the ground. Gulp! Someone swallowed nervously, staring in terror at the young man standing with a knife. Two seventh-tier professionals had their legs cut off by him in one stroke. So this was what he meant by settling scores and retirement. Indeed, with no legs left, they could only retire. Is there anyone else who wants to stop me? Su Chen looked at the remaining dozens from the Su family. At that moment, his clothes moved without wind and he stood there calmly, yet it pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. In that instant, Su Chen resembled a demon king descending to the world, causing the remaining dozens from the Su family to retreat several steps in unison. With the two strongest guardians crippled by Su Chen's blade, even the young master Su Chang had been killed by him. Who would dare to charge forward without fear of death? As long as one is human, no one is unafraid of death. How about we leave quickly? The onlookers no longer dared to continue watching. Su Chen truly had no scruples. The main point was that his strength seemed to have surpassed their understanding. Wasn't he just awakened? Why did the seventh-tier professionals have no power to fight back? I don't know. How old is he? I saw that it would have been easy for him to kill those two Su family guardians just now. Could he have already reached the 8th tier? But it's only been 2 or 3 months. Even if he had awakened and trained since birth, it wouldn't be possible to reach the 8th tier so quickly, right? The crowd was at a loss for words to describe their astonishment, because this exceeded their imagination. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, let alone in world history. Regardless of the opinions of those around him, Su Chen sheathed his knife and prepared to leave. He had already thought it through. If this matter escalated, he would reveal his trump card. He wanted to see in this world where strength was paramount whether the authorities would help him or the Su family. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, a sharp shout came from above. Stop! A beautiful woman in purple finery descended rapidly. Looking at Su Chang, who lay motionless on the ground, Chang Rong felt a sharp pain in her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. My Changer! Chang Rong looked at her son's lifeless body with tears in her eyes. In that moment, she felt as if the world had collapsed. Chang Rong suddenly raised her head, pointing at Su Chen with hatred and said, "It was you." Su Chen turned to look at her, and there was a hint of resemblance to Su Chang. It seemed she was his mother. Su Chen nodded and calmly said, "Yes, it was me who killed him. You can seek revenge, but you better think it through before you act. When I make my move, you won't have a chance. Bastard, return my son's life." Chang Rong wouldn't care about that. She was already filled with rage. Her only thought now was to kill Su Chen, looking for death. Hearing that insult, Su Chen's expression turned cold, and he drew his knife again, striking out. Kyoto Defense Department Minister's Office. Minister Wang Changjun was anxiously reviewing the recent cases of missing persons. In recent days, the number of missing professionals in Kyoto had been increasing. Moreover, the levels of these professionals had gradually risen from the initial 3rd transition to now 5th and even 6th transitions. Now, everyone in Kyoto's professional community was on edge, nearing the brink of collapse. Wang Changjun pinched his brow, feeling a headache. He had lost track of how long it had been since he last rested. Even with his 8th transition body, he felt a hint of fatigue. What on earth is causing this chaos? Wang Changjun murmured as he looked at the distribution map of the missing persons. Could it really be that monster mentioned by Old Shin last time? I wonder if Wu Zhangyang has found anything. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. Come in. Seeing his secretary rush in, Wang Changjun frowned and asked, "Who else is missing?" He was almost developing a stress response. "Minister, it's not that someone is missing, but something has happened in South City." South City? Isn't that the territory of the Su family? What could possibly happen there? Wang Changjun was somewhat puzzled. The Su family had become somewhat inflated in recent years, but the order in South City had been quite good under their deterrence. Therefore, the authorities had not inquired too much about South City. In his view, if something happened in the other 3 cities, South City would be safe. After all, the old man of the Su family was nearing his 9th transition. Although he was old, his strength was evident. Who would be foolish enough to provoke the Su family? Minister, it's Su Chen. Su Chen first had a conflict with the Su family's little princess, Su Xiaoyu. Then Su Chang arrived, and during the fight, Su Chang lost an arm. Later, when the 2 offerings of the Su family arrived, Su Chang repeatedly demanded to take Su Chen back and even wanted to break his hands. And then, since the offerings of the Su family were present, there shouldn't have been any major incidents. Wang Changjun couldn't understand why his secretary would report this matter. Su Chen, he directly killed Su Chang and even severed the legs of the 2 offerings. Upon hearing this, Wang Changjun stood up in shock from his chair. This is bad. Quickly notify the higher-ups, I'm going to the scene. Wang Changjun's expression changed drastically. He wasn't worried about Su Chen but rather about the Su family. The upper echelons of Longwo were well aware of Su Chen's terrifying strength. He was capable of capturing the level 880 boss, the Ice Dragon King. Why did the Su family provoke someone like Su Chen? Now even the old man of the Su family wouldn't be able to handle this. If things went wrong, the entire Su family could suffer. At this moment, Wang Changjun didn't care about his image. He didn't use the front door but jumped out of the window and flew swiftly towards South City. I hope things don't escalate to an irretrievable point, Wang Changjun prayed silently as he flew. In the Langu Guild, Wu Zhangyang also received the news immediately. What is going on? Weren't we just preparing to let Su Chen return to the family? How did it turn into a fight? Wu Zhangyang frowned as he looked at the message. Sigh, what a troublesome time. Wu Zhangyang sighed and quickly left the small world, flying towards South City. Such scenes were happening all over Kyoto. Even the ruler of Longwa had just received this news. Your Majesty, how do you think this should be handled? Listening to his subordinate's report, the ruler of Longwa murmured, I should go in person. I've always wanted to meet him but never had the time. This time will do. Su family. Su Lai had originally heard that Su Chen had returned from Liuli Island and he was preparing to head to the Langu Guild to wait. Instead, he heard the bad news about his third son. What pained him the most was that it was Su Chen who had killed Su Chang. Why did it turn out like this? Su Lai roared, shaking the entire room, causing countless tiny specks of dust to fall to the ground. At that moment, another person came to report. Master, it's bad. Third madam has gone alone. What? Su Lai was taken aback. He knew very well the character of Chang Rong. She loved her son the most. If the two met, they would definitely fight. Now that he had already lost one son, he didn't want to see anyone else come to harm. You all quickly inform my father. I will go first. Su Lai dashed out of the room, summoned his flying beast, and flew towards South City. In South City, by the roadside, countless people were gathered in the distance. Watching everything that was happening in the center, no one was not shocked. Just a moment ago, the third madam of the Su family, Chang Rong, who had rushed over to avenge her son, was dead. That one knife she could not withstand, so there was only this outcome. Su Chen, how dare he? That is the third madam of the Su family. I heard the Cheng family is also a dominant force in the southwest. Their status only slightly lower than the Du family. I wonder how Su Chen will wrap this up. Haha, he deserves it. A one-armed middle-aged man laughed maniacally. The Su family has relied on their strength to bully others in South City. When have they ever treated us as human? My son was beaten to death by their servants. I went to demand an explanation and they even broke my arm. Today, I feel relieved. Not just him, many in the crowd had suffered oppression from the Su family. As for reporting to the authorities, this was South City. The Defense Department didn't care about this place at all. As long as nothing major happened, they wouldn't intervene. To the Su family, these ordinary people were no different from pigs or dogs. Even professionals had to bow and scrape before the Su family members to win their favor. This was also why the brothers of the Su family acted so arrogantly. In South City, the Su family was like the heavens. Who could go against them? In the center, the two offerings of the Su family had already forgotten their injuries. Despair surged in their hearts. It's all over. Both the third young master and the third madam are dead. We cannot escape blame. This time, South City is really going to change. Not far away, Su Chen sheathed his knife. Looking coldly at the fallen Chang Rong, he had already said it before taking action against him, one should consider the consequences. If you dared to strike him, you had to bear the cost. Ever since the incident in Donghua Prefecture where he was thrown into prison, Su Chen would no longer allow himself to be slaughtered without retaliating. Sometimes, trusting others to give you justice is less practical than taking action yourself. In this world, even those closest to you might betray you. The only one you can trust is yourself. Therefore, Su Chen did not regret anything he had done today. If others were dissatisfied with his actions, they could say whatever they wanted. What did others' criticisms have to do with him? All he sought was a clear understanding of his thoughts. Su Chen glanced at the people from the Su family. This made them turn pale with fear, thinking that Su Chen was about to take action against them. Spare us. We are just working for the Su family. We dare not disobey their orders. Please, spare us. A group of people fell to their knees. Su Chen merely shook his head and then spoke. Inform your master that I will wait here for him for 10 minutes. If he is late, I will not wait. After saying this, Su Chen closed his eyes and sat back down on the stone bench. Since he was going to resolve this matter, he might as well settle it all at once to avoid future troubles. Master, do you need my help? The Ice Dragon King was eager to showcase its abilities after leveling up. Last time, it had only demonstrated one of its skills. No need, I will call you when I need you. The reason Su Chen continued to wait was not only to resolve this conflict but also to uncover the truth about his origins. Although he was a transmigrator in theory, this person's background had nothing to do with him. However, deep down, a sense of unwillingness drove Su Chen to clarify his lineage. That's fine, consider it compensation for you. Su Chen silently said to himself and stopped thinking about other matters. Less than 5 minutes later, a man in his 50s, somewhat resembling Su Chen, arrived, riding a flying beast. Behind him was a throng of flying beasts, roughly estimated to be at least several hundred. Each flying beast carried 2 to 3 Su family members armed with weapons. My god, did the entire Su family mobilize? This is the first time I've seen the Su family deploy over 1,000 people. They are all here for Su Chen. Why hasn't Su Chen left yet? Even if they just stand there, it would take him an hour to kill them. All. Kill? Do you see who is leading? That's Su Lai, the head of the Su family, an 8th tier master. Someone asked in confusion, but didn't Su Chen cut off the legs of those 2 7th tier offerings with one strike? Is 8th tier useful? You are not professionals, you don't understand the terror of an 8th tier professional. It's simply not comparable to a 7th tier. The crowd buzzed with discussion and some curious onlookers posted about today's events online. However, they found that their uploaded videos and photos could not pass the review. It seemed that for some time now, anything related to Su Chen had difficulty appearing online. Even if something slipped through, the accounts would soon be banned. There was an invisible hand controlling all of this. Thus, the public's perception of Su Chen remained stuck at the time of the major exam this year. Months had passed and many people had almost forgotten about him. After all, geniuses come and go every year. No one can remember every genius forever. At most, when someone mentioned it, they might recall that there was such a person. Hearing the commotion in the distance, Su Chen opened his eyes. Have they arrived? Truly worthy of a big family, they can mobilize over 1,000 people in such a short time. They really do hold me in high regard. Roar! Su Lai's flying beast let out a roar as it descended from the sky. The gust of wind generated upon landing blew some onlookers away. Upon seeing Su Lai arrive, the 2 offerings hurriedly shouted, "Head of the family, we are incompetent. We failed to protect the 3rd young master and the 3rd madam. Please punish us." Though they had lost their legs, they still knocked their heads against the ground, making a loud thud. To survive, they had to perform convincingly, otherwise they would undoubtedly die today. Su Lai looked at the 2 severed legs, his expression darkening. This was actually done by his son, who had been lost to the outside world and he had just awakened. At the age of 18. What a terrifying talent. In the 1,000-year history of Blue Star, such a monstrous person had never appeared, and he had never sought him out back then. Thinking of this, Su Lai felt a pang of regret. But after seeing the bodies of Su Chang and Chang Rong, Su Lai's regret turned into anger. Su Lai looked at Su Chen, who was sitting on the stone bench, and at that moment, Su Chen was also looking at him. Unfilial son. Do you know he is your 3rd brother and 3rd aunt? You have such audacity to commit such heinous acts. With a wave of his hand, Su Lai coldly said, "Take him down." No matter how talented Su Chen was, he had to be captured today and brought back for questioning. Otherwise, how could he command respect and explain to the Chang family in the southwest? Su Chen stood up, facing thousands of Su family subordinates without the slightest fear. He had seen the slaughter of tens of thousands. How could he possibly be afraid of such a small scene? Seeing Su Chen remain unafraid in front of thousands, Su Lai couldn't help but admire him inwardly. This unfilial son's temperament far surpasses anyone of my generation. Why is he so violent? Alas, misfortune for the family. Before Su Lai could finish his sigh, Su Chen's voice rang out. Have you considered the consequences of attacking me? Su Chen clenched his hand, and dozens of Su family members charging at the front, along with their flying beasts, exploded into a mist of blood. This scene immediately halted those behind. Strange, indescribably strange. Clearly, the young man had done nothing, not even wielded a weapon. Yet dozens of their people had died just like that, without even a splash of water. Su Lai was also shocked, frowning tightly. He didn't know how Su Chen had done it. Even he hadn't sensed any magical fluctuations. If Su Chen hadn't wanted to kill too many, he could have wiped out the entire Su family in one go. These dozens were merely a warning. I said, have you considered the consequences of attacking me? If you don't believe me, you can let them try again. Su Chen's voice was cold, colder than the autumn wind. Su Lai dared not let his subordinates attack again. He sensed Su Chen's confidence. Su Chen looked at Su Lai. I won't continue to kill them because I want to know my origins. I advise you not to hide anything, otherwise, none of you will leave here alive. You, unfilial son, you dare to speak to your father like this. Today, I will see just how much courage you have to be so audacious. Su Lai could not be intimidated by Su Chen's words. If he were, he might as well give up being the head of the Su family. After speaking, Su Lai took out a long spear and charged at Su Chen with unparalleled speed. Today, he would personally teach this unfilial son a lesson, making him understand what it means to respect his elders. Enough! Su Chen shouted angrily. Calling me an unfilial son, who do you think you are? As he looked at the attacking Su Lai, Su Chen swung his sword. The spear shattered, and along with it, Su Lai's right hand holding the spear also broke. Su Lai winced in pain, nearly falling to the ground. As he tried to stand up, a purple knife radiating an eerie glow was already pressed against his neck. Tell me my origins, or next time, it will be your neck that gets severed. At this moment, Su Lai's emotions changed again. Just a moment ago, he was filled with anger, but now he was struck with horror and shock. As an 8th transition powerhouse wielding a legendary weapon, he had actually been disarmed and had his hands severed by this rebellious son in one stroke. His defenses were utterly useless. How is this possible? I am an 8th transition professional, this cannot be. Su Lai could hardly believe it all. He had checked all of Su Chen's information. Clearly, he had only awakened this year. How could he be so strong? An 8th transition professional who could dominate anywhere in the world was utterly powerless to fight back. The saddest part was that he was now at the mercy of this rebellious son with a knife pressed against his neck. Nothing is impossible. Su Chen's voice remained cold. I said, tell me about my origins. I don't have much patience for your nonsense. Su Chen pressed the knife down a little more. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Su Lai laughed instead of getting angry. It's my family's misfortune. I, Su Lai, deserve this. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Let's see how the world views you as a fratricidal and patricidal person. Su Lai clearly knew the inside story from back then. If he revealed it, with Su Chen's reckless nature, he would definitely storm into the Su family. By then, his several wives would likely not escape disaster. Thinking of this, Su Lai bitterly smiled. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous maid could give birth to such a defiant and extraordinary talent? In that fleeting moment, a trace of regret flashed through Su Lai's heart. If he had said a word back then, would things have turned out differently? But everything had already happened. It was too late. Fratricide and patricide? You dare to say that? I want to ask, where have you been for the past 18 years? Do you have the right to say this? Look at the few descendants you raised, each one arrogant and overbearing, bullying others. You've taught them well. Upon hearing this, Su Lai's expression darkened, and he found himself unable to refute Su Chen's words. Over the years, he had no time to discipline his sons for the sake of the Su family. Their mother, in her quest for inheritance, had spoiled them to no end, fearing they would get hurt. The children he raised had long become wastrels in the eyes of others. I brought this upon myself. I will bear the consequences. Go ahead and kill me. Su Lai closed his eyes, preparing to await death. Head of the family. The people behind Su Lai wanted to rush over to rescue him. Su Lai waved his remaining left hand back and shouted, don't come over, don't make a meaningless sacrifice. He knew that what Su Chen said was absolutely true. Even he, an 8th transition professional, had no power to resist, let alone them. If they dared to come over, they would all perish here. Su Chen's strength had surpassed their understanding. Su Chen wouldn't really kill the head of the Su family. Would he? What kind of strength does he have? Why did the Su family head kneel with just one strike? The young man in the arena was continuously reshaping their understanding. It seemed that no matter what level of professional stood before him, it was all a matter of one strike. Even an 8th transition powerhouse, usually a rare sight, had no power to fight back. It seems we can only wait for Old Master Su to come and suppress Su Chen. Old Master Su is said to be close to the 9th transition. There are no more than 20 people in the world who can defeat him. Su Chen's strength is estimated to be around level 50 of the 8th transition. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, were busy discussing Su Chen's strength, completely unconcerned about Su Lai's fate. Only those who came with Su Lai were nervously looking at their family head. But since Su Lai wouldn't let them go, they could only watch from the back. The more Su Lai remained silent, the more curious Su Chen became. This man was willing to give up his life but wouldn't reveal his origins. What was he hiding? At that moment, Su Xiaoyu, who had just fainted, slowly woke up, thinking she had just had a nightmare. Upon waking, she discovered that even her third aunt had died beside her. Moreover, her father was also being held at knife point by that man. The series of blows left her feeling dizzy, but this time she did not faint again. She didn't know where she found the courage, but she got up and ran to Su Chen's side. Then, with a thud, she knelt down. Brother, please let my father go. It was my fault. I shouldn't have bumped into you. It's all my mistake. I won't make mistakes again. I won't ride a bike anymore. Please let my father go. Su Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with tears as she sought Su Chen's forgiveness. She never expected that because of her, so many of her relatives would die. Your matter ended after that slap. Now I want to know about my origins. This has nothing to do with you. Su Chen shook his head. He could not let Su Lai go just because of her plea. Origins? I know your origins. I overheard the third aunt and the others talking about it. Your mother is Xiaoyu, shut up. Su Lai shouted angrily, interrupting her words. Father, but you. Su Xiaoyu, do you dare to disobey your father? I told you to shut up. Seeing her father angry, Su Xiaoyu dared not continue. However, how could Su Chen let this opportunity slip away? Continue speaking or I will kill him. Su Chen. Su Lai glared at Su Chen in fury. I said, you can kill me. I will give you and your mother justice. Xiaoyu is innocent. I beg you to let her go. Su Lai glanced at his daughter, for the first time lowering his head to Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head again. Don't make yourself sound so pitiful, as if I, Su Chen, am the villain. This time, Su Chen directly pressed the knife against Su Xiaoyu's neck. Since you care for her, can you speak now? I won't show mercy. You, shameless. Su Lai never expected Su Chen to play by his own rules. He looked at his little daughter, and at that moment he seemed to compromise. He was not afraid of death, but he feared that his daughter would truly be killed by Su Chen. Thinking of his several wives, Su Lai let out a bitter laugh. Ha ha ha. Karma cycles, it's all fate. Forget it, since you want to know, I will tell you. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at him. Back then, I was young and reckless, relying on my father's power and influence, drinking and singing every day. At that time, I already had 3 wives, yet I couldn't change my philandering ways. One time, I got drunk and saw your mother had some beauty, so I took advantage of my drunkenness. At this point, Su Lai sighed. Alas, I didn't think much of it back then. Who knew later she became pregnant with you and she wanted to use your name to enter the Su family. But my father valued social status. How could he agree to let a maid enter the Su family? At that time, I just casually gave her some money to make her give up. However, my several wives were worried about her leaving, fearing she would give birth to you and compete for their favor, so they secretly sent someone to beat her until she miscarried. Hearing this, Su-chun understood. No wonder Su Lai was unwilling to speak. It turned out this matter was related to his several wives. Su Lai continued, at first, I knew about this matter, but I didn't intervene. I thought that after her miscarriage, this would be the end of it. No one expected that she not only didn't miscarry but instead went to Donghua Prefecture and gave birth to you. Perhaps because of her poor health, she died shortly after giving birth to you, and before she died, she left you at the door of that orphanage. This is all the truth you wanted to know about your mother and your origins. Are you satisfied now? Su-chen looked at him and sneered. What? A nice way to let it go. What a nice excuse of poor health. You said that quite calmly. Even now, Su-chen did not see a trace of regret on his face. That poor woman was nothing more than a dispensable mistake in his eyes. They did not harm your mother's life. I hope you can spare them. Su-chen shook his head. You mean if I stab them now and they die a few days later, it has nothing to do with me? I'm not satisfied with your reasoning. Seeing that Su-chen was still relentless, Su Lai suddenly shouted loudly, she was just an ordinary person, just an ordinary maid. Do you know what status your aunts hold? Each of them belongs to a prominent family. If you touch them, you will face an attack from their families. Don't think that just because you have mid-level 8th transition strength you can do as you please. At that time, no one will be able to protect you. In Su Lai's view, Su-chen was at most mid-level 8th transition strength. There was no need to pursue this matter further for an ordinary person who was already dead. If he provoked those families, he would surely meet a tragic end. Had an ordinary person, just an ordinary maid. In your eyes, she is indeed an ordinary person, but in my eyes, you are no different from ordinary people. Today, I must seek justice for that ordinary person. Su-chen looked coldly at Su Lai, then glanced at Su Xiaoyu, who was kneeling beside him. Lead the way to your home, or she dies. Su Lai questioned sharply, Su-chen, what else do you want? Do you have to kill them before you are satisfied? What do you think? Seeing the cold and ruthless look in Su-chen's eyes, Su Lai suddenly laughed. Fine, I'll lead the way. His father was still at home, and since Su-chen was so arrogant, he would let him know that being overly arrogant would come at a cost. Let me make it clear, Xiaoyu's mother hadn't entered the Su family at that time. This has nothing to do with her. After saying this, Su Lai summoned his flying pet beast, indicating for Su-chen to get on. No need, just lead the way, I have my own pet beast. Su-chen summoned the Ice Dragon King. As the dozens of meters long Ice Dragon King appeared in the sky, its oppressive aura made many of the Su family's flying pet beasts tremble in fear. Su Lai's pupils widened, staring in shock at the Ice Dragon in the air. What level of pet beast is this? Why do I feel like I'm having difficulty breathing? This is at least an 800 level pet beast in dragon form. Could it be a holy beast? Level? Su Lai suddenly regretted agreeing to lead the way. Given the pressure from this pet beast, his father might not even be its match. At this moment, the Ice Dragon King let out a loud snort and landed beside Su-chen. A cold aura spread out, causing the crowd watching from a distance to gasp in surprise. My god, what kind of pet beast is this? It looks like a dragon. So cold, the temperature suddenly feels like it dropped by dozens of degrees. Su-chen is already powerful enough, and with this kind of pet beast assisting him, no wonder he dares to storm the Su family alone. Do you think this pet beast was captured by some strong person to protect him? I don't know, but given Su-chen's talent and the strength he has displayed, perhaps it really is a pet beast gifted to him by some 9th tier expert for protection. Now the Su family is in big trouble. Too bad we can't enter the Su family's estate to witness this battle. At this moment, Su Lai came back to his senses and shook his head as if resigned to fate. He understood that even if he didn't lead the way, with this pet beast assisting him, Su-chen would directly attack the Su family. By then, it probably wouldn't just be his few wives in trouble, but the entire Su family. Once Su Lai took Su-chen away, the others tidied up the corpses on the ground and hurriedly followed. Nanchang, the weather is about to change. It's about time for a change. Some were happy, some were worried. Those closely related to the Su family were naturally filled with fear. Those who were at odds with the Su family were overjoyed. What happened here would soon spread throughout the entire capital through the crowd of onlookers. When Wang Changjun and Wu Zhenyang arrived at the scene, they learned from passers-by that Su-chen had already taken Su Lai and his daughter to the Su family. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Minister Wang, we need to hurry over. Su-chen must not make a mistake. Su-chen had always been Wu Zhenyang's most prized disciple. If Su-chen dared to go on a killing spree at the Su family, then truly no one would be safe. In Long Country, indiscriminate killing is not a death penalty, but one would be forcibly sent to the outer battlefield for military service for a period of time. The duration in the outer battlefield would depend on the severity of the crime. Even if the officials were biased in favor of Su Chen, this matter still needed to be addressed. It concerned the face and authority of the officials. If Su Chen were not dealt with, it would surely be hard to appease the public. With this in mind, Wu Zhengyang used all his strength to fly towards the Su family. At the southernmost part of Nanchang, there was a villa complex with over 100 villas of various sizes. This was the stronghold of the Su family, Su Nantianjuan. Just as the old master of the Su family was about to leave, he heard a servant report. Old master, the head of the family's subordinate, a Fu, has sent word that the head of the family has been captured by Su Chen and is currently heading towards Tianyuan, saying that Su Chen wants to avenge his mother's grievances from back then. Prepare yourself early. What's going on? Did the expert beside Su Chen intervene to help him? They had investigated Su Chen, and indeed, the official reports mentioned a mysterious expert protecting him. No, it was Su Chen himself who acted. Hearing this, the old master of the Su family furrowed his brows in further confusion. How could his son, who had reached the 8th tier, be captured by a young brat? I'll go out and take a look. Tell the others not to panic. I will take charge of everything. After the old master finished speaking, he stepped out, and in the next second he was already hovering above Su Nantianjuan. A practitioner close to the 9th tier possesses terrifying strength. Within minutes, 2 black dots in the sky slowly grew larger, appearing one after the other above the Su Nantian garden. "They're here," said the old master Su, glancing at the handsome young man behind him. In him, he seemed to see the confident and proud Su Lai from his childhood. But when he shifted his gaze downward, the calm eyes that had been there just moments ago suddenly stirred up a storm. What is this? The old master Su looked in shock at the flying beast beneath Su Chen's feet. This is actually a living dragon. And not just any dragon. After living for decades and with his extraordinary strength, he had seen many wonders. But this was the first time he had encountered a living dragon, and from it he could sense the unique majesty that belonged to sacred or divine beasts. This aura sent a chill down his spine. How could an 18-year-old like Su Chen possess such a beast? The old master Su looked at Su Chen, his shock turning into deep confusion. No wonder my son was no match for him. He must have been defeated by this dragon. At that moment, Su Lai glanced back at Su Chen, who was holding Su Xiaoyu, and said, "Can you let Xiaoyu go now?" Su Chen tossed her over. Su Lai caught his daughter steadily, casting it complex. Look at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't need any hostages. Now that they were at the Su family's stronghold, Su Xiaoyu was no longer important. Lier, what does he want? The old master Su asked, puzzled. Since Su Chen had brought his granddaughter here, he must want something in exchange. In the old master Su's view, young people were usually after wealth or women. The Su family lacked neither. Hearing this, Su Lai felt a pang of bitterness. Should he tell his father that Su Chen wanted the lives of his several wives? He didn't know how to respond, so he could only shake his head bitterly. Su Chen then spoke up. You must be the old master of the Su family, right? Upon hearing this, the old master Su frowned. He was somewhat displeased with this title. After all, he was also his grandfather, and this title felt stranger than that of a stranger. However, he merely furrowed his brow. If you have any needs, you can speak up. No matter what you want, our Su family can satisfy you. Su Chen nodded in response, a slight smile on his face. That's good to hear. I want a few lives. I wonder if the old master Su can meet my request? Who dares to provoke you? Just say the name, and I can take care of it for you. Su Chen glanced at Su Lai beside him, and coldly said, I want the lives of your several daughters-in-law. Can the old master Su take care of that for me? As soon as these words were spoken, the already cold air in the sky grew even colder. Everyone fell silent for a long time, and after a while, the old master Su finally spoke. So you really came to take revenge for what happened to your mother back then? The old master Su had held on to a glimmer of hope. He genuinely liked this grandson he had never met. But from the moment they met, the other party had maintained a distant attitude. The old master Su couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had hoped that this grandson would recognize his roots and lead the Su family toward becoming a great clan for 100 or even 1,000 years. Now it seemed that everything was impossible. Even if he personally killed those daughters-in-law, Su Chen would never return to the Su family. Therefore, the old master Su could not agree to this request. It seems that we, grandfather and grandson, have no choice but to fight. You killed Su Cheng and Chang Rong, which is already a heinous crime. Now you want to kill a few more. I cannot let you have your way. Let me see just how strong you really are. As the old master Su's words fell, his entire demeanor changed. Just a moment ago, he had appeared frail and weak, but the next moment, his white hair turned black and his skin transformed from wrinkled and loose to smooth and firm. Old master Su seemed to have returned to 30 years old. It's my father's immortal longevity skill. Once this skill is used, all of my father's attributes are increased by 300%. Su Lai looked at his father in surprise. This was the first time in decades that he had seen his father use this skill. It was clear that his father was serious this time. However, old master Su's gaze was not on Su Chen, but on the dragon beneath Su Chen's feet. The pressure this dragon exerted on him was far greater than that of Su Chen. This skill had a cooldown of 7 days and lasted only 30 minutes. He wouldn't use it unless he encountered a particularly troublesome opponent. But now, he couldn't afford to hold back. He feared he might not have the chance to use this trump card. Master, let me deal with this old man. The Ice Dragon King was full of fighting spirit and actively requested to take action. It needed to show off a bit. How else could it gain Su Chen's investment? It was also thinking about evolving into a divine beast soon, so it had to work hard. Alright, go ahead, but don't kill him, our target isn't him. Su Chen summoned a swarm of ice insects, arranging them to form a carpet in the air, and sat cross-legged on top. Hearing Su Chen's tone, which showed no regard for him, old Master Su felt a bit angry. A pet beast, even if it was a dragon type, wanted to kill him? That was underestimating him, a nearly 9th-tier practitioner. Liar, take my precious granddaughter to a safe distance, don't let her get hurt. Su Xiaoyu hadn't awakened yet, and even a slight fluctuation in battle could cost her life. So old Master Su dared not let them get too close. Old man, there's no need to be so troublesome, I can take you down with just one move. The Ice Dragon King grinned arrogantly, knowing that this old man was no match for it. This scene infuriated old Master Su. A mere pet beast dares to be arrogant before me? Old Master Su snorted coldly. Boundary of the Void. An invisible barrier unfolded from within him, instantly enveloping the Ice Dragon King and Su Chun. Su Lai and all the buildings and people in Su Nantian Garden were isolated outside. It was as if this place had become a separate space. You are affected by Su Qianluo's Boundary of the Void defense. Attributes reduced by 45%, all recovery effects weakened by 60%. Seeing this prompt, Su Chen was taken aback. Goodness, was this a broken armor-piercing bow? This realm is with me, no one can break through from the inside unless I die here, otherwise, it's useless for anyone to come. Old Master Su smiled confidently. With his attributes tripled and the barrier's armor-piercing effect, even if it was a dragon, so what? Hey old man, are you ready? Whatever skills you've got, hurry up and use them or you won't get another chance later. The Ice Dragon King grinned at him, looking as smug as could be. You couldn't even imagine a dragon making such an expression. Su Chen watched in speechless disbelief. He decided to let this guy out less often, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ignorant foolish dragon, seeking death. Old Master Su's muscles bulged, making him look as strong as a yak, and who knows what skill he had used this time. But Su Chen couldn't be bothered to investigate. He simply instructed the Ice Dragon King, hurry up and take action, I have other things to do. At that moment, Old Master Su also moved. He clenched his fist, and then slammed it down with great force. In that instant, it felt as if space itself was about to be torn apart. A terrifying explosion echoed from his fist. Fist opens the heavens. Boom! The might shook the heavens. Below, the Su family members, both direct and collateral branches, looked up with immense pride at the figure soaring in the sky, rejuvenated. The Su family's current status was all thanks to this figure. Old Master Su was their sky. Good, let's teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Daring to act wild on our Su family's territory, truly asking for death. I've eaten all kinds of meat. Today I want to try dragon meat. I wonder what it tastes like. Ah, dragon meat must be incredibly delicious. I want to try it too. The Su family members laughed easily. At this moment, several wives of Su Lai also walked out from the house, looking up. Initially, upon hearing that Chang Rong was dead and their husband had been captured, they had planned to escape and hide. But now that their old man was personally taking action, what was there to fear? Is there anywhere safer than the Su family? Big sister, do you think the old man will punish us? The second wife asked with some concern. Now that Chang Rong was dead, only she and the first wife remained from the three who had acted back then. She could see that the old man would definitely not kill this wild child. Perhaps after suppressing this wild child, he would take them out to apologize to it. Just thinking about having to apologize to a child born of such a lowly race made her feel nauseous. What are you afraid of? I will never apologize to that wild child, not even if the old man dares to force me. The first wife said nonchalantly, at worst, I'll just go back to my family. Well, I'll listen to you, big sister. The second wife hesitated but chose to stand with the first wife. The first wife's family was much stronger than hers, with 2 8th-turn experts, second only to Old Master Su in the Su family's hierarchy. Even Su Lai wouldn't dare to be overly harsh with her. So the first wife was someone who could walk tall in the Su family. If it weren't for Old Master Su saving her father's life back then, she would never have agreed to marry Su Lai and let him take 3 more wives. Boom! A loud explosion echoed in the sky. The intense light and sound interrupted everyone's discussions. In the sky, Old Master Su's fist struck the Ice Dragon King's back. Though the noise was great, the Ice Dragon King remained motionless, hovering in the air, looking at him with disdain. Old man, what's wrong with you? Didn't you eat lunch? The Ice Dragon King directly activated its skill Ice Shield. Old Master Su's terrifying punch merely scratched it. You! Old Master Su looked in shock at the unmoving Ice Dragon King, glancing doubtfully at his own fist. Old man, I asked if you ate. If you didn't, I'll take a bite out of you and you'll definitely freeze. The Ice Dragon King said, then exhaled a breath of cold air. Old Master Su came to his senses and crossed his fists in defense. He also had a blocking defense skill. However, things were somewhat beyond his expectations. The extreme cold directly froze him, and his body instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Gaga! The Ice Dragon King sneered, looking at its masterpiece with satisfaction. However, it hadn't been happy for long when Suchin punched it on the head. Who were you calling big brother just now? Although he didn't acknowledge his relationship with Old Master Su, he still had blood ties to him. If the Ice Dragon King called Old Master Su brother, what did that make him? Master, I just said it casually, I won't dare again in the future. The Ice Dragon King shrank its head back, glancing fearfully at Su Chen. Seeing that, Su Chen wasn't really angry, it finally relaxed. Father. Su Lai watched helplessly from outside the barrier as his father was frozen into an ice sculpture. He never expected that his father couldn't even withstand a single move from that dragon. If his father died, then he, Su Lai, would be the greatest sinner of the Su family, and he couldn't forgive himself. No, the barrier is still up, father isn't dead yet, maybe he can break free soon. Hope reignited in Su Lai's eyes. However, after waiting for a while, there was no change in Old Master Su's ice sculpture. The laughter of the onlookers from the Su family abruptly stopped. Everyone looked in disbelief at the ice sculpture. Their family's backbone had actually been defeated in one move by Su Chen's pet beast. What do we do, big sister? The second branch was now completely panicked. They had just been as steady as a mountain because they believed Old Master Su could suppress that wild child. But now that Wild Child's pet beast could easily crush Old Master Su, their support was gone. Don't panic, while he hasn't found us, let's quietly leave. The first branch glanced at the boy in the sky, her earlier calmness gone. If he dared to kill Chang Rong, he would definitely dare to kill them too. They couldn't stay here any longer. However, before they could get up, the ice sculpture in the air began to melt. If it froze any longer, Old Master Su would undoubtedly die. So Su Chun ordered the Ice Dragon King to stop its skill and release him. Old Master Su looked at his body being suppressed back to an aged state. The shock in his heart was beyond words. The dragon's skill not only froze him but also dispelled all his enhancement effects. His nearly 9th transition strength was far from being a match for this dragon. Open the barrier and bring those two out. Old Master Su glanced at the two hiding in the crowd below with the corner of his eye sighing helplessly in his heart. He couldn't protect them. The only thing he could do now was to use the barrier to buy time so they could escape. The barrier time isn't up. I can't open it. Ha! You can't retrieve your own skill? Are you trying to buy time? Seeing he was unmoved, Su Chen sneered. Do you really think your barrier can't be broken from the inside? Su Chen commanded the swarm of ice insects to the side of the barrier, then threw out a skill to create a hole. Then, under Old Master Su's shocked gaze, Su Chen stepped out. After exiting the barrier, Su Chen glanced at the crowd below. In fact, while the Ice Dragon King was fighting Old Master Su, Su Chen had already been searching for potential targets. With their status, those two were definitely respected by everyone, and their clothing was luxurious and different from others. Their appearances were also certainly not ordinary. Plus, with the age filter, it wasn't difficult to find them. He spotted the two sneaking away on the shaded path below. Su Chen slowly drew his knife. Just as he was about to strike, a voice approached from afar, ringing out in the sky. Su Chen, wait. We can talk this over. Su Chen looked back at the sky in confusion. Wu Zhengyang came through the air with a man slightly older than him. The voice that had just called out to stop him was Wu Zhengyang's. Wu Zhengyang quickly flew to Su Chen's side and advised Su Chen, you have already killed several members of the Su family in front of countless people. If you kill those two as well, you will definitely face punishment. If you are sent to the outer battlefield because of this, it will be a waste of your youth. That place is in constant warfare, with a death rate exceeding 30%. Such people are not worth trading your freedom for. You must think carefully. Wu Zhengyang truly did not want to see Su Chen sent to the outer battlefield so early. He still needed Su Chen's help in this year's world competition. He did not trust anyone else. If they couldn't secure first place again this year, the Dragon Kingdom would truly lose face. Therefore, Su Chen absolutely could not get into trouble. President, there are some things that, if not done, leave me feeling uneasy. They must die. No one can save them. At this moment, Su Chen noticed the big house and the second house below. They were no longer running. They recognized Minister of Defense Wang Changjun, and with Wu Zhengyang and their own old man present, how could these three experts not stop this wild child? So the two immediately sought help from Wang Changjun behind Wu Zhengyang. Minister Wang, this child is committing murder in the street. His crimes are unforgivable. Does your defense department not care about such a violent criminal? Wang Changjun glanced at the injured Old Master Su and the one-armed Su Lai. Then he looked down at the two women and thought, are you crazy? At a time like this, you still dare to provoke him with words. It would be a miracle. If I could beat him, that dragon of his could kill me. It would already be good enough if I could persuade him not to act. Do you expect me to catch him? Are you wishing for my death? Seeing Wang Changjun frowning and unmoved, the big house urged, Minister Wang, what are you hesitating for? That dragon of his is powerful. You all hurry and work together to catch him. Grab this bastard and throw him into the outer battlefield to fend for himself. They still thought that Su Chen relied on that dragon. The Ice Dragon King had just defeated Old Master Su head-on, giving them a serious misconception. Su Lai wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The big house, who usually didn't even regard him highly, was still arrogant and domineering at this moment. Wu Zhangyang also secretly thought, this is bad. Sure enough, the moment the two finished speaking, Su Chen's blade had already struck down. Although Old Master Su's strength was not what it had been moments ago, how could he watch Su Chen kill his two daughters-in-law in the Su family? So when Su Chen drew his blade, Old Master Su quickly threw out a shield to block the blade's light. This should be enough to save them, Old Master Su murmured after throwing the shield. If this couldn't save them, then no one in this world could. Seeing the shield thrown by Old Master Su, Wu Zhangyang and Wang Changjun both exclaimed in surprise. It's the Yin Yang 5 Elements shield, a legendary peak defensive shield that forms a self-sustaining cycle. It is said that an 8th transition practitioner can use it to withstand several attacks from a 9th transition top expert. I didn't expect Old Master Su to have this. The two looked at the spinning black and white shield with envy. This was truly a defensive treasure. Big sister, we are safe. The second house looked at the shield and couldn't help but laugh with relief. The old man definitely won't let us sisters die here. The big house glanced disdainfully at Su Chen. What if he has a powerful pet? To think he can kill us under the obstruction of so many strong experts is simply a daydream. However, before she could finish her sentence, the blade light tore through space, effortlessly slicing through the Yin Yang 5 Elements shield as if it were tofu. Then the blade light did not diminish and slashed straight towards the two of them. Puff! The smile on the second wife's face had not yet faded, but she felt a chill at her neck. Then she felt herself roll over and saw her own back. How could a person see their own back? This was her last thought before losing consciousness. The first wife had a similar experience, but she reacted in time, shock and terror filling her mind. She did not understand why this was happening. Why was the Yin Yang 5 Elements shield of no use at all? No one could tell her the answer, and even if they did, she would not be able to hear it. The scene fell into a moment of silence. After a long while, someone among the Su family suddenly shouted in terror. The first wife and the second wife are dead. Everyone in the Su family felt a sense of danger, all looking at the seemingly harmless yet ruthless young man, with fear on their faces. So many strong individuals were present, yet they could not protect the lives of the two wives. If he were to go on a killing spree in the Su family, what would they do? At that moment, someone finally could not bear the pressure and broke down. Run! After a loud shout, all the members of the Su family scrambled to escape. The entire Sunan Tianyuan was thrown into chaos, screams and cries mingling together. If others saw it, they would not believe this was the stronghold of the Su family, which dominated the southern city. After a moment of shock, Su Lai finally reacted and jumped off his flying beast, landing beside the two corpses. Although their relationship was average, they had shared a bed for decades. Now, seeing them die before his eyes, how could he not be furious? But just thinking of Su Chen's terrifying and strange power made Su Lai smile bitterly. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Heaven's punishment can be avoided, but self-inflicted punishment cannot be lived through. Su Lai laughed wildly, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Lai stood up, his spirit seemingly affected, his eyes becoming vacant. And he began to sway unsteadily. Cannot live, cannot live. Deserved it, all should die. Su Lai staggered forward. An 8th transition powerhouse had actually gone mad. Father! Su Xiaoyu urged her flying beast to chase after the direction Su Lai had run. Wu Zhangyang and Wang Changjun exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. It was supposed to be a good thing, but it had turned into this. They did not know what had happened back then that led Su Chen to kill those two people. Now that the incident had occurred, so many key figures in the Su family had died, and even the family head had gone mad. This was troublesome, because Su Chen's strength was somewhat beyond their expectations. That Yin Yang 5 Elements shield was indeed a legendary defensive equipment. Old Master Su, with nearly 9th transition strength, had used that shield, yet it could not even block a single strike from Su Chen. Did that not mean that the attack power of Su Chen's strike far exceeded that of a 9th transition professional? In that case, this matter could not be resolved by the Defense Department alone. This was going to be difficult. At this moment, the one feeling the heaviest and most complex emotions was Old Master Su. One of his grandsons was dead, and 3 of his daughters-in-law had died. Even his only son had gone mad. The fact that he could still hold on was due to his exceptional strength. If it were an ordinary person, how could they withstand such blows? If all of this were the work of enemies, he could accept it, but the one responsible for all this was his grandson, who was supposed to return to the family. Ha ha ha. Old Master Su laughed painfully. No one could understand his current feelings. Wu Zhangyang and the others quickly looked over upon hearing the laughter. If Old Master Su also went mad from this blow, then things would really become difficult. At the very least, someone needed to clarify the reasons behind everything that had happened today. Old Master Su, are you alright? Wang Changjun asked him with concern. Old Master Su shook his head. I'm fine, this is all retribution. If I had agreed to let that woman into our Su family back then, none of this would have happened. It's all fate, all fate. Old Master Su, could you elaborate on what happened back then? We need to know the truth of the matter. If Su Chen had killed without reason, then even if they were not Su Chen's match, they would have to report this matter officially. If there was a reason behind it, then there would be room for negotiation. They couldn't just take Su Chen's family's word for it, so they had to first clarify things with Old Master Su before questioning Su Chen. Old Master Su nodded and recounted the events of that year. After hearing the end, the two asked about Su Chen again. Seeing Su Chen nod, they exchanged glances. Strictly speaking, Su Chen was avenging his mother, but those three had not directly killed Su Chen's mother. The years had passed too long. No one knew if Su Chen's mother had been injured by a few hired thugs and died from those injuries, or if she had already been ill and the injuries triggered her condition. In short, everything was untraceable. Brother Wu, what should we do? Give me some advice. Wang Changjun felt a headache coming on and wanted to ask Wu Zhenyang for his opinion. Wu Zhenyang, of course, sided with Su Chen and said directly, no matter what, Su Chen's mother was indirectly killed by those people. Although Su Chen's actions were inappropriate, they are also worth forgiving. Brother Wu, you're being a bit too biased, aren't you? Su Chen committed violence in public, so many people witnessed it. The impact of this matter is too great. If there's no punishment, everyone will learn from him. What do we need the Defense Department for? Wang Changjun glanced at Su Chen and then pondered for a moment. He didn't dare to arrest him. He knew he couldn't beat Su Chen. He didn't have the ability to capture Su Chen. He could only reason with him, and the key was that Su Chen had to be reasonable too. If Su Chen refused to reason with him, then he would have no way out. The three of them together couldn't defeat him. Su Chen's reasoning was the only reasoning. Su Chen, what do you think we should do about this? Ha! Before Su Chen could speak, Wu Zhenyang curiously exclaimed. Minister Wang, are you mistaken? You're asking Su Chen what to do about himself. Has your brain been damaged? Wang Changjun helplessly spread his hands, thinking, what the hell can I do? If I do nothing, how will others see me as the Minister of Defense? Am I still going to be the Minister of Defense? Do I still care about the reputation of the Defense Department? But if I take action, I can't beat him. Probably only those old seniors on the battlefield could match him. Now, who can sanction Su Chen? He couldn't think of anyone. Faced with someone who had clearly committed a crime but whom he couldn't arrest, Wang Changjun was also extremely frustrated. Asking Su Chen was just a last resort. Minister Wang, Su Chen has tried to kill me several times. My self-defense is justified, right? There are so many people on the scene who can testify. Ha, really? Then, there's indeed no problem. Su Chen nodded and continued. Su Chen's mother confronted me without asking for the whole story and wanted to kill me in front of countless people. I was terrified at that moment, so I defended myself and killed her. That's not a problem, right? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenyang and Wang Changjun looked at him with strange expressions. You were terrified? Are you kidding? With your strength that can cleave through legendary defensive gear, you tell me you were terrified? There's a holy beast-level pet dragon squatting beside you, and even old Master Su isn't its match. Who was really terrified? Minister Wang, you haven't said whether what I did was right or wrong yet, Su Chen reminded him. Wang Changjun came back to his senses and nodded. If it's true, then it's not wrong. Well, that's good. Su Chen spoke again. When I came to the Su family, I didn't harm a single flower or tree, and I didn't touch a single person from the Su family. When old Master Su tried to stop me, I could have let my pet kill him, but I didn't do that. I just wanted to find out the true culprits who killed my mother back then. Am I wrong? Isn't it only natural for a son to avenge his mother? I initially wanted to let them go for Minister Wang's sake, but they showed no remorse and even dared to insult me as a wild seed. I couldn't stand it, so I killed them. Isn't that reasonable? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenyang was already struggling to maintain his expression, but inside he was starting to feel shocked. Can this really be happening? How does it sound like the Su family, as the victims, should be the ones apologizing? It turned out this kid wasn't just brave but had everything planned out. Wu Zhenyang couldn't help but silently give Su Chen a thumbs up in his heart. At this moment, Wang Changjun was dumbfounded. He felt something was off, but he also found Su Chen's reasoning very convincing. Minister Wang, I admit that killing those two in the end was impulsive, but isn't it understandable? I'm willing to accept some minor punishment. This matter had already escalated too much. Su Chen knew it was impossible for him to walk away unscathed. Taking the initiative to admit guilt and retreating to advance was what he should do now. He had made himself very clear. He had reasons to escape the charges for the earlier events because he never struck first. Only the later killing of the first and second families was his initiative. But there were reasons for that too. In the end, although the impact would be significant, Su Chen would definitely not face severe punishment. This was the real reason Su Chen felt fearless. Although strength was part of it, he still had to live in the Dragon Kingdom. Some rules still needed to be followed. He wasn't someone who could act recklessly. He wouldn't go so far as to confront the Dragon Kingdom over this. Interesting. What a sharp-tongued young man. A voice suddenly appeared. Then a middle-aged man with a square face appeared in front of the group. Seeing this person, Wu Zhenyang and the others quickly bowed and said, "We meet the national leader." National lord? Su Chen examined him carefully. This person appeared imposing, yet when he smiled, it felt like a breath of spring, giving off a very amiable vibe. The nobility reflected in his brows was something ordinary people could not possess. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? Seeing Su Chen staring at him, the national lord joked. Su Chen, hearing this, came back to his senses and bowed. Junior Su Chen pays his respects to the national lord. The national lord nodded and smiled. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Eh? The national lord suddenly expressed confusion and looked closely at Su Chen again. Then, his eyes showed deep perplexity. Incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Su Chen, prompted by his words, asked with some confusion, National Lord, is there something wrong with me? It's nothing. The national lord shook his head. After glancing at the two corpses below, he asked Su Chen, do you know that both of their families are prominent clans of our dragon nation? Su Chen frowned and retorted, is the national lord going to use me to apologize to their families? The national lord shook his head at this. As you just said, what crime do you have? It's just that in this world, everyone has their own network of relationships. It's just a matter of the size of that network. Today you killed them to avenge your mother. If tomorrow their families want to kill you, how will you respond? After saying this, the national lord fixed his gaze on Su Chen's eyes, wanting to see how he would answer. In response to the national lord, Su Chen never provokes others first, but if someone wants to kill me, I cannot just sit and wait. If they dare to come, they must be prepared to be killed. The national lord asked again. What if they use the voices of the people to pressure you? How will you respond then? I act with a clear conscience. Why should I fear others' criticisms? Good, a clear conscience. Su Chen, I will remember what you said today. I hope you do not go back on your word. The national lord glanced at Wang Changjun beside him and said softly, this matter is of great importance. Contact the information department and have them release the truth of the whole incident. Yes, national lord. Then how should Su Chen be punished? Wang Changjun was most troubled by this. Now that the national lord was here, he would leave this matter to him to handle. This way, he wouldn't offend Su Chen or the Su family. After all, the Su family wouldn't dare to oppose the national lord. The national lord looked at old Master Su, thought for a moment, and then turned to Su Chen, saying, just punish Su Chen to help our dragon nation win first place in this year's world competition. The others were taken aback by this statement. Is this a punishment? This posed no difficulty for Su Chen at all. The group of young men and women under 25 participating in the world competition couldn't match Su Chen at all. The national lord's favoritism was a bit too obvious. Old Master Su also dared not say much. This burden was something the Su family could only swallow silently. In the Dragon Nation, matters decided by the national lord generally faced no opposition. Of course, opposing was futile. The several top-tier experts of the Ninth Transition and the Dragon Nation all supported the national lord. Su Chen, you must not disappoint me. Yes, Su Chen will definitely help the Dragon Nation win first place. It's getting late, everyone disperse. Before leaving, the national lord glanced at the Ice Dragon King hovering in the sky. So it's a demigod beast, not bad. After saying this, his figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving one to wonder whether he used a spatial skill or some other teleportation technique. This dragon is a demigod beast. Wu Zhangyang and the others, unable to see the Ice Dragon King's information, were shocked and looked at the Ice Dragon King after hearing the national lord's words. They had never even seen a holy beast, let alone a demigod beast. No wonder it's so powerful. Even you, old master Su, are not its match. The Ice Dragon King, hearing the exaggerated praises from a few people, couldn't help but raise its head proudly, enjoying the compliments from others. Only old Master Su looked gloomy. Sigh, losing to a demigod beast is not shameful. Everyone was marveling at the power of the Ice Dragon King, but Su Chen wore a puzzled expression. How did the monarch discern the Ice Dragon King's rank? Did he possess some skill that allowed him to see through all information? Thinking of this, Su Chen recalled the astonishing remark made when he first met him. Could it be that he saw his panel information and was surprised to find that he was only at the third transition? After some thought, Su Chen concluded that this must be the reason. After all, it was indeed astonishing for a third transition practitioner to easily defeat an eighth transition practitioner. Su Chen, come back to the guild with me. Now that the monarch had spoken, Su Chen's matters were no longer an issue. Wu Zhangyang directly took Su Chen away. Wang Changjun glanced at Old Master Su and cupped his hands, saying, Old Master Su, you should also be aware of the monarch's attitude. In the future, please keep a low profile in your dealings in South City. In fact, Wang Changjun had already sensed the monarch's dissatisfaction with the Su family. This was merely a friendly reminder, considering his relationship with Old Master Su. Among the 4 cities of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the capital, only the Su family dared to call themselves the heavens of South City. Under the emperor's feet, how could the monarch possibly have a good attitude towards the Su family for being so audacious? However, the Su family's relationships were complex, and the monarch couldn't openly suppress them. Su Chen had committed such a significant offense, yet the monarch merely lightly mentioned a punishment of bringing back a first place. This was enough to show that the monarch had no intention of punishing Su Chen at all. Not rewarding Su Chen on the spot was probably the monarch's greatest restraint. Old Master Su, having lived for decades, certainly understood Wang Changjun's words. At this moment he felt a chill down his back, cold sweat pouring down. The Su family had indeed become a bit too arrogant under his influence over the years. If it weren't for Su Chen's incident, the Su family might continue to swell, and one day they could face a reckoning. At that time, it would be a true disaster. If the monarch took action, it would not be a small matter. The entire Su family and those related to them would likely be uprooted. Looking at it this way, Su Chen seemed to have helped the Su family instead, waking them up at this critical moment. Minister Wang, thank you for the reminder. I will keep it in mind. Wang Changjun nodded. The order in South City still requires the Su family to cooperate with us in governance. This way, my defense department will have an easier time. Regarding the impact of this matter in South City, I hope Old Master Su can use the Su family's influence to suppress it. Su Chen's reputation must only be a positive one. The last sentence was said with great weight, equivalent to a warning. Since the monarch wanted Su Chen to participate in the world competition, Su Chen would represent the image of the Dragon Kingdom. There could be no blemish whatsoever. Regardless of who was right or wrong in this matter, the Su family absolutely could not tarnish Su Chen's name. Wang Changjuan's implication was clear. The Su family must swallow this loss, and they must do so with a smile. Old Master Su sighed upon hearing this. I'm not foolish, I know what to do. Minister Wang, rest assured. As a nearly 9-turn professional, he had no choice but to lower his stance now. Normally, Wang Changjun wouldn't dare to speak to him in such a tone. With the national leader backing him, Wang Changjun would likely no longer show the Su family any favor in the future. Well, let's talk again when we have the chance. Wang Changjun cupped his hands and turned to leave. Watching the once Grand Su family reduced to its current state, Old Master Su seemed to age another 10 years. He glanced at the setting sun over the mountain in the distance and sighed again. This sunset seemed to symbolize the future of the Su family. From now on, the Su family will shrink back to Su Nan Tian Yuan and no longer concern itself with matters in Nan City. Although Wang Changjun claimed he wanted to jointly manage the order of Nan City with the Su family, if he truly believed that the Su family would be on the brink of extinction, how could he allow others to sleep soundly beside him? In the past, Wang Changjun lacked the confidence, now he had it. As night fell, the news of what Su Chen had done spread throughout Nan City and even reached the other 3 cities. Although information about Su Chen couldn't be uploaded online, it didn't stop people from spreading the word. Su Chen? Which Su Chen? This was the confusion of everyone. They didn't connect the master who had boldly entered the Su family with the Su Chen who had shone brightly in the major exam. Does anyone know what happened in the end? Everyone was curious whether the person named Su Chen had been captured by the Su family. However, no one knew the final outcome. Even those who knew a bit of the inside story chose to remain silent. As a result, the entire incident fell into a strange state. Before mealtime, the biggest topic of discussion in Nan City was the conflict between Su Chen and the Su family. After mealtime, all discussions about Su Chen vanished as if nothing had happened that day. At the Southwest Sichuan Province Teleportation Center Square. Big brother, we've arrived in Sichuan. We should be safe now, right? A few people were the ones who had tried to curry favor with the Su family. They had quickly sold their possessions and fled from the capital to here. However, just as they stepped out of the teleportation square, several men in black approached and blocked their way. Gentlemen, please come with us for a moment. You, who are you? The men in black sneered. We are from the Chang family and have a few questions to ask you. The Southwest Chang family. Hearing this name, the faces of the few turned pale. The reputation of the Southwest Chang family was not much better than that of the Su family. Over the years, relying on the Su family's name, the Chang family had acted without regard for the other prominent family, the Du family. Moreover, just this morning, news had spread that the old head of the Du family had died at the Liuli Island gathering. While the Du family was thrown into chaos, the Chung family had taken the opportunity to encroach on some of the Du family's assets. However, retribution came quickly, as news of Chang Rong's death arrived from the capital in the afternoon. This left the Chang family in a cold sweat. Offending the Du family and then having something happen to Chang Rong meant they had lost their support. The Du family had yet to react. Once they did, it would likely be the Chang family's turn to face misfortune. Now, the Chang family urgently needed to know what had happened in the capital. After inquiring from various sources and spending a fortune, they finally learned of these people's whereabouts. Thus, they sent someone to capture them. In the Chang family courtyard, the head of the Chang family, Chang Mo, was frowning and discussing countermeasures with the elders of the clan. Head elders, those few have been captured and are now outside the main hall. Upon hearing this, Chang Mo shouted, "Bring them in." The few were dragged into the main hall like chicks. Then, they were kicked to their knees. Speak, tell us everything you saw and know. If there is even a hint of falsehood, I believe the few ferocious beasts I raised would be more than happy to change their taste. Chang Mo had no choice. He found that all his informants who went to Kyoto had vanished without a trace, and no news had returned. It was only then that he captured these few people to find out what had really happened. Upon hearing this threatening remark, the few of them immediately began to knock their heads against the ground with a loud thud. Enough! Chang Mo shouted angrily. I didn't invite you here to bow your heads to me. With a glance from Chang Mo, a family servant, standing by casually dragged one person out. Then came a beastly roar, followed by several screams. From the sound, it was clear that the victim had suffered unimaginable pain before death. The few of them were now so frightened that they dared not move, sweat soaking their collars. Can we talk properly now? Chang Mo coldly looked at them. We will talk. It was Suchen who did it. Suchen killed them all. We originally wanted to help, but he even severed our fingers. It really has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. Suchen? Which Suchen? Chang Mo exchanged glances with the elders and asked coldly. It's that 18-year-old boy who broke the sword god record in this year's major exam. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? He is just someone who has recently awakened. No matter how high his talent, how could he possibly be a match for Su Chang? Moreover, my daughter Ronger is also a level 6 professional. I see you all still do not fear my Chang family enough? Seeing that the servant was about to drag another person out to feed the ferocious beast, the few of them began to cry out loudly. What we said is true. That Suchen has a pet beast. A dragon. It was that dragon helping him. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed upon hearing this. A dragon, that was at least a holy beast level. No wonder the Su family had not sent any news. Perhaps old Master Su had also been defeated. Head of the family, what should we do? An elder asked. If the Su family was not a match, how could the Chang family possibly contend with Su Chen's pet beast? Chang Mo fell silent. The situation was somewhat beyond his imagination. However, after pondering for a while, Chang Mo snorted coldly and said, a direct attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Su Chen cannot possibly summon his pet beast to protect him at all times. If we cannot confront him openly, can we not launch a sneak attack? He killed my daughter and grandson. I will definitely kill him. Chang Mo looked at the kneeling few and smiled. You may leave now. Are we safe now? Of course, my Chang family is a reasonable place. Chang Mo did not take these ordinary people seriously at all. Whether to kill or not depended entirely on his mood. Upon hearing this, the few of them bowed again and, under the guidance of the servant, walked out of the Chang family courtyard. Once outside the Chang family gate, they glanced back and no one followed them. Big brother, didn't Su Chen kill those people by his own strength? Why do you say he relied on that dragon? Shu, lower your voice. The leader among them looked back at the Chang family gate, a deep hatred flashing in his eyes. They killed our fourth brother. I will never let them off easily. Let that Su Chen and them fight it out like dogs to vent my anger. After returning to the guild, Su Chen first had dinner, then went back to his apartment to wash up and lie in bed, contemplating the recent events. Although he was currently just a third-tier professional, his abilities in direct combat could already be considered invincible. No one could withstand a single blow from him. However, there was still a drawback. If people found out that his base attributes were ridiculously low, even a high-level professional could easily take him down. That would be very dangerous. One-on-one or small group battles were not a problem, thanks to his blocking skills. But if he encountered a group using continuous skills to ambush him, the effectiveness of his blocking skills would be greatly diminished. His blocking skills had not yet evolved to perfection and still had a cooldown period, so it was not an absolutely reliable means of survival. The only way to truly be invincible was to advance to the 8th tier, obtain a divine rank, and evolve a skill to perfection. Su Chen glanced at his class change quest. The scales of the Yamata no Orochi needed to be obtained from the Cherry Blossom country, and that creature was elusive. No one knew where it was located. To find the Yamata no Orochi, he would have to stay in the Cherry Blossom country for a while. Su Chen set this task aside and looked at another quest for dungeon farming, defeating the hell difficulty boss, the Toxic Toad, in the Poison Marsh. He had searched online for a long time for this dungeon, but no one knew its location. With no other options, Su Chen spent tens of millions on a bounty for Xiao Ding to spread the word about finding this dungeon. Half a month had passed and still, no one had claimed the bounty, indicating that no one knew the location of this dungeon. Su Chen searched online again, and seeing that there was still no information about the dungeon, he prepared to go to sleep. Just then, his phone rang. Invincible at such a young age, mysterious superpowers. Hello, Supervisor Liu, is there something you need? The caller was indeed the supervisor of the Dingsheng auction house, whose number Su Chen had saved. Good evening, young Master Su. Thanks to you, I have now been promoted to manager. Oh, congratulations. Thank you, young Master Su. The reason I'm calling so late is that we have news about the dungeon you entrusted us to find. What? Where? Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. It was like someone offering a pillow just as he was dozing off. The information came from a 5th-tier professional, but we haven't verified its authenticity yet. As soon as we learned of it, we wanted to inform you immediately. According to him, he discovered the dungeon in a deep valley hundreds of kilometers outside Wanshan City, and he has already told us the specific direction. I called to ask if you need us to send someone to verify its authenticity. No need, just send me the exact address, and I'll go tomorrow. Su Chen had nothing else to do anyway, and since he had the location of the dungeon, he was too lazy to wait. Yes, young Master Su. That person also mentioned that the place is somewhat strange. Out of a group of 6, he was the only one who returned alive, so please be careful. Strange? Tell me more. Since Supervisor Liu brought it up, he wouldn't miss the chance to ask for details. That place is shrouded in green mist all year round, and the mist is toxic. Entering it will cause continuous health loss. That's one. The other thing, which he is uncertain about and finds strange, is that there seems to be a humanoid monster that can drain human blood. Several of his teammates died after being drained by that monster. Did he see it with his own eyes? No, because the thick mist obscured his view. He only saw a rough outline. By the time he heard the screams and ran over, his teammates had already turned into mummies, and the monster had vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Su-chen felt a bit puzzled. He had never heard of any monster that drained human blood, especially not a humanoid one. However, since it is a physical entity, it's not a big deal. Is there any other information? Su-chen asked. Well, there's one more thing. Wanshan City is in the southwest of Sichuan Province. The chairman said that your trip to Liuli Island has offended the Du family, so you need to be careful this time to prevent being ambushed by them. The Du family? I understand. After hanging up, Su-chen shook his head. If it's in the southwest, then there's more than one Du family. The Changrong he killed in the afternoon seemed to belong to the main family in the southwest. Su-chen thought of something else. It had been several hours since the incident, and so many people had witnessed it. If even the news channels of the Dingsheng group didn't know, it meant that the official channels had likely cut off the dissemination of information and thoroughly suppressed the matter. Thinking of this, Su-chen couldn't help but sigh. When the national machinery operates, it's truly something that an individual or a group cannot resist. Even a powerful and arrogant family like the Su family must bow their heads and admit their mistakes in front of the national machinery. Unless someone can reach the level of the Sword God, they can only rely on their own strength to confront the entire Dragon Country or the whole Blue Star. Sword God, Su-chen murmured, the figure dressed in white that he saw in the Tower of Babel appearing in his mind. His sword had already reached in formless realm, and now his blocking skills couldn't withstand it. If the Sword God were to fight him, the Sword God would surely die, and Su-chen wouldn't survive either. Su-chen was not invincible, there were still Sword Gods in the world. This was also one of the reasons why Su-chen wanted to continue to work hard to level up and change his profession. Forget it. Let's first look at the information about Wanshan City. Su-chen opened a website to check the data on Wanshan City. Wanshan City, as the name suggests, is a city surrounded by thousands of mountains. Wanshan City is a major city in the southwest, second only to the provincial capital of Sichuan. It has a population of millions. There are many monsters outside the city's dungeons, and to this day, no one dares to claim they know all the locations of the monsters. Many deep mountains remain unexplored. Even experts at the 7th or 8th rank do not dare to roam freely among the mountains. It is said that hidden deep within these thousands of mountains are unparalleled ferocious beasts. Once, an 8th rank professional, not believing in evil, relied on his superb strength to venture into the mountains alone. As a result, he never returned. Since then, no one dared to recklessly intrude. Most of the time, they only operated within known areas. Because of this, Wanshan City sees many rare treasures appearing every year. Whether it's strange stones from the mountains, rare flowers and fruits, or various miraculous plants and animals, these items are all obtained by those fearless professionals who risk their lives in unexplored areas. These people are known as treasure hunters, and they are one of the major features of Wanshan City. The person who brought the news of the dungeon was also a treasure hunter. But their team seemed to have bad luck, as 5 people died during one treasure hunt. Only he survived. After reading the general information about Wanshan City, Su-chen put down his phone and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, after saying a word to Wu Zhangyang, Su-chen left the Longwu Guild. Upon hearing the news, Wu Zhangyang furrowed his brows tightly. He had already heard about the situation on Liuli Island last night. Wherever this kid Su-chen goes, there is always unrest. He seriously suspected that Su-chen might be some reincarnation of a plague god. Knowing that Su-chen was heading to the southwest, Wu Zhangyang immediately warned him not to stir up trouble. The southwest was precisely where the Cheng family and the Du family were located, and he could only pray that those two families would be sensible enough not to provoke Su-chen. Otherwise, with Su-chen's character of settling scores on the spot, those two families would likely face chaos. He didn't know what would happen to Su-chen, but he was certain that those two families would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Wu Zhangyang shook his head in pain and quickly reported the news to his superiors. The response from above was just one sentence: the governor of Sichuan province has already been prepared mentally. Seeing this reply, Wu Zhangyang smiled bitterly. It seemed that the higher-ups had also accepted Su-chen's persona as a little troublemaker. They were already taking preventive measures. Cheng family in the southwest. The Cheng family had invited an important figure overnight, and everyone was ready with food and drinks, waiting. Head of the family, who did you invite as a guest? Why do we need to welcome him so grandly? Cheng Mo smiled and said, elders, don't be anxious. This person is my big weapon against Su-chen. You'll know soon enough. Hearing this, the elders were even more puzzled. What could deal with Su-chen besides ambushing him? After all, he had a pet dragon. To confront Su-chen head-on, they would at least need to invite a top-tier expert of the 9th transformation. However, with the Chang family's financial resources, it was absolutely impossible to invite such a top expert. Head of the family, the guest has arrived. At this moment, a servant came in to report. Chang Yamo looked at the elders and said, "Elders, come with me to welcome him, and remember not to lose your manners." Chang Yamo stood up and walked ahead, with everyone curiously following. Upon exiting the main gate, they saw an old man with white hair riding a green bull standing at the entrance of the Chang family. He was casually surveying the exterior of the Chang family's courtyard. Upon seeing this person, one of the elders exclaimed, "Isn't that the longevity elder?" The clan leader actually invited him. What? He is the longevity elder? The legendary top beast master of the 8th transformation? Indeed, it is him. Look at the green bull he rides. It's not an ordinary green bull, but an 850 level abyssal dark green bull demon. This bull demon has swept through the abyss, leaving many helpless against it, yet the longevity elder easily subdued it with just a slight effort and took it as his mount. Everyone quickly looked over, and the dark green bull demon glared at them, causing several people to tremble in fear. An 850 level abyssal monster, even if it had been tamed, was not something they could look at directly. Bull, behave yourself. The longevity elder gently patted the bull's back, and the dark green bull demon withdrew its imposing aura, allowing the Chang family members to hurriedly wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Now they no longer dared to look into the eyes of the dark green bull demon. Hee, the Chang family welcomes the arrival of the elder. We have prepared food and drinks, please come in, elder. Chang Mo cupped his hands in invitation. The longevity elder nodded slightly, and after putting the dark green bull demon back into the beast space, he walked inside surrounded by the Chang family members. As the crowd entered the inner room, the Chang family's servants outside discussed, "What a terrifying bull, I almost got scared to death." Yeah, my legs are still shaking. Someone wondered, why is this old man called the longevity elder? Has he lived for 10,000 years? That can't be possible, right? It is well known that the history of this world is only 1,000 years, and human lifespans are frighteningly short, with the longest being around 150 years. Living for 10,000 years is absolutely impossible. Hey, you don't understand this, do you? The longevity in the name of the longevity elder actually refers to beasts. It means he has tamed 1,000 pet beasts. He changed beasts to longevity for a better sounding title. Upon hearing this explanation, the inquirer nodded in understanding. But I wonder why the head of the family invited him. It must have cost a huge price. Who knows? Let's just mind our own business and guard the door. Don't guess randomly, or we might get caught and fed to that fierce beast. Inside the Chang family courtyard, in a huge iron cage made of black gold, a fierce beast resembling a golden lion was lying asleep. Hearing the footsteps, the beast opened its eyes and, seeing Chang Mo and the others, it intended to close its eyes and go back to sleep. However, at that moment, it noticed a stranger. Roar! The fierce beast roared, causing the iron cage to rattle. The longevity elder casually glanced at the beast and smiled. So it's a mutated golden sword lion beast. What a pity, it has no potential for growth. As he said this, the longevity elder waved his right hand casually, and a beam of black light shot out. The golden sword lion beast was struck by this light, and the ferocity in its eyes instantly turned into an extremely docile excitement. It even rolled over in the cage, exposing its belly. This, Chang Mo was shocked to see the change in the golden sword lion beast and looked at the longevity elder in disbelief. He knew this beast's temperament all too well. He had raised it for 10 years and still dared not let it out of the cage, because it was impossible to tame. He never expected that with just a casual gesture from the longevity elder, the fierce beast would become as docile as a kitten. Seeing this, Chang Mo felt more confident. Old sir, you have great skills, I admire you. The longevity elder smiled and shook his head. Just ordinary skills, nothing special. But is what you said true? Chang Mo nodded. Absolutely true, otherwise I wouldn't dare invite you here. A living dragon, this is the first time I've heard of it. When the longevity elder said this, a hint of excitement appeared in his otherwise calm eyes. Old sir, the dragon has already been tamed by Su Chen as a pet. Can you still subdue it? Chang Mo was somewhat worried. A monster that could be tamed as a pet would definitely have no issues with loyalty. It indeed sounded impossible to snatch someone else's pet. He had never heard of any beast master being able to subdue another's pet. Are you questioning my abilities, Chang family head? The longevity elder seemed a bit displeased. Hearing this, Chang Mo quickly lowered his head and said, I wouldn't dare, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. I just want to know if you have a sure way to win. After all, this concerns your interests, right? As long as it's a pet beast below level 900, I can handle it however I want. The Chang family head need not worry about this, as long as you can let it release its pet. Yes. With your word, I can rest assured. Sichuan Prefecture, the capital city. In the square of the teleportation center, a boy wearing a sun hat and a mask walked out with the crowd. This person was Su Chen, who had disguised himself. He was here to complete a job transfer task and tried to keep a low profile as much as possible. If any conflict arose, it would only waste his own time. After leaving the teleportation square, Su Chen headed straight for the airship transport center in the capital city, which was not far away, so he didn't need to take a taxi. A few minutes later, Su Chen arrived at the airship transport center, bought a ticket, and boarded the airship to Wanshan City. However, what Su Chen did not notice was that a ticket inspector had already spotted him when he was checking in. After observing him carefully several times, as soon as the airship departed, he sent the information out. The Du family. After Du Jingyun's death, his eldest son Du Tao took over as the head of the Du family. Yesterday, there was chaos in the Du family, but with the help of a mysterious person, he had managed to stabilize the situation. He also successfully seized the position of family head among several brothers. In the study, Du Tao respectfully looked at the person in front of him. Master Protector, the situation has stabilized. How should I cooperate with you next? Don't rush. According to the leader's deduction, the world boss will respawn near Wanshan City in 2 days. Your Du family's task is to help us kill that world boss and obtain the Void Pearl. The world boss will respawn in Wanshan City? Du Tao was somewhat surprised. It is well known that world bosses spawn randomly and no one knows their specific spawn locations. How the Night God sect knew this puzzled Du Tao, but he did not dare to ask further. You must be very curious about how we know the spawn location of the world boss, right? Since we, the Night God sect, have said we are exploring the truth of this world, we must have our own methods to deduce these things. In any case, you just need to cooperate with us to successfully kill the boss. We do not want to see any accidents happen. The Void Pearl is very important to us. Yes, Master Protector. At that moment, a voice came from outside the room. Head of the family, a scout has reported. What is it? The airship transport center has spotted Su Chen. Our people have confirmed it is him. Su Chen? Where is he going? He boarded the airship to Wanshan City. What? Hearing this news, Du Tao was startled and turned to look at the right protector in the room, who also showed a hint of panic in his eyes. The events of yesterday were still fresh in their minds, and Shui Donglu did not want to see Su Chen at all. Su Chen had almost become a shadow in his heart. How could he go to Wanshan City? Does he know that the world boss will respawn there? Impossible, this is a top secret of our Night God sect, he cannot know. But why is he not returning to his Dragon Martial Guild? What is he doing in Wanshan City? The more Shui Donglu thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He believed Su Chen must be coming for the world boss that was about to respawn. Shui Donglu exchanged a glance with Du Tao, who understood and dismissed the messenger. Master Protector, Su Chen has come to the southwest. With you here, we will ensure he comes and goes without return, and it will also be a chance for me to avenge my father. Du Tao was filled with endless rage. He was unclear about what had specifically happened on Lioli Island, but he only knew that Su Chen had ruined the Night God sect's plans, indirectly causing his father's death. He did not know Su Chen's strength, and Shui Donglu would not tell others about being humiliated by Su Chen. Hearing Du Tao's words, Shui Donglu cleared his throat and said, "Don't rush about Su Chen. You will have plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. For now, we must ensure we seize the boss." Du Tao, hearing this, said anxiously, "But Guardian, didn't you say you are a top-tier 9th transition expert? That Su Chen has just awakened. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to crush him?" Shui Donglu felt a bit annoyed. At this moment, should I tell you that I can't beat that kid? This was something he absolutely could not say. Otherwise, where would he put the face of a 9th transition professional? How could he recruit talent for the Night God sect in the future? In any case, don't worry about him for now. Our target is the world boss. Seeing that Du Tao still wanted to say something, Shui Donglu instantly snapped. You just joined the Night God sect and you want to defy orders already? Our goal is the truth of the world. A trivial character like him doesn't deserve too much attention. Shaken by Shui Donglu's words, Du Tao had no choice but to lower his head and say, "Yes, please punish me, Guardian." "Forget the punishment, you must remember that the orders of this sect always come first. Alright, let's organize people to head to Wanshan City. As for Su Chen, let's not worry about him for now, just like that." After Shui Donglu finished speaking, he transformed into a pool of clear water and fell to the ground, disappearing without a trace in a moment. Looking at the puddle left on the floor, Du Tao still had a sense of discontent in his eyes. It's just an 18-year-old boy. Even if he has an 8th transition expert protecting him, with the Guardian's 9th transition strength, why is he unwilling to help? If the Night God sect won't help, I'll find someone else. Du Tao took out the message he had just received that morning and hadn't had time to check. The things the Cheng family did yesterday were clear to the Du family, they just didn't have time to deal with them. The few people the Cheng family had captured from the capital were still in the Du family's dungeon. Looking at the message on the note, Du Tao became increasingly alarmed. No wonder the Guardian always dodges. That Su Chen actually has a dragon as a pet. If he also has an 8th transition expert protecting him, ordinary people indeed have no way to touch him. The Guardian's purpose for this trip is for that world boss. It's understandable that he doesn't want to deal with Su Chen. Thinking of this, Du Tao sneered coldly. I thought I would need to use what the Cheng family did to threaten them into helping me kill Su Chen, but it turns out I don't need to at all. I think Cheng Mo will be very pleased to hear that Su Chen has gone to Wanshan City. Du Tao crushed the note in his hand, then walked to the desk, picked up a pen and paper, wrote a few words, and headed out of the room. Someone, deliver this message to the Chang family. Soon after, the message arrived at the Chang family estate, where they were hosting a banquet for the elder Wan show. The moment Chang Mo received the message, his expression changed dramatically. He had been thinking about how to trick Su Chen away from the capital. He never expected Su Chen would dare to come to the southwest at this time. Heaven has a path you refuse to take, hell has no door, yet you barge in. This time, I will never let you leave. Chang Mo looked at the elder Wan show, who was being toasted by everyone, and respectfully said, Old sir, good news. Oh, what good news? Tell me. Chang Mo smiled slightly and said, Su Chen has come to our southwest. He is currently on his way to Wanshan City. On the flying boat, a middle-aged man saw Su Chen alone and approached him, asking, Little brother, you look unfamiliar. At your age, are you going to Wanshan City to become a treasure hunter? Although Su Chen's face was not visible, the man could tell at a glance that Su Chen was quite young, based on his years of experience in reading people. Moreover, most people who went to Wanshan City were indeed aiming to become treasure hunters, so it was no wonder others would guess. Su Chen shook his head and did not respond. The man, seeing this, was not angry and continued to ask, How many turns have you completed, little brother? Have you considered joining a treasure hunting team? Our team offers generous benefits with dedicated personnel to help you level up. You just need to actively complete some tasks released by the team. Rest assured, those tasks are related to your level and are all very simple types. After saying this, the man looked at Su Chen expectantly. Su Chen glanced at him, puzzled as to why this man was seeking him out instead of others. Since he knew Su Chen was young, why would he think to invite him to join his treasure hunting team? To be a treasure hunter, one would need at least 5 turns, right? Seeing him linger around, Su Chen said helplessly, Do you know a place called Poison Dragon Ridge? I need to go there for a task. Poison Dragon Ridge? I haven't heard of it. Can you elaborate? You know, there are countless towering mountains outside Wanshan City. Just mentioning a name, very few people would know. Su Chen showed him part of the information sent by Supervisor Liu. After reading the message, the man grinned and said, Little brother, I must say you found the right person. What a coincidence, our team is just preparing to gather people to collect 3 flower fruits near that place. What do you think? Would you like to join our team? The man took the opportunity to invite Su Chen again. No need, I'll pay you for guiding me, just take me to the vicinity. The man felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this but still nodded, saying, Alright, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Laoba, and I am the leader of the Bafang treasure hunting team. May I ask how to address you, little brother? Su Chen replied, since he would definitely be exposed by acting with them. Su Chen did not hide and revealed his real name. Su Chen? That name sounds familiar. The man did not pay much attention to it and continued to introduce the situation in Wanshan City. Wanshan City has several factions. Besides the official forces, there are also several large treasure hunting teams stationed here. Generally, if someone needs to find some rare materials, they would entrust these large treasure hunting teams to search. Their efficiency is high, but their fees are also quite expensive. Other smaller treasure hunting teams or squads in Wanshan City are less efficient but charge lower fees. It all depends on how urgent the client is. After listening to Chen Laoba's introduction, Su Chen asked in confusion, What about your team? Why didn't you introduce it? Upon hearing Su Chen mention this, Chen Laoba's expression became a bit awkward but quickly concealed it. He chuckled. We're almost there. Let's get off the flying boat and have lunch first, and then I'll take you to visit our team. Then in the afternoon, I'll show you around Wanshan City, and we'll leave the city early tomorrow morning. Su Chen observed his expression, growing more puzzled. He felt that Chen Laoba was hiding something and somewhat regretted agreeing to let him take him to Poison Dragon Ridge. However, since he did not sense any malice from him, he decided not to dwell on it and instead walked to the deck to enjoy the distant scenery. Under the distant sky, countless mountains rose and fell, surrounded by a sea of clouds, making one feel as if they were in a fairyland. A square, modern city appeared before Su Chen, encircled by the mountains. At this moment, the broadcast inside the airship reminded, Dear passengers, the airship has arrived at Wanshan City. Please disembark in an orderly manner once the airship has come to a complete stop. We wish you a pleasant journey. Brother Su, we have arrived. Chen Laoba walked up to Su Chen, closely following him as if afraid Su Chen would sneak away. Let's find a place to eat first. Sure. Hearing about food, Chen Laoba shouted excitedly. Su Chen looked at him with an even stranger expression. Chen Laoba, realizing he had just acted a bit out of line, quickly smiled and said, I'll take you to the most authentic restaurant in Wanshan City. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Okay. Seeing Su Chen agree, Chen Laoba led him off the airship and towards the transport center. After turning who knows how many streets, the two finally stood outside a narrow alley just 2 or 3 meters wide. This is it. The stuff in this place is top-notch. After entering with him, Su Chen initially thought it would be a high-end restaurant, but it turned out to be just a roadside eatery. Captain Chen, you, a treasure hunter group leader, usually eat here? Su Chen increasingly doubted his identity. Chen Laoba scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Actually, I only come here occasionally, mainly because the food here is good. Alright, let's go in and take. I'll look. The two entered the shop, which had average facilities and was even somewhat old, but out of the 8 tables, 6 were occupied, indicating decent business. Su Chen found an empty table to sit at while Chen Laoba went to the kitchen to order. Boss, 1 mapo tofu, 1 boiled platinum pork slices, and 1 golden spirit flour egg soup. Oh, Chen Laoba, you've struck it rich, huh? Ordering neat dishes today? Shoo, keep it down, someone is treating today. He. The boss peeked outside at Su Chen sitting there and whispered, did you manage to trick another person into joining your treasure hunter group? Hey, don't wrong me, I'm just showing him the way. Then make sure to put more pork in the platinum dish, I haven't had it in a long time. Got it. Chen Laoba chuckled and returned to sit down next to Su Chen. Before long, 3 dishes along with 2 bowls of rice were served. Try this boiled platinum pork slices. It's one of the specialties here. Platinum pork isn't cheap, a pound of meat costs over 10,000. Su Chen picked up a piece with his chopsticks and tasted it. It was indeed good, spicy, and smooth. Brother Su, I won't hold back. Then, Chen Laoba rolled up his sleeves and started eating, sweating profusely, finishing 5 or 6 bowls of rice in one go, not even leaving any soup behind. After Chen Laoba finished, he noticed Su Chen staring at him and felt a bit embarrassed, saying, I didn't eat breakfast, so I was a bit hungry, sorry. Su Chen shook his head, and after settling the bill, they walked out together. If it weren't for Su Chen being too lazy to find someone else to lead the way, he would have left directly and not followed him. From Chen Laoba's behavior, he didn't seem like a serious treasure hunter group leader at all. After weaving through various alleys for a long time, the two finally stopped in front of a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. Looking at the half-collapsed courtyard wall and the wooden door that was about to fall to the ground, Su Chen turned to Chen Laoba and asked, is this the base of your treasure hunter group you mentioned? Su Chen finally understood why Chen Laoba had been staring at him on the flying boat. He was young, and in Chen Laoba's eyes, his strength must not be high. With his own strength, he could easily deceive him. Sorry, Su. Brother, actually our Bafang treasure hunting group used to be one of the top groups, but we encountered some accidents and fell into decline. As he said this, Chen Laoba's expression darkened, as if he was reminded of something. At that moment, a faint sound came from the dilapidated courtyard, and Su Chen turned to look. He saw a girl in her 20s, looking extremely haggard and pale, leaning against the wall as she walked out. Upon seeing Su Chen, the girl mustered her strength to force a smile, then turned to Chen Laoba and weakly said, Brother, why are you lying to him again? Let him go. Chen Laoba hurried into the courtyard to support her, reproaching her, didn't I tell you to lie down properly? What are you doing out here? Don't worry, I just promised to lead him, I didn't deceive him into joining our group. As he said this, Chen Laoba looked at Su Chen with some regret, his eyes pleading, hoping Su Chen wouldn't expose him. The girl looked at Su Chen, wanting to know if what her brother said was true. Su Chen glanced at her sister's condition and then at the surroundings, beginning to understand. He smiled at her. Your brother promised to lead me tomorrow, and I'll pay him a reward. Upon hearing this, Chen Laoba looked at Su Chen gratefully. He then helped his sister back into the house. Xiaoyao, I went to find a famous doctor for you this time and got a prescription. You'll get better after taking it. The girl weakly shook her head. Brother, don't waste money on me. My illness can't be cured. Because of me, our group has disbanded. I'm sorry for you. Don't say that. The group's matters have nothing to do with you. It's all because of that ungrateful wretch. Let's not talk about this. Let me help you inside. After the two entered the house, Su Chen also stepped into the courtyard. After a while, Chen Laoba came out. I'm sorry, Su brother. Su Chen waved his hand. No need to explain. I understand. But isn't your sister a professional? Hearing this, Chen Laoba felt a bit guilty. My sister has great talent. She is one of the few 5-star professionals in Wanshan City. She didn't report to the Grand Guild but followed my group to train and level up. She was almost at the 5th transition, but everything changed after that mission outside the city. We were enveloped by an unknown mist. My sister's profession has an advantage in speed. She searched for a way out alone to lead everyone out. Later, she found the way, but somehow she got poisoned. I thought it was just a little blood loss, but this poison is different from others. Is there a difference in poisons? Don't they all just cause continuous blood loss after being poisoned? Su Chen asked, confused. Chen Laoba shook his head. We thought it would be like that too, but this poison never disappears. After my sister bled for 2 minutes, it seemed to stay in her body. As a professional, her physical quality is far superior to ordinary people, but since my sister got poisoned, her condition has been deteriorating. You might not believe it, but her level is slowly decreasing. She is now only at level 50, and it drops by 5 levels every day. I'm afraid she won't last 10 days. As he said this, Chen Laoba squatted at the door, holding his head, showing deep self-reproach and pain. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken her to that place. It's all my fault. Su Chen glanced at him. It seemed that what Chen Laoba said was not a lie. However, the fact that levels could decrease due to poisoning was truly unheard of. In this world, professionals only increased in level. There was no such thing as a decrease. Even if one died of old age, their level would not drop. Is there no special hint about the poison in her body? Chen Laoba shook his head. No, the only hint is that it's an unknown poison with an unknown source. So, you became like this to treat your sister's illness? Suchin finally understood why a professional like him could live so poorly. It seemed all his money was spent on saving his sister. According to him, his sister would probably have her level reset in 10 days. At that time, she would likely be doomed. Chenlaba nodded. All his savings had been spent on his sister, but he had no regrets. He only regretted why he had taken his sister to that place in the first place. Can I go see her? I promise I can save her. Seeing the plight of the two siblings, Suchin decided to help them. He just didn't know if the river god skill could force the poison out of his sister's body. What? Brother Su, are you a healing profession? Chenlaba was momentarily excited, then shook his head again. He had sought out healing professionals before, and they had been of no help. How could a seemingly 20-year-old boy possibly save his sister? However, if Suchin wanted to try, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Brother Su, follow me. Chenlaba led Suchen into a simple room in the back. Chen Yao was lying on the bed, looking as if she had already fallen asleep. However, even in her sleep, her brows were tightly furrowed, indicating she must be in great pain. To avoid suspicion, Suchin didn't approach her but instead used his ability to sense from a distance. Half a minute later, Suchin frowned. He didn't find any poison in Chen Yao's body. Her bodily functions had indeed reached a state of exhaustion, with much of her flesh beginning to decay. Suchen had no choice but to extract the decayed flesh from a distance. After doing all this, Chen Yao's complexion improved significantly. The tightly furrowed brows also relaxed a bit. Chen Laoba looked at the floating mass of black, foul-smelling flesh in the air and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Brother Su, has my sister's illness been cured? Chen Laoba didn't expect Su Chen to truly have the ability to cure his sister, and just as he was about to express his gratitude, Su Chen shook his head. I didn't find the toxin you mentioned in her body. What I extracted can only alleviate her pain. Is that so? I understand. Chen Laoba's previously excited mood instantly collapsed. Sigh, I should have thought of that. It can't be that easy to cure. I was too greedy. Su Chen glanced at Chen Yao. The toxin in her body was likely a corrosive poison affecting the mind or soul. With the river god's skills capabilities, it was impossible not to detect the poison in her body. The only possibility was that elusive soul. Just the fact that such a toxin could be encountered outside Wanshan City indicated that there was definitely a formidable monster out there. Thinking of this, Su Chen looked at Chen Laoba and asked, where did you get lost in that strange mist? Chen Laoba, upon hearing this, thought for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, that place is right near the Poison Dragon Ridge you want to go to. What a coincidence. The task I received this time is at the foot of the mountain, south of Poison Dragon Ridge, and the mist we encountered is to the north of Poison Dragon Ridge. Su Chen nodded. This place was becoming increasingly strange. First, there was the incident with the brother and sister, and then a monster that sucked human blood appeared. This trip didn't seem so easy. At least this poisonous creature was not something Su Chen could handle. If he encountered it himself, he might also fall here if he wasn't careful. It seems I need to be more cautious this time. While Su Chen was still pondering, a loud shout came from outside the courtyard. Chen Laba, when are you going to pay us back the money you owe the miracle treasure hunting team? Then there was a loud crash, likely the wooden door being kicked in. Chen Laba stepped outside and coldly looked at the 7 or 8 people standing in the courtyard, saying, my sister is sleeping, so keep it down. Chen Laba had shed his earlier timid demeanor and now appeared particularly imposing. Seeing him like this, Su Chen thought he might have really been the leader of a large team in the past. Chen Laba, do you still think you're the formidable leader of the treasure hunting team from before? You're nothing now. Aren't you afraid of dying? Chen Laba coldly glared at the few people. Even if I'm useless, I'm still a peak level 6 professional. Dealing with you few won't take much effort. The few people only smiled at his words, but they had become much more restrained. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. When are you going to pay back the 80 million you owe our team? You've already delayed for over a year. If you don't pay it back soon, don't blame us for being rude. The few of them looked at Chen Laoba with some threat. They were backed by the miracle treasure hunting team, and if it came to a fight, it would be Chen Laoba who suffered. In the miracle treasure hunting team, the leader was a level 7 professional. Moreover, there was a powerful force supporting the miracle treasure hunting team. Very few treasure hunting teams in Wanshan City dared to oppose them. I will pay the money back, but not now. You can leave. Upon hearing this, the few people directly refused to leave. No way, you must pay today or we won't leave. I'm telling you, the vice leader is coming over soon. This time you can't weasel out of it. Just as Chen Laoba was about to speak, a man slightly younger than him, with shifty eyes, slowly walked into the courtyard. Brother Chen, long time no see. I heard Yao Mei is sick. I've been busy and haven't had time to see her. Is she doing well? Wu Changxin. Chen Laoba gritted his teeth and glared at the man, his hatred completely unmasked. Wu Changxin smiled at the angry Chen Laoba. Brother Chen still remembers my name. It's truly an honor. Traitor, I was really blind back then to save you. This ingrate. Chen Laoba's fists cracked as he clenched them. If it weren't for his reservations, he would have likely already struck. Hee hee, brother Chen, you're still so hot-tempered. You don't really think that because I saved your life, I would serve you for a lifetime, do you? Don't be naive, this world is about interests. Where there are benefits, there is gathering. Where there are none, there is scattering. Back then, I asked you to betroth Yao Mei to me, and you kept refusing. Now that I've become the vice leader of the Miracle Treasure Hunting Team, do you think I'm qualified? Oh, sorry, I forgot. Even if you offered her to me now, I wouldn't want her. I don't want a sickly person who can't be saved. At this, Wu Changxin laughed mockingly. I will kill you. Chen Laoba could no longer hold back and furiously struck out. He could endure insults to himself, but he would never tolerate insults to his sister. Chen Laoba threw a punch, his explosive fist cutting through the air. Wu Changxin, seeing this, sneered and also threw a punch. Both of them are boxers, and it was their shared profession, along with a life-saving grace, that made them close friends. However, times have changed. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and Chen Laoba staggered back, only stopping after retreating 5 or 6 steps. Once he steadied himself, he looked at Wu Changxin in shock. The person who had always been weaker than him had now defeated him head-on. Ha ha ha, Chen Laoba, do you still think I'm the same as before? Now I've reached the 7th level, while you, burdened by your sickly sister, have been stagnant. How can you be my opponent? Shut up! Chen Laoba stepped forward again. No one could insult his sister. If possible, he would trade his life for hers. Wu Changxin's repeated insults had made him disregard the difference in their strengths. What a fool! Wu Changxin sneered. The two clashed again. Unsurprisingly, Chen Laoba was sent flying once more, and this time he was injured, blood dripping from his right fist onto the ground of the courtyard. How about it? Are you convinced? Wu Changxin brushed off the dust from his clothes, looking relaxed and pleased. He had just reached the 7th level today, specifically to come and humiliate Chen Laoba. With his goal achieved, he was in a great mood. Chen Laoba, if you can't pay me back, I have a contract. Here, sign it, and I can give you another year. How about it? Don't say I'm not a good brother, ha ha ha. Su Chen, from a distance, glanced at the contract, which stipulated that within a year, Chen Laoba must be available at any time. If he breached the contract, based on the penalty, he could be sent to the outer battlefield or the abyss. Breaching the contract would essentially cost him half his life. However, signing this contract wouldn't be much better for Chen Laoba. Su Chen looked at Chen Yao, who was still sleeping inside, shook his head, and walked out. How much does he owe you? I'll pay it for him. Seeing Su Chen suddenly appear, Wu Changxin frowned and said, Kid, can you afford it? I asked you how much he owes. For some reason, when Wu Changxin heard Su Chen's cold words, he felt a chill run down his spine. In total, it's 8,330,000. Su Chen took out a business card and tossed it to him. Swipe. Chen Laoba hurriedly tried to stop him. Brother Su, this won't do. It's nothing, just a small amount. What? Small amount? Chen Laoba looked at Su Chen in shock. Was so much money still considered small? But Su Chen appeared indifferent. Compared to his several hundred billion in assets, this amount was just a drop in the bucket. Wait a minute, who the hell are you? What right do you have to pay for him? Wu Changxin reacted at this moment and threw Su Chen's business card away. Today, this money can only be paid back by him. No one else can do it. Looking for trouble, huh? Su Chen clenched his right hand, and it seemed as if Wu Changxin was lifted into the air by an invisible force. Only he knew that the blood within him had actually lifted him up. Su Chen looked at him and snorted coldly. Since you don't want it, then don't take it. Deputy Commander. Seeing Wu Changxin captured and unable to move, the members of the Miracle Treasure Hunting Team were about to rush forward to assist. However, Su Chen shot them a cold glance, and they were instantly intimidated by his aura, daring not to approach. If Wu Changxin was no match for him, how could they continue to come forward? Spare my life? Wu Changxin looked at the person before him in shock. At that moment, he felt the fear of death. If this person wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. Are you still collecting money? No, I won't collect it anymore. I promise I won't ask him for money again. Please let me go. Wu Changxin was terrified. As a dignified level 7 professional, he was being held up in the air like a chick. He had survived until now by bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and naturally, he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Su Chen. Su Chen didn't really intend to kill him. Doing so would only bring him trouble. He released his grip, letting Wu Changxin fall to the ground, and coldly said, "Get lost." Wu Changxin picked up the business card from the ground, dusted it off, and respectfully handed it back to Su Chen. Only after Su Chen accepted it did he hurriedly leave with his subordinates. Once they left, only the shocked Chen Laoba remained in the courtyard. Brother Su, how come you? Should I call you Brother Su now? Chen Laoba thought he was seeing things, misjudging Su Chen's age. To him, the Su Chen before him looked well preserved, possibly older than him. He had heard of a nearly 50-year-old professional who looked like he was in his 20s due to good maintenance, someone named Lin Jiying. Let's stick with Brother Su. My age isn't as great as you think. Ah, okay, alright. Chen Laoba was now much more reserved in front of Su Chen than he had been in the morning. After all, someone who could casually pull out tens of millions and single-handedly crush a level 7 professional was definitely not a simple character. He was likely a level 8 professional, and as for those Above level 8, Chen Laoba didn't even want to think about it, as there were very few level 8 professionals in the entire Southwest. Reflecting on how he had tried to persuade someone like Su Chen to join his treasure hunting team that morning, Chen Laoba felt a bit of fear. Fortunately, Su Chen didn't hold it against him, otherwise he couldn't imagine the consequences. Brother Su, let me take you to find a hotel. You look like a person of status, and this shabby place doesn't suit you. Do you have a place to stay tonight? There is a small room available, but you. Su Chen shook his head and smiled. It's fine, as long as there's a place to stay, I'm not picky. Seeing Su Chen insist, Chen Laoba had no choice but to agree. It was the first time he was so curious about someone who looked young yet had strength but was also very low-key and easygoing. He was completely different from the strong figures he had in mind. After Wu Changxin and his group left Chen Laoba's courtyard, they stopped in an alley. He had nearly been scared to death. Who would have thought there would be such a strong person in Chen Laoba's house? He didn't even understand how the other party had controlled him. Wu Changxin coldly glanced at his subordinates and angrily said, "You all just stood there and watched? What do you think I raised you for?" Seeing him angry, the others quickly lowered their heads and dared not speak. They knew that staying silent was the best response now. As for the situation earlier, only a fool would have gone up. That was not someone they could provoke. They understood that Wu Changxin's anger was merely to cover up the embarrassment of being captured. Sure enough, after a while, Wu Changxin's voice softened. "Now go check and see what that person's identity is. When we reach Wanshan City, whether it's a dragon, it must lie down, whether it's a tiger, it must crouch." At this moment, a younger brother suggested in a low voice, "Vice Captain Wu, why don't we just leave him alone? I think that person seems quite formidable." Wu Changxin shot him a glare. "Say that again?" The younger brother, intimidated by his glare, lowered his head and dared not speak further. As if you don't know, our miracle treasure hunting team has a powerful backer. With him all alone, does he dare to oppose us? I think he's tired of living." "Powerful backer?" The others looked at Wu Changxin curiously. They had heard that their team had a backer, but who exactly it was, they were not privy to. "Captain, who is our backer? Can you let us in on it?" "Yeah, Captain, do tell." Hearing them call him Captain, Wu Changxin held his head high, feeling particularly pleased. "It's fine to tell you, but you must keep it to yourselves and not speak of it carelessly." "Don't worry, Captain, we will absolutely keep it under wraps and won't say a word." Wu Changxin nodded, then proudly declared, "Our miracle treasure hunting team's powerful backer is none other than the Du family from the Southwest." "What? The Du family?" The others were taken aback. They never expected it to be the Du family. In the Southwest, even 3-year-old children know of the Du family's reputation. Everything from food to housing has the Du family's influence. The Du family can be considered a dominant force in the Southwest. Even the governor of Sichuan province has to give the Du family some face. For any major event in the Southwest, they must consult the Du family before proceeding. This is the Du family's standing in the Southwest. No wonder our miracle treasure hunting team has been growing stronger in recent years. It turns out the Du family has been backing us. Just follow me well, and the future is limitless. Yes, we vow to follow Captain Wu to the death. To the death? Remembering the scene that had just occurred, Wu Changxin sneered inwardly. These people were just like him, all afraid of death. But it didn't matter, as long as there was no major danger, they wouldn't betray him. He had coveted the position of captain for a long time. At that moment, Wu Changxin's phone rang. He glanced at it and answered. "Captain, is there something wrong? Where are you? Hurry back, there are important orders from above." Wu Changxin naturally understood what above meant. What does above want with us at this time? Is it because of that old man's matter? He had heard about Du Jingyun's death. "Why are you asking so many questions? Just hurry back." The voice on the other end shouted angrily before hanging up. Looking at the disconnected call, Wu Changxin's expression darkened. "Zhao Qianyong, you just wait, the position of captain will eventually be mine." Wu Changxin looked at his subordinates and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go back." The next morning, after giving his sister some instructions, Chen Laoba left the city with Su Chen. On the way, Su Chen asked, "Is it just you and your sister left in the Bafang treasure hunting group? What happened to the others?" Hearing this, Chen Laoba shook his head and let out a bitter smile. "They all left. They followed me to make money, and with that traitor Wu Changxin, the group fell apart." "But why? You didn't run into any trouble. Why couldn't they follow you to make money?" A nearly 7th-tier professional, no matter how down on his luck, wouldn't be like a cabbage. It was impossible for everyone to abandon him overnight. To earn more money, I took on some rather dangerous tasks. The pay is high, but there's always a risk to life. I can understand them. They're still young and don't need to take risks with me. But I really need money, so I have to take these jobs. Su Chen nodded. In fact, he felt that his sister no longer needed treatment. Even his river god skill couldn't save her. No amount of money could help it. There was no effective treatment. Without a direct and effective remedy, it could be said that even a deity couldn't save her. However, Su Chen didn't say this. Sometimes it's good to hold on to a bit of hope. Living without hope is no different from being dead. The two chatted casually and soon left Wanshan City far behind. Meanwhile, at the city gate of Wanshan, it was bustling as if it were the new year, with countless professionals crowding at the entrance. This scene naturally drew the attention of the people of Wanshan City. What's going on? Is there some rare treasure coming out of the 10,000 mountains again? I don't know. I heard from a cousin that it seems the Du family is preparing to hunt a boss, but I don't know what kind of boss. The Du family? Are they personally going to hunt a boss? The crowd grew more curious. What kind of boss would require the Du family to take action? They hadn't heard of any boss outside Wanshan City. At that moment, someone pointed at a figure in the crowd and exclaimed, "Hey, that old man looks familiar, and isn't that person next to him from the Chang family? Why is the Chang family here too?" Chang Yamo was puzzled as well. What was the Du family up to, gathering so many people to hunt a boss? He didn't believe it because he saw Du Tao and several other clan elders from the Du family. Du Tao had just quelled the internal strife in the family, and now he was rushing to Wanshan City. There must be some secret he was hiding from him. Thinking of this, Chang Yamo walked over with a smile. Du family head, congratulations. The Du family has a successor. Oh, it's the Chang family head. Have you found the person you were looking for? Thanks to the Du family head, I've already discovered his whereabouts. I just arrived at the city gate and was about to pursue him when I saw the Du family head gathering so many people here. May I ask what the Du family head is planning? Can you share? It's nothing much. I haven't been out for a while, just getting some exercise. Chang family head, you should go about your business. Du Tao began to shoo him away. He absolutely wouldn't tell Chang Yamo anything about this. Then I won't disturb the Du family head any longer. Chang Yamo turned and left with the members of the Chang family. After exiting the city, Chang Yamo glanced back and then looked at the old man Wan Shou beside him, asking, "Old sir, what do you think the Du family is up to?" Wan Shou shook his head. "I'm a beast master, not a fortune teller. How would I know? I'm only concerned about that dragon. Let's hurry." Wan Shou urged. Regardless of what was happening, capturing the dragon pet was more important. Chang Yamo felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. He was genuinely curious about what the Du family was planning, but right now, pursuing Su Chen was the top priority. "Sai, forget it, let's go." He had already sent a few assassins to follow Su Chen and was constantly receiving updates on their locations. Inside Wanshan City, Du Tao looked at Shui Donlu, who was wearing a cloak, with some confusion. "Lord Protector, didn't you say 2 days later? Why are we urgently leaving the city today? Things have changed. The Lord of the sect has sent word from the Night God that the boss has appeared a day early and the specific location is unknown." "I see. So when are we leaving the city?" "We're leaving now. First, we'll go to the first heavy mountain and wait there. When the world announcement comes, we can just follow the location. The first heavy mountain is the middle ground between Wanshan City and the 100,000 Great Mountains. Shui Donlu chose this place because no matter where the world boss spawns, they can quickly get there." "Alright, I'll have everyone set off right now." Du Tao glanced at the crowd gathered around and frowned as he instructed his subordinates, "Get them to leave. Anyone who dares to follow will not be treated kindly by the Du family." His subordinates took their orders and began dispersing the onlookers. The Du family is handling this matter. No one is allowed to follow or watch. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The crowd was driven away, and no one dared to resist. After all, this is the Du family who would dare defy their orders. Currently, the various families in Long Country overshadow the local authorities, and their power has gradually surpassed that of the official government. The government has little means to counter this. The families are deeply rooted and have infiltrated all aspects of local life. If the government openly took action against them, the repercussions would not be something that could be remedied in a short time. Moreover, these families are not easy to deal with. They recruit talent for their own use and already possess the strength to carve out their own territories. For example, in the Du family, there are 3 8th turn professionals, and the number of 7th turn and below is countless. Without deploying high-level combat power, it is basically impossible to act against them on their own turf. The ruler of Long Country had long noticed this situation, but he was also powerless. Until the appearance of Su Chen, he seemed to have discovered another solution. Since the government cannot take action, let Su Chen do it. Su Chen is strong enough. One person can wipe out a family, and there's no need to worry about a lack of strong fighters. Thus, regarding the matter with the Su family, the ruler has always maintained a supportive attitude towards Su Chen. In fact, he had already arrived at that time, he just hadn't shown himself. When Su Chen killed the children of those 2 great families, the ruler slowly revealed himself. All conditions were met, and next, he would use Su Chen's hand to eradicate these family tumors. In the capital, within a courtyard, the ruler of Long Country leisurely sipped his morning tea while listening to reports from his subordinates. The ruler smiled slightly. "Good, it seems that in a few days, we can completely regain control of the southwest. Tell Wang Changjun to take some people to Sichuan Prefecture and cooperate with the Governor Li Mu to maintain local order for the next couple of days. If anyone refuses to obey, execute them on the spot for treason." Hearing this charge, the subordinates trembled. This is perhaps the most serious crime. For other offenses, one might just be exiled to the outer battlefield, but this is a direct death sentence. "Yes, Your Majesty." The subordinates took their leave. The ruler of Long Country twirled the teacup in his hand, looking at the few tea leaves floating inside, murmuring to himself, Su Chen is indeed the lucky star of our Long Country. Outside Wanshan City, a series of unknown bird calls echoed through the forest, and the morning sunlight slanted into the dense woods, bringing a glimmer of brightness. Su Chen followed Chen Laoba, weaving through the thick forest. This place was filled with towering trees, so dense that the wind could hardly pass through, known as a place where birds found it hard to cross. Occasionally, a few fierce beasts would burst out from the woods, but each time, Chen Laoba was able to respond immediately, and these beasts couldn't last a round against him. It was clear he was very familiar with the conditions of this route. Chen Laoba glanced at the path ahead and said to Su Chen, once we cross this mountain, we can take a slightly wider path. Can't we use flying pets to get over this mountain? Chen Laoba shook his head. This mountain is called Guanshan. There are probably some special restrictions within it. Any flying pets near Guanshan will inexplicably lose control and fall. Even professionals with flying skills can't fly very high here. As long as they exceed a certain distance, they will also fall. To get over Guanshan, we can only walk, and if you're not familiar with the route, you might get lost. If you haven't made it out by nightfall, then even the gods can't save you. So many people, when they first leave Wanshan City, if they don't find a treasure group, must detour around Guanshan. The width of Guanshan is average, but its length is particularly long, almost encircling Wanshan City. To take a detour, it would take more than 10 times the time. Upon hearing this, Su Chen released an ice bug, controlling it to fly into the air. However, before the ice bug could surpass the treetops, it plummeted down. This scene surprised Su Chen. Strictly speaking, the ice bug wasn't a flying pet, it was completely under Su Chen's control, more like a lifeless mechanical puppet. If even it couldn't fly out, then Guanshan indeed had its mysteries. Guanshan is hard to cross, who mourns for the lost traveler? Su Chen murmured. Chen Laoba, hearing this, exclaimed, Brother Su can also compose poetry? Su Chen shook his head and smiled, I just heard others recite it, how could I compose poetry? I see, the person who wrote this poem must have also been to Guanshan. Su Chen didn't continue the topic but asked, how much longer until we can get out? Chen Laoba checked the direction again and replied, soon, at most half an hour. The two continued on their way. Half an hour later, they finally emerged from the dense forest, arriving at a small plain with a wide view, thus stepping out of Guanshan's territory. However, Chen Laoba still chose to walk. According to him, flying in the air was easy to expose oneself and would attract attacks from various unknown monsters. Su Chen initially wanted to summon the Ice Dragon King for transportation, but after asking Chen Laoba when they would reach Dulong Ridge, he abandoned the idea of summoning the Ice Dragon King. Another half hour later, a magnificent mountain lay before them like a coiled dragon. The dark green forest and the ever-present mist enveloped it, making it look like a green giant dragon sleeping in the clouds. Especially the two peaks at the mountain summit, resembling deer antlers, made it come alive. Is this Dulong Ridge? Su Chen asked, looking at the mountain before him. It should be, I didn't know its name before. It was only after you mentioned the name and place that I guessed it based on its shape. From a distance, it does look like a poisonous dragon sleeping here. Su Chen took out a map, and the marked location of the dungeon was right at the north of this mountain. Since we've arrived, you can go about your business, I'll go on my own. Su Chen knew that Chen Laoba still had things to collect, so he no longer insisted on him leading the way. Dulong Ridge didn't seem very large. Now that he was here, he could follow the map to find the way. It's fine, I'll accompany Brother Su for a bit, it's not far anyway. By the way, I haven't asked you, Brother Su, what brings you here from so far away? Oh, just running a dungeon to do a job change quest. There was nothing to keep secret, and Su Chen didn't hide it from him. So that's how it is. Chen Laoba looked at Su Chen with a bit of respect. A job change quest and still coming to such a dangerous place. It wouldn't be an 8th job quest, would it? Chen Laoba thought of this and looked at Su Chen again, somewhat alarmed. Only an 8th job quest would lead one to such a dangerous and hard to find place. The two continued on their way, and Chen Laoba insisted on leading him, which Su Chen couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. The southern slope of Poison Dragon Ridge was relatively gentle, and there was less of that strange mist, so the south wasn't very dangerous. However, halfway through, Chen Laoba suddenly stopped, and then with a somewhat sad expression said, back then, it was here that my sister had an accident. Su Chen didn't know how to comfort him and could only encourage him, saying, as the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. Perhaps we can find a way to save your sister in Poison Dragon Ridge. Hearing this, Chen Laoba suddenly raised his head, somewhat excited, and said, right, how did I not think of that? Since the incident happened here, maybe there's a way to save her here. Chen Laoba was as excited as if he had grasped the only straw after drowning. Little did he know, it wasn't that easy. It would be a miracle to not run into trouble in Poison Dragon Ridge. Su Chen recalled the description of the person in the intel, a monster that fed on human blood. If this monster had always lived in Poison Dragon Ridge, Chen Laoba wouldn't be in danger while he was around, but what would happen to him once he entered the dungeon? Thinking of this, Su Chen regretted bringing him along. He had been so focused on the journey that he forgot about this matter. Brother Chen, why don't you go gather your things? This Poison Dragon Ridge isn't safe. Su Chen relayed the information he had from the intel to him. Once I enter the dungeon, I won't be able to protect you. Brother Su, I'm not afraid. As long as I can find a way to save my sister, I wouldn't mind dying. Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. Why was he so stubborn? If you die, who will save your sister? No matter what Su Chen said, Chen Laoba was determined not to leave. With no other choice, Su Chen could only arrange for a petties to protect him. Otherwise, if he died here, what would happen to his sister, Chen Yao? At this moment, a group of people also crossed the mountain range and arrived at that small plain. 4 black-clad assassins appeared one after another and bowed before the group, saying, reporting to the master, Su Chen and Chen Laoba have already entered the mountain ahead. Shang Mo nodded. It's 3 hours' journey from Wanshan City. They shouldn't have gone too far. Choose a place to ambush and wait for them to return. Chen Yamo looked at the elderly man Wan Shou beside him and asked, Old sir, where do you think we should ambush? In fact, he already had an answer in mind, but since Wan Shou was there, he let the other party decide, which was also a form of respect. The elderly man Wan Shou smiled at him and then slowly said, let's ambush in the mountains behind us. Since flying is prohibited here, we don't have to worry about him escaping on a flying pet. Alright, everything is up to the old gentleman. This place was also where Chang Yamo had in mind. Now, their group of dozens was just waiting for Su Chen to come to them. On the other side, Su Chen and his companion crossed the ridge and finally arrived at the southern side of Poison Dragon Ridge. To be safe, Su Chen summoned a swarm of ice insects to scout ahead. Looking at this group of chilling insects, Chen Laoba couldn't help but shiver. Although these creatures appeared weak, he could sense that if he accidentally touched one, he would likely meet a grim fate. This was his intuition. This instinct, which surfaced in the face of danger, had saved him more than once. Chen Laoba looked at Su Chen. This young man was becoming increasingly mysterious in his eyes. The swarm of insects he casually released was beyond his capability to handle, and he wondered what other terrifying trump cards Su Chen had yet to reveal. At that moment, Chen Laoba took out 2 pills and handed one to Su Chen. Brother Su, this is a detox pill. It can alleviate most of the poison mist damage. Su Chen took the pill and swallowed it in one go. Looking at the dense forest shrouded in green mist ahead, Su Chen had to retract the ice insect swarm. Although the ice insects were said to freeze everything, their defense was extremely low, and this mist clearly contained deadly poison that the ice insects would not withstand. The two continued along the path into the mist. You are affected by the poison mist, currently losing 350 health points per second. Detox pill effect triggered. The impact of the poison mist has lessened, currently losing 50 health points per second. This poison mist has such high damage. Su Chen exclaimed in shock at the panel notification. Without the detox pill, this poison mist could drain him of 20,000 health in a minute. As a basic potential 1-star practitioner, his total health was only a few tens of thousands. Standing in this poison mist for just over a minute would mean death. Even high-level practitioners wouldn't last long here. Right now, it's 3,000 health per minute, but with a blocking skill, if I block once per second, I can lose a maximum of 1,500 health in a minute, and taking a pill can help recover. But I still have to be careful. This poison mist continuously deals damage, and my block has a cooldown, so I can't be careless. The two continued forward, and just as they were nearing their destination, Su Chen suddenly turned back to take a look. Just a moment ago, he felt a pair of eyes watching them through the mist. Chen Laoban noticed and turned his head as well. Brother Su, what's wrong? He also sensed something unusual, as if something was following them. Step back. Su Chen drew his knife and said softly. Chen Laoban sensed something was off and quickly stood behind Su Chen, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Not coming out, huh? Su Chen slashed with his knife, the sharp blades light flying out. Boom! Crash! A swath of trees was directly cut in half by the blade's light and fell down. The sound of collapsing trees echoed everywhere. In a place unseen by Chen Laoban, the blade's light sliced through the mountainside, breaking ground from the southern slope before vanishing. The entire Poison Dragon Ridge was cleaved by Su Chen's strike. Unless one looked closely, the mountain still stood unchanged. Only upon careful inspection could one see a cut mark halfway up the mountain, perhaps with just a tremor. From an earthquake, the upper half of Poison Dragon Ridge would collapse. However, at that moment, the sight of the fallen trees left Chen Laoban dumbfounded. Had the northern slope of Poison Dragon Ridge really become half bare? Su Chen did not look at the fallen trees. That last strike was made purely on instinct. He was certain he hadn't struck the thing that was watching them, but the feeling of being observed had vanished. It seemed the other party had also been frightened by Su Chen's slash. Su Chen frowned. This was the first time he had used a draw and slash technique without hitting the intended target. Mainly, he hadn't seen the other party, as they were out of his line of sight. Let's go, be careful later. Su Chen patted the still-dazed Chen Laoban and continued walking down the mountain. They were now not far from the valley at the foot of the mountain. Chen Laoban came to his senses and caught up with Su Chen, asking, is that thing dead? No, it shouldn't dare to come back in the short term. Chen Laoban looked back at the fallen trees and thought to himself that if it were him, he wouldn't dare to come back either. If he were to take a knife from Su Chen, who could withstand it? Anyway, he couldn't. After a few minutes, Su Chen finally arrived in the valley. The mist here was even thicker, and sunlight could no longer penetrate. There was only a little light at the bottom of the valley to barely see the path. Even the damage from the poisonous mist increased by double every second. These treasure hunters dare to come to a place like this, they really value money over their lives. Stir, Ice Dragon King, come out and scout the way for me. Su Chen was too lazy to search himself and directly summoned the two who were still playing cards in the pet space. As soon as the two guys came out, Stir said to the Ice Dragon King, Brother Dragon, I haven't played my king yet, let's continue later. Continue my ass, this round doesn't count. The Ice Dragon King directly played the rogue. Brother Dragon, I just want to win this round, you. Stir wanted to cry. The Ice Dragon King was being unreasonable and he had no way to deal with it. At this moment, Chen Laoba was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground if not for the tree beside him that he could hold on to. Looking up at the several meter tall monster, he trembled and said, Su, Brother Su, Abyss Demon. After the Ice Dragon King came out, Chen Laoba's heart was about to jump out. This is dragon. What, a big dragon? Chen Laoba could no longer control himself and shouted out loud. He actually saw a dragon and it was even holding a deck of cards in its claws. The Abyss Demon across from it was also holding a deck of cards and arguing about something. Chen Laoba was so shocked that he didn't know how to describe the scene. Su Chen ignored Chen Laoba and ordered the two idiots to find the dungeon entrance. Although the poisonous mist in this place was fierce, it was just a tickle for them. With their tens of millions of health and high defense, the two put away the cards somewhat reluctantly and went to find the dungeon. Brother Su, what is going on? Chen Laoba looked at Su Chen with some fear. If he heard correctly, was Su Chen just commanding these two terrifying monsters? Seeing that he was quite scared, Su Chen smiled at him. It's nothing, just two pets I raised, no need to be afraid, they won't harm you. When I enter the dungeon later, I'll have them protect you outside. Upon hearing this, Chen Laoba really didn't know what to say. The shock Su Chen had given him made him doubt whether he had eaten too much poisonous mist and was hallucinating. At the exit of the mountain pass in the dense forest, the old man of longevity suddenly looked up towards the direction of Poison Dragon Ridge and then a strong light burst forth from his eyes. A terrifying beast has appeared, it must be that dragon. A few minutes later, the Ice Dragon King flew back, wagging its tail. Master, I've found the entrance to the dungeon. Lead the way. Su Chen and his companion followed the Ice Dragon King deeper into the valley. The dungeon entrance was located between two stone walls and the pitch-black portal stood out in this dark green valley. Seidel had long been waiting at the entrance for Su Chen's arrival. Chen Laoba looked at the information about the dungeon, noting the entry restriction was between 3rd and 5th transition. A big question mark appeared above his head. What was going on? How could Su Chen enter such a low-level dungeon? Su Chen merely glanced at the dungeon information and then instructed the two companions, you protect him. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you accountable. Don't worry, Master, leave it to us. The two companions assured him with confident expressions. With them around, who would dare to touch this human? Su Chen opened the dungeon, selected Hell difficulty, and walked in. Seeing Su Chen actually enter, Chen Laoba was dumbfounded. Su Chen's level was actually no more than 5th transition, so how did he defeat the 7th transition Wu Changxin with one move yesterday? And these two pets, although they looked unserious, their strength was definitely much higher than his. This left him utterly perplexed. It was completely unreasonable. Hey, human, what are you daydreaming about? The Ice Dragon King gently nudged Chen Laoba with its paw. Chen Laoba snapped back to reality. Seeing the Ice Dragon King looking at him, he quickly bowed and said, hello, is there anything I can help you with? Yes, do you know how to play Do Diju? The three of us will play. The Ice Dragon King pointed to Seidel beside it. Ha! Chen Laoba swallowed hard, feeling nervous and at a loss. A dragon and a deep abyss demon were now asking him to play Do Diju with them. Anyone would be scared in his position. You can't even handle something this simple? The Ice Dragon King looked at him with some disdain. It had learned in just 2.5 days. They say humans are smart, but it seems that's not the case. Forget it, if you can't, it's fine. We'll teach you. The two companions shrank down and directly sat on the ground to play. 4 twos. Hee, a king bomb. The Ice Dragon King slammed its paw down, causing the valley to tremble. Chen Laoba, watching from the side, looked puzzled. What kind of strange gameplay was this? How could the two pets have such good cards? By the time he realized, he was already numb. These two pets threw out the biggest cards right away. They claimed that if they were going to play, they might as well play the biggest, and they looked down on small cards. He really suspected that Su Chen had intentionally taught them this way. Inside the dungeon. Achoo! Su Chen rubbed his nose and carefully looked at the scene before him. Purple mist swirled above the swamp and something occasionally crawled through the grass, making rustling sounds. You have entered the Hell difficulty Poison Mist Swamp. Please proceed with caution. You are being attacked by Poison Mist, current health loss minus 60 per second. You are being disturbed by Poison Mist, current visibility obstruction plus 70%. You are taking Poison Mist damage. Please clear the dungeon within 30 minutes, otherwise the Poison Mist damage will double every 10 minutes. Looking at this series of prompts, Su Chen roughly understood. If it were someone else, the difficulty of this dungeon would definitely lie in the Poison Mist. But who was he? He was a concept deity. Poison mist. Mist is just water vapor. If it's water, it falls under the river god's skill. Su Chen only remembered this after entering the dungeon. So, with a wave of his hand, he pushed all the poison mist that enveloped the map into the corners. The entire map became clearly visible, and the dungeon monsters hidden in the poison mist stood frozen as if stripped of their clothes. Before they could react, Su Chen dispatched them with a single strike. You have killed 3 venomous snakes, level 400 times 10, gain 0 experience. You have killed purple venomous spiders, level 400 times 8, gain 0 experience. You have killed. After finishing the kills, Su Chen was unable to gain experience due to not having a job change. However, a pile of materials emitting a green glow had dropped on the ground. Su Chen glanced at them casually and collected everything before continuing forward. The second and third maps were similar. Su Chen quickly finished them as if strolling leisurely and headed towards the final boss map. Upon entering the last map, all he could see was a huge dark green puddle. Bubbles the size of fists were bubbling up in the puddle. Before Su Chen could take a closer look, a scarlet tongue whipped towards him at high speed like a whip. Su Chen swiftly struck down with his knife. As the tongue was severed in two, a gigantic toad leaped out of the puddle. Venomous Toad, boss, level 600 physical attack, 120,000 magical attack, 180,000 health, 865,000/11000000 physical defense / magical defense, 200,000/185,000. Skills: Giant Tongue Whip, Poison Mist Eruption, Stench Attack, Leap Strike. Description: the king of the Poison Mist Swamp, beware of its tongue. After reading the information about this boss, Su Chen was astonished. Did it really think so highly of him that a third job change quest required him to fight a level 600 boss? What would he have to kill for the 8th or 9th job change? Moreover, the second task of this third job change, obtaining the scales of the Yamata no Orochi, was not a simple task either. Although it didn't say he had to kill the Yamata no Orochi, getting its scales was no different from killing it. The venomous toad was writhing in pain. Its most relied upon tongue had been severed by this human in one strike. As a high-level monster, it had some intelligence and knew to be afraid. However, Su Chen would not give it a chance to be afraid. With one strike he made it vanish into white light in the dungeon. No sense of challenge. Fighting people is more interesting. Su Chen raised his knife and slowly walked over to check the dropped items. A greenish-blue bead, about the size of a lychee, lay quietly on the ground. Su Chen picked it up and took a look. Unknown poison pill. Category: material grade, none. Description: obtained by the venomous toad from an unknown source. It has since kept it for itself. Purpose unknown. What is this? A level 600 boss drops this? Am I that unlucky? Su Chen looked at the material speechlessly and then casually tossed it into his backpack. Glancing at the time, the entire dungeon took less than 2 minutes. Most of the time was spent traveling. Su Chen exited the dungeon, and before he could check where Chen Laoba and the two pets were, the teleportation portal of the entire dungeon slowly disappeared. The moment he exited, only a bare stone wall remained in its place. Ha! A one-time dungeon? Is this a thing? Su Chen took a closer look, and the dungeon had indeed vanished. This world is getting more and more interesting. When Chen Laoba saw Su Chen come out, he was somewhat surprised and said, "Is it done already?" It hadn't been long since the two pets had just started the second round of Dodiju, and Su Chen had already exited the dungeon. If he remembered correctly, Su Chen had chosen Hell difficulty, because this dungeon only had Hell difficulty. Stop playing, return to the city. Su Chen kicked each of the two pets. No, Ice Dragon King, go check if there's anything strange in the Poison Dragon Ridge. You can use your skills if necessary. The Ice Dragon King obeyed and transformed back into a larger form, flying towards the sky above the Poison Dragon Ridge. Su Chen waited in place, watching. The Ice Dragon King flew over the Poison Dragon Ridge, looking around but found nothing unusual, then exhaled a breath of freezing air. In the dense forest at the entrance of Guanshan, the Cheng family members stared in awe at the giant dragon circling above the Poison Dragon Ridge. It was their first time witnessing a true dragon in the world. How could they not be excited? This is Su Chen's pet dragon. What virtue or ability does Su Chen have to possess such a pet? If I could make it my pet. Cheng Yamo looked at the Ice Dragon King with envy. From the moment he saw the Ice Dragon King, he had a greedy thought, wanting to claim it for himself. Next, it depended on whether the Elder Wansho could tame it. If he succeeded, Cheng Yamo thought, glancing at Elder Wansho, his eyes turning as he plotted something in his mind. Elder Wansho was focused on the Ice Dragon King, completely unaware of Cheng Mo's every move. Good, what a true dragon in the world. Elder Wansho clapped his hands in admiration. I never expected to have a dragon as a pet in my lifetime. How fortunate. As he thought of this, Elder Wansho couldn't help but laugh out loud. Meanwhile, above the Poison Dragon Ridge, the Ice Dragon King's freezing breath was about to reach the ridge. Roar! A roar came from below the Poison Dragon Ridge. A dark green barrier blocked the Ice Dragon King's freezing breath. After a brief standoff, the dark green barrier ultimately could not withstand the Ice Dragon King's freezing breath. In the next moment, the Poison Dragon Ridge transformed from lush green to a world covered in white frost. The entire Poison Dragon Ridge became a realm of ice and snow. Roar! Another roar sounded, and a creature broke through the ice, shooting straight into the sky. Its target was the Ice Dragon King in the air. Its speed was so fast that even the Ice Dragon King could only see a shadow, and the next moment it was sent flying away. Finally out. Suchen focused his gaze, wanting to see what it was that could contend with the 900-level demigod beast, the Ice Dragon King. Upon seeing its true form, Suchen was somewhat surprised and said, "What the heck, another dragon?" Poison Dragon King, Juka, extremely weak, grade, Divine Beast level, 920 physical attack, 350000/1850000 magical attack, 650000/225000 health, 655000/9200000 physical defense magical defense, 350000/3600000 skills, Poison Dragon Drill, Toxic Barrier, Poison Dragon Roar, All Poison Convergence, Divine Transformation, Divine Poison Soul, Divine Immortality description, a dragon species that fell outside Guanshan after being injured by an unknown entity. Now its strength is almost non-existent. And 920 level Divine Beast. But these attributes are too weak. It's not even as strong as that toxic toad in the dungeon earlier. It seems to be extremely weakened. The one that was spying on me earlier must have been it. Suchen looked at the somewhat illusory dragon shadow in the sky, and while sighing, he threw out a beast-catching skill. Compared to killing it, Suchen was more willing to capture it for his own use. Just as the two dragons faced off in the air, an announcement rang out. Global announcement: in 3 minutes, the state-level world boss 8-armed stone demon will respawn outside Wanshan City in Sichuan Province. Long Country. All professionals are requested to go and defeat it. If the boss is not defeated within 2 hours, it will evolve into a national-level boss. As soon as this announcement was made, all professionals erupted in excitement. It had been a long time since a state-level world boss had appeared, and each time such a boss emerged, it would drop at least legendary-level equipment. There was a high possibility that mythical equipment would also appear. The moment the announcement was made, nearby professionals hurriedly set off. As for those who were far away, it would be too late for them to arrive, as 2 hours was not enough time to reach Wanshan City, unless the boss was not defeated within 2 hours and evolved into a national-level boss. However, such a boss would not be something low-level professionals could participate in. It really respawned. The head of the Du family looked at Shui Donglu beside him, wondering how the Night God sect could accurately know the boss respawn time. Moreover, they even knew the changes in the respawn time clearly. This was something even the high-ranking officials of various countries were unaware of. Previously, he had been skeptical, but now he was completely convinced. Shui Donglu did not look at him but said, "Get ready, don't lose it. What if others come, Master Protector?" Shui Donglu shot him a sideways glance. "This is the Southwest, not something your Du family can decide. Those who can come are all from the nearby Southwest. Who would dare to come and snatch it? Besides, with me here, who would dare to come?" Du Tao nodded. Indeed, his worries were somewhat unnecessary. Moreover, this time he had organized thousands of Du family members and 5 large treasure hunting teams. The possibility of someone else snatching the boss was basically non-existent. At this moment, inside the Sichuan provincial government, Wang Changjun had just arrived when he heard this news. "Minister Wang, let's go." Sichuan Province Governor Li Mu didn't even exchange pleasantries with him before hurriedly setting off with his people. The speed of the flying boat was insufficient, so they directly chose the fastest flying beast. On the way, Li Mu expressed his concerns. "Minister Wang, this world boss is suspicious." Wang Changjun asked in confusion, "What could be suspicious about it?" "This morning, my subordinates reported that the Du family and the Cheng family successively went to Wanshan City, and the Du family even organized thousands of people to leave the city. The intelligence indicates they are hunting a boss. Now the world boss suddenly respawns outside Wanshan City. What do you think?" Wang Changjun frowned upon hearing this. Could it be a coincidence? Li Mu shook his head. "Impossible. I know the Du family too well. There is no boss worth all their plans experts mobilizing. But if their initial target was the world boss, doesn't that mean they knew the respawn time and location of the world boss?" Li Mu nodded. "Exactly. What I'm actually worried about is not the Du family, but the Night God sect. Du Tao must have contact with the Night God sect. The Night God sect knows too much. If they grow stronger, it could shake the foundation of the country." Wang Changjun deeply agreed with this statement. The foundation of the country lies with the people. The things the Night God sect casually displayed far exceeded all the countries of Blue Star. If they took this opportunity to crazily absorb followers, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the entrance of the dense forest of mountains, seeing another dragon appear, the Cheng family and Elder Wancho could no longer sit still. "Ha, a divine beast, and one that is at its weakest. It belongs to me." Elder Wancho stepped out of the forest and summoned his mount, the Xianqing Bull Demon, to rush towards Poison Dragon Ridge. "Master, what should we do?" The Cheng family looked at Cheng Mo, waiting for his decision. Cheng Mo coldly glanced at Elder Wancho's departing figure and waved his hand, saying, "Follow him, observe the situation, and when the time is right, take advantage of his unpreparedness." As he said this, Cheng Mo's gaze hardened, and he made a slicing motion across his neck. The Cheng family immediately understood his meaning and quickly followed Cheng Mo towards Poison Dragon Ridge. Above Poison Dragon Ridge. Caught off guard by a collision with the Poison Dragon King, the Ice Dragon, King curiously looked at the somewhat illusory figure before it. Although their attributes were different, they were of the same race, the Dragon Clan. So the Ice Dragon King stopped and did not attack. "Hey brother, how are you?" "I'm Skasa, what's your name?" The Poison Dragon King glanced at it disdainfully and said, "A mere creature not even at the divine level dares to know my name?" Hearing this, the Ice Dragon King felt a surge of anger. How could such a weakling look down on it, a demigod beast? This made it feel humiliated. "You think you're so proud, huh? Do you believe I can have my master extract your dragon crystal later? As long as I consume it, I can also become a divine beast." Unexpectedly, the Poison Dragon King not only was not afraid upon hearing this but looked at the Ice Dragon King with even more contempt. "As a noble member of the Dragon Clan, you actually recognize a human as your master? You truly disgrace our kind." Hearing the continuous mockery, the Ice Dragon King could no longer hold back. "You think you can act tough? Today, I must teach you a lesson. Humph, do you think you can kill me? No one can kill me." The Ice Dragon King didn't care about that. It had initially been filled with joy thinking it had found a kin, only to be looked down upon. The area around Poison Dragon Ridge had completely turned into a world of ice and snow, and the Poison Dragon King, now clearly unable to fight back against the Ice Dragon King, could only curl up defensively. Absolute zero. The Ice Dragon King's skill was unleashed, freezing the surrounding space. "You still have time to apologize. I won't harm you for the sake of our kinship." The Ice Dragon King offered it another chance. After all, this was the first kin it had encountered since gaining consciousness, and it truly found it hard to strike. The Poison Dragon King, struggling in the cold wind, still coldly replied, "I will never submit to a creature that recognizes humans as its master." Years ago, it had been injured and discarded in this place because a human wanted to take it as a mount, and it had sworn never to submit. Thus, it had always harbored hatred for humans. Initially, upon seeing the Ice Dragon King, it had felt some excitement, but upon seeing it follow that human boy, it no longer regarded it as kin. It was also for this reason that it constantly mocked the Ice Dragon King with its words. Hearing the voice colder than its own snowstorm, the Ice Dragon King could no longer hold back. "You brought this upon yourself." Roar. The skill Absolute Zero instantly enveloped the Poison Dragon King. A lifelike ice ball fell from the sky onto Poison Dragon Ridge, rolling down the mountain after several spins, crushing countless crystalline trees. However, it did not fall to the north but to the south. Su Chen lost his target and could only let the Ice Dragon King roll down to carry himself and Chen Laba towards the south of Poison Dragon Ridge. "It didn't die, did it?" Su Chen asked. "It's fine, master, I just froze it to prevent it from moving. I didn't intend to kill it." Su Chen nodded upon hearing this. In fact, the Ice Dragon King might not be able to kill it either. Since the person who had injured it back then couldn't kill it, the Poison Dragon King must have its own life-saving skills. Immortal, this skill should be its life-saving technique, otherwise it wouldn't dare to act so boldly against the Ice Dragon King in such a weakened state. On the small plain to the south of Poison Dragon Ridge. At this moment, Elder Wancho was just in shock watching the battle of the two dragons in the sky when he noticed that the Poison Dragon King, frozen, was rolling towards him. This scene naturally filled him with mixed joy and surprise. It truly is the will of heaven. Elder Wancho was so excited he was almost dancing. "Quick, hurry over." He slapped the back of the ox, and the Xianqing bull demon kicked its hind hooves, soaring towards the foot of Poison Dragon Ridge. In just a few breaths, Elder Wancho arrived near the frozen Poison Dragon King. Jumping off the ox's back, he couldn't wait to approach. However, the biting cold still made him a bit apprehensive, and he didn't dare to reach out and touch it. "Mine, all mine, these two dragons are mine." At this moment, a whistling sound came from above. Elder Wancho looked up. The Ice Dragon King had already brought Su Chen and Old Chen Ba into the air above Poison Dragon Ridge, flying rapidly towards him. First capture this poison dragon, then catch the Ice Dragon." Elder Wancho wasted no time and raised his hand, unleashing a beam of black light towards the Poison Dragon King. "Master, there's an old man over there. I see him sneaking around. Should I give him a hit?" Su Chen naturally saw Elder Wancho, but he wasn't a bloodthirsty person, so he wouldn't suddenly ambush someone without understanding the situation. "Don't act yet, let's ask him what he's doing. Maybe he just happened to pass by and saw you fighting in the air, and out of curiosity, came over." In an instant, the Ice Dragon King had landed with Su Chen and the others. At this moment, Elder Wancho's skill had also been completed. The already extremely weakened Poison Dragon King, after being frozen by the Ice Dragon King, completely lost its ability to resist. Although it had an immortal skill, it couldn't resist the human's capture skills in this situation. So with just a slight effort from Elder Wancho, it had become the opponent's pet beast. Seeing things go so smoothly, Elder Wancho was overjoyed. Without breaking a sweat, he had obtained a dragon as a pet beast. And it was a divine beast. How could he not be excited? "Ah, this is the will of heaven. Once I capture that ice dragon and have it break the freeze, I will be the only person in this world to possess two true dragons." The more Elder Wancho thought about it, the more excited he became, and his gaze couldn't help but fall on the just landed Ice Dragon King. What is this old man shouting about? The Ice Dragon King scratched its head in confusion, not knowing where it had learned this anthropomorphic gesture. He said he wants to capture you. Suchen figured it out. This old man had appeared out of nowhere, and coincidentally, his profession seemed to be something like a beast tamer. It seemed he had stumbled upon a lucky break and captured the Poison Dragon King. What? Capture me? The Ice Dragon King, upon hearing this, not only felt no fear but rather a sense of excitement. He dare to capture a dragon, Remembering how he was beaten by Su Chen last time for calling the old man from the Su family brother, the Ice Dragon King organized his words and said, anyway, I want to deal with him. Before the two sides could start fighting, a group of people had already arrived from behind. It was the members of the Chang family, led by Chang Mo. As soon as Chang Mo arrived, he shot a hateful glance at Su Chen, then asked the Elder Wansho, Old Sir, how is the situation? Elder Wansho smiled confidently, everything is under control. In that case, Old Sir, let's stick to our agreement. You help me out, and I'll take care of Su Chen first. That's easy to say. Elder Wansho was in a great mood at this moment. As long as he could capture these two dragons today, everything would be easy. Moreover, he had heard the world announcement just now, and perhaps later he could use the dragons he just captured to kill a world boss. If that were the case, today could be considered a triple blessing. Elder Wansho could already feel the admiration of thousands. Little did he know that Chung Mo was thinking the same thing. Killing Su Chen, seizing Elder Wansho's two dragon pets and that Shenqing bull demon as well as the world boss that the Du family was plotting, and then taking the opportunity to eliminate the main forces of the Du family. This was no longer a triple blessing but all the opportunities and fortunes belonging to the Chang family. At this moment, Chang Mo was already fantasizing about leading the Chung family to dominate the southwest, shaking the Dragon Kingdom with supreme glory. He would become the leader who led the Chang family to rise. Su Chen looked at the two in front of him, completely bewildered. What's going on? Du, I know you? Why are you coming at me with threats right away? Do you think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, Chen Laoba, who was standing behind Su Chen, whispered in his ear, Brother Su, I know these two. That old man is a renowned beast. Master and 8th rank professional, Elder Wansho. The other one is Chang Mo, the head of the Chang family in the southwest. Chang Mo has a daughter who married into the Su family in the capital, relying on the Su family's power. Even the first family in the southwest, the Du family, doesn't dare to do anything to them. Although Chen Laoba knew that Su Chen was strong, he thought that Su Chen's level was not high, while his pets were quite powerful. However, the other party was a famous beast master, and Su Chen's pets might not be able to play a significant role. Given the many people from the other side eyeing them, he wanted Su Chen to leave quickly to avoid being captured. But upon hearing that they were from the Chang family, Su Chen instantly understood. So it wasn't a coincidence, you have been following me? Su Chen turned to look at Chen Laoba, saying coldly, have you been tipping them off? Su Chen felt that he had disguised himself well on the way to Sichuan, but he didn't expect to be discovered. He had reason to suspect that Chen Laoba had pretended not to know him and had been secretly selling his whereabouts to the Chang family. Chen Laoba was taken aback by this, and quickly explained, Brother Su, I, Chen Laoba, am short on money, but you have helped me. Even if I am no longer human, I would never betray you. If you don't believe me, you can kill me right now. I won't fight back. After saying this, Chen Laoba raised his head, exposing his neck, and closed his eyes, waiting for Su Chen's judgment. Ha, you two don't need to guess anymore. Your whereabouts have already been exposed. Anyway, you both have to die, so what are you guessing for? Make your move. Chang Mo waved his hand, and the Chang family members drew their weapons and rushed forward. To avoid any prolonged trouble, Chang Mo was not going to wait any longer. Old sir, that dragon is up to you to handle. Elder Wansho nodded, and a dark light slowly appeared in his hand. Sorry, Brother Chen, I misunderstood you. Now that he knew it wasn't Chen Laoba who had informed on him, Su Chen no longer dwelled on it. It's fine, your suspicion is understandable. I'll go stop the Chang family members, you focus on dealing with that old man Wansho and Chang Mo. After Chen Laoba finished speaking, he was about to step forward, but Su Chen stopped him with a hand and shook his head, saying, no need for you to take action, just watch from behind. Su Chen extended his right hand and grasped it, instantly compressing the dozens of Chang family members rushing over together. Blood splattered out, a single lethal strike. And they didn't even have time to scream. The scene that had just been bustling with activity fell silent in an instant. What happened? Chen Laoba looked at the scene before him in disbelief. After all, these were the elite of the Chang family. Each one was a professional above level 6, and they just died inexplicably? Even dozens of pigs couldn't be killed that quickly, right? What kind of bizarre skill was this, without even a hint of skill release fluctuations? The Ice Dragon King was used to it and yawned out of boredom. If these weak humans could withstand a single strike from their master, that would be abnormal. After all, it had never seen anyone survive a single strike from its master. This was also why it feared Su Chen so much, not just because it was Su Chen's pet. Even if it evolved into a demigod beast, it felt it would be cut down by its master in a single blow. So, it had always been respectful in front of Su Chen. Meanwhile, Chang Mo, who had just been full of confidence and looking forward to the future, was now pale with horror. His dozens of elite Chang family members had just vanished. Chang Yamo looked at the ice dragon and said to Wan Shou, "Old man, quickly control that ice dragon, it must have attacked secretly." Chang Yamo didn't believe it was Su Chen's doing. How could an 18-year-old boy instantly kill so many elites? Wan Shou also snapped out of his shock at this moment. He too believed it was the ice dragon that had attacked, so he instantly unleashed the black light in his hand. The ice dragon king looked confused. "What does it have to do with me? I didn't even move." When the black light enveloped him, the ice dragon king was still in a daze. Seeing this, Wan Shou was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the most troublesome ice dragon would not dodge or resist, allowing his skill to hit. Moreover, the opponent was clearly still in a daze. Under such circumstances, the effectiveness of his skill would be maximized. Even against a level 900 pet, he was confident he could claim it for himself. The most difficult part of his beast control light was hitting the target once the opponent moved. To dodge or resist it, his skill would not be able to function properly. Now that the beast control light had hit, in his view, this ice dragon was already his. "Ah, come here, my dragon pet, welcome your new master." Wan Shou spread his arms wide, looking excitedly at the ice dragon king. Su Chen looked at him in confusion, then turned to the ice dragon king. "What is he doing? Why is he so happy about what he did to you?" The ice dragon king shook its head. "I don't know. Maybe he's gone stupid?" Wan Shou also sensed something was off and shouted loudly again. "Dragon, why aren't you coming over?" Hearing his shout, the ice dragon king glanced at him disdainfully and slowly uttered two words. "Stupid bee." The elder of longevity looked at the ice dragon king in disbelief. Clearly, his beast control light had hit, and even if this ice dragon was powerful, it shouldn't be completely unscathed. At the very least, it shouldn't be. Looking at him so nonchalantly, even cursing at him, Su Chen had just felt a force competing with him for control over the ice dragon king. However, that force dissipated the moment it touched the beast capture skill. It was like an ant shaking a tree or an egg hitting a stone. "Old man, what's going on?" Chang Mo asked anxiously. If the ice dragon couldn't be controlled, none of them would be able to escape. The elder of longevity was also at a loss and prepared to try the same trick again. But this time, Su Chen wouldn't give him the chance. "Your performance is over, it's my turn." Su Chen drew his knife and slashed out. "Watch out." Seeing the terrifying blade light, the elder of longevity immediately felt a sense of horrific danger. This was a threat to his life. "Niur, save me." The elder of longevity was taken aback and immediately summoned the Xianqing bull demon to block in front of him. As soon as the Xianqing bull demon appeared, it enveloped itself in a dark green shield. Seeing this, the elder of longevity finally breathed a sigh of relief. His pet beast was also an abyssal creature. Over level 800, especially skilled in defense. Even a 9th turn professional wouldn't be able to easily defeat his pet in less than 10 minutes. This was his greatest reliance so far. "Be careful," Chang Mo shouted. "Be careful of what?" The elder of longevity looked at Chang Mo in confusion. At that moment, a scream rang out, and the Xianqing bull demon was instantly cut in half. The elder of longevity turned back, and the blade light had already pierced through his body. "What is this?" The elder of longevity looked in confusion at the transparent cut on his chest. Then he felt darkness enveloping him, and his consciousness fell into endless blackness. Rumble. An elder of the Chang family looked at this scene in horror, swallowing hard. The elder of longevity, whom they had high hopes for, had just died like that. Along with his terrifying pet, he was cut in half by Su Chen with a single blow. He wasn't relying on his pet at all. The true power lies with him. At this moment, someone finally reacted. "Chang Mo, you have caused great harm. You are a sinner of our Chang family." In this life and death moment, an elder directly began to blame Chang Mo. With Su Chen's strength and the assistance of that ice dragon, their Chang family was finished. All the elite members of the Chang family would die here. "Enough!" Chang Mo roared, and everyone fell silent at his shout. "To the victor go the spoils. This has been the way since ancient times." Chang Mo looked at Su Chen, his hatred unabated. "Kill him!" Chang Mo shouted again, charging straight at Su Chen. He knew that there was no way to resolve this peacefully today. Rather than being slaughtered by Su Chen, he might as well fight to the death, perhaps giving him a slim chance of survival. Half of the remaining elders of the Chang family followed Chang Mo's lead and rushed towards Su Chen. The other half hesitated, watching from their spots. One person had even quietly retreated, running towards the direction of the mountain pass. "Crazy, all crazy." The elder of longevity was killed in an instant. "What makes you think you can fight him?" "I can't die. I've only lived 80 years. I can still live for several more decades." "Heh, where? Do you think you're running, human?" A cold voice sounded behind him, and then a completely black abyssal demon holding a massive black cylindrical object crashed down onto the ground behind him. As the ground trembled slightly, the man turned back in fear and screamed. "Deep abyssal demon." "Heh, correct, but there's no reward." Stid swung his pillar, instantly turning the man into a puddle of flesh. "Really weak." Stir shook his head and looked towards the place where Su Chen was. At this moment, the battle had ended and Su Chen had not made a move. It was the Ice Dragon King who acted. All the members of the Chang family who had rushed over were frozen into ice sculptures still maintaining their running postures in life. The remaining 3 elders of the Chang family, upon seeing this scene, were already enveloped in despair. The entire army was wiped out, leaving only the 3 of them. Su-chan, I ask you, are you still one of my human race? One of them trembled as he looked at Su-chan. What? Did you come to kill me to eliminate demons and uphold justice? Su-chan looked at him with a smile. You colluded with the abyss, and you dare say you haven't betrayed the human race? Just now, Stur had smashed that clan elder with a pillar. He saw it with his own eyes. That was definitely an abyss demon, not an ordinary monster. The various races of the abyss also have grade divisions. Monsters are the most basic, lowest level race which can be captured and made into pets. Above monsters are demons, a race that cannot be tamed. As pets, the one holding the black pillar just now was definitely a demon. Above demons are the rare demon kings, the evil kings of that level. They understood why Su-chen at such a young age had such terrifying strength. Su-chen must have colluded with the abyss, sacrificing his body to the abyss in exchange for powerful strength. Only in this way could it make sense why Su-chen was so strong at such a young age. Su-chen looked at their fearful, yet morally high-minded expressions and couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? The 3 stepped back 2 paces, nervously staring at Su-chen while tightly holding their weapons. I laugh at your shallow knowledge, your ignorance without self-awareness, having the age of an adult yet behaving like a 3-year-old child. Sorry, saying you are like 3-year-olds is somewhat insulting to 3-year-olds. You. Su-chen's mockery left the 3 speechless. Forget it, seeing how cowardly and scared you are, you can go. I do not kill cowards. Watching the 3 stand there at a loss, Su-chen frowned and said, What? You slander me just to survive, and now you want to die with them? The 3 saw Su-chen sheathing his sword, seemingly really intending to let them go. Go! The 3 exchanged glances and quickly turned to run towards the mountain pass. Brother Su, are you really letting them go? Chen Laba looked at Su-chen in confusion, having already killed so many members of the Chang family. Why let these 3 go? He had once been too merciful and let Wu Changxin go, which led to the disbandment of his treasure hunting team, so he was very puzzled by Su-chen's actions. Boom! A bolt of black lightning swept in front of the fleeing 3. Stur leaped out and landed in front of the 3, grinning as he said, Haha, where are you going? What do you want? Su-chen already said to let us go. Stur smiled again upon hearing this. My master lets you go, but I never said I would let you go. You don't keep your promises. The 3 shouted unwillingly, as Su-chen had said to spare their lives, but now this demon was blocking their way. Haha, you all know I'm a demon, what are you talking about with promises? Sidier glanced at Su-chen and muttered to himself, that one is a demon god. Sidier didn't waste any more words with them and directly unleashed a thundercloud along with pillars, smashing them all towards the 3. In just a moment, only 3 broken corpses remained on the ground. Su-chen didn't look at the battle over there. If Sidier couldn't deal with 3 7th-turn professionals, he shouldn't come back. Looking at the poison dragon king frozen into a ball of ice before him, Su-chen threw out another beast capture skill. Capture successful. The control of the poison dragon king by others has been removed. Congratulations, you have obtained a divine beast. Seeing the first prompt, Su-chen realized that the beast capture skill could be used this way. Not only did it remove the control that the old man of longevity had over it, but it also lifted the ice that the ice dragon king had cast on it. This could be considered a disguised control removal skill. Su-chen had already looked at the attributes of the poison dragon king, so he didn't check again but instead focused on its somewhat illusory form. This was quite peculiar. It seemed that its body was between having a physical form and not having one. Su-chen poked it with his finger. He could touch it and it felt a bit cold. Zaka greets the master. The poison dragon king transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged human man and bowed to Su-chen. Although it harbored deep hatred for humans, everything changed in front of Su-chen. It only felt warmth and kindness, wholeheartedly obeying Su-chen's commands. This was a very strange feeling. At this moment, the Ice Dragon King leaned over and said, Weren't you just proud and tough? Didn't you say you wouldn't submit to humans? What's going on, little brother? Why are you also submitting to the master? Zaka glanced at it coldly and said, The master is different from others. I kill one of them I see. Is that true? Look, there's one standing right next to the master. The Ice Dragon King was enjoying the spectacle, fanning the flames. To see the drama unfold, Chen Laba looked confused. What was going on? You two are bickering. What does that have to do with me? Zaka shot a glance at Chen Laba and was about to make a move. Damn, are you serious? Chen Laba hurriedly hid behind Su-chen in fright. Su-chen looked at it and ordered, From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to harm anyone. Zaka seemed to struggle for a second, then obediently lowered its head and said, Yes, master, Zaka understands. Ha, you're killing me with laughter. The Ice Dragon King was laughing so hard it was shaking. It knew the Poison Dragon King would be at a disadvantage. That was the master's friend. It really dared to act against it. Who would get scolded if not it? Alright, stop laughing. If you dare to incite it again, I'll teach you a lesson too. Upon hearing this, the Ice Dragon King immediately stifled its laughter, but from its expression, it was clear it was already bursting with joy inside. Su-chen looked at the two dragons helplessly, one foolish ice dragon king and one single-minded poison dragon king. With both the sleeping dragon and the phoenix chick present, it was time to discipline them properly. If they were let loose, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause in the future. Su-chen turned to the poison dragon king and asked, by the way, how can I help you recover? Quickly? Back to the master, my poison core is lost. Finding the poison core can heal many of my injuries. Poison core? Su-chen took out the item he had obtained from the highly toxic toad from his backpack and asked, is this it? The poison dragon king looked up and instantly became excited. That's right, that's it. How did you have my poison core, master? Hee, it's nothing, I obtained it by chance. It seems we are quite fated. Yes, the master is indeed Zaka's destined person. The poison dragon king swallowed the poison core in one gulp and its body began to solidify slowly. Although it still felt somewhat illusory, it was much more solid than it had seemed just moments ago. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Su-chen glanced at Chen Laba behind him. Since the Poison Dragon King had been in Poison Dragon Ridge for a long time, he must know about Chen Laba's sister. Please, master, go ahead. Brother Chen, you speak. Make sure to clarify the time and place. Chen Laba nodded, glancing fearfully at the Poison Dragon King, then slowly said, 3 years ago, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon on July 25th, my sister and our group got lost in Poison Dragon Ridge, and when she went to find the way, she was poisoned by an unknown toxin. Her strength has been regressing ever since. After briefly recounting the events, Chen Laba looked expectantly at the Poison Dragon King. The Poison Dragon King squinted and pondered for a moment before asking, has her poison always been present and impossible to remove? Chen Laba quickly nodded. I see. She must have been affected by the soul toxin I left on a certain piece of land. You should thank me for being so weak back then, otherwise she would have died long ago. Upon hearing this, Chen Laba was so excited he nearly cried. 3 years, a full 3 years, and today he finally found the source of the illness. How could he not be thrilled? Then, can you help my sister with the detoxification? This might be his last hope. Why should I do something for a human? The Poison Dragon King snorted coldly. It only answered his question because of Su-chen, otherwise it wouldn't even speak to a human. Bang! Su-chen punched it. How can you talk like that? Can you not speak properly? Su-chen absolutely would not indulge its bad temper, it had to be corrected. After being punched, the Poison Dragon King quickly bowed and said, I am willing to help humans, I can assist that human woman with detoxification. Thud. Chen Laoba directly knelt before Su-chen, joking back tears. Brother Su, please allow Chen Laoba to bow to you, thanking you for saving my sister's life. Chen Laoba has nothing to repay you with, this life will belong to you from now on. After saying this, Chen Laoba bowed down, but Su-chen stopped him. This was caused by Zaka, you don't need to thank me. Your life is of no use to me, just live well and take care of your sister. Let's head back to the city. Su-chen helped him up and walked forward. Chen Laoba looked at Su-chen's back with mixed feelings, then glanced at the more than 10 ice sculptures at the foot of the mountain. These people were all at least level 7 professionals. The leader, Chang Mo, was even an 8th level professional, and now he was forever frozen here. Thinking of this, Chen Laoba shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm not even level 7. In Brother Su's eyes, this life truly counts for nothing. Just as Su-chen and his group entered the dense forest of Guanshan, a world announcement rang out. World boss 8-armed stone demon has respawned outside Wanshan City. All professionals are requested to go and defeat it. The 8-armed stone demon has respawned. This news sent the many adventurers waiting at the gate of Wanshan City into a frenzy. Charge! Kill the boss! Everyone rushed out of the city in unison. The Golden Scale treasure hunting team is temporarily recruiting fighters above level 5. Interested parties contact me. There will be great rewards for those who take down the boss. Various treasure hunting teams in Wanshan City were stationed at the city gate looking for competitors for the 8-armed stone demon. Some smaller treasure hunting teams cooperated with each other as they were unable to compete with the larger teams for the world boss. However, every time a world boss appeared, countless monsters would attack the city alongside it. Their target was those monsters. The once bustling Wanshan City became much quieter as tens of thousands of adventurers rushed out. Outside Wanshan City, at a mountain range, Du Tao had arranged a small team to scout every few dozen miles and was currently waiting for his subordinates to report the location of the 8-armed stone demon. Wu Changxin, leading a dozen of his trusted followers, was resting at the foot of an unnamed small mountain. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air, startling several of them, who quickly looked up. They saw a humanoid creature, several dozen meters tall with 8 arms and pitch-black skin, emerging from the void. As it landed, the small mountain beside them sank under its weight. From a distance, it looked like a giant wrapped in black stone. 8-armed stone demon, world BOSS. Level 800 health 850000/85000000 physical attack 128,000 magical attack 95,000 physical defense/magical defense 180,000/165,000 skills Petrifying Skin, Rock Shield, Meteor Fall, 8-Armed Might, Petrifying Light, Frenzied Stomp, Infinite Defense. Description: a stone giant from the void. Known for its violent temperament. Its attack power is average, but its defensive skills are incredibly strong. To kill the 8-armed stone demon, one must first break through its shield and skin. Damn, the boss spawned right in front of us. Wu Changxin shouted excitedly. Du Tao had said that whoever first discovered the world boss would receive a heavy reward. Ha, quick, notify the head of the Du family. Wu Changxin stole a glance at the towering 8-armed stone demon. This was a real opportunity. With his first achievement, as long as Du Tao said a word, the position of the team leader would be his. Report to the head of the family. A person named Wu Changxin has sent information saying he has found the location of the 8-armed stone demon. Du Tao, who had been sitting on a stone with his eyes closed, instantly opened them upon hearing this news and asked, where? Returning to the head of the family to the southeast, 25 miles from here. Du Tao nodded. Send my orders. Everyone rush to the boss as fast as possible. The Du family army set off, moving swiftly towards the target location. On the way, Du Tao asked Shui Donglu beside him, Master Protector, it has already been announced to the world. What if others come to snatch it from us? Although the southwest is secretly controlled by the Du family, there is still an official presence on the surface, and this time the world boss is globally announced, which will surely attract tens of thousands of people. If too many are killed, it might provoke public outrage. You are still a bit lacking compared to your father. No wonder he hasn't passed the position to you all these years. But there is one thing, you are similar to your father. You both are quite obedient and well behaved. Our night god sect likes obedient people like you. This statement was equivalent to saying that the night god sect viewed them as mere dogs. Faced with such ridicule, Du Tao could only swallow his anger and maintain a smile on the surface. I hope Master Protector can guide me. Shui Donglu smiled as he looked at him. You send someone to block the way. You don't need to kill them, just threaten them to keep them away. If someone dares to lead a disturbance, then execute that person as a warning to others. I think with your Du family's reputation, you should be able to intimidate them, right? This place is at least an hour's journey from Wanshan City. You only need to hold them off for half an hour. An hour and a half is enough for us to kill that 8-armed stone demon. Du Tao thought for a moment. Upon hearing this method was feasible. At most, it would offend those who came to hunt the world boss. In the southwest, how many people had the Du family offended? A few more didn't matter. A few minutes later, all the members of the Du family arrived. Wu Changxin hurried over, kneeling on one knee and saying, Wu Changxin pays respects to the family head. Du Tao first glanced at the immobile 8-armed stone demon, then looked at Wu Changxin and said, well done. After we kill this 8-armed stone demon, I can grant you one request. Hearing this, Wu Changxin was overjoyed, immediately kneeling on both knees and saying, thank you, family head. I am willing to risk my life for the Du family, no matter the cost. The leader of the miracle treasure hunting team felt a chill in his heart upon seeing this scene. Wu Changxin had just mentioned nothing about the miracle treasure hunting team, only claiming that he discovered the 8-armed stone demon himself. Good for you, Wu Changxin, daring to take the credit for yourself. Don't let me catch you slipping. Seeing Wu Changxin like this, Du Tao couldn't help but recall his own status in the night god cult. Let's hope so. Get up. Wu Changxin stood up and consciously positioned himself behind Du Tao. Regardless of whether Du Tao intended to cultivate him, he was now familiar among the many core figures of the Du family. In the future, with the Du family as his backing, he could act more freely. Du Tao didn't pay much attention to the thoughts of these minor characters. He was currently asking Shui Donglu when to start the attack. After looking at the panel data of the 8-armed stone demon, Shui Donglu frowned and said, such low attack power, but its skills might be a bit tricky. Have your people get ready, I'll attack it first to test. After Shui Donglu finished speaking, a water tornado appeared out of nowhere in the air, sweeping towards the 8-armed stone demon. Minus 18,520. Looking at this terrifyingly low damage number, Shui Donglu couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was a level 9 class changer. Although he had been severely injured and his attributes had declined somewhat, he was still a genuine level 9. His skill only dealt less than 20,000 damage, which made him feel that something was off. At this moment, the 8-armed stone demon had already awakened, letting out a furious roar and stepping down towards the human who had just attacked it. Shui Donglu dodged to the side and shouted to Du Tao, attack. Without needing to say more, Du Tao had already ordered the attack to begin. Countless skills rained down on the 8-armed stone demon, and in no time, that small mountain was flattened. The 8-armed stone demon was completely overwhelmed by the storm of skills. After a minute of relentless bombardment, everyone's skills had mostly entered cooldown, and they had to wait a while before they could cast again. The rain of skills enveloping the 8-armed stone demon also gradually diminished. As everyone focused their gaze, they saw the 8-armed stone demon surrounded by a circle of earthy yellow light slowly approaching them. Du Tao hurriedly looked at the 8-armed stone demon's health. 84806800/850000000. What? How did it only drop by 200,000? Seeing this result, Du Tao found it hard to believe. This was the combined output of thousands of professionals from the Du family along with several treasure hunting teams over the course of a minute. It meant that on average each person had dealt less than 20 points of damage. This defense was simply outrageous. At this rate of health loss, they wouldn't be able to kill the 8-armed stone demon in 2 hours. Master Protector, what should we do? Du Tao looked at Shui Donlu. Shui Donlu was currently focused on examining the 8-armed stone demon skills. After thinking for a moment, he said, first, break the earthy yellow shield around it, then shatter its petrified skin. And killing it will be much easier. Okay. Du Tao turned to the members of the Du family and commanded, everyone, output with all your might. I will cover all costs for any potions and equipment where everyone will receive a reward after killing the 8-armed stone demon. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to be invigorated and began attacking the 8-armed stone demon. However, with the shield in place, all their damage was absorbed, and the 8-armed stone demon did not lose any health. At that moment, a message appeared on the panels of all participants. 8-armed stone demon shield damage progress 9860870/850000000 850 million. Looking at this enormous shield damage progress, even Shui Donlu, with his extensive experience, was taken aback. He had never seen a monster with more than 100 million health. Although this wasn't health, the shield was indeed excessively high. The good news was that the damage accumulated for breaking the shield wasn't that outrageous. Hurry up and output, break its shield. Du Tao shouted again. However, the 8-armed stone demon was not going to let them beat on it without retaliation. Roar! Die! The 8-armed stone demon leaped into the air. Where's the boss? Someone looked up in confusion. Then they saw a figure as massive as a mountain crashing down from the sky. Boom! The ground trembled violently several times, and countless people were knocked over and fell to the ground. Those in the center, except for a few higher-level professionals, were all crushed to death. The 8-armed stone demon did not stop its attack. A red light flashed in its eyes, and 2 lasers shot out instantly, petrifying anyone caught in their path. As others tried to rescue them, the 8-armed stone demon's 8 arms began to wildly strike at the areas with more people. In an instant, the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos, and countless professionals began to flee. Don't run! Throw all your control skills at it! Du Tao roared, startling those who were still trying to escape. Only then did everyone react and throw out their control skills. The 8-armed stone demon was restrained by numerous control effects. Although it could only be held for a moment, it could no longer move recklessly. Everyone regained their rhythm and began attacking the 8-armed stone demon. Half an hour later, the 8-armed stone demon's shield was broken, revealing its true form to everyone. Ha, this turtle shell is finally broken. Kill! Everyone cheered and began their full-on assault. However, upon seeing the damage, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Damn! How did I only deal 10 points? Is this a joke? Me too, I only dealt 30 points, and that was my big skill. Du Tao calmed everyone down, saying, don't panic, it still has a petrified skin. Continue to output. Time flies, and facing the assault of thousands, even the 8-armed stone demon's defenses were rendered powerless. Even with a major counterattack, Shui Donlu, this 9th-turn professional, would intervene in time to force it back. Another half-hour passed. With a pop, the stone skin of the 8-armed stone demon was breached. Reporting to the family head, the people from Wanshan City are charging over. There are tens of thousands of them. We simply can't hold them back. What did you say? Didn't I tell you to kill 1 to warn 100? But the leader on their side is the Lord of Wanshan City. We dare not act. Upon hearing this, Du Tao quickly looked at Shui Donlu. The Lord of Wanshan City. That was an official figure. No matter how lawless he was, he wouldn't dare to openly kill him. At least, he wouldn't dare to act publicly. However, the Lord of Wanshan City had never dared to provoke the Du family before, turning a blind eye to their actions. Why was he acting out of character today, leading a provocation against them because of a world boss? Go take a look, try to delay as much as possible, Shui Donlu instructed. For someone of the Lord of Wanshan City's level, strength was secondary. In his eyes, they were nothing. His identity was what mattered. He had to weigh the consequences of acting against someone from the Dragon Kingdom's officials, unless he was willing to abandon the Du family. Du Tao left the large group and walked out. At this moment, tens of thousands of professionals filled the entire valley. This was also the closest passage to the location of the 8-armed stone demon. Du family head, what's going on? Does your Du family want to monopolize the world boss? The Lord of Wanshan City looked at the approaching Du Tao with a calm expression. Shuo Bufan, take them and roll away. I can pretend this never happened. Otherwise. At this point, Du Tao's expression turned cold, full of threat. Hee, Du family head, what great power you have. Can you really stop us with so many people? So what if there are many? Do they dare to come over? Du Tao looked at those professionals and shouted. Whoever wants to oppose my Du family, step forward. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Du Tao, and some even took a step back. The Du family had long established their power in the southwest. No one dared to be the first to stick their neck out. They followed along partly to pick up the scraps left by the Du family and partly because the Lord was leading them. Zhuo Bufan glanced back, then turned to smile and said, Du family head, you're so impressive. I thought the Southwest would be entirely under the Du name. Li Mu had already sent him a message urging him to prevent the Du family from obtaining the world boss and mentioned that the Du and Cheng families were about to be taken down. He had endured for so long for this day, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Listening to Zhuo Bufan's cold mockery, Du Tao scoffed, Zhuo Bufan, if you're not convinced, you can step forward and try. Zhuo Bufan nodded upon hearing this. Alright, then I'll give it a try. After saying this, Zhuo Bufan stepped forward, seemingly unsatisfied, and took another step. The atmosphere on site instantly turned icy, and both sides were on high alert. Du family head, I've taken 2 steps, how will you treat me? Good, good, good. Du Tao repeated the word good 4 times, his gaze cold to the extreme. It seems you really have forgotten how my Du family established itself in the Southwest. As soon as these words were spoken, even Zhuo Bufan, who had just been calm, couldn't help but squint his eyes. The Du family rose to prominence over 200 years ago, during the time of Du Tao's grandfather. Back then, the 2 brothers of the Du family were known as the Du brothers, one at the peak of the 8th transition, and the other had even reached the 9th transition. Such powerful strength, being biological brothers, naturally garnered countless followers and admirers. The 2 brothers took this opportunity to establish themselves in the Southwest, and after 200 years of development, although the brothers had passed away, their family had long since become the king of the Southwest. Under their leadership, those who opposed the Du family had long become underground skeletons, and no one dared to hold the Du family accountable. Because at that time, the Dragon Kingdom was facing internal and external turmoil, and they fully assisted the then ruler of the Dragon Kingdom in pacifying the chaos. Both were honored as national heroes. The noble families that still exist in the Dragon Kingdom are, to some extent, descendants of those heroes. This is also one of the reasons why these noble families have been able to persist for so long. Zhuo Bufan, don't forget, I still have a death exemption gold medal bestowed by the former ruler. Even if I kill you in public, I won't face any consequences. Letting you and these people leave is me giving you face, don't overstep your bounds. Not to mention a mere lord of Wanshan City, even the governor of Sichuan Prefecture would not be taken seriously by him. This is the confidence of being the head of the Du family. Zhuo Bufan thought about Li Mu's words and ultimately chose to trust his superior. The Du family was on the verge of collapse, no death exemption gold medal would be of any use. Seeing that Zhuo Bufan still did not retreat, Du Tao directly drew his weapon. It seems you really aren't afraid of death, I wonder who gave you such confidence. Zhuo Bufan smiled and took out his weapon, shaking his head. No one is unafraid of death, but some things must be done by someone. Why can't I be the first? Good, since that's the case, you can go die. Du Tao moved directly to attack. If Zhuo Bufan continued to incite those tens of thousands of professionals would be a huge problem. After all, the 8-armed stone demon had not yet been defeated, and they could be said to be attacked from both sides. The two clashed fiercely in the valley. Bang! The skills of both sides collided, echoing throughout the valley. Who won? The professionals of Wanshan City looked towards the center. Deep down, they hoped Zhuo Bufan would win, as he represented their interests. However, everyone was clear that Du Tao was an 8th transition professional, while Zhuo Bufan was merely the lord of Wanshan City. Having a strength of 6th transition at level 50 was already considered good. Due to the uniqueness of Wanshan City, he could at most be at 7th transition. Zhuo Bufan could never be Du Tao's opponent. As the dust settled, the two stood facing each other, seemingly at a stalemate. What? Zhuo City Lord actually fought to a draw with the Du family head? How is that possible? Everyone looked at Zhuo Bufan in disbelief. An 8th transition professional was a dominant force. How could they be content to be a mere city lord in Wanshan City? Moreover, Zhuo Bufan never fought with others, giving the impression of being an honest person with too low a strength to offend anyone. Now that he could fight Du Tao to a draw, didn't that mean he had hidden his strength before? Thinking of this, those professionals who had offended Zhuo Bufan in the past couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. If he sought revenge later, they would surely meet a terrible end. Zhuo Bufan, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be an 8th transition professional. Du Tao looked at this somewhat familiar stranger, his mind racing with thoughts more than anyone else's. Zhuo Bufan, an 8th transition professional, willingly residing in Wanshan City. If there wasn't some ulterior motive, that would be absolutely impossible. Wait. Du Tao's heart jolted as he thought of a reason. Could it be that the authorities want to take action against my Du family? Each city in Sichuan Prefecture may be hiding countless individuals like Zhuo Bufan, and now Zhuo Bufan has suddenly taken action. Is it the people behind him who have started to move? With this thought, Du Tao's first instinct was to hurry home. He had taken away 70% of his elite to hunt the world boss, leaving his home extremely empty. However, the 8-armed stone demon behind him had reached a critical moment. If he didn't deal with the 8-armed stone demon, Shui Donglu would never agree to his retreat. Never mind, first kill Zhuo Bufan. With the Protector Master here, if the officials dare to act against the Du family, I will make them regret it. Just as Du Tao was preparing to strike again, the regional announcement sounded. The world boss 8-armed stone demon has lost half of its health, triggering the monster siege. All practitioners in Wanshan City, please prepare for battle. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the valley. The 8-armed stone demon glowed red, and control skills cast on it were directly immune. At the same time, a tremor shook the ground as countless monsters surged in like a tide from the distance. The sheer number of monsters was staggering, enough to terrify anyone who saw it. This scene directly interrupted the originally orderly attack on the 8-armed stone demon by the Du family. My god, why are there so many monsters? Run! However, the 8-armed stone demon, which had tormented them for a full hour, would not give them the chance to escape. After becoming immune to control, the 8-armed stone demon unleashed its various skills one after another. The formation of the Du family was thrown into chaos, and most people were only focused on fleeing from the beast tide, making it impossible to organize a strong counterattack. Du Tao could no longer afford to stop Zhuo Bufan and quickly turned to rush towards the 8-armed stone demon. If too many of the Du family died because of this world boss, he, as the family head, would also be held accountable. Without Du Tao's obstruction, Zhuo Bufan turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, it's your turn to take action. Now, a fortune is laid out before you. It depends on whether you have the courage to seize it. I'll give you another piece of news. The Du family will perish within 3 days." Zhuo Bufan didn't finish his sentence because he didn't know who exactly had been sent to destroy the Du family. What? The Du family will perish within 3 days? The crowd looked at Zhuo Bufan in shock. This statement was rather astonishing. Lord Zhuo, let's clarify who exactly intends to destroy the Du family. If this were true, they needed to prepare early. If such a large tree as the Du family fell, the entire situation in the southwest would be reshuffled. They could even take this opportunity to rise by devouring the remnants of the Du family. This was a huge opportunity for them. Indeed, if Lord Zhuo is willing to elaborate, we are willing to serve Lord Zhuo at this time. Everyone stared at Zhuo Bufan, eager to know who had the audacity to make such a decision. Zhuo Bufan shook his head. I can't say who it is for now, you just need to know that this is a decision from above. It won't be long before Governor Li Mu arrives. In truth, he had no idea, but in order to rally this group to create trouble for the Du family, he had to throw out this piece of news as a morale booster. For the sake of profit, even if he didn't lead them, they would find ways to nibble away at the Du family's resources. Governor Li is coming too? The crowd exchanged glances. If Li Mu was coming, then this news was likely true. At this point, some clever individuals had already begun to secretly contact their people in the city, urging them to keep a close watch on the Du family's assets. Once the situation was confirmed, they would act immediately. When one whale dies, myriad creatures thrive. The Du family was that massive whale. Naturally, these small movements did not escape Zhuo Bufan's keen eyes. He coldly warned, "You can stop your little schemes. Anyone who dares to act recklessly and disregard the law will not be spared my warning. Orders have come from above. Anyone who dares to take advantage of the chaos will be executed on the spot for treason." Hearing Zhuo Bufan's words, the crowd was taken aback. It seemed this was serious, and treason was the most severe charge. But this also indirectly indicated that the Du family might really be on the verge of collapse. The crowd couldn't help but retract the messages they had just edited. Zhuo Bufan was not joking. Earning money was indeed good, but one must also have a life to spend it. Lord Zhuo, what should we do now? Someone asked. Now that they had Zhuo Bufan as their leader, since they were going to cleanse the Du family, following him would not offend the authorities and would also yield benefits. This was definitely a win-win situation. First, follow me to kill the many monsters. The city is currently vulnerable. If these monsters invade, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded. Their families were also in the city. This matter could not be taken lightly. After all, the 8-armed stone demon still had half its health, and the Du family was holding it back. They could first kill those attacking the city to gain some resources, and then it wouldn't be too late to deal with the 8-armed stone demon. There's no time to lose. Follow me. Zhuo Bufan led the way out of the valley, while the Du family members blocking the valley entrance had already gone to support Du Tao. However, Zhuo Bufan's actions indirectly held the Du family, originally thrown into disarray by the many monsters. They were able to regroup as Zhuo Bufan led his people to exterminate the monsters. Du Tao, what's going on? Xue Donglu looked at Zhuo Bufan's group. It was puzzling that they had come to help them out of a predicament. Had the two sides reached a consensus? Du Tao quickly explained, Lord Protector, I don't know what they mean. They probably want to protect Wanshan City. Protect Wanshan City? I see many of them looking intently at the 8-armed stone demon. Do I need to say what they are planning? Du Tao felt a sense of helplessness. With the monster tide emerging and the 8-armed stone demon immune to control at half health, he had no choice but to retreat and provide support, not expecting to be misunderstood by Xue Donglu. He regretted joining the Night God sect. As the head of the prestigious Du family in the southwest, he now felt like a puppet on strings. I don't care what you're thinking. First, kill the 8-armed stone demon. If they dare to come and rob, I won't hold back then. Xue Donglio's words were already a threat to Du Tao. If he went on a killing spree, the Du family would be the ones to suffer. Xue Donglu could leave whenever he wanted. No one could stop him or control him. The Du family was different. If too many people died here, the Long Kingdom would hold them accountable and the Du family would be the ones questioned. Yes, Lord Protector, I understand. Du Tao had no choice but to order everyone to continue the attack. Although the 8-armed stone demon was immune to control, its shield had been broken and its petrified skin was also damaged. The defensive capability has already been significantly reduced. At this moment, after the Du family stabilized their position, the creature's health began to drop sharply with each round of attacks. Output at full speed, kill it within 10 minutes. Brothers, let's go. Everyone watched as the health of the 8-armed stone demon plummeted, cheering with excitement. At least it wasn't as despairing as before. A few minutes later, the health of the 8-armed stone demon dropped by more than half again. The health of the 8-armed stone demon has dropped to 20 million, and the infinite defense skill has been activated. Infinite defense. The 8-armed stone demon shifts from offense to defense, curling up in place, using its 8 arms to protect all parts of its body for a defensive duration of 30 minutes. Warning: the 8-armed stone demon will evolve into a national level boss in 35 minutes. Please attack with full force. -1. -1. Watching the force deduction of 1 point of damage, everyone was once again shrouded in the shadow of despair. Damn! Even Du Tao couldn't help but curse. The 8-armed stone demon didn't have strong attacks, but its defensive measures were increasingly powerful and absurd. The only difference between this infinite defense skill and being invincible is that it can lose a tiny bit of health. But just a tiny bit. Even Shui Donglio's skill only caused a slight amount of damage. If they wanted to kill the 8-armed stone demon within half an hour, they would have to call on Zhuo Bufan's army of tens of thousands of professionals, each dealing a bit of damage. A round of attacks would amount to tens of thousands. A few hundred rounds of attacks in 30 minutes would be sufficient. However, if they let them come over, if the final blow was snatched away, all their efforts would be in vain. Du Tao had to consult Shui Donglu to understand his thoughts. No need to think too much, continue attacking. Its defense lasts only 30 minutes. In the last 5 minutes, I will personally take action. Shui Donglu had been conserving his strength to deal with unexpected situations. After all, the more powerful the skill, the greater the consumption, and he was still injured. 15 minutes later, Zhuo Bufan had already led tens of thousands of professionals to clear the rampaging monster tide. Everyone happily sorted through their spoils. At this moment, a treasure hunting team leader asked Zhuo Bufan, "City Lord Zhuo, should we take action to seize it?" Zhuo Bufan glanced at the time. Li Mu's group was about to arrive, so he wanted to wait a bit longer. He planned to discuss it after Li Mu and the others arrived. Moreover, the cloaked figure flying in the air gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. If he acted now, despite their numbers, they probably wouldn't last a few rounds against that person. I wonder which clan elder of the Du family this person is? Or which external aid did the Du family invite? Zhuo Bufan couldn't figure it out and didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, at the exit towards Wanshan City, Su Chen and Chen Laoba walked out. Finally out. "Brother Su, should we go check out the world boss?" Chen Laoba wanted to hurry back to save his sister, but with Su Chen's terrifying strength, he was sure he would be interested in the world boss. So he asked Su Chen, "The world boss? It wouldn't hurt to take a look." Su Chen wasn't particularly interested, but it was fine to check it out. Su Chen summoned the Ice Dragon King. "Let's go, let's kill a world boss." As the infinite defense of the 8-armed stone demon dwindled to just 5 minutes, hundreds of piercing sounds rushed in from the direction of Wanshan City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying pet beast squad led by Li Mu and Wang Chungjun appeared on the horizon. Upon closer inspection, many of them were injured. In order to reach the location of the 8-armed stone demon as quickly as possible, the two disregarded the various monsters and fierce beasts in the 10,000 mountains. Consequently, they were attacked by countless monsters from the ground and the air. This was also why others dared not ride flying pet beasts when leaving Wanshan City. Flying in the air made them live targets in the eyes of those monsters. If it weren't for the fact that both Li Mu and Wang were 8th transformation professionals, this squad of several hundred would have suffered around 20% casualties. "They're here." Zhuo Bufan hurriedly welcomed them. Wanshan City Lord Zhuo Bufan greets Minister Wang and Governor Li. Hearing Zhuo Bufan's words, the many professionals behind him looked at the two in surprise. "A minister-level person has come too? Does anyone know which department this person is from?" "His surname is Wang. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably from the Defense Department." "What? Even the Defense Department is here? Are they really going to take action against the Du family?" This person didn't dare to finish, as members of the Du family were not far away. It seems this time they are serious. At this moment, Li Mu and Wang jumped down from their flying pet beasts and approached Zhuo Bufan. "Hee, you've worked hard, Brother Zhuo." Although Zhuo Bufan's official rank was not high, he was indeed a solid 8th transformation powerhouse. Naturally, Li Mu and Wang would not put on airs in front of him. "What's the situation?" Li Mu glanced at the 8-armed stone demon and asked. "Governor, the Du family has already reduced the 8-armed stone demon's health to 20 million. They are currently waiting for the demon's skill to end, which should be about 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Li Mu looked at Wang Changjun, wanting to know his thoughts. Since we are all together, let's just seize the boss. Wang Changjun was quite direct, too lazy to think of other strategies. After all, they now had 3/8 transformation professionals and were not too afraid of the Du family. However, he also couldn't recklessly attack the Du family, as this was the Southwest, and he didn't know what trump cards the Du family had. He had to wait for Su Chen to arrive. Only with Su Chen's intervention could they be completely assured. It all depended on whether Du Tao would provoke Su Chen. If Du Tao didn't take action, Wang Changjun wouldn't know what reason to give Su Chen to intervene. But since the national leader had called him here, it was certain that the Du family would provoke Su Chen. Wang Changjun suddenly felt his mind was a bit sluggish. On what basis did the national leader determine that the Du family would provoke Su Chen? Minister Wang, I think it's better to discuss this. Zhuo Bufan's voice interrupted Wang Changjun's thoughts. Why? Does the Du family have more than 3/8 transformation professionals? Zhuo Bufan pointed to the black-robed man standing in midair. Li Mu and Wang looked up, and this sight shocked them both. This aura, could it be a near 9th transformation powerhouse? As for the 9th transformation, they hadn't even considered that direction. There were only a few 9th transformation professionals in the world. Although the Du family was financially strong, inviting a 9th transformation professional was akin to a pipe dream. Such powerful beings could not be invited with money. That person has only made a few moves, each time merely testing the 8-armed stone demon's defenses. He has conserved his energy, likely to guard against us, Zhuo Bufan explained to the two. Even if he is at the peak of 8th transformation, the three of us can still fight him together. Wang Changjun did not want the 8-armed stone demon to be taken by the Du family. If an artifact emerged, it would be troublesome. With the artifact's enhancement, he wasn't sure if Su Chen could handle the Du family, so he couldn't take that risk. How about this? The moment the 8-armed stone demon's skill ends, we strike, Zhuo Bufan suggested. Du Tao is being restrained by the 8-armed stone demon and won't be able to free himself. The three of us will go and intercept that black-robed man. The rest charge the boss. Li Mu and Wang Changjun thought for a moment and nodded. At the same time, Du Tao was also looking over at Li Mu and the others. Wang Changjun? Why is he here? In the southwest instead of staying in Kyoto? Du Tao had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that the authorities really want to take action against my Du family? Du Tao looked at the water flow in the sky and his unease calmed down a lot. With the 9-turn water flow present, if the authorities were ruthless, then he would make sure these people would regret it. Du Tao coldly glanced at the group, then turned his attention to the 8-armed stone demon, whose infinite defense was about to end. Infinite defense skill has 60 seconds left. 59, 58. As the countdown began, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The moment the countdown reached 0, the battle would commence. The 8-armed stone demon's infinite defense has ended. The 8-armed stone demon is in a state of weakness for 60 seconds, taking 15% more damage, dealing 15% less damage, and its movement and attack speed reduced by 30%. Charge! Shua! Bufan shouted, the first to rush forward. Li Mu and Wang Changjun followed closely behind, their target being the water flow in the sky. Meanwhile, the army of tens of thousands of professionals, led by hundreds of formations, charged at the 8-armed stone demon. They initially thought they could just scavenge some scraps that the Du family didn't want, but unexpectedly, they had a chance to seize the boss. Suddenly, everyone was energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. If they could take down the world boss, they would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. Such courage. Du Tao coldly scanned these people, knowing that he could no longer intimidate them. With the Du family's reputation, all he could do now was ensure that the 8-armed stone demon was not stolen. All 6-turn and above professionals, stop them. The rest, output damage to the boss. Head of the family, can we kill them? If they dare to come over, then kill. Du Tao had already made up his mind and had long thought of doing this. In the air, seeing Li Mu and the others charging towards him, the water flow sneered disdainfully. How interesting, 3 mid-8 turns. Dare to challenge me. It seems I have been underestimated. The water flow struck out with a palm, sending a massive water palm print towards the three. Be careful, you two. Wang Changjun flew in front, taking out a shield to block the attack for the three. However, they still underestimated the strength of the water flow. Bang! A huge explosion sounded in the air. The three figures were sent flying back, the tremendous force causing them to crash to the ground, creating 3 large craters. The water flow looked down from above at the three who had fallen to the ground and sneered again. What kind of rabble dares to challenge me? 8-turn professionals, I can kill them like slaughtering dogs. The many professionals from Wanshan City who were still engaged in battle were directly stunned into silence upon witnessing this scene. Even the members of the Du family looked up in shock at the figure in the sky. They only knew that this person was an external aide invited by the family head, but they had no idea about his actual strength. In their view, he was at most comparable to the family head. However, those 3 mid-stage 8-turn professionals couldn't even withstand a single move from him. How strong could this person be? Family head, who exactly is this person? An elder of the Du family asked. He had lived for over 100 years and had never seen this person before. After witnessing his strength, he was utterly astonished. Don't ask what you shouldn't, this is not something you can know, Du Tao replied calmly. Zhuo Bufan and the others truly thought they had the Du family at their mercy, unaware that he had already contacted the Night God sect. This time, he intended to restore the Du family's name throughout the world. What should we do? The professionals from Wanshan City were starting to panic. They had initially thought that with 3 8-turn professionals leading, everything was secure. Who would have thought that this man in the black robe was so terrifying? If he were to attack them, they feared they would suffer heavy casualties in an instant. Could he be a top-tier 9-turn expert? Impossible, how could a 9-turn expert appear here? But even if he isn't a 9-turn, he's still not someone we can handle. Should we just run? In the face of absolute strength, many among the tens of thousands began to entertain thoughts of fleeing. They did not want to die here. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight, but there was simply no hope of victory. This was not a boss standing there for them to attack, this was a living person. He could use his incredible mobility and terrifying skills to kill them in an instant. Against such a top-tier expert, numbers were just a joke. Cough, cough. Zhuo Bufan was the first to crawl out of the pit. He was at the back of the three and had sustained lighter injuries. Governor Li, Minister Wang, are you alright? Zhuo Bufan trembled as he stood and looked to the side. At this moment, Li Mu also slowly stood up. His strength was greater than Zhuo Bufan's, and he had only sustained minor injuries. The two looked towards Wang Changjuan's position. They saw that the shield in Wang Changjuan's hand had shattered into countless pieces scattered nearby. Wang Changjun was a bloody mess, lying in the pit, his life unknown. He had taken the brunt of the impact from that palm strike. Minister Wang. The two hurried to his side and helped him up. Cough. Wang Changjun opened his eyes, struggling to cough up a mouthful of blood, his expression utterly weak. Quick, go, wait for Su. Wang Changjun hadn't finished speaking before he fainted again. Minister Wang, please finish your sentence. Wait for Su what? The two were in a panic, sweating profusely. Li Mu had only received orders from above to prepare to take over the Du and Cheng families' assets. He knew that a mysterious expert was coming to the southwest, but he didn't know who it was. Wang Changjun could have said it earlier or later, but he chose this moment to speak. As a result, he only got halfway through before fainting. Again. He said you should wait for defeat. Ha ha ha. Du Tao leaped over, his face full of pride. Governor, my Du family is hunting, yet you bring people to cause trouble. What does this mean? Li Mu glanced at the man in the black robe in the sky, then turned to Du Tao and said, Family head Du, world boss can be hunted by anyone. When did it become your Du family's exclusive right? This is the southwest, every single coin that falls from the sky must bear the Du surname. I say. This world boss belongs to my Du family, is there a problem? Li Mu was furious upon hearing this. Du Tao. Don't forget, this is the Dragon Kingdom. Even in the southwest, it's not for your Du family to decide. Oh, is that so? I wonder how Governor Li plans to punish me, this great rebel. How will you punish the Du family? At this moment, Du Tao was fearless, completely disregarding Li Mu. This was a blatant provocation of the official authority. Governor, let's go. Shua. Bufan also wanted to be tough, but the outcome was somewhat beyond his expectations. The so-called expert had yet to appear, probably fearing that man in the black robe. However, it was understandable, the three of them together were no match for that black-robed figure. It seemed normal that the mysterious expert did not dare to show up. Until the 9th transformation, it was likely that no one could stand against this black-robed man. Du Tao initially wanted to make a move, but since these three were officials, he still had some reservations. I won't see you off, but I hope next time the governor can keep his eyes open and see clearly who is doing the work before taking action. My Du family is not something that just anyone can provoke. You. Li Mu was filled with rage, nearly spitting blood from anger. As the governor of Sichuan, he was insulted like this and found himself powerless. The situation was stronger than him. No matter how much he said, it would only bring him humiliation. The strength of that black-robed man was terrifying. One person was enough to defeat their thousands of troops. Zhuo Bufan carried Wang Changjun and retreated, and Li Mu helplessly waved his hand, forcing everyone he brought to retreat together. To advance now would be to see death. Du Tao looked at the tens of thousands of professional fighters and coldly said, If you all do not leave, do you want to compete with my Du family for this 8-armed stone demon? Upon hearing this, although many were unwilling, they had no choice but to retreat. With the officials retreating, they dared not stay. Is there really no one who can manage the Du family? Someone in the crowd muttered in frustration. The Du family had been rampaging in the southwest, and everyone dared to be angry but not speak out. Today, it was hard won for someone to take the lead, thinking they could diminish the Du family's power, but it ended hastily. Even the leader was severely injured. If it weren't for their identities, they might have already died here. Wasn't it said that the Du family would perish within 3 days? Is this it? I can see now, it was all a lie, just to incite us to fight against the Du family. Together. Now it's over. If the Du family holds a grudge against us, none of us will escape. What should we do? Many began to worry about the future. If the Du family had their eyes on them, they wouldn't be able to survive in the southwest. Escaping alive from the southwest would probably be a difficult task. A bunch of useless trash. Du Tao sneered at the retreating crowd, then turned to look at the 8-armed stone demon. The minute of weakness had long passed and the 8-armed stone demon had returned to its original state. However, its health had also dropped below 10 million. It seems it won't take 2 minutes to kill it. If it weren't for these people causing trouble, it could have been even faster. Shu-A. Donglu also flew down at this moment. This matter was basically stable, and there would be no more surprises. After completing this task, he needed to return to the sect to recuperate for a while to heal his injuries. Remembering that boy and his pet beast, Shui Donglu still felt a lingering fear. Just as everyone was about to retreat far away, a dragon-shaped creature carrying 2 people flew over rapidly from the direction of Guanshan. Then a boy's voice rang out. So many people. Quick, look, what is that? Someone pointed in surprise at the figure flying rapidly in the sky. This seems to be a dragon? Could it be that dragons really exist in this world? One person declared confidently, of course, I was served by a dragon last night. Brother, can we talk privately for a moment? Is that dragon of yours legitimate? The two walked over to a less crowded area, not knowing what they were discussing. Governor Li, is that really a dragon? Zhuo Bufan looked up in shock. It was also his first time seeing a real dragon. According to the descriptions in the book, this creature's head, feet, body, claws, and tail were exactly as described in the text. The only difference was that this dragon was ice blue. It should be, right? Li Mu furrowed his brows, pondering something. Suddenly, he exclaimed, do you think this could be the Ice Dragon King from Tianzhashan? Sichuan Province is adjacent to Jishi Province. So he was naturally well aware of last month's events. The capture of the Ice Dragon King had caused quite a stir, especially in the 2 provinces closest to Tianzhashan. From its appearance, it might really be that Ice Dragon King. The fact that we can't check its attributes indicates that this dragon has already been tamed as a pet. We don't even know who is riding it. Not only were the 2 of them curious, but others also craned their necks to look up at the sky. If they hadn't misheard, they had just heard a young voice coming from above the dragon's head. However, the dragon's massive head obscured the person riding it, making it impossible to see who it was. At that moment, the Ice Dragon King flew above the 8-armed stone demon and stopped. Is it here to steal the 8-armed stone demon? Everyone, don't leave, there's a good show to watch. The Du family won't let us take it, but they might not be able to get it either. Finally, someone dares to stand up against the Du family, unlike some people. The person said this while glancing at Li Mu and the others, full of sarcasm. The crowd, which had been retreating, now all stopped to look at the location of the 8-armed stone demon. Du Tao saw the Ice Dragon King and was first taken aback. By the time he regained his composure, the dragon was already hovering above the 8-armed stone demon, daring to snatch the 8-armed stone demon from my Du family. Even if you are a dragon, you better behave. Du Tao looked at Shui Donglu beside him. Guardian, please intervene and stop this person and his pet. After saying this, Du Tao prepared to continue attacking the 8-armed stone demon. With Shui Donglu around, he was not afraid of anyone. However, after he spoke, 2 or 3 seconds passed and he noticed that Shui Donglu was not moving. Du Tao turned in confusion to look, only to see Shui Donglu staring intently at the dragon in the sky, beads of sweat faintly appearing on his forehead. Guardian, what's wrong? Du Tao asked curiously. Even if one saw a dragon, how long could one be surprised? Why was he still staring? Guardian, if you like this dragon, after we finish off the 8-armed stone demon, my Du family will help you capture it. What do you think? Just as Du Tao was asking, Su Chen stretched and stood up from the dragon's head, then glanced down. Is this the 8-armed stone demon? It's about to die. Su Chen could have easily swooped down and taken it from a distance, but he saw that the people below were also suffering heavy casualties. It seemed that many had sacrificed themselves for this world boss. If he swooped in now, it would feel somewhat unethical. Perhaps their wives and children were waiting for them to return home victorious, waiting to share the spoils to support their families. He didn't need the money from a boss right now, so Su Chen just watched from above without making a move. At this moment, Chen Laoba also stretched his head to look at the situation below. Oh, people from the Du family. The Du family? The first family of the Southwest, the Du family? Su Chen had some impression of the Du family as they were one of Xiaoding's competitors on Liuli Island, and the head of the Du family, Du Jingyun, had also died on Liuli Island. Yes, the Du family has been rampant in the Southwest for a long time. I didn't expect Du Tao to personally lead so many people to hunt the world boss right after taking over as the head of the family. Chen Laoba glanced at the tens of thousands of people in the distance, many of whom were old acquaintances. It seems that the others from Wanshan City have been driven away by them. So arrogant? Su Chen thought these were all professionals from Wanshan City here to fight the boss, but it turned out they were all from the Du family. What's this? There have been cases where Du family members killed people in the street and no one dares to intervene. Su Chen nodded. He had a certain understanding of these aristocratic families. The Du family and the Su family from the capital were cut from the same cloth, yet he didn't understand why the authorities allowed them to act with impunity. If this continued, where would the authority of the officials be? However, since the Du family did not provoke Su Chen. He would not take the initiative to provoke them. Although he lived by the sea, he did not meddle too much. Hey, isn't that Chen Laba with his head poking out on the dragon's head? How did he get up there? Someone with sharp eyes recognized Chen Laba and exclaimed in surprise. Most of the people here were professionals from Wanshan City, and most of them were treasure hunters. Chen Laoba had once been a team leader, so he still had many acquaintances in Wanshan City. Others turned to look upon hearing this. It really is him. Did he latch onto a big shot? I'm so envious. Returning on a dragon, Chen Laoba's treasure hunting team is probably going to rise again. Do you think it's possible that this dragon was captured by Chen Laoba? Nonsense. Someone immediately retorted. Did you not see that there's someone standing in front of him? This dragon must belong to that young man. He might be some top-tier aristocratic young master out for a stroll. As the saying goes, one is not afraid of brothers suffering but is afraid of brothers driving a Land Rover. If Chen Laoba really became successful, they wouldn't want to admit it. Chen Laoba, you really should die. Wu Changxing glared at Chen Laoba on the dragon's head, filled with hatred. He had just shown his face at the Du family, and unexpectedly, his rival had already reached the level of traveling on a dragon. This made him both fearful and angry. Because the young man standing on the dragon's head was someone he recognized, the very person who had told him to get lost yesterday. If Chen Laoba used his influence to deal with him, he feared he wouldn't survive. At this moment, someone expressed confusion. That young man standing on the dragon's head looks a bit familiar. I must have seen him somewhere. Now that you mention it, I also find him somewhat familiar. I remember. Now. This person slapped his thigh and said, isn't that Su Chen who got first place in this year's big exam? What is he doing here? That dragon can't possibly be his, right? The others also recalled this person, but Su Chen had been out of the spotlight for a month or two. Once the online buzz faded, fewer people remembered him than before. Only upon seeing him again would they recall. Su Chen. Du Tao looked at Su Chen and a murderous intent spread in his eyes. At this moment, Du Tao could no longer pay attention to the eight-armed stone demon. His eyes were only on the boy atop the dragon's head. Aren't the Cheng family trying to kill him? It seems they have failed. Maybe he has already been killed by Su Chen. Du Tao rarely retained a shred of rationality. This bit of rationality was brought to him by the ice dragon. He could sense the terror of this ice dragon. If even the old man of longevity can't subdue this dragon, then it will have to be dealt with by the protector. If I rashly intervene, I won't be a match for this dragon either. Du Tao looked again at Shui Donlu. Shui Donlu had his head lowered, pulling down the robe covering his head. Can't see me, can't see me. Damn it, how did this little brat show up here, and at such a critical moment? If the eight-armed stone demon is snatched away by him, I really won't be able to explain myself to the master. What should I do now? I can't defeat him even with my advantageous position at sea. How can I fight him in the mountains and forests? Shui Donlu felt utterly unlucky. He no longer had the imposing presence he had when he defeated 3 people with one move earlier. He just hoped that Su Chen was merely passing by and wished that Su Chen wouldn't snatch the eight-armed stone demon. Just as Shui Donlu was feeling anxious, he heard Du Tao's voice beside him. Protector, can you? No, shut up. Shui Donlu angrily looked up and glared at him, then quickly lowered his head again, fearing that Su Chen would see his face and recognize him. Was this bastard Du Tao trying to get him killed? Always trying to talk to him. Shui Donlu suspected that Du Tao was doing it on purpose. Du Tao looked at Shui Donlu in confusion. He hadn't even finished his sentence. He didn't understand why Shui Donlu was so resistant. Although Su Chen hadn't made a move yet, his intentions were all too clear as he remained above. Du Tao was certain that Su Chen was waiting for the eight-armed stone demon's health to drop to the killing line before making a move to snatch it. However, what he didn't know was that, for Su Chen, there was no such thing as a killing line, because full health was the killing line. Everyone, stop. Fall back. Du Tao immediately ordered. He couldn't give his enemy the chance to snatch the eight-armed stone demon. Since the protector wasn't going to act, he would force him to act. It was just a dragon. Treat it like a boss and fight it. Du Tao was already preparing to gather everyone to attack the dragon in the sky. If they succeeded, that would naturally be a good thing. If they failed, could Shui Donlu just stand by and do nothing? Seeing the people below stop moving, Su Chen wondered, why aren't they attacking? I still want to see what they can produce. I don't know, Brother Su, be careful. Du Tao keeps looking at us, and I'm afraid he has his eyes on your pet. Do they want to snatch this stupid dragon? Chen Laoba didn't dare to respond to that. Su Chen could scold the ice dragon king, but he couldn't. Shui Donlu, who had been contemplating strategies, noticed the surrounding silence and couldn't help but look up. Du Tao, what are you doing? Shui Donlu looked at him in confusion. There were only 2 minutes left for the eight-armed stone demon, and Du Tao actually ordered them to stop fighting. This left him puzzled about what Du Tao was thinking. Protector, I must avenge my father's murder. Since you are unwilling to help me, I will have to take action myself. After Du Tao finished speaking, he waved his hand. Attack that ice dragon. Du Tao spoke too quickly for Shui Donlu to react. The members of the Du family only followed Du Tao's orders, so as soon as he spoke, everyone locked their targets on the dragon in the sky. Ha ha ha, good. Wu Changxin laughed excitedly. He had thought that Chen Laoba had found a helper, and just when he was worried about how to respond, Du Tao unexpectedly ordered an attack on the dragon. This was something he never expected in the southwest. Who would dare to oppose the Du family? Just because there was a dragon, did that make them impressive? Today, he could also be a dragon-slaying warrior alongside the Du family. Chen Laoba, let's see how you die this time. Wait until you die, you sickly sister, Wu Changxin gathered his long-range skills in his hands, urging his subordinates to attack fiercely. Stop it, Du Tao, are you fucking crazy? Shui Donglu shouted at him, feeling that it was already the best outcome that Su Chen hadn't taken the initiative to attack. He never expected that Du Tao would actually take the initiative to attack. Shui Donglu was about to go mad with anger. This Du Tao could get him killed. At this moment, the skills of the Du family had already been thrown out, and even if they stopped now, it would be too late. For the first time, Du Tao did not look at Shui Donglio's expression, sneering in his heart. Didn't you say you didn't want to make a move? This time, let's see if you will. Watching the skills fill the sky, the crowd watching from a distance was stunned. What the hell? What's going on? Why is the Du family fighting with Su Chen? They don't even want the 8-armed stone demon anymore. Are they trying to steal that dragon? I think so. What's the difference between what the Du family wants and stealing? If it were me, I wouldn't want the 8-armed stone demon either. Dragons are so cool. Li Mu and Zhuo Bufan exchanged glances, both feeling a bit surprised. Governor Li, there might be a turning point. Do you remember what Minister Wang said just before he fainted? Wait for Su what? That's right, could it be waiting for Su Chen to come? Li Mu shook his head. Impossible. How old is Su Chen? How could he possibly be called a mysterious expert? Governor Li, what? If that dragon was lent to Su Chen by someone else? Hearing Zhuo Bufan's words, Li Mu suddenly realized, are you saying that the Du family recklessly angered the master behind the dragon and then got wiped out? Exactly. But how did they conclude that the Du family would provoke the dragon's master? Zhuo Bufan also expressed that he didn't understand this question. Governor Li, no matter how they guessed it, the fact is that the Du family has provoked the other party, and we can prepare now. Good, we've been waiting for this day. In the sky. Brother Su, be careful. Chen Laoba shouted in panic. Why did the Du family suddenly attack them? Su Chen had no intention of stealing the 8-armed stone demon. Su Chen, however, looked calm. Hey, interesting, instead of fighting the boss, they came to me. Su Chen stomped on the dragon's head. Teach them a lesson. Got it, just watch, master. The Ice Dragon King roared. Excitedly, fighting was what it loved most. Mainly, it could show off in front of the Poison Dragon King. Endless ice. The moment the Ice Dragon King's skill was unleashed, the entire world transformed into an icy landscape. Outside Wanshan City, it instantly shifted from autumn to winter. The powerful force of extreme ice caused countless skills shot into the sky to collapse and disintegrate. Low-level practitioners were directly frozen and shivering. This was still the result of the Ice Dragon King not using its full strength. Otherwise, those low-level practitioners would have been frozen to death right there. Seeing this scene, many from the Du family directly collapsed. How do we fight this? The members of the Du family all stopped and looked at their master. They felt that this dragon was much stronger than that 8-armed stone demon. It was simply impossible to fight. Du Tao was also somewhat surprised, but he would not give up easily. What are you panicking about? Keep attacking. At this point, he could not stop. The Du family members dared not disobey his orders and could only continue their assault. Su Chen initially wanted to teach them a lesson and let it go, but seeing that they dared to continue attacking him despite their lack of awareness, he became somewhat angry. Still coming? Do you really think I have no temper? Su Chen directly instructed the Ice Dragon King, don't hold back. Su Chen didn't care whether they were from the Du family or the Zhang family. If they didn't provoke him, everything would be fine, but if they did, he would no longer be polite. Hearing these 4 words, Chen Laoba looked at Su Chen in shock. This was going to completely turn into a feud with the Du family. He wanted to advise him, but what was wrong with the Du family? Didn't they see the outcome just now? They still dared to attack Su Chen. Sai, forget it. The Cheng family has already been wiped out by Brother Su, and the Du family might seem like an insurmountable mountain to people like us, but to Brother Su, it probably isn't much. Chen Laoba shook his head as he looked at the Du family members below. The fall of the Du family was actually a good thing for locals like them. Du Tao is bringing about his own destruction, huh? Li Mu and the others stopped, arranged for someone to treat Wang Changjun, and then stood on a raised rock to watch. To make them perish, one must first drive them mad. I see Du Tao has already reached the point of madness. This ice dragon is clearly not easy to deal with. Zhuo Bufan looked worriedly at the figure beside Du Tao and said, but, Director Li, that man in the black robe hasn't made a move yet. Could there be an accident? Li Mu shook his head. I don't know. If I rely solely on intuition, I feel that the aura of that man in the black robe seems even stronger. Perhaps that ice dragon might not be his opponent, after all. But he shouldn't be much stronger. I just don't know if the ice dragon's master is nearby. If not, we should immediately go help Su Chen. We must take down the Du family today. While the two were conversing, the second wave of attacks from the Du family had arrived. This time, the Ice Dragon King did not take the hits directly but flew higher to avoid most of the skills. As for the small portion of skills, it had the ice shield, so they couldn't harm it. Woohoo, it's my turn. The Ice Dragon King was not polite and immediately unleashed 5 or 6 Ice Dragon tornadoes. The Ice Dragon tornadoes, mixed with ice crystals and snowflakes, howled as they flew. The Do family members hit by these tornadoes were instantly torn apart, dying on the spot. Moreover, it seemed that these tornadoes never ceased, continuously swirling and sweeping through the area where the Do family members were located. Du Tao wanted to stop it, but his strength could only withstand one tornado at most. He couldn't resist the others at all. One by one, the Do family members were caught up by the Ice Dragon tornadoes and torn to shreds. Cries of despair filled the air as the Du family members began to scatter in panic. Seeing this, Du Tao shouted angrily at the unmoving Shui Donglu, Guardian Master, "Why aren't you making a move? If all my Du family members are dead, you won't get what you want either. Du Tao, are you threatening me?" Shui Donglu looked at him coldly. If it weren't for his own recklessness, how could he have been attacked by Su Chen's pet? Du Tao actually dared to threaten him now. Shui Donglu even thought about slapping him to death. Ha ha ha, a threat? Consider it that way. Aren't you from the Night God sect supposed to be incredibly powerful? You can't even subdue a dragon. Do you think I still believe you? If you don't help my Du family, I won't let you off easily. Shui Donglu wanted to get angry, but at that moment, a regional warning sounded. Warning, the 8-armed stone demon will evolve into a national level boss in 60 seconds. Please kill it quickly. Oh no! The spectators in the distance turned pale upon hearing this warning. They had been so engrossed in watching the show that they completely forgot about the 8-armed stone demon that had not been killed. The 8-armed stone demon seemed to possess a considerable level of intelligence. After Su Chen appeared to divert the attention of the Du family, it quietly hid away. What happens when it becomes a national level boss? Someone asked. World bosses are divided into 4 levels: city level, state level, national level, and world level. Each level corresponds to the strength required to participate. A national level boss requires the strength of the entire nation to defeat. Upon hearing this explanation, the others began to panic. What do we do? There are so few of us. If the 8-armed stone demon evolves into a national level boss, we won't be able to kill it at all. We must kill it before it evolves. Everyone looked towards Li Mu and the others. That area was still under the control of the Du family, and there were several ice tornadoes rampaging there. They dared not approach. Li Mu furrowed his brows. He had forgotten about this matter as well. With only 1 minute left, he could not see the 8-armed stone demon and had no idea how much health it had left. If he rashly led people over, not to mention the Du family, even the ice tornadoes could take their lives. The only solution now was to find Su Chen and discuss it with him, asking him to tell the ice dragon to reign in the ice tornadoes. "I'll go take a look, Lord Zhua, you stay here in command." However, before Li Mu could set off, Shui Donglu acted first. He had to reveal himself today. If this continued, he would never be able to kill the 8-armed stone demon. Du Tao, you need to organize them to quickly kill the 8-armed stone demon. This dragon. Shui Donglu paused. He could deal with this ice dragon, but the shadow cast by the boy standing above him was too great. He couldn't muster the courage to fight him. "I will try to hold it off. Once I get that thing, I'll leave immediately." Shui Donglu clenched his hands, and several ice tornadoes sweeping across the ground instantly collapsed and disintegrated. The fleeing members of the Du family finally caught their breath, looking back with lingering fear. Just this one skill had caused heavy casualties among the thousands of people in the Du family and those treasure hunting groups. At least 1/3 of them had been torn to pieces, and the pure white ice and snow on the ground had been stained red. When had they ever suffered such a devastating defeat? It was always the Du family bullying others. When had others bullied them? Countless people could not withstand the immense pressure, either vomiting or crying out loud. The scene was in complete chaos. "Du Tao, look at the good job you've done. Do you want our Du family to be destroyed?" Several clan elders, who were already dissatisfied with Du Tao's rise to power, directly scolded him. If it weren't for Du Tao's reckless attack on that dragon, how could the Du family have suffered such a heavy defeat? Someone took the lead, and others began to look at Du Tao with resentment. More and more members of the Du family started to blame Du Tao, with some even resorting to insults. Enough! Faced with the crowd's insults, Du Tao said coldly, "Do you know that the boy on top of that dragon is the culprit who caused my father's death, Su Chen?" "What? You say that boy killed the old family head?" The crowd looked up in disbelief. No wonder Du Tao suddenly attacked the dragon. It was because of this. "So it's him. I want to avenge the old family head." Someone who had received Du Jingyun's favor shouted directly. However, they shouted but did not move. "Since that's the case, what should we do now, family head?" "First, kill the 8-armed stone demon. Everything will be handled by the protector." The crowd looked at the black-robed figure flying in the air, and an elder asked, "Family head, at this point, who is this person? Can you tell us now?" "It's fine to tell you. My father has already joined them on Lioli Island, so our Du family naturally has to join. This esteemed person is the right protector of the Night God sect." "The Night God sect?" someone exclaimed in shock. "This sect has a terrible reputation. In the eyes of the world, it is nothing but a cult. Family head, I heard that the night god sect specializes in seducing others. Could it be that you? Are you saying I was seduced by them? You don't know the strength of the night god sect, so you naturally think they are weak. Do you know that this protector is a top-tier 9-turn expert? 9-turn? Is that true? There aren't that many 9-turn professionals in the world, and besides, when the Du family was in trouble just now, he didn't come to help in time. I will tell you later. For now, kill the 8-armed stone demon. How much health does the 8-armed stone demon have left? It should be less than 3 million now. Du Tao nodded upon hearing this. That amount of health would be enough in half a minute. Report. At this moment, a member of the Du family rushed over. Reporting to the family head, the 8-armed stone demon, its shield skill has appeared again. What? Du Tao felt darkness before his eyes. He remembered that shield skill well, which had hundreds of millions of health. With less than a minute left, it was impossible to break it. If that were the case, the 8-armed stone demon would definitely evolve into a national level boss. They would never be able to kill the 8-armed stone demon, and all their efforts would be in vain. What to do? Du Tao panicked a bit. If they couldn't kill the 8-armed stone demon, he wouldn't be able to complete the night god sect's task. Then the threat he made to Shui Donglu earlier would completely disappear. Shui Donglu had just flown halfway up, originally thinking of desperately stalling for a while. Once the 8-armed stone demon was killed, he would escape immediately, but he heard the report from the Du family member even from hundreds of meters away. Upon hearing this news, Shui Donglu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After working hard all day, he was just one step away from failure. All of this was Du Tao's fault. If he hadn't suddenly stopped to attack the ice dragon, the 8-armed stone demon wouldn't have had time to cool down its skill. Ah, Du Tao, you have ruined my great plan. I will not spare you. What's he shouting about? Su Chen looked at the black-robed man who had stopped halfway in the air, puzzled. He thought this person was going to fight him, but instead he turned back halfway. Su, brother Su, the world boss is about to evolve into a national level. What should we do? The world boss cannot be stopped, and the first to suffer will be the neighboring city. Wanshan City is where he was born and raised, and he naturally doesn't want to see it destroyed. It's fine. Let it evolve. I'm a bit curious and want to see what a national level boss looks like. Ha! Chen Laoba and the others were dumbfounded. What kind of talk is this? How can you just let the boss evolve? What if they can't defeat it later? At this moment, apart from Su Chen, who remained calm, everyone else was in a panic. Hurry up and leave. If we don't go now, it will be too late. I'm leaving first. You all can keep watching. I don't want to die here. Many professionals from Wanshan City had already notified their families to pack up and flee. If they don't leave now, they won't be able to escape when the evolved 8-armed stone demon attacks the city later. Meanwhile, those with lower levels are quietly distancing themselves from the crowd, fleeing towards Wanshan City. A national level boss is simply not something they can handle. On Shui Donglio's side, he slammed his palm towards Du Tao in anger. He was genuinely furious. He had ruined his grand plan and had already decided to abandon this pawn. He didn't like having someone who wouldn't obey orders working for him. You want to kill me? Du Tao laughed angrily as he looked up at Shui Donglu attacking him from the air. At that moment, he finally understood that relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. He had diligently worked for the night god sect, yet even a small request was not met by Shui Donglu. So why should he continue to serve the night god sect? Do you really think that's all the Du family has? Du Tao laughed loudly and took out a dazzling pearl from his backpack. Then he whispered a chant: raging fire, blazing flames, spirit of the fire god, assist me. Buzz. The moment Du Tao finished chanting, the pearl shattered. Then, the world that had been frozen by the ice Dragon King began to melt. In the sky, a burning divine shadow hundreds of feet tall glared down below. That divine being then transformed into a stream of light and entered Du Tao's body. At that moment, Du Tao's aura surged, and he transformed into a towering fire giant. What is this thing? Countless people looked in shock at Du Tao's fiery giant form. Could this be the fire spirit pearl left by the two brothers of the Du family for their descendants? Fire spirit pearl? What use is it? The fire spirit pearl is said to be a special divine level material, but it can only be used 3 times in total. After using the fire spirit pearl, one can summon the spirit of the fire god to possess them, greatly enhancing their attributes for a short time. Du Tao is already a mid-level practitioner of the 8th transition. With the fire god's spirit possessing him, he might already rival a top-tier 9th transition powerhouse. Is this the foundation of the Du family? No wonder the Du family dares to be so arrogant. Everyone looked at the fiery figure. Shui Donglu, do you really think you can easily handle the Du family? Today, let me show you the Du family's trump card. This fire spirit pearl was already the last chance to use it. Du Tao didn't want to bring it out unless absolutely necessary. But now that Shui Donglu wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to use it. Du Tao threw a punch, flames bursting forth, contrasting sharply with Shui Donglio's water palm print. The clash of water and fire left no one knowing who would win until the last moment. Boom! A massive explosion echoed in the air. A mushroom cloud rose, and the powerful shockwave sent the onlookers flying. Su Chen looked down with a smile. Interesting, they're fighting each other. This scene not only left Su Chen feeling astonished, but others were equally perplexed. The man in the black robe had just been helping the Du family fend off Li Mu and his companions, yet in the blink of an eye he struck Du Tao with a palm. No one knew what had happened. After the massive explosion, when everyone looked back, a deep pit had formed where Du Tao had been standing. The surrounding area was flattened, and some Du family members who were too close had been turned to ashes before they could escape. Shui Donglu fell to the ground, his black robe tattered from the blast, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. As a 9th-tier professional, he had been injured repeatedly in just a few days. If it weren't for my serious injuries, how could I have been hurt by Du Tao? Damn it! Shui Donglu glanced at the boy in the air. All of this was thanks to him. Having thwarted my grand plans twice in a row, this boy must be eliminated or there will be endless troubles. While Shui Donglu was still contemplating how to get rid of Su Chen, Du Tao attacked again with a punch. Du Tao, you have some nerve. Shui Donglu roared, but it was merely a shout. Faced with this punch, he could only dodge. If he hadn't been injured by Su Chen, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Even with the Fire Spirit Pearl's enhancement, Du Tao would never be his match. Being chased and beaten by Du Tao was an utter humiliation for him. Shui Donglu, you are heartless. Don't blame me for being unjust. Since you want to kill me, don't expect to live. After that punch, Du Tao realized that Shui Donglu was now all show and no substance. His strength reduced to a fraction. He intended to use the 10 minutes of enhancement from the Fire Spirit Pearl to kill Shui Donglu first, then Su Chen. Therefore, he wouldn't give Shui Donglu a moment to catch his breath. You seek death. Shui Donglu barely formed a water cascade from the melting snow to strike at Du Tao. With his greatly increased power, Du Tao naturally didn't care about such a feeble attack. However, after he smashed the water cascade, he found that Shui Donglu had vanished. Du Tao frowned. Although his strength had surged, he was still not a 9th-tier professional. He couldn't detect Shui Donglu's escape trajectory. Now that Shui Donglu had fled, he could only look up at the dragon and the two people in the sky. In the distance, Li Mu and his companion looked astonished at the fiery giant that Du Tao had transformed into. That man in the black robe lost so quickly? Du Tao's strength now is probably on par with a 9th-tier professional. They were unaware that Shui Donglu had been severely injured, which explained their surprise at Du Tao's current power. After all, that man in the black robe had defeated all three of them with a single move. Governor Li, what should we do? It looks like Du Tao is about to attack Su Chen. Moreover, the 8-armed stone demon evolving into a national-level boss is inevitable. This is also a disaster. Shuo Bufan looked worriedly. At the battlefield in the distance, Wanshan City was surely doomed. This disaster would likely claim countless lives. Let's take it one step at a time. I've already notified the higher-ups. Wanshan City can only be abandoned. Li Mu turned to the professionals from Wanshan City present and shouted, everyone, please quickly inform your families to evacuate Wanshan City immediately. The 8-armed stone demon is about to evolve. What? Governor, Wanshan City can't hold out? Is a national-level boss really that terrifying? Many people had never seen a national-level boss and had no idea of its horror. Everyone, please notify your families first. I haven't seen a national-level boss either, but there's a reason it is called national level. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos, with at least 90% rushing back to Wanshan City. Their families were still inside the city, while the remaining 10%, not from Wanshan City, felt confident they could escape later. They still wanted to see what a national-level boss looked like. After giving his orders, Li Mu looked at his hundreds of subordinates. Brothers, we may have a tough battle ahead. Our goal is to delay the advance of the 8-armed stone demon as much as possible, giving the people of Wanshan City time to escape. This is not a mandatory order. Anyone who wants to leave can do so now. After all, we might die in this battle. Even as an 8th-tier professional, Li Mu had no confidence. He turned around, not wanting to look at them. He didn't want to put pressure on them, as they had their own families waiting for them. However, after a long while, he heard no movement behind him. Li Mu turned around, and not a single one of the hundreds he brought had flinched. All of them had resolute expressions. Governor, didn't you say that the purpose of our existence as professionals is to protect the weak? If we run today, who will protect the common people of Wanshan City? Even if we die here, we will never retreat a single step. Yes, we will never retreat. The crowd's voices were like thunder, powerful and resolute. Their hearts already set on death. The professionals who had not left were moved by the scene and couldn't help but admire these people. They had been ready to flee at the first sign of danger, but many were inspired by the passion of these individuals and chose to join. Governor Li, we may not be from Wanshan City, but we are from Sichuan Province. The people of Sichuan never fear battle. Seeing that over 1,000 people had joined the ranks in an instant, Li Mu nodded. Good, with you from Sichuan, I have no regrets. Boom! Another loud sound echoed from afar. Du Tao had attacked Su Chen. Du Tao stomped down hard, and a powerful force cracked the ground. Then, he charged at Su Chen like a burning meteor. Su Chen was still searching for where the black-robed man had gone, not expecting Du Tao to attack him again. Su Chen, you little brat, return my father's life. Du Tao's voice reached as he closed in. Your father's death has nothing to do with me, but if you insist on thinking that way, I have nothing to say. Still quibbling, die for me. Roar. The Ice Dragon King exhaled a breath of cold air, colliding perfectly with Du Tao's charging body. Another violent explosion erupted. The Ice Dragon King activated its ice shield to block the damage and took the opportunity to soar over 1,000 meters, avoiding the shockwave of the explosion. Du Tao, however, was sent crashing down by the blast. The already cracked ground was smashed into a massive pit. Du Tao lay in the pit, half of the flames on his body extinguished. How could this happen? Du Tao looked incredulously at the ice dragon in the sky. His full-force attack couldn't even be caught by Shui Donglu. Why could a dragon remain unscathed? He couldn't believe it. Wasn't the strength of a ninth tier enough? If it weren't for that dragon protecting him, I would have killed him long ago. I'm not willing to accept this. I've already offended the night god cult and the authorities. There is no place for me in this world. As Du Tao thought of this, his heart hardened. It seems I have no choice. Today, either he dies or I do. Du Tao quickly got up, then knelt on the ground, muttering something. As his muttering grew faster, the flames within him slowly extinguished. In the end, his body even began to wither, like an old man nearing death. My heavens, what level of pet beast is that dragon? Du Tao actually lost. The crowd, still in shock, looked up at the sky. If I had a pet beast like that, where couldn't I go in the world? This is just too strong. Do you think that evolved 8-armed stone demon can defeat it? Hearing this, hope ignited in everyone's hearts. Naturally, no one wanted to die if there was a chance to survive. Maybe there really is a chance. Governor Lee, didn't you say that dragon is the Ice Dragon King of Tianzhashan at level 880? How could it possibly defeat Du Tao, who is comparable to a ninth transition in one hit? Zhuo Bufan felt it was somewhat unreal. He had thought that the man in the black robe was strong enough, but then Du Tao appeared, empowered by the Fire Spirit Pearl. Now Du Tao had been blasted away by that dragon, unconscious. He couldn't fathom the dragon's strength anymore. Li Mu shook his head at this. I'm not sure either. Logically, the Ice Dragon King at level 880 shouldn't be able to defeat Du Tao so easily. I hope it's stronger. He also heard the discussions around him. With a powerful ally, they could buy themselves a bit more time. At this moment, in a puddle on one side of the battlefield, Shui Donglu, blending into the water, watched as Du Tao was blasted away, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Daring to provoke him, you really have some guts. I underestimated you. He hadn't run away, he was just hiding, waiting for the right moment. He knew that if he left, Du Tao would definitely attack Su Chen, and at that point, Du Tao would be doomed. The mission was already impossible to complete, and he wouldn't let the traitor Du Tao off easily. If Su Chen didn't kill him, he would take matters into his own hands. Ha! Why does it feel a bit hot? Shui Donglu looked up at the sky in confusion, the source of the heat coming from above. At that moment, the once calm battlefield was suddenly filled with the sound of chanting. Beautiful flames appeared out of nowhere, and the scorching heat evaporated countless water vapors. The entire world was enveloped in high temperatures, even the color of the sky turned red. What's going on? Has the 8-armed stone demon completed its evolution? A minute had passed, and there was still no movement from the 8-armed stone demon. Everyone turned to look at its location. However, the 8-armed stone demon remained curled up on the ground, unmoving. No, the 8-armed stone demon isn't even fire attribute. The only one exhibiting powerful fire attribute abilities on the scene was Du Tao. The crowd hurriedly looked towards the deep pit, but it was too deep, and they were too far away to see anything. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. An elder from the Du family was engulfed in flames. In an instant, his body was completely burned away. A wisp of fire shot out from his body and flew towards the sky. The remaining members of the Du family hadn't reacted yet when several more screams echoed. All the surviving members of the Du family were consumed by flames, and in just a moment, they turned into wisps of fire, disappearing into the air. This bizarre scene left everyone dumbfounded. What is happening? How did the Du family all die? What on earth is going on? At that moment, a maniacal laugh echoed from the deep pit where Du Tao had fallen. Ah, since we're all going to die anyway, let's die together. Du Tao jumped out of the deep pit, laughing maniacally. The crowd looked at Du Tao, who had already become unrecognizable, his body thin as a withered branch, looking like a mad ghost. The reason the Du family could rise back then was that they had signed a contract with the legendary fire god. Every descendant of the Du family had the seed of the contract planted within them at birth. If one day the Du family faced extermination, they could burn the contract within them to summon the fire god. This secret is known only to the head of the Du family, no one else knows. Great fire god, come to destroy the world. Du Tao seemed mad. With his call, the enormous fiery phantom that had just appeared in the sky re-emerged. Shui Donglu looked at this terrifying figure, his heart filled with dread. This is a deity with the same aura as the night god. How could the Du family possibly possess such a method to summon a deity? Shui Donglu shrank to the bottom of the water pit, no longer daring to gaze directly at that chilling figure. After the hundreds of feet tall fire god phantom appeared, its body slowly solidified, and the temperature in the world began to rise. Everyone, bring out your defensive skills. Li Mu shouted loudly, urging everyone to cast defensive skills. The mountains and trees began to ignite due to the high temperature, and the world was completely transformed into a sea of fire. In such heat, it was not only difficult for them to fight but even to stand. Their ground and defend was particularly strenuous. The Ice Dragon King carried Su Chen and the others down from the sky, and even with its icy attributes, it felt uncomfortable being close to that fire god. Phantom. Brother Su, what is this thing? Chen Laoba, forced to participate in these battles, was feeling unwell. The moment the fire god Phantom appeared, his nerves were on the brink of collapse. Su Chen looked up at the fire god Phantom, drawing out the magic knife Qianrun in his hand, and murmured, "Why is it solidifying so slowly? Can't it be faster?" Hearing this, Chen Laoba opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Shouldn't he be praying for it not to come? Why was he complaining about its slow solidification? Little did Chen Laoba know that Su Chen's knife could cut through anything. As long as it wasn't formless, it was just a delivery. Until the fire god Phantom fully solidified, Su Chen really couldn't kill it. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, you're scared now, aren't you? Seeing Su Chen come down, Du Tao laughed maniacally. You all must die, you all must die, you all must accompany the Du family in death. Du Tao spread his arms wide and shouted loudly, "Welcome the fire god to descend upon the world." Buzz. The fire god Phantom opened its eyes for the first time and looked down. Who calls upon this god? Fire god, kill them, kill everyone here. Du Tao knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, "The sinners of the exiled land?" The fire god Phantom paused in confusion, then coldly said, "As you wish." The fire elements in the world surged again, all flames rushing towards the sky. As the fire god Phantom absorbed more and more energy, its figure finally solidified. A towering, fiery red giant over 1,000 feet tall successfully descended to the world. Su Chen looked at this enormous so-called deity and smiled slightly. So big, I wonder if it can take one of my strikes. Finished, we're going to die. They had already prepared themselves for death by daring to stay. But facing such a so-called deity, they couldn't even resist. It was a sense of powerlessness, a complete despair. Li Mu and his companion also looked desperately at the descending fire god. If they had a chance to survive against the evolved national-level boss, the 8-armed stone demon, they had no chance at all against this giant towering over 1,000 feet. The 8-armed stone demon had quietly completed its evolution, but faced with this terrifying figure, it could only shrink to the ground, too afraid to move. Shui Donlu was now even more inclined to burrow underground. Originally, his water attribute was supposed to counter fire. However, the flames of this deity far exceeded what he could withstand. Now he could only choose to flee. I need to report this to the sect leader. Tell Lord Night God. Yes, this mission failed because of the appearance of this fire god. Shui Donlu finally thought of a perfect excuse. This way, he wouldn't face punishment. In the battlefield beyond the heavens, the majestic and towering heavenly gate stood like the great wall in the void. The hundreds of feet-high walls were forged from black gold and even mysterious gold. Upon closer inspection, the outer walls of the heavenly gate were marked with traces of knives, guns, axes, and halberds, with countless coagulated bloodstains etched upon them. Below the heavenly gate was an endless black abyss, and it was unclear how the heavenly gate stood above it. On a section of the eastern wall of the heavenly gate, several elders were patrolling as usual. Suddenly, everyone felt something and turned to look down into the endless abyss. That direction was where the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star was located. What a powerful force. What is that? Not good. The Dragon Kingdom is in danger. Old Shen, hurry down and take a look. The person referred to as Old Shen was none other than Shen Lingyun, a ninth-turn professional who had met Su Chen once before. No, there's no time. Shen. Lingyun shook his head. Moreover, the power displayed by the other side, even if I go back, I wouldn't be a match for him. How could there be such a terrifying existence in Blue Star? Why were we unaware? This violent aura is even more terrifying than those top-tier demons. No, we must send a few people back. Our purpose in guarding the heavenly gate is to protect our people. What if the other side has malicious intent? After some discussion, they ultimately sent 3 people back to investigate. I hope this person is not some great villain. The remaining guards at the heavenly gate could only silently pray. The arrival of the fire god was felt not only by them but also by ninth-turn professionals from other countries in Blue Star. All ninth-turn professionals looked towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Some were worried that a high-level monster had appeared on Blue Star, while others were concerned that an invincible figure had emerged in the Dragon Kingdom. In short, the reactions varied. Outside Wanshan City, the fire god took a step forward, and the ground trembled slightly. The Ice Dragon King unleashed an absolute freeze, but it only sizzled and failed to stop the opponent's advance. Is this for real? So powerful? The Ice Dragon King widened its dragon eyes, showing fear for the first time since following Su Chen. The power of this fire god far exceeded its own. Ignorant lowly dragon, you dare to attack this god? The fire god's voice boomed like thunder, pointing angrily at the Ice Dragon King. The overwhelming power, accompanied by violent fire elements, scared the Ice Dragon King into hiding behind Su Chen. Master, save me. Su Chen looked at the massive body of the fire god and coldly said, pretending with them is one thing, but pretending with me? Seeking death. A blade of light, only half a meter long, slashed out, appearing minuscule compared to the towering figure thousands of feet high. Ah, just wait to die. The fire god will destroy you along with Wanshan City. Du Tao had completely fallen into madness at this point. Does a firefly dare to compete with the bright moon? The fire god showed no intention of dodging the blade's light. Its massive finger met it head-on. The tiny blade of light made contact with the enormous finger, and no one believed Su Chen could win. Everyone closed their eyes in despair, waiting for death. With this strike, they wouldn't survive either. The fire god's enormous eyes revealed a deep shock. That blade actually pierced through its finger, and in an instant, it was already slicing towards its entire body along the arm. How is this possible? Who are you? The fire god looked incredulously at the tiny human who had just dealt it a fatal blow. Boom! The fire god's massive body crumbled to ashes, transforming into fiery fragments that fell to the ground. Sinner, this deity remembers you. When my true form descends, I will make you suffer the torment of burning flames. After saying this, the fire god completely turned to ashes. This also got killed in an instant? Chen Laobo looked at Su Chen in shock, thinking he was surely doomed. But the next second, it was the terrifying fire god that died. What kind of extraordinary genius? Was this young man before him? What's this? My master could easily handle 10 of these. With the threat of the fire god gone, the Ice Dragon King regained its confidence, raising its dragon head proudly, as if that blade had been its own. Doing 10. Upon hearing this, Chen Laba felt he could no longer call Su Chen brother and should at least refer to him as Senior. We survived. We didn't die. We actually didn't die. The many remaining professionals wept with joy, hugging those beside them and crying out loud. In the face of death, all beings are equal. Even if one is not afraid of death, after experiencing the threat of it and surviving, emotions can spiral out of control. Was that blade just now struck by Su Chen? Li Mu looked at Zhuo Bufan, wanting to know if he had seen it wrong. It should be. Zhuo Bufan was also uncertain, as it was too astonishing. But just now, only Su Chen had drawn his blade. Everyone else had been immobilized by that terrifying giant finger. Could it be that Minister Wan was referring to waiting for Su Chen? The two looked towards Wang Changjun, who was still unconscious. Maybe at the heavenly gate. Just as Xin Lingyun and the others were about to set off, they suddenly froze. What happened? Why did that terrifying aura disappear? Another person speculated, could it be that they concealed their aura? Impossible, the opponent appeared so ostentatiously, how could they suddenly vanish without a trace? You all stay at the heavenly gate to defend, I will investigate alone. Old Shin, be careful, the opponent's strength is likely around the peak of the 9th transformation. I know. Xin Lingyun nodded, then stepped into the teleportation array before him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Lord Fire God die? Why is this happening? Du Tao collapsed to the ground, watching the sparks falling from the sky, his eyes filled with despair. He sacrificed the elite of the Du family, and this was the result. How could he accept it? Su Chen, I'll fight you. Du Tao struggled to stand up, angrily charging at Su Chen. In his prime, he couldn't even get close to Su Chen, let alone now. Su Chen merely squeezed lightly, and the already frail Du Tao was instantly crushed into a lump. The fire of life in Du Tao's eyes extinguished, and he fell helplessly. The Du family, which had been invincible in the southwest for hundreds of years, came to an end. Wu Changxin survived in the chaotic environment thanks to his 7th-tier strength. Now that the Du family was destroyed, the support he relied on was gone. Brother Su, can I kill this ungrateful white-eyed wolf? Chen Labo looked at Wu Changxin, blaming this young man for the dissolution of his treasure-hunting team. Moreover, the other party had been eyeing his sister. He was not as strong as Wu Changxin, but with Su Chen backing him, he no longer feared the other party. Ice Dragon King, give him a hand. Su Chen found Chen Laba to his liking, so helping him was no trouble. Don't kill me. Hearing their conversation, Wu Changxin turned to run, but as he ran, he found his legs no longer obeyed him. Looking down, he saw his feet frozen to the ground. In the end, apart from his head, the rest of his body was also frozen. With the Ice Dragon King's assistance, Chen Laba quickly caught up to Wu Changxin and punched him in the head. Wu Changxin tried to dodge, but it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Laba's fist struck his head. Looking at Wu Changxin's corpse, Chen Laba murmured, "Our debt is settled." Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of survival, Li Mu suddenly shouted, "No, the 8-armed stone demon isn't dead." This shout startled everyone awake, and they finally realized. Because of the fire god's appearance, everyone had overlooked the existence of the 8-armed stone demon. After so long, the 8-armed stone demon must have completed its evolution. Perhaps it knew of the fire god's power and was lying low, afraid to move. Now that the fire god was dead, the 8-armed stone demon was likely to show itself. At this moment, the 8-armed stone demon was desperately resisting the will that urged it to come out. Although its intelligence was low, it knew that the fire god had been killed by that human, and even if it had evolved, it dared not go out. But no matter how it struggled, that will directly controlled its body. Then, a world announcement rang out. Warning, world boss 8-armed stone demon has evolved to national level. All practitioners are requested to go and kill it. If not killed within 5 hours, the 8-armed stone demon will evolve to world level. This announcement shocked all practitioners in Blue Star. The 8-armed stone demon wasn't killed? How did it evolve instead? Heavens, a national level. Boss, this is my first time seeing one. The Dragon Kingdom is going to suffer heavy losses this time. Once this level of boss goes on a rampage, at least millions will die. Sichuan Prefecture is doomed. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the ruler had urgently summoned all 8th-tier experts to prepare to head to Sichuan Prefecture. I believe everyone understands the seriousness of this matter. We will go first and reinforcements from other prefectures will follow. The only thing the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't understand was why Wang Changjun and the others, along with so many from the Du family, participated, allowing the 8-armed stone demon to evolve to national level. He couldn't reach the 3 on the phone, so he had to personally lead people to kill the evolved 8-armed stone demon. Just as they were about to set off, another world announcement rang out. World boss 8-armed stone demon has been killed. Listening to this sudden announcement, everyone who was not on site looked puzzled. What's going on? Is there a bug? Didn't the 8-armed stone demon evolve? How did it suddenly die? Can someone tell me what exactly happened? The Dragon Kingdom's ruler, who had just taken a couple of steps, was also taken aback. Your Majesty, what's this? The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom furrowed his brows in thought for a moment, then relaxed. It should be that kid's doing. I was so anxious just now that I forgot he went to the southwest. Your Majesty, which kid? The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom chuckled. He, who else but Su Chen? Su Chen? I see. Everyone present were high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, and they were well aware of Su Chen's information. Doesn't his instant kill skill have any restrictions? I don't know. The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom shook his head, then looked at everyone and said, "Alright, go back to your own business. It's nothing, just a false alarm." Once everyone left, the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom looked towards the southwest direction and murmured, "Even I can't see through you anymore. Is that terrifying existence not your match?" The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom shook his head. This was a double-edged sword. All he could do was try to get closer to Su Chen. Outside Wanshan City, the 8-armed stone demon, who had just stood up and taken a couple of steps, suddenly knelt down. The sound of rumbling echoed endlessly behind. When the dust settled and everyone looked back, the body of the 8-armed stone demon had already begun to slowly dissipate. This was a phenomenon that occurred after a monster was killed, meaning the 8-armed stone demon was dead. The world announcement also confirmed this. Ah, so it just died like that? Everyone looked bewildered. However, after thinking for a moment, they suddenly felt it was quite normal. That fire god over 1,000 feet tall was killed in an instant, let alone an 8-armed stone demon? Everyone stared at the boy in the center who was slowly sheathing his sword, their gazes akin to looking at a monster. Su Chen's image had already been speculated countless times in their minds. They absolutely did not believe this was an 18-year-old boy. Could he be a celestial being from the heavens coming down to train? I suspect he's the son of the heavenly emperor visiting the mortal realm for fun. Seeing that common sense could not explain it, they had begun to imagine Su Chen as one of those mythical figures. Who cares who he is? What matters is that we survived. We're alive. Yes, we're alive. Everyone cheered in unison, celebrating their survival. Li Mu and the others exchanged glances, their shock never ceasing. Is this still a human? Even if he started leveling up in the womb, it wouldn't be possible to be this abnormal, right? Who knows? Zhuo Bufan smiled wryly and shook his head. Li Mu suddenly thought, by the way, didn't he obtain a strand of sword intent from the sword god? Could it be? Sir, that was a blade aura. I saw it clearly, it's definitely not sword intent. Sigh, it's not explainable anyway. Forget it, I'll ask the ruler later. Su Chen didn't pay attention to their discussion but looked at the place where the 8-armed stone demon's body was dissipating. There, a pile of colorful equipment lay quietly on the ground, waiting for him to pick it up. Let's see what we've got this time. Su Chen remembered that the last world boss he killed, the Cyclops, was right after he had just awakened. Months had passed in the blink of an eye. Originally, he had no intention of getting involved as he saw others finishing the fight, but since the Du family insisted on attacking him, he had no choice but to accept the 8-armed stone demon. Su Chen bent down to pick it up, and all the equipment materials entered his system backpack. He opened it to take a look. There were a total of 12 pieces of equipment from left to right. He directly ignored those below the legendary level, as such quality equipment might be worth a fortune to others. However, to Su Chen, they were no different from trash. At most a few pieces of slightly valuable junk. There were 2 pieces of legendary equipment, but no mythical equipment. It was still too difficult to obtain mythical gear. Su Chen clicked on the 2 pieces of legendary equipment to take a look. Stone Giant Armor Part, Clothing Grade, Legendary Required Level, 8th Transcendence, Level 1 Physical Defense, 65,000. Magical Defense, 65,000 Health, 500000 Special Effect. The wearer can actively activate this equipment's special effect, gaining a shield equal to 10 times their maximum health for 120 seconds until it is broken, with a cooldown of 1800 seconds. Description: the protective armor of the 8-armed stone demon, extremely high defense. Does it hit like a feather? Stone Giant Boots Part Choose Grade Legendary Required Level 8th Transcendence Level 1 Physical Defense 30,000 Magical Defense 25,000 Movement Speed 500% Special Effect. While wearing these shoes, movement speed is significantly reduced and jumping or flying is impossible, but the wearer gains an additional defense attribute boost, specifically an extra defense attribute times 5. With no cooldown. Description: they are really heavy. After looking at these two legendary pieces, Suchin didn't like either of them. The level requirement was too high and unsuitable for him. Moreover, it was clear that these were gear meant for tanky warriors who took hits, and he didn't need to take hits. Suchin skipped over the equipment backpack and looked into the material backpack. This time, only one material dropped, a black pearl. Void Pearl category, special material grade? Description: brought here along with the 8-armed stone demon, specific use unknown. Suchin glanced at the pearl next to it. It was also a void pearl. He already had two. What exactly is this thing used for? Suchin remembered that the island master of Lioli Island seemed to have collected this item from everyone. While Suchin was checking the equipment, Limu and others had already gathered around, but with the Ice Dragon King nearby, they didn't dare to get too close and stopped 10 meters away. Everyone was curious about what the 8-armed stone demon had dropped, but it was just curiosity. After witnessing Suchin's terrifying strength, they didn't dare to set their sights on him unless they wanted to court death. When Suchin lifted his head, everyone knew he had finished checking the equipment, so Limu stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Governor Limu of Sichuan Prefecture greets you, young friend Su." Zhuo Bufan also cupped his hands and said, "City Lord Zhuo Bufan of Wanshan City greets you, young friend Su." Although they were the two highest-ranking officials in the area, both at the 8th Transcendence level, they didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of Suchin. They could only greet him cautiously. After all, this young man before them was capable of slaying gods and demons with a single strike. They had no choice but to be careful in their approach. Limu had held a high position for so many years, yet it was the first time. He felt so nervous in front of someone else, afraid of saying the wrong thing. The others also didn't dare to speak, waiting quietly for Suchin to say something. No one knew Suchin's temperament, so they didn't dare to talk recklessly. Suchin glanced at the two and nodded slightly. "Do you two have something to discuss?" Suchin asked. There's nothing. We came to represent Wanshan City to thank Su Xiaoyu for saving our lives on behalf of all the people of Sichuan Prefecture. If it weren't for your timely intervention in slaying those two demons, Sichuan Prefecture would likely have been wiped off the map. At this point, Limu sincerely bowed deeply. If it weren't for Suchin's actions, Sichuan Prefecture would surely have been destroyed by that fire god and the 8-armed stone demon. Probably not many of the over 100 million people in Sichuan Prefecture would have survived. This is a tremendous merit. This is a name that all the people of Sichuan Prefecture will remember for a lifetime. The others also bowed, as Suchin had saved their families, deserving of their respect. Although Suchin had only casually struck down the two demons, they could not pretend that nothing had happened. Suchin, however, did not think much of it. He simply countered because that fire god wanted to kill him. It was just a casual act. You all need not be so formal. That thing wanted to kill me, so naturally, I couldn't let it go. Su Xiaoyu is too humble. When I return to the prefecture, I will definitely report this matter to the national lord. In the future, if Su Xiaoyu and his family come to Sichuan Prefecture, all expenses will be covered by us. Limu once again thanks Su Xiaoyu for saving the people of Sichuan Prefecture. After saying this, Limu bowed again. "Alright, I have matters to attend to and must return to Wanshan City first. I hope to see you all again." Chen Laba's sister was still at home waiting for rescue. Suchin could not forget this matter. As for the so-called merits, Suchin did not take them to heart. He did not kill those two demons for such things. Hearing this, Chen Laba's eyes turned red. He knew that Suchin was eager to return to save his sister. If it were someone else who had achieved such a great merit, they would probably be overwhelmed with praise and enjoying their glory by now. But Suchin still remembered his sister's situation. How could this not move Chen Laba? "Brother Suchin, Chen Laba was momentarily at a loss for words, having known Suchin for less than a day. "Don't just stand there. Don't you want to save your sister?" Suchin stepped onto the head of the Ice Dragon King. Chen Laba wiped his tears and quickly followed. The Ice Dragon King carried the two away, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Limu glanced at the battlefield, which had been utterly destroyed, and then asked the people behind him, "Who was that big man next to Suchin just now? And who is his sister?" Someone who knew Chen Laba explained, reporting to the prefect, "That man is called Chen Laba, a native of Wanshan City. His sister is named Shenyao. She was poisoned by an unknown toxin a few years ago and has been bedridden ever since. It is said that she is close to death. I heard that Chen Laoba has tried every possible method over the years but couldn't cure his sister." Limu nodded, then said in surprise, "Suchin can also heal? Forget it, geniuses are always extraordinary." Limu clasped his hands to the crowd. "Everyone, thank you for staying. I am very grateful. Now you can clean up the battlefield. Everything here belongs to you, and do not fight over it." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly thanked Limu. These were the items left behind by the Du family, and although many equipment and materials were lost with the deaths of the Du family members, there were still quite a few weapons remaining. This was also a significant fortune for them. Shuo Bufan glanced at the people cleaning up the battlefield and frowned, saying, "Shouldn't we give Su Chen something? After all, the Du family was also wiped out by him." Li Mu smiled upon hearing this. "I think he wouldn't care for these scraps, but we still can't skimp on the proper tokens of gratitude. Let's head back to the city first, eliminate the remnants of the Du family, and then pay a visit to Su Chen." Shuo Bufan nodded in agreement. "By the way, where are the Cheng family? Why haven't they shown up at all? I almost forgot you mentioned them. Where did the Cheng family go?" The two stared at each other, filled with confusion. Unable to figure it out, they hurriedly finished cleaning the battlefield and returned to the city to investigate. However, by nightfall, the Cheng family still had not returned. Now everyone knew the Cheng family wouldn't be coming back. In just one day, the two strongest families in the southwest had been completely destroyed. This turn of events naturally shocked the citizens of Wanshan City, who had just escaped the threat of death. The collapse of those two giants was even more astonishing to them than the so-called national-level boss they had yet to see. After all, the influence of the Du and Cheng families had been a constant presence in their lives since birth. With the fall of these two great trees, the smaller saplings began to stir. However, this line of thought was quickly quashed that very night. All families received a warning, the specifics of which were unknown. In any case, all families shrank their ranks the next day. And now, the most famous name in Wanshan City was Su Chen. Everyone was discussing this name, although only a few had actually seen Su Chen. But they knew from the official announcement that a person named Su Chen had saved them all. Su Chen, however, was unaware of the situation outside. At that moment, he was summoning the Poison Dragon King to detoxify Chen Yao. With the Poison Dragon King personally intervening, the toxins that had plagued Chen Yao for years were easily cleared away. Without the torment of the poison, Chen Yao's complexion quickly improved. After all, even if she was weak, she was still a professional, and her physical condition was not something ordinary people could compare to. It must be said that Chen Laoba's rough-and-tumble sister was quite beautiful. No wonder that Wu Changxin had been so persistent. "Thank you, young Master Su, for saving my life." Chen Yao immediately knelt down, as this was the only way she could express her gratitude. She wanted to show her appreciation in another way, but after hearing her brother recount Su Chen's deeds, she realized that her status was not worthy of him. Such a celestial being was not someone a common person like her could aspire to. The gap between them was too vast, they were simply not from the same world. "I wonder which girl will win young Master Su's favor." Sigh. Chen Yao sighed inwardly, then shook her head. "Brother Su, a lot of people have come outside." Chen Laoba rushed in, and upon seeing his sister's rosy complexion, he knew her illness had been cured. Chen Laoba had waited for this moment for years, and his feelings, which had once approached despair, could only be described as complex at this moment. Thud. Chen Laoba knelt down. Before he could speak, Su Chen helped him up. "Can you two siblings find another way to express your gratitude? Why do you kneel? As soon as you meet?" "But Brother Su, Chen Laoba truly had nothing to offer in thanks to Su Chen. "Brother Su, I see you're still single, right? How about I betroth my sister to you?" "Oh, brother, what are you saying?" Hearing her brother's blunt words, Chen Yao's already flushed cheeks turned even redder, and she secretly glanced at Su Chen's reaction as she lowered her head. Su Chen twitched his mouth. "You really are her brother, just like that, offering your sister away." Naturally, Su Chen would not agree to this and shook his head, not wanting to continue on this topic. "By the way, what did you say was happening outside?" At that moment, Su Chen also heard some commotion. "All right, a lot of people are outside saying they want to see you, claiming they came to thank you. The Governor Li and the City Lord Zhua are also here. By the way, there's also a Minister Wang, I heard he knows you." After hearing this, Su Chen, who originally didn't like these social engagements, felt it would be a bit inappropriate not to go out and meet them since they were already at the door. He didn't want to be seen as aloof and unapproachable. "You two siblings chat first, I'll go take a look." Once Su Chen went out, Chen Laoba quietly asked his sister, "Xiao Yao, what do you think of brother Su?" Chen Yao lowered her head and whispered, "Naturally, he is excellent. Who wouldn't like a hero, especially such a young one? Then how about I try to match you two up? With your looks, you could easily rank in the top 3 in our Wanshan City. Brother Su shouldn't refuse." Seeing that Su Chen hadn't declined earlier, Chen Laoba felt hopeful. He wasn't thinking of himself, but rather that his sister had suffered for so many years. If she could be with Su Chen, he would surely ensure she wouldn't have to endure hardship anymore. However, Chen Yao shook her head at this. A girl's thoughts are often more delicate than a boy's. Although Su Chen hadn't refused earlier, he also hadn't directly responded to the topic, so she understood that Su Chen was unwilling. "Forget it, brother, he and I, we're not suitable." Sigh. "Alright, Xiao Yao, you should know that if you miss this chance, it might be forever." Chen Yao lightly nodded. "I know." Outside the courtyard, Li Mu and others, along with the leaders of various forces in Wanshan City, had all gathered there. This was originally an old alley, and with so many important figures congregating, it naturally attracted countless local residents to watch. "I see all kinds of luxury cars parked outside. What's going on?" "Hee hee, you Don't know? I heard all the big shots in the city are here, all wanting to meet Su Chen. Su Chen? Is he the one who saved our Wanshan city? Why is he in our gymming alley? I don't know, I just heard that Chen Laoba knows him and invited him to his home to treat his sister. So that's how it is. Looks like Chen Laoba is about to rise again? Who says he isn't? What a lucky break, sigh, why don't I have this kind of luck? When Su Chen stepped out of the house, the courtyard was already surrounded by layers of people. However, no one dared to step inside the courtyard, all were squeezed in the small alley outside. Yet, no one complained. If they could connect with Su Chen through this opportunity, they would be worry-free for life. Su Chen is coming out. It was unclear who shouted, and everyone turned to look at the young man walking out of the house. Is this Su Chen? Many people were whispering, constantly sizing up Su Chen. Younger than I imagined, truly a young talent. I wonder if he is married. I have a few daughters around his age. Boss Song, he's only 18. Your youngest daughter is already 20, right? Ha, age is not a problem, maybe he likes older sisters. If he really is willing, would you send all your daughters out together? Why not? Being able to follow such a strong person is a blessing for them. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. Limu coughed a couple of times to prevent the conversation from going off track. At this moment, Wang Changjun looked much better. As long as a professional wasn't mortally wounded, their recovery speed was quite fast. Seeing Su Chen come out, he was the first to approach. Su Chen, we meet again. Su Chen found it a bit strange to see him. Minister Wang, what? A coincidence. What brings you to the southwest? Su Chen even suspected he was being followed. After all, coming to the southwest for a mission was a last-minute decision, and aside from a few people from the Dingsheng group, no one else knew. To be honest, it was the national leader who called me here. We'll discuss the details privately later. With so many people around, Wang Changjun naturally wouldn't speak carelessly. Su Chen nodded and looked at the people in the alley, asking, what are they here for? It's like this, Zhuo Bufan stepped forward to explain. These people are the heads of various treasure hunting teams from the major merchant associations in Wanshan City, and they are here tonight to thank you for saving Wanshan City and everyone in it. Zhuo Bufan turned back to the crowd. Everyone, please bring out your tokens of gratitude and place them by the wall in the courtyard. After Zhuo Bufan finished speaking, everyone took out their prepared items in turn. From the Zhu family of Wanshan City, we thank young Master Su for saving our lives and present a Millennium Stone Spirit Crystal. From the Song family of Wanshan City, we thank young Master Su for saving our lives and present a scale from the Yamata no Orochi. From Wanshan City. Wait a moment. Su Chen quickly stepped forward and took a red box from the hands of the Song family head who had not yet put it down. Su, young Master Su, is there a problem? Song Chunghua asked nervously. The others also looked at Su Chen anxiously. They could accept it if he didn't like their gifts. But if the items they presented upset Su Chen, they would be in a panic. The fate of the Du family was a clear warning. They dared not provoke Su Chen. And the Cheng family, it was said, had also fallen at Su Chen's hands. This seemingly amiable young man was no easy target. Su Chen did not respond but quickly opened the box. Song Changhua was so tense he didn't dare to breathe. The item in the box was something he had obtained by chance. He only treasured it after realizing it was a scale from the Yamata no Orochi. Inside the box lay a palm-sized scale, emitting a ghostly green sheen. Su Chen picked it up, and a chilling sensation passed through the scale to his hand. Snake scale category, material grade, legendary use, armor crafting, mission item description, scale from the Yamata no Orochi, with good defensive properties. Special, if the Yamata no Orochi is within 10 miles of this scale, the scale will heat up. After taking another look at the scale, Su Chen finally put it away. He hadn't expected to collect a scale from the Yamata no Orochi here. This was a pleasant surprise. Wanshan City truly lived up to its reputation as a treasure hunting place. Although the other party clearly stated it was a gift, Su Chen was not the type to casually take someone else's things. This item is useful to me. I wonder what you would like in return. Upon hearing this, Song Chunghua nearly jumped up in excitement. He had originally thought he had given the wrong item, but unexpectedly, it was something Su Chen needed. This scene made the others in the alley turn green with jealousy. Is this for real? Song Chunghua really hit the jackpot. I met the person selling this thing before. I thought about this. But its effect is too small, and the other party offered a high price, so I didn't dare to buy it. Now that I think about it, I really fucking regret it. While everyone was discussing, Song Chunghua had already calmed his excited heart. Young Master Su, you saved us all. Since this thing is useful to you, just take it. How could I dare to ask you for anything? Su Chen knew that these people were just saying polite words. Perhaps some were genuinely thanking him, but that part was definitely not large. The vast majority were here to take advantage, which was also why Su Chen disliked such social interactions. But in this world, everyone is here for profit, and everyone is bustling for gain. Living in this world, there will always be times when one needs help from others. Just like the snake scale, if they hadn't come to him for support, he wouldn't have been able to obtain one here. May I ask your name? Su Chen inquired. No need to be so formal. My name is Song Chenghua, the owner of the treasure pavilion in the city. You can just call me Xiao Song. Su Chen glanced at his age. He was nearly 50 and he really couldn't bring himself to call him Xiao Song. Thank you, Boss Song. Su Chen cupped his hands in gratitude. Young Master Su, you're too polite. This is what I should do. At this moment, Song Changhua was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. If it weren't for so many people watching, he would have jumped up on the spot. Although Su Chen had only asked for his name, he knew that was enough. From now on, who would dare to offend Song Changhua in Wanchan City? Everyone would know that Song Changhua had given Su Chen something he needed, and receiving Su Chen's gratitude was already enough. The others, seeing Song Chanhua's expression of wanting to laugh but not daring to, felt extremely frustrated. At this moment, someone spoke up and asked, Young Master Su, do you need anything else? We have all kinds of treasures in Wanchan City. If you mention it, we might be able to help you find it. Yes, Young Master Su, just say it, and we will do our best to help you find it. They had figured it out. Rather than randomly giving gifts, it was better to ask directly. Perhaps they had something in their collections that Su Chen needed. If they could receive a word of thanks from Su Chen, they would have struck gold. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I do need two things at the moment. One is the scales of the Yamata no Orochi, and the other is dragon crystal. As for other things, like equipment, materials, or money, Su Chen had no shortage. The things he needed couldn't necessarily be bought with money. If anyone has information on this, you can contact me through the Dragon Martial Guild. After finishing, Su Chen looked at the gifts in everyone's hands. As for these things, you all can take them back. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The two things Su Chen needed were not available to them, especially the dragon crystal, which they had never even heard of. However, after thinking it over, they felt relieved. With Su Chen's strength, things that were considered treasures in the secular world probably seemed like junk to him. Seeing that Su Chen did not accept their items, they could only silently take them back. This time, Song Changhua had benefited, and they thought they would have to find a way to cooperate with him in the future. Wait a minute, why am I looking for Song Changhua and not Chen Laba? Chen Laba has nothing now. If I help him, I can also connect with Su Chen. Some clever individuals were already planning how to get close to Chen Laba. Although they were unclear about the depth of Chen Laba and Su Chen's relationship, Su Chen had stayed at Chen Laba's house for a night and even treated his sister's illness. This spoke volumes. Little did they know that while their actions might help Chen Laba rise again, it would leave Chen Yao with no one daring to approach her, because no one knew what kind of relationship Su Chen and Chen Yao had. Of course, that was a matter for a long time later. After sending the others away, only Li Mu and a few remained in the courtyard. To prevent eavesdropping, Li Mu had even set up a formation to isolate the outside world. Su Chen looked at their actions with curiosity. What exactly is going on, making it all so mysterious? Li Mu turned to Wang Changjun and said, Minister Wang, you explain. Wang Changjun nodded. Su Chen, I came to the southwest on the orders of the national leader, with the purpose of eliminating the two major tumors. Du Chang, the national leader, guessed that you would have a conflict with them, so he sent me ahead. That Cheng family should have been wiped out by you, right? Su Chen nodded at this, but still felt the need to clarify. They hired some kind of longevity elder to deal with me. They attacked me first, so I was just acting in self-defense. The three of them chuckled at this. The kid was quite alert. Wang Changjun waved his hand. Whether it was justified or not doesn't matter. What's important is that the Cheng family has been destroyed. The reason I'm here today is that the national leader wants to ask you for a favor, but I don't know if you're willing. The national leader still needs to ask me for help? Su Chen was a bit puzzled. With so many talented individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, what could they possibly need his help for? Wang Changjun seemed to know what Su Chen was thinking and smiled helplessly. Some matters even the national leader finds difficult to resolve, so they must seek help. And you just happen to have that capability, which is why we found you. However, this matter may offend quite a few people. It depends on whether you're willing. If you are not willing, we won't force you. If you are willing to help in the future, no matter what requests you have, as long as they do not violate morals or the interests of the Dragon Kingdom, we will do our utmost to fulfill them. After hearing Wang Changjun say so much, Su Chen became somewhat interested and asked, What is it? Tell me about it. You should be aware of the existence of the aristocratic families. They hold power in their regions, actively recruiting high-level professionals for their own use, and over time, their strength has grown immensely. The country's top experts have neglected their existence due to the need to guard the outer battlefield and the abyss. By the time they realized it, these aristocratic families had already taken root locally, with a solid foundation and a complex web of branches. If we rashly move against them, we will surely face a united resistance from other families, leading to internal and external troubles that will affect the situation. But if we do nothing, their power will only grow larger. Currently, there are quite a few cities across the country controlled by these families. This is just like the feudal lords hundreds of years ago. Something will inevitably go wrong. So the ruler has been trying to find ways to maintain the situation while eliminating these noble families, but the results have been minimal. Until you suppress the Su family's influence in Kyoto, which gave the ruler a new solution. For example, this time you wiped out the Du and Cheng families because of your grievances. Other noble families wouldn't dare to say much, as it's a personal vendetta. If we were to take action against these two families, it would be different, and it would definitely provoke dissatisfaction among those noble families. I understand. Hearing this, Su Chen roughly grasped the situation. He was now a blade of the Dragon Kingdom, a blade aimed at exterminating the major noble families. Moreover, it was a justified blade. But wait, there are so many noble families in the Dragon Kingdom, and I don't have grievances with every single one. You can't expect me to actively seek trouble with them, right? Wang Changjun chuckled at this. How could we let you wipe them all out? If you take down a few more, that would be about right. The Su family's main and secondary branches are also large families. If you are willing, you can target them. Originally, we didn't plan to let you participate in the national trial selection, but this time you still have to take part. Why? Su Chen knew that this trial was to select participants for the world competition. Did he still need to be selected? Wang Changjun smiled again. Because we hope you can stir up some trouble. Try to provoke those noble family youths. They are proud and used to being arrogant, so they definitely won't let you off. As for your display of strength today, the War Ignorance Bureau is already helping you cover it up. Although I can't say it will fool everyone, under the guise of reality, it should be able to deceive most people, as long as you act a bit weaker during the trial. And whatever pet you have, make sure not to bring it out, or it will expose you directly. Are you trying to make me the sixth wheel? Su Chen had always resolved matters with a single stroke. When had he ever been a sixth wheel? What does sixth wheel mean? The three asked in confusion. It's nothing, just a term of praise for others. I see, your actions benefit future generations, indeed worthy of praise. You can consider yourself the sixth wheel. Su Chen twitched at the corner of his eye, not continuing the discussion on that topic, but instead asked, when does the trial start? In 7 days, each state will have a designated teleportation portal, and all those above the 4th transition and of appropriate age will be transported into a small world secret realm. There, you will need to complete corresponding tasks and accumulate enough points to advance to the next round until the final selection of qualified individuals to represent the Dragon Kingdom in the world competition. The specific rules will be explained to you by Wu Zhangyang when you return to Langu Palace. Any other questions? Su Chen shook his head. So, have you agreed to the noble family's matter? Su Chen nodded. The ruler had actually treated him quite well. Moreover, he had learned a lot about the actions of these noble families. Growing up in an orphanage, he understood how difficult life was for the lower-class citizens. Coupled with the exploitation and oppression from these noble families, their survival became even more challenging. If he could diminish the power of these noble families, it wouldn't be impossible. Kyoto, in a Seiyuan. Shin Lingyun hurriedly returned from the battlefield beyond the heavens, and the first thing he did was find the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. Old Shin, has something happened at the Heavenly Gate again? The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom asked nervously. The plan to eliminate the aristocratic families had just been formulated, and if something happened at the battlefield beyond the heavens, they would have to abandon it. Although the aristocratic families posed a great threat, they were still much smaller compared to the extraterrestrial demons. Shin Lingyun waved his hand upon hearing this. It's not the Heavenly Gate that's in trouble. I came back to ask if something major happened in the country today. Major? The ruler thought for a moment, and the appearance of a world boss was indeed a major event. There are two major events, actually. A state level boss has respawned in the southwest region, and it couldn't be killed, eventually evolving into a national level boss. And beside that boss, someone from the Du family summoned a gigantic creature claiming to be the fire god. Hearing this, Shin Lingyun frowned and said, a national level world boss? The fire god? It seems that aura belongs to that fire god. Seeing the ruler sitting there calmly, Shin Lingyun found it strange and asked, are there any hidden experts in the southwest? How come I don't know about them? As one of the top fighters in the Dragon Kingdom, he was naturally well aware of the experts of the same level in the country. Anyone at the 9th transformation was currently stationed at the battlefield beyond the heavens. That aura had even shocked the few old fellows like them. How could anyone possibly resolve these two terrifying creatures in an instant? Seeing Shin Lingyun so surprised, the ruler couldn't help but laugh. Old Shin seems to have not been this surprised in a long time. Actually, it's not a hidden expert. You know that person and have met him before. Oh, I know him? What's his name? Shin Lingyun was even more puzzled. Su Chen. Su Chen? You mean that kid who broke into the Sky Tower last time? How is that possible? Shin Lingyun looked at the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom in disbelief. The power Su Chen had displayed was indeed terrifying, otherwise he wouldn't have gained the recognition of his senior brother, the Sword God. But the strength of that aura had already surpassed theirs. If Su Chen had slain that fire god, wouldn't that mean he had already surpassed these old fellows at such a young age? This was indeed hard for him to believe. I know Old Shin doesn't believe it, but the fact is just like that. The power Su Chen has shown can no longer be explained by common sense. Just in time for your return, I have a plan to eliminate the aristocratic families. I've already sent Wang Changjun to negotiate with Su Chen. It just depends on whether he is willing. The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom explained. The plan, and Shen Lingyun nodded after listening. Feasible. But can Su Chen lend us 2 days? Let him go to the battlefield beyond the heavens to kill some extraterrestrial demons. Such powerful strength staying here is a bit of a waste. Old Shen, my plan hasn't been implemented yet. And besides, we are trying to keep his strength hidden. We still need him for the world competition. Isn't it a bit early to let him go to the battlefield beyond the heavens now? After all, he is still a child. What child? With such power, can you still compare him to other peers? If he really is as you say, if he makes a move, I might also get cut down by him. The ruler nodded. That's true. But this year won't work, maybe next year. After all, he is still young, and his temperament needs some honing. The battlefield beyond the heavens is fraught with danger. I'm not very at ease. Upon hearing this, Shen Lingyun said no more. He knew the ruler valued talent, and there was no way to let Su Chen go to the battlefield beyond the heavens now. This matter had to be approached step by step. Alright, I originally thought something would happen below, which is why I rushed back. Since nothing happened, I'll head back first. Without waiting for the ruler's response, Shen Lingyun stepped out and had already disappeared from the courtyard. The ruler looked at the empty courtyard and then raised his head to gaze at the night sky. The outer celestial demons? No, my goal is to follow the sword god. I want to see what the scenery outside that starry sky is like. After the ruler finished speaking, an unparalleled aura erupted from within him, but it quickly receded. He shook his head and murmured, my power is still insufficient. Su Chen, it's up to you. In Wanshan City, within Chicken Crowing Alley. After Wang Changjun and the others had a conversation with Su Chen, they took their leave. After the shielding formation was removed, Old A Chen brought his sister out of the house. Old A Chen had once been the leader of a treasure hunting team, so he was not foolish. Therefore, he did not ask what Su Chen and the others were discussing. Brother Su, when are you leaving? Tomorrow morning, I suppose. My task is complete, and there's no point in staying here any longer. That soon? Can't you stay a couple more days? Old 8. Chen glanced at his sister and then at Su Chen. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity for his sister to take Su Chen around Wanshan City for a bit of sightseeing. He didn't expect Su Chen to be leaving so urgently. Su Chen shook his head. There were still things to do back home. At least the matters Wang Changjun mentioned needed careful planning. He really had no experience with things like Old Lu. Brother, let's go buy some ingredients. I'll cook some of my best dishes for him. Alas, fine. That evening, Chenya prepared a feast to thank Su Chen, which was the only thing the siblings could offer. The three chatted for a long time, and it was not until deep into the night that they returned to their rooms to sleep. As Su Chen lay in bed thinking about how to deal with Old Lu, the pet space began to discuss among themselves. First was the sarcastic forest queen Hika. I'm telling you, I suspect the master is lacking in that department. With such a beautiful woman in front of him, he remains unmoved. If it were me, I would have pounced on her long ago. You didn't see how they were eating, that Yao kept stealing glances at the master. TSK, that pitiful yet reluctant gaze, I find it so heart-wrenching. The Ice Dragon King, upon hearing this, scoffed. How could this dragon not see how good-looking that girl is? In my opinion, a pretty face must have a pair of cute dragon horns, delicate claws, and of course, a slender figure with shiny scales. Shut up, stupid dragon, you know nothing about human aesthetics. Hika shot at a disdainful glance. Hika, don't think you can bully this dragon just because the master likes you. Don't forget, I am a noble demigod beast. Oh, and then what? Should I give you an award? The Poison Dragon King, who had been silent, added in a low voice. Demigod beast? Ha! Feeling collectively ridiculed, the Ice Dragon King felt a bit embarrassed and immediately turned to ask the timid Stid who was hiding behind and too afraid to join in. Little Blackie, do you think this dragon is impressive? Stid looked down at his foot that was being stepped on and hurriedly nodded. Dragon brother is the best in the world, forever a god. Hearing this, the Ice Dragon King happily nodded and then released the foot it was stepping on. Little Blackie, you're exaggerating. This dragon is only the third best in the world. The first is the master, the second is Sister Kyre, and only third is me. Stid, he. The next morning, in the shocked eyes of Chen Laba and his sister, Su Chen directly carved a spatial wormhole in their small courtyard. Then he stepped into the wormhole and disappeared. What kind of divine skill is this, Brother Su? Chen Laba had planned to send Su Chen to the airship transportation center, but it turned out it wasn't necessary at all. Brother, this is a spatial skill, right? Yes, but Kyoto is so far from the southwest. I've never heard of any spatial skill that can travel such a distance, Chen Laba said with a bitter smile. The methods Su Chen casually displayed were things he had never seen in his decades of life. Perhaps his sister was right, they and Su Chen were not from the same world. To encounter Su Chen was probably a blessing they had cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Just as the two were about to turn back into the house, a large crowd had already gathered. It was the same group from the previous evening. Hearing that Su Chen had left, the crowd felt a bit disappointed but immediately surged into the courtyard to discuss cooperation with Chen Laba. Seeing this, Chen Laba could only thank Su Chen again in his heart. He knew that all of this was brought to him by Su Chen. outside the Dragon Martial Guild's small world in Kyoto. Today, the area outside the small world was bustling with activity because the trial period was approaching and the guild students, who had been training outside, returned early. While waiting for the small world to open, everyone stood around chatting. I wonder which of our senior brothers and sisters will make it to the world competition this time? I think only senior sister Mu Hongxia and senior brother Lin Sheng'an have a chance. I heard senior brother Lin's strength has skyrocketed recently. I wonder what kind of opportunity he got. It's really enviable. Even if he skyrockets, can he really be a match for senior sister Mu? The person speaking was clearly a fan of Mu Hongxia, and the admiration in his eyes never faded when her name was mentioned. You never know. Wait, have you all forgotten about someone in our guild? I think only he is guaranteed to enter the world competition. Oh, who? These people had been training outside for a long time and didn't know much about the guild's affairs. Everyone must have heard of junior brother Su Chen, right? Do you think anyone from Longwa can compete with him in this trial? Su Chen? That genius who topped the Danhuazhao exam? This junior brother, your information is outdated. Junior brother Su has cleared the 40th floor of the Tower of Heaven and received the recognition of the Sword God. Is that true? So terrifying? A group of people who didn't know Su Chen gasped in surprise. They naturally knew what it meant to clear the 40th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Without around 7 turns of strength, it was impossible to pass. It is said that he reached the 40th floor with the help of the Sword God, but he still has around 6 turns of strength. Do you think 6 turns isn't enough to secure a spot in the world competition? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. 6 turns were already sufficient. They were only at 4 turns. The main purpose of returning for this trial was to compete with the geniuses from various states and make up for their shortcomings. 6 turns were already something they looked up to. Isn't junior brother Su only 18? How can he level up so quickly? This makes us senior brothers and sisters feel ashamed. Who knows? At first, I couldn't believe it either, but later I just accepted it. Maybe he is just a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Now that you mention it, I feel much better. If we can't compare with such a genius, then let's just compare with those of similar talent. Just as everyone was still discussing, Su Chen's wormhole opened up. Why are there so many people again? Su Chen hadn't intended to show off, but there were always so many people at the entrance. Wow, spatial skills. Which big shot has arrived? Skills related to time and space were not something ordinary people could possess. Everyone turned to look. Su Chen, Jr.? Just as they were discussing Su Chen, he arrived. Good morning, everyone. Have you all eaten? Su Chen had no choice but to come out, waving his hand in greeting. Su Chen, what a unique way to greet people. But it seems you don't have the aloofness of those so-called geniuses. You're quite approachable. At this moment, a few bold senior sisters gathered around Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, Jr., I heard you cleared the 40th floor of the Tower of Heaven? Can you tell us what your current rank is? Me? I guess I'm at the 3rd rank. Su Chen wasn't lying. He really was only at the 3rd rank. However, no one believed him. No one would take his word for it. Su Chen, Jr., you've cleared the 40th floor. How could you be only at the 3rd rank? Just give us a hint. Yeah, we're all in the same guild. A few senior sisters, whether pushed by someone or intentionally, directly surrounded Su Chen in the middle. Surrounded by various fragrances, Su Chen felt overwhelmed. These senior sisters were already dressed quite revealingly, and being squeezed together, the sight of their snow-white figures was something that most people would struggle to resist. Everyone, calm down. After looking around, Su Chen reluctantly broke free. That Tower of Heaven, I was only able to clear the 40th floor. With the help of the Sword God Senior, I'm really not that impressive. Su Chen remembered Wang Changjuan's advice to play it down, trying to make his strength seem less formidable. A few senior sisters looked a bit disappointed, and after confirming his words, they finally dispersed. At that moment, the door to the small world opened, and everyone entered in turn. Su Chen was at the back, just about to step into the small world when his phone rang. It was Lu Chang, the manager of the Dingxing Group. Manager Lu, what's the matter? Young master. Su, there's a big problem. Lu's urgent voice came through the phone. What is it? Take your time. The chairman is missing. Didn't the chairman say he was taking his friend's body back home for burial? But since yesterday, his phone has been unreachable. I thought it was just a bad signal outside the city, but a day and a night have passed and it's still unreachable. I sent someone to his hometown to look for him, but there's no trace of him. I had no choice but to contact you. Xiao Ding is missing? I understand, he'll be back soon. Lu Chang didn't understand. Su Chen didn't explain, hung up the phone and went to a secluded place to take out his knife. He then struck down with it. The effect of catching a blade with bare hands was triggered. Su Chen's vision shifted to a dark, damp stone hall. Xiao Ding was tied to a stone pillar, his head drooping, looking dispirited. Above in the hall, a person wearing a black mask sat on the throne. Who dares to spy on me? Before he could react, Xiao Ding, who was originally tied to the stone pillar, had vanished into thin air. The person on the throne exclaimed in surprise again. A living person had actually vanished into thin air before him. He dared to assert that this was definitely not Xiaoding's own skill, because if Xiaoding had such an escape technique, he would have left long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. Who was that prying gaze just now? At this moment, a figure emerged from the shadows in the great hall and bowed, saying, "Master, it should be that Su-Chen who made the move. I heard from the left guardian that when they escaped from Liuli Island, that Zhou Changshen was forcibly taken back by this strange method. In the end, he died on Liuli Island. I think this should be the same kind of technique. Oh, it seems that Su-Chen indeed has some strength. Even I didn't notice how he did it just now." The leader of the Night God sect spoke with no hint of anger, but rather with a sense of appreciation. "Master, should we still capture Xiaoding? No need. Capturing him would be useless, and he has already been implanted with the night goo by me. During the day, no one will notice anything unusual about him. At night, he will serve the Night God sect." The person in the Great Hall fell silent upon hearing this. He knew well the power of the night goo. To break the control of the night goo, only the Night God himself could intervene. The night goo was rare, and those who could make the Night God sect use it were all influential figures on Blue Star. If we could plant the night goo on that Su-Chen, our sect would gain another great general. At this moment, the great hall was filled with mist, which quickly condensed into a human figure. Subordinate Shui Donglu greets the master. Shui Donglu knelt on one knee, casting a fearful glance at the person on the throne. "Right, Guardian, can you obtain the Void Pearl?" This, Shui Donglu hesitated and said, "Master, we were unable to obtain the Void Pearl." As soon as these words left Shui Donglio's mouth, the air in the great hall instantly froze. When Shui Donglu raised his head again, a cold and imposing figure had already appeared before him. "What did you say?" Shui Donglu hurriedly lowered his head to explain. "Master, please allow me to explain. The world boss was already within our grasp, but the Du family did not heed my orders and attacked Su-Chen at the last moment, which led to the failure of this mission." "Su-Chen? Again, Su-Chen?" The voice of the Night God sect leader grew even colder, which only strengthened his resolve to plant the night goo on Su-Chen. "Master, I have one more matter to report." "Speak." At that time, the Du family summoned a deity, and its power is likely comparable to that of the Night God. If it weren't for its appearance, I would have had a chance to obtain the Void Pearl. Shui Donglu actually had no confidence in being able to snatch the Void Pearl from Su-Chen, but he wanted to provide himself with a reason for failure. He attributed the cause of this failure entirely to the Du family and that fire god. Upon hearing this, the Night God sect leader glanced at Shui Donglu, then took a step back, and the next second returned to his throne. The cold voice of the Night God sect leader echoed again in the Great Hall. "I already know about this. That was merely a clone." "Master, are there other deities in the exile land?" the person in the shadows asked in confusion. "Aside from the Night God, there are no other deities in the exile land. The deity descended from beyond the heavens. Our sect has failed twice in a row, both times with Su-Chen's shadow present. I am somewhat worried that this child will ruin our grand plans." "Shadow. Subordinate here." The person in the shadows responded, bowing. "To receive orders. Look for an opportunity to plant the night goo on Su-Chen. If you cannot find an opportunity, then kill him. If he cannot be used by our sect, he cannot be allowed to live." The Night God sect leader waved his hand, and a black seed flew towards the person referred to as Shadow. Shadow caught the night goo with both hands and nodded, saying, "Subordinate obeys. I will not let the master down. Go." The shadow took its leave, casting a disdainful glance at Shui Donglu as it passed by, seemingly mocking his incompetence. Shui Donglu had intended to glare back at him, but after considering Su-Chen's terrifying strength, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh inwardly. Keep pretending with me. You should pray that you can escape from Su-Chen alive. He could go anywhere now, as long as it meant not having to confront Su-Chen. If it weren't for his cleverness, he would have died several times by now. He was genuinely afraid of Su-Chen. Shui Donglu. At your service. Starting tomorrow, you will guard the land of Purgatory and let Duan Yu return. Upon hearing the name of the land of Purgatory, Shui Donglio's face fell. He had just managed to escape from there, and now he was being sent back. Sigh, it's better than losing my life. Shui Donglu nodded, "Yes, master." When he looked up again, the figure of the Night God sect's leader was already gone from the throne, leaving him alone in the Grand Hall. In Kyoto, in a deserted area next to the Dragon Martial Guild's small world, Xiaoding looked perplexedly at the knife he caught with both hands, then raised his head to take a look. Su-Chen, I didn't mean to." Xiaoding glanced at Su-Chen in confusion, momentarily thinking that Su-Chen had also been captured by the Night God sect. Su-Chen sheathed the knife and helped him up. "Boss Xiao, who were they? Why did they capture you?" Seeing that Xiaoding was still a bit dazed, Su-Chen gestured for him to look around. "Don't worry, I've already rescued you. This is Kyoto." "Kyoto? How did I get back?" Xiaoding rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that he was indeed in Kyoto, he felt a sense of relief. "Brother Su, it was the Night God sect. I had just finished burying Changshan and was preparing to return to the capital when I was unexpectedly knocked out. The leader of the Night God sect forced me to cooperate with them and reveal your information. I swore I wouldn't say a word, and somehow I ended up fainting. When I opened my eyes, I was already here. The Night God sect, huh? They really don't know when to give up. Su-chen thought about the man he had seen sitting on the throne. That man must be the leader of the Night God sect. No, forget it. Su-chen had intended to ask if he knew the way to the Night God sect, but after considering that they had knocked him out before taking him away, he decided not to pursue the question. Otherwise, he would inevitably have to cause a scene at the Night God sect. Boss Shao, let me take you back. You should rest for a couple of days and send more people to protect yourself. If you're in danger, you can call me. Okay, thank you, Brother Su. When Su-chen returned Xiao Ding to the Dingsheng group, Lu Chang was still anxiously pacing in the office. The next moment, Su-chen appeared in the office with Xiao Ding. I'll be damned. Lu Chang jumped in shock. Then he looked in astonishment at the two who had emerged from the wormhole barely a minute after he had hung up the phone. Young Master Su, you really are a god. You said you would bring the chairman back immediately, and here you are. Lu Chang was now thoroughly in awe of Su-chen. He has suffered some mental damage. Take good care of him. I need to return to the guild. Yes, you can rest assured. Su-chen nodded and stepped into the wormhole, disappearing from sight. Xiao Ding weakly glanced at the slowly vanishing wormhole, a flash of dark light flickering in his eyes. After Su-chen returned to the guild, he first invited Ling Qingxue to the guild's cafeteria for lunch. At her request, he shared some recent events that had happened to him. Ling Qingxue listened attentively, her emotions shifting from tension to joy as Su-chen spoke. When she heard about the Chen family's misfortunes, she became worried, but when she learned that Su-chen had ultimately saved Chen Yao, she felt relieved. Wait, is that Chen Yao pretty? Ling Qingxue asked, eyeing Su-chen suspiciously, afraid he might be lying. She's quite pretty. Her brother said that among the girls in Wanshan City, she ranks in the top 3 for looks. Well, it's just that due to her long-term illness, she looks a bit haggard, but there's also a kind of sickly, fragile beauty to her. At this point, Su-chen suddenly felt that the atmosphere was off. When he looked at Ling Qingxue, he found her smiling at him. Oh, she's that pretty? She must treat you really well, right? Looks like there's a good show to watch. The vinegar jar has been overturned in the pet space. Zika clapped her hands, reveling in the drama. She seemed to enjoy watching Su-chen get flustered in these situations, always stirring up trouble whenever something like this happened. Su-chen cut off the connection to the pet space to avoid hearing her noise. TCH, so boring. Zika, unable to see what was happening outside, turned around and picked up the 9-colored divine phoenix egg, heading back to her little house. As for the Ice Dragon King and the other beasts, they were happily squatting on the ground playing cards. They had no interest in such matters. To them, these human women were not ugly, but they certainly weren't beautiful either. Qingxue, I'm going to participate in the trial in a few days. Do you know the rules? Su-chen quickly changed the subject. Sure enough, upon hearing that Su-chen was going to participate in the trial, Ling Qingxue became a bit worried, instantly forgetting about the previous topic. Although she was well aware of Su-chen's strength, she still felt inexplicably anxious. I know a little, but it's mostly what I've heard from the senior sisters. Seeing that he had successfully shifted the topic, Su-chen continued to ask, tell me about it, I want to prepare early. Ling Qingxue nodded and slowly said, this trial can be seen as a national competition. The specific content is decided temporarily each year, so I'm not sure about that. However, the promotion rules haven't changed much. First, a large number of people are eliminated, and then a few winners are selected from those who advance. It's said that those who are chosen receive exceptionally generous rewards every year. With your strength, getting first place should be quite easy. Su-chen felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. He had to pretend to be weak while provoking those aristocratic youths. That was definitely not an easy task. He really wasn't good at pretending to be weak. With just a casual strike, those people wouldn't be able to handle it, so he could only rely on basic attacks. Alright, there might be life-threatening dangers in that trial, so you need to be careful and never let your guard down. Life-threatening? Aren't there any protective measures? Ling Qingxue shook her head. No, it seems you all have to enter a secret realm or something like that, where all kinds of monsters run rampant. If you're not careful, you might die in there. I've heard from the senior sisters that every year, quite a few people die in the trial's secret realm, some killed by monsters, and others possibly by people. As she said this, Ling Qingxue glanced around. After all, this was just a rumor, and she didn't dare to speak too loudly for others to hear. The senior sisters said it's best to find a few familiar people to team up with before going in. This way, not only can you ensure safety, but you can also ensure a smoother advancement to the next round. Su-chen nodded. No matter where it is, where there are people, there will be conflict. This is unavoidable. The officials must be aware of this, but they haven't changed the trial methods, so they must have their own considerations. By the way, there's one more thing. I always feel like someone has been following me lately. I haven't dared to leave the guild since you haven't come back. Someone is following you? Have you seen what he looks like? Su-chen had offended quite a few people, and he was worried that someone might involve Ling Qingxue because of him. Ling Qingxue shook her head. No, every time I turn around, that feeling of being followed disappears. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Have you told your mentor? No, I'm not sure, so I didn't want to trouble my mentor. Is that so? Then you shouldn't leave the guild for now. I'll find a way to protect you. Suchen thought of the poison dragon king who could transform into a human form. He could arrange for it to secretly protect Ling Qingxue. Although the poison dragon king was still very weak, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Okay, I'll be careful too. You should work hard. I feel like only you and senior sister Mu from our guild can stabilize in the world competition. Saying this, Ling Qingxue looked at Suchen proudly. He was her man. Hey, I just remembered. Didn't you say that senior sister Mu Hongxia also went to Lioli Island? Hearing this, Suchen immediately felt something was off. Sure enough, the next second, Ling Qingxue frowned and asked, Is senior sister Mu pretty? Did you guys on Lioli Island? Suchen didn't expect that they had just been discussing safety, and in an instant, she could switch to this topic. Women's thought processes really can't be judged by common sense. Qingxue, I have something else to do. I'll leave first and we can hang out another day. Suchen disregarded Wu Xingyang's warning not to use spatial skills in the guild. After creating a wormhole, he immediately disappeared from the spot. Suchen, you still haven't answered my question. Seeing Suchen run away faster than a rabbit, Ling Qingxue stomped her foot in anger. In the boys' dormitory of the Dragon Martial Guild, in Lin Shengen's residence besides himself, there was another person standing. In the room, Suchen is back. He and Ling Qingxue just discussed the trial in the cafeteria and confirmed that Suchen will participate in this trial. Upon hearing this, Lin Shengen's eyes shone brightly. Good. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as I can eat the 9-colored divine phoenix, becoming a deity is not impossible. Don't go out hunting. In the next few days, the inspections in Kyoto are getting stricter. If we act again, we will definitely be exposed. We just need to wait for the trial in a few days. At that time, countless geniuses from the Dragon Kingdom will become our food. We can eat however we want. Once I eat the 9-colored divine phoenix, I will devour all the high-level professionals from the Dragon Kingdom. The other person, hearing this, also flashed with excitement in his eyes and quickly bowed, saying, Yes, Lord Taodai. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the 7 days have quickly passed, arriving at the day the trial begins. During this time, the Dragon Kingdom is particularly lively, as this is one of the most anticipated days of the year, second only to the major exams. All young talents under the age of 25 with a level above the 4th transition will gather today to head to the trial site for this year's national competition. The few victors will represent the Dragon Kingdom in the world competition, which symbolizes the highest honor for the younger generation. At the entrance of the Dragon Martial Guild, a crowd has already gathered, with all eligible practitioners present. Wu Zhengyang looked around at the participants in this year's trial and then spoke loudly. This year's trial is the same as in previous years. Once you enter the secret realm, you must kill monsters to earn points and most importantly, prevent others from stealing your points. In the secret realm, unless you have the strength to crush everyone, I advise you to team up with familiar people to strive for entering the second round of selection. Remember, once you enter the secret realm, be careful, especially of those with ulterior motives. You can check the points for hunting monsters of each level on the map we provided you. It details the monster levels at various locations in the secret realm. Be sure to act within your capabilities. Do not go to the areas marked with red dots, as the monsters there are beyond what you can handle at your current strength. Suchen opened the map and glanced at it. The lowest level monster was level 300, located at the edge of the map, while the highest was level 750, situated at the center. The entire secret realm resembled a circular mountain that narrowed towards the center, with the level 750 monster at the peak. The higher one ascended the mountain, the higher the monster levels became. The monster levels are proportional to the points earned. A level 300 monster yields 10 points, a level 350 monster gives 20 points, and a level 400 monster provides 30 points. This pattern continues, with each 50 level increase granting an additional 10 points. Once everyone finished reviewing the map, Wu Zhangyang continued, Our guild has always ranked first, so I hope you all won't let me down this time. This is not just your personal honor, but also the collective honor of our guild. I hope everyone can give their all, supporting and helping each other in the secret realm. Do you have confidence? Yes. Wu Zhangyang nodded. Good, now let's set off to the teleportation point. Wu Zhangyang, along with several hall masters and numerous mentors, personally led the team to the teleportation point for the trial in the capital. Meanwhile, other guilds and academies from across the Dragon Kingdom were doing the same. An hour later, all participating practitioners had been teleported to a vast platform that seemed endless. At this moment, there were already a few people scattered on the platform. Wu brother, with the momentum of your Dragon Martial Guild this year, it seems the first place is yours for sure. Brother Jia overpraises us. We haven't even started fighting yet, so it's hard to say. However, your East Sea Academy seems to be even stronger this year. Not at all, just a bunch of unworthy fellows. The two were exchanging flattery. Suchen, however, curiously glanced at the person speaking with Wu Zhangyang. He had encountered someone from the East Sea Academy when he visited Lioli Island. It was a gathering place for the children of noble families, precisely the kind of people he intended to provoke. As Su Chen's gaze shifted back, he suddenly spotted a familiar face, Chao Bufan. He didn't expect that after such a significant incident last time, he wouldn't face severe punishment and could still attend. It seemed his family had some backing. Chao Bufan also noticed Su Chen at this moment, surprised that Su Chen would come to participate in this trial. After all, he was someone who could easily eliminate a ninth transition practitioner with a single move. Participating in such a trial seemed meaningless. Chao Bufan took a few steps back and approached several students from the East Sea Academy. "Uncle, is there something you need?" A young man, surrounded by several students like stars around the moon, spoke up. "Xiao Yan, if you see that person, don't provoke him. Keep your distance, remember what I said." Xiao Yan looked in the direction his uncle pointed and saw Su Chen also looking at them, smiling and nodding. Su Chen? Xiao Yan had heard this name before but had never searched for Su Chen's information online. Most of what he knew came from his friends. "Uncle, didn't he just awaken this year? Is he even qualified to participate in this trial?" Chao Bufan immediately realized that his nephew hadn't taken his words to heart. The terror of Su Chen was something he had witnessed firsthand. Even now, seeing Su Chen made him a bit afraid. If Su Chen wasn't qualified, then no one would be. "Xiao Yan, listen to your uncle, don't provoke him. He's not someone you can handle." Alright, I got it." Xiao Yan became a bit impatient. Ever since his uncle returned from Lioli Island missing an arm, he had become overly cautious in everything he did. He preferred the fearless uncle from before. Now, to be warned about a newly awakened kid, did he think his fifth transition strength was inferior to that kid's? Sigh. Seeing that Xiao Yan was no longer looking at him and was chatting with those around him, Chao Bufan knew that his words had not been taken seriously. I hope Xiao Yan doesn't provoke him. When Chao Bufan returned to his position, Xiao Yan's eyes turned, and he said to those around him, "You guys, go report that the Longwu Guild brought in students below the 4th transition to prepare for the trial. That kid just awakened. This year, definitely not 4th transition. Let's see how he gets in later. Hehe, alright, Brother Yan, just watch." A few of them quietly left. The main person in charge of this trial was none other than Wang Changjun, the minister of the National Defense Department. At this moment, he was gathering the leaders of various guilds, academies, and families to discuss matters. He then heard from his subordinates that someone reported the Longwu Guild for bringing in students below the 4th transition to enter the secret realm. All the leaders turned to look at Wu Zhenyang, the president of the Longwu Guild. Bringing in those below the 4th transition was simply asking for death, right? Monsters. At level 300 might seem manageable with a 3rd transition, but they came in hordes. This was also why it was stipulated that at least a 4th transition was required to enter. Wu Zhenyang looked at Wang Changjun in confusion, thinking that they had already discussed Su Chen's matter. Wang Changjun also looked puzzled, wondering who had nothing better to do than to report this. However, with so many people watching, an explanation was needed. Wang Changjun cleared his throat and said, "Well, this matter is a bit special. We have already investigated that person's strength and he is fully qualified to enter the trial, so everyone can rest assured. Minister Wang, why not check again? If something happens, it could cost a life. Indeed, I also suggest a thorough investigation." Several guild leaders who had been suppressed by the Longwu Guild for a long time saw this opportunity and expressed their desire for a strict investigation. Is it impossible to reach level 3? Seeing so many people demanding a strict investigation, Wang Changjun had no choice but to look at Wu Zhenyang and say, "President Wu, please call Su Chen over." He didn't even need to ask, he already knew. That Su Chen must have been reported, as Wu Zhenyang would never bring any students who hadn't reached level 4. Su Chen? Minister Wang, are you referring to Su Chen, who broke the record set by the Sword God this year? Wang Changjun nodded. Everyone must know a thing or two about Su Chen's situation. He has entered the trial, is there anything else to worry about? Upon hearing Su Chen's name, most of those who had demanded a strict investigation fell silent. However, a few still shook their heads and said, "No matter who he is, I don't recommend he participate in the trial if he hasn't reached level 4. This is the rule. If he is given an exception, will everyone else be able to use this excuse to bring students who haven't reached level 4 to participate? In any case, we cannot set this precedent." Wang Changjun glanced at the speaker, an old man over 100 years old, still robust. So it's an old stubborn from the Gu family. No wonder he looks so displeased upon hearing Su Chen's name. It seems he already knows that Su Chen killed his granddaughter, and he's here to pick a fight. The main branch of the Su family was indeed married off to the Gu family. Wang Changjun clasped his hands and smiled. "Old Master Gu, the trial is meant to test the strength of each student. Su Chen has the strength to participate in the trial. What's wrong with that?" Minister Wang, are you trying to break the rules? Gu Jianfeng snorted coldly. "If that's the case, should my Gu family also bring thousands or tens of thousands of students who haven't reached level 4 to participate in the trial next year? If something goes wrong, can you, Minister Wang, take responsibility?" Wang Changjun's eyes narrowed slightly and his smile faded. "Old Master Gu, this is something the national leader personally agreed to. Are you dissatisfied with what the national leader said? Upon hearing this, the people around gasped. What? The national leader personally agreed? Then what level is Su Chen? Even the national leader made an exception for him? Now I actually want to see what level Su Chen is at. While this discussion was happening, those participating in the trial outside were also talking. I heard from the people of the Dragon Martial Guild that Su Chen personally admitted he is only at level 3. Only level 3 and he dares to participate in the trial? Is he looking for death? Who knows? I used to hear rumors about how powerful he is, sometimes close to level 7 and sometimes surpassing level 8, and now it turns out to be this? But his talent is quite high. In just a few months, he's reached level 3. The others who awakened at the same time haven't even reached level 2 yet, right? It's useless, he won't be able to participate until next year at the earliest. A bunch of idiots. Mu Hongxia glanced at the crowd discussing and then closed her eyes to rest. She knew Su Chen's strength all too well. It was no exaggeration to say that all the monsters in this secret realm, including these people, wouldn't be enough for Su Chen to take down with a single strike. A group of ants was still discussing whether an elephant was qualified to participate in their trial. To her, it was utterly ridiculous. Listening to the ongoing discussions, Su Chen walked indifferently alongside Wu Zhengyang towards the gathering of the leaders. As long as these people thought he was weak, his purpose would be achieved, and there was no need to pretend to be weak. When Su Chen arrived, Wang Changjun looked at him with a questioning gaze. He wasn't sure what level Su Chen actually was and was somewhat afraid that revealing a high level would affect their plans. Su Chen understood his meaning and nodded slightly. Only then did Wang Changjun feel relieved and said to everyone, since everyone insists on seeing Su Chen's level, I will let him share it with you. Su Chen, please share your level information. Su Chen looked at the panel below, hid the others, and then released his level information. Occupation, Su Chen level. Second transition 100 level. Seeing this information, everyone was filled with question marks. What? Only second transition 100 level? How can he be allowed in without even reaching third transition? This is ridiculous. What is the national leader thinking? Gu Jianfeng, upon seeing this information and recalling his granddaughter's level and the strength of the Su family, thought, how could this kid possibly drive Su Lai mad and kill his own granddaughter? There must be someone from the government involved. Su Chen must be their scapegoat. National leader, you have such a cruel heart. We, the noble families, have shed blood for the Dragon Kingdom, and now you plan to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Gu Jianfeng coldly glanced at Wang Changjun. Wang Changjun, not noticing his gaze, was also in shock, staring at Su Chen's level. In disbelief, he thought, what's going on? Does he have a skill to conceal his level? Ninth transition, even gods are not his match. How can he be less than third transition? This kid must have a skill to hide his level. At this moment, someone questioned, Minister Wang, are you sure the national leader personally said to let Su Chen in? Of course. I'm sure. If you don't believe me, you can find a chance to contact the national leader. Although others were puzzled, since this was the national leader's intention, they couldn't say much. Everyone thought Gu Jianfeng would strongly oppose after seeing Su Chen's level, but unexpectedly, when Wang Changjun asked him, Gu Jianfeng changed his earlier attitude and said, since it is the national leader's intention, I have nothing to say. Gu Jianfeng turned and left the crowd. Wang Changjun frowned slightly at this, and since this old stubborn wouldn't go against him, he said no more. At this time, those participating in the trial also heard about Su Chen's level. Didn't he say he was third transition? But he's only second transition 100 level. He must not have completed the third transition task, right? It seems those rumors are all false. There's no such peerless genius. I said it, how could someone who just awakened be so outrageous? The Sin City, the Sky Tower, all of that must be fabricated. I wonder who is spreading these rumors. Mu Hongxia looked in surprise at Su Chen, who was walking back. She was very clear about Su Chen's strength, but this level was indeed a bit unexpected. However, she didn't ask much. Level doesn't represent everything. Xiao Yan looked at Su Chen through the crowd and then smiled at a few people around him, saying, a waste who hasn't even reached third transition dares to enter the trial. Later, brothers, let's go have some fun with him and let him know what the gap between level and strength is. On the other side, after Gu Jianfeng returned to the area where the Gu family was located, he quietly said to a group of young people sitting on the ground, Daoyi, later help me kill someone. Who? Su Chen from the Dragon Martial Guild. Okay. The young man spoke little, but every word was powerful and full of confidence. Gu Jianfeng looked proudly at his great-grandson. This was the most talented person in the history of the Gu family. In the past, due to insufficient opportunities, he had been hiding his brilliance. Now it was time for him to appear before the world and shock everyone. After everyone had waited for more than half an hour, many professionals gradually arrived on the platform. Each of these individuals was very young, and each face radiated with confidence. They were the leaders of this generation in the Dragon Kingdom and the future of the Dragon Kingdom. When the platform was densely packed with people, Wang Changjun rose into the air. All eyes turned to him. Welcome everyone to the annual trial conference. This trial is the same as in previous years. I won't elaborate on the rules, as I believe you understand. I will only say one thing, you can seize others' points, but malicious killing is not allowed. If I catch anyone doing that, they will be severely punished. Wang Changjun blared with authority, scanning all those standing on the platform. Everyone who met his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. The gaze of an 8th transition powerhouse was not something they could face directly. Now, the entrance to the secret realm is open, and everyone can enter. You have 3 days. The more points you earn, the greater your chances of advancing to the next round. Work hard. After Wang Changjun finished speaking, a teleportation portal appeared on the platform behind him. People rushed in eagerly. Wu Zhangyang found Su Chen and whispered to him, "Take care of your senior brothers and sisters these 2 days. If they encounter life-threatening situations, help them secretly. As for other matters that do not endanger their lives, you don't need to worry." Okay. Su Chen nodded lightly and then walked into the teleportation portal with everyone. President Wu, were you just warning Su Chen not to die in there? Ha ha ha. Others laughed along. In their view, this was definitely Wu Zhangyang trying to give his student a backdoor to gain experience in the secret realm early. However, the strength of someone below the 3rd transition seemed like a joke to them. They couldn't understand what Wu Zhangyang was thinking. Wu Zhangyang glanced at the speaker, Nangong Wendian, the head of the Nangong family from the southeastern great clans. Nangong family head, you should pray that this year's juniors from the Nangong family don't fall in the top 8. You. Nangong Wendian gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing this. If it weren't for Mu Hongxia injuring his son Nangong Ao in the secret realm last year, his son wouldn't have lost to his opponent in the top 8 battle. As Nangong Wendian thought of this, a hint of hatred appeared in his gaze towards Wu Zhangyang. Wu Zhangyang, just wait and see. 3 days later, I will make you understand the strength of my Nangong family. Oh, Wu Zhangyang replied nonchalantly. What a joke. Even if the entire Nangong family teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for Su Chen. Moreover, this year, Mu Hongxia had also shown significant improvement, and the recently advanced Lin Sheng'an and Jiang Haishang were also making rapid progress. In short, Wu Zhangyang was not worried at all about the performance of their Dragon Martial Guild. Looking at Wu Zhangyang's indifferent attitude, Nangong Wentian's teeth itched with anger, yet he felt helpless. However, thinking of the instructions he had given to all the juniors in his family participating in the trial last night, he couldn't help but cast a cold glance at Wu Zhangyang. Last year, the Nangong family had stumbled. This year, he chose to take the initiative to strike and make the Dragon Martial Guild stumble as well. There were many others on site like Nangong Wentian harboring ulterior motives. As long as they could advance to the next round in the secret realm trial, their family or guild would gain fame throughout the Dragon Kingdom. This was an annual opportunity to achieve fame in one fell swoop. If they could participate in the world competition and achieve a ranking, it would be a leap to success, leaving a mark in history. A few minutes later, all participants entered the secret realm, and the teleportation portal closed completely. No one knew what would happen inside. Everything had to wait until 3 days later. Minister Wang, how many advancement qualifications are there for this year's secret realm? Someone asked Wang Changjun. In previous years, the advancement qualifications were usually a few hundred selected from hundreds of thousands. It can be said that it's as difficult as 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge, as hard as ascending to the heavens. This year, they heard that the qualifications for advancement have been significantly reduced, hence the question. Wang Changjun chuckled and said, this year, the national leader said to keep everything simple, only 100 qualifications have been given. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What? Only 100? How could it suddenly be reduced so much? 100 is simply too few. Minister Wang, may I ask why? Everyone stared at Wang Changjun, eager to know the reason. I won't hide it from you. The national leader originally planned to allocate only 32 spots, and this 100 is the result of others fighting for it. 32? Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked and confused. What is the national leader thinking? The national leader said that whether these spots exist or not this year doesn't matter. For specific reasons I cannot disclose. Wang Changjun recalled what the national leader had said that day, with Su Chen around. It didn't matter whether others went to the world competition or not, this year's spots should be kept simple. His words made the previously relaxed crowd tense up instantly. If they couldn't advance to the next round, then all their efforts this year would be in vain. At this moment, outside, discussions about this year's trials had already dominated the trending topics. The most discussed were who could secure the first place in points and who could become this year's dark horse. There were even votes online for the top 10. Mu Hongxia firmly held the first position. After all, she was last year's champion, and this ranking was recognized by everyone. The second position had considerable controversy, with Lin Sheng'an, Nangong Ao, Gudawi, and others receiving a significant number of votes. The rankings behind were even more numerous, with dozens of nominations for a single position. Until the announcement of the advancement qualifications was made, the entire internet was in an uproar. Why is it so strict this year? Sigh, we haven't won the championship in the world competition for several years. The officials must be anxious. It seems to make sense. Without pressure, there is no motivation. If no dark horse appears this year, it feels like we still can't compare to that freak from the beautiful country. That person's abilities not only restrain Mu Hongxia but also far exceed others. Our chances are too low. What can we do? That person is already 25 this year. Next year he won't be able to participate. If we lose again this year, we can just endure it. Damn, just thinking about this is frustrating. Do we have to rely on aging him out to win? Can't anyone defeat him in this last year? Everyone fell silent. If Mu Hongxia couldn't compete, who could defeat him? Recently, Su Chen had been rumored to be very strong, but he himself admitted to only being at the third transition, so this year was definitely out of the question. Everyone doesn't need to be so pessimistic. Maybe this year a dark horse will emerge to lead the younger generation to reclaim the championship. Hee, let's hope so. In the trial's secret realm, after a dizzying spin through the teleportation array, Su Chen appeared above a giant rock. Looking around, the lush green mountains and forests extended downward, with a dark green river winding around the foot of the mountain, flowing toward an unknown distance. The sky was clear, yet there was no sun, not even a cloud in sight. Occasionally, the roar of beasts echoed from below the mountain, startling the birds and animals in the forest. Below the mountain? Su Chen suddenly sensed something was off and turned around. What the hell? How did I get teleported directly to the mountaintop? The entire secret realm consisted of this one mountain, and the levels of all monsters increased with altitude. Normally, one would be teleported to the foot of the mountain and gradually farm monsters as they ascended. Before Su Chen could think further, he felt a shadow overhead. Looking up, he saw a creature resembling a pterosaur lowering its massive head to stare at him. As soon as the creature noticed Su Chen looking at it, it lunged forward to bite him. Su Chen clenched his hand, activating the river god skill, and the monster was instantly crushed, blood splattering everywhere. In just a moment, its health bar was emptied. You have killed a four-winged terror bird, earning 100 trial points. The points have been stored in your trial token. Su Chen glanced at the token. Hanging from his waist, it was something every person entering the secret realm possessed. This item couldn't be placed in the system backpack, allowing others the chance to snatch it away. 100 points? Isn't this the 750 level boss monster in the secret realm? Su Chen understood now. The officials must have intentionally teleported him here. They wanted him to farm more points for other activities. Otherwise, if someone else got mistakenly teleported here, it would be no different from sending them to their death. Looking at the mountaintop, which was quite large, about the size of a football field, it seemed the entire summit was the nesting ground of these four-winged terror birds. Seeing no other monsters, Su Chen picked a spot at the foot of the mountain and created a wormhole. The foot of the mountain was far from the tranquility of the summit. Various beast roars filled the air. These were monsters around level 300, moving in packs. If a trial participant faced them alone, it would definitely not be an easy task. If surrounded, it would be a matter of life and death. Thus, most people would head up the mountain, seeking out solitary monsters to deal with slowly. Su Chen was different. He preferred the sheer numbers. After taking just a couple of steps, he heard the calls of monkeys from the treetops above. Chirp, 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 chirp. The calls grew more numerous, and the commotion above intensified. Su Chen looked up. Meishan monkey, level 300, physical attack 38,000, magical attack 19,000, health 850,000, physical defense/magical defense 22,500/18,500, skills, sonic attack, bite, snatch. Description: they move in packs and in large numbers. Be careful of their snatch skill, which has a chance to steal items from you. As Su Chen examined their information, more and more Meishan monkeys gathered around. Roughly counting, there were at least hundreds. These monkeys seemed to have singled out Su Chen, continuously calling for their companions to prepare for an ambush. The annoying calls persisted until a larger monkey king appeared, silencing the others. If it were anyone else surrounded by these hundreds of Meishan monkeys, they would likely be severely injured, if not killed. These creatures were clever, maintaining a distance they deemed safe throughout. For melee classes, dealing with them would be quite challenging. Su Chen initially wanted to take them out with a single strike, but upon seeing their snatch skill, he couldn't help but smile. He then threw a beast capture skill at the monkey king. Perhaps it was due to the low level of the opponent, but this time luck was on my side, and I captured it successfully in one go. Seeing the monkey king suddenly disappear, the group of monkeys instantly fell into chaos, some already preparing to attack Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at the introduction of the monkey king's plunder skill that appeared in his pet space. Current plunder success rate 4%. Each increase of 10 levels can increase the success rate by 0.1%. The monkey king was 100 levels higher than the other monkeys, meaning the other monkeys only had a 3% success rate. If the success rate was low for one, what about if hundreds attacked together? Thinking of this, Su Chen released the monkey king, letting it command the group of monkeys to search for other people who had entered this secret realm. Fortunately, this creature was smart enough. Su Chen could directly describe the appearance of some young masters he had already spotted outside for them to find. This token, let them take it all, grab it and go, don't linger in battle. Su Chen pointed to the score token hanging at his waist. After understanding, the monkey king issued a command and all the monkeys roared and scattered. Not bad, not bad, I'll find a place to lie down for a while. Spotting a tree branch, Su Chen climbed up in 2 steps. With these monkeys helping, he was too lazy to search for people himself. Go find me some local fruits. Su Chen directed the monkey king that stayed by his side. The Monkey King complied and soon brought him several types of fruits. Su Chen leisurely bit into a fruit that looked like an apple, half closing his eyes, while lying on the tree branch. By the way, why did I come in here? Forget it, I'll just take a nap. Didn't sleep well last night. At another spot at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Yan was leading 6 or 7 people from the East Sea Academy of the mountain. His target was the tree spirits around level 400 on the mountainside. These tree spirits had slow movement and attack speeds, and since he was a fire attribute swordsman, he had a restraining effect on them. Yan Ge, aren't we going to teach that Su Chen a lesson? Someone following Xiao Yan asked. What's the rush? This is just the beginning. Let's first farm some points, and we'll teach him a lesson on the last day. Not just that, Su Chen, we'll take down anyone from the Dragon Martial Guild we encounter. Our East Sea Academy will definitely take first place this time. While a few were still boasting, they were unaware that a Meishan monkey was already standing above them in the treetops. Ji. Xiao Yan looked up and then continued on his way, not taking it seriously. A level 300 monster was not enough to make him wary. However, as time passed, the commotion above grew louder. What should we do, Yan Ge? These monkeys are targeting us. Xiao Yan looked up again and disdainfully said, what's there to fear? If they dare to come down, it's just giving us points. Ignore them and keep moving. The group continued forward. And at that moment, the group of monkeys had gathered. Hundreds of monkeys blocked out the sunlight above, and seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown. Have these stupid monkeys gone mad? Dare to attack us? As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, the group of monkeys surged down like a tide. Roar, roar, roar. Hundreds of monkeys screamed together, and even with Xiao Yan's 5th transition strength, it was quite bothersome. Damn it, this is annoying. Kill them. With a command from Xiao Yan, the few people following him quickly drew their weapons and began to attack the monkeys. However, these monkeys were not lacking in intelligence. They knew these humans were not to be trifled with, and did not engage directly, instead opting for ambushes. Faced with hundreds of intelligent monkeys attacking in turns, Xiao Yan and his companions felt powerless, as if they were punching into cotton. After several rounds of ambushes, someone finally couldn't take it anymore. Damn, these stinky monkeys. Xiao Yan disregarded the excessive consumption of his energy and gathered a ball of crimson flames on the blade, then swung it towards the group of monkeys above. The fiery blade flashed by, cutting through the dense branches overhead, leaving a gash over 10 meters long. The place where it was struck ignited with burning branches. This strike instantly claimed the lives of more than 10 Meishan monkeys. The previously noisy group of monkeys fell silent. Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to strike again, the monkeys finally knew fear. Eek! With a startled cry, the monkeys swung away on the vines and branches, fleeing into the distance. With the harassment of the monkeys gone, everyone finally sat down to rest for a moment. Brother Yan, that strike of yours was truly impressive. Those monkeys were scared stiff. Someone immediately flattered Xiao Yan. The others also chimed in with praise. Brother Yan, I feel like even Mu Hongxia wouldn't dare to take that strike head-on. Is this a new skill? Seeing the curious expressions of the others, Xiao Yan proudly replied, this is my new skill from the 5th transition, the Fireblade technique. Just now, that long-range strike only unleashed 1/10 of my skill's power. In close combat, its power can be 10 times stronger. Upon hearing this, the others looked up at the large gap in astonishment. That was only 1/10 of its power? In close quarters, wouldn't that make you invincible? Xiao Yan enjoyed listening to their admiration. Within 3 feet, I am invincible. It's useless for anyone to come. The others continued to shower him with compliments, but then a different voice spoke up. Brother Yan, where's your score token? Xiao Yan looked down at his waist, and the score token that was originally tied there was missing. He stood up and looked around. Everyone get up and help me look. The others quickly stood up and searched around, but in the process, 2 of them discovered that their score tokens were also missing. Damn, it must have been that group of stinky monkeys. Xiao Yan coldly glared at the dense forest above. Each person's score token had an initial score of 100 points upon entering. Now that 3 tokens were lost, it was equivalent to their team losing 300 points. This didn't even account for the points from the more than 10 Meishan monkeys they had killed. Brother Yan, what do we do now? We have to steal someone else's tokens. Xiao Yan, with a cold expression, thought for a moment and then looked at the person who had just spoken. Give me your token, I'll return it to you after I steal someone else's. Ha, Brother Yan, The person was clearly reluctant, as this was their annual opportunity to make a name for themselves. If he had no token at the time of settlement, not only would he not get a score, but he would also be laughed at. Are you unwilling or do you not trust me? The person, helpless, could only hand over his token. At that moment, a seemingly shrewd young man beside them spoke. Brother Yan, I think something's off. Those monkeys are good at bullying the isolated, but they still dare to come at us with so many people. That's not normal. What do you mean? These monkeys don't steal anything. Else, only the tokens. This thing is useless to them. Who besides us trial takers needs a token? Hearing this, the others also sensed something was amiss. Are you saying these monkeys were trained by someone specifically to steal tokens? Exactly, that possibility is very high. Xiao Yan, hearing this, angrily said, they really have the audacity to come after me. Chao Yan looked up and then called to a few people, chase them, follow the direction those monkeys ran away. Chao Yan was now focused on venting his anger, temporarily putting aside his original plan to score points. On the other side, Su Chen had just closed his eyes for a moment when loud shouts erupted around him. A swarm of monkeys came rushing back from afar. Ha! They're back so soon? Seeing the 3 score tokens in the Monkey King's hand, Su Chen took them. He then tied all the tokens around his waist. Hey! Not bad efficiency. Su Chen glanced at them, estimating he had around 360 points. Killing the level 750 boss on the mountaintop only gave 100 points. Just these 3 tokens were over 300. Su Chen seriously suspected that the official trial was more about encouraging others to snatch tokens. In fact, some people had indeed done so. By the river in the southeast corner, 3 young men were crouching by the water, washing the blood off their hands. Big brother, do you think what we're doing is right? If we get found out, we're done for. The oldest among them said fiercely, what are you afraid of? Who would know it was us? People die every year. And this is just 100 points. Think about how many monsters we'd have to kill to get that much? Throughout history, those who achieve great things have blood on their hands. Just listen to my command later. We'll pick off the stragglers. Okay. As soon as they finished speaking, they heard a branch snap behind them. The 3 turned to look. Lin Shengen from the Dragon Martial Guild? The 3 couldn't help but eye Lin Shengen warily. He was one of the top 10 from last year, and although there were 3 of them, they didn't dare to be careless. Lin Shengen, what do you want? Lin Shengen grinned and said lightly, that person in the woods was killed by you, right? The 3 were startled. They had clearly buried the body. How could Lin Shengen have found out? We don't know what you're talking about. The 3 tried to argue, but the next second, Lin Shengen smiled wickedly and said, no worries, I've already taken care of him for you. He's in my belly now. The 3 looked at Lin Shengen in terror. What do you mean? They thought Lin Shengen was joking with them. Lin Shengen walked towards them step by step, his cold expression making the 3 back away several steps in fear. Don't come closer. What do you want? We have 3 people. I'm not doing anything. You can join him. After saying this, Lin Shengen accelerated and opened his huge mouth, lunging at the 3. The 3 didn't even have time to draw their weapons before being swallowed whole. After swallowing the 3, Lin Shengen, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, said, too weak, their power can no longer satisfy me. I wonder what those few geniuses taste like. Lin Shengen turned and walked towards the mountainside. Su Chen sat up, looking curiously into the distance. If he heard correctly, he had just heard several screams not far from here. Did someone attack someone else? The direction from which the screams came was only the area where low-level monsters resided, and the screams abruptly stopped. It was impossible for someone to be surrounded and killed by low-level monsters. It could only mean that the other party was killed in one blow. Just as Su Chen was speculating, Chao Yan and a few others chased after the direction the monkey group had fled. Hearing the footsteps, the monkey group became agitated, chattering and reporting to the Monkey King that these people had killed more than 10 of their monkeys. Su Chen also learned from the information relayed by the Monkey King that the tokens they had just snatched were from these few people. The East Sea Academy, They didn't rob the wrong person. The East Sea Academy is known as a paradise for the children of noble families, and anyone picked from there would be a child of a prominent family. Moreover, they were not from ordinary small families, as small families could not even enter. At this moment, Chao Yan and the others also noticed Su Chen sitting on a tree branch. Glancing at the surrounding monkey group, Chao Yan instantly understood. Well, so it's you, little waste. I didn't go looking for trouble with you, yet you dare to come and steal our tokens. Su Chen looked at the speaker, and the other few clearly regarded him as the leader, indicating that this person was either powerful or had a strong background. Su Chen had no interest in ordinary people, so he asked, are you the leader? Where's your family? Are you strong? What's your influence like? The few were momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's question. They didn't understand what he meant. Was he investigating their household registration? Or did Su Chen, knowing he couldn't defeat them, want to use this opportunity to showcase his family's influence to ease the situation? Chao Yan had not seen Su Chen's background and thought Su Chen was also a child of a prominent family like him. He believed that asking about his family background was an attempt to threaten him into letting him go. However, how could Chao Yan be afraid of family backgrounds? His Chao family was the #1 family in the Central Plains. Comparing family backgrounds with him was simply seeking death. Listen well, kid, my Chao family controls 5 states in the Central Plains, and even the governors of those states must bow their heads and smile when they see my great-grandfather. No matter who it is, even if the national lord enters the Central Plains, they must first visit my great-grandfather. You want to compare family backgrounds with me? You're still too young. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was exactly the target he was looking for. The Dragon Kingdom has a total of 36 states, and the Chao family claims to control 5 states, indeed qualifying as a local overlord. The Chao family is definitely one of the targets the national lord wants to suppress. So, it's the young master of the Chao family. I've long admired you. Su Chen jumped down to the ground, smiling as he cupped his fist towards Chao Yan. Seeing Su Chen's demeanor, Chao Yan thought he was afraid and immediately said arrogantly, "Hand over our token and your token, and I can treat this as if nothing happened." Although Chao Yan said this, he was thinking about how to torment Su Chen. How could he let Su Chen off for daring to steal his token? "Oh, you want this? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Chen took off the token and held it in his hand, then walked towards Chao Yan. "Yan, good, be careful, he might be playing tricks," reminded a boy with a cunning look. What's there to be afraid of? Just a piece of trash, not even at the third transition. Besides, within 3 feet, I am invincible. If he dares to come close, he's looking for death." Chao Yan was very confident in his close combat strength. Moreover, the few people behind him were not ordinary. He knew they usually didn't perform too outstandingly. The reason was naturally that their family backgrounds were not as good as his, and they wanted to maintain closeness with him to seek cooperation. After walking a few steps, Su Chen suddenly extended his right hand, which was not holding the token, and gently clenched it. An invisible force directly controlled Chao Yan, pulling him over. Chao Yan wanted to swing his knife the moment he realized something was wrong, but he found that his entire body was being controlled by blood and moisture. His consciousness was particularly clear, but his body couldn't move at all. Yan Gu. This sudden change left the few people around him in shock. Then, 6 powerful auras suddenly erupted among his peers. The monkeys watching the scene from the trees were startled by these 6 auras and hurriedly ran to the distant branches. With Chao Yan captured, they no longer cared to hide their strength. Anyone who could enter the trial was a genius in their own right. However, even if they were brimming with momentum, to Su Chen they were merely slightly stronger ants. "Do you want him to die here?" To intimidate them, Su Chen conjured a black hole in the middle of the space. The moment the black hole appeared, everything around was engulfed in darkness. Even light could not escape. The powerful suction created a violent wind, pulling countless dry branches and leaves into it. A strong force was dragging the few people toward the black hole. No matter how they resisted, it was futile. This black hole was already in a state that Su Chen had weakened to the extreme. Otherwise, the entire blue star would not withstand the immense pulling power of this black hole. Even a casual skill from a conceptual deity possessed terrifying world-destroying power. Su Chen waved his hand and retracted the black hole. Light returned to the surroundings, and the fierce wind ceased. The few people were left stunned in place by Su Chen's sudden display of skill. They had seen nothing just now, only felt a powerful force forcibly pulling them forward. They wanted to resist, but it was of no use. What kind of skill is this?" The few looked at Su Chen in terror. "Just a one-time item, of course. I have 2 more of these. If you want to die, I can throw another one at you. Now, if you don't want to die, hand over all your point tokens." Seeing that they made no move, Su Chen kicked Chao Yan's leg, forcing him to kneel. "Can't bear to? If something happens to him, can you take responsibility?" The few had no choice but to throw their tokens over. Su Chen took the tokens and smiled slightly. "That's more like it. If you had done this earlier, he wouldn't have to kneel." Su Chen fastened the tokens and kicked Chao Yan away, then conjured another black hole to block the others while he took the opportunity to escape. The reason for all this trouble was to provoke the Chao family. If he killed Chao Yan with a single strike, who would know it was him? Chao Yan had to return alive to seek trouble with Su Chen. Being the 6th is really not easy. If it weren't for the monarch seeking a legitimate reason and not wanting the Dragon Kingdom to fall into turmoil, I could have just taken my knife and wiped out all these aristocratic families. Su Chen shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it. He had already offended the Chao family. It was time to find the next one. After Su Chen left, a furious roar from Chao Yan echoed in the area he had just occupied. Su Chen! I will not rest until we are at odds." In a dense forest, 2 teams of people unexpectedly met. Both sides' clothes and hair were a mess, as if someone had deliberately ruffled them. They exchanged glances and saw the disheveled expressions on each other's faces. The younger members spoke up first. "Senior brother, how did you end up like this?" The 2 teams not only knew each other but also belonged to the East Sea Academy, and they didn't expect to run into each other here. The leader sighed and said, Don't mention it. I don't know where a bunch of annoying monkeys came from. They just came up and tried to snatch our score tokens without doing anything else. The main problem is that they are too agile. It's hard to kill them. And in the end, we lost 2 tokens. Don't let me run into those monkeys again. Even if I exhaust all my blue energy, I will hunt them down to the end." After the leader finished speaking, he noticed that his younger brothers had strange expressions, so he asked, "Junior brothers, how did you end up in such a mess?" The few of them looked embarrassed and whispered, "Senior brother, we were also robbed by those monkeys. The tokens are all gone." Upon hearing this, both teams fell into a collective silence, and then the forest erupted with a series of melodious cries. The same thing was happening elsewhere. Some people not only had their score tokens stolen but also had several pieces of equipment stripped off them. It was said that the most unfortunate one was left standing in just a pair of shorts, shivering. And these monkeys only targeted one type of person, that is, the disciples of noble families. They wouldn't even glance at others. As long as you were a disciple of a noble family, you would be chased and robbed, unable to shake them off. In the trial grounds, cries of despair could be heard from time to time. If it weren't for these Trees blocking me, I would have skinned those beasts. My epic weapon. I'm so mad. Which bastard trained those monkeys? Don't let me catch you. I will definitely take revenge. A day quickly passed. There were no nightmares in the secret realm at night, so there was no need for the protection of the awakening temple. What everyone had to guard against at night was the monster attacks. Su Chen found a flat area under the trees to start a campfire, and at this moment he was sorting through the spoils of the monkey group from the day. The Monkey King and the monkey group were resting on the surrounding trees. Wow, 186 tokens, almost 20,000 points. Isn't this much faster than grinding monsters? There were too many tokens, and Su Chen's waist couldn't hold them all, so he had to pull out a burlap sack and throw them all in. These tokens couldn't be placed in the system backpack, so he had to carry them in the sack. Perhaps the officials never thought someone would use a sack to carry tokens. Besides the score tokens, there was a pile of various equipment. The most valuable were 2 pieces of level 400 legendary equipment and several pieces of epic equipment. No wonder they are from big families, they are already using legendary level equipment. Su Chen stuffed all the equipment into the system backpack. There were also some other jewelry and clothing on the ground. Su Chen picked up a red belly band and took a look. It even still had a faint fragrance. How could these dead monkeys steal everything? But is there really someone wearing this in this era? Just as Su Chen was still observing carefully, a fiery red figure walked out from the dense forest. Su Chen looked up at the sound, and the other party also looked over. Junior Su Chen, what are you doing here? Senior Sister Mu, what a coincidence. The newcomer was Mu Hongxia. She had been chasing the monkey group and didn't expect to see Su Chen after following them all the way. She glanced at the hundreds of monkeys in the trees and then at the pile of messy things on the ground beside Su Chen. Mu Hongxia instantly understood, and when she wanted to ask Su Chen, she noticed something familiar in his hand. Upon closer inspection, Mu Hongxia's face instantly turned red. Su Shitty, you. Su Chen looked at her face suddenly, turning red, then glanced at the belly band in his hand. A shock ran through his heart. Damn, this can't be Mu Hongxia's, right? This is way too embarrassing, and I got caught red-handed. Su Chen hurriedly threw the belly band aside, his face full of awkwardness. Mu Shiji, do you believe me when I say this has nothing to do with me? At this moment, Mu Hongxia was also extremely embarrassed, but she still moved her steps towards Su Chen. Then she sat down opposite him. Between them was a bonfire, the flickering flames temporarily isolating the air thick with awkwardness. After a while, Mu Hongxia took the initiative to speak. Su Chen Shitty, are these monkeys trained by you? Oh, right. No, I didn't train them, they come with their own skills. Mu Hongxia gently nodded. Su Chen didn't look at her expression and didn't know if she believed him. The atmosphere fell silent again. Mu Hongxia quietly glanced around and noticed the burlap sack behind Su Chen, where countless score tokens were piled up at the opening. My goodness, how many score tokens are there? Aren't you afraid of offending those people, Su Chen Shitty? As Mu Hongxia thought of this, she suddenly remembered Su Chen's true strength and felt relieved. With such strong abilities, he didn't seem to fear offending others. However, this behavior seemed a bit excessive. Although she wouldn't call herself a person of justice, she had never engaged in snatching others' score tokens in previous years. A few tokens were nothing, but at a rough glance, there were over 100, which was way too much. Su Chen Shitty, can you return the items? To me? Mu Hongxia pointed to the red belly band beside Su Chen. Oh, okay. Su Chen handed her the belly band, and at that moment, it could be said to be the most embarrassing moment of his life. If it weren't for Mu Hongxia still being there, Su Chen would have wished to dig a hole and hide in it. Mu Hongxia put away the belly band and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen Shitty, you've offended a lot of people now. Many are looking for the owner of this group of monkeys outside. With your strength, you shouldn't need to rely on these tokens for points, right? Mu Hongxia was somewhat puzzled by what Su Chen was doing. This matter seemed to have more disadvantages than benefits. The higher-ups issued a few tasks. Anyway, I can't tell you about this for now. By the way, is your Mu family considered a prominent family? The Mu family could participate in the Lioli Island gathering, not to mention their strength. Their financial power was definitely not weak. Mu Hongxia shook her head. How can we be considered a prominent family? Prominent families are those that have been passed down for hundreds of years. My grandfather's generation only developed it. Our Mu family's history hasn't even reached 100 years. Compared to those prominent families, we can't even compare. I see, then it's fine. But when you go back, remember to remind your grandfather and father not to go against the authorities. Hearing Su Chen's inexplicable advice, Mu Hongxia looked at him in confusion. Su Chen didn't explain much. Not many people knew about this matter, and it couldn't be widely known. Otherwise, chaos would ensue immediately.